Half an hour ago, I was still a weakling, but in the blink of an eye, I crushed a fishman's head. After crossing into the world of One Piece and arriving at Fishman Island, I was just surrounded by fishmen and ran to a barbershop to change my hairstyle. Unexpectedly, it boosted my ability to play the character of Baki Hanma, and my strength skyrocketed, allowing me to easily sweep away hundreds of fishmen. But how to further increase my acting level? Let me tell you, I was completely stunned at that moment. I felt a surge of strength in my hand, and with a bang, that fishman's head burst like a big watermelon right in my hand. Red and white splattered all over me. At that moment, I had only one thought. This is bad, this is serious. But can you believe it? Just over half an hour ago, I was someone who couldn't even beat a rabid dog weighing 7 kilograms by the roadside. This all started when I first crossed over. I closed my eyes and opened them again, and I was gone. When I opened my eyes once more, a sound like ding rang in my head, like a scam text message, saying I had won a role-playing character. Who was I going to play? Baki Hanma, the strongest creature on ground. The system was laughing sinisterly, making me feel like it was about to ask if I wanted to apply for a membership card. I was pumped at that moment. Baki, with the devil back, who wouldn't love him? He's the pinnacle of manliness. Unfortunately, the system told me my acting level was 0. At that time, I was standing on Fishman Island in the world of One Piece on a broken street that looked as chaotic as a market. Fishmen of all shapes and sizes were everywhere, acting like thugs, stealing, smashing, and creating a smoky mess. I thought to myself, it was my first day here, better keep a low profile and sneak away. I'm a decent-looking guy, about 9 meters tall with an 8-pack abs, and I usually work out. But as soon as I turned around, I heard a shout from behind. Hey, the human in front, stop right there. Well, I was directly surrounded by a group of creatures that looked like villains from Chainsaw Man. The leader, holding a coral stick, pointed at me and said, "Didn't you see the sign? No humans or dogs allowed." I was panicking inside. Who understands my situation? I had just been teleported here. Where was I supposed to look for a sign? On the surface, I tried to act calm and sneered, while inwardly, I was frantically messaging the goddess who sent me here. Do you have social anxiety? You just threw me into the Fishman Street dump at the start? These fishmen looked tough. Wouldn't my small frame be torn apart by them right away? No way, I couldn't lose face. I directly taunted them. I can show up here and still look down on you ants? Surprisingly, those seafood creatures were actually intimidated by me, a bit wary. The leader quickly reacted, you ran away when you saw us, and now you want to scare us? Who do you think you are? I thought to myself, damn, I was showing off too much. Don't they care about their pride? But since I'd already said it, I could only continue to put on a brave front. I lifted my chin, my eyes full of disdain. Me running away? Ridiculous. I'm saying, all of you here are trash. Not convinced? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Come at me together. Let me tell you, I was already prepared to get beaten half to death. But then I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye, and lo and behold, there was a barbershop not far away. Instantly, I had an idea. I decided to take a gamble. Just as those seafood creatures were about to rush at me, I suddenly shouted, "Wait." The leader laughed. What? Can't keep up the act anymore? Scared? I casually adjusted my perfectly fine hair, looking impatient. Scared? Baki, don't even have that word in my dictionary. I just think my hairstyle is messed up, affecting my performance. You guys stand still while I get my hair done, and then I'll come back to deal with you. After saying that, I didn't even look at them and directly turned toward the barbershop. Let me tell you, the expressions on those seafood creatures' faces were like they had seen a ghost. They just stood there motionless. The leader probably thought I was some tough nut and threatened to call for backup to kill me. I walked into the barbershop. It turned out to be a beautiful mermaid lady, much more pleasant to the eyes than those weird-looking fishmen outside. I gently said to her, "Boss, please dye my hair red and style it like flowing seaweed." "Thank you." Half an hour later, outside, a massive crowd had gathered, about 500 people, led by 2 officers from the new Fishman pirate group, one named Dosen and the other named Damo. The commotion excited my few little subordinates, who thought their boss had really gone to fetch help. Dosen had a fiery temper when he heard I was still getting my hair done. His fishy eyes turned red with anger, shouting that he would smash the shop and drag me out to beat me to death. But then one of his little subordinates reminded him that this shop had paid a protection fee. Dosen then held back his anger, deciding to wait until I came out to kill me. Meanwhile, I was in the barbershop, resting my eyes. Although I was panicking inside, I had to play my part to the fullest. Just then, I heard another ding in my head. Hair dyed red. Acting level increased by 5. Let me tell you, with just this, I instantly felt different. My muscles swelled up, and strength poured out like a flood. Wow. The fortune I had been waiting for finally came to me. I quickly checked my attribute strength, speed, and stamina were all skyrocketing. Once the mermaid lady finished my hairstyle, another ding sounded. Overall hairstyle successfully achieved. acting level raised by another 5. That made a total of 10. I felt like I could punch a cow to death now. I stood up, radiating an aura that left the mermaid lady stunned, her face flushed, her legs weak. Wow, is this the charm of Baki? I feel like I've understood something. When I walked out of the barber shop, the fishmen who had initially surrounded me instinctively took a step back, trembling in fear. His aura has changed. His body has also become stronger. I grinned and mimicked Baki's signature smile, and once again, I heard a ding in my head. My acting level increased by another 5. I felt even stronger, able to crush someone's head with just my hand. The officer named Dosen went completely mad, kicking a subordinate away and ordering him to rush at me. I casually grabbed that fishman's head, exerted a bit of force, and bang. It really exploded. The entire place fell silent. All the fishmen were stunned in shock. Dosen completely lost it, screaming, "Let's all go at him together." Hundreds of fishmen rushed towards me, and I immediately struck a classic Baki pose. One hand in my pocket. Ding! Pose unlocked. Acting level increased by another 5. Now, my acting level was at 20. I tell you, my other hand moved so fast it left after images, and I heard a series of bang 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 sound like spinning atop, and those hundreds of fishmen were sent flying. The sky was filled with seafood. It all happened in an instant. Dosen and Damo, along with the remaining 10 or so subordinates, stood there dumbfounded. They didn't even see how I struck. I was standing still, not moving an inch. With my hand in my pockets, I grinned and walked towards them step by step. I felt so cool. Even I thought I was awesome. The fishman named Damo let out a weird cry, opened his mouth to bite the ground, and directly burrowed underground to escape. As for Dosen, that guy was probably scared out of his wits. He pulled out a handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth, taking drugs. His entire body instantly swelled up, eyes red, raising a big iron hammer to smash down on my head. In that moment, a word flashed through my mind-dispersing force. The ultimate skill of Emperor Guahai. My body swayed, and although that hammer looked like it was going to hit my face, all its power was neutralized, and it was nothing. Dosen was still dazed. My left hand, which was in my pocket, had already pulled out. My body twisted into a spiral, and with a backhand I slapped him. A divine blow. With a loud bang, the air exploded. Dosen's drugged-up big head, along with his neck, was slapped cleanly off by me. At that moment, I found myself standing on nothing. It turned out the burrowing Dharma had hollowed out the ground, which was filled with sharp spikes below. I reacted quickly, performing a split in midair, with my toes resting on the edges of the pit. However, the soil was too loose, and I began to slide down. Just as I was about to get skewered like a candied hawthorn, I flipped upside down, using my thumb and index finger to gently pinch the tips of 2 spikes, stabilizing myself in a handstand in midair. The Dharma that had just popped its head out of the ground was wide-eyed at this scene, scared out of its wits, and turned to run. I took a deep breath and shouted, shaking my wrist, and then I flew out of the pit, landing gracefully on my 2 big toes. The street was empty. I searched Dosen's headless corpse for some money and went back to pay for my haircut. The mermaid girl looked at me as if she wanted to swallow me whole right then and there. I stuffed my hands in my pockets and continued walking. Let me tell you, with this 20 purity, the way the girls passing by looked at me was different. Their legs went weak one by one. Family, who understands this damned, highly aggressive charm? I pondered how to enhance my performance next. Change my outfit? Yes, I need to switch to a pair of black martial arts pants and some old cloth shoes. Oh, and the most important thing, break the ban. Yujiro became stronger through this, so I must do it too. Once I activate my demon brain, what observation hockey in this world won't I be able to grasp? Without hesitation, I found a clothing store to get a custom outfit. Guess what? The mermaid girl who took my measurements made 5 or 6 trips to the restroom in just over an hour. By the time I changed in my new outfit and walked out, she had collapsed on the floor. Goodness, this girl just collapsed right there, mumbling something about what a charming man and that spring had come. Family, who understands? I just changed my clothes. But I won't lie. After putting on this martial arts uniform like Yujiro Hama, my performance rating shot up. I pondered the details, determined to enhance my appearance, and thus procured a pair of old Beijing cloth shoes. As expected, my performance rating surged by another 5 points. Remarkably, I now possessed a total of 30 points, and I felt an overwhelming surge of power within me, as if I were on the brink of explosion. I no longer needed to rely on my ghostly back. I felt capable of inflicting a staggering 15,000 tons of damage with a single punch. Yet, this was still insufficient. I must tell you that my performance system harbors a hidden feature called Break the Ban. In essence, I must find a woman to shatter that thin veil, thus unlocking even greater strength. But therein lies the conundrum. Who should I seek? The young ladies of Renew Island appeared as fragile as paper. I feared that a mere approach would cause them to vanish, which would be too cruel. After much contemplation, I narrowed it down to two viable candidates: Madame Chalafu, the proprietress of the Mermaid Cafe, and Princess Baishing of Longgong City. While I was deliberating on whom to approach first, an incident unfolded elsewhere. Madame Chalafu, while enjoying her pipe in her cafe, suddenly felt an ominous sense of foreboding as her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Being a fortune teller, she quickly consulted her crystal ball. To her astonishment, it foretold of an imminent threat against me. Incensed, she wondered who possessed such audacity. Unwilling to believe it, she attempted to discern my identity. However, as she strained to see my face, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, struck by the backlash of fate. Undeterred, she tried once more, only to vomit again, collapsing in exhaustion. It dawned on her that my existence was a taboo she could not comprehend. Upon realizing that the location of the prophecy was her very own boudoir, she dared not remain. She immediately disguised herself and fled the cafe under the cover of night. Meanwhile, I remained oblivious to her departure, focused on strategizing. Inquiring around, I learned that the date was May 1st, 1520 in the Haiyuan calendar. By my calculations, that young scamp Luffy had yet to set sail. Consequently, Princess Baishing was merely 13 years old, yet already towered at 13 or 14 meters. Goodness, what a formidable stature. The challenge seemed daunting. Thus, I resolved to seek out Madame Chalafu first, proceeding methodically. I made my way to the Mermaid Cafe. Upon seeing me, the waitress turned beet red, her heart racing, her legs weak, and her speech faltering. I decided to satiate my hunger, consuming a meal that amounted to several times the usual portion. After finishing, I flashed a gentle smile at the waitress and requested her to lead me to Madame Chalafu. To my surprise, she fainted from sheer joy. I was astounded. After inquiring further, I discovered that the other staff members were skittish, avoiding me as if I were a predator, claiming they had no idea when the proprietress had left. Well, this was rather fortuitous. I wondered if she truly had foreseen my arrival and fled beforehand. Very well, I would wait. From dawn until the witching hour, not a single soul appeared. It was time to initiate Plan B. I promptly turned around, setting my sights on Longgong City. To expedite matters, I performed a swift maneuver, silently infiltrating Longgong City and slipping into the tower where Princess Baishing was confined. Inside, a pet shark named Michaelu, upon spotting my unexpected presence, cowered in the corner. Pretending to be dead, I approached the massive shell, exerting just enough force to pry it open slightly. This small disturbance roused Princess Baishing from her slumber. As she opened her eyes and fearfully inquired as to my identity, I propelled myself forward, vanishing before her eyes, reappearing behind her in an instant, delivering a precise strike that rendered her unconscious. My apologies, dear princess. I act for the sake of my own strength, but I promise to treat you well in the future. Silently, I hoisted the 13 or 14-meter-long girl onto my shoulder and made my exit. Just as I departed Longgong City, alarms blared throughout the entire city. King Neptune was furious, his beard bristling with rage. He had not anticipated my involvement and mistakenly placed the blame on the hapless Vanderdecken 9, issuing a decree for his capture and calling for his dismemberment. Who among us understands the plight of this unfortunate fellow, who was merely at home when the trouble descended upon him? Meanwhile, the true unfortunate Vanderdecken was fast asleep in his dilapidated ship within the sea forest, plagued by nightmares of being torn apart by Neptune. Upon awakening, he instinctively activated his abilities, tossing several throwing knives towards the direction of Princess Baishing. To his shock, the knives veered away from Longgong City and instead flew towards the very sea forest in which he resided. In that moment, his mind grasped the situation. Princess Baishing had escaped. His excitement knew no bounds as he envisioned a scenario of forcefully claiming her, thereby seizing control of the entire Renew Island, eventually dominating the world. He promptly abandoned his slumber, scurrying in the direction of the flying knives. Meanwhile, I, burdened with Princess Baishing, found a comfortable patch of seaweed in the sea forest, preparing to fulfill my intentions of breaking the ban, when I suddenly sensed several knives slicing through the air, aimed directly at Princess Baishing beside me. Frowning, I swiftly grasped the knives and crushed them into iron powder. Was this a never-ending affair? My temper flared. Sure enough, it was not long before Vanderdecken's minion stealthily approached. He had concealed himself for a while, observing and determining that no ambush awaited him, before leaping out to threaten me. claiming that Baixing was his prey and demanding I relinquish her, lest he summon an army with a single throw of his dart. I could not help but laugh, my aura radiating power as my hair seemed to float in the air. I turned to regard him as one might an unsightly piece of refuse. His legs quivered under my gaze, yet he stubbornly declared, I have 100,000 allies. No sooner had he spoken than I vanished. In the blink of an eye, I materialized before him, and with a swift motion, severed one of his arms. His scream echoed like that of a slaughtered pig, and he turned to flee, not forgetting to hurl his distress signal dart. How could I allow him to escape? I swiftly pursued him, and before long, another arm was gone. Ultimately, I seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly, and, with a swift, decisive strike, I employed a devastating blow. His grotesque head flew away like a bowling ball, efficiently clearing the area. When I turned, I found Princess Baixing had awakened, watching the entire scene unfold with a mixture of terror and relief. Witnessing me obliterate her long-standing nightmare, she was simultaneously frightened and liberated. Approaching her, I offered what I believed to be a gentle smile and uttered, Come with me. I wish for you to be my woman. To my astonishment, the young girl blushed and timidly asked, Being your woman means I have to bear children, right? I was momentarily taken aback. Her thoughts were quite advanced. Regaining my composure, I responded imperiously, Indeed, you shall be my MaDitian's woman. Children will come in due time, and you may have as many as you desire. Upon hearing this, she surprisingly agreed with delight, expressing her willingness to accompany me and her desire to see the world above. However, she expressed a slight concern, stating she needed to inform her father and brothers to avoid causing them worry. At that moment, I sensed a multitude of menacing figures lurking in the surrounding foliage. Clearly, Vanderdecken's reinforcements had arrived. I instructed Baixing to close her eyes and remain still, promising to handle a few matters first. As soon as I finished speaking, a figure with a shark's head emerged from the shadows, accompanied by a horde of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. This individual was none other than Hody Jones, the captain of the new Fishman pirates. Grinning, he addressed me, Ahaha, dear human friend, it seems our objectives align. Why not collaborate? You have abducted Princess Baixing, and Neptune is currently scouring the world for you. I can assist you in dealing with them and even arrange your departure from Fishman Island. However, in exchange, I desire your cooperation in using Princess Baixing to threaten the king of Fishman Island. How'd that sound? I couldn't help but chuckle at that moment, retorting to the shark-headed creature. You lot, a bunch of little calamari, think you can lay a hand on my woman? I must tell you, such thoughts are quite immature. With that, I began to approach him step by step, my presence swelling with each stride, akin to a pressure pump in full effect. The minions of Hody Jones, a staggering 5,000 or 6,000 strong, were rendered speechless as I single-handedly exuded the aura of 1,000 troops, their faces drained of color. Yet, their numbers bred a false sense of security. Could I truly take them all down by myself? The shark-headed one stubbornly retorted, TSK, 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 you humans are truly arrogant. Rejecting me? Fine, don't blame us if we resort to unsportsmanlike tactics and unleash a sea of bodies upon you. Regardless, even if we kill you, Princess Baixing will still be ours. He cackled maniacally, waving his hand. Brothers, charge. Take it down. The scene was akin to university students storming a kindergarten. 5,000 or 6,000 fishmen roared as they lunged forward. I barely lifted my eyelids, standing there with a cold smile, my battle fervor surging like a flood unleashed. I had no intention of indulging in any fancy tricks. It was pure aesthetic violence, with a punch delivering 15,000 tons of force. I didn't even need to aim. It was like bowling, and in an instant, hundreds of fishmen were sent flying like dumplings, meeting their demise on the spot. Meanwhile, news reached Dragon Palace as a tiger fishman scrambled to inform Prince Sharkshing. Your Highness, it's bad. A multitude of new fishman pirates is gathering around the sea forest. Upon hearing this, Sharkshing's mind raced. You, go report to father immediately. I'll lead the way. His instincts told him that Princess Baixing must be in the sea forest. Good heavens, these rascals moved quite quickly, darting off to such a secluded place. When the first prince, second prince, third prince, and their father, King Neptune, finally arrived at the outskirts of the sea forest with their large forces in a frenzy, they were all left dumbfounded. Those present could hardly comprehend the scene. It was a river of blood, with bodies piled high like a small mountain. And there I stood, coolly atop the mountain of corpses, effortlessly dealing with the drugged-up Hody Jones, whose fierce attempts were as harmless as a 3-year-old throwing a tantrum. After toying with him for a while and growing somewhat bored, I suddenly flashed a smile. He probably thought I was about to say something profound, but instead, I swiftly delivered a slap, so fast that even an afterimage was imperceptible. With a resounding crack, his large head burst like a watermelon. Father, I'm scared. From a distance, the prince known as Fan Shing was nearly paralyzed with fear. King Neptune, however, was shrewd. He immediately noticed Princess Shing behind me. Unharmed, showing no signs of fear, he began to ponder. Could this person be here to rescue Shing and inadvertently eliminate the pressing threat to Fishman Island? This cannot be taken lightly. He decided to observe for now. After all, my combat prowess was enough to decimate the entire Fishman Island if it came to that. As I dispatched the last of the minions and lifted my gaze, my indifferent eyes swept over the soldiers rushing from Dragon Palace. At that glance, they were so intimidated by my murderous aura that they staggered back several steps. I spoke, my voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Come and clean up this mess. King Neptune instantly understood and promptly directed his subordinates to act as cleanup crew. Soon, the battlefield was cleared. I approached Princess Shing, my tones softening considerably. You may open your eyes now. Lord Tian, I'm opening them. Shing happily opened her eyes, her enormous head lowering. Her gaze filled with adoration. Lord Tian, I was so good. I didn't peek at all. I nodded. Your family's over there. Go bid them farewell. All right, Lord Tian. Shing obediently skipped toward Neptune. Then, I must tell you, the most explosive scene unfolded. Shing reached her father and exclaimed, Father, I am now Lord Tian's woman. I'm about to go to the surface with him. I'm so happy. Don't worry. Lord Tian will protect me. King Neptune, the three princes, all the soldiers present. The atmosphere was so charged it could fry my CPU. It took Neptune and the others a moment to process. Shing, what nonsense are you speaking? Yes, sister. Do you even realize what you're saying? How old are you? Shing looked at them with innocent eyes. Father? Brothers? What is wrong with you all? Nothing. King Neptune's face hardened. Sternly he declared, your strange claims will not be tolerated. Such matters cannot be indulged. The three princes, overwhelmed with protective instincts, rushed forward, attempting to drag Shing back to Dragon Palace. Sister, come back with us. There are many bad people outside. You can't run around. Shing felt aggrieved. Didn't the ones harassing her vanish? Why couldn't she go out and play? Why must she return to that dreary castle? She couldn't understand. Tears welling in her eyes. Suddenly turning to me with a pitiful gaze, she cried out, Lord Tian, I don't want to go back to Dragon Palace. I want to go to the surface with you. Please take me away. Woo. I just want to go with Lord Tian. Her tears sent Neptune and the three princes into a panic. Oh no. If this lady starts crying, the Sea Kings will go mad again. Neptune hurriedly approached to soothe her. Shing, my little ancestor, please don't cry, all right? Woo. Father, you're being unfair to Shing. I kindly came to bid you farewell, yet you let me leave. This is too much. Shing, like a small child, cried harder. Watching this chaotic family drama unfold, I grew weary of the dialogue and stepped forward, effortlessly lifting the towering Princess Shing onto my shoulder, turning to leave. The crowd was once again petrified. Neptune finally reacted, rushing in front of me. Sir, what are you doing? My daughter is still young. You may deceive her, but do you really intend to abduct her right in front of me? I scoffed, radiating dominance. The woman I, Fan MaDitian's, have chosen is mine. My woman shall only weep for me. From this day forth, if anyone dares to make her shed a single tear, pausing, my gaze sharp as a blade, I will kill them. As soon as the words left my lips, I stomped down. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted, the ground trembled, and fissures opened up within hundreds of meters. King Neptune gasped, his face paling. Such power! Is this still human? What should I do? Order an attack? But can we even fight back? At that moment, Princess Shing wiped her tears and softly said to me, Lord Tian, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for making you unhappy. But don't worry, I'll continue to talk to Father. Please don't be angry with him, okay? I set her down and locked eyes with her. Remember, you are the woman chosen by me, Fan MaDitian's, and that fact will never change. Shing knew Lord Tian was the best. The little girl instantly transformed her tears into smiles, feeling secure by my side. King Neptune looked at his daughter in that state, utterly helpless. What a predicament. Can these two truly be together? A human and a mermaid. Their sizes as disparate as an elephant and an ant. Is this not absurd? Shing began to charm her father once more. Father, I beseech you. I truly long to be with Lord Tian. Moreover, it was Lord Dition who resolved the matter with that scoundrel who has been harassing me for years. I genuinely, truly adore Lord Dition. As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes, the implication unmistakable. If you refuse again, I may just weep. Neptune was at a complete loss. Forcing the issue would undoubtedly lead to trouble, not only for my daughter, but for me as well. With a sigh, he opted for a delaying tactic. All right, I shall confer with your brothers. You remain here, do not wander off, do you understand? Okay. Bai Xing complied eagerly. Her heart lightened, believing her father was softening. Neptune gathered his 3 sons and the chancellors to a secluded corner for a private discussion. What shall we do? We must devise a plan. The left chancellor stroked his beard and said, Your Majesty, this individual is too formidable. We cannot confront him directly. However, our Fishman Island bears the banner of Whitebeard. Why not summon his men to deal with him? This notion held merit, yet the urgency was pressing. He sought to take Bai Xing away immediately, with no time to wait for Whitebeard's men. Your Majesty, this is manageable. The chancellor murmured a plan, and Neptune, resigned to a temporary solution, thought, it seems we must proceed this way for now. Once the discussion concluded, Neptune approached with an air of openness. Ah, Lord Dition, given the circumstances, how can I deny my daughter's affections for you? Therefore, I shall betroth Bai Xing to you and arrange a wedding, to be held in a fortnight. What do you think? I regarded the old man, my mind clear as crystal. Was he attempting to play abstract games with me? A delay, was it? I grinned. Though it is rather bothersome, it does sound somewhat intriguing. It matters not. I am indifferent. You wish to summon Whitebeard? Perfect. I too desire an audience with this so-called strongest man in the world. Is that not fortuitous? Thus, I temporarily resided in the Dragon Palace. Bai Xing, the little girl, joyfully sought me out each day, trailing behind me like a gigantic shadow, her curiosity piqued by everything. The townsfolk regarded me as though I were a specter, unable to resist whispering among themselves. Look, that human intends to marry our princess, Bai Xing. How infuriating. By what right does he claim such a prize? Our island's most beautiful mermaid, so easily won by a mere human? Keep your voice down. I have heard that this fellow single-handedly annihilated over 10,000 rebels overnight. Is that true? So formidable? What else could it be? He speaks through his strength. We are but mere fodder, and we cannot dispute that. Meanwhile, Neptune had secretly dispatched emissaries laden with treasures to seek aid from the Whitebeard pirates. 3 days later, his men encountered Whitebeard aboard the Moby Dick. The 8th captain of the Whitebeard crew, a shark fisherman named Namor, relayed the situation. Upon hearing, Whitebeard ordered him to undertake the journey personally. However, Neptune's envoy, overwhelmed with anxiety, quickly added, Lord Whitebeard, that human is extraordinarily powerful. He single-handedly killed over 10,000 fishmen. Namor felt a twinge of indignation. It seemed these locals looked down upon him. Yet, the figure of over 10,000 was indeed daunting. Over 10,000 dead? Whitebeard's anger flared. To create such chaos in his territory was a slap in his face. He inquired, what is this man's name? He is called MaDitian. The captains on deck had never heard of such a person. The 3rd captain, Diamond Jozu, perked up. Father, allow me to go as well, to see whose strength prevails, his fists or my defenses. Very well, you may go. Whitebeard acquiesced. Thus, Jozu and Namor set forth. Upon receiving this news, Neptune's confidence surged. Believing victory was assured, he promptly discussed with his sons the need to find an excuse to divert Bai Xing, lest a confrontation arise and her tears summon the Sea Kings, leading to the ruin of Fishman Island. This was a simple matter. The 3 princes approached me and Bai Xing on the street, their expressions grave. Sister, are you not to be wed? Father believes there are many wedding customs you do not yet understand, and it is essential to find someone to instruct you for 10 days, lest you embarrass yourself. Upon hearing she would be separated from me, Bai Xing's cotton candy lost its sweetness, her eyes pleading, Lord Dition, what should I do? I offered her a warm smile. Go ahead. We shall meet again in 10 days. Then I turned to the 3 princes, my aura shifting, causing them to break into a cold sweat, their legs trembling. Ensure your father finds someone to teach her well. I would not wish to discover that Bai Xing lacks understanding of cooperation on our wedding night, for that would greatly vex me. They nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at rice. Yes, yes, rest assured, Your Excellency, we will not disappoint you. Bai Xing was reluctantly led away by her brothers. Left to my own devices, I wandered to the Mermaid Cafe. Is Madame Shaley not back yet? Days later, the 2 ships of the Whitebeard crew finally arrived, creating quite a stir throughout Fishman Island. Neptune personally went to welcome them. Namor turned to Jozu and said, "Third brother, you go ahead. I wish to see someone first." His crew began to tease him. "Oh, the captain is off to see his lady again. Captain, you must succeed this time with Madame Shaylee." For Namor had harbored a secret affection for Madame Shaylee for many years, and each return he would profess his love, only to be rebuffed, yet he remained undeterred. He hurriedly made his way to the Mermaid Cafe. "Lord Namor, long time no see. You are here to see our boss again, I presume?" A staff member asked with a smile. "Indeed, is Shaylee present?" She's not in the shop right now." "That cannot be." Namor refused to believe it, convinced that Shaylee had foreseen his arrival and was deliberately hiding. Ignoring the staff's objections, he barged into the back room. As he entered, he froze. He heard a voice from one of the rooms. It was Shaylee's voice, laced with tears and pleading. "Please, do not treat me this way. I may die." Namor's mind rang with alarm, the sound of his shattered dreams. He heard the anguish clearly, and his body trembled. Then, Shaylee's voice echoed again. "Lord Dition, I beg you, please do not continue." "What? Dition?" Namor's fury ignited like never before. So, this beast was tormenting Shaylee. Seeking death, he roared, kicking the door open with a crash. In the dim room, I had just completed my task, clad only in safety shorts, standing at the door, my explosive muscles barely visible in the shadows. At that moment, my performance level had successfully surpassed 40, and I had awakened the ability of the ghost brain, enabling me to instantaneously simulate combat and predict the future. Namor kicked the door open and beheld my form, glancing further inside. He saw Madame Shaylee wrapped in a blanket on the bed, clutching her fishtail, her face streaked with tears. He completely lost his composure, his killing intent radiating as his muscles bulged, charging at me while roaring, "Ah, you bastard! I will kill you and tear you limb from limb." He unleashed a punch imbued with armament hockey, aimed directly at my face. A pure love warrior, is it? Pity you have encountered the pinnacle of the Minotaurs. As he rushed in, I had mentally calculated our fates countless times. I suddenly grinned, my fiery red hair flaring up as I raised my arms, moving at a speed that broke the sound barrier, and with a resounding clap, my palms struck his face with precision. Wow! Namor spat out blood, his fist halting just before my face. His eyes brimmed with resentment, his pupils dilating, yet he summoned a final surge of ferocity. "No, even if I die, I'll make you pay." He opened his shark-like mouth, revealing a multitude of sharp teeth, and lunged towards my arm. However, to me, everything unfolded in slow motion. I struck again, my speed surpassing that of before, and my palms forcefully landed upon his head once more. With a resounding bang, it exploded within that Mio heir's mind. I tell you, that fellow was instantly incapacitated, blood gushing from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, along with 6 gills, as if 11 orifices were simultaneously spewing forth crimson. He died with an utterly chilling finality. The employees at the entrance turned pale, terror etched across their faces as if they had encountered Spectre. As for me, I couldn't be bothered with them. Nonchalantly, I donned my trousers, draped my shirt over my shoulder, and turned to Madame Shaylee, speaking in a tone so gentle it could draw tears. "From this moment forth, you shall be my woman, Fan MaDitian. Regardless of what challenges arise, bear my name, and I shall protect you." Alas, I cannot help but be soft-hearted. Having shared a night together, I feel compelled to take responsibility. Yet, it matters little. With my current capabilities, once my mind ignites, I possess an innate talent of 500, delivering destructive power of 20,000 tons with a single punch. No naval techniques can compare. Merely a glance at the theory suffices for me to master them. I assure you, in these vast seas, no one is qualified to instruct me in combat any longer. With such a beginning, I can stride forward confidently. Madame Shaylee, with tears glistening in her eyes, remained silent, her expression a mix of grievance and an indescribable tension. I understand. It was not fear, but rather the effect of my damned charm that left her awestruck. I gazed at her without speaking, and after a brief moment, I advised her to calm herself, promising to return in a few days. Then, I dragged Mio heir's lifeless body out, as if it were a dead dog, striding boldly into the street. As I walked, the heads turned with an astonishing frequency of 200%. Bystanders, upon seeing the corpse I was dragging, nearly dropped their jaws in shock. Goodness, is that not Mio heir, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 8th Division? He is dead. Who is this man, so formidable as to dare slay even a captain of the White Crew? A spectacle was about to unfold. Accompanying Mio heir was also Captain Diamond Jaws. If Jaws were to learn of this, wouldn't he raze Fishman Island to the ground? This was the effect I desired. I boldly entered the Dragon Palace, tossing the corpse into the center of the main hall with a resounding thud. There, before me, stood the imposing figure of Diamond Jaws, his eyes instantly filled with rage, exuding murderous intent without restraint. His crew of pirates swiftly surrounded me. Captain Jaws, Mio Air has been slain. Jaws was indeed pained, but he could not contain himself, letting out a howl as he charged towards me. Damn it, you dared to kill Little Eight? A diamond fist, propelled by the wind, swung towards my face. As for me, I did not flinch. I merely extended my right hand and caught his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot. I couldn't help but chuckle, grinning as I said, I've heard you were a user of the diamond fruit. I wonder if my 3,000 tons of grip strength can crush it into diamond dust? He remained defiant, retorting, humph, arrogant. Yet, as I exerted a slight force crack, a fissure appeared on his fist, harder than diamond. His face turned pale. His crew shouted, Captain, stop playing with him. Use hockey. Jaws thought the same. Just as he raised his other hand, I intensified my grip, unleashing my full 3,000 tons of strength. He screamed as if being slaughtered, nearly reducing his diamond fist to powder. In a panic, he swung his other arm, enveloped in dark hockey, toward my left cheek. I released my grip and effortlessly evaded. I must admit, this armed hockey combined with the fruit's power is indeed formidable. Jaws, shaking his numbed hand, glared at me. Very well. No wonder Little Eight perished at your hands. But today, you shall undoubtedly die. With that, he transformed his upper body into diamond, his fist coated with hockey, charging at me once more. I activated my mind, instantaneously simulating thousands of battles, my win rate at a perfect 100%. His punches were swift, and his strength was tremendous. A single blow could shatter steel. But to engage in physical combat with me, it was akin to showing off 1S skills in front of an expert. I could hardly be bothered to dodge, directly employing my ultimate force absorption technique, enduring over 80 of his blows. Each punch that connected with me had its power completely nullified upon impact. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. What is happening? Captain Jaws' attacks feel as if they are merely a gentle scraping? Could he possess some devil fruit ability? Nonsense. Hockey delivers genuine damage. What ability can ignore hockey? Jaws himself became bewildered, feeling as though all his strength had been absorbed into cotton. At that moment, I planted my feet firmly. On my friends, after exchanging dozens of blows, I had thoroughly grasped the principles of his hockey. A powerful black energy suddenly surged for me. I had achieved enlightenment. This was akin to receiving thanks from you, for your presence bestowed upon me hockey. Upon seeing the black energy emanating from me, Jaws was struck with terror, turning to flee. Flee? With a swift movement, I pursued him, not allowing him a moment's respite. A simple punch sent him flying over 500 meters, crashing through a multitude of structures along the way. Just as he staggered to his feet from the debris, I appeared beside him like a specter. As the fragments settled, with a resounding thud, one of his arms, gushing blood, fell to the ground. Task completed, I turned back towards Dragon Palace City, leaving Diamond Jaws in disarray, ultimately retreating from Fishman Island with the corpse of his comrade and a defeated crew. The nobles of Dragon Palace City had long been rendered speechless, gazing at me as if I were a monster, not daring to utter a word. In the ensuing days, tales of my glorious deeds spread throughout Fishman Island. As for Madame Xiali, it became quite amusing. I tell you, although she claimed to despise me, upon hearing rumors that Whitebeard intended to confront me, she began to worry for my safety. How contradictory! When I visited her again, she appeared even more conflicted. Upon seeing me, she grew excessively anxious, stubbornly asserting that she could never forgive me. I grew weary of pleasantries and got straight to the point. I, MaDitian's, claim what I desire is mine. If you cannot best me, you must accept being my woman. With that, I began to undress, informing her that I would be visiting daily henceforth, and she should prepare herself mentally. She panicked, hastily declaring, even if I cannot help but fall for you, I will never admit it. I will pretend to despise you. How amusing. Her words were nothing but the quintessential definition of tsundere. As I turned to leave, she called out to me, urging me to flee, warning that Whitebeard was formidable. I inquired if she was genuinely concerned for me, and she stubbornly sought excuses. Ultimately, she astonishingly expressed a desire to leave with me. I looked at her, shaking my head. Not enough, still not enough. In an instant, she understood, realizing I still harbored feelings for Princess Bai Xing. Her little face revealed a sense of grievance as she buried her head under the blanket, likely feeling utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, the old Whitebeard, upon seeing the corpse of his adopted son and Ja's severed arm, was infuriated, his beard bristling in rage. He immediately resolved to dispatch 8 captains, accompanied by 700 or 800 men, to Fishman Island with great fervor. On the Navy's side, the old fleet Admiral Sengoku also received the news. This cunning fox immediately sought to reap the benefits, dispatching 2 vice admirals, one named Peach Rabbit and the other called T-Pig, to disguise themselves and head towards Fishman Island. A storm was brewing, but I remained unperturbed. That night, as usual, I sought to engage in deeper conversations with Madame Xiali. However, midway, a fragrant breeze enveloped me, and a stunning beauty with an enviable figure tapped my shoulder, her sultry gaze locking onto mine. "Come with me." This piqued my interest. I followed her into the uninhabited area of the sea forest, and just as she was about to speak, declaring that I was Fanma, I had no time for her idle chatter. In a swift motion, before she could react, I struck her pressure point, and she promptly collapsed into my arms. I tell you, when opportunity knocks, one must seize it. This is a time-honored tradition of the Fanma family. I cradled the exquisite newcomer in my arms and returned to the Mermaid Cafe. Upon seeing us, Madame Xia Li's eyes widened in surprise. "Who is she?" she exclaimed. I gently reassured the newcomer. "You must be exhausted from the past few days. Make sure to rest well tonight." With that, I carried her into the adjacent room and shut the door with a decisive thud. Outside, Madame Xia's heart shattered at the sight, yet she was powerless to intervene. As the night progressed, the beauty in my arms stirred awake. Upon opening her eyes and catching sight of me, she lifted the covers to assess her predicament, rendering her momentarily speechless. Dear friends, that expression on her face mirrored the despair of a fawn plunging into a toilet. "Oh no," she gasped, a torrent of blood surging forth as she glared at me, her fists clenching with a crackling intensity. "You beast, I will kill you," she shouted, lunging a hand toward my face. Could I allow her to strike me? My muscles tensed, and I sprang from the bed with remarkable agility, landing in a striking pose. The woman, none other than Admiral Tao Tu, was momentarily taken aback. However, her anger flared anew. She snatched the bedsheet to cover her modesty and retaliated with a fierce kick aimed directly at me, cursing my existence. With a cold glint in my eyes, I responded with a swift hand chop towards her attacking foot. The ensuing crash echoed as I cleaved the bed in two. Admiral Tao Tu, startled, instinctively retreated beneath the bed. Yet before she could regain her footing, I lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at her. Let me tell you, this man offered no respite whatsoever. Admiral Tao Tu seethed with indignation, feeling thoroughly played, and the man's aggressive aura, especially his unrestrained bloodline, was akin to a cheat code, throwing her into disarray. Nevertheless, as a seasoned vice admiral, she forced herself to regain composure, activating her observation haki just in time to narrowly evade my blow. The wall behind her crumbled into a spiderweb of cracks. Furious, she thought to herself, "You beast, I relinquished my purity to you, and now you wish to silence me? Can you not see the bloodstains upon the sheets? Do you have any idea of the pain and injustice I feel? Is this what it means to be a man?" Fueled by this realization, her gaze turned icy, her haki enveloping her as she charged towards me, refusing to retreat. The room transformed into a battleground, debris flying as we clashed with ferocity. Truth be told, Admiral Tao Tu had confidence in her abilities. However, in the heat of battle, she quickly recognized her dire predicament. In a pure contest of physicality, she could not match my strength. Each punch reverberated through her arms, threatening to shatter her bones. Strangely, her strikes against me seemed to dissipate upon impact, causing no significant harm. As she grappled with dismay, I accelerated, moving so swiftly that she could barely react. I surmised that my mind functioned like a supercomputer, calculating her every flaw in real time. In that instant, I seized her neck with lightning speed, pinning her to the ground. Admiral Tao Tu's mind blanked. She could not fathom how I had anticipated her every move. It was terrifying. Suddenly, my muscles erupted with heat, steam rising as I clenched my fist, compressing my power to its zenith before striking down towards her head. In that moment, the shadow of death loomed over her. My heart raced. The ground shook with a tremendous roar as my fist grazed her scalp, crashing into the floor and splintering it into fragments. That punch, devoid of haki, unleashed a force of 30,000 tons. Not even diamonds could withstand such might. Admiral Tao, too, drenched in cold sweat, collapsed to the floor, immobilized. I released her, leisurely donned my trousers, and casually draped my shirt over my shoulder. Before departing, I glanced back and remarked, "Of course I know who you are, Vice Admiral Tao Tuesday. However, I, MaDitian, am grateful for the warmth you provided." What? Dear friends, can anyone comprehend this? Thank you for your warmth. This was utterly absurd. Admiral Tao, too, nearly spewed blood in fury. What did he mean by my warmth? Was it my fault that I had lost my virtue? Once the battle subsided, Madame Xia finally dared to emerge from her room. She quickly assisted Admiral Tao, too, presenting her with a pristine aqua-colored qipao. Hurry and change. Rest assured, I will not speak a word of tonight's events. Admiral Tao, too, donned the new attire, her expression ashen, and inquired, "What is your relationship with MaDitian?" Madame Xiao's response was remarkable. "Whatever your relationship with him is, that is my relationship as well." Admiral Tao, too, was taken aback, quickly realizing, wait, could it be that you two have fallen victim to that beast's advances? Madame Xia turned away, a hint of sorrow mixed with shyness on her face. In hindsight, it hardly seems like victimization, for I find myself unable to resist my growing affection for him. Alas, I am too weak to satisfy him. If only I were as strong as you, he would surely have no interest in others. I was utterly stunned. This was a prime example of Stockholm Syndrome. Admiral Tao, too, retorted, "It seems you have been blinded by his pheromones. I have encountered many shameless men, and their lust is ingrained in their very essence. Rest assured, I will kill him and restore your sanity." Yet Madame Xia countered, "You cannot kill him. Furthermore, experiencing him once will surely lead to a second encounter. If he were to claim you again, you would inevitably succumb to my fate and soon find yourself enamored with him." This was the most potent PUA encounter of the year. Admiral Tao, too, infuriated, declared, "You better keep tonight's events to yourself. Should a third party learn of this, I will be the one to end you." With that, she stormed out. On her way home, Admiral Tao, too, could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. As a flower of the Navy, she had captured countless pirates with her beauty, maintaining her virtue, yet now she found herself inexplicably compromised. Was this not unfair? She clenched her teeth and vowed, "MaDitian, no matter where you hide, I will capture you myself." The following morning, the entirety of Fishman Island was abuzz with excitement over the impending marriage of Princess by Xing to the human, MaDitian. In the wedding banquet hall, Ditian donned his ever-constant black training attire, a boutonniere adorning his chest as he lounged nonchalantly upon the stage. Below, Madame Xia observed him calmly, while the disguised Admiral Tao, too, clenched her fists in fury, her gaze burning with murderous intent. Beside her, her male colleague, Jiaji, was utterly perplexed. He sensed something was amiss with Admiral Tao, too, since her return last night. She had changed clothes and appeared despondent, yet refused to divulge anything. Now, her overwhelming hostility towards MaDitian raised questions. Had they not met before? Yeah, you pondered. Could it be that Admiral Tao, too, had crossed paths with him and suffered a grave defeat? What could have transpired to elicit such a fierce desire for vengeance? The thought left him unsettled, but he quickly dismissed it. Given Admiral Tao, too's strength, she could easily hold her own against a vice admiral. How could she have been bested? Regardless, if she bore animosity towards MaDitian, then he was my enemy. Perhaps if I assisted her in taking him down, she might eventually accept my affections. My friends, this thought is perilously dangerous. On the stage, Ditian grew impatient, calling out to King Niputan, "Your Majesty, the time has come." "Where is Bai Xing?" King Niputan, drenched in sweat and anxious, muttered to himself about the tardiness of the man with the white beard. He could only force a smile and reply, "She'll be here soon. You know how girls take their time with makeup." Ditian grinned, a wild smile that suggested mischief. "Fine, I can wait a bit longer. But do you realize that while you wait for the man with the white beard, I, too, am waiting for them?" Such audacity was simply unparalleled. King Niputan was now drenched in cold sweat, wondering if this man was a devil, remaining so brazen even when disaster loomed. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous gunshot echoed from outside, followed by another. A horde of fearsome pirates charged in, all adorned with tattoos of the Whitebeard. "The White Group has come to kill MaDitian today. All unrelated individuals, get out." A staggering 500 pirates surged in, including 8 captains. The guests in the banquet hall were terrified, scrambling to escape. Madame Shaley cast a worried glance at Ditian on stage before reluctantly joining the fleeing crowd. "Let us wait outside," she said to Jiaji. Tao 2 shot DTon a venomous glare before following the throng, thinking to herself, today you cannot escape. Once outside, the two were taken aback by the sheer numbers of the white group. They had mobilized so many captains, a scale that even an admiral would find daunting. Tao 2 immediately commanded, Jia Ji, handle the white group members. I will take care of Fanma DTon. Jia Ji agreed, but inwardly doubted. Are you overestimating that brat? Tao 2 scoffed, acknowledging that while the man might be able to suppress her, his true strength remained unfathomable. Yet she insisted, do not worry. They will definitely end up hurting each other. Inside the banquet hall, the members of the white group glared furiously at DTon. A giant named Blenheim bellowed. Who is Fanma DTon? Get out here. In an instant, DTon appeared before him, grinning with delight, gazing up at Blenheim as if he were merely a toy. The pirates were startled. His speed and presence were formidable. Blenheim snapped back to reality and instinctively swung his sword down. You're Fanma DTon? Yet, DTon was swifter, delivering a punch that struck Blenheim's abdomen, sending the massive man flying like a cannonball. What? One hit. Everyone was left speechless. Another muscular man, Jingu Duo, charged forward, his fist the size of a cooking pot aimed at DTon. DTon effortlessly sidestepped, leaving a small crater where Jingu Duo's fist struck. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Bista, the swordsman renowned for matching with Hawkeye, arrived with his twin swords. However, to everyone's astonishment, DTon activated his demon brain mode, enveloping his hands in armament hockey, and with a resounding clap, he clamped down on Bista's swords. Bista was left dumbfounded. The speed and strength were beyond comprehension. With his swords trapped, he couldn't T-strike or withdraw. Even more absurdly, he noticed smoke rising between DTon's palms, a terrifying heat radiating along the blade. A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Is he really trying to melt my swords with his bare hands? Just then, a captain named Ku Li Ai Air, sporting a watermelon-shaped head, fired 2 shots at DTon's head. DTon reacted with lightning speed, having already simulated this scenario in his mind. He released Bista's swords, reached out, and caught the bullets in midair, rubbing them together until they transformed into a hot iron ball, which he flicked back with his fingers. Next to him, Bista looked down at his swords, horrified to find 2 distinct handprints burnt into the blades. Panic surged through him. He shouted, "Be careful. His explosive power is terrifying. Do not hold back. Attack with all your strength." A captain scoffed at the notion of pure explosive power, but had to concede that a man capable of shattering Josu's diamond shield was indeed formidable. Little Oats, unleash your full attack on him. With that command, the members of the white group quickly dispersed. Outside the banquet hall, the towering Little Oats Jr., standing 38 meters tall, let out a ground-shaking roar, lifting the entire ceiling of the banquet hall with sheer brute strength before slamming it down on DTon. The sound of the impact was deafening. Yet DTon did not even glance up. He tightened his fists and delivered a powerful blow, shattering the massive ceiling into countless fragments. The pirates outside were left in awe, marveling at the sheer force of his punch. Vista urged, "Now SR Chance attack him." As the dust settled, DTon cracked his neck, his battle spirit soaring. Seeing that DTon was unharmed, Little Oats drew a colossal blade from his side and swung it down again. Humph. The power of giants is nothing extraordinary, DTon scoffed, his muscles bulging as steam rose from his arms, striking a pose with arms wide open. What was he intending to do? The members of the white group were bewildered. Bista's pupils constricted in realization. Could it be that he intends to catch the blade barehanded? Laughter erupted from a captain. This will give us the opportunity to strike. Yet, in the next moment, all were stunned. As Little Oats' massive blade descended, DTon clapped his palms together with precision and strength, catching the several thousand-pound weapon effortlessly. Little Oats, exerting all his might, found he could neither bring the blade down nor lift it. Now it's our chance, attack. Bista roared. The members of the white group snapped back to reality and unleashed their most powerful assaults. Bista es combiné slash, QLI et ER es roquette launché. And the ice which Wadaibe's frost fruit abilities bombarded the immobilized DTon from all directions. At that moment, DTon's fury escalated, his pupils glowing crimson as bloodlust surged. Ding! Congratulations, host! You've unlocked the Bloodthirsty Eye, enhancing your performance by 3, currently at 45. With a cataclysmic release of visible blood-colored hockey, DTon's hair turned crimson as he entered a berserk state, grinning maniacally. Suddenly, he exerted his strength, audibly snapping Little Oat's massive blade in half. The broken blade flew forth, precisely slicing through the incoming cannonballs. Following that, he delivered a devastating punch to the ground. Boom! This punch, enhanced by murderous intent, haki, and thermal energy, unleashed a destructive force exceeding 60,000 tons. The entire Fishman Island trembled violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. Bista's sword energy shattered, and the ice which S frost was halted. Everyone on the island was startled by the sudden tremor. Heavens, was that an earthquake? No, it seems to be the result of DemonBack's punch. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. To shake an entire island with a single punch? What unimaginable power! Jiaji outside felt immense pressure, contemplating that this strength could rival that of Vice Admiral Karp. Tao Tu was equally shaken, but her resolve grew firmer. The members of the white group were left in disbelief. One captain murmuring, "I thought this terrifying power belonged to our father." Oh no! Bista sensed danger, his pupils narrowing. As his focus shifted back to Little Oats, Tian, with blood-red eyes and escalating murderous intent, grinned at Little Oats, suddenly kicking the ground, propelling himself skyward like a cannonball, aiming a vicious kick at Little Oats' ankle. You pathetic clowns wielding swords and guns possess such low purity. You worthless beings cannot harm me, no matter how you attack. You might as well be completely eliminated by me. MaDitian's. Tian withdrew his fist, leisurely tearing off his shirt to reveal his flawless physique, marching towards the members of the white group with a chilling aura that suffocated all around. The popularity of the white team surged, and their fighting spirit soared. How arrogant! Captain Fusa of the 15th team commanded everyone in the 15th team, "Follow me to kill him. Charge! I will crush him underfoot." Captain Lakio of the 7th team also laughed heartily as he issued his orders. The other captains, no longer hesitating, led their subordinates into the fray. However, this was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. The first wave of pirates, upon confrontation, had their heads smashed by a single punch from Tian, their bodies broken with a swift kick, painting a gruesome scene. In less than a minute, dozens of lackeys were obliterated, and hundreds were sent flying, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. The remaining pirates were utterly petrified, their legs trembling, no longer daring to advance to their doom. Bista, the flower sword, turned pale, only able to instruct his subordinates to carry away the injured. The captains and their leader formed a grim perimeter around Tian. At this moment, the red hue in Tian's pupils faded, the bloodthirsty state dissipating. Yet he remained unbearably arrogant. "In 3 minutes, I shall have you all lying down. Those who survive may tell Whitebeard that if they feel they've lived long enough, they can come find me anytime." The watermelon-headed Captain Khalil scoffed. "What audacity! You are not even worthy to speak such words before our father." Suddenly, Tian's eyes flared with anger as he recognized him. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, reappearing before Khalil. Startled, Khalil fired his guns. But Tian effortlessly dodged, seizing his throat in a vice-like grip. The other captains were caught off guard. Lakio threatened, "Let him go." Tian laughed artidi. "To be frank, everything happening now has played out in my mind over 100 times. I have seen through you all completely, including everything occurring at this moment. I despise the weak threatening me." With that, he grinned widely, exerting force, and with a sickening crack, he snapped Khalil's neck before everyone's eyes. "You seek death." Lakio screamed in a fit of rage, hurling his meteor hammer with all his might. The hammer tore through the air with thunderous force. Yet Tian did not flinch. He charged forward, catching the incoming hammer and swinging it back at Lakio's own face. A scream echoed as Lakio's visage was obliterated. Everyone stood in shock. How could they fight? Even if they anticipated his movements, their bodies could not keep pace with his speed. More terrifying was the fact that it seemed he anticipated their anticipations. This was a dimensional strike. Damn it. Bista's eyes turned crimson as his sword intent soared. He understood that if he did not fight with all his might, his companions would be slaughtered one by one. "MaDitian, dare you face me in a fair battle?" Tian, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle. He kicked the unfortunate Lakio aside like a bowling ball and leisurely approached Bista, exuding an air of contempt. He spoke, his voice low yet clear. "Ah, you have some backbone. I have heard your swordsmanship is comparable to that of Hawkeye. Conveniently, my bones are over 700 times harder than the toughest steel. Cool me. Try to cut me." He added, "Rest assured, I will not use haki, merely pure physical confrontation." Understanding the implications, Bista's expression darkened, but he maintained a stoic demeanor and asked, "What if I manage to cut through?" Ditian erupted in laute. "Ah, you cannot cut through. My fists are the strongest weapon. I would dare to catch even the ancient weapon, the Pluto cannon, with my bare hands." Bista felt as though he was being toyed with. Just as he intended to deliver some grandiose words about the spirit of the strong, Ditian's smile vanished. "Enough with the nonsense. Regardless of whether you can cut through or not, I will let half of your men go, even those hidden in the shadows. Hoping to pick up the scraps will not define my decision." Upon hearing this, Bista's heart sank. The mention of a navy made matters even worse. Yet he clung to a glimmer of hope and asked again, "What if I can cut through?" This question ignited Ditian's fury. He became irritated. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was before another captain, and with a swift motion, he snapped the neck of Captain Andre, killing him instantly. The remaining members of the white team erupted in chaos. The Ice Witch, Wade-Ibe, and the oddly dressed Aboida shrieked, charging forward to fight. "Stop!" Bista shouted in anguish. "Can't you see? We are being killed, even when united. Do not throw yourselves away." He understood that now he could only gamble everything to save half of his brothers. Ditian regarded them with a cold smile. "Now that is more like it. You come to challenge me, and when you cannot win, you should be grateful for the chance I provide you to survive. Come, Bista, begin your performance." Bista took a deep breath, swords in hand, his entire aura shifting. He made sure to leave himself an out, stating, "I am a top-tier swordsman, but not a top-tier great swordsman." I understood, then, that he was wise. He was leaving a path for the swordsmanship, implying that should he fall today, it would merely be due to his lack of skill and not a reflection of all sword practitioners losing to a brute like Ditian. Ditian, Owever, responded with even greater arrogance. "Fear not. Against you half-baked fighters, I have yet to unleash even half of my power." His words silenced Bista, who likely felt despair creeping in. Yet he forced himself into a state of selflessness, pouring all his spirit, momentum, haki, and killing intent into his dual swords. 3 seconds later, he moved. The blades crossed, and the scene darkened. 2 terrifying sword beams slashed down, warping the very space around them, blowing off the hats of those nearby. The members of the white team's eyes brightened. Bista's strike was undoubtedly a transcendent blow, but they began to worry. With such a powerful slash, could Ditian truly withstand it with his fists? He did. All of Ditian's strength coalesced in his right arm, muscles contracting, heat radiating from his entire arm, and finally his fist ignited in flames. Then, with that flaming fist, he met the world-destroying sword strike head-on. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the very foundations of Fishman Island. The banquet hall reduced to rubble. The shockwave threatened to topple the bubble barrier surrounding the island. All were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the epicenter of the explosion. My heavens, he used his fist? The flames enveloped his fist. Bista's sword was turning red-hot. Could this be the pinnacle of bare-handed combat against blades? No, this was shattering the very ceiling. On the Navy's side, Momotu and Kachi were equally astonished. The white team members were bewildered. A flaming fist? Wasn't that Ace's ability? Could it be that Ace was no longer possible? Ditian, braving the sword strike, grinned. "Your sword seems rather mediocre." Bista was nearly driven to the brink of fury, unleashing a roar, pouring every ounce of energy into his blade. "Break for me." To his astonishment, the sword light surged forward, breaking through the layer of burning energy surrounding Ditian's fist, striking true against it. With a slicing sound, a wound was opened on Ditian's fist. At that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. It was over. He had truly provoked this monster. Indeed, Ditian's eyes turned crimson. An indescribable cold, furious, and contemptuous killing intent exploded from within him. It felt as though an evil spirit sealed within him had awakened. A more terrifying ordeal lies ahead. Let me tell you, the muscles on his back began to move on their own, twisting and bulging like a living creature. Srudiforming un grotesque visage, although it had only taken on about 1/10 of its final shape. The force exuding from it had already multiplied the might of Ditian several times. Goodness, this fellow Ditian, who initially relied on sheer physical prowess, now seemed to be transforming in form. Ha ha ha! Ditian let out a roar, and the power in his fist erupted suddenly. Boom! Flames erupted like a flashbang, blinding everyone present. Following that was a sharp crack. As the brilliance faded, everyone beheld the sight of Bista's 2 renowned blades, shattered into 4 pieces. Dition had already appeared before Bista like a specter, his eyes of vivid crimson, his hand striking like lightning, cleaving the air. Blood splattered. Bista stared blankly at his left arm, severed at the shoulder, now lying on the ground. He felt as though all his strength had been drained, staggering back and spitting out a mouthful of blood. As Dition gazed at the blood splattered across his face, the red light in his eyes gradually faded, and he coldly remarked, "The price for angering me is bloodshed. However, you have done reasonably well. You left a 3-centimeter gash on my fist." He paused momentarily before adding another remark, "But do not take pride in that. You did not even graze my bones. Lastly, your swordsmanship is truly inadequate. I suggest you stick to using your fists like I do." As Bista listened to these words, his dignity lay in tatters, and he coughed up several more mouthfuls of blood. On the Navy's side, Jiao Ji felt a chill run down his spine, quietly whispering to Tao Tu, "This person is even more fearsome than Kaido, a pure human beast. The two of us combined cannot contend with him. Should we withdraw for now?" Tao Tu's expression was one of extreme distress, not due to Jiao Ji's cowardice, but because Dition's formidable strength instilled a sense of despair within her. How could one kill such a being? Were they to simply watch him go unpunished? The very thought of this caused her chest to ache intensely. Observing Tao Tu's reaction, Jiao Ji recalled how she had changed into a different outfit last night, and a dreadful thought surfaced. Could it be that Tao Tu had fallen victim to this scoundrel? Just then, Dition's voice resonated across the island. "Enough of the interlude. Now, let the wedding between me and Princess Bai Xing commence." He shouted towards Dragon Palace City. "King Neptune, hand over Bai Xing to me." What else could King Neptune do? With the White Army defeated, he had to resign himself to fate. He even began to contemplate that since resistance was futile, it might be better to allow Dition to become the prince consort of Fishman Island. Who would dare provoke them then? Several princes cried out, pleading that their sister not be married to such a barbarian, hoping to appeal to the world government for intervention. Neptune retorted sharply, "Silence. Having the world government set their sights on Bai Xing is 100 times more dangerous than marrying him." Instantly, the princes fell silent, glaring at Dition with hatred. Dition turned around, grinning at them, his expression brimming with arrogance, as if to say, "What are you going to do about it?" Soon, Princess Bai Xing, clad in her wedding gown, was brought forth. Neptune handed over his daughter, admonishing Dition to treat her well. Without a moment's hesitation, Dition hoisted the immense Bai Xing onto his shoulder and turned to leave. Neptune was left utterly bewildered, shouting, "Dition, where are you going? The wedding ceremony has yet to be completed." Dition, without turning back, boldly declared, "What a hassle. Everyone knows she is already mine. I will take her to the bridal chamber directly." The entire assembly was left in a state of shock. Tao Tu cursed Dition 1,000 times in her heart, calling him a beast, a rogue, not even sparing such a large mermaid, and so impatiently. The thought of this made her tremble with rage. Just then, Jiao Ji reminded her, "Major General Tao Tu, it is our turn to take action. The White Army is already at their last gasp." Tao Tu took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing her fury, and ordered the troops to move. The Navy, hidden among the crowd, surged forward, swiftly surrounding the severely injured members of the White Army. "Do not move. We are the Navy. Lay down your weapons." The Ice Witch sneered, "You Navy are truly relentless." Yet deep down, she felt a chill. In their current state, facing 2 vice admirals, they were doomed. At that moment, the dismembered Bista stepped forward, his face pale, stating, "I will lead half of us to surrender, but the other half must be allowed to leave safely." Jiao Ji couldn't help but laugh. "Pirates making demands of us? Do you think you are worthy?" Bista interrupted him, his tone icy. "This is also the will of Fan MaDitian. He promised that no one could defy his decisions. Do you wish to test that?" Yao Yi hesitated instantly. He glanced at Bista's severed arm, then recalled Dition's terrifying power and dared not gamble. He sensed that this might be Dition intentionally testing the Navy's resolve. However, Tao Tu did not share this perspective. She believed Dition was humiliating her and insincerely bestowing her a favor. Was he trying to make amends? In her dreams, she would not allow him to have his way. You may fear him, but I, Tao Tu, do not." She drew her renowned blade, Jean Bai Luo, and declared with fierce determination, "I represent the justice of Navy. When encountering pirates, we must capture them all. Everyone, obey my orders and apprehend them all. Those who resist will face death without mercy." Meanwhile, Dition had returned to the bridal chamber, carrying Bai Xing in her wedding gown, obediently sat on the bed, softly asking, Lord Tian, why aren't we holding the ceremony? Did Bai Xing do something wrong? As she spoke, tears began to well up in her large eyes. Tian gently stroked her fishtail, saying tenderly, from now on, call me husband. Seeing her still looking aggrieved, he conceded, very well, let us hold the ceremony now. Bai Xing immediately beamed with joy. The two exchanged simple vows in the room and symbolically drank from a specially made large goblet. After the ritual, Bai Xing's face radiated happiness, and then, blushing, she spoke with a naive yet hopeful tone. Dear husband, let us enjoy our wedding night. They say this will bring forth the fruits of love, and you will always be happy. Upon hearing this, Tian grinned widely. What a delightful little mermaid, so understanding. He gently asked, Bai Xing, do you know how to cooperate with me? Yes. Bai Xing knew. She had attentively listened to the lessons from the previous days. Excellent. Tian smiled. But before we proceed, I must attend to a few matters. You wait for me obediently in bed. He had sensed that Tao too was opposing him. As Tian's woman, such disobedience would not do. She needed proper guidance. Stepping out of the room, he witnessed Tao too commanding the complete annihilation of the White Army. Vista and the others were on the brink of despair, while Tao too continued her mockery. Do you truly believe the words of that beast, Fan MaDitian? If he truly intended to save you, he would have appeared by now. Just as Bista's faith began to waver, a voice suddenly resonated in the gathering. Bista, your resolve remains steadfast. Tian materialized out of thin air, grinning at Tao too, and approached her step by step. Woman, how swiftly we meet again. He reached out, lifting Tao tu's chin. Tao too, suppressing her rage, did not shy away, staring coldly at him. Remove your filthy hands. Who do you think you are? Ha ha. Tian burst into laughter, his domineering aura pressing down on Tao too. Rebellious women, disobedient women, would be subjected to further training. Are you truly prepared? As I tell you, the moment Tian finished speaking, a fearless figure emerged. Jiao Ji, the Navy Vice Admiral, that perennial sycophant of Tao too, could no longer bear it. He stepped forward, addressing Tian. Lord Tian, please calm down. Your actions make things quite difficult for me. I nearly burst out laughing then. Good heavens, you find it difficult? Who do you think you are? Tian was no ordinary man. He slowly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance, the look in his eyes akin to that of a predator observing an ant on the roadside, glaring at Jiao Ji as if to etch the words "you're seeking death" onto his face. That overwhelming aura erupted, causing the onlookers to tremble in terror. Before me stands the diminutive figure of Jiao Ji, who appears as though a mere slap from Tian could obliterate his head. Yet, there is no alternative. A devoted admirer must summon courage for his goddess. Jiao Ji, resolute in his heart for the sake of Tao too, resolves to confront Tian. He attempts to reason, asserting that as the prince of Fishman Island and not a pirate, their paths need not cross over a few insignificant minions. Upon hearing this, Tian's lips curl into a grin that stretches to his ears. The laughter that ensues sends shivers down one's spine. Huh, let us see how formidable you truly are. Take my punch. Before anyone could comprehend, his gargantuan fist hurtled toward Jiao Ji's face. A seasoned warrior, Jiao Ji reacts with remarkable swiftness, crossing his arms defensively, enveloping himself in the aura of hockey. But was it of any avail? Not in the slightest. A resounding crash reverberates as Jiao Ji is sent flying like a discarded soda can, hurtling hundreds of meters away, nearly straining his back. Tian, with hands casually tucked in his pockets, ambles forth with an air of nonchalance, resembling a mobile mountain as he gazes down at Jiao Ji, tauntingly remarking, Jiao Ji, you seem rather feeble before me. Who could endure such humiliation before their beloved goddess? A true man must rise. Jeji smirks slightly. I am but a mere vice admiral. With that, he vanishes from sight in an instant. The next moment, he appears behind Tian, delivering a fierce kick to his side. However, Jiao Ji feels as though he has struck a block of vibranium, his ankle nearly fracturing. Unfazed, he unleashes a flurry of attacks aimed at Tian's neck, head, and thigh, the impacts sounding like a scraping of stones. Inwardly, he curses, is this muscle? It is harder than steel. Tian remains unperturbed, the area struck merely emitting wisps of steam. Who among us comprehends this? His muscles possess an innate cooling system. Observing this, Jiao Ji's heart sinks, instinctively yearning to retreat. Alas, it is too late. Tian spins fiercely, his fury ignited, bellowing, Jiao Ji, how dare you insult me with your feeble techniques? In that split second, Tian vanishes, his speed rendering him invisible. materializing before Jiaji with a single punch aimed at his chest. Jiaji, stunned, thinks, what the hell? We both employ Soru. Why does yours have a turbo boost? He has no time to block, and in a last-ditch effort, shouts Iron Block, tightening his muscles in defiance. He believes that even a punch from Akainu would only leave him breathless. What transpires? DTN's steam-emitting fist strikes him solidly, and Jiaji instantly feels as if he has been crushed by a speeding mountain. He is propelled like a cannonball, crashing through multiple buildings, soaring several kilometers before. Like a painting, he embeds himself into the enormous bubble wall of Fishman Island. He spews forth a copious amount of blood, his bones undoubtedly fractured beyond count. Had he not reinforced his heart with hockey at the last moment, that punch would have sent him to meet the sea god. The truth is laid bare. In the face of absolute power, the Iron Block is but a jest. The surrounding naval soldiers stare in disbelief. Good heavens. A single punch has sent Vice Admiral Jiaji flying. Brother, I'm new here. Should we intervene? An older soldier quickly covers his mouth. Sure, keep your voice down. Can't you show some awareness of your role? In this divine clash, we remain still, and if the enemy moves, we withdraw. If our leader gains the upper hand, we cheer from the sidelines. Understood? Such wisdom is truly commendable for the workplace of 2025. Who dares to engage now? Tao Tu is filled with resentment. Yet she cannot match DTN, who is a veritable force of violence. Ultimately, she grits her teeth, signaling her subordinates to let him go, though she remains defiant. Pointing at DTN, MaDitian, you shall not escape. I will personally see to your demise. To this, DTN merely chuckles, savoring the challenge. Oh, if you refuse to heed my words, each time we meet, I shall teach you a lesson. Wherever we may be, I will persist until you comply. Tao Tu's face flushes with fury. This madman is akin to a beast. In the end, she begrudgingly waves her hand. Take those captains away and release the others. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, prioritizing the safety of their crew, surrender without resistance. The Navy retreats in disgrace, while Diqian, having resolved the matter, returns to his bridal chamber. What is he up to? Unlocking the new character, Princess Baixing. I must say, the original text describes this segment in a rather peculiar manner. It states that although Baixing possesses a colossal physique, her vital areas remain relatively modest, typically concealed beneath scales that she can freely shed, only for them to regrow rapidly afterward. What a marvel of modular design. One can only admire the author's efforts to facilitate harmony between them. In summary, it is simply delightful. The following morning, Baixing, her cheeks flushed, walks with an awkward gait. Innocently, she approaches Diqian, saying, My lord, Baixing feels so much pain, but I will strive to keep pace with you. Without hesitation, Diqian scoops her up in a princess carry, tender yet commanding, stating, If it pains you, do not walk. Allow me to carry you. The fishermen guard station nearby are left agape. Once the couple moves on, they huddle together, eagerly gossiping. Did you hear? The princess said she is in pain. She can hardly walk. Truly, Diqian is remarkable. I had always thought humans were lacking in that regard, yet Diqian proves otherwise. Just consider our king and queen E.G., who are even larger, and they have birthed 4 princes and princesses. I wonder if Diqian and the princess will be able to have children. Surely they will. Look at Diqian. His masculinity nearly spills off the screen. I heard from a maid that being too close to him could lead to pregnancy. Indeed, these fishmen are well versed in the art of gossip. Upon reaching the Dragon Palace Hall, King Ni Pu Tung, spotting Diqian carrying Baixing, momentarily fears he intends to abduct his daughter, hastily exclaiming, Diqian, there is no need for such measures. I have consented for Baixing to accompany you to the surface. Diqian replies coolly, Your Majesty, you misunderstand. Baixing is unable to walk due to pain in her legs. Leg pain? The king appears bewildered. An advisor whispers urgently in his ear, and Ni Pu Tung's face flushes with embarrassment, awkwardly clearing his throat. Ah, leg pain, quite normal. E.G. experienced the same. She recovered in a few days. This father-in-law is exceedingly straightforward. Diqian sets Baixing down as she covers her face, blissfully shy, exclaiming, Father, my lord treats me so well. Ni Pu Tung, even more flustered, hastily shifts the topic, inquiring whether they plan to depart today. Diqian affirms. The king, tears in his eyes, begins to plead for Diqian to ensure his daughter's safety. Diqian, with an air of superiority, laughs heartily. Do not underestimate my woman. As the Sea King, she is invincible in the ocean. On land, I, MaDitian, am unparalleled. Who in this world could harm her? His words leave Ni Pu Ting momentarily speechless. You are aware? Ditien, with a dismissive demeanor, retorts, such matters are hardly secrets to me. After their farewells, they embark on the royal fleet towards the Shangbois D archipelago. I must tell you, the fortune teller, Madame Xiali, watches Ditien leave amidst the crowd, her gaze filled with reluctance. Ditien glances back and offers her a smile, a gesture that leaves her flustered, her face turning crimson as she internally chants, Ditien, I await your return. Ah, the allure of this man is undeniable. Upon arriving at the Shangbois D archipelago, the scene erupts into chaos. Imagine, a stunning mermaid of unparalleled beauty walks the streets, attracting 1,000 gazes. As a consequence, trouble swiftly approached. A group of ill-mannered ruffians encircled them, led by a scarred face towering over 3 meters, who, with a blade in hand, brazenly scrutinized Bai Xing. Hey brother, are you selling this mermaid? I offer 1 million Bailey. Bai Xing, frightened, instinctively shielded herself behind Etienne, whispering husband. The scarred face chuckled even more, saying, ha ha ha, still calling him husband? Brother, it seems you failed to impress. Hand over the mermaid, and I guarantee your safety. Suddenly, Ditien erupted into a wild laughter, his pure aura of violence surging forth, his crimson hair standing on end. Am I truly being troubled by you mere ants? Upon hearing those words, the crowd erupted in outrage. Who are you calling ants? Say that again if you dare. Ditien, indifferent to their provocations, gently instructed by Xing, close your eyes. She obediently complied. In the next heartbeat, a sharp sound pierced the air. Ditien's hands, quick as lightning, plunged into the scarred face's abdomen, and with a fierce pull, he gruesomely tore the man in two. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground. The arena fell into a sudden silence. Before anyone could react, Ditien charged into the crowd. A one-sided massacre ensued. Fists met flesh, heads burst, and the scene became so gruesome it was unbearable to witness. The remaining individuals, terrified, fled in panic, screaming, damn it, run. This is a monster. Observing the chaos, Ditien could hardly be bothered to pursue them individually. His gaze swept across the vicinity, landing on a massive red vine with a diameter exceeding 3 meters. What did he intend to do? He aimed to uproot it and wield it like a whip. Embracing the vine with both hands, his muscles contracted, power coalescing, and with a forceful heave, the entire island number 13 trembled violently. The fleeing onlookers halted to witness the spectacle, mocking him. He thinks he can uproot that? In his dreams, if he manages to do it, I'll eat shit live. Ditien smirked internally, unleashing his energy. Armed hockey activated. The power of the DemonBack surged. The pulling force of his arms skyrocketed to a terrifying 100,000 tons. With a thunderous roar, the ground fissured, splitting into a colossal chasm over 1,000 meters long. A root, 1,000 meters long and resembling an underground dragon, was forcibly extracted from the earth. Those who had gathered to gawk were instantly petrified, scrambling away in terror. My God, he actually did it. Run. That is definitely not human. Ditien, clutching the gigantic root, swung it like a straw, his aura fully unleashed, sweeping it toward the densely packed crowd. The destructive force was terrifying, obliterating everything within a 3,000-meter radius, be it human or building, into dust. Cries of despair echoed as island number 13 transformed into a wasteland, resembling a hellish nightmare. Amidst the chaos, some desperate souls, far from being afraid, grew exhilarated, believing a role model had arrived, joining in the frenzy of destruction. Just as island number 13 teetered on the brink of becoming a lawless land, a powerful aura of conqueror's hockey enveloped much of the island, causing countless ruffians to foam at the mouth and faint. Ditien sensed this overwhelming force, grinning. XRB Zeta, Leili. Goodness, the main character has finally arrived. Simultaneously, on the side of Admiral Sengoku, reports brought joy. He was eager for Ditien and Leili to engage in a fierce battle, allowing him to reap the benefits. This old man was shrewder than a cold briquette. He promptly dispatched Admiral Kazuru to take a stroll in Sabaody, under the guise of assessing the situation, all in preparation to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, on Ditien's side, a bespectacled, white-haired old man with a scar over his right eye gracefully leaped among the treetops, emanating an unfathomable aura. Unmistakably not an ordinary person, the Dark King Lei Li had officially made his entrance. Upon landing, he resembled a judge, immediately declaring that Ditien had already killed enough people and demanded he cease forthwith. or he would intervene. To this, I merely rolled my eyes skyward. Who among my family understood? These ruffians had initiated the attack, attempting to kill me. Where was this old man then? Now that I had subdued them all, he suddenly appeared to uphold justice? Was this not blatantly biased? If I lacked strength, both Bai Xing and I would become mere ashes. Would he come to collect our remains? Ridiculous. I strode toward him, hands in my pockets, shoulders squared, muscles tensed, and grinned. So you're Bazilele? What are you in a position to meddle in my affairs? Looking for death? The old man's demeanor shifted as he activated his Conqueror's Haki, coldly chuckling. Ah, young people's tempers are quite explosive, but your physique appears sturdy. Should be hard to break, right? Upon hearing this, I found it amusing. He wanted to fight. Why all the unnecessary chatter? I launched a punch straight toward his aged face, carrying a weight of 15,000 tons, as those in the know would understand. Lately, this old fellow was remarkably quick, dodging my blow with a swift movement. The air was left trembling from the force of my missed punch. He likely felt a chill, realizing my strength was no jest, comparable to that of Admiral Garp. In an instant, he sidestepped, launching a kick imbued with Haki, shattering the air around him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, with my demon brain mode activated, I had already simulated hundreds of rounds against him in my mind, clearly discerning whether he would strike with his left or right foot. Did he intend to ambush me? No chance. I was faster by a fraction of a second, swiftly reaching out to seize his ankle as he kicked. Laylee was taken aback, likely pondering, what kind of monster is this? His observation Haki is stronger than mine? Amusingly, I hadn't even utilized observation Haki. At that moment, I felt that even that ability could not match my cerebral speed. Of course, learning it would be a matter of moments, given my innate talent. With a grip of 3,000 tons, I crushed a layer of armament Haki enveloping his foot. Before he could react, I tensed my arm muscles, releasing my energy, and hurled him like a heavy ball. He soared several thousand meters, crashing from one end to the other, leaving a trail of destruction resembling a domino effect. The commotion was so great that it startled Kizuru, who had been lurking in the shadows. This old man, likely hoping to capitalize on the chaos, froze in disbelief upon realizing that it was Laylee being flung. Rising from the ruins, Laylee appeared unscathed, albeit with tattered clothing. He tore off his shirt, revealing a muscular physique, his eyes sharpening, indicating he was ready to get serious. I found it amusing. This old man could indeed take a hit. I took a moment to focus, sensing his energy. Within 5 seconds, I had attained mastery of observation Haki. Just that simple. I decided to stop hiding, my muscles bulged, my shirt ripped apart, steam emanating from my body as I entered beast mode, charging toward him. The ground beneath my feet cracked, as if an earthquake had struck. Laylee, similarly, enveloped in Conqueror's Haki and electricity, charged toward me. Even Kizuru, hiding in the shadows, was left in awe, exclaiming, "How terrifying." We clashed, fists and feet colliding, creating chaos. Laylee, indeed, possessed formidable skills, activating all 3 forms of Haki and managing to hold his own against me. Yet, he was hesitant, unwilling to take my punches head-on, especially to vital areas like the head or heart. He understood that even with armament Haki activated, a single blow from me could spell his end. Instead, he opted to evade, witnessing me reduce a tree to sawdust with a punch and carve a massive pit into the ground with a kick. He estimated in his heart that my punch must weigh over 20,000 tons, and I had yet to unleash my Haki, relying solely on my physique. My muscles and bones were as unyielding as diamond. After striking for quite a while, I realized that mere physical strength would not suffice against him. His Haki reverberated through my body, leaving me tingling. Thus, I resolved to employ my armament Haki. Just then, this old rascal squinted at me and chuckled, saying, "Well, at over 70 years old, I can't keep up if I take it too seriously." I was infuriated. Who among my family could understand? My brows knitted tightly, and the muscles on my face twitched uncontrollably. What does it mean to take it a bit seriously? Aren't you the monster capable of swimming across the calm belt? Are you pretending to be exhausted with me? The blood of the Fanma surged within me, igniting my fury. This old fool dared to toy with me. With a roar, my eyes turned crimson, and my murderous intent erupted, transforming me into a raging beast. The surrounding space began to warp under my overwhelming aura. Upon witnessing my state, Rayleigh turned pale, sensing a palpable threat of death emanating from me. I launched a punch, and he was so terrified that his scalp tingled, barely managing to evade with all his strength. My fist struck the ground, creating a massive crater spanning dozens of meters. Realizing that continuing this fight would yield no good outcome, Rayleigh decided to flee, and with great deliberation, he ran straight towards the hiding place of Kizaru, hoping to drag him into the fray. My anger flared further. Did he think he could escape by provoking me? There was no way. I transformed into a colossal beast, unleashing my full speed in pursuit, the ground beneath me cracking like firecrackers. Feeling the ominous aura closing in behind him, Rayleigh shouted into the shadows, "Borsellino, aren't you coming out to help? If this continues, the Navy headquarters will be disgraced." And guess what happened? Kizaru appeared and promptly turned to flee, cheekily remarking, "You all are so terrifying, please don't come near me." Rayleigh was left speechless. This old rascal, always slacking off at work, epitomized the spirit of evasion. Upon sensing danger, he fled faster than anyone. Seeing his plan to drag Kizaru into trouble fail, Rayleigh decided to pursue him instead, attempting to divert the calamity. Thus, an absurd scene unfolded on the Sabeti archipelago. I was chasing Rayleigh. Rayleigh was chasing Kizaru, the three of us resembling a scene from Tom and Jerry. The Navy soldiers hiding at a distance were left dumbfounded, ultimately deciding that when deities clash, mortals suffer. It was best to continue lying low for their own safety. Just as the three of us were performing this chase, a true fool made his entrance. The celestial dragon, Charlos Saint, that pig with long snot hanging from his nose, had heard rumors of a gigantic mermaid and arrived with a throng of slaves and CP agents. Upon arrival, he spotted the hidden Shirahoshi. This naive girl, believing my instruction to keep her eyes closed, remained obediently shut, evoking a sense of tenderness. Although she sensed danger, she refrained from opening her eyes or fleeing, fearing I wouldn't find her upon my return. Spotting Shirahoshi, Charlos drooled, leering with a perverse grin as he commanded his subordinates, "Quick, bring her to me. I want to play with her right now." A tall slave approached and seized Shirahoshi's arm, causing her to cry out in terror, "Woo-woo, my lord, someone is bullying Shirahoshi." I was in hot pursuit of those two old foxes, yet her cries pierced through the distance, crystal clear. In that instant, I disregarded everything else. In a state of unrestrained murderous intent, I activated 1/10 of my DemonBack. My speed skyrocketed to 700 or 800 meters per second, and in less than 4 seconds, I crossed over 3,000 meters back to the scene. I saw the slave clutching Shirahoshi, my eyes turning red with rage. I charged forward and with a swift slash, tore his arm from his body. Before he could scream, I delivered a kick that shattered his leg, and finally, with a decisive stomp, obliterated his body, splattering his insides everywhere. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. Charlos was so frightened that he lost control of his bowels, screaming for someone to kill me. The CP agents and Navy opened fire on me, but the bullets merely tickled my skin, deflected by my muscles. I seized a massive vine nearby, preparing to smash it down on Charlos's head. Just then, Kizaru arrived, kicking the vine off course and saving the pig's life. Seeing his ally arrive, Charlos regained his bravado, pointing at me and shouting, "Kill him. Bring that mermaid to me. I want to kill her in front of him." No sooner had he spoken than I vanished from my spot. Kizaru attempted to intercept me, but I anticipated his move, swiftly slapping him away several kilometers, delivering a minor famashak. In the next moment, I appeared before Charlos, gripping his grotesque face with one hand. With a slight exertion, I peeled the skin from his face. Amid his heart-wrenching screams, my hands moved like a blur, unleashing a torrent of strikes upon him. In just 10 seconds, I ceased my assault. Everyone around me looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Before me lay Charlos, now nothing more than a cleanly stripped skeleton, surrounded by piles of uniformly sliced flesh scattered across the ground. My murderous aura gradually dissipated as I turned to embrace the still trembling Shirahoshi, gently whispering, "Shirahoshi, you may open your eyes now." The girl, feeling wronged, opened her eyes, and upon seeing me, her expression brightened instantly. Not wishing to linger, I decided to take her away, heading first to the East Sea and simultaneously embarking on my journey of challenges. Upon reaching the dock, several pirate ships were anchored there. Holding Shirahoshi, I addressed the drunken pirates indulging in food and drink, "Take me to the East Sea." Initially taken aback, they erupted into hearty laughter, one foolhardy pirate pointing at Shirahoshi. "If you let us have some fun with that mermaid, we'll take you anywhere, even to the New World." I turned to Shirahoshi and instructed, "Close your eyes." "All right, my lord," she responded promptly. In the next instant, I was already aboard their ship, delivering a devastating strike that sent the head of the talkative pirate flying. Nearby, another drunken pirate attempted to smash me with a bottle, but but I seized his face. With a contraction of my muscular hand, I unleashed thermal energy, and with a loud bang, his head exploded like a watermelon. At this point, all the pirates were left paralyzed with fear, their faces as pale as death. Some jumped overboard to escape, while the remainder knelt on the deck, trembling like leaves, pleading for their lives. Set sail for the East Sea, I commanded coldly. Yes, yes. Right away, they stammered, scrambling to unfurl the sails and lift the anchor. Once the ship was underway, I set Shirahoshi down and said, "You may open your eyes now. As my MaDitian's woman, you must also grow stronger." Shirahoshi nodded obediently, her eyes filled with trust. I gazed at the boundless sea and instructed her, "Very well. Now attempt to summon a sea king." And guess what happened? No sooner had I spoken than Shirahoshi closed her eyes and pondered. In the next moment, the entire sea darkened. A colossal beast, hundreds of times larger than our ship, surfaced from the depths, stretching over 1,000 meters in length. The oppressive aura caused the dozen or so pirates aboard to weaken, collapsing onto the deck. Yet, this giant creature was not threatening. It was crying. Weeping like a 300-pound baby, tears streaming down its face, it looked at Shirahoshi and exclaimed, "Woo, my queen. You have returned. You finally remembered us." I was at a loss for words. Shirahoshi was equally bewildered, whispering to me, "My lord, it seems to be calling me queen?" I gestured for her not to panic and reassured her, "Don't think too much. You will understand in time. Now, let's embark on our journey to Donghai." Upon hearing that she could assist me, Bai Xing immediately brightened up, her small face radiating with pride at my usefulness. She communicated with the Sea Kings, and that enormous creature joyfully took the lead, paving the way for us. The worldview of the pirates aboard our ship was utterly shattered by our duo. A monster and a being capable of commanding monsters. What an extraordinary combination. While we leisurely made our way to Donghai, I must tell you outside, due to my actions, chaos had erupted. My deed of eliminating the celestial dragons spread like wildfire throughout the Sabaody archipelago. What? Someone dared to kill a celestial dragon? Not just kill, but publicly execute them in a brutal fashion, slicing them into over 7,000 pieces. Even stray dogs turned their noses up at it. The entire island was in a state of jubilation, proclaiming me a model for our generation, a true, ruthless figure. This news reached the holy land of Mariewa, infuriating the 5 elders, the Gorosei, who overturned their tables in rage. To challenge the authority of the world government? This was intolerable. The remaining celestial dragons were in a frenzy, howling for the annihilation of my entire lineage. To quell their wrath, the Gorosei issued the highest bounty ever on my head. Can you guess how much? 50 billion berries. You heard it right, 50 billion. Good heavens, this bounty spread faster than newspapers, and within a week, the entire world knew of a figure named MaDitian, who had accomplished something monumental. The world government issued a strict order for the Navy headquarters to capture me. However, that cunning old man Sengoku noted that the headquarters had to prepare for Whitebeard as potential rescue, leaving them otherwise occupied. Thus, the world government directly summoned the 7 warlords of the sea, Mihawk, Hancock, Doflamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, Jinbei, and Moria, a star-studded lineup, were all dispatched to Donghai to apprehend me. Do you know who the most amusing among them is? Empress Hancock. Initially, she paid no heed to the summons, claiming she was too busy. However, when a Navy's vice admiral mentioned that the target had brutally killed a celestial dragon, her interest was piqued, and she inquired, "How brutal?" The vice admiral detailed, "Public execution, 7,890 strikes." Oh, dear friends, who could comprehend this? Upon hearing this, the empress was instantly captivated, thinking, heavens, how could someone be so handsome? Her XP system truly had its merits. While she verbally consented, in her heart, she had already resolved that upon meeting me, not only would she refrain from attacking, but she would also consider it a blessing if she could assist me. Consequently, the Navy headquarters convened a grand meeting. Sengoku earnestly implored, everyone must work together. Below, the 7 warlords appeared as if they were unwrapping blind boxes, each lost in their own thoughts. Moria, trembling in fear, considered the 50 billion bounty to be a trap. Doflamingo cackled, expressing a desire to meet me. Hancock, growing increasingly impatient, urged for departure, eager to see what I looked like, for the depiction on the bounty was utterly ghastly. Thus, the Navy dispatched 7 warships, 1 for each warlord, and they set sail for Donghai in grand fashion. Meanwhile, I was navigating through the doldrums. A pirate, visibly trembling, handed me my bounty notice, 50 billion. nearly causing them to soil themselves. I, however, felt little impact, as this bounty primarily represented the emotional value attributed by the celestial dragons. At that moment, Bai Xing approached me, relaying that the Sea Kings warned we were about to enter a thunderstorm region. Thunder? Upon hearing this, I became exhilarated. The body of Fan Ma Yong Ji can attract lightning. This was the perfect opportunity to test my current prowess. I instructed Bai Xing to convey to the Sea Kings, "Do not take a detour, enter the storm. I wish to take a bath." The Sea Kings were stunned, cautioning that it was perilous. Yet Bai Xing firmly declared, "Well, my husband says goes." This love-struck brain, I adored it. As the ship entered the tranquil storm zone, I instructed Bai Xing to hide in the cabin, but she insisted on peering through the door. I stripped down to a red bikini brief and leapt to the top of the mast, dozens of meters high. I assure you, the pirates were in awe, likely envious of my muscular physique. The Sea Kings thought I was doomed. Taking a deep breath, I compressed my muscles, my entire body becoming incandescent. Then, I grinned at the swirling storm clouds above and roared, "Come!" Boom! In that instant, lightning surged within a radius of several thousand meters, striking me relentlessly. The sensation was no jest. Every inch of flesh felt as if it were being torn apart and scorched, quickly revealing my stark white bones. Bai Xing wept at the cabin door, and the Sea Kings were dumbfounded, wanting to help but too intimidated to move, sensing the murderous aura emanating from me. Just as I was on the verge of becoming a mere skeleton, ding. At that critical moment, my external powers activated. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the ability to withstand lightning, increasing performance by 5%. The troll bloodline awakens, with cellular recovery reaching 51%. With a thunderous eruption, a terrifying surge of vitality coursed through me, instantly devouring the lightning enveloping my form. My charred flesh regenerated in an instant, stronger and more explosive than before. I expanded noticeably, emanating a faint golden mist. I tell you, that phenomenon is known as the physical manifestation of male hormones. I clenched my fists, feeling an endless reservoir of power. My back muscles surged, and a grotesque visage materialized upon my back. Ghostly back, 20% of ghostly back. My strength soared to 50,000 tons, and with a single punch, the very air around me distorted. The Sea Kings trembled in fear, their gazes shifting from disbelief to reverence. The pirates on the deck were collapsed, unable to rise. Bai Xing's cheeks flushed, her eyes gazing at me with an intensity that nearly melted my heart. However, this power came with a drawback. My desires surged uncontrollably. I looked at the door where my enchanting mermaid peered in, a mix of concern and admiration in her gaze, and the troll bloodline within me roared. I leaped down from the mast, landing silently, and swept her into my arms, carrying her into the cabin. For 3 whole days, we remained in the doldrums before finally arriving in Donghai. Inside the cabin, Bai Xing lay languidly, tears still in her eyes, apologizing. "I'm sorry, my lord husband. It's all because I am too weak to satisfy you." I gently stroked her head, smiling, for could I truly blame her? It was the troll bloodline that was too domineering. I softly replied, "It is not your fault. It is I who am too strong. Come, let's feast on some earthly delights." After soothing her, I ascended to the deck and issued a new command to the largest Sea King ahead, to Windmill Village. I tell you, when the great D. Tion speaks, how could the Sea Kings dare to disobey? The leading Sea King bellowed, summoning brothers from 100 miles around, initiating an underwater conference. To my surprise, one audacious sea serpent stepped forward, boasting, "Folks, I know Windmill Village well. I have a sworn brother who is the king of the nearshore there." Upon hearing this, I realized this was the very same fellow who had bitten off red-haired Shank's arm years ago. The sea serpent began to regale tales, saying that over a decade past, his brother sought vengeance, claiming he had been terrified by a human with conqueror's haki, growing increasingly incensed over time, determined to reclaim his honor. Although the confrontation never materialized, he had remembered the way. He assured us, "Fear not, for I serve the king. I will handle this with competence." Our Sea Kings possess memories akin to cloud storage. With a single command, this colossal assembly set forth. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. A gigantic octopus bore our ship, while dozens of Sea Kings forged ahead, their speed surpassing even that of an underwater high-speed train. The pirate vessels along the way stood in awe, each straining their necks, exclaiming, "What just passed by? Is it a Sea King sports event? No, wait. I think I saw a ship being carried along. What royal treatment is this?" Meanwhile, The Navy was in an uproar. They had long since locked onto our ship. After all, that glaring white skull flag was hard to miss. Countless warships spread their nets across the East China Sea, only to receive reports from frontline scouts that nearly brought them to tears. Report: the target has appeared. It is being escorted to Fengche village by a group of Sea Kings. The naval headquarters, along with Admiral Tao Tu's 7 warships, had already set up a pocket formation 2 days in advance in the East China Sea. Upon hearing this news, Tao Tu was rendered speechless. To Fengche village? What on earth does Fan MaDitian intend to do? Is he planning to dismantle Vice Admiral Karp's home? I tell you, this matter is exceedingly sensitive. Without delay, Tao Tu quickly made a call to Karp, who was still chasing after his grandson Luffy across the East China Sea. On the other end of the line, Karp was fuming, his voice as hard as iron. Who is this? Tao Tu hastily introduced himself. Vice Admiral Karp, this is Ji Yuan. On the orders of the Marshal, we are pursuing Fan MaDitian. We have locked onto him, and he is heading to your hometown, Fengche village. Upon hearing it was Tao Tu, Karp's demeanor immediately shifted 180 degrees, laughing heartily. Oh, it's you, Ji Yuan. What is the matter? Running into trouble. We are concerned he might pose a threat to Fengche village. And since you are in the East China Sea, we must inform you. Karp fell silent for a moment before responding with a single phrase. All right, continue the pursuit. I will return immediately. Once the call ended, Karp cast aside the matter of catching his grandson. After all, compared to the unpredictable danger posed by Fan MaDitian, Luffy's trivial issues were insignificant. He issued an immediate order for the warships to turn around and head at full speed back to Fengche village, wearing that dog-headed hat. The murderous intent in his gaze was palpable, even through the phone line. Let us hope that kid doesn't act recklessly. Otherwise, I will personally send you on your way. On our side, we were unconcerned with those matters. In less than half a day, the windmills of Fengche village came into view. The leading sea serpent bellowed. Hey there, come out and receive your guests. The king is here. As soon as the words left its mouth, a massive creature resembling a crocodile emerged, accompanied by a throng of smaller followers. Indeed, it was none other than the protagonist of the past, the king of the near sea. Upon reaching the shore, Bai Xing resembled a princess who had just stepped out of the city, marveling at everything. Wow, my lord, this place is so beautiful and clean. She circled around Di Tian, while a dozen of his subordinates carefully carried a chest filled with gold and jewels. The villagers were utterly stunned, their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. The sheer aura radiating from Di Tian was overwhelmingly intimidating. His muscular physique and fierce gaze embodied the essence of violent aesthetics, and even his hair seemed to exude a lethal energy. The villagers, filled with fear, could not help but sneak glances at Bai Xing. Who could understand? A behemoth resembling Godzilla stood beside a gigantic and soft mermaid, who affectionately called him my lord. The absurdity of this scene was enough to overheat my CPU. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Di Tian suddenly broke into a grin and addressed the villagers. Uncle and aunt, don't be alarmed. I am Fan MaDitian, here simply to enjoy a drink. The mere mention of his name sent shockwaves through the villagers, nearly causing them to collectively kneel. A wanted criminal with a bounty of 5 billion. How did this living embodiment of death end up in their rookie village? Terrified, they retreated, distancing themselves by several meters. Seeing this, Bai Xing's eyes brimmed with tears. Feeling wronged. My lord is clearly the best person. Why are you afraid of him? Just as she was about to explain, Di Tian gently patted her head. We have arrived, Bai Xing, mind your head. At his words, Bai Xing's mood instantly brightened, and she giggled, skipping merrily into Machino's bar. The bar, which had previously been lively, fell into an eerie silence the moment Di Tian entered. Everyone was petrified by the invisible aura of a predatory beast, losing interest even in the beautiful Bai Xing. A few patrons seated at the bar, filled with survival instinct, scrambled to clear their space. Di Tian, unbothered, took a seat. Those in the bar seized the opportunity, scattering like mice fleeing a cat, with one fellow even bursting into tears, shouting for his mother. Outside, the village chief was in a frenzy, grabbing a man named Ergo who had just emerged. What is going on inside? Where's Machino? Ergo's legs trembled. Chief, hurry and help me. Those people want a drink, and they look too terrifying. The boss lady might be in danger. Upon hearing this, the chief's heart sank, but he dared not enter. After all, he was dealing with a man with a 5 billion bounty. Inside the bar, with a mere glance from Di Tian, his subordinates slammed a chest of treasures onto the bar. Machino was frightened, but managed to muster a professional smile. What can I get for you, gentlemen? Aren't you afraid of me? Tion grinned, exuding an aura of raw masculinity. Machino took a deep breath and surprisingly smiled back. I was a bit scared at first, but looking at you now, I believe you're not a bad person. You seem rough yet gentle. I was taken aback. This sister truly understood human nature. Bai Xing, upon hearing this, lit up. Wow, beautiful sister, you're so kind. They're all afraid of my lord. Only then did Machino notice the term my lord, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. The outside world was indeed fascinating. Regaining her composure, she hurriedly took their orders. Tion requested the strongest drink, while Bai Xing, eyeing the menu, nearly drooled and weakly asked, My lord, can I have everything? Of course. Thank you, my lord. Beautiful sister, I want it all. Machino served them drinks and dishes. Tion gulped down a shot of strong liquor, exclaiming, refreshing. Bai Xing, enjoying mashed potatoes and bread, was bubbling with happiness, repeatedly exclaiming, My lord, this is so delicious. Machino, stationed behind the bar, couldn't help but sneak glances at Tion. I tell you, her eyes sparkled with curiosity, tension, and a hint of admiration, as if she had discovered a new world. Suddenly, their gazes met, and her face flushed crimson as she quickly looked down, her heart racing like a drum. Tion chuckled and called out, Miss Machino, could you come here for a moment? With her mind blank, Machino dazedly walked over. Miss Machino, you're truly not afraid of me? Tion asked again. I'm not very afraid, she stuttered, her voice trembling. Tion grinned widely, exuding excitement and dominance. Excellent. I approve of you. Come, let's have a child together. What? Machino was momentarily stunned, completely bewildered. I was nearby, my jaw dropping at how direct and unrefined his proposal was. The pirates at the surrounding tables were equally shocked, their eyes nearly popping out. My lord Bai Xing was right there. How could he propose such a thing in front of her? No, it was as if he were establishing a harem right in front of her. Bai Xing, engrossed in her meal, suddenly found the mashed potatoes unappetizing. A wave of jealousy washed over her. Feeling both anxious and heartbroken, she looked at Tion with pleading eyes. My lord Bai Xing can also have children. Bai Xing, you must learn that it's okay. Just endure for now, Tion replied, all the while pulling the still-dazed Machino into his embrace. I am currently quite interested in Miss Machino. She wouldn't reject a man of my unique charm, would she? Machino trembled all over, utterly captivated. The scent of that man, his steel-like physique, she felt herself heating up, soft as a noodle, her heart racing like a stampede of deer. She wanted to refuse, but her mouth and heart seemed to conspire against her. She wished to agree, yet felt it was too soon. Moreover, with his formidable strength, would her petite frame withstand it? It seems you are indecisive? Tion smiled gently. Very well, I shall assist you. With that, he effortlessly swept her off her feet and headed toward the inner hall of the bar. No, wait. Machino weakly struggled, yet her hands clung tightly to Tion's chest. Bai Xing's eyes brimmed with tears, experiencing jealousy for the first time. A nearby subordinate rushed over to console her. Don't be sad, Bai Xing. Lord Tion's masculine vigor is extraordinary, and if he doesn't balance it out regularly, his health could deteriorate. What an astonishing theory of cyber wellness. Bai Xing wiped her tears, stuffing food in her mouth while intently staring at the entrance of the inner hall. She knew that as long as her beloved lord was happy, that was all that mattered. Hours later, an explosion rocked the port. 7 main fleet warships and dozens of auxiliary vessels surrounded the entire Fengche village, leaving no escape. Navy soldiers disembarked and sealed off the port. Upon seeing the Navy's arrival, the village chief rushed over as if greeting a long-lost family member, exclaiming in distress, Officers, you have finally arrived. That fan MaDitian has been in the bar at Ma Chi Nua for several hours, and we are worried about Ma Chi Nua. Tao, too, upon hearing this, thought it was over. That girl was most likely in grave danger. She reassured the village chief to evacuate the villagers and prepared for battle. Moonlight Moria, with a mischievous tone, remarked, it's just about capturing Fan MaDitian. Is it really a problem to treat this village as a battlefield? Tao Tu shot him a cold glance. Do you dare? If Vice Admiral Karp finds out, he will personally deal with you. This is his territory. Upon hearing Karp's name, Moria immediately shrank back. Just joking, just joking. At that moment, the Empress Hancock stepped forward, exuding an aura that was simply captivating. He's just a man. I can easily take him down. In her heart, she calculated, fear not, Tion, I shall come to your aid. As the Empress entered the village, the villagers, regardless of age or gender, were left in awe, nearly colliding with each other in their astonishment. She walked into the bar with an air of aloofness and immediately spotted the dazed Bai Xing. The two breathtaking beauties locked eyes, and it felt as if sparks ignited in the air. "Who are you?" the Empress inquired, her tone laced with scrutiny. "I'm Bai Xing," came a naive reply. The Empress was taken aback, realizing she was the princess of Fishman Island. She quickly asked, "Where is Fan MaDitian?" just as Bai Xing was about to respond. Her companions frantically gestured for silence. The Empress huffed, "Humph, you are meddling. Do you believe I could turn you all to stone?" The companions immediately huddled together, trembling. Bai Xing, puzzled, asked, "Pretty sister, why are you looking for my beloved lord?" "Beloved lord?" the Empress exclaimed, shocked. "You call him that?" "Yes, because I am his woman," Bai Xing replied joyfully. The Empress felt a surge of displeasure, her temper flaring. "The area has been surrounded. You are in danger. Quickly tell me where he is." Her companions, sensing the urgency, nodded vigorously for Bai Xing to speak. Finally, Bai Xing pointed to the inner hall. "My beloved lord and sister Ma Qinu are inside. They have been there for several hours, and I am waiting for him to come out." "Several hours inside?" The Empress's heart sank as she recalled the village chief's words, a thought emerging. Embarrassingly, she asked, "Cough, is the bar's proprietress beautiful?" As soon as she uttered the question, the Empress felt ridiculous. Here she was, the pirate Empress, the queen of Nine Snake Island, inquiring about a rural bar's owner as if she were a jealous lover. But she couldn't shake the thought. How could Fan MaDitian, the man who dared to confront celestial dragons, possibly spend hours with a woman in such a remote place? Bai Xing, with her innocent sincerity, nodded vigorously yes. "Sister Ma Qinu is very beautiful." The Empress's brows furrowed into a frown. She was incredulous, feeling a sting of competition. "Is she as beautiful as I am?" Bai Xing's diplomatic answer was flawless. "Sister, you're also very beautiful." The Empress was momentarily speechless, her heart filled with frustration. Was there truly a surplus of beauties in this world? How could so many women stand on equal footing with her? No, she must see this Ma Qi for herself, to understand what captivated a man like Di Tian. Just then, the door to the back of the bar swung open. What a sight! Di Tian emerged bare-chested, his muscles sculpted like those of ancient Greek statues, exuding an explosive aura of vitality. Following him was the proprietress Ma Qinu, flushed and drenched in sweat, barely standing, her eyes filled with a mix of affection, guilt, and reluctance. She rushed to embrace Di Tian from behind, mustering all her courage, her eyes glistening with tears as she asked, "Di Tian, will you return?" And then came the most explosive moment. Di Tian, without turning around, smiled gently and said, "Ma Qinu, live well every day. I will return in a year to see our son." Boom! Who could understand the weight of those words? Ma Qinu's face turned crimson, and she obediently nodded, promising to bear him a son. After reassuring her, Di Tian turned, his gentle demeanor vanishing in an instant. His gaze locked onto the Empress, like a predator fixating on its prey, and he grinned. "Are you looking for me?" The Empress's heart raced with anticipation, only to turn and meet the embodiment of pure, violent beauty. The overwhelming masculine energy struck her like a thunderbolt. Her mind whirled, and she felt an unprecedented fear envelop her, as if she might be devoured whole by this man. She could barely endure 3 seconds before she spun around and fled in panic, bursting out of the bar, hands covering her burning face, her mind flooded with thoughts of Di Tian's devilish physique and features. Inside the bar, Di Tian's smile froze. He felt deeply insulted. With a thunderous roar, his fury erupted, shaking the very walls of the bar, bottles clattering as he bellowed. "Ah, how dare she insult me? I will make her beg for mercy." His crew members were paralyzed with fear, and Bai Xing wept for him. Di Tian, like a raging beast, smashed through a wall in pursuit of her. The Empress ran for her life, her heart racing with dread. No, not yet. She wasn't mentally prepared. If he caught her, her body would surely break under the pressure. Just as she reached the edge of the shore, Tao Tu and Moria spotted her. Moria chuckled, hee hee. As expected of the Empress, she returned so quickly. It seems Fan MaDitian is pursuing her. He completely failed to grasp the seriousness of the situation. Tao Tu was no fool. Seeing the Empress's panicked expression, she shouted, "Quick! Everyone! Battle stations!" She feared for her life. Di Tian had promised to teach her a lesson. Countless Navy soldiers raised their weapons, and in the next moment, they saw a colossal figure hurtling towards them, a a whirlwind of muscle. Fire. Tao tu gong man. Bang, bang, bang. Countless sea stone bullets rained down. But what happened next? The bullets struck Tian like mere tickles, bouncing harmlessly off his steel-like muscles, leaving no mark. Moria gasped in shock, his scalp prickling. Tao Tu shouted in desperation, "Everyone, stop him!" Without hesitation, Bartholomew Kuma unleashed a pressure cannon aimed directly at the Empress. What a sight! It seemed he intended to launch the Empress onto the ship. The Empress activated her observation haki and narrowly dodged. The shockwave passed through Tian without causing any harm. But this only incited Tian's fury further. Such a feeble attack dares to strike at me? Who do you think you are? In an instant, he shifted his target, a surge of murderous intent enveloping him. I shall eliminate you first. With a resounding boom, the air exploded, and Tian vanished from his original position, accelerating to a speed exceeding 3 Mach, arriving before Xiong in the blink of an eye. Grinning wildly as he unleashed a devastating strike of 30,000 tons. Xiong, however, reacted with astonishing speed, activating the power of the Rushu fruit and countering with a palm strike. The two forces collided, and though Xiong's palm was bloodied, he managed to deflect the attack. Tian's fighting spirit soared, fury igniting within him as he infused his punch with armed color haki, delivering a blow of 50,000 tons. Xiong, too, coated his hands with armed color, striking back with both palms, and was sent sliding back across the deck for several meters. Now, Xiong was truly enraged, his eyes glowing red as he pushed his abilities to their limits, compressing the surrounding air into a colossal bubble that enveloped Tian. Oni by Activata. The ghastly face on Tian's back emerged, releasing heat energy and enhancing his armed color haki, causing his strength to surge once more. With a punch of 60,000 tons, he shattered the air bubble. Yet, at that very moment, Xiong's ability took effect, and Tian was propelled dozens of nautical miles away, hurtling toward the distant sea like a cannonball. Let me tell you, Tian experienced an unprecedented humiliation in mid-air. His eyes blazed crimson, his murderous intent unleashed, anger transforming into a red energy enveloping his entire being. As he landed on the sea's surface, his leg muscles exploded with power, allowing him to run atop the water. His speed approached 4 Mach. It was simply outrageous. On the warship, everyone was left in shock. Doflamingo cackled. Xiong, where did you send him flying? Xiong replied expressionlessly. He broke through my ability. He's over there, several dozen nautical miles away. Tao Tu immediately ordered full-speed pursuit. The Empress, infuriated, stomped her foot and pointed at Xiong, scolding. How dare you attack me? And send Lord Tian flying? Just you wait. Meanwhile, on patrol over the sea, the Old Sand, Shakrokadarl, received a call from Tao Tu's day. After hanging up, he commanded his subordinates to expand the reconnaissance range, when a lookout panically reported, Lord Crocodile. An unidentified creature is rapidly approaching from behind. Old Sand, cigar in mouth, grabbed his binoculars and burst into laughter. Wasn't that the target, Fan MaDitian? He could actually run on the water? Wahaha! Old Sand chuckled, his eyes glinting with greed. The bounty of 5 billion berries was practically in his grasp. He transformed into a swirl of yellow sand, appearing atop the ship, extending his right hand as a sandstorm began to coalesce. It grew larger and larger, eventually forming a towering sandstorm that darkened the skies, even damaging the warship. He unleashed all his power, sending the sandstorm toward the rushing Tian. The sandstorm quickly engulfed Tian, countless sand blades slicing at him. Old Sand was brimming with confidence, believing that this would surely cause severe injury, if not death. But guess what? Half a minute later, from the center of the storm came a raucous laugh. Is this your massage technique? It feels quite nice. The sandstorm dissipated, revealing Tian unscathed, his muscles gleaming like polished metal, his eyes filled with derision. Old Sand's laughter froze on his face, and he was utterly enraged, ready to get serious. His right arm transformed into a massive crescent-shaped sand blade, a scythe of sand. He swung it down. Tian did not flinch or evade, coating himself in armed color haki and delivering a punch of 50,000 tons. With a thunderous crash, the sand blade shattered. Tian grinned, his gaze aggressive as he looked at Old Sand. I've heard you are transsexual. Let me extinguish your pride. Upon hearing this, Old Sand's face turned pale, forcing himself to remain calm. I don't understand what you're saying. But inside, a tempest of fury was brewing. He resolved that everyone present today must die. He struck again, wielding an even more formidable desert blade aimed directly at DTon. This time, however, DTon chose not to confront it head-on, deftly dodging and using Jeppo to close the distance in an instant. Old Sand was taken aback, expanding his observation haki to the maximum, encasing his body in flowing sand, while the deck beneath his feet turned to sand. Countless grains of sand quickly enveloped DTon, forming a desert prison that began to voraciously absorb his moisture. DTon had indeed let his guard down, but to think he could drain him? Dream on. He tensed his muscles, awakening his giant bloodline, causing an explosive surge in power and desire. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying wave of energy erupted, shattering the sand and his clothing. A fully nude, muscular demon appeared before everyone. Old Sand instinctively recoiled, attempting to elementalize and escape. But DTon's eyes glowed white, a grin spreading across his face as he suddenly appeared behind him, a devilish voice echoing, "Can you still run?" His arms, enveloped in armed color haki, locked on him tightly. Old Sand was utterly panicked, struggling wildly but to no avail. Yet the most terrifying aspect was the next moment when he felt a hard, scorching object pressing against him from behind. Shakrokadarl completely lost his mind, his voice pitch rising. "Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing to me? Let go of me. Don't be reckless." Meanwhile, in a bar at Windmill Village, the Navy had surrounded the place. Machinua leaned against the wall, weak yet resolute, assuring Bai Xing and the group of pirates, "Everyone, don't worry. I will explain to the outside that you haven't harmed anyone." But little did she know, the Navy had no intention of listening to explanations. Let me tell you, Sister Machinua is truly something. I could cry. She still carried the pleasant scent of DTon, softly assuring Bai Xing, "Don't worry, Sister will protect you." Goodness, she could hardly stand herself. Yet she was determined to be someone else's shield. Her heart and kindness were truly remarkable. What happened next? With a loud bang, the bar door was violently broken down by the Navy. Dozens of guns aimed at them. The leader shouted, "Everyone don't move. Raise your hands. Anyone who moves will be shot." The little pirates were terrified, shouting, "Don't shoot, we surrender," faster than anyone else. Machinua immediately spread her arms in front of Bai Xing, summoning all her courage to say, "Officer, they haven't harmed anyone. She is my sister." At that moment, the village elders squeezed in, fervently explaining to the Navy, "Officer, this is a good girl from our village. She is not one of them." But the Navy commander dismissed him with a mocking smile. "All right, miss, don't speak well of pirates. They're the best at acting. Cooperate and you'll be fine. Otherwise, we'll turn you into a sieve. Bring all of Fan MaDitian's accomplices." Machinua wanted to say something, but the village elder quickly covered her mouth, pulling her aside to whisper, "Are you crazy? Do you know the magnitude of the figures here? To capture them? As long as you are fine, we will be at ease." Machinua, having exhausted her strength on DTon previously, was now as weak as a paper doll, unable to break free, helplessly watching Bai Xing and the others being taken away, tears welling in her eyes. Let me tell you, Bai Xing has grown up too. Turning back to glance at Machinua, perhaps worried about implicating this good sister, she complied without a word, following the Navy. Upon stepping outside, Bai Xing scanned her surroundings but saw no sign of DTon. Instantly panicking, she whispered, "Do you know where my husband is?" One Navy soldier, finding her beautiful and with ulterior motives, casually asked, "Who is your husband?" Nearby, a captured pirate quickly interjected, "Officer, it's Lord Fan MaDitian. How is he doing now?" The response from a Navy soldier was a cold snort, followed by a thunderous proclamation, "Humph, don't hold out hope for him. He has already been slapped away by Bartholomew Kuma, and he has probably drowned by now." Boom! As those words fell, Bai Xing's tears cascaded down like eggs. But she remained silent. Let me tell you, this girl is also tough. Though she cried, she remembered DTon's instructions and steeled herself. As tears streamed down her face, she secretly summoned her abilities, beginning to rally her allies in her heart. "Wang, why are you so sorrowful? Who has wronged you?" In an instant, the Sea Kings in the nearby waters responded, "If it is Lord DTon who has harmed you, then consider my question unasked. But if it is another, just give a signal, and I shall rally my brothers to upend the very island." Bai Xing hastily communicated through her thoughts, "Whoa, my lord husband has been struck and thrown into the sea. Please help me find him." Upon hearing this, the Sea Kings erupted with fervor. "Rest assured, Your Highness, leave it to us. I will command all sea beasts in the East Sea. As long as Lord DTon remains in the East Sea, we will find him in an instant." Just as Bai Xing felt reassured, the scene shifted to a naval warship where Di Tian had just completed his business. Shakulok Dal, the notorious former Shichibukai, lay sprawled on the deck like a lifeless doll, his eyes vacant and his complexion ashen. He had been so thoroughly defeated that it seemed his very spirit had shattered, rendering him devoid of hope. Di Tian rose from behind him, his muscles still radiating heat, and cast a fierce glance at all the Navy personnel on the deck. Did you all see that? The sailors were so frightened that they momentarily ceased to breathe. In the next second, they leapt overboard like dumplings, desperate to escape. Naturally, who could survive upon witnessing such a scene? But as they plunged into the water, a massive shadow emerged, and countless sea kings opened their wide mouths, feasting upon the sailors like a grand buffet. Upon seeing the sea kings, Di Tian's eyes gleamed with intensity. With a powerful leap, he landed atop the largest sea king and commanded, "Take me to Windmill Village, and do so swiftly." Meanwhile, Karp's warship arrived, discovering the deserted branch warship. Upon inspection, they found nothing but the remnants of old Shacklock's powers. Ultimately, they found the despondent Shacklock on the ceiling of the cabin. Karp approached him, but Shacklock remained unresponsive, akin to a wooden figure. Karp, in a fit of rage, seized him by the collar and struck him in the face. "You scoundrel! Where are the others? Are you feigning death?" Yet, even after receiving Karp's blow, Shacklock did not even blink. One could only imagine the humiliation. A proud Shichibukai reduced to such a state, unable to show any semblance of life. Seeing this, Karp, furious, tossed him onto the deck. "He's finished, utterly useless. Seize him and send him to impel down." Just then, an observant soldier exclaimed, "Report, Vice Admiral." I saw a significant hole in his coat. Before he could finish, another soldier rushed over with a din mushy. "Report, we found something on Shacklock." Karp took it and, upon seeing who was on the line, immediately instructed his subordinate to connect the call. The voice on the other end belonged to Tao Tuesday. Karp wasted no time. "This is Karp. Shacklock is incapacitated." He quickly briefed her on the situation. Tao Tu was left astounded. 500 to 600 Navy personnel gone? Shacklock has been rendered useless? Nearby, Vice Admiral Kaji asserted, "It must be the work of Lord Di Tian." Tao Tu instantly realized the gravity of the situation. "This is bad. He must be heading back to Windmill Village. Quickly, notify Windmill Village to evacuate Di Tian's associates immediately. If necessary, take them hostage." She even urged the Shichibukai to return swiftly to protect Windmill Village. Upon hearing that she might see Di Tian again, Hancock's face flushed red, her imagination running wild with romantic notions, proving once again that love can be quite the distraction. Meanwhile, as Bai Xing's escort ship had hardly set sail, it was surrounded by a swarm of sea kings. Just as a naval ensign reached for the Den Mushi to call for help, the entire ship was suddenly yanked beneath the waves by the sea kings. "Your Highness, we have arrived to rescue you." A multitude of colossal beings reverently encircled Bai Xing. Seeing the struggling sailors in the water tugged at her heart, and she commanded the sea kings, "Bring them all to shore." Thus, the Navy personnel, who had barely escaped drowning, were swiftly retrieved and tossed back onto the shore. The survivors, trembling with fear, overheard the pirates boasting, "Did you see that? Lady Bai Xing commands the sea kings. Do you still dare to capture her?" Only then did the Navy realize the extent of her formidable abilities, elucidating why she was unafraid of sea stone. Bai Xing, escorted by the sea kings, soon reunited with Di Tian upon the seas. "Wu, my lord husband, I missed you so much." The young girl cradled Di Tian in her hands, feeling utterly forlorn. Di Tian, rarely gentle, offered her a few kind words, instantly filling her heart with joy. When she inquired about their next destination, Di Tian grinned and replied with a fierce glint in his eye, "We shall capture Tao Tu and the Empress, and then incapacitate Bartholomew Kuma." Elsewhere, as Tao Tu and Kaji's ship had just rescued the battered Gecko Moria from Di Tian's assault, they received news of Di Tian's impending strike once more. Observing Tao Tu's furious demeanor, Kaji began to curry favor with her. Tao Tu, driven to desperation, declared, "Do you not fancy me? If you can assist me in eliminating Lord Di Tian, I shall accept you, provided you do not mind my current state." Kaji, overwhelmed with joy, pledged his loyalty. "Tao Tu, you can rest assured, I would brave any peril for you." But before he could finish, an overwhelming and terrifying aura descended from above. I was right there, and the pressure was so intense that my legs felt weak. From the sea, countless sea kings emerged, surrounding the warship. Di Tian stood atop the largest sea king, glaring down at Kaji with eyes sharp as blades. Kaji, do you possess such audacity, knowing all, yet still coveting my woman? Tao Tu erupted silence. Who is your woman? Tian grinned and leapt from the towering Sea King, landing gracefully on the deck. You, a defeated foe, dare to challenge me? Before he could finish, his right arm tensed, and he unleashed a punch against the deck. With a resounding crash, the entire ship instantly cracked and began to disintegrate. Before the ship sinks, if you can still resist, the crew may survive. If you cannot, you shall all perish. Tian laughed maniacally. Kaji, realizing the dire situation, charged forward in an attempt to ambush Tian. But Tian was faster. He sidestepped and appeared beside Kaji, seizing his hardened head and slamming it against the deck. This was a complete and utter annihilation. Kaji bled from all 7 orifices, his scream morphing into a wail. Tao Tu, witnessing this horror, roared in fury, "Release him." Drawing her famed sword, Kinbaira, and enveloping it in her strongest haki, she unleashed a full-force strike at Tian's head. What followed was a scene that sent chills down one's spine. With a sharp clang, Kinbaira shattered. Tao Tu's mightiest blow could not even pierce Tian's scalp. Slowly, he turned his head, half of his face stained with blood, yet the wound visibly began to heal. He spoke each word with chilling clarity. Tao Tu, you have thoroughly enraged me. He kicked Kaji aside like a dead dog and advanced toward Tao Tu, who was now retreating in terror, bewildered by the monster before her. Tian explained violently, "My bones are 800 times harder than the toughest steel. I can regrow limbs. How will you kill me?" Tao Tu was engulfed in despair, facing the relentless monster that drew nearer. In desperation, she seized the broken blade from the ground. Placing it against her fair neck, she screamed, "Do not come any closer. Otherwise, I will die right before you. You shall never have me." Yet, Tian continued to approach, his expression dismissing her threat entirely. Tao Tu, in her final moment of desperation, closed her eyes and, with a fierce resolve, prepared to draw the blade down. "Very well. If I cannot resist, I shall take my own life." But guess what? Tian did not grant her that opportunity. I watched in disbelief as he seized the broken blade, exerting force, and with a crunch, he crushed it into mere iron shavings. Then he fixed his gaze upon Tao Tu, a look so commanding that even tyrannical CEOs would step aside, stating, "Remember this, you are my woman. If you are to die, I shall be the one to end you. If you dare to move again, all the Navy aboard this ship shall accompany you to your grave." Alas, dear friends, who among you comprehends this? Upon uttering these words, Tao Tu was rendered utterly dumbfounded. The hilt of her dagger clattered to the ground as she closed her eyes in resignation, relinquishing all hope. The pain and despair were palpable. Just then, the entire warship erupted with a thunderous crash, disintegrating completely, and everyone plummeted into the sea like dumplings. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian scooped up Tao Tu in a swift motion, leaping onto the head of a colossal Sea King and bellowing, "Rescue them all." Can you believe it? When the sailors were retrieved from the depths by the Sea Kings, they appeared utterly bewildered, likely questioning whether they were ensnared in a dream. Tian inquired directly, "Where are the other 7 warlords?" A trembling soldier stammered, "They've all returned to Fengche village." "Let us proceed to Fengche village." With a commanding cry, hundreds of Sea Kings surged towards Fengche village. At this moment, Tao Tu regained her senses. Glancing at Tian and then at the magnificent and adorable princess Bai Xing beside him, her heart sank as she suddenly comprehended the ancient weapon, the Sea King. It dawned on her that Bai Xing was the true Sea King, and Tian had absconded with the princess. The lovely mermaid Bai Xing, the epitome of pure love. Upon meeting Tao Tu's gaze, instantly beamed with delight. Greetings, Sister Tao Tu." Tao Tu's expression darkened, and she coldly retorted, "I am not your sister. I am a rear admiral in the Navy, and now your captive." Surprisingly, Bai Xing was unperturbed and cheerfully explained, "That is because sister is the beloved of my husband. So of course, she is my sister. I shall reiterate, I am not his woman." Tao Tu was on the verge of losing her composure. Hearing this, Bai Xing's eyes brimmed with tears, portraying a picture of innocence. Observing this naively earnest girl, Tao Tu felt her resolve soften. Suspecting that she too had been deceived by Tian, she resolved to cultivate a good rapport with Bai Xing to prevent her from being used as a pawn by Tian. Thus, she softened her tone, "You must understand, I have been wronged by his despicable methods." To her astonishment, Bai Xing's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Sister Tao Tu, what despicable act did my husband commit against you?" Me? The expression on Tao Tu's face was one of sheer disbelief, feeling as though her CPU might overheat. Could she really ask such an indiscreet question? Bai Xing, with her large, innocent eyes, pleaded, "Please tell me. I simply wish to understand more about my husband." Frustrated, Tao Tu turned away. "You may inquire of that despicable scoundrel yourself." And guess what? Bai Xing genuinely turned to ask, "Husband, Sister Tao Tu claims you have done something very despicable to her. What is it?" Di Tian flashed a charming smile, exuding warmth. "Oh, it is merely akin to what we did on our wedding night." Bai Xing's face flushed crimson, and her joy surged. "See, you truly are my sister." Tao Tu could no longer maintain her composure and escalated her efforts to awaken this love-struck mind. "Do you not feel distressed? Your sisters will only multiply." However, Bai Xing's response nearly caused Tao Tu to spew blood in disbelief. "Initially, I was upset, but seeing my husband so happy, I no longer felt sorrow. They all say that my husband's testosterone levels are several times greater than an average man's. And without many women by his side, his health would deteriorate. I now hope for more sisters to assist him." I stood there, utterly dumbfounded, grappling with this celestial logic. The true victim was indeed myself. Tao Tu shot a resentful glare at Di Tian, her worldview seemingly shattered. As for Di Tian, he was thoroughly pleased. Observing Tao Tu's defiance, he spotted an uninhabited isle nearby and seized her waist, instructing Bai Xing, "You wait for me over there for a few hours." "What are you planning?" Tao Tu panic. Di Tian flashed a devilish grin. "Last time you were unconscious and missed experiencing my prowess and tenderness. Now, I shall reveal to you why they all fall deeply in love with me." With that, he whisked Tao Tu away to the aisle. I must tell you, the last resolute words Tao Tu uttered still echo in my mind. "Fan MaDitian's, even if you possess my body, you shall never claim my heart." A few hours later, well, you can imagine, when Di Tian returned, cradling Tao Tu, she was utterly softened, her face a shade of crimson that could bleed, her gaze cast downward in shyness. As Di Tian set her down, her legs buckled, nearly causing her to falter. She hastily steadied herself by gripping Di Tian. The sight was embarrassingly charming. Upon arriving at Fengshe village, we found the remaining 7 warlords present: Doflamingo, Mihawk, Jinbei, Kuma, and Hancock. The moment they saw Tao Tu standing behind Di Tian like a blushing bride, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Doflamingo was the first to attempt an escape, calling for a boat, but Di Tian interjected, "Did I grant you permission to leave? Since you are here, you shall all engage in battle with me, or none shall survive." Doflamingo's face turned pale, but he stubbornly pointed at Tao Tu. "Rear Admiral Tao Tu, have you betrayed us?" Di Tian stepped forward, his gaze icy. "Mind your tone when addressing my woman." Doflamingo instantly wilted, yet his heart simmered with defiance, a hint of murderous intent flickering. Di Tian laughed heartily, swiftly delivering a powerful blow. I tell you, the speed was extraordinary. Doflamingo raised his hand to block, but with a resounding crash, he was sent flying several thousand meters, embedded into the windmill, blood gushing like a fountain. This left everyone astounded. At that moment, the legendary swordsman Mihawk stepped forward, drawing his black blade, Yuru, with fervor, declaring, "Fan MaDitian's, receive my strike." After this blow, regardless of the outcome, this matter is no longer my concern. At last, a worthy opponent had arrived. Di Tian's excitement surged, his muscles bulging as his aura intensified, creating a momentum that could pierce the heavens. Mihawk's sword energy was restrained yet ominously potent. One was the world's greatest swordsman, the other a pure embodiment of violent aesthetics. 2 titans clashed. Mihawk, wielding his sword with both hands, unleashed a fierce slash, the blade's gleam soaring into the stratosphere. Di Tian retaliated with a punch, distorting the very fabric of space. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. Blinding light engulfed us until we could scarcely see. As the brilliance faded, I beheld a deep, bone-exposing gash on Di Tian's arm. Meanwhile, Mihawk's hands, gripping the sword, were torn, blood streaming forth. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The full force of the world's greatest swordsman merely grazed him, not even breaking a bone. This was a mere scraping experience for Mihawk. Even he was bewildered, gazing at Di Tian's wound, and then at his sword. Disbelief etched across his features. Yet, before Mihawk's very eyes, the grievous wound on Di Tian began to heal at an astonishing rate. "I await you," Di Tian declared with authority. "Now, you may leave." Without further ado, Mihawk turned and boarded the Navy's vessel. Tion's gaze then locked onto the tyrant Kuma. Jinbei quickly stepped forward, affirming, Lord Tion is the husband of Princess Bai Xing. I shall not oppose you. Hancock, blushing, timidly explained that her previous flight was due to sheer anxiety and exhilaration. Tion flashed a grin, straightforwardly asking, Oh, so, you wish to become my woman? Upon hearing this, Hancock's heart nearly halted, her expression a mix of shyness and joy, nearly eager to acquiesce. The nearby Navy soldiers watched with hearts aflame, their spirits crushed. My brother, not waiting for Hancock's reply, turned and struck Kuma with a powerful fist. Kuma was sent reeling, his palm fracturing. Tion offered no respite. Activating his devil fruit, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantly appearing before Kuma, delivering another punch. Kuma, now in a berserker state, his eyes aglow with rage, evaded in an instant, then clasped his hands together, compressing the surrounding air into a massive, transparent bear paw, an unstoppable force. Holy cow! Run! Tao Tu shouted as the Navy personnel fled in terror. If that thing were to explode, the entire Fengche village would be obliterated. With a thunderous roar, a small mushroom cloud ascended, and a terrifying shockwave flattened everything within a kilometer radius. Everyone believed that Tion was certainly doomed. Yet, as the dust settled at the center of the crater, Tion stood unscathed, his muscles rippling like armor, having withstood the explosion. But that was not the end. His power surged, emanating an aura of sheer terror, laced with potent hormones, causing both Tao Tu and the Empress beside him to blush furiously, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Tion sensed his strength threatening to burst forth, and he needed an outlet. With a loud bang, the ground beneath him shattered, and in an instant, he vanished, only to reappear right before the bear. His speed was so astonishing that the bear's observation hockey could not react in time, and Tion's fist slammed down upon its head, driving it forcefully into the ground. The entire Fengche village trembled, and the earth split open with a gaping maw. The bear's head was obliterated. But just then, a more horrifying energy erupted from the bear's corpse, a self-destruct sequence. None of us had time to react before a deafening explosion occurred, far more powerful than the previous blast. A blinding white light engulfed everything, reducing countless naval soldiers to ashes. Even the likes of Tao Tu and the Empress were sent flying, bloodied from the explosion. As the cataclysmic energy gradually dissipated, those fortunate enough to survive were left in shock. I tell you, that scene was akin to a doomsday movie brought to life. A massive crater over 500 meters in diameter stood where Fengche village had been, leaving more than half of it utterly devastated. Everyone was dazed. The force of this blast exceeded that of the bear's impact by several times. Bai Xing, the young girl, was in tears, frantically worried about Tion. The others were fixated on the still-smoking crater, desperate to ascertain what had transpired within. Were Fanma Tion and Bartholomew Bear truly dead? After several minutes, the smoke finally began to clear. Jinbei, Tao Tu, the Empress, and all the experts activated their observation hockey, scanning frantically, but the chaotic energy at the explosion's epicenter rendered them unable to perceive anything. Tao Tu, feeling urgency, ordered, anyone who can move, go search. If they're alive, we must see them. If they're dead, we must find their bodies. She secretly reveled in the thought that if Tion were to perish, she would be liberated. However, not being able to find the body left her anxious. The Empress, too, was frantic, diving into the ruins, unwilling to allow the Navy to find Tion first. Bai Xing searched while crying, with Jinbei assisting her. Just as everyone floundered like headless flies, a naval ship in the distance surged forth at full speed. The lookout, peering through his binoculars, was struck with terror. Vice Admiral Karp, it seems your hometown, Fengche village, has been destroyed. I tell you, the moment these words were uttered, chaos erupted on the ship. The old man Karp went into a rage, his presence so formidable that the naval soldiers on deck were paralyzed with fear. Their faces drained of color, their scalps tingling, realizing that this naval hero had a terrifying side. The soldiers on shore, witnessing the event, were similarly horrified. Vice Admiral Karp has arrived. This is bad news. A young soldier scrambled to report to Tao. Tuesday Karp leaped from the ship to the shore, his face dark as coal, suppressing his fury as he demanded, "Who did this?" Tao Tu rushed forward to explain that the villagers had been evacuated, and no one was injured. Upon hearing this, Karp's anger intensified. "So it was you and that brat Tion who caused this?" "To be precise, It was Bartholomew Bear and DTon, but Tao too quickly distanced herself from the implication, stating that the final explosion was due to Bear's self-destruction. Oomph. That Vegapunk fellow cannot escape culpability, Carp growled, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Where is DTon? Is he dead? If he is alive, I will personally slay him. Tao Tu's heart swelled with glee, though her expression remained serious. We are still searching. He is likely buried beneath the rubble. He was at the explosion center. Even if his bones are tough, he must be severely injured by now. Just then, a soldier shouted, "Found something! Over here, an arm!" Carp and the others rushed over, only to unearth a small fragment of Bartholomew Bear's bone. Meanwhile, the Empress made a significant discovery. She sensed a familiar scent. The potent male hormones emanating from MaDitian's, unmistakably strong. Carp instantly felt this and swiftly positioned himself in front of the Empress, throwing a punch without hesitation. The Empress, however, stood firm, retaliating with a powerful kick. But it was futile, dear friends. That was Carp's iron fist, and it sent the Empress flying several dozen meters. Empress, do not forget your identity. Carp stood resolutely in her path, demanding the surrender of MaDitian's, threatening, "If not, I will eliminate you as well." The Empress scoffed. "Humph. What does identity matter? The man I desire takes precedence. You think you can kill me? It won't be that easy. Very well. Then I shall eliminate all of you." Carp's fury reached its zenith, and his murderous intent was palpable. I tell you, the Empress felt a twinge of fear. After all, this was a man who could stand toe-to-toe with the Pirate King, Roger. She instantly activated her three-color haki, unleashing her Conqueror's haki, which caused a significant number of surrounding naval soldiers to faint. Yet Carp was swifter. His haki-imbued fist surged forward, reaching the Empress in an instant. As she clung to DTon, she kicked out desperately in mid-air, managing to hold on for just 2 seconds before being struck by Carp's fist and sent hurtling away. Carp pressed the advantage and punched again. It appeared the Empress was about to be struck, facing certain death. At that moment, a cataclysmic event unfolded. The DTon in the Empress's embrace suddenly opened his eyes wide. His pupils were an ominous black, and chaotic, dark energy erupted from his body. His hair standing on end. His face was nearly devoid of skin, with 80% of it covered in bloodied bone, and the surrounding muscles writhed uncontrollably, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. He opened his mouth, extending his tongue, dripping with blood-tainted saliva, and propelled himself off the Empress's abdomen with a fierce kick. The Empress immediately spat blood, propelled further away. Carp instinctively sensed a grave danger and retreated in haste. His scalp tingled as he realized that this version of DTon could genuinely consume him. But no matter how quickly he retreated, could he outpace DTon? A shadow zipped past, leaving Carp bewildered, feeling as though something was missing from his shoulder. Looking down, he found his entire left arm severed. Blood gushed forth. Silence fell over the battlefield. The naval hero Carp had lost an arm in an instant, but that was not the end. A more horrifying scene awaited. Everyone turned to behold, dear friends, MaDitian's, the grotesque figure wreathed in dark energy, half of his body skeletal, was savagely gnawing on Carp's severed arm. He had already devoured half of it, grinning with a hollow gaze that surveyed the crowd. "Ah, a demon. He is a demon." The naval soldiers were utterly shattered, discarding their weapons and fleeing. Bai Xing was terrified and cried out, sensing for the first time that DTon possessed an aura that threatened her. Jinbei hastily urged her, "Princess, we must flee. He has lost his senses." Meanwhile, Carp was infuriated beyond measure. He summoned his haki to staunch the bleeding, even forcing the wound to heal. "MaDitian, I will kill you," he roared, the ground cracking beneath him as he used Soru to appear before DTon, delivering a punch that sent him flying several thousand meters, crashing into the hillside. Carp pursued, delivering another blow that drove DTon deep into the earth. Yet DTon, rather than feeling pain, grinned maniacally. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host has unlocked the ogre ability. Transformation rate increased by 5%. I tell you, in that instant, DTon underwent an immediate upgrade. His attributes surged. He slammed his palm onto the ground, and with a thunderous boom, the area within several hundred meters exploded. He surged forth like a bolt of black lightning, his speed surpassing the speed of light, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Carp. Kapu was taken aback. The speed was astonishing. He could only brace himself against the onslaught. "Senior, you seem to be enjoying yourself just now." DTon laughed maniacally. delivering a punch that sent the fully defensive Kapu flying thousands of meters. In an instant, he appeared behind the airborne Kapu, delivering another blow. Within mere seconds, DemonBack unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon Kapu, exceeding 100 strikes. The sheer force of his combat power was more outrageous than the skyrocketing housing prices of 2025. Finally, with a thunderous crash, he sent Kapu crashing into a mountain, collapsing it entirely, leaving his fate uncertain. DemonBack was about to charge forward when he was intercepted by Tao Tuesday, fan MaDitian's. Stop right there. Tao 2 mustered all her courage to stand before him. DemonBack hardly glanced at her, teleporting to her side and gripping her neck. In an instant, despair washed over Tao 2, tears streaming down her face. Fan MaDitian's, I truly loathe you. But guess what happened next? DemonBack caught a whiff of her scent, images flashing through his mind, and he surprisingly released her, tossing her aside. You see, DemonBack exhibited a remarkable contrast. To outsiders, he was a demon, yet he possessed a surprising tenderness towards the women he deemed significant. Tao 2 was left utterly bewildered, feeling the irony of the situation. In the distance, the Empress watched, her face flushed with embarrassment, thinking, this ungrateful woman actually made her move before I did. After the battle, DemonBack felt an insatiable hunger. He dashed to the seaside and struck the water surface with a punch, stunning several gigantic sea kings with the water pressure. He dragged one ashore and began to feast voraciously. 2 hours later, he had devoured an entire sea king, leaving nothing behind. Having satiated his hunger, his injuries healed completely, and his height increased to 2 meters 1. His rationality returned as well. Once restored, his hormones surged uncontrollably, overwhelming him with desire. Sensing the presence of the Empress, he pivoted, causing the ground to crack beneath him, and in the next moment, he stood before her, brazenly wrapping his arms around her waist. With a few teleports, they vanished into the cabin of a warship. The vessel, capable of holding over 1,000 people, began to shake violently, the commotion echoing ominously. Meanwhile, Kapu, having been knocked into the mountain, unexpectedly broke through during his unconsciousness. He awakened with the Conqueror's haki, his white hair instantly turning black, rejuvenating him by 30 to 40 years. Fan MaDitian's, come, let us battle again. Kapu roared, his bloodshot eyes wide open, unleashing all 3 types of haki, transforming into a golden lightning bolt as he charged towards the shore. DemonBack, disturbed in his moment of pleasure, erupted in fury and met Kapu midair with a punch. Boom! The two instantly descended into a frenzy, alternating between the sky and the sea, causing the entire island to tremble. Their punches shattered the warship into 2 halves. The Empress, feeling weak all over, stumbled out of the ship, nearly losing her balance. DemonBack, witnessing the chaos, realized that these two would not settle their rivalry in a mere 3 days and swiftly took the unconscious Shirahoshi to safety. Crocodile, having fallen into the sea, was unexpectedly rescued by Doflamingo. Doflamingo, genuinely terrified, broke his sea-stone handcuffs and urgently exclaimed, Shichibukai Crocodile, let us join forces and escape this place together, or we shall both become casualties of this war. Agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, Doflamingo followed Crocodile, unaware that Crocodile was already paralyzed with fear from DemonBack. Daring not to even glance at the battlefield, his mind solely focused on escape. Crocodile was calculating furiously, yearning to return to Alabasta to seek the ancient weapon Pluto, intending to use Princess Vivi not for world domination, but to reclaim his lost glory and shatter the psychological shadow left by DemonBack. It was outrageous. Meanwhile, chaos ensued in the ocean. DemonBack, concerned for Princess Shirahoshi's safety, felt compelled to return her to Fishman Island. However, our dear Shirahoshi was completely smitten and refused to leave. DemonBack, what are you trying to do? I will never leave my husband. DemonBack desperately pleaded. My princess, the surface is too dangerous. Look at the chaos. What if you get hurt in the crossfire? He considered that she was the sole princess of Fishman Island and a sea king awakened, precious beyond measure. If she were to be exposed, the world would surely take notice. The safety of Fishman Island, deep beneath the sea, was paramount. Yet Shirahoshi would not hear it. Her mind was solely occupied with her dashing husband. As they rose farther from the ocean's surface, Shirahoshi grew anxious and, in a fit of determination, activated her powers. The surrounding sea kings surged forward, glaring fiercely at DemonBack, creating a scene that was enough to instill fear in anyone. DemonBack was left speechless. Princess, Shirahoshi retorted confidently. I understand the dangers, but my husband will protect me. We have already wed in Fishman Island, and my father has consented. I know you mean well, but this is not what I desire. Upon hearing this, Jinbei was momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized that this little princess seemed to have matured. She was no longer the innocent girl she once was. Gazing in her resolute eyes, Jinbei could only sigh. Very well, I hope you have not misjudged him. Just as he returned Shirahoshi to the ocean's surface, she, fearing Jinbei might change his mind, dashed onto the shore. She immediately spotted the Empress, Hancock, not far away, and, mustering her courage, ran toward her, sweetly calling out, Sister, can we wait for our husband together? Initially, the Empress felt a twinge of annoyance. Who did this girl think she was? Try to associate with her, especially one so stunningly beautiful. Yet, she reluctantly replied, Do as you wish. But as soon as those words left her lips, realization struck her like a thunderbolt. What did you just say? The Empress's heart raced. We, together wait for our husband? Does that include me? I am DemonBack's woman? He is my husband? Oh heavens! Though she had already experienced intimacy with him. Hearing those words filled her heart with sweetness. Shirahoshi blinked her innocent eyes. Yes, together we wait for our husband. Are you not also his woman? Boom! The Empress's heart exploded with joy. Oh my, this mermaid speaks so well. Very well. Given her eloquence, she begrudgingly acknowledged her as worthy to stand alongside the Empress. Of course, I am his woman. The Empress forced down her rising smile, attempting to maintain a facade of composure. Yet internally, she reassured herself. So many had witnessed me being embraced by him, and the ship swayed for so long. Anyone could guess what transpired, so it was only natural to admit it. Yes, I absolutely cannot be coy like that woman. Tout too. I knew it. Shirahoshi exclaimed happily. But dear sister, when will our husband finish? I miss him so much. The Empress relished this moment. Look, she was coming to me for answers. It signified my elevated status. Clearing her throat, she replied, Rest assured, Demon is incredibly powerful. We shall simply wait. Thus, they waited for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, the battle concluded. The cost was high. The naval hero Kapu lost an eye and, having forcibly exhausted his life force to regain peak strength, ultimately succumbed to fatigue, defeated by Demon. Had it not been for Makino's tearful pleas, Kapu would have perished that day. Demon looked down at the panting Kapu, his fighting spirit still unquenchable. Old senior, your era has long since passed. It is time for you to retire. Inside, Kapu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He truly was aging, unable to fight any longer. Demon turned to Makino, his tone softening. I apologize for the destruction of your homeland, but I must take my leave. I will return in a year. With that, he turned and walked away, offering Makino no chance for a response. Thank you, Lord Demon. Makino gazed at his retreating figure, understanding deep within her heart that a man like him would forever elude her grasp. At that moment, an involuntary touch to her abdomen sent a jolt through her heart. Could it be? Could those few encounters have led to this? He was so vigorous. It was inconceivable that it wouldn't work. Demon passed by Tao Tu without even a glance. Tao Tu stood there, dumbfounded, her heart suddenly feeling hollow. It was not love that she felt, but rather the bewilderment of being ignored. Previously, when he had scolded her, she found it somewhat exhilarating, but now, to be completely overlooked? Was this not a prime example of literary madness? Tears brimmed in her eyes as she felt a wave of despair wash over her. My lord, Bai Xing and the Empress approached cheerfully. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Observing the unwavering beauty of the two women, Demon felt warmth envelop his heart. He suddenly turned to the blushing Empress and inquired, You seem to have yet to answer my question. The Empress's heart skipped a beat, and she scolded inwardly. What a nuisance. After everything, must she still verbalize her feelings? Yet, upon reflection, perhaps this was his allure. She, of course, wished to be Demon's woman. Upon uttering those words, she felt a wave of relief, as if she had finally acquired a title. Very well, Demon grinned, his voice laden with desire. Let's continue. We're going again? The Empress panicked instantaneously, her legs turning to jelly. Yet she was utterly unable to withstand Demon's dominance. She could only turn to Bai Xing for help. Bai Xing, save me, dear sister. We had an agreement. It turned out that the two had long formed a strategic alliance, having discussed Demon's formidable exploits over 3 days and nights. Bai Xing, with an innocent expression, patted her chest confidently. Rest assured, dear sister, I shall take good care of my lord. Ditian commanded a naval warship, and the dozen or so pirates that had seemingly materialized were brimming with enthusiasm. Lord Ditian, we shall set sail. To live is to be yours. To die is to be your ghost. Set sail. Destination Alabasta. Understood. 3 days later, the Empress basked in the sun on the deck. Feeling her infatuation with Ditian deepen, he was indeed quite gentle, understanding her limitations without imposing any hardships. Of course, this was largely thanks to Bai Xing. Nevertheless, the Empress remained fiercely competitive, vowing secretly to surpass Bai Xing and become the most formidable woman by Ditian's side. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in to report, Lord Ditian, 2 warships are blocking our path. Ditian did not even open his eyes. Proceed forward. Yes. The subordinate joyfully dashed back to the helm, exclaiming to the crew, Brothers, Lord Ditian has commanded us to charge forward. On the opposing warship, Smoker, with 2 cigars clenched between his teeth, initially thought a high-ranking official had come to pay a visit. However, as he witnessed the enemy's ship accelerating toward them, he was left speechless. Quick evade. The 2 ships narrowly passed each other, leaving Smoker and his crew in a state of utter confusion. On the deck of the opposing ship, there were no Navy personnel, but rather a muscular man, an unparalleled beauty, and a mermaid soaking up the sun. Good heavens! That is Fan MaDitian. One soldier recognized him, and the Empress of the 7 warlords. Smoker's brows knitted in concern. Weren't they dispatched to apprehend Fan MaDitian? How did they end up together? Colonel, should we pursue? He has a bounty of 5 billion. Forget it. We cannot alert the enemy, Smoker reasoned, opting to follow from a distance. I will contact headquarters for further instructions. Little did he know, the naval headquarters was already in disarray. Admiral Sengoku had exploded during a meeting, revealing that Carp had been defeated, losing an arm and blinding an eye. The room fell into shock, with only Akainu remaining aloof, disdainfully asserting that Carp had aged. Sengoku's face turned green with rage as he continued to divulge. All the 7 warlords are traitors. The Empress has defected, Bartholomew Kuma has self-destructed, and the rest are merely slacking off. More importantly, the ancient weapon, Poseidon, also known as Princess Bai Xing of Fishman Island, is now allied with Fan MaDitian. Even Akainu could no longer remain composed. The emergence of ancient weapons signified a grave situation. News cascaded upward until it reached the true master of the world government, Lordum sitting on the empty throne. The 5 elders trembled as they reported. Remained silent for a few moments before issuing an unexpected command. Find an opportunity to eliminate Whitebeard, the pivotal point of this era. The 5 elders grasped the implication. The plan was to incite chaos in the new world, allowing the 4 emperors to turn on one another, then exploit the turmoil to confront Ditian. Brilliant. Sengoku, receiving the order, finally exhaled in relief. Compared to the monstrous Ditian, scheming against Whitebeard seemed far more reliable. Meanwhile, aboard Whitebeard's ship, the atmosphere had plummeted to a freezing point. Marco was reporting on assembling personnel for the prison break at Impel Down. Whitebeard, drinking from a large bowl, emanated an overwhelming intent to kill, vowing to eliminate Ditian. At that moment, Shanks and the red-haired pirates arrived. Upon stepping aboard, Shanks immediately sensed the palpable hostility. Displeased, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, incapacitating several minions. This stirred the hornet's nest. Whitebeard, already seething with rage, could hardly tolerate such audacity from a junior. Without a second thought, he seized his sword, NTI, enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, and swung it at Shanks. The clash resonated like thunder, cleaving the clouds in the sky. Shanks parried the attack, coldly stating, Whitebeard, I am here to discuss serious matters. Is this how you treat guests? Who do you think you are to deserve my courtesy? Whitebeard roared. Observing the situation, Shanks realized today was not his day. Forcefully pushing Whitebeard away, he sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Farewell, my apologies for the disturbance. Whitebeard did not pursue, but internally marveled at the growth of this red-haired youth. Days later, Ditian and his entourage traversed Reverse Mountain, entering the Grand Line. By sheer coincidence, they encountered another naval warship. On board, a sharp-looking woman wearing sunglasses extinguished her cigarette. She was Colonel Jinai. Jinai would not overlook any criminal. With her characteristic third-person speech, she commanded, block their path immediately. Jinai was intrigued by the enigma that was Fan MaDitian. Her subordinates were nearly paralyzed with fear. Colonel, that's a 5 billion man. Fear not, Jinai knows what to do. However, her so-called caution was non-existent before Ditian. As her warship closed in, it was met with a resounding crash as Tion's ship collided with it. On deck, Tion, awakened by the commotion, opened his eyes and, upon seeing Jinai, broke into a grin, asking Jinai, "Do you wish to become my woman?" I must tell you, when I heard that, I was utterly stunned. This man was completely unpretentious. The opposing Colonel Jinai, renowned within the Navy for her striking pink hair, was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at Tion's powerful physique, which seemed ready to burst through his clothing, and his unabashedly predatory gaze, she felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. Yet, being a woman of great experience, she forced herself to cross her arms and feign composure. "Indeed, I am Colonel Jinai of the Navy. You may also call me Tina." Tion grinned widely, his vibrant red hair standing on end like a super scion, exuding an aura that was nothing short of formidable. He directly challenged, "Does a mere colonel dare to obstruct my path? Do you not wish to board my ship?" Jinai's face drained of color. She waved her hands frantically. "Ah? Jinai would never. You mustn't misunderstand." She felt as though he was completely disregarding the norms of engagement, her scalp prickling with tension. The smile on Tion's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce demeanor. In the next moment, he vanished from the deck. As Jinai processed this, attempting to sense him with her Kinbunchika haki, cold sweat poured down her back. Tion had already materialized behind her. The sensation was akin to a mountain suddenly descending upon her, the atmosphere thick with an intoxicating aura. Tion, without uttering a word, spread his arms wide and enveloped Rinai in a firm embrace, effectively immobilizing her. "Fama Tion, release Rinai. You are hurting her," Rinai exclaimed in distress, struggling desperately, yet to no avail. Tion's arms felt like iron bands, unyielding and steadfast. To make matters worse, she sensed something peculiar pressing against her. The terror surged within her, reaching a crescendo. In a moment of urgency, she activated her Kankank fruit ability, seizing Tion's arm with both hands. With a crack, several iron chains erupted from his muscles. She urgently shouted to the bewildered naval soldiers, "Quickly help Rinai. Pull him away." Upon witnessing their goddess being violated, the soldiers' eyes reddened with indignation, and they charged forward, over 100 strong, grasping the chains to engage in a tug of war. I tell you, the scene was such that their faces turned a deep shade of crimson as they exerted every ounce of strength. Yet, Tion's arm did not budge an inch. Rinai's heart sank. Even worse, being held by Tion rendered her weak and drained of energy. A hot-headed soldier, driven by bravado, lunged at Tion with a knife aimed at his back. The sound of the blade clanging against steel echoed as the knife shattered upon impact. Everyone stood in stunned silence, astonished. Was Tion's physique forged from adamantium? This act of defiance incited Tion's wrath. He perceived the provocation from these mere ants as a grave insult. With a flex of his abdominal muscles and a powerful thrust of his arms, Rinai was knocked unconscious, her vision fading to black. As he released her, she crumpled limply onto the deck. With a flick of his arms, the hundreds of soldiers engaged in the tug-of-war were sent flying, colliding with one another amidst their cries of despair. Emotionless, he forcefully extracted the chains embedded in his arms, witnessing the wounds heal instantaneously before his eyes. He then strode towards the soldier who had dared to attack him. The soldier, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground. Without uttering a word, Tion struck swiftly, leaving the soldier severed in two. After dispatching the soldier, Tion turned to carry the unconscious Rinai away. Just then, Rinai stirred awake, and upon seeing Tion's large hand reaching for her, she slammed her palm against the deck, unleashing her fruit's power at full force. Countless iron chains erupted from the ship, ensnaring Tion and forming a massive iron ball with a 5-meter diameter. Unsatisfied, she reinforced the structure with an additional layer of thick iron bars, securing it tightly. Once this was accomplished, Rinai took a breath, surveying the chaos around her, filled with regret for having bitten off more than she could chew. Meanwhile, on Tion's ship, the world-renowned beauty, Boa Hancock, leaned leisurely against the railing, a hint of a blush adorning her cheeks, seemingly unfazed. She began to persuade Rinai. "You must be Colonel Rinai, correct? You possess a decent appearance and figure. Have you considered becoming Lord Tion's woman? Should you agree, you would have to call me sister." At that moment, I wished to echo Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit's sentiments, thinking, "Sister, your methods are rather hardcore. This isn't persuasion. It's merely a tactic to accumulate KPI." Rinai, perplexed, was about to retort when the Empress chuckled. "After you engage in a deeper dialogue with Lord Tion, I hope you can still stand here and speak without discomfort. As her words faded, the massive iron ball began to emit smoke, the temperature rising alarmingly. An unprecedented fear surged within Renai. In the next moment, an even more outrageous spectacle unfolded. The steam and smoke coalesced in the air, manifesting yet another fan MaDitian, an exact replica. I thought to myself, could this be the latest model of a Buddhist cup? One transforms into two. This steam incarnation of Dition swiftly subdued Renai, rendering her abilities useless against him. Simultaneously, a deafening explosion shattered the iron ball. The real Dition emerged, enveloped in steam, and casually retrieved a set of Hailu stone handcuffs, snapping them onto Renai. He remained unaffected by the Hailu stone, while the steam doppelganger persisted. Renai was utterly bewildered, questioning the nature of this monstrous being. Then, he approached her, declaring a phrase destined for the annals of history. Renai, surely you do not wish to witness the world's destruction? Without waiting for her response, he hoisted her over his shoulder and retreated to his ship. The cabin soon echoed with Renai's furious cries, which transformed into desperate pleas by the following day. This commotion persisted for several days, causing Smoker, who had previously rescued the surviving soldiers under Renai's command, to nearly forsake his cigars. Initially hesitant to act, he had been aware of Dition's terrifying nature. However, after hearing the anguished cries of his contemporaries, the seasoned smoker could no longer contain himself. He ordered his subordinate, Tashiji, to board a lifeboat before his eyes reddened with determination, commanding, "Accelerate. Charge forward with all your might. We must rescue Colonel Renai, no matter the cost." The warship thundered forward. Yet aboard Dition's vessel, the Empress simply yawned and said to the little Princess Shirahoshi, "Sister, this is your responsibility. Do not allow them to disturb Lord Dition's mood." Shirahoshi, her cheeks flushed, obediently nodded, understood. Then, she gently called out to the sea. In an instant, a colossal 2,000-meter-long shark, a sea king, erupted from the depths, crashing down upon Smoker's unfortunate warship with overwhelming force. With a thunderous crash, the ship was obliterated. Having dealt with the pursuers, Dition's ship sped toward Alabasta. Meanwhile, Alabasta had undergone a complete transformation. Crocodile, the old sandmaster, had made his intentions clear within the palace. He ensnared King Cobra in sand, draining his moisture while his subordinates from the Baroque works had subdued the royal guards and ministers. Puffing on a cigar, the sinister old sandmaster addressed the near-mummified king. "Old man, reveal to me the whereabouts of the ancient weapon, Pluton, and marry your daughter, Princess Vivi, to me. Otherwise, I will not only destroy this country, but will force you to witness your citizens perish one by one." To demonstrate he was not jesting, with a mere glance, he commanded his subordinate, Daz Bones, to swiftly behead 2 of the guard captains. The ministers and military officials knelt, wailing in despair, but Crocodile paid them no mind, claiming several more lives. King Cobra, witnessing his subjects die one by one, was filled with anguish, and, ultimately, he could only scream in agony, "Enough! I will comply with all your demands." Crocodile then laughed triumphantly. "You've finally shown some sense. Announced throughout the kingdom that in 3 days I shall wed Princess Vivi." Gritting his teeth, King Cobra retained a final shred of hope, stating, "Vivi's lifelong dream has been to select her husband through a martial arts competition. If you wish to marry her, you must win the contest." How intriguing. Crocodile dismissed this notion, confident in his invincibility within the desert, and readily accepted. Thus, the announcement of the martial arts competition for Princess Vivi's hand in marriage spread throughout the kingdom in an instant. Pirates, sand bandits, and rebels flocked to the capital, Alyabarna, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. At a restaurant in the canola flower port, Princess Vivi had just reunited with the Straw Hat crew when she heard this shocking news. Anxiously, she sought assistance, while Luffy, munching on a large leg of meat, exclaimed, "Pirates? Warlords of the sea? Perfect. I'm destined to become the Pirate King. Whoever they are, I'll just knock them out." Just then, the restaurant door swung open, and a man with freckles and a white-bearded pirate emblem tattooed on his back walked in. Luffy's eyes lit up. "Hey, Ace, what are you doing here?" Ace sat down with a smile, pouring himself a glass of wine. Initially intending to leave, it now seemed that something extraordinary was about to unfold in Alabasta. Beside him, Sanji immediately sprang up, cigarette in hand, questioning with suspicion, "I get it. You aren't planning to compete for Vivi-chan's affection, are you? That's why you returned for the tournament?" Ace chuckled heartily, taking a sip of his drink. I am simply curious, just here to observe. Just to observe? Sanji scoffed. You, as an older brother, claim to be casually wandering around. Yet inside, you are undoubtedly thinking about your foolish brother Luffy. What a coincidence, having just parted ways yesterday, and now unexpectedly meeting again. This excuse is as good as none. Luffy, being the simple-minded creature he is, was overjoyed at the thought of Ace joining him, grinning from ear to ear as he set off with a roar. I must tell you, Princess Vivi was on the verge of tears, deeply moved, believing our group to be exceedingly noble. Sanji, the lovesick fool, mysteriously produced a flower to present to Vivi, claiming he would win the tournament for her. Enough of this sentimental interlude. Let us hasten directly to the capital, Alyabarna. On the other side, I must inform you that the true heavyweight contender had also arrived. Emperor Tion, accompanied by his large entourage, marched into Alabasta with great fanfare. The women trailing behind him resembled a living court drama. The pirate Empress Hancock radiated an aura of authority, playfully taunting Marine Colonel Janai. Oh, little sister, don't think I'm unaware that you are infatuated with our Lord Emperor Tion. Are you? Janai, a tough nut herself, retorted that she was merely out for a stroll to clear her mind, but in the next breath suggested, there seems to be a hot spring nearby. Why don't we go soak together? What a clever move. If one cannot defeat them, then join them, right? She was under immense pressure, as the Marine headquarters had issued strict orders for her to act as an undercover agent beside Emperor Tion. She reasoned that since she had already been transformed into a woman by him, she might as well make the best of it. Who can understand this mentality? It is at least a decade ahead of its time. Soon enough, the two factions converged in the Grand Plaza of Alyabarna. The atmosphere was electric, with drums pounding and throngs of people gathered as the matches heated up. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji had each claimed victory in dozens of bouts, becoming the center of attention. However, when Emperor Tion entered, the mood of the crowd shifted dramatically. I tell you, every man's gaze instantly fixated not on Emperor Tion, but on the beautiful women behind him. Hancock, Shirahoshi, and Jinai. They were like starved wolves, slack-jawed at the sight of such beauty. Especially upon seeing Shirahoshi, they went wild, whispering about whether such a grand mermaid could possibly match Emperor Tion's size in the night. This comment stirred a hornet's nest, I assure you. The Empress was instantly enraged. With a mere glance, she became a fierce avenger, pointing her delicate finger, instantly turning dozens of gossipers into stone statues. The plaza fell silent in an instant. Jinai, driven by a sense of justice, could no longer bear to watch and exclaimed, "Is it fair to treat ordinary people this way?" The Empress shot her a disdainful glance. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? They dared to speak ill of my man. My mercy lies in not allowing them to perish on the spot." Then, in a masterstroke, Hancock deftly found Jinai's weakness. Leaning in to mockingly whisper, "You want me to save them? Then call me big sister for me to hear." Jinai was utterly humiliated. As a Marine colonel, she had never faced such indignity. Yet, gazing at the hundreds of stone statues, she finally squeezed out the words, "I'm sorry, big sister." I was left astounded, witnessing what could only be described as a scene of workplace bullying in 2025. Satisfied, the Empress released her petrifying spell, but in doing so, Emperor Tion's identity was completely revealed. Fanma Emperor Tion, a living nightmare with a bounty of 500 million. Those who had just been making lewd comments were likely drenched in fear, afraid to even breathe. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind these events, Crocodile, upon hearing of Emperor Tion's arrival in his dark lair, dropped his cigar in shock. He trembled like a leaf, losing all semblance of the dignified warlord. Robin, observing closely, calculated her next move. If this man feared Emperor Tion so much, perhaps it was time for her to switch allegiances. Panicking, Crocodile lost all rationality, commanding his subordinate, Daz Bonus, "Quick, send Ace. Have him confront Emperor Tion." He seized King Cobra, frantically demanding he lead him to the historical texts. On the other hand, Daz Bonus found Ace, who was investigating the palace. With a forced smile, he approached. "Oh, Lord Fire Fist Ace, I hear your Whitebeard pirates have recently suffered heavy losses to someone named Emperor Tion. He is currently in the capital. Are you not going to greet him?" Ace, unaware of the situation, felt a surge of anger at this remark, his fists cracking as flames erupted around him. He understood the other party sought to manipulate him, but he could not relent. He must seek vengeance for his brothers. Meanwhile, on the stage, Emperor Tion dismissed the childish antics of these youngsters as beneath him. choosing instead to stroll towards the palace to confront the true power. Yet, the Empress would not allow this. If her man deemed it beneath him to fight, she would take up his title. With that, she floated on his Sanji stage. The moment he saw the beauty, blood gushed from his nose as he shamelessly approached. The Empress, disgusted, simply told him to scram, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, yet he wore a blissful expression as he fainted. Absolutely absurd. After clearing one stage, the Empress beckoned Luffy and Zoro on the other two stages. You two, come at me together. Do not waste my time. Zoro, incensed, charged with his sword drawn, only to have his blade clang harmlessly against her high-heeled shoe, sending him crashing back several meters. Luffy, witnessing this, was astonished. So Zoro is this weak? He can't even slice a shoe. When it was Luffy's turn, he unleashed a barrage of rubber punches, but to the Empress, they appeared as if played in slow motion, utterly feeble. She charged through the flurry of punches and kicked Luffy even further than Zoro had been sent. With the stage cleared, the Empress stood at the center, unleashing her conqueror's haki, instantly intimidating the announcer, Bora, into a state of panic. In a chilling tone, she commanded, "Announce the results. Then take me to meet this country's princess." Bora, trembling, stammered that the princess had fled her wedding but was still in the capital. Upon receiving the portrait, the Empress activated her observation haki, swiftly pinpointing Vivi hiding not far away. Vivi's legs turned to jelly. How could she be discovered? She turned to flee. While the Empress leisurely pursued her, a deafening explosion erupted from the palace. A massive fireball shot into the sky. As Luffy scrambled to his feet, he noticed a life card in his hand, trembling wildly in that direction. Ace was there. Without a moment to lose, he thought, oh no, Ace must be fighting that perverse woman. He bolted towards the palace. Zoro, a battle fanatic, caught the scent of a powerful presence, and his eyes lit up. How could he miss out on such a showdown? He followed suit. As for the Empress, I assure you, she paid little heed to Vivi. Delighted, she clasped her hands over her face, swooning in admiration. Oh, how I longed to witness Emperor Tion's valor in battle. However, capturing this nation's princess was her priority. What belonged to her was, after all, Emperor Tion's possession. He would surely be overjoyed. Family members, who understands this? This lady has already begun preparing her dowry. Yet she is using others as her dowry. Meanwhile, at the city gate, AIC has confronted Tion. I must tell you, the atmosphere at that moment was palpably tense. AIC's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, and he asked each word with intensity. Was it you who killed my brothers from the Whitebeard pirates? Upon seeing him, Tion smirked and exclaimed, Isn't this Fire Fist, AIC? Not only am I unperturbed, but I also confess. Yes, I killed about 100 people, and I may have casually disposed of a few of your captain and crew as well. Upon hearing this, AIC erupted with rage, unleashing his ultimate move, the Great Flame Ring, Inferno Emperor. Flames soared skyward, creating a small sun that painted the sky crimson. And what happened next? Tion stood his ground, unmoved. With a single flex of his muscles, he shattered the surrounding space. His wild red hair danced as if possessed, and his gaze resembled that of someone observing an ant flailing about. As the fiery sun threatened to crash down upon him, Tion casually kept his hands in his pockets and suddenly stomped the ground. Thunderclap. I was dumbfounded. Was this guy my age? In an instant, the sky darkened, and a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck Tion. He was enveloped in electric light, reminiscent of a thunder god descending to earth, and he boldly advanced into AIC's sea of flames. The flames struck him, and not a sound was heard. AIC was left in disbelief. Was this reasonable? He had unleashed a formidable attack, but Tion merely scoffed and vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared before AIC, delivering a punch straight to his face. AIC, quick to react, unleashed his conqueror's haki and met Tion's punch with his own, enveloped in flames. What was the outcome? With a resounding bang, AIC was sent soaring like a cannonball, crashing through the palace hall. Tion, like a bolt of lightning, pursued him into the ruins, seizing AIC by the neck and casually stating, Fire Fist AIC, you're far weaker than them. Let me tell you, the impact of that statement felt more devastating than a physical beating. Despite the circumstances, AIC remained defiant, spitting at Tion. This infuriated Tion, whose expression twisted into a snarl, veins bulging as he slammed AIC's head into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the earth split open, and AIC spat blood, losing consciousness. Just then, Luffy arrived, and upon witnessing this scene, his eyes turned red. Icy. He launched his rubber fist, but DTon didn't even glance back, swiftly appearing beside Luffy and delivering a devastating hand strike. Luffy's scream was abruptly cut off. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed. Next came Zoro, who had just assumed a fighting stance when DTon appeared before him. Zoro, desperate, unleashed a dual-wielding attack, but DTon merely extended 2 fingers, producing a metallic clang as he flicked Zoro's swords aside. Zoro was sent hurtling back for hundreds of meters, his feet sparking against the ground. When he finally stopped, his swords, Shueji and Sandai Oni, snapped in half. Ladies and gentlemen, Zoro was utterly humiliated. This was more disgraceful than losing to Hawkeye. At that moment, the Empress appeared behind Wei Wei, smiling sweetly. Are you worried about them? Wei Wei, grasping a lifeline, asked, can you save them? The Empress blushed, her infatuation resurfacing. Of course, I am DTon's woman then. Let me tell you, the heavyweight discussion began. The Empress explained her peculiar logic. I won the martial arts competition, so you belong to me. I am DTon's, therefore you are also DTon's. Understand? Wei Wei's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the absurdity of becoming that muscle-bound man's partner. She shook her head frantically in fear. The Empress's expression grew cold as she threatened. You have no choice. Dare to play with me? Do you believe I will destroy your entire country? Meanwhile, DTon remained indifferent to these trivial matters. Suddenly, he used his observation haki and sensed a familiar presence hundreds of meters underground. Old Shah. I tell you, DTon's heart skipped a beat. He recalled impulsively extinguishing Old Shah's spirit earlier to enhance his performance. Now, in a moment of clarity, he felt deep regret and considered this incident a blemish in his life that must be rectified. Without a second thought, he headed towards the royal tomb. The Empress, noticing this, quickly dragged the despairing Wei Wei along. Below, Old Shah was in a state of panic, his eyelids twitching, sensing impending doom. He was urging Robin to decode the historical text when they began to quarrel. Robin was well aware that once Old Shah was finished with her, he would eliminate her. They were on the verge of a physical confrontation when DTon descended. Upon seeing DTon, Old Shah's instincts kicked in, and he panicked, taking Robin and Wei Wei's father hostage. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will kill them. What happened next? DTon was entirely unfazed, advancing with a menacing aura, as if indicating that they could all die together. Old Shah nearly lost control, desperately crying out, I am not joking. Wei Wei, witnessing her father nearly drained of life, broke down and rushed in front of DTon. Please stop. He will kill my father. DTon, glaring at her with a murderous intent, asked, do you wish for me to kill you first? Wei Wei trembled, but remembering her father, she knelt down, tears streaming down her face. Lord DTon, please save my father. I will do anything. At that moment, Hoshi also timidly pleaded. Only then did DTon relent, looking at Old Shah with a charming smile. I look forward to our next meeting. He then turned and left. Old Shah, seeing that smile, experienced a surge of PTSD, his body tingling as he hastily released them and fled with Robin. On their way, Robin revealed the secret of the Pluton in Wano to Old Shah, trading her life for knowledge. Hearing this, Old Shah headed straight for Wano. Meanwhile, Robin had already resolved to cling to this powerful ally. She must find a way to join DTon's crew. Days later, the Empress helped Wei Wei quell the internal strife in her country. With that complete, it was time to fulfill promises. The Empress called Wei Wei over, smiling. Tonight, you will attend to Lord DTon. Wei Wei was on the verge of tears, asking, what am I supposed to do? The Empress pondered for a moment, recalling her own experiences with DTon, which primarily involved lying around. Finally, she suggested, why not start by serving him tea and water and maybe wash his feet? Even more unexpectedly, Hoshi ran over, and the two decided to stay in the neighboring room that night to eavesdrop. Wei Wei, overhearing this, felt her face flush crimson, her mind racing with disbelief. What are you talking about? You two will be next door? That night, Wei Wei held a basin of water, pacing nervously at DTon's door, encouraging herself. You can do this, Wei Wei. You're not afraid. You're beautiful. Gathering her courage, she finally pushed the door open. Upon entering, she found DTon deep in training, stretching in a split with his toes on 2 platforms, arms crossed and eyes closed. Wei Wei dared not make a sound, placing the basin down and standing still like a student in detention, waiting quietly. As time passed from dusk to midnight, Her legs grew numb from standing. The room became increasingly warm, and she couldn't resist glancing up. To her astonishment, she found herself unable to look away. Dion's well-defined muscles, which she, a princess unfamiliar with such physique, found oddly appealing, exuded a primal allure. As she gazed, her mouth dry, she felt an irresistible impulse to approach and lightly poke Dion's arm with her finger. With that single touch, Dion's eyes snapped open. Wei Wei was so startled that her spirit nearly fled, hastily retreating. Dion silently appeared before her, startling Wei Wei, who stammered, Dion. The Empress asked me to take care of you. I brought you water and can help you clean your body and also wash your feet. Dion spoke indifferently. I gave you a chance, and you did not leave. Instead, you approached me to invade my space. Therefore, tonight, do not expect to leave unscathed. Start by helping me clean my body. At that moment, Wei Wei felt as if she could die from embarrassment, yet she dared not resist. Mustering her courage to pick up a towel and assist him, her hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. After finishing, she softly inquired, Dion, is it done? Would you like me to wash your feet? Dion responded with 2 words, come wash. One could only imagine the delight within him. After all, it must have been a first for a young woman to wash his feet. Wei Wei, the princess, was indeed quite genuine, crouching down to carefully wash Dion's feet. The sight was striking. One was a royal princess, the other a muscular man, a visual impact that was hard to overlook. As she continued, Wei Wei mustered her courage and spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper, Dion, thank you for saving my father. After tonight, I will belong to you. But may I stay by my father's side? I do not wish to leave him. Dion, with a knowing tone, replied, you do not know how to face me, do you? Wei Wei's eyes turned red from grievance, yet she bravely said, I am sorry. I will try my best to like you. Once I do, may I come find you? Can you guess Dion's response? While enjoying the princess washing his feet, he replied gently yet firmly, sure. But tonight's events remain unchanged. I will not let you off merely due to your pitiful state. What a powerful declaration. Surprisingly, Wei Wei felt warmth in her heart upon hearing this, thanking him profusely. She wished to remain to avoid post-incident awkwardness, believing that out of sight would mean out of mind. As for whether she liked Dion, she was as confused as ever. His imposing physique was somewhat beyond her comprehension. Once her task was complete, Dion effortlessly lifted Wei Wei into a princess carry. Her cheeks flushed, her heart raced as if she were suffocating, and she melted into his embrace like a small kitten. 3 days swiftly passed. When the Empress and her entourage prepared to depart, they noticed Wei Wei had not come to bid farewell, prompting inquiries. Dion calmly stated, she is unwell. I allowed her to stay in Alabasta. The Empress's understanding gaze was telling. Unwell? What could that mean? It was evident to those who understood. It seemed that Dion had indeed taken Wei Wei under his wing. The Empress, with a twinkle in her eye, began to take credit, her voice dripping with sweetness. Dion, it was I who helped you win her over. Everything of mine is yours. After a lengthy preamble, she finally revealed her intent. Dion, may I visit my family? Without waiting for her to finish, Dion readily agreed. Let us go to Nine Snake Island. The Empress was taken aback, covering her face. Blushing like a young girl, thank you, Dion. I'm so happy. Nearby, Renai rolled her eyes, internally critiquing. How can someone so old still act so coy? It's utterly nauseating. Yet in the next moment, she began to fantasize, what if one day I bring Dion back to my family? No, I wouldn't. I am a Navy officer, here to infiltrate. Meanwhile, the scene back at her father's side was equally dramatic. Once Dion and his party left, King Cobra could no longer hold back, pounding his chest in agony, feeling he had failed his daughter. He rushed to Wei Wei's room, tearfully lamenting, Wei Wei, it is all your father's fault. If you are hurting, feel free to scold me. You can even hit me. When the door opened, Wei Wei emerged, still groggy, asking, Father, what are you doing? Cobra was dumbfounded. What was this? The script had flipped. His daughter appeared radiant. Wei Wei blushed, a bit bashful, and said, I am fine. Dion is actually a very good man. I just do not yet know how to face him. However, I believe that soon, I will wish to seek him out. Cobra was utterly stunned. After pondering for a while, he realized, good heavens, my daughter likes this muscular man. She says she does not want him, but her body is being honest. He immediately declared, as long as you like him, I will support you, even if he is a criminal or the king of heaven. Upon hearing this, Wei Wei felt a twinge of disappointment. Dion had not even said goodbye when he left. Returning to her room, she lay on her bed, clutching the blanket that still held Tion's scent. She encouraged herself. He is my first man and will be my last. I must take responsibility for him. Wei Wei, be brave and face him soon. In the midst of her thoughts, she fell asleep, only to have an incredibly long dream in which she found herself pregnant. Startled, she awoke, sitting upright in bed, bewildered before bursting into tears. Oh no, I am not ready to be a mother. Just as they were about to leave the Alabasta Desert, the Empress suddenly remarked, Tion, there's a woman following us. Tion turned to look, halting his steps, and called out, Nico Robin, are you certain you desire my protection? After following them for 2 days, Robin had finally waited for Tion to speak. She quickly stepped forward, maintaining her composure. Yes, I have made up my mind. As long as I can obtain your protection, I will reveal a colossal secret. Robin was undoubtedly thinking of trading the secret of ancient weaponry for his protection. It seemed a fair exchange. Tion smiled broadly. Very well, then follow me. He was well aware that Robin had misunderstood the situation, but it was of no concern to him. She had come willingly, and there would be a time for her to regret it. Tion was indeed a cunning strategist, setting traps once again. Renai, nearby, kindly advised Robin, do not worry, since Tion is protecting you. Even as a Navy officer, I would not dare to capture you. Changing the subject, she curiously asked, so, you are willing to follow Tion? Does that mean you have been bold in seeking protection before? Robin, thinking Renai was inquiring about her trading secrets, casually replied, indeed, thanks to your Navy. Renai chuckled to herself, anticipating a good show ahead. Upon returning to the warship, the Empress approached with a hint of jealousy. Delivering the message, Nico Robin, Tion requests your presence. Robin felt a twinge of nervousness, wondering why she was being summoned to his quarters for a secret. However, deeming it significant, she took a deep breath and pushed the door open. To her astonishment, upon entering, she found Tion shirtless, his muscular physique radiating heat. A visual shock that overwhelmed her. Robin's face flushed instantly, and she quickly apologized, attempting to leave. I am sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Stop. Tion's low command instantly immobilized Robin. He stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder, his voice dripping with dominance. Who allowed you to leave? Do you wish to toy with my desires? Robin was utterly stunned, her mind racing. What outrageous words were these? Suppressing her fear, she replied, Tion, is there a misunderstanding between us? Was I not invited to share a secret? Tion chuckled, Nico Robin, listen closely. I have no interest in your secret. What I require is someone who can fulfill my desires. My testosterone levels are exponentially higher than the average man's. Do you understand my meaning now? The revelation struck like a thunderbolt. Robin panicked, pleading, Tion, please have some restraint. That was not my intention. I misunderstood. Please let me go. My secret is truly significant, and you will undoubtedly find it intriguing. Tion let out a cold snort, revealing his trump card. Humph, I have stated my disinterest. Do you think I am unaware that the ancient weapon, Ming Wang, resides in the land of He? What? Robin was taken aback, astonished at how he could possess such knowledge. Was he truly an intelligence powerhouse? Realizing that begging for mercy was futile, Robin resolved to fight back. She unleashed her abilities, sprouting 2 arms behind Tion, attempting to strangle him and snap his neck. But guess what happened? Tion remained utterly still, allowing her to twist. Humph, do you think you can break my neck? The hardness of my bones is over 800 times that of the strongest steel. Would you care to test it? Robin was skeptical of his claim, gritting her teeth and exerting all her strength. Yet in the next moment, the hand Tion had placed on her shoulder suddenly exerted a terrifying force of attraction. Robin felt as if the world was spinning. Her blood seemed to flow backward, and darkness enveloped her as she fainted. On the deck, Renai took a drag from her cigarette, feeling the ship tremble beneath her, and chuckled. Tion is indeed still the same Tion. The Empress immediately countered. What of Tion Kun? Even if he is domineering, that is his charm. Besides, he is strong, muscular, and handsome. He can do no wrong. Renai was left speechless. Please do not apply your logic of being forgiven due to beauty to him. The two of them exchanged heated words, ready to clash. The Empress exuded murderous intent. Renai, you hypocritical woman, if you dare harm Tion Kun, I will personally slay you. At that moment, a classic villainous laugh echoed from the sky. Keek. A golden-haired old man descended, brimming with arrogance. I never expected to encounter such exquisite mermaids and 2 stunning beauties while out for a stroll. Not bad, not bad. You two shall become my women. This man was the Golden Lion, Shiki. The Empress was immediately enraged. How dare this short and ugly old man covet her? Everything about her belonged to Tian Kuan. Without a word, she unleashed a sweet wind attack. The Golden Lion easily dodged and, with a swift motion, touched the ship, causing the entire warship to lift off the ground. Renai's expression changed. It's the float fruit. He can make anything he touches lose its gravity. Panicking, the Empress shouted to the mermaid behind her, Bai Xing, summon your sea kings to hold the ship. Bai Xing promptly activated her powers, and in the next moment, several gigantic sea kings erupted from the sea, with a 2,000-meter octopus extending its numerous tentacles to ensnare the floating warship. The Golden Lion was momentarily stunned. This was not the calm belt. Where did all these sea kings come from? Realizing what was happening, he excitedly looked at Bai Xing. It's her, the legendary ancient weapon, the Sea King. Kik, my luck is extraordinary. If I can control her, I can rule the world. He charged forward, using two famed swords on his feet to slash at the octopus's tentacles. The Empress and the Sea King's attacks were all evaded, and he even sent several Sea Kings soaring into the sky. Renai observed the Golden Lion above and coldly spoke. Golden Lion Shiki, I advise you to leave while you still can. We are all women of Fan MaDitian, and you cannot afford to provoke him. The Golden Lion laughed maniacally. What is Fan MaDitian? I have never heard of him. He must be so terrified upon hearing my name that he has soiled himself. As soon as he finished speaking, the cabin door swung open. Ditian emerged. I assure you, the scene was breathtaking. He was not using moonwalk, but rather stepping directly into the void. With each step, the space beneath him rippled with waves. Leaving all in awe, he lifted his head, glaring fiercely at the Golden Lion above, and enunciated each word with conviction. Golden Lion Shiki, I shall remove the helm from your head. The Golden Lion immediately grew vigilant. This man before him resembled a wild beast. Ditian suddenly broke into a grin, his eyes turning white as the muscles in his feet contracted and then exploded with power. With a thunderous roar, he vanished from his original position, reappearing behind the Golden Lion, his powerful hands aimed at the Golden Lion's head, executing a dual palm strike. The Golden Lion's soul nearly fled in terror as he exerted every ounce of strength to narrowly evade the attack. Ditian's palms struck empty air, yet the resulting shockwave created a thunderous explosion. The Golden Lion, watching from the side, felt cold sweat trickle down. Had that struck true, his head would have exploded like a watermelon. Renai below watched in horror. Ditian's strength is growing increasingly terrifying. He is a monster. That last strike seemed to manifest the same muscle bulges as the tyrant bear. Could he have consumed the muscle fruit? The Empress snorted disdainfully. You wish to pry into Tian Kuan's secrets? Not a chance. Yet in her heart, doubts began to surface. However, she quickly dismissed them, thinking, regardless. The stronger Tian becomes, the more enamored I am, and her cheeks flushed at the thought. Renai was left speechless. Hey, it's broad daylight. What indecent thoughts are you having? In the sky, the Golden Lion, seeing he was unable to win, immediately retreated to his towering island ship. Ditian, upon witnessing his retreat, was filled with rage, roaring at the sky. Golden Lion Shiki, you coward. You shall forever be a loser. The Golden Lion, from a distance, scowled. Who is this monstrous figure? Ditian, fuming, felt a surge of hormones, and without further ado, he hoisted the Empress and entered the cabin. Renai outside was furious, stomping her feet, wondering why it was always the Empress first. Could there be some equality? The ship floated at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the pirates on board, eager to please Ditian, took the initiative to adjust the sails in pursuit of the Golden Lion's island ship. The Golden Lion, seeing this, laughed with excitement. Kik, I got them hooked. He immediately maneuvered his island ship, luring the warship toward his true stronghold, the colossal floating island. A day later, the Golden Lion, along with his ship, vanished into the mist surrounding the floating island. Boss, look at all those islands. They must be hiding there. Do not act rashly. We will wait until Ditian Darren emerges before proceeding. Let's find a place to anchor the ship here. The pirates on deck were unsure how long it would be before Ditian concluded his business. They all felt in awe of his prowess. For 3 days and 3 nights, he had not ceased. His combat strength was truly formidable. 5 days and 5 nights passed. The Golden Lion Shiki, having set everything in place, grew increasingly impatient. What is going on? Has Fan MaDitian still not emerged from the ship? Boss, based on my years of experience, It seems Fan MaDitian is engaged in some sort of assignment. What kind of assignment? The Golden Lion appeared confused. Well, it's a game between men and women. Indigo awkwardly explained. What? It's been 8 days and nights, and he hasn't paused? Are you sure? The Golden Lion was taken aback, struggling to believe it. Boss, do not underestimate those women. I have reviewed the bounty posters we have collected over the years. One of them is the Empress Boa Hancock from the 7 Warlords of the Sea, and her strength is exceptional. The other is a colonel from the Marine headquarters. Though her rank is low, she is also a devil fruit user. As for that mermaid, boss, as you mentioned, she is a Sea King Awakeners, and her physical capabilities far exceed those of humans. All right, enough already. I cannot wait any longer. Immediately arrange for a pack of fierce beasts to attack their warship. But do not endanger that mermaid. The Golden Lion Shiki said impatiently. Yes, boss, I will go at once. This is the perfect opportunity to test the flying beasts influenced by this IQ. Indigo smiled expectantly. The pirates aboard the warship were grilling the tentacles of Sea King octopuses. Those were precisely the ones that had been severed by the Golden Lion and had become their sustenance for the past few days. However, before long, a horde of flying beasts, monstrous creations stitched together, descended upon them. Creatures with the body of a leopard and the wings of an eagle. Serpentine bodies adorned with mantis wings, and 3-headed crows swooped down, wreaking havoc on the warship. In an instant, 2 pirates were snatched away by the tongue of a colossal winged lizard, devoured alive. Ah, Master Daition, there are so many monsters. They are devouring people. They are destroying our warship. The other pirates were utterly terrified, yet they dared not intrude upon the cabin where Daition was, anxiously lamenting at the entrance. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki erupted from within the cabin, reverberating for dozens of miles and intimidating all the beasts. Strangely, everything within a certain radius began to petrify, with many of the beasts plummeting from the sky, one after another. The warship and its crew were visibly turning to stone at an alarming rate. Inside the cabin, the Empress, sustained at her peak mental state, unexpectedly lost control and awakened the powers of the sweet fruit, releasing a torrent of powerful conqueror's haki. A wave of pink energy enveloped a radius of several thousand meters, petrifying both living and non-living entities alike. Daition, with his formidable physique and strength, found himself partially petrified in that instant. Nicole Robin, Shirahoshi, and Hinai, who had no strength to resist, were completely turned to stone in a flash. I am so sorry, Master Daition. I felt as though I were ascending. I couldn't help but awaken the power of the devil fruit. The Empress, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, looked at Daition, realizing that her uncontrolled power had petrified much of his body. She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and urgency as she scrambled to alleviate the petrification threatening him. Daition rose, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he said, Hancock, you've grown stronger. That is splendid. The Empress was taken aback by his praise, her heart fluttering with joy and anxiety as she softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master Daition. Well then, I shall leave them in your care. I must go and deal with the Golden Lion Shiki, Daition declared with an imposing demeanor. All right. The Empress smiled warmly, nodding obediently, feeling utterly content in Daition's presence, especially since everyone else had been petrified by her. As Daition leaped from the warship, he struck a floating island with a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, the island, several thousand meters in diameter, split apart with cracks radiating outward from the point of impact. Daition, however, suddenly became enraged, his teeth clenched, veins bulging, and a ferocious grin spreading across his face as he summoned his strength into another punch aimed at the island. With a thunderous explosion, the massive floating island was shattered into countless pieces. What kind of humanoid monster is that? On a higher floating island, Indigo gazed in shock, swallowing hard as his legs trembled. To obliterate an island over 2,000 meters in diameter with just 2 punches was nothing short of diabolical. Or perhaps a concentration of the essence of the giant race. This is too terrifying. My eyelids are twitching. I must hurry back to inform the captain. We may have provoked an unfathomable existence. Indigo fled in a panic. After Daition obliterated the island, his excitement grew, and he continued to demolish dozens of floating islands beneath him. Many of these islands housed enormous mutated beasts, which, upon being roused, launched attacks on Daition. He charged forward, unleashing chaos. A colossal mammoth had its legs shattered beneath his foot. A gigantic mantis was cleaved in two by his palm. and 3 leopards were torn apart by his hands. A flying tiger, paralyzed with fear from his roar, fainted on the spot. A massive python attempted to constrict him, only to be reduced to a multitude of shredded pieces in an instant. Each punch he threw created fissures stretching for miles. Indigo returned to the largest floating island, which spanned several dozen miles. "Captain, this is bad. That creature is undoubtedly a monster. It shattered an island over 2,000 meters in diameter with just 2 punches." Indigo stammered. "Moreover, I suspect that wasn't even his full strength. What is there to fear? On my floating island that I've managed for over 20 years. Even if he is formidable, he cannot swiftly conquer thousands of giant beasts. By the way, where are the others on the warship? They aren't following that beast, are they?" Golden Lion Shiki asked confidently. He himself could slice through 100 miles of ocean with a single strike. So to him, the destruction of a floating island was no cause for alarm. "Well, they aren't." Indigo felt somewhat reassured, seeing that Golden Lion Shiki seemed confident. Axelin, I shall go seize that mermaid. You go and distract MaDitian, preventing him from launching a counterattack. It's crucial not to alarm him unnecessarily." Golden Lion Shiki was solely focused on acquiring Shirahoshi and harnessing the power of the Sea King. Am I supposed to distract him? Indigo's scalp tingled. Wasn't that tantamount to sending himself to his doom? What is there to fear? With so many mutated beasts on our floating island, you won't even need to fight. Fine. Indigo considered this, but upon venturing outside, he discovered that the mutated beasts on the island had been entirely annihilated. MaDitian was leisurely roasting a mammoth with a severed leg while devouring thick, medium-rare chunks of meat. Once Golden Lion Shiki emerged, he activated his observation haki and took note of the current situation. However, he paid it little mind. His true intent was to pilfer the treasure he had long desired. Within the warship, the Empress reversed the petrification of everyone. Hinai, regaining her senses, looked at the Empress in astonishment and inquired, "Did your devil fruit awaken?" "Indeed, but it is all thanks to Master Daition. Had it not been for him, The Empress felt an overwhelming sense of shyness and embarrassment at having awakened the powers of the devil fruit. Hinai was utterly speechless. "Is that even possible? What kind of physique do you have? Why hasn't Hinai awakened? Why hasn't Nicole Robin awakened?" "Mind your tone." The Empress's expression turned cold. Yet she soon felt satisfied, thinking to herself, "I genuinely adore everything about Master Daition, while you two merely lust after his physique. Do you truly think you can awaken the devil fruit powers for that reason? Do you know how much I love Master Daition?" Naturally, Nicole Robin had not escaped the consequences of Daition's domineering actions. Resigned to her fate, she could only endure, but upon hearing the Empress's words, she immediately retorted, "I am not lusting after him. I was overpowered. I'm different from you, so please do not judge me casually. Be quiet. I wasn't primarily addressing you." The Empress asserted with authority, "You should feel fortunate to have received Master Daition's tenderness instead of facing death in resistance." Nika, Lobine found herself at a loss for words. Yet she did not wish to linger on the matter with the Empress. In her heart, Rena felt a twinge of injustice. Both were women and wielders of devil fruit powers. Why had the Empress awakened her ability while she had not? This seemed profoundly unfair. It was evident that Daition had bestowed far more tenderness upon the Empress than upon Rena. Next time, Rena vowed to awaken her own devil fruit powers. To the esteemed readers and benefactors, if you're watching, please do express your desire for updates so I may see how many are still following this tale. Thank you. Chapter 74. The Lion's Mite Sister. That person has returned, exclaimed White Star, a hint of panic evident in her voice. Just in time. I shall test the power of my awakening on him, the Empress declared, her expression fierce. Yet, as she rose, her legs unexpectedly faltered, and she collapsed to the ground. "Oh no, I nearly forgot I'm still in a euphoric state, and my limbs lack strength." The Empress's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. The effects of power are reciprocal. Though she had enjoyed her time with Daition over the past few days, she was now too exhausted to even walk. "I apologize, I too am in a similar state," replied Nico Robin, struggling to rise but feeling utterly drained, particularly her legs, which refused to obey her commands, forcing her to lean against the wall for support. "Rena has endured just as much as you, and now finds herself in the same predicament. However, the Empress has already awakened her sweet fruit powers, and even without venturing out, she can surely pose a threat to the Golden Lion Shiki, right?" Rena said with a light laugh, glancing at the Empress. Of course." The Empress huffed, unwilling to let Rena underestimate her. Ha ha ha, you all seem rather weak. The Golden Lion Shiki proclaimed as he landed on the deck of the warship. Utilizing his observation haki, he sensed the frail state of the Empress and her companions. Well, after enduring for 8 days and nights, it is indeed quite impressive. Old fool, shut your foul mouth, the Empress retorted angrily, unleashing her Conqueror's haki, which produced a powerful shockwave that tore through the surface of the warship. Conqueror's haki? What have I not seen? This is hardly impressive. Shiki stood firm on the deck, allowing the force to wash over him, his golden hair rustling in the wind. Yet suddenly his smile vanished. He noticed that one of his arms had turned to stone. You wretched woman, what have you done to me? Shiki exclaimed, seeing his wrist petrify in an instant. He promptly leaped off the warship, enveloping his entire arm in armament haki. However, to his dismay, the haki could only marginally slow the petrification process, unable to fully halt it as it continued to encroach upon his arm. Acting decisively, Shiki severed the petrified portion of his wrist to save his entire arm and prevent the transformation from spreading further. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he distanced himself by over 500 meters to avoid the mysterious petrification threat. Damn it. That indigo fellow said that as long as one is not swayed by her beauty, they would not be easily petrified. I did not even catch a glimpse of her. Why am I petrified? Shiki cursed, utterly perplexed by how he had been affected. Could the Empress's ability be a form of area attack? Within a certain range, even haki could be disregarded to a degree, leading to petrification? Was her power truly this invincible? Enraged, Shiki realized he had lost half an arm in mere moments. Who could endure such a fate? He desired that mermaid above all else, indifferent to the fates of the others. Floating in the air, he unleashed a kick, sending forth a devastating wave capable of cleaving the ocean's surface for miles. In an instant, the warship was bisected. The Empress and her companions barely evaded the onslaught. The Empress and White Star found themselves on one side of the warship, while Rena and Nico Robin were on the other, the energy wave forcing the two halves apart. Shiki then turned his attention towards Rena and Nico Robin, launching another wave of attack. Ha ha ha, let's see how you evade this. You seem too weak to even move now, Shiki observed, recognizing the four women were incapacitated and unable to counter his long-range assault. Yet, had he not been wary of the Empress's abilities, he would have already charged forward, mercilessly grasping their throats. With a thunderous roar, half of the warship was obliterated. Rena and Nico Robin leapt from the ship just in time, but found themselves plummeting towards the abyss below. Damn it, will Rena die without a grave? Rena's survival instinct surged, and she activated her ability, sending forth chains from her body towards a floating piece of the warship, narrowly avoiding disaster. Rena then used the chains to ensnare Nico Robin, forcefully tossing her onto another floating plank. Nico Robin, though startled, was unharmed and offered a grateful glance to Rena. Ha ha ha, your ability is commendable, but at this altitude, in your state, you stand no chance against me, Shiki taunted. However, if you hand over that mermaid, I may grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, I have no qualms about ending your lives myself. Shiki eyed the mermaid alongside the Empress, feeling conflicted about making a move. He was apprehensive of the Empress's powers and feared that unleashing his full force might inadvertently harm the mermaid, resulting in a loss. Dream on. As long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on White Star, the Empress coldly declared, conjuring a pink arrow exceeding 10 meters in length, infused with haki, and shooting it toward Shiki. You stubborn woman, you seek death, Shiki hissed, his teeth clenched. Had it not been for the Empress, he would have claimed the mermaid long ago. He swiftly crossed his two renowned swords, Sakura and Drywood, unleashing two slicing waves. With a resounding boom, the attacks collided, releasing a fierce wave of energy. The remnants of the warship disintegrated under the force, and the Empress, White Star, Rena, and Nico Robin lost their footing, plummeting from the sky. Shiki, sensing the impending explosion, retreated several thousand meters away. As the pink arrow detonated, it released a cloud of pink mist that instantly petrified the debris within a 1,000-meter radius. Shiki, wary of the petrifying fog, dared not venture into its depths. But he knew the Empress and her companions were falling below. He veered away from the pink mist and dove down in pursuit. Yet at that moment, Shiki felt the sky above him darken. Looking up, he was startled to see a floating island, several thousand meters in diameter, descending towards him. Damn it, is that indigo fellow reliable at all? Shiki seethed, realizing that the muscular Deccan was returning to the fray. With urgency, he spun around and kicked out, unleashing a massive wave to cleave the descending island in two. However, with a resounding explosion, the clash of power ensued. DemonBack emerged from the explosion of the floating island, his hair wildly dancing in the wind, his body radiating heat as he let out a thunderous roar, furiously striking towards Jin Shitsi Shurji. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Jin Shitsi Shurji dared not confront the blow head-on and chose to activate his ability. The clouds within a radius of several kilometers were instantaneously summoned, swirling and converging chaotically. Lion's Might, Cloud Whirlwind. Several lion heads formed from the gathered clouds came to life, opening their enormous jaws to bite down on DemonBack's descending fist. A deafening boom resonated as DemonBack unleashed his fist from the massive cloud lion head. His speed was remarkable, and as he rapidly traversed through the mist, his entire being became enveloped in lightning. Chapter 75, Rampage. The giant trolls formed Jin Shitsi Shurji. Having executed the Lion's Might, Cloud Whirlwind immediately regained his weight and pursued by Xing below. The primary objective was to swiftly seize the mermaid. He understood that the power of the Lion's Might, Cloud Whirlwind, was insufficient to hinder MaDitian's. It paled in comparison to Lion's Might, Earth Whirlwind, Sea Whirlwind, or Snow Whirlwind. However, upon seeing by Xing below, he was momentarily stunned. A massive bird, seemingly formed from some kind of mist, was capable of flight and carried the falling by Xing, Empress, Nico Robin, and Rinai upon its back, ascending towards the floating island above. What in the world is that? Jin Shitsi Shurji's fury erupted, his terrifying aura released as his golden hair fluttered wildly. Stop right there. Jin Shitsi bared his teeth, his murderous intent palpable, as he unleashed a fearsome sword technique, continuously kicking out slashing waves. Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of slashing waves surged towards the misty giant bird. DemonBack's figure flickered, suddenly appearing in front of the oncoming slashing waves. His back muscles shifted frantically, condensing 30% of his malevolent energy, causing his aura to surge dramatically. With his armed haki engaged, he launched a ferocious punch. A resonating sound echoed as space itself warped and hummed. The terrifying force of his punch was akin to an invisible mountain colliding with a multitude of slashing waves. Boom! 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 The enormous slashing waves erupted in a series of continuous explosions. The immense energy generated by the clash of two forces swept across tens of thousands of meters, creating a vast void in the thick clouds. DemonBack, standing upon the void, relied on the thermal energy released from the muscles in his feet, contracting and expanding. However, subjected to the intense energy shock, he could not maintain his balance and was propelled backward, crashing into a floating island. His formidable physique shattered the island upon impact. DemonBack, at a critical moment, protected us, the Empress, and others observed from the back of the giant bird formed by DemonBack's activated demon brain mode. Both the Empress and Bai Xing felt a mix of joy and heartache for DemonBack, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Nico Robin's emotions were exceedingly complex. Although DemonBack had forcefully dominated her, she could not help but view him as a remarkably reliable man. Not only had he employed his abilities to save them, but he had also braved terrifying attacks head-on with his fists. She felt an unprecedented sense of security emanating from him, deeply moved. Rinai, however, smiled slightly and remarked, "Such a man is indeed quite charming." Even Rinai cannot help but feel a stir in her heart. "Humph, be quiet, you detestable woman. Do you not worry at all for DemonBack's safety?" The Empress glared at Rinai, utterly enraged. "How can Rinai not be worried? Must I, like you, shed tears to demonstrate concern? Rinai is worried, but chooses not to express it. Is that not permissible?" Rinai retorted, evidently annoyed by the Empress's domineering attitude. "You seek death." The Empress gritted her teeth in fury, seizing Rinai. "You." Rinai was speechless and nearly cursed, but was instantly petrified. "Empress, this is not appropriate, is it? After all, Rinai is also a woman who stands beside DemonBack," Nico Robin interjected, defending Rinai, considering Rinai's earlier act of saving her. "I have no intention of harming her. I merely wish for her to be silent, and do not wish to hear her voice or share the same air," the Empress replied with slight relief. As the colossal bird formed from thermal energy transported the Empress and others to the largest floating island, it dissipated into the air, signaling the end of the demon brain's power. DemonBack's spirit surged instantaneously, his battle intent and aura climbing once more. With a resounding crash, he stomped down, shattering a face of rock on the floating island as he charged towards Jin Shitsi Shurji, who was still reeling from the energy shock. This guy is truly a humanoid monster. Jin Shitsi Shurji felt a prickling sensation, realizing the situation was quite dire. He forced himself to stabilize and drifted towards another massive floating island. Di Tian, propelled forward, shattered the void beneath him, altering his trajectory to pursue Jin Shitsi Shurji above. Jin Shitsi Shurji was utterly frustrated, while he could fly using the abilities of the Flow fruit. What kind of ability did Fan MaDitian possess? It felt as though he solely relied on explosive physical power, combined with the Marine's 6 styles of moonwalk and shave, to achieve such monstrous free movement at such heights. Yinshizishi unleashed a slashing wave to impede Ditian's pursuit. Ditian's eyes glowed white as he instantaneously mastered the finger gun technique from the Marine's 6 styles. He pointed, releasing a terrifying energy blast that collided with the slashing wave. Damn it, this truly is a monster. Even his finger gun rivals the power of my slashing wave? Jin Shitsi Shurji was left utterly stunned. He felt that before he could reach the floating island, he would be struck. Boss, I'm here to help. Just when Jin Shitsi needed time, his subordinate, Shirka Lei Duo, suddenly appeared, wielding a massive axe and leaping down towards Ditian. Ditian remained unfazed. However, as Shirka Lei Duo drew near, he struck like lightning, sending the man's head flying with a single slap. Another punch obliterated his entire body in a display of sheer brutality. Damn Fan MaDitian, you dare to kill my men? I will ensure you have no burial place. Jin Shitsi Shurji seized the opportunity to reach a floating island with a diameter of 5 kilometers. He deactivated the floating ability of this island, causing it to plummet downwards. The sudden gravitational potential created an overwhelming sense of despair, as if the very heavens were collapsing. Yet, upon witnessing this, Ditian delivered a powerful punch to the base of the floating island. The sheer force of his strike tore through the massive island, creating several kilometer-deep fissures. However, the island did not shatter completely. The island's terrifying weight began to bear down upon Ditian. Falling at a speed exceeding 1,000 meters per second, it descended towards the ground. Ha ha ha! Go die buried beneath the endless sea. Jin Shitsi Shurji stood atop the floating island, sensing Fan MaDitian below with his kin Bunchiko Haki. Suddenly, the golden lion Shurji's expression turned furiously wrathful. Damn it! What is happening? How has his momentum surged again? With both hands supporting the immense floating island, Ditian's eyes transformed from a pale state to a deep crimson in an instant. His entire aura morphed into a fierce bloodlust, saturating his skin in a vivid scarlet hue. His blood-red hair, previously wild and chaotic, stood upright in a moment of furious intensity. In this state of murderous intent, Ditian had succumbed to a frenzy of rage. His fighting strength surged wildly. The greater the potential, the more formidable his power became. As formidable as the enemy was, so too would he become, only ceasing once he defeated them and witnessed their blood. Ditian suddenly released his grip on a massive floating island, his fists clenched tightly, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon it. In less than 3 breaths, he unleashed thousands of punches. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the entire floating island shattered, akin to a mushroom cloud erupting high in the sky. The golden lion Shurji, unwilling to concede defeat, had already enveloped the floating island with his powers. Thus, when Ditian obliterated the island, reducing it to millions of fragments, Shurji swiftly condensed the debris into a colossal lion's head, measuring thousands of meters in diameter. Ditian found himself ensnared within the multitude of fragments, forcibly confined within the enormous lion's head. Challenging me? You're still too inexperienced. Merely a brute with raw strength. Amidst the thick clouds of dust, the golden lion Shurji sensed the massive lion's head plummeting rapidly toward the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and charged toward the highest and largest floating island, intent on seizing the mermaid. However, just as he emerged from the shroud of dust, a colossal figure resembling a giant, yet more fierce and ferocious, rose from the clouds within a 10,000-meter radius. Reaching out to grasp him. Chapter 76, Kanasu Become My Woman. The golden lion Shurji could hardly believe his eyes as he turned back to behold the figure, which resembled a giant but exuded a more terrifying ferocity. His heart surged with tumultuous waves of shock. He had no comprehension of what kind of ability Ditian possessed. How could he wield such grotesque and peculiar power? The immense figure, akin to a rampaging deity, was entirely crimson, emanating a frenzied flame-like aura from his head. His eyes filled with a savage ferocity, seemingly defying gravity in the void. Shurji could not evade this blow, raising his hands defensively before his face, his armed haki enveloping most of his body. With a thunderous clap, he was cast like a shooting star into the depths of the largest floating island S-rock layers, crashing hundreds of meters deep, vomiting blood and screaming in agony. The defense of his armed haki shattered, his body nearly exploding with the force, fracturing numerous bones. The titan-like figure grinned maniacally, then struck the largest floating island with a single punch. The floating island, measuring dozens of kilometers in diameter, was split asunder. The Empress and her companions felt as though they were facing an unprecedented earthquake, their shock beyond measure. After the Golden Lion Shurji lost consciousness and fell from the fractured island, the Titan seized him in its grasp. The lion's might began to unravel as it lost control over Shurji. DemonBack's eyes glowed crimson as he emerged from within the debris. Suddenly, with a fierce stomp, he vanished from sight, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that reduced the floating debris within 100 meters to dust. DemonBack teleported into the Titan's palm, bloodthirsty, and yanked the helm from the Golden Lion Shurji's head, blood gushing forth in torrents. Shurji awakened from his stupor, screaming in agony, but after 3 breaths, his life force ebbed away completely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Golden Lion Shurji. Role-playing proficiency increased by 1%. Overall attributes enhanced by 1%. Total role-playing proficiency reaches 70. DemonBack unlocked to 40. Cellular recovery rate improved to 70. The surrounding floating islands, deprived of their buoyant properties, began to plummet. DemonBack regained his composure from the bloodlust frenzy. With his observation haki sweeping across the area, he locked onto the Empress and her companions. The demon brain mode activated at high speed, transforming the colossal Titan figure into a great bird diving downwards. Within 10 breaths, the Empress and her companions were all rescued to the great bird formed by the demon brain. As they descended to the surface of the sea, White Star summoned a legion of Sea Kings. The group stood upon the backs of the Sea Kings, embarking toward the town of Mogu. Along the way, they encountered an uninhabited island. DemonBack and the others lingered there for 10 days and nights, consuming the island's large beasts, effectively restoring their energy while preparing for the upcoming battle. This lifestyle gradually became second nature to the Empress and her companions, who found joy in their routine. Though tiring, it was undeniably fulfilling, bringing them immense happiness. Days later, DemonBack and his entourage arrived at Mogu Town, a place where wealth flowed freely. As they walked through the streets, DemonBack, White Star, and the Empress drew the attention of everyone around them, yet none dared to utter a word of gossip. DemonBack's bounty was well known across the world, and the Empress, a woman of ethereal beauty, was recognized for her identity and strength. With Colonel Hinata of the Navy headquarters present, the townsfolk were visibly tense, refraining from provoking DemonBack and his companions. Upon entering a bar, by sheer coincidence, they encountered Monkey D, Luffy, and Blackbeard. Chapter 77. Ready, please cherish me just once. I think I should take you to Angel Island first. It should be fine, Conus said, lowering her head, appearing flustered and blushing, hastily changing the subject without daring to look at DemonBack. Ha ha, what a delicate woman. Yet I am captivated by your bloodline. You must bear me a son. I shall come for you tonight. DemonBack grinned widely, his hands shoved into his pockets, exuding a powerful masculine aura that dominated Conus. Robin, stay close to me. I'll lead you to the historical text imprint. The rest of you can explore Angel Island. Understood. Nico, Robin, and the Empress nodded in agreement. After spending considerable time with DemonBack, they understood well that defying his will was not an option. They had to be obedient in his presence to earn his affection and gentleness. Ahead is the sacred domain. You should not go there, or you will incur the wrath of the gods, Conus cautioned, summoning her courage to remind him as she lifted her head slightly to glance at DemonBack. DemonBack paid no heed to Conus's warning, his hands still in his pockets, his hair billowing upwards, his expression fierce, radiating an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Take me to the sacred domain, he commanded, his tone imperious, directed at the super-fast shrimp. Nico Robin trailed closely, behind feeling an unprecedented sense of security in his imposing presence. DemonBack, wait for me, Nico Robin exclaimed joyfully. quickening her pace to stand beside Detion on the back of the super-fast shrimp. How infuriating. Nico Robin gets to monopolize Detion. I too wish to have a moment alone with him. The Empress looked on with envy, her heart filled with a mix of admiration and jealousy. Do you all not believe what I say? Kurisu glanced at the Empress and others, hesitating for a few seconds before speaking. Rest assured, Miss Kurisu, Detion is truly formidable. Runai said with a slight smile, gently patting Kunisu's shoulder. Perhaps the deity you dread is about to face a great misfortune. Kunisu, confused yet surprised, replied, Sister, how did you know I was afraid of the god in that sacred domain? Just then, a thunderclap resonated through the sky, targeting Rei. In a swift motion, Runai pulled him into her embrace, narrowly avoiding the thunder strike. Upon realizing it was the god's punishment, his face turned pale, her heart racing with fear. Boom! Boom! Several bolts of lightning continued to descend, yet effortlessly evaded them. Furrowing her brow, she inquired of the trembling Kay, Do you understand what is happening? Why is the thunder striking Renat? Overwhelmed by fear, Thifu remained silent, aware that speaking during divine punishment would be seen as complicity. I see, you need not speak. Kina already andastando, shi ripurido. It must be the god within the sacred domain, correct? Indeed, commanding the power of thunder, likely having consumed a natural-type thunderfruit. No sooner having spoken than she was bombarded by a dozen lightning strikes, yet she continued to evade them with ease, reveling in her good fortune. Regardless of your identity, your demise is imminent. Despite facing another wave of thunder, remained unscathed, watched in disbelief. This sister was remarkably adept at dodging divine retribution. How impressive. The god of the sacred domain had repeatedly faltered, revealing that he was not invincible. At that moment, Ai Nilu wore a grim expression. This outsider possessed considerable skill, able to completely evade divine punishment. It seemed he had harnessed the power of the Heart Network. However, Ai Nilu refused to believe that all outsiders could escape. Since he could not punish this one, he would target others instead. He unleashed divine punishment upon the Empress and Bushing. The Empress frowned, her anger flaring. Armored in hockey, she struck down all the descending thunder with powerful kicks, simultaneously shielding Bushing. Ai Nilu was left dumbfounded. What kind of legs were these? They effortlessly shattered his lightning. It appeared as if no effort was required. Though Nilu had skillfully developed the thunder fruit and honed his observation hockey, he still struggled to comprehend the nature of armament hockey. Damn it. It seems these women possess some abilities. Frustration boiled within him, for it was the first time he had failed so many times, intensifying his rage as he shifted his focus to Detion. On the back of the super-fast shrimp, Detion suddenly sensed the impending thunder strike. He leapt into the void at once. Boom! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, struck him. Yahaha! It hit, finally! Ai Nilu rejoiced inwardly, feeling his pent-up anger and frustration somewhat alleviated. Yet, his laughter abruptly ceased. The opponent appeared unscathed. In the sky above the sea, Detion was enveloped in swirling lightning, unleashing his observation hockey to encompass the entire divine island, locking onto. His visage grew furious as he stood upon the void, exuding an overwhelming aura, advancing towards the divine island with strides that spanned hundreds of meters. Presumptuous mortal, will you not halt at once? As he approached the sacred domain, 4 divine officials suddenly soared from the island. This is the dwelling of the gods. You have no right to enter. Begone. The 4 officials, brimming with arrogance, lined up, looking down upon Detion. Veins bulged on his forehead as a terrifying aura erupted. Suddenly, he stomped upon the void, generating a shockwave that swept across hundreds of meters. The divine officials were taken aback, their flight unstable as they realized the formidable presence before them. Yet, before any could react, Detion teleported, grasping one official by the head. With a grip exceeding 3,000 tons, he crushed the skulls of 2 divine officials effortlessly. The remaining 2 officials, witnessing this, turned pale with fear, their scalps prickling. He was terrifying, seemingly more formidable than Lord Hill. With just one move, they felt utter despair, losing all courage to resist. Run! Flee! Terrified, the 2 officials turned to escape. Detion, standing amidst the void, radiated fury. In his eyes, the fleeing officials were already as good as dead. He appeared before one official in a flash, delivering a punch that sent him crashing into the island. With a resounding explosion, the official plunged deep into the ground, unconscious. Detion swiftly arrived, raising his foot to crush the corpse. The other official fled frantically toward Nilu. Just as Tion prepared to pursue, a colossal python emerged, stretching 1,000 meters, opening its gaping maw. He grasped the massive jaws, channeling energy through his arms, releasing a terrifying force that shattered the jaws of the Sky Sovereign. In an instant, he shifted to the heart of the Sky Sovereign, placing his powerful palm upon it. As his fingers converged, an overwhelming pulling force was born. The area where his palm made contact began to heat and smoke, rapidly turning red-hot, akin to molten iron. Suddenly, with a loud pop, a blood hole appeared at the heart's location, causing the heart to explode. The Sky Sovereign met its demise. Tion soon arrived at a desolate ruin. The fleeing divine official stood behind Lu, eyeing Tion with trepidation. With a fierce expression, Tion appeared behind the official, forcefully pressing his head down to the ground. Boom! With that, the earth within a radius of hundreds of meters shattered, and the official's head was crushed. Nilu was utterly astonished. Such speed. The heart network barely kept pace, utterly unable to prevent the divine official from being obliterated at superluminal speed. In a panic, Nilu retreated, increasing the distance. His expression dark as he confronted Tion. Do you understand how dire the consequences of angering a god can be? Bolts of lightning crackled around him, wreaking havoc within a radius of hundreds of meters, yet failing to threaten Tion's formidable physique. Tion advanced toward Nilu step by step, hands in his pockets, his hair flowing like seaweed in water. Nilu felt the pressure, unwilling to hold back any longer, perceiving Tion as the greatest provocateur against the gods. He struck the taiko on his right shoulder, releasing 30 million volts of lightning birds. Yet, Tion remained unfazed. The lightning birds struck him without inflicting any harm. Nilu struck the taiko on his left shoulder, unleashing 30 million volts of lightning beasts, still met with indifference from Tion, who absorbed the attack effortlessly. Enraged, Nilu struck both shoulders simultaneously, summoning 60 million volts of lightning dragons. However, Tion reacted with superluminal speed, delivering a singular blow. Demon God Strike. The lightning dragon was neatly decapitated. Nilu was left stunned, his jaw agape, encountering such a formidable opponent for the first time. Hey, insect, show me your strongest strike, or I shall end your life. Emperor Tion regarded Nilu with a disdainful gaze. An ant, is it? Nilu seethed with rage, veins bulging. He was a god, the sole deity of the Sky Island, and this mere outsider dared to insult him? Very well, you have thoroughly enraged me. Today, you shall witness the true power of a god. Nilu unleashed the taiko drum on his back, releasing an overwhelming 200 million volts of electricity that enveloped him, forming a colossal figure of thunder. Towering above, he resembled a divine thunder god, gazing down imperiously at the diminutive Emperor Tion. Nilu clenched his fist and struck at Emperor Tion. Tion grinned widely, a hint of excitement in his demeanor. Activating 40% of his DemonBack power and combining it with the release of thermal energy and the armed hockey, he delivered a punch from his position. With an explosive force of 100,000 tons, a thunderous crash resounded as the two energies collided, sending shockwaves that swept across the entire God Island. Nilu's thunderous form shattered, sending him flying thousands of meters away. Emperor Tion stepped forward, causing the ground to quake, transforming into a streak of light as he pursued the airborne Nilu, landing a punch that sent him soaring into the sky. Nilu coughed up blood, never having imagined such excruciating pain, as if an invisible force in Tion's fist rendered his electrical defenses futile. Though Nilu possessed the speed of lightning, Tion was equally swift, compounded by his supersonic attacks, leaving Nilu unable to react or evade. As Tion pursued him into the air, he struck Nilu down once more, creating a massive crater that shattered the ground for hundreds of meters. Nilu screamed in agony, the pain unprecedented. Continuing this way, he would surely perish. In the face of death's terror, Nilu's survival instincts surged, unlocking his latent potential. As Emperor Tion descended, he launched a powerful punch. Nilu's body instantaneously transformed into several bolts of lightning, scattering in all directions. Tion's punch missed, causing the ground to tremble violently. 100 meters away, Nilu materialized, panting heavily, his heart trembling with fear. This man's power was overwhelming. Tion's fighting spirit erupted as he raised his hand, unleashing his lightning skill. A roar of thunder struck him, augmenting his speed to divine levels. In an instant, he appeared before Nilu. Nilu's pupils widened, his heart unable to catch up, as he hurriedly attempted to elementalize. He was struck by Tion's armed hockey punch, sending him flying hundreds of meters, bloodied and missing several teeth. Tion swiftly pursued, gripping Enelu's neck and forcefully slamming him to the ground, causing the earth to erupt and fracture. Enelu coughed up blood, yet Tion released his grip, refraining from further assault, and with his hands in his pockets, stated, "A thunder god? Unfortunately, you are far too weak, utterly unable to withstand me. Go and grow stronger. The Straw Hat Kid has come to the Sky Island. Defeat them." Enelu had never anticipated such a complete defeat. The strength of his opponent plunged him into despair. The humiliation of being called an ant stirred unrest within him, an unwillingness to accept his fate. Yet, he lacked the courage to retort. Feeling an overwhelming desire to grow stronger, to ultimately defeat this man and reclaim his dignity as a god, Nico Robin approached Emperor Tion, wishing to express her concern, yet hesitated. "Come, this way," Tion beckoned, leading Robin deeper into the ruins where they discovered a historical text. Robin learned of the existence of the Sea Kings, one of the 3 ancient weapons, and that Roger had once visited the Sky Island. The original god of the Sky Island, Gonfur, riding his cattle, along with the Wando warriors, descended upon the god island, witnessing the entire battle. They were astounded to find that the Enelu they feared was so easily overpowered by this outsider. In that moment, they felt a mixture of awe and wariness towards Emperor Tion. "Esteemed Lord, you have vanquished the god Enelu. You are now our new deity of the Sky Island." Gonfur ventured cautiously, curious to see if Tion harbored ambitions to rule them. Tion ignored him, departing the god island with Robin. News of Emperor Tion's triumph over Enelu spread rapidly. The countless angels on Angel Island, both male and female, erupted in cheers, filled with reverence and gratitude towards Tion. Many female angels found themselves smitten by him. Cornus learned of Tion's victory over Enelu and could not help but feel affection, contemplating his proposal earnestly. That night, Cornus anxiously awaited Tion's arrival in her room. The bold confession from their earlier encounter left her both startled and fearful, yet she was irresistibly drawn to him. Soon, Tion entered as promised, asking, "Are you prepared? I am quite a domineering man. With your fragility, you might not survive." Cornus, at a loss for words, found her thoughts blank upon seeing Tion, and unable to resist her desires, shyly implored, "Please, Lord Tion, show some care for Cornus." The next day, on Angel Island, a beauty contest was held. Boa Hancock ranked first, Shirahoshi second, Cornus third, Nami fourth, and Nico Robin fifth. In truth, Shirahoshi and Hancock's beauty were on par, yet Hancock, possessing the Mero Mero no Mi powers, was particularly adept at capturing hearts. While the beauty contest unfolded, Enelu, now humbled, had kidnapped Nami, luring Monkey D. Luffy and his crew to the God Island, leading to an epic battle. No longer arrogant after his defeat by Tion, Enelu faced Luffy and his companions with utmost seriousness, unleashing his full strength from the outset. In the initial exchanges, Enelu fell a shock as the Straw Hat Kid proved formidable, an adept user of a devil fruit, impervious to his lightning attacks. However, with his formidable mind powers and careful strategy, Enelu managed to dominate Luffy's crew, ultimately unleashing one of his most potent techniques, the Thunder God, which nearly pierced through the God Island. Enelu was utterly committed to this battle. Just as he prepared to eliminate Luffy and his crew, Emperor Tion appeared on the battlefield. Luffy needed to experience adversity to grow. He had to understand that strength without his aura of invincibility was a challenging path. However, after repeated failures, Tion could not allow Luffy to lose his motivation to grow. Thus, he rescued Nami from the electric haze. Awakening in a bed, Nami felt intense pain and found herself completely bare. Overwhelmed, she fainted. When she regained consciousness, she struggled to recall the events, remembering vaguely that someone had dragged her away after she was electrocuted. That man must have been Fama Tion. NGH. Nami spat out a mouthful of blood. "Nami, are you alright?" Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and Chopper were in the room, anxiously expressing their concern. Chao Ba examined Nami's pulse and said, "Nami, you must remain calm. First, adjust your mindset and do not allow excessive sorrow to overwhelm you, or your body may not withstand it." However, Nami immediately burst into tears. I was violated by Fama Daitian. The minds of Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and the others were struck as if by a thunderclap. I will kill Fama Daitian." Luffy roared in fury, an unprecedented killing intent gathering in his brows. Seeing Nami weep so sorrowfully, Sanji felt an immense pain in his heart. His anger manifested as smoke rising from his feet, igniting into fierce flames. Zoro, however, quietly left the room, determined to grow stronger, relentlessly seeking strength without wasting a moment, so that he could defeat all enemies ahead and protect his companions. In the same room, Cornus felt a pang of guilt, for she knew what Lord Daitian had done to the girl before her. Yet, she felt powerless to intervene. She was not even considered one of Lord Daitian's people. But for reasons unknown, Cornus did not wish for these individuals to harbor hatred towards Lord Daitian, and she could not help but say, "You all were actually saved from the hands of God Enel by Lord Daitian." However, Lord Daitian has already left Sky Island. God Enel was defeated by Lord Daitian, and he too has departed from Sky Island. Yet now, who would heed Cornus's words? Luffy and the others were solely focused on killing Fama Daitian for daring to take advantage of the situation and violate Nami. "Let us leave this place. Nami, trust me. Next time I will definitely kill him." Luffy, with unwavering conviction, stepped forward, lifted Nami wrapped in a sheet, and departed from Cornus's home. The group returned to the Mary and set sail from Sky Island. They all began to train even more diligently. Even the restless Luffy sat at the bow of the Mary, seriously reflecting on their battles, summarizing experiences, and seeking to grow stronger from them. After departing from Sky Island, Lord Daitian and his companions returned to the sea. The Empress instructed Shirahoshi to ask Lord Daitian if they could go directly to Amazon Lily. Shirahoshi nodded and hurried to Lord Daitian. "Husband, can we go to Amazon Lily? It is my sister's country, and I am eager to see it." Of course, Lord Daitian readily agreed. There was nothing of interest left for him in the Grand Line. After visiting Amazon Lily, he planned to stop by the Navy headquarters and then directly challenge the various emperors of the New World. Thank you, husband. Shirahoshi felt cherished by Lord Daitian, filling her heart with joy. After leaving Sky Island, Enel sailed his Maxim towards the edge of the Cloud Sea, arriving over the waters of Elbaf, the land of giants. A month later, he embarked on a new adventure. Originally, Enel intended to travel to the moon in search of endless land. But after being defeated by Lord Daitian and ridiculed as an ant, coupled with Luffy's fearless attitude towards his lightning, he temporarily abandoned his quest for endless land. Instead, he became curious and interested in the place where Lord Daitian and the others had come from. However, in Elbaf, where giants roamed freely, it remained uncertain whether Enel could thrive. If he could not, he might abandon this place to seek endless land again, immersing himself in his ideal world and developing in obscurity. A little over a month later, Lord Daitian arrived at Amazon Lily. Shirahoshi fulfilled her prior promise to the Empress, informing the Sea Kings near Amazon Lily not to threaten the sisters fishing in the sea. The Sea Kings in this windless sea eagerly accepted the orders, feeling overjoyed and excited that their king had arrived in the windless waters. The Empress sincerely thanked Shirahoshi, regarding her as a true sister. Sisters Sandasonia and Margaret, upon learning that their elder sister had become Lord Daitian's woman, were taken aback. It was utterly astonishing that their sister, who had been summoned by the world government to confront Fama Daitian, had ultimately defected and become his woman. "Sister, have you truly made this decision?" The two sisters earnestly inquired in a private room with the Empress. This was all very sudden for them. "Of course, I am now Lord Daitian's woman. Is there any doubt? Moreover, to be honest, I am already pregnant with Lord Daitian's child, and it has been over 2 months." The Empress said shyly, her cheeks flushed, feeling truly happy and content. What? The sisters' minds were struck as if by a bolt from the blue. Was this too fast? 2 months already? "Sister, is what you said really true?" They asked again for confirmation. "Yes, I am pregnant, and it really has been 2 months. Do you know how happy I am because of this? This is the crystallization of my love with Lord Daitian. I have even thought of a name for the child." The Empress said, enraptured. The sisters were stunned. It seemed their elder sister had indeed fallen in love with Fama Daitian. However, it made sense. The charm of Lord Daitian was simply overwhelming. When they first met him, their hearts raced, and they felt an urge to be dominated by him. Unfortunately, the girls around Lord Daitian were too beautiful. They had both already fallen behind in looks. There was no way Lord Daitian would notice them. Besides, he was their elder sister's man, so they shouldn't covet him. "Sister, what name will the child have?" The Empress, filled with excitement, happily replied, "Well, if it's a girl, I will name her Fama Tiantian." Yet, when it came to the subject of a girl, the Empress felt a tinge of disappointment. "It is somewhat regrettable that Lord Daitian seems to prefer boys. I am certain I will have a girl. However, even so, I should be the first to have a child, and then Lord Daitian will love me even more." My position beside Lord Daitian will become the foremost. Nami, Nico Robin, and Shirahoshi, those women, should not be as formidable as I am. The Empress spoke of this matter with a sense of pride and a hint of satisfaction. What the Empress did not know was that she was not the first to conceive child. Lord Daitian's strength surpassed imagination. It was a level of power that would leave no room for oversight. For instance, Mrs. Charlie from Fishman Island was the first. Tied for fourth place were Makino and the Empress. On Fishman Island, Mrs. Charlie awaited Lord Daitian's return, often caressing her small belly and nurturing the life within. When she thought of Lord Daitian, she would occasionally lose herself in thought, a blissful smile gracing her face, eagerly anticipating the birth of a new life. This was the crystallization of her love with Lord Daitian, and she wondered what kind of extraordinary life it would be. With Lord Daitian's immense strength, the life born from him would surely be formidable. In the Dragon Palace, Father, Shirahoshi has been with Lord Daitian for over 2 months now. Aside from the significant incident in Sabaody, there's been almost no news of them in the past 2 months. Could something unfortunate have happened? Indeed, Father. The esteemed Daitian has slain the celestial dragons. It is said that the world government has summoned the Shichibukai to take action, yet there has been no news as of now, and we remain uncertain of the specifics. If anything were to happen to my sister, Bai Xing, we would find it unbearable. Enough, do not worry. Daitian is quite formidable. He should be able to protect Bai Xing. Niputan was not overly concerned. Jinbei had returned to Fishman Island not long ago and had secretly met with him to discuss the events of the East Blue War. Daitian had severely injured the Shichibukai and even defeated Carp. Currently, he is likely exploring the world with Bai Xing. What troubled Niputan, however, was that, according to Jinbei, Daitian seemed to have a penchant for attracting attention from various women. Reflecting on this matter, Niputan couldn't help but sigh. With such a wonderful woman like Bai Xing, Daitian still sought other conquests. This was quite unfair to his daughter. However, unbeknownst to Niputan, Daitian's strength was beyond imagination. Both Bai Xing and the Empress hoped for more women who cherished Daitian to accompany him on his adventures around the world. The reason the events of the East Blue War had not been disseminated was entirely due to the world government and the Navy headquarters imposing a complete blockade on the matter. Such a disgraceful incident. Chapter 79. Destroying impelled down with bare hands the Empress, regaining her composure, found it hard to accept. She had thought she was the only one expecting child, only to discover that Rinai was also pregnant. What a cunning and despicable woman. No, I must inform Daitian immediately. You just had a conversation with Admiral Sengoku from the Navy headquarters. The Empress, infuriated, turned to leave, eager to see Rinai reprimanded. Observing the increasingly irate Empress rushing to report her, Rinai could only shake her head helplessly. She took out a cigarette, intending to light it for a deep breath, but then remembered her pregnancy and decided it was best to quit, as it could harm the baby's health. Now that the Empress was also expecting, Rinai did not want her child to be less healthy than the Empress's baby. Among women, once something is at stake, they tend to compare everything. Otherwise, they would not be considered normal. Daitian was on an island near Nine Snake Island, indulging in the flesh of wild beasts, with a towering pile of bones beside him. Nike Lobine and Bai Xing were tirelessly grilling food for Daitian. Suddenly, the Empress arrived on the island, her face lighting up upon seeing Daitian. She rushed over, linking her arm through his and gently shaking it. My dear husband, I caught Rinai reporting your whereabouts to Admiral Sengoku. She has relayed quite a bit of information about you, and her intentions are far from innocent. At this moment, Rinai hurried over, seeing the Empress had already informed Daitian and genuinely fearing he might be angry. Daitian, I apologize, but Rinai only reported the final work and had no intention of causing you harm. After all, she is carrying your child. Rinai said earnestly, her cheeks flushed. Bai Xing and Nike Lobine exchanged surprised glances at Rinai. Upon hearing this, Daitian's heart leapt with joy, and he smiled gently at Rinai. Come here. Let me feel it. Daitian did not pursue the matter of Rinai disclosing information and whereabouts. Unable to resist Daitian's warmth and charm. Rinai nodded gently and approached. Daitian placed his hand on Rinai's abdomen. Very well, I eagerly anticipate the day of his arrival. The Empress suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. Daitian did not seem upset with Rinai, indicating he did not wish to pursue the matter further, prompting the Empress to hurriedly declare, My dear husband, I am also expecting a child. The Empress said in a sweet, delicate voice. Nike Lobine and Bai Xing were once again taken by surprise at the Empress's revelation. However, Bai Xing quickly found joy in the news. Her elder sister was going to have a baby. DTN also placed his hand on the Empress's abdomen, laughing heartily. Although I anticipated this. It brings me immense joy to hear you say it. Nike Lobin, by Xing you too, right? Nike Lobin had initially planned to confirm her pregnancy in another month. And as she had only been with DTN for less than 2 months, she worried it might be too soon. Yet at this moment, DTN exuded such confidence in his abilities that it left no doubt about their prowess. The astute Nike Lobin naturally understood the implication and nodded in agreement. At this moment, the Empress and Rinai unexpectedly turned to Nike Lobin, feeling surprised that she, a newcomer, was also included. This physique was not to be underestimated. The innocent and lovely Baixing suddenly became anxious. All 3 elder sisters seemed to already know of their pregnancies. Yet why was she left in the dark? My dear husband, I feel so sad. I do not know if I'm expecting. Tears streamed down Baixing's cheeks as she felt inadequate, worried that her beloved might abandon her. My dear husband, why not feel my belly as well? Baixing pleaded pitifully. What if I am also pregnant? DTN smiled tenderly and reached out to touch her. Do not worry, you are too. I am DTN. Hee, that is wonderful. I will give birth to a child for you, my dear husband. Baixing adorably wiped away her tears. The Empress's mood soured. After all this, everyone else was expecting, yet her child would likely be a girl, while most of theirs would be boys. This thought suddenly made the Empress feel anxious and fearful, leading her to confess candidly. My dear husband, I am sorry. My child may be a girl. Will you dislike me for it? Do not worry. Having a girl occasionally is not so bad. DTN replied with a slight smile. Given his strong genes, it was likely that apart from the Empress, the children of Baixing and the others would mostly be boys. Conversely, having a girl could be quite rare, could it not? My dear husband, is what you say truly sincere? The Empress exclaimed with tears of joy, her heart fluttering. Indeed, DTN nodded. The Empress wiped away her happy tears and embraced him tightly from behind. My dear husband, I am so happy. By the way, I have even thought of a name for our daughter, Fama Tian. What do you think? Tian will be as beautiful as a celestial being, just like me, and she will undoubtedly be obedient to your wishes. Rinai and Nike Lobin were momentarily stunned. The Empress was impressive. She even had a name ready. And it sounded lovely. Tian. The name evoked a charming and beautiful image. Wow, my elder sister's daughter will be named Tian. Then I shall name my son Yu. Baixing exclaimed joyfully, filled with anticipation and dreams for her future child. Ahem, Baixing, that will be a boy. So you must choose another name. Is Yu really unsuitable? Baixing said, looking disheartened. Yes, it sounds too feminine. Your husband is a mighty and imposing man. His children must also embody that strength, especially the boys. The Empress replied with a charming smile directed at Baixing. It seems to make sense. Could you, dear sister, help me come up with a name for a boy? Of course, it's no trouble at all. Subsequently, the Empress and others gathered around DTN to discuss. Yet they could not help but yearn for his gentle demeanor. DTN, however, stood up to intervene. It's best to take care of your health, lest things spiral out of control and you become overwhelmed, risking your well-being. The Empress, Nico Robin, and Rinai felt somewhat helpless. Yet upon reflection, they found DTN's advice to be quite reasonable. Therefore, though a bit disheartened, they felt immense joy in their hearts. DTN truly was quite tender. Additionally, during this time, Hancock will remain on Nine Snake Island. Shirahoshi will return to Fishman Island. Nico Robin will head to Fishman Island, where there's a piece of historical text. Rinai will return to her hometown. Later, I shall visit you all. DTN's words left the Empress and others at a loss, a sudden wave of sadness washing over them. They could not help but ponder. Must they part ways before they even truly began? What? Are you unwilling? DTN shifted from gentle to serious, to avoid being shackled by them. He had to be resolute. The Empress and others shook their heads, indicating otherwise. Then it's settled. In a few days, I will leave Nine Snake Island to pursue some matters of my own. The wedding will take place tomorrow, and I shall fulfill all promises made. Yes, understood, my lord. The Empress felt a tinge of happiness, yet still harbored reluctance at the thought of parting from DTN. Had she known, she would not have revealed her circumstances to him so soon. It was all Rinai's fault. The Empress cast a resentful glance at Rinai. Rinai, feeling speechless, understood the Empress's implication. However, there was no remedy. She had indeed been the one to disclose the information first. Had she not, perhaps she could have lingered by DTN's side a while longer. First, she would send Rinai back to her hometown, then escort Shirahoshi and Nico Robin to Fishman Island. Neptune was taken aback upon seeing Tion and Shirahoshi suddenly return. Tion, what brings you back so swiftly? Shirahoshi is pregnant. She needs to remain on Fishman Island to recuperate, Tion replied nonchalantly. Neptune and the three princes were struck dumb with shock, their minds reeling. This was utterly absurd. They had thought it impossible to reach such a conclusion, yet here they were. Tion truly was formidable. However, with Shirahoshi expecting, Neptune was naturally overjoyed. He was about to become a grandfather. The three princes were also excited at the prospect of becoming uncles. After making arrangements, Tion departed from Dragon Palace, taking Nico Robin to the Fishman Cafe. Robin, you will stay here for the time being? I need to speak with Sherry inside. Yes. Tion, thank you. Nico Robin had no home, but now with Tion's arrangements, she felt a sense of fulfillment. Mrs. Sherry had actually anticipated Tion's return to Fishman Island from the very moment he arrived. She had been waiting every day for him, sitting by the bed. Her heart was filled with hope that Tion would come to see her. Her anticipation was well-founded, and thus her heart brimmed with satisfaction and joy. Tion had indeed come to find her. Hearing his footsteps and catching a whiff of his familiar scent from afar, Mrs. Sherry felt a surge of nervousness, imagining dozens of scenarios for their reunion. But when Tion pushed the door open and stepped inside, he gently remarked, Sherry, it's been a while. Sherry immediately lifted her head. Gazing at Tion's gentle face, she felt the same irresistible charm and excitement coursing through her veins. She rushed towards him and embraced him. Inishiliting opeshenitkish. Tion, pleased, wrapped his arms around her. However, when Sherry wished to engage in deeper intimacy, Tion refused. With your condition, let's postpone such matters for later. Mrs. Sherry flushed with shyness, lowering her head as she murmured, My Lord Tion, you are aware, aren't you? I have great confidence in myself. What do you think? Tion replied with a playful scoff. Yes, I understand now. Sherry nestled against Tion, savoring the moment, feeling blissfully content. My Lord Tion, how long will you stay this time? Mrs. Sherry could not help but inquire. I shall leave at any moment. I have matters to attend to. Ensure that Nico Robin, who is waiting outside, is well taken care of. She is also under my protection, Tion stated calmly. Understood. My Lord Tion, Sherry will treat her as a sister. Deeply in love with Tion, Mrs. Sherry would naturally selflessly dedicate herself for his sake. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Tion decisively departed Fishman Island, heading towards Impel Down. The journey through the prison would also aid him in enhancing his disguise. Having been imprisoned and escaped, he was well acquainted with the process. Sherry and Nico Robin stood at the crossroads, silently watching Tion's departure. Once he had completely vanished from sight, they exchanged smiles. Sister Robin, from now on, you will reside with me in the cafe. I imagine you are also expecting a child, aren't you? Yes, I must trouble you then. Nico Robin replied politely. From Mrs. Sherry's identity, Nico Robin had deduced her circumstances and, unsurprisingly, she too was with child. Tion exited the protective barrier of Fishman Island, brazenly commanding a Sea King to transport him above. The lanternfish Sea King sheltered Tion within its lantern and directly delivered him to the surface of Impel Down. There were still 4 days until the public execution of the Whitebeard Pirates captains and crew at the Navy headquarters. Arriving at the entrance of Impel Down, Tion grinned confidently at the guards stationed at the gate, declaring, Let me in. However, once the guards recognized him as the notorious criminal Tion, with a bounty of 50 billion berries, they were instantly paralyzed with fear. They were utterly bewildered. Was he surrendering? Yet the guards dared not accept him. One guard immediately dashed into the prison to notify Magellan. As another guard saw Tion approaching, his hand trembled uncontrollably, and he inadvertently fired several shots. Yet the bullets struck Tion as if they were hitting steel, resonating loudly without causing any harm. Furious, Tion bared his teeth, his hair standing on end as he glared fiercely at the guard who had fired. Using Saru, he swiftly appeared before the guard and swiftly decapitated him. Another guard, witnessing the shocking scene where his comrade's head had suddenly fallen to the ground, was so terrified that he wet himself. When Tion turned his gaze towards him, that guard fainted on the spot. The guards inside Impel Down had already raised the alarm. The guards monitoring the various levels of hell hurriedly checked on the prisoners, fearing that an escape was underway. Director, it's bad. Someone has breached Impel Down. A guard rushed into Magellan's office, where he was currently suffering from a bout of diarrhea. Hearing the report, he was initially displeased. However, The news of an intruder in Impelled Down instantly captured his attention. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates were attempting a jailbreak? How many are there? Can the Navy stationed outside hold them off? Magellan immediately began to interrogate. The jailer felt that he and Chief Magellan were not on the same wavelength and hurriedly explained, "Chief, the situation is dire. The intruder has evaded the attention of the Navy stationed in the inner sea and has directly descended upon the gates of Impelled Down." "What?" Magellan exclaimed in shock, realizing that the Navy guarding the inner sea had not detected the intrusion. Did this mean the intruder surfaced from the depths of the Great Prison? However, this was a windless sea teeming with sea kings. How could they have succeeded? By the way, Chief, the intruder is MaDitian, a notorious figure with a bounty of 5 billion berries, known for flaying celestial dragons and destroying Island 13 of Sabaody. Upon hearing this, Magellan felt an immediate sense of urgency. His instincts had already warned him that this man was formidable. He barely had time to grab toilet paper before bolting from the restroom. "Quickly, assemble more than half of our personnel," Magellan commanded as he prepared to head to the first layer of hell, the Red Lotus. If his intuition was correct, the jailers would surely be unable to stop the intruder. The massive iron gate would not hinder the intruder's effortless entry into the prison. Daition extended his palm, pressing it against the thick steel door, fingers tightly together, while grasping his wrist with his other hand. Applying force with both hands, the muscles in his palms bulged, initiating an extreme compression. Soon, a wave of terrifying heat emanated from his hands, causing the area around the steel door to gradually glow a deep crimson. With the assistance of his grasped arm, the enormous steel door, which was 5 meters thick, was obliterated, creating a hole approximately 3 meters in diameter. With molten steel dripping from above, radiating an intense heat akin to lava. With his hands casually in his pockets, Daition strolled in as if he were returning to his own domain. Chapter 80. Ghost Brain, 3 heads and 6 arms and Impelled Down. The first floor above the sea held no prisoners. It served as the area where all inmates underwent baptism and verification before entering the first layer of hell, the Red Lotus. "Guide me through all the processes here," Daition demanded imperiously, leaving the alarmed jailers in a state of confusion. What did this mean? Wasn't this formidable figure here to stage a prison break? Why did it seem like he was here to experience the various torments of Impelled Down? The deputy warden, Hannibal, snapped back to reality and realized this was an opportunity. If he could manage to stabilize such a terrifying killing machine, he might elevate his own status and fortune. With Magellan's temperament, he would undoubtedly engage in a confrontation with this killing deity. At that moment, Hannibal could embellish the tale, and surely the higher-ups would punish Magellan, bringing him closer to a promotion. "Haha, Lord Daition, what brings you here?" Hannibal greeted with a smile, approaching obsequiously. The jailers were left speechless. True to form, Hannibal remained composed even in the presence of a wanted criminal with a bounty of 5 billion. Hannibal noticed the admiration in the jailer's eyes and felt a surge of excitement. His choice had indeed been correct. However, he was simply being true to himself. "Speak less if you wish to live," Daition said menacingly and imperiously. "I want to experience all the challenges in Impelled Down. Also, quickly arrange for powerful criminals for me to battle." "Yes, yes, understood," Hannibal replied, nodding in fear as the pressure weighed heavily upon him. Was this the aura of a being bold enough to flay celestial dragons? The intensity was overwhelming, and the recklessness was chilling. But to challenge all the strong criminals in Impelled Down, Hannibal could barely contain his thoughts. If he could subdue MaDitian under his leadership, would he not be guaranteed a promotion and wealth? In the depths of hell, there were numerous formidable criminals. With careful arrangements, even if Daition was powerful, he could not possibly overcome so many strong adversaries. Moreover, there were various obstacles to navigate along the way, and he could always arrange for additional jailer beasts. Hannibal envisioned the possibilities and quickly regained his composure. "Lord Daition, this way leads to the preliminary trials from the first layer above sea to the first layer of the Red Lotus below. The sacred baptism and the trials of the Mountain of Blades and Sea of Fire await. This sacred baptism involved traversing a stretch of boiling water at a temperature of 100 degrees Celsius, spanning 500 meters. The Mountain of Blades and Sea of Fire requires one to walk barefoot along a path lined with various sharp weapons, also extending 500 meters. Should anyone suffer injury or bleed along the way, they are deemed unworthy to enter the first layer of the Red Lotus and will be executed on the spot. Fed to the jailer beasts. Is this what you call punishment?" Daition scoffed, his disdain palpable. "You better not disappoint me with what follows," Otherwise, I shall personally obliterate this farce of impel down. With a sudden, fierce grin, DemonBack's aura surged. His fiery red hair standing on end as his muscles tensed and compressed to their limits. The densely packed muscle fibers appeared like a scaly red armor. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his thermal energy, a terrifying wave of crimson energy erupting from his body, sweeping across the entire first floor above the sea. His body radiated heat, and his muscles glistened a deep red, as though they were molten steel. Deputy Warden Hannibal, Chief Jailer Suddy, and the other jailers were awestruck and terrified. Was this still a human? This was akin to a monster like Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Daiteon, body-chested, leaped into the boiling pool of water. However, the temperature of the boiling water paled in comparison to that of Daiteon's body. The surface of the water instantly erupted into a frenzy of bubbles, generating a thick cloud of steam that enveloped the entire area. "Ah, it's so hot. My face burns." The jailers collectively shrieked as they were scalded by the high-temperature steam. "Quick, open the ventilation ducts. Those with gas masks, put them on immediately," Chief Jailer Suddy commanded. As the ventilation ducts opened, the scalding steam was rapidly expelled, replaced by a refreshing sea breeze. Yet at that moment, everyone was horrified and incredulous to see that the 500-meter-long boiling pool, once filled to the brim, was now barely half full. Daiteon stepped out of the pool and entered the area of the mountain of blades and sea of fire. The path was lined with various sharp weapons, their edges thrusting upward while molten lava burned beneath, turning the weapons a fiery red. Daiteon walked barefoot across this treacherous terrain, his hundreds of muscles shifting to form a cushion that unleashed a steady, powerful tremor with each step. As he lifted his foot, the weapons beneath him shattered into fragments. The jailers watched in awe, swallowing hard. Daiteon's physique was nothing short of monstrous. He seemed to tread lightly, yet wherever he stepped, weapons were reduced to mere dust. "Lord Daiteon, please follow me. By descending through the elevator passage, you shall enter the first layer of the Hong Lian Hell. However, the inmates of Hong Lian Hell are not particularly formidable. They cannot even overpower the guarding beasts. Outside lies a forest, where the leaves resemble razor-sharp jinshu and the grass can pierce flesh like jinjinchao. Yet, these should pose no challenge for you, my lord. Thus, let us proceed directly to the second layer, the Beast Hell. Although the inmates here are also not overly strong, this layer is populated with numerous ferocious beasts. It would be worthwhile for Lord Daiteon to test his mettle against them." Hannibal spoke cautiously. Before a powerhouse like Daiteon, he could only bow and act according to his will. Aware that the first layer of Hong Lian Hell held little promise, Daiteon moved directly to the second layer, the Beast Hell. Indeed, this layer was rife with savage beasts, chicken snakes, human-faced lions, venomous scorpions, and sphinxes among them. "Lord Daiteon, we have arrived at the second layer of Beast Hell." Sphinx summoned forth the ferocious beasts of this layer to spar with Lord Daiteon and ensure they give their all. To not do so would be to insult the true strength of Lord Daiteon, with dire consequences. Hannibal instructed the Sphinx, a colossal lion with a mane of white fur, which roared mightily. The very ground shook, and countless fierce creatures charged forth. The convicts within their cells trembled, fearing they would be hunted and devoured by these beasts. "Lord Daiteon, do you see? The ferocity of these beasts is not lacking, is it?" Hannibal smiled ingratiatingly, pleased with how quickly the beasts gathered. However, he soon felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back. He noticed Daiteon's growing ire. What could it be? Did he find his words excessive? Swallowing hard, Hannibal opted for silence. The accompanying guards dared not breathe. Daiteon's audacity to stride into the city with such confidence signified his ability to exit unscathed. Faced with such a figure, the mere guards felt utterly insignificant. The true resolution would come only with the arrival of Director Magellan, the strongest in the city. With his devil fruit, the Doka Doka no Mi, he was an invincible force. Daiteon, observing the lackluster beasts, suddenly lost interest in battle. These creatures paled in comparison to the ferocious beasts kept by the golden lion Shiki on Floating Island. With hands buried in his pockets, Daiteon sneered fiercely, "Begone, you feeble beasts. None of you are worthy of my effort." The beasts, insulted, bared their teeth and roared in defiance. Daiteon, infuriated, unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. His face contorted with ferocity, he exuded an overwhelming aura, a terrifying presence that rendered the beasts quivering and prostrate, carefully retreating as if under a dreadful suppression. The guards watched, astonished. How remarkable that the notorious Dtion could terrify such formidable beasts with nothing but a fierce roar. Hannibal cautiously approached and said, "Lord Dtion, the inmates of the third and fourth layers surely do not merit a battle with you. Let us proceed directly to the fifth and sixth layers." Just then, Magellan and Vice Warden Domino arrived at the second layer of Beast Hell, unexpectedly encountering Dtion and his entourage. "Hannibal, what were you just doing?" Magellan gazed incredulously at Hannibal, bewildered by his excessive deference to Dtion. Was this truly the deputy warden of their city? Director Magellan, to be honest, I saw Lord Dtion merely seeking to experience the trials of Impel Down and perhaps engage in battle with some strong inmates. I was simply guiding him. Hannibal spoke with conviction. "You fool! How dare you bring the world government's most wanted criminal into Impel Down? Guards, seize Hannibal!" Magellan's fury erupted. Not only had he failed to prevent Dtion's entry, but he had also allowed him to be treated as a guide. Was Hannibal attempting to usurp his position as director? The guards behind Hannibal hesitated, while Domino stepped forward. "I regret to inform you, Deputy Warden Hannibal, that until we capture Dtion, I must insist you do not resist. Otherwise, you will face execution by Director Magellan, who holds the power of life and death here. Domino, I advise you to be gentle with me. Should I ascend to the directorship, I will make you regret it." Hannibal did not resist, casting a glance at Domino before allowing himself to be taken away. Having witnessed Dtion's might, Hannibal feared that even Magellan might struggle to subdue him. Should a confrontation ensue, the losses would be substantial, and Dtion could easily escape. The blame would fall squarely on Magellan, who would certainly face repercussions. Domino disregarded this, securing Hannibal before leading everyone from the second layer of Beast Hell to avoid hindering Magellan's performance. Dtion's gaze remained fixed on Magellan, and he declared imperiously, "Magellan, take me to the fifth and sixth layers and prepare the strongest inmates for me." Magellan's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, "This is Impel Down. While I am here, no one shall act recklessly, including you, Dtion." "Ha ha, then shall we play a game?" Dtion grinned widely, his audacity palpable as he advanced toward Magellan. Observing this, Magellan noted Dtion's confidence, which bordered on underestimating the lethal potency of his toxins. Suddenly, a wave of purple gas erupted from Magellan's body, flooding the second layer of Beast Hell and enveloping Dtion. Dtion's senses were indeed affected, yet his formidable cellular regeneration began to heal him rapidly. It is no exaggeration to say that if Dtion remained in this toxic environment a moment longer, he would swiftly develop immunity to the poison. Standing before Magellan, he mockingly proclaimed, Your toxins are utterly ineffective against me. Are you still indulging in childish play?" Magellan loomed like a demon, his massive form gazing down incredulously at Dtion, who appeared unfazed by the toxin's presence. You are indeed strong, but before me, even the fiercest of beasts shall fall." Magellan exuded confidence, releasing a torrent of venom, preparing a toxic assault against the advancing Dtion. However, Dtion struck with super speed, sending Magellan crashing into a thick wall of the prison, buried within its confines. Dtion gazed at the purple venom lingering on his fist, acutely aware that its threat was exponentially greater than that of the poisonous mists. The corrosive liquid rapidly eroded his flesh, inflicting a wound that not only paralyzed his entire fist, but also transformed it into a sickly shade of purple. Intriguing indeed. Dtion suddenly clenched his fist, forcefully expelling the toxic liquid, which splattered onto the ground, creating numerous pits. In a room monitored by cameras, Domino, Hannibal, and others observed the unfolding scene on the screen. "Did you see that? Magellan is nothing but a fool, truly believing that possessing potent toxins makes him invincible." Hannibal seized the opportunity to ridicule Magellan, continuing, "This MaDitian is undoubtedly a monster among monsters. Armed hockey is useless against him, as he relies solely on his formidable physical prowess to resist the poison. I refrained from intervening with MaDitian to minimize the losses in Impel Down. But now this fool Magellan is about to plunge the prison into true hell. Do you believe that MaDitian will still be alive and kicking?" As the deputy warden of Impel Down, Hannibal could freely move between the various levels of hell. Recently, he had visited the 6th level of Infinite Hell, where he heard from Moonlight Mariah about their warlords of the sea teaming up to hunt MaDitian, even with the addition of Vice Admiral Garp. In the end, they nearly faced total annihilation at his hands. This clearly demonstrated MaDitian's overwhelming strength. "Shut your mouth, Hannibal. Who doesn't know your cowardice?" Though MaDitian is formidable, he remains threatened upon contact with Magellan's venom. For the absolute authority of Impel Down, Director Magellan will not fail so easily. MaDitian will surely be subdued here. Domino stated expressionlessly. She regarded Impel Down as her home and would not allow outsiders to flaunt their power within. MaDitian must be punished. A torrent of venom surged from the ruins, swiftly forming a toxic passageway. Observing this, Dition clad his fist in haki and unleashed flowing sakura, dispersing the incoming poison with a single strike. Seizing the moment before the toxic path could coalesce again, Dition activated Shave, vanishing from his position and reappearing above the ruins. But at that moment, within the venom-soaked ruins, 3 massive dragon-shaped poisons coiled and opened their mouths, lunging at Dition from 3 directions. Entering his ghost brain mode, Dition released a cloud of smoke, materializing a 3-headed, 6-armed figure that seized the necks of the 3 approaching venomous dragons. Ignoring the risks, Dition unleashed his haki-imbued fist, delivering a flowing sakura strike into the ruins. A terrifying explosion resonated as the energy impact sent venom splattering, severely damaging the ground and breaching the 2nd level, sending Magellan into the 4th level of the scorching hell. Chapter 81. Dition's overbearing desire. Domino's legs turned to jelly. What nonsense. The venomous dragons were so easily subdued. Domino stared in shock at the screen. Is that a manifestation of some smoke ability forming a 3-headed, 6-armed figure? To think it could exert the fruit's power to such an exaggerated degree. Those colossal venomous dragons, akin to mere snakes, were easily throttled. Haha. So, Domino, will you untie me now? Sometimes, acting recklessly can lead to dire consequences. Hannibal chuckled, feeling more at ease observing Dition's prowess. Rest assured, Deputy Warden, before the director and I arrived, we had already informed the Navy headquarters. I believe Admiral Sengoku will soon dispatch formidable personnel to handle MaDitian. Domino crossed her arms, speaking coolly. Hannibal's smile abruptly faded. He had assumed Magellan would not easily allow the Navy headquarters to meddle in the prison's affairs, yet he had notified them early on. It seemed Magellan had no intention of being arrogant this time. At the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku received reports of MaDitian's incursion into Impel Down. He immediately issued an urgent decree, decisively dispatching dozens of Navy warships along with Admirals Akiji and Akainu to take command. The entirety of Impel Down was swiftly surrounded by powerful forces. However, Admiral Sengoku ordered them not to act recklessly, suggesting they find a way to persuade MaDitian to leave Impel Down, as this matter could be overlooked. Otherwise, a chaotic conflict within Impel Down would yield catastrophic consequences. Von MaDitian was no ordinary powerhouse. The recent conflict in the East Blue served as a cautionary tale. Currently, the Navy headquarters was focused on publicly executing the Whitebeard pirates and consolidating their strength to confront the hidden threats posed by the Whitebeard. Preferring not to expend resources against Dition at this time, I will go into Impel Down to persuade MaDitian to leave. Vice Admiral Tsuru said to Admirals Akiji and Akainu, I hope you won't act recklessly. It is best to prioritize the larger picture. Tsuru was particularly concerned that Admiral Akainu might impulsively attack MaDitian, escalating the battlefield into uncontrollable chaos. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was communicating with Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong from the world government. The 5 elders, upon receiving Steelbone Kong's report, issued their directive. If the Navy headquarters had the capability to capture MaDitian, they should do so. If not, they should negotiate. After a while, when Dr. Vegapunk developed even more terrifying weaponry, they could deal with MaDitian then. Upon hearing this, Sengoku realized that the world government's stance was very clear, entrusting the final decision to the Navy headquarters. They certainly did not wish to incur any losses against MaDitian. Sengoku immediately contacted Admirals Akainu and Akiji. Now is not the time to confront MaDitian. It is best that you avoid any conflict with him, as this is also the world government stance. However, the Navy headquarters must maintain its deterrent presence. You should remain stationed outside Impel Down. After concluding the call, Akainu, with a cigar in his mouth, felt somewhat displeased. He hadn't expected the world government to quickly concede to MaDitian's might. Truly, a bunch of indecisive and cowardly individuals. Had it been him, he would have suppressed these criminals until they could barely breathe, capturing all who needed to be apprehended and swiftly executing those deserving of death. Akiji was dozing off on the warship. Meanwhile, Admiral Sengoku again used a Den Mushi to contact the interior of Impel Down. Is Magellan engaged in combat with Van MaDitian? Yes, Admiral, Domino respectfully responded. What is the situation? Sengoku inquired with anticipation. Magellan's poison fruit was quite formidable, and should he manage to subdue Van MaDitian, it would undoubtedly be a favorable outcome. The outlook is not optimistic. The director is being overwhelmed, having been pushed from the 2nd level of Beast Hell to the 4th level of Scorching Hell, but he should still possess the strength to fight. Domino replied earnestly, longing to ask Admiral Sengoku if reinforcements were en route. However, she was momentarily taken aback. The Marshal of the Warring State sighed and said, in that case, ascertain the purpose of Van MaDitian's advance to the city. As long as it is not excessively outrageous, we should strive to reach a compromise with him. In 2 days, the public execution of the members of the White Troop will take place. Both the Navy headquarters and the world government do not wish to expend manpower, energy, and financial resources to deal with Van MaDitian at this crucial juncture. Those of you in the advanced city must execute this immediately. The Marshal's decree left no room for dispute. Yes, Marshal. Although Domino was reluctant, she had no choice but to comply with the upper echelon's decision. Ha! I heard what Marshal of the Warring States said. Domino, are you not going to hurry up and release me? I knew that in the end, it would fall upon me to act. Hannibal felt quite at ease. Yes, Deputy Director. Given the circumstances, Domino untied Hannibal. While the director would undoubtedly be unable to compromise with Van MaDitian, Hannibal was precisely the person suited for such matters. Domino, from now on, everything will be done according to my instructions, understood? Rest assured, Deputy Director, as long as it pertains to work, I will fully cooperate with you. Hee. Do not be too serious. Occasionally, it is permissible to cooperate outside of work matters as well. Hannibal smirked lewdly. Domino had quite an appealing figure, and he wished for his dreams to come to fruition. Just then, several prison guards reported from outside. Lady Domino, Rear Admiral Crane of the Navy headquarters requests that you take her to meet Van MaDitian immediately. Domino stepped outside and respectfully conveyed the Marshal's decree to Rear Admiral Crane. Well, I am here to persuade Van MaDitian. Please lead the way, Miss Domino. Rear Admiral Crane said gently. Hannibal stood by, taken aback. This was disastrous, with Rear Admiral Crane stepping in to persuade Van MaDitian. He would not have the opportunity to achieve merit. Magellan, having been struck down to the 4th level by Ditian, stood up in fury. Endless venom spread forth like an unfolding realm of poison, unleashing the deadly venom of a skeletal giant. Judgment of the poisonous giant in hell. Instantly, a colossal entity of vivid red poison materialized behind him. Unlike the typical purple poison, this was a specially crafted crimson toxin with far more terrifying toxicity. Its corrosive ability was formidable. Any substance that came into contact would be enveloped by the lethal poison, leading to death and becoming nearly impossible to cleanse. Everything around Magellan was being eroded by the poison. Flames and pools of blood were quickly extinguished and assimilated. Fan Ma's silhouette crushed Magellan's poisonous dragon, entirely disregarding the toxicity. Ditian leaped down from the ravaged ground, observing the sea of venom below and the deadly skeleton giant, realizing there was no safe place to land. He fervently activated his ghostly brain mode again, further amplifying the three-headed, six-armed silhouette of Fan Ma. He stood atop Fan Ma's head, arms crossed, exuding an intimidating presence as he looked down upon Magellan. The three-headed, six-armed silhouette, though an illusion conjured by the ghostly brain, appeared remarkably lifelike, possessing a formidable battle instinct. The massive figure of Fan Ma, with his feet planted firmly on the ground, was submerged several feet in purple venom, yet remained unaffected by its toxicity. Witnessing this, Magellan commanded the deadly poison from the skeletal giant behind him, launching a venomous punch towards Fan Ma's silhouette, aiming for direct destruction. However, upon striking, he was met with 6 enormous fists attacking from various directions. His skeletal poison punch was instantly shattered, and the skeletal giant's venom was also defeated. Magellan utilized his observation haki to its utmost, quickly retreating. The fists of Fan Ma's silhouette pounded the ground, causing the surrounding area to collapse within a radius of thousands of meters. The entire advanced city trembled, awakening criminals in the 5th layer, the 5th and a half layer, and even the 6th layer. Powerful criminals, previously in slumber, opened their eyes in the pitch-black cells. Such commotion within the advanced city indicated that a formidable presence had descended upon hell. Magellan, retreating, opened his mouth and expelled bubbles infused with tear gas, firing them like cannonballs towards DemonBack. Toxic gas bomb. DemonBack stood resolutely atop one of Fan Ma's heads, unmoving as a mountain, arms still crossed. The three-headed, six-armed silhouette of Fan Ma intercepted the toxic gas bubbles, batting them away as if playing with a ball. The silhouette advanced, stomping across the scorching hell towards Magellan. Damn it, this accursed ability completely ignores my toxicity. Magellan felt utterly powerless for the first time. Unless he awakened the power of the poison fruit, he might be able to suppress Fan Ma DemonBack. But how easy was it to awaken the powers of a devil fruit? Facing the advancing colossal figure, Magellan gritted his teeth, enduring the severe agony of diarrhea, and unleashed his potent toxic capabilities once more. He gleaned some inspiration from DemonBack's combat form. The judgment of the poisonous giant in hell coalesced again, 3 poisonous dragons materializing behind the skeleton, enhancing the already formidable skeletal poison. As the three-headed, six-armed silhouette of Fan Ma approached, 6 arms reached out to grasp the massive skeletal poison entity. Magellan faced the oncoming onslaught from the skeleton and the poison dragons, his attention fixed firmly on DemonBack to prevent any sudden ambush. The titanic forms conjured by both sides were engaged in a contest of sheer power. However, the danger posed by Magellan's gigantic skeletal poison was eclipsed by the overwhelming strength of the three-headed, six-armed silhouette of Fan Ma. The objects summoned by the ghostly brain possessed all the combat prowess of their respective entities. Thus, at this moment, the three-headed, six-armed silhouette of Fan Ma wielded all of DemonBack's explosive power. It merely consumed DemonBack's mental energy, but with the ghostly brain. His mental capacity and brain power were already formidable. Thus far, DemonBack could manipulate and coalesce various powerful beings, such as the silhouette of Fan Ma. The giant silhouette of Fan Ma, Whitebeard, Roger, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, and other formidable entities from various worlds. Once conjured by the ghostly brain, they could engage in battle for a duration of 10 minutes. Of course, for colossal beings like the Elephant Lord, DemonBack's mental and brain capacity was still insufficient to conjure them into existence. Magellan's colossal skeletal poison and 3 poisonous dragons were utterly obliterated under the assault of Fan Ma's silhouette. Drenched in sweat, Magellan faced the approaching punch of Fan Ma's silhouette and chose to counter with his own toxic punch. With a resounding bang, Magellan was unable to withstand the force and was sent crashing into a steel wall, embedding himself over a foot deep. His entire arm lost sensation, and numerous bones throughout his body were shattered. His head felt heavy, and DemonBack appeared as a double vision in his sight. This rendered Magellan incapable of further resistance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the strongest man in the prison. Chapter 82. The Child of Tao 2 is no more, 5,000-word chapter, in the shadows. Buggy observed the battles between DemonBack, Magellan, and Rear Admiral Crane, feeling a chill run down his spine as the advanced city was breached across several layers. This was undoubtedly a terrifyingly powerful individual. However, Buggy began to realize that if he were to muster a bit more courage, this would be an opportune moment for an escape. Magellan lay unconscious, and the inferno of chaos had severely ravaged the depths of the prison. Criminals had already seized the chance to break free. Buggy, undeterred by the urgency to flee, audaciously pilfered numerous keys from his cells, liberating a multitude of inmates across the 1st to 4th floors. The convicts, led predominantly by Buggy, erupted in a frenzied rush within the prison, racing towards freedom from the confines of Push City. The alarm blared relentlessly as a multitude of guards and their beastly counterparts fervently pursued the escapees. General He, it's dire. The battle between Fan Ma DemonBack and the director has caused significant damage within Push City. Many criminals have taken the opportunity to escape from the 1st to 4th floors, reported a guard in haste. Deploy all forces to apprehend them. General, he commanded with unwavering composure. I shall remain stationed at the 4th floor to prevent any criminals from breaching the 5th and 6th floors. He was not particularly concerned about the escapees from the 1st to 4th floors. Outside Push City, dozens of naval warships and thousands of Marines, along with 2 admirals, were stationed. The criminals could not possibly evade the grasp of Push City. Their brief excursion could hardly be deemed an escape. Understood. The guards swiftly took action, dedicating themselves to the pursuit. Magellan, still in a stupor, was carried away from medical attention. Consequently, aside from General He stationed at the entrance to the lower levels, the remaining matters fell to Vice Director Hannibal, who oversaw the capture of the escaped convicts. Domino, filled with anxiety, brought DemonBack into her quarters, initially resisting like many women do. Yet, ultimately, she succumbed to the allure of debauchery and desperation for mercy. Baji rallied a formidable group of criminals, and after several hours, they finally broke free from Push City. Believing they were on the verge of a successful escape, Baji boisterously proclaimed, "Listen up, my comrades. When you see warships outside, do not hesitate. Charge forward and seize them. This is our only chance to leave. Baji is right. We will follow your lead," echoed the convicts in agreement. "Thanks to Baji, we have this opportunity to escape. Otherwise, we would be living a fate worse than death within Push City, deprived of light." However, as Baji and the multitude of convicts emerged from Push City, they stood frozen in disbelief for several moments. The windless sea was eerily still, yet an overwhelming chill swept over them. The surface of the sea was teeming with naval warships, each bristling with cannons and firearms, prepared to engage them immediately. Each ship bore a rear admiral, and nearly 1,000 naval soldiers were present. Among the two largest warships were two admirals. Instinctively, Baji and the numerous criminals raised their hands in surrender. Admiral Akainu's face hardened with fury. How did these scoundrels manage to escape?" he bellowed. "Fire the cannons. Shoot to kill." The naval soldiers aboard the ships promptly obeyed the command. Boom, boom. The sounds of cannon fire echoed, while bullets rained towards the entrance of Push City. Run for your lives." Baji snapped back to reality, his eyes wide with terror as he witnessed the bombardment. His body splintered in all directions as he fled. But with the vast ocean surrounding him, escape was futile. He could only retreat back into Push City. Some convicts, in a panic, leaped into the still waters, only to be devoured by lurking sea creatures. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the others, forcing them to return to the safety of the prison, at the very least to remain alive. Certain convicts, sensing the imminent threat, obediently scurried back to their cells, hastily locking the doors and trembling in corners. "I never intended to escape. I merely wanted to stretch my legs. This is not my fault." Some convicts, recognizing their inability to resist, surrendered as they encountered guards. "I yield. Please capture me. I want to return to my cell. The outside world is too terrifying. I shall never attempt to escape again." A few convicts shifted the blame on Baji. "He was the one who unlocked our cell doors. Yes, it was he who incited us to escape." Baji, feeling exasperated, wished to devour these despicable individuals. They were more cunning and vile than himself. A swarm of guards and their beastly counterparts turned their attention to Baji, realizing he was the mastermind behind the chaos. "Is it you who has led us on this wild goose chase for half the day?" they exclaimed. "This is infuriating. The mess left by fan MaDitian's and the director is already burdensome enough. You, resembling a clown, have only added to our troubles. Seize him and bring him before the authorities for judgment." As the guards converged on Baji, he could hardly contain his indignation at being called a clown, a title he despised. A murderous intent flickered across his face. The guards hesitated, their displeasure rising. "How dare you threaten us while in our presence?" they shouted. "Very well. Your crimes have compounded. The authorities will see to your execution." In a moment of sheer panic, Baji backtracked, stammering, "No, you misunderstand. I was merely frightened and emotional, not intent on harming you. Moreover, how could I possibly escape? I am so diminutive and unable to resist. I was merely dragged along by those larger than I. You may not realize, but I truly cherish Push City. It is far better here than outside, filled with talent and pleasant conversation, akin to being at home." The guards, observing Baji's demeanor, began to doubt his deceit and felt a swell of sympathy, even shedding tears. However, at that moment, Hannibal appeared, sneering, "Arrest him. I have reviewed the surveillance, and it was indeed this wretch who led the escape." "Yes, Vice Director." The guards promptly apprehended Baji. In a frenzy, Baji scattered in all directions, continuing to incite the escaped convicts. "Fight back against them. They mean to kill us, leaving no path for survival." In an instant, chaos engulfed the prison, with Baji skillfully navigating the tumult. Outside Push City, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, having learned of DemonBack's presence within, rushed from Sabadi with several hundred naval soldiers to assist. Akainu and Akiji observed, yet paid little mind. Who among them did not know that Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit was General He's sister? With General He present in Push City, it was understandable for her to lend support. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Peach Rabbit merely wished to see DemonBack. After 2 months without his domineering presence, She harbored resentment towards him while simultaneously yearning for the warmth of his overwhelming affection. She found herself loathing this aspect of herself, yet could not suppress her desire, believing all her feelings were the result of Tion's influence. Had it not been for Tion's overwhelming dominance over her, she would not have found herself so debased, so willingly entangled with him. Observing the guards apprehending the escapees, Tao Tu instructed the naval soldiers behind her to assist in capturing the fugitives. Upon hearing of the arrival of a beautiful vice admiral at Impel Down, Hannibal hastened to familiarize himself with her. So it is Vice Admiral Tao Tuesday. What wind brought you here? He chuckled, admiring her voluptuous figure, thinking how delightful it would be to have her in one's service. Restrain your feeble and pitiable self, Tao Tu disdainfully retorted, recognizing Hannibal's intentions. Yet compared to Tion, these men were utterly lacking in appeal. Their unattractiveness only magnified under scrutiny. Hannibal felt utterly dejected at being underestimated, yet he knew he could not provoke a vice admiral, whose strength was said to rival that of a rear admiral. Take me to meet Fan MaDitian, Tao Tu stated coldly. Well, that may not be appropriate. Hannibal hesitated, aware that Tion was currently engaged with Domino. Earlier, he had witnessed Domino's disgraceful behavior, a facade of superiority crumbling as she succumbed to her own depravity. Her pleas for mercy echoing, yet it was evident she was reveling in her situation. Enough nonsense. Take me to meet Fan MaDitian at once. Tao Tu insist Stanley. Very well, but Tion may not have time to see you, Hannibal murmured. Tao Tu scoffed at the notion that Tion would be too busy for her. He could never resist her presence. Now that she had come to him, how could he possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Yet, she was pregnant now, and she doubted Tion would dare to harm her. Perhaps she could leverage this situation to gain an upper hand over him, despite the risks involved, hoping to witness Tion's helplessness before her. Otherwise, her resentment towards him would only deepen. Vice Admiral Tao Tu, Tion is inside. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Hannibal said. Hastily retreating from a scene, Tao Tu felt a wave of discontent wash over her as she heard a voice within the room, reminiscent of her own from the past, igniting a mix of anger and frustration. With a swift kick, she forced open the heavy iron door, revealing the scene within. Tion rose abruptly, displeasure etched across his face as he regarded her. What was this woman doing here again? Had she not learned her lesson? Tao Tu, are you not afraid I might kill you immediately? Tion's aura surged, his formidable muscles rippling as he stood before her, glaring fiercely, his hair bristling with intensity. Tao Tu felt a twinge of fear at his ferocity, but was equally vexed by the circumstances she had stumbled upon. Did he truly intend to kill her over such a trivial matter? Feeling a sense of injustice, she fought back tears and coldly declared, I am here to inform you that I am carrying your child. If you kill me now, it will be tantamount to killing your own offspring. Tion's anger flared even more. So are you threatening me? In the face of his genuine wrath, Tao Tu felt an unexpected wave of sorrow, her heart heavy with the realization that he seemed indifferent to her plight. Had everything that transpired merely seen her as a tool? Did he harbor no feelings for her despite their history? Even after all this time, and with a child on the way, could he not show even a modicum of concern for her? Tears streamed down her face as she glared at him in silence, unable to respond. Yet Tion was incensed by her audacity. What did it matter that he had been domineering? He had many women who obeyed him without question, who adored him with fervor. How dare she threaten him? Seeing the hatred radiating from Tao Tu, Tion seized her forcefully and dragged her into the adjacent room. Terror gripped her as she realized his intentions. With a kick, he burst through the door, which held firm enough to close behind them. Tao Tu was thrown into the room, the atmosphere charged with his volatile energy, the iron door sealing shut with a resounding clang. Witnessing Tion's fury, Tao Tu's face drained of color, fear gripping her heart. Tion, what are you planning to do? You would do well to calm yourself. Control yourself. Do not act recklessly. I am carrying your child. I do not wish to lose him. I want to give birth. Tao Tu feared that the child might be lost due to his wrath. It dawned on her that Fan MaDitian was indeed capable of anything, even taking the life of their child in his fury. Tion remained furious, already irked at the interruption, and now Tao Tu dared to threaten him. The blood of Fan Ma and the lineage of the giants surged within him, intensifying his rage. He could not continue to indulge her. I have warned you more than once about addressing me in such a manner. Each time we meet, I dominate you, yet you persist in disregarding me. Since that is the case, you are unworthy of my offspring. The weight of his words struck Tao Tu like a thunderbolt. DemonBack truly intended to eradicate the child within her, activating her Busashoka Haki and Kenbunchika Haki to their utmost limits. She attempted to escape the room. However, DemonBack's speed eclipsed hers, like an insurmountable mountain blocking her path. Tao Tu, having faced defeat against him countless times, instinctively believed she could not resist him. Yet, in this moment, she resolved to fight back with all her might. Regrettably, after only exchanging a few blows, DemonBack seized her by the throat. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded for him to spare her this once, promising never to defy him again. Yet, once DemonBack made a decision, it was not easily altered. 2 days later, curled up and weeping, Tao Tu's tears had long run dry. Following a violent impact, she had lost a child. DemonBack had departed impelled down early that morning, arriving at the Navy headquarters to publicly execute the captains and commanders of the White Brigade. Admiral Sengoku had anticipated DemonBack's arrival and had prepared a seat for him. DemonBack commanded his special seat with an aura of authority, flanked by the 3 admirals on one side and the Shichibukai on the other. Mihawk's piercing gaze fell upon Fan MaDitian, astonished that the Navy headquarters would allow his presence. Would this not lead to another clash between them? Last time, Mihawk had declared that upon their next encounter, he would utilize the full power of his Black Blade. Doflamingo felt a pang of anxiety at the prospect. However, there was an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction, feeling as though the naval headquarters was manipulating them, using them with utmost clarity. Just a few months prior, they had rallied to encircle DemonBack, but now they found themselves making concessions to him. The most unfortunate of all were the Shichibukai, who were suffering immensely. Don Quixote Doflamingo was contemplating an escape. The dread of the Whitebeard pirates' counterattack loomed large. With DemonBack around, no place was deemed safe. DemonBack was a complete maniac, a monstrous entity, a devil in battle. He would annihilate anyone who stood in his way, be they God or Buddha. Even Whitebeard would likely meet his demise at the hands of the ever-growing DemonBack. Whitebeard, too, was oblivious to DemonBack's true nature. Yet he could feel the overwhelming power surging within DemonBack as he glanced at him from a special position. He turned to the elderly woman seated on his shoulder and inquired, "Mother, should I slay him later?" "No, today his primary target is Whitebeard," she replied. "Understood." He nodded foolishly. Teach occasionally cast wary glances towards DemonBack, feeling a sense of trepidation. Unexpectedly, the planned events had taken a turn, but the issue seemed manageable. His goal was to acquire Whitebeard's abilities and to seize the opportunity for his men to infiltrate Impel Down, enlisting formidable members to prepare for the battle against the Emperor. For the time being, he had no intention of becoming enemies with Fan MaDitian, as direct confrontation was not on the horizon. Back in the Valley of the Devil, when DemonBack sought his life, he would have perished then and there, rather than surviving to this moment. Surrounding them were an overwhelming 100,000 troops, all anxiously on edge. Who among them was unaware that they were there to prevent one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, from storming the execution ground? Who did not know that Whitebeard wielded the power of the Gura no Mi, capable of shaking the heavens, the earth, and even the air, with the strength to obliterate the world? It was no wonder they felt nervous and fearful. They understood that those merely spectating would inevitably face the grim fate of becoming cannon fodder in the clash. Outside the inner sea, there were over 100 warships from the naval headquarters, yet only a few patrolled the inner sea. It became evident when DemonBack arrived on the scene that the Whitebeard pirates had emerged from the inner sea due to a deliberate gap left by the naval headquarters. With no choice, the Whitebeard pirates had to surface from the inner sea. However, their appearance would lead to them being completely surrounded by the naval forces. Caught in a pincer attack, the live broadcast had commenced, and many around the world were keenly watching this unprecedented public execution. The condemned were members of the Whitebeard pirates, and thus the audience held their breath in anticipation of the impending events on screen. Soon enough, the time arrived. Several captains and leaders from the Whitebeard pirates were brought forth, including the Ice Witch, Hiyori, the Flower Sword, Bista, Aboya, Andre, and Little Atsu. Simultaneously, the infamous Buggy was also brought to the execution platform. Buggy was on the verge of tears, filled with fear. Had he known better, he would never have led the escape. Otherwise, he would still be visiting the various cells within Impel Down. As a side note, I previously updated 2 chapters, each with only 2,000 words, totaling 4,000 words. Now, I prefer to combine them into one chapter due to the inconvenience, resulting in a single chapter with 200 words. Why are some still claiming that only one chapter updates per day, with less content than before? Wouldn't it be more pleasing to read a substantial chapter all at once? Furthermore, I kindly request your support with a wave of free gifts to help me achieve a daily income of 30 yuan. Chapter 83. The Battle with Whitebeard, Liu Ying vs. Banchan. On the execution platform, there was no sign of Vice Admiral Garp. Recently, he had fully recovered from his injuries and, with the assistance of Dr. Vegapunk, had successfully outfitted himself with a sea-stone prosthetic arm, akin to the former Marine Admiral Zephyr. As for Zephyr, he no longer served the naval headquarters. Upon learning that many of his former students, who had grievously harmed him and severed one of his arms, were now recognized and inducted as Shichibukai by the world government, he felt a deep sense of disillusionment and disappointment in the justice of the world government and the naval headquarters. Not long ago, he had departed the naval headquarters with his followers, Bins, Shiozu, AIN, and others, to establish the Inyo Navy and hunt pirates in the New World. Although there were many supernovas this year, the influence of DTon in the Sabati archipelago had left the celestial dragons wary, causing them to behave more cautiously and avoid provoking a second DTon, fearing a similar fate. The supernovas in Sabati were consequently spared from the relentless pursuit of the naval headquarters. And without the involvement of the scientific unit led by Frankie or the presence of Bartholomew Kuma, there was no intervention from the pacifist. The legendary tales of Admiral Kizaru crushing supernovas with a single kick were absent. Did you see that? There stands a formidable fan, MaDitian's, truly impressive. He publicly executed a celestial dragon and now stands shoulder to shoulder with the three admirals. Indeed, he is remarkable, a fierce individual. Not long ago, didn't the world government summon the Shichibukai to eliminate Fan MaDitian? Yes, but it seems there was no follow-up, completely falling silent. They must have suffered significant losses, hence the information blackout. What does it matter if they seal the information? You see, the Shichibukai have changed, and those who were absent must have perished at the hands of Fan MaDitian. However, given DTon's current momentum, he might have been summoned by the world government to negotiate. No way. Someone as ferocious as DTon would never agree to be pacified. His strength is such that he has no fear of the naval headquarters or the world government. You have a point. It's likely that the naval headquarters is desperately seeking DTon's favor or offering him some benefit to coax him into their ranks. Have you noticed that Vice Admiral Garp is absent from the scene? How could he not be here for such a significant event? He is a hero of the naval headquarters. Countless pirates, thugs, and scoundrels in Sabati gazed at the live broadcast, showcasing DTon with deep admiration. For no other reason than the courage to publicly execute a celestial dragon, something they had never possessed, he was deserving of respect, reverence, and admiration. I wish to become a powerful figure like DTon. Dream on. Just look at the muscles of that man. They say he can frighten any woman. On that day in Sabati, during the battle, some claim to have seen a terrifying, ghostly face composed of muscles on his back. A ghastly sight indeed. Look, the atmosphere seems a bit off. They must be arriving. Suddenly, someone said, holding their breath. At that moment, everyone became tense, their eyes glued to the screen. At the execution ground of the naval headquarters, an eerie quietness enveloped the scene, as everyone sensed that members of the Whitebeard pirates were close at hand. The soldiers held their breath, their gazes darting around. When the waters of the inner sea began to tremble, all eyes were drawn to it. The sea surged, waves crashing violently. Boom, boom. One pirate ship after another from the fleet surfaced from the inner sea. It's a Moby Dick. The Whitebeard pirates have truly arrived. A naval soldier exclaimed, his heart racing with anxiety. DTon, witnessing the emergence of the Whitebeard pirates' fleet, could not help but break into a silent, wide grin. Seated in a special position, the audacious aura and flowing hair instilled a sense of unease among the Shichibukai on the opposite side. The three great generals were equally attentive to DTon, particularly the Marshal of the Warring States. Lieutenant, he informed him that Fan MaDitian was a war fanatic, solely seeking to battle with the strong. The current release of his battle intent signaled that a confrontation between the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates was imminent, and Fan MaDitian would undoubtedly intervene. Lord DTon, leave Whitebeard to you. Relish the battle while we, the Marine headquarters, handle the minor underlings. Is that agreeable? Marshal Warring States remarked with a smile. That proposal is quite intriguing, DTon replied with interest. Rising to his feet, he He inserted his hands into his pockets and stepped upon the void, causing waves to ripple with every step he took as he descended to the battlefield. Everyone's gaze was drawn to DTon, who seemed to walk on air, creating waves with each step. Was this the power of a devil fruit? Perhaps the Bobo fruit? Countless individuals were left astounded, unable to suppress their swallowing reflex. Those who had witnessed the true prowess of DTon could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. The likes of Doflamingo and Diamond Jaws of the Whitebeard Pirates were among them. Old man, this individual is Fan MaDitian. His strength is terrifying. In Arabasta, I fought him but was utterly crushed, unable to retaliate. If not for my brother Luffy's assistance, I might have perished. Ace managed to control his hatred and anger towards DTon, earnestly warning Whitebeard. Old man, Fan MaDitian's fists are incredibly hard. His power is formidable. Easily breaking through my diamond defense, Diamond Jaws added. The towering Whitebeard first glanced at his sons on the execution platform and his daughter, Waridi Bay. Thankfully, during their imprisonment, they should have remained safe, which provided him with a slight sense of relief. He then fixed his gaze squarely on Fan MaDitian. With a resounding boom, Whitebeard unleashed a powerful aura, wielding the blade, Shirohige, as his battle intent surged. All of this has arisen because of you. Today, let us settle this once and for all. It has been a long time since I have felt such rage. Perhaps you have forgotten the infamous name of Whitebeard, but to dare harm so many of my sons is utterly unforgivable. Whitebeard's fury intensified with each word, and he suddenly clenched his fist, striking the void with tremendous force. A heavy tremor reverberated. The heavens and earth shook violently. The space tore slightly. Cracks formed in the ground, and waves surged upon the sea. The soldiers were in utter panic. The sheer power was terrifying. Such a casual punch felt as though the world itself was trembling. If he were to unleash his full strength, it could very well upheave the entire battlefield, transforming it into a vast sea. That fellow Whitebeard possesses the power to destroy the world. Fortunately, this is not his peak period. The force of that casual punch is nothing compared to his former terrifying might. Martial Warring States could not help but comment. Even if he is not at his peak, he remains formidable. Thankfully, Fan MaDitian is interested in battling Whitebeard. Otherwise, I would prefer not to face Whitebeard myself, Admiral Kazuru remarked in a laid-back manner. Admiral Akiji also appeared somewhat lethargic, as if he had just awakened, yet he remained silent. Akainu, arms crossed and with a dark expression, felt that the merit of vanquishing Whitebeard should have been his, yet it was snatched away by the outsider Fan MaDitian. Had it not been for Martial Warring State strict orders, Akainu would have been unable to suppress his urge to eliminate Whitebeard. Ha ha, a bunch of weaklings if I kill you. So be it. If you're unconvinced, come battle me, and I will send you straight to hell to meet them. DTon grinned widely, his fiery red hair dancing wildly, his aura surging to new heights, affecting the very heavens and earth, dimming the once clear sky. The ferocious energy sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding marine soldiers, causing them to retreat hundreds of meters in panic. Whitebeard sensed DTon's pure battle intent, igniting the long-dormant spirit of a king within him. He unleashed a terrifying aura that altered the colors of the world around him. However, Whitebeard was filled with wrath. Not only had DTon slain many of his sons, but he dared to speak so brazenly in his presence. Gathering his strength, he leaped from the Moby Dick, wielding Shirohige, and brought it crashing down upon DTon from the sky. The Conqueror's Haki was instantly released, wrapping around his weapon. Red arcs of electricity tearing through the vast space. DTon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Whitebeard was fighting recklessly, employing the Conqueror's Haki's binding attack with fierce determination. It was powerful, displaying great resolve, worthy of a full effort. DTon executed a supersonic kick, creating a thunderous explosion as the area within 100 meters erupted into countless fragments. At that moment, DTon's figure had vanished. So fast, the three great generals were simultaneously astonished and moved. Kizuru and Akiji immediately shed their previous lethargy, now focused intently on DTon's explosive power. Akainu clenched his fists, unable to contain his murderous intent. He could not comprehend why someone so disorderly and defiant could possess such strength. Akainu, control your emotions. Do not jeopardize our plans. Martial Warring States admonished, his expression grave as he regarded Akainu. If DTon were not currently distracted by Whitebeard's interest, the murderous intent Akainu had just unleashed might have provoked DTon's wrath. Just then, DemonBack's fist collided violently with Whitebeard's attack. The energy waves emitted were terrifying. The winds howled, and the energy exploded, causing the ground to crack and the sea to rise in monstrous waves, tearing the very void apart. An endless tempest swept through, blowing away the soldiers' hats into the air, which were instantly crushed in the wake of the two devastating energies. The Marine soldiers retreated in frenzy, swallowing hard, struggling to even keep their eyes open against the ravaging energy. The clash between DemonBack and Whitebeard persisted, the explosive energies expanding in range, from 100 meters to several hundred, directly spreading beyond 1,000 meters. Even the execution platform was affected, torn apart by several fissures. DemonBack's muscles were taut, releasing heat as he activated his hockey-imbued fists, resisting Whitebeard's binding attack. For a moment, their displayed strength seemed evenly matched. DemonBack gritted his teeth, feeling deeply insulted that a frail Whitebeard, nearing death, could contend with him evenly. Ha 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 ha, you have thoroughly ignited my killing intent. DemonBack's fists remained forceful, continuing to clash with Whitebeard's Shirohige. Yet, DemonBack began to laugh maniacally. In the moment he unleashed his killing intent, his battle spirit surged anew, becoming increasingly emboldened, resembling a frenzied, beastly figure on the brink of transformation into a demon. Doflamingo watched with immense trepidation, realizing that the terrifying sensation of DemonBack growing stronger with each battle had returned. He was no longer human. While contending with Whitebeard evenly, his strength continued to rise. He was nothing short of a monster, a resounding affirmation. Mother, that man is incredibly strong. I feel that I might not be able to defeat him. Whitebeard too instinctively felt the pressure and spoke to the elderly woman beside him. Indeed, he is quite strong, but we cannot allow him to kill Whitebeard. Now that we have the opportunity, we must personally eliminate Whitebeard. This will elevate your reputation even further. Son, you must find a way to stop him, or better yet, seize the chance to ambush MaDitian. An elderly woman quietly whispered in the ear of Baihuzi too. All right, I will heed your words, mother. Tiki, standing nearby, was also plotting, seeking an opportunity to join the fray. He was prepared to gamble for wealth and glory, knowing that Baihuzi's abilities were the most crucial element of the plan. Without them, all would be lost. Even if he faced MaDitian directly, he could only take a chance in desperation, striving to eliminate Baihuzi and seizing the corpse to transfer his powers onto himself. Ditian unleashed his murderous intent, his aura surging as he clenched another fist, executing the same domineering attack towards Baihuzi, who was entangled in the Bazayakang from a cloud. The dual punches unleashed a terrifying force, akin to the weight of a mountain. In an instant, the pressure on Baihuzi magnified, the strength of the Bazayakang from the cloud tipping the scales against him. Blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth, and his forced endurance, coupled with the release of Haushiko Haki, accelerated his demise. From the moment the battle commenced, Baihuzi's life was ticking down in a countdown. On board the Moby Dick, countless pirate members, including Jozu and Ace, were aware of Baihuzi's resolve, tears flowing from their eyes. Father, we will come to your aid, Ace shouted, ready to rush forward to assist Baihuzi. Ace, time is of the essence. You must go save father's sons and daughters, Baihuzi urged, suppressing his pain and the overwhelming force of Ditian. Ace hesitated, glancing at his comrades on the execution platform, before resolutely clenching his fists and declaring, all members of the white team, immediately go rescue Hujin Beast and the others. No matter the cost, we shall not abandon any brother or sister. Charge! Let us fight these Marines. Killing one is worthwhile, and killing two is even better. Members of the white team seized the moment to leap off the ship, sprinting towards the execution platform. Their first obstacle was a few vice admirals from the Marine headquarters, particularly several giant vice admirals. Vice Admiral John Jando wielded a massive sword, while Vice Admiral Longzi brandished a colossal axe. Although many strong members of the white team had been killed or captured, prominent figures such as Marco, Ace, and Jozu remained, all formidable leaders. Marco, Ace, Jozu, you proceed ahead. We will hold them back, shouted Harda, the captain of the 12th Division. Marco, engulfed in azure flames, soared through the sky, the first to close the distance to the execution platform. Ace erupted in flames, blasting a path with his fiery fists. Jozu, impervious to harm, forcefully carved a route through. While it appeared that their advance was smooth, the members of the white team managed to hold back the firepower of the Marine vice admirals and soldiers. However, Everyone understood that the upper echelon of the Marine forces, the three admirals and the supportive warlords of the sea, had yet to intervene. On the execution platform, Hujin Beast and the others were in tears, shouting, "Ace, you must leave now. Marco, please persuade father to leave. Otherwise, it will be too late." They knew that with MaDitian's interference, the white team's chances of rescuing them from the Marine headquarters were exceedingly slim. Brothers and sisters, could you perhaps ask your companions to rescue me as well? I am willing to serve you, and I can reveal to you a treasure location, Buggy pleaded, nearly in tears, lacking companions to save him, shamelessly begging. However, at that moment, Hujin Beast and the others had no time to entertain him. Just as Marco was nearing the execution platform, Kizaru transformed and suddenly appeared before Marco, delivering a powerful kick infused with light towards Marco's face, stating, "This is where it ends. You shall not advance any further." Marco was sent flying to a lower altitude, but quickly regained his composure, using his abilities to heal his superficial wounds, igniting his fighting spirit. He was undaunted by Kizaru. Everyone was fighting desperately, and he would not falter simply because he faced an admiral. Meanwhile, Tiki's crew, Poison Q, Jizazbayas, Fan Oka, and Lafitte took the opportunity to infiltrate Impel Down, rescuing several formidable criminals, including Busker Choate, Saint Juan Wolf, Katarina Devon, and Shiryu. Ultimately, they took hostage the unresisting Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, managing to escape from Magellan's grasp. Magellan, having sustained severe injuries from Dishianshan, had yet to fully recover and could only allow them to go, hoping they would spare Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Domino swiftly left Impel Down, racing towards the execution platform to inform Dishianshan of the news. She knew that Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit was Dishianshan's woman. However, she felt a pang of sympathy for Peach Rabbit, who had been grievously hurt by Dishianshan, and sincerely hoped that Dishianshan would rescue Peach Rabbit this time and provide her with the comfort she needed. Peach Rabbit longed for a child, and it would be even better if Dishianshan could grant her another chance. The chapter concludes with gratitude towards benefactors for their gifts, expressing a continued desire for free gifts, and noting an income of 29 yuan from manuscript fees and 8 yuan from gifts, totaling 37 yuan. Chapter 84. The surprise attack of Baihuzi, two gentlemen. It is your turn to take action. Marshal Sengoku directed his gaze towards the warlords of the sea. Mihawk, the strongest swordsman, responded, Sengoku, with MaDitian present. This exceeds the scope of my intervention. However, since I am here, I shall intervene just this once. Drawing the strongest black blade, Yuru, he seized an opportunity and delivered a casual strike towards Diamond Jozu. The destructive blade cleaved through the ground in its path, unstoppable. Jozu, having just withstood the heavy blows of several giant vice admirals, had no time to evade Mihawk's strike. But he could not afford to be negligent. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a fierce and indomitable fighting spirit. Armored with Busashoka Haki, the power of his devil fruit reached its zenith, and a layer of dazzling diamond armor formed around him, shining the strongest shield. He braced himself against Mihawk's strike, his feet grinding against the ground as his entire form was sent flying backward. Ultimately, drenched in sweat, he was pushed back several dozen meters, barely withstanding Mihawk's attack. But the radiant armor he had summoned was shattered, and his prosthetic limb was severed. "Captain Jozu, are you all right?" A worried pirate called out. "Do not worry. It is merely my newly installed prosthetic that is gone." Jozu panted heavily. The might of Mihawk's attack was tremendous, and he had exerted all his strength to endure it. "Jozu, let me take over. You need to recover some stamina," said 13th Division Captain Bull Atmos, taking Jozu's place. After one strike, Mihawk sheathed Yuru and began to keep a close watch on the battle involving Dishianshan. Marshal Sengoku fell helpless. So it was indeed just a single strike. However, there was no other way. Given Mihawk's temper, one strike was one strike, and it could still be considered a means to suppress Diamond Jozu. Sengoku then turned his attention to Don Quixote da Flamingo and Baihuzi II, who unleashed countless strings of puppets, manipulating the minions of the white team to engage in mutual slaughter. Baihuzi Urser seizes the opportunity to plunge into the battlefield, wielding a weapon reminiscent of the blade from the clouds, unleashing a ferocious wave of destruction upon the members of the white team. The inferno ignited by Ace is alarming, drawing the attention of Admiral Akainu. Merely the flames of the Mera Mera Nomi dare to act so brazenly before his Magu Magu Nomi. "You seek death." Admiral Akainu bellows with a deep, resonant fury, activating his devil fruit powers to sever Ace's path toward the execution platform with a single strike of his magma dog. Ace glares furiously at the Admiral perched high above the platform, the last person he wishes to confront, for Akainu's magma abilities render his flames utterly ineffective. Damn it! Ace clenches his fists in frustration, his body erupting with even more terrifying and swift flames, directly challenging Admiral Akainu. The Admiral's face is a mask of murderous intent as he sharply inhales his cigar and leaps into the fray, approaching Ace steadily, his right arm gradually transforming into molten lava. The soldiers surrounding the scene swiftly retreat, fearing they might be caught in the wake of Akainu's terrifying onslaught. Renowned for his ruthless tactics, Admiral Akainu is known to inflict heavy casualties, often at the cost of his own allies. In Sabaody, the Straw Hat Pirates, led by Luffy, observe the unfolding events on the screen amidst the crowd. Luffy, things look dire. Your brother is facing an Admiral of the Navy, Usopp exclaims, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. Fortuitously, Luffy did not venture to the Navy headquarters to assist Ace, for who could withstand such a scene? Luffy tightens his fists, resolutely declaring, Ace will be fine, I believe in him. But the white team seems to be at a disadvantage. Admiral Fujitora has effectively restrained Whitebeard. Usopp counters, I said Ace will be fine, and he will be. We are all growing stronger, and I have faith that Ace can handle this, Luffy states firmly. Zoro, observing the two individuals who move him deeply, the world's strongest swordsman Mihawk and Admiral Fujitora, realizes the vast chasm between their strengths and his own, prompting him to return to the ship and intensify his training silently. Frankie and Sanji watch the battlefield intently, remaining silent. Nami, with a complex expression, gazes at Fujitora, the man who once invaded her on Skypiea, now connected to her through their child. This reality is becoming increasingly difficult to conceal as her belly grows day by day, and her companions will soon discover the truth. Nami digs her fingers into her thigh, grappling with her uncertainty regarding whether to give life or not. After nearly 2 months of contemplation, she remains indecisive, though she harbors no hatred towards Fujitora, recalling that she was blissfully unaware at the time of the incident. The aftermath has left her with a profound sense of loss. The knowledge that she is carrying Fujitora's child brings her unease. Yet she recognizes the innocence of the unborn. Having been an orphan since childhood, she feels a pang of sympathy for the child, ultimately leaning toward the decision to give birth. Ace, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, faces the formidable Admiral Akainu with utmost seriousness. Channeling his power, he unleashes a fiery punch aimed directly at Akainu. The Admiral retaliates with a magma-infused fist, effortlessly overpowering Ace's attack. Ace's anguished scream reverberates as his fiery punch is shattered, his arm annihilated, blood gushing forth. The figures on the execution platform, like Bist and Watabe, witness this with widened eyes, their hearts swelling with unprecedented rage as they yearn to assist Ace, but find themselves utterly powerless. Meanwhile, back in Sabaody, the sight of Ace losing his arm fills Luffy with dread, igniting a tempest of fury directed at Akainu on the screen. Observers murmur amongst themselves. Though the white team is formidable, it is primarily due to Whitebeard's strength. The other powerful figures are largely incapacitated on the execution platform. Fire Fist Ace, Marco the Phoenix, and Diamond Jozu are facing off against an admiral. They're still outmatched by the likes of the Seven Warlords. Indeed, look at Fire Fist Ace. He has lost an arm in an instant against Admiral Akainu. If this continues, he may very well perish at the Admiral's hands. Alas, there is little to be done. Only the Emperors possess the strength to contend with an Admiral of the Navy. Hearing these discussions, Luffy suddenly bolts from the scene. Doubts creep in, and he resolves to assist Ace, unwilling to let his brother fall to the Admiral's wrath. Nami and the others quickly pursue him, questioning Luffy. Where are you going? I must help Ace, he replies earnestly. Don't be foolish. How will you get there? Even if we set sail, we cannot breach the Navy headquarters inner waters. And even if we could, what could you or we possibly do? Sanji implores, attempting to reason with him. What of absolute strength? I know what to do. I will seek out Rayleigh for assistance, Luffy declares, recalling their encounter with Rayleigh in Sabaody, where the former first mate of the Pirate King Roger recognized Luffy's straw hat and inquired about his relationship with Shanks. After sharing his story with Rayleigh, Luffy had received his guidance and support. As Luffy rushes to find Rayleigh, Sanji hesitates to voice his concerns, but Nami interjects. Let him go. After all, that's his brother he grew up with. If Ace were to die at the Navy headquarters, it would break Luffy's heart. Indeed, Rayleigh is exceptionally powerful. With his aid, Luffy may yet turn the tide and save his brother. Nami reasons, her understanding shining through. Sanji admires her growing tenderness, noticing a gentle blush on her cheeks. Enhancing her beauty. Let us follow. Perhaps we can be of assistance. Frankie strikes a heroic pose, embodying his signature flair. Back in the midst of battle, Ace bears the agony, astonished at the vast disparity in strength between himself and the Admiral, struggling to withstand even a single blow. Refusing to succumb easily, his rage ignites a fierce inferno within as it channels his abilities to their fullest extent, unleashing a terrifying blaze that spirals outward from his core, ascending toward the heavens. Soon, a colossal fireball coalesces above him, resembling a blazing sun descending upon the world. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Akainu, unimpressed, regards Ace as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Just a mere insect, daring to resist before me. Clenching his molten fist once more, he launches a torrent of flames toward Ace's Great Flame Ring, the explosive force and destructive power colliding with Ace's fiery assault. One side is a soaring inferno, the other, a massive molten fist, yet the potency of Ace's flames pales in comparison to the ferocity of the magma, quickly succumbing to its overwhelming might. Fire Fist Ace was sent flying thousands of meters, crashing into a pirate ship. Whitebeard continued his fierce clash with Emperor Tion, and no one dared to approach within 1,000 meters of the two titans. However, at that moment, Whitebeard caught sight of his son, Ace, being launched away by Akainu, causing him to momentarily lose focus. He could no longer withstand the power of Emperor Tion's dual fist technique, the Sakura Flow, and was violently pushed back several dozen meters. His weapon, the Murakumo, pierced the ground as he struggled to steady his towering figure. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, increasing in volume, and his spirit waned drastically, his complexion turning pale as he gasped for breath, growing increasingly feeble. Emperor Tion retracted his fists and gazed at Whitebeard, mocking him. A man tormented by mere disease does not deserve to be called a true warrior. Those who are distracted in battle are but weak creatures. In my eyes, you are destined to never be a strong man. You were never one in the past, are not one now, and will not be one in the future. You cannot save those you cherish. Whitebeard glared at Emperor Tion with a stormy expression, his heart seething with anger. The taunts felt all too real, and he longed to return to his peak, to obliterate his adversary. Gwahaha, Fama Tion, you don't seem all that strong yourself. Have you really been battling with an old man on a countdown to his demise for this long? If I were in your youthful state, I would have dispatched you long ago. Whitebeard laughed heartily, embracing the mockery. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tion's expression darkened, his gaze becoming more ferocious, his pupils fading to white as his aura surged dramatically, resembling a feral beast on the verge of madness. The atmosphere around him became electrifying, drawing the attention of countless spectators on the battlefield, including Akainu, Akiji, Kizu, Marco, Jozu, and even Ace, who was struggling to rise from the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The fleet Admiral Sengoku sensed the impending danger, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. It was clear that a cataclysmic clash between Emperor Tion and Whitebeard was imminent. He immediately commanded the Navy soldiers to retreat to a safe distance, preparing for the worst. The audience watching the broadcast held their breath, their hearts racing with anticipation for the terrifying showdown between the two formidable foes. Emperor Tion clenched his fists, his eyes turning a stark white, exuding a terrifying aura that whipped the winds into a frenzy. Unexpectedly, no one anticipated that Whitebeard too would leap from behind, wielding a massive blade, and launch a full-force surprise attack on Emperor Tion. The monstrous blade, energy stretched for 1,000 meters. Its explosive sharpness and might seemed capable of cleaving the entire battlefield in half. At that moment, everyone watched in shock, unable to comprehend Whitebeard 2's audacious attempt to ambush Fama Tion. Facing the rear attack from Whitebeard 2, Emperor Tion was disdainful yet seething with anger. His fist tightened, his back muscles shifted, and he summoned 30% of the Oni mask, enhancing his attributes and unleashing a furious aura to directly withstand Whitebeard 2's onslaught. The colossal blade energy struck his left shoulder, cleaving through flesh and sinew, obliterating his shoulder and revealing the unyielding bone beneath. Those who witnessed the event were astounded by the resilience of Emperor Tion's bones and his indomitable spirit. He faced the ambush with such contempt that he did not even activate his haki for defense, choosing instead to endure the blow seemingly indifferent to the injury. However, it quickly became apparent that such wounds were trivial to Emperor Tian. His extraordinary regeneration speed surpassed all comprehension. Flesh appeared to possess a life of its own, rapidly growing and writhing, healing the entire shoulder in less than 3 seconds. The onlookers swallowed hard, pondering what kind of monster possessed such a lineage. This astonishing recovery rate far exceeded even Kaido's, and even that of the giants. Yet, everyone remained breathless, aware that Whitebeard too was likely doomed. Emperor Tian slowly turned, his eyes glinting crimson, his murderous intent manifesting as a tangible bloodlust that surged towards Whitebeard too. His clothing seemed to burn away, vanishing into thin air. Many observed the muscles on his back writhing, forming a grotesque visage that appeared to laugh and wail simultaneously, sending chills down their spines. In an instant, Emperor Tian's figure vanished, leaving behind a massive crater. No one could keep pace with his explosive power. Whitebeard, too, trembling in fear, uttered, "Mother, I am so scared." The old woman, too, felt trepidation, realizing they had kicked a steel plate. Emperor Tian was far more formidable than she had imagined, rendering even a sneak attack futile. Was this not a death sentence? Just as the old woman intended to urge escape, Emperor Tian's overwhelming bloodlust appeared before Whitebeard too, striking with blinding speed. He grasped Whitebeard too's face and brutally slammed it into the ground. The force of his strike and the speed of his assault shattered the ground into countless fragments within a 1,000-meter radius. Whitebeard too had no time to react, his entire head obliterated in an instant. The old woman on his shoulder was instantly transformed into a mist of blood by the explosive energy. At that moment, the arena fell silent. All the screens broadcasting the event were engulfed in stillness. Within the world government, at Mary Geos, the Gorosei and him observed the scene with equal astonishment. "Fine, if you insist on this path, I shall assist you," Rayleigh declared as he steered the ship towards the Marine headquarters a few minutes away. Meanwhile, the red-haired pirates were also making their way towards the same destination. "Let's hope it is not too late," they contemplated. "Thank you for your support and for the generous gifts from my patrons. I hope you all will watch the video and help increase the author's income, allowing me to continue writing until completion. Today, I received 10 yuan from gifts and 26 yuan in manuscript fees, totaling 36 yuan. Moreover, I commemorate this as my last work on Fanxia, for which I am deeply grateful, as it has left me utterly disheartened. Chapter 85. A single punch to halt the earthquake. He is dead, slain in a single strike. Isn't this guy known as Whitebeard too? He is supposed to be a substitute for the warlords of the sea, yet he is proving to be utterly pathetic. The audience watching the broadcast gasped in disbelief. What does it matter that he is a warlord of the sea? What does it matter that he claims to be Whitebeard too? Did you not see how Emperor Tian dominated Whitebeard? Moreover, in battles among the strong, such a sneak attack only serves to infuriate Emperor Tian. Indeed, the aura emitted by Emperor Tian during this explosion is far more terrifying than when he faced Whitebeard. The ground exploded within 100 meters of him, illustrating the sheer force of his wrath. Truly, Emperor Tian is unrivaled. He did not even exert his full strength against Whitebeard at the outset. Yet Whitebeard too seems to be nothing but a joke, daring to ambush Emperor Tian. He believed himself to be the second coming of Whitebeard, only to reveal himself as utterly feeble. Is there a possibility that Lord D. Tian is truly formidable? Ridiculous. While Lord D. Tian is undoubtedly powerful, Bai Huzier must be a cowardly and feeble individual, too timid to confront anyone head-on. At the Holy Land, Marie Joie, Lord him, the strength of Fan MaDitian is exceedingly potent. If he were to become entirely adversarial to our world government, it would pose a significant threat to us. Moreover, the Sea King awakened, Princess Bai Xing is his woman, which essentially means he indirectly wields the power of the Sea King. There are even reports that he can command Sea Kings. The 5 elders below spoke cautiously. Im gazed at the image of Fan MaDitian on the screen, pondered for a moment, and said, "Since the Marine headquarters can engage him and even leverage his power against Bai Huzi, he still holds some utility for us. Thus, we shall refrain from provoking him for the time being, especially ensuring that the celestial dragons are well informed." Im's demeanor was calm, yet commanding. "Yes, Lord Im." The 5 elders sighed in relief. Lord Im had not erupted in anger over Fan MaDitian's affairs, or else they would have found themselves in dire straits. On the battlefield, Marshal Jean Gua felt a shiver of fear. Fan MaDitian's power was genuinely formidable. He hoped that this would not spell trouble for the Marine headquarters, as all actions taken by Bai Huzier were solely his own. Doflamingo felt a chill run down his spine, filled with trepidation towards Tion's might, and vowed never to engage him lightly. Meanwhile, Teach trembled, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. It was fortunate that he had refrained from the perilous pursuit of power by intervening in the battle between Tion and his father, Baihuzi. Had he done so, it would have been him, not Baihuzi heir, who would have perished. To his surprise, Baihuzi heir acted first, becoming a scapegoat and inadvertently saving him. Teach cautiously stepped back, contemplating how he could gain his father's strength without inciting Tion's wrath. The problem was that anyone who dared to intervene would likely be perceived by Tion as a challenger. I wonder how things are faring with Duke Q and the others. If they complete their mission, they should hurry to assist me. Perhaps there is still a chance. Teach muttered to himself, occasionally glancing at the reactions of Tion, Baihuzi, and Marshal Zhonghua to further gauge the situation. Meanwhile, after escaping impelled down, Duke Q and his crew hastened towards the battlefield aboard a Marine headquarters warship. On the deck, Duke Q, Bages, Fan A.O. Ka, and Lafitte were present. What shall we do with this woman? Surely we aren't leaving her alive? Lafitte sneered, eyeing the captured Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. She has a certain charm. Buskair Jot licked his lips, intoxicated. Heh, killing her would be a waste. Let me have some fun. I deserve a little indulgence after just getting out of prison. Jot, control yourself. There are plenty of women outside. This one is best left untouched. After all, she is a Vice Admiral of the Marine headquarters and possibly a future Rear Admiral. Duke Q spoke in a grave tone, feeling an unsettling anxiety within, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He recalled how Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit had offered no resistance and impelled down, making her capture rather peculiar. This unease could very well be connected to her. Thus, it was best not to act rashly with her. He would leave that to Teach when the time came. Fine. Since you rescued me, I will heed your advice this time. Jot chuckled drunkenly, returning to his drink. Bound and lying on the deck, Peach Rabbit lamented Tion's cruelty. Remembering his words, "You are unworthy of bearing my bloodline," she felt an overwhelming sadness wash over her. It was only in this moment of loss that she realized how much she cherished Tion. Though she harbored resentment towards him, the love that had blossomed over the years outweighed her hatred. After all, he was the first man she had ever loved in decades. Even after being hurt, I still find myself longing to be with him, yearning to bear his child once more. Peach Rabbit thought in anguish, tears streaming silently from her eyes. I wish to see Tion come to my rescue, though it seems impossible. Still, I can't help but feel hopeful. If Teach were to discover Peach Rabbit's connection to Tion, he would undoubtedly be devastated. This was her reason for not resisting. The rationale behind allowing her comrades to capture her? Naturally, Teach would soon learn the truth. At this moment, Marshal Zhonghua received reports from his subordinates that Teach's crew had infiltrated Impelled Down, rescuing several powerful criminals and even capturing Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Marshal Zhonghua's expression darkened as he glared at Teach, his desire to tear him apart palpable. How dare he resort to such underhanded tactics? Teach, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Zhonghua, feigned indifference while secretly exhilarated. It seemed Duke Q and the others had succeeded. They had performed admirably, and he believed assistance would soon arrive. Zhonghua regarded Teach with disdain, a cold smile curling his lips. How audacious to capture Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. They were either incredibly bold or tragically unfortunate. Did they not realize who Peach Rabbit belonged to? Even if their relationship with Tion was strained, she remained his woman. Capturing her was tantamount to publicly challenging Tion. I must find an opportunity to inform Tion. Perhaps we can eliminate this dangerous tumor known as Teach from the Marine headquarters. Teach furrowed his brow, feeling uneasy at Zhongua's mocking expression. Yet, he could not fathom that his comrades had captured Tion's woman. Even if he had the opportunity to seize Peach Rabbit while in Impelled Down, he would have done so without realizing her true connection to Tion. As the dust began to settle on the battlefield, Whitebeard had accumulated his strength. His muscular arms tightened as he clenched his fists, two white energy spheres enveloping them. This is bad. Whitebeard is finally making his move. Countless powerful figures, having just regained their composure from Tion's outburst, turned their attention to Whitebeard's actions. Zhonghua, if you wish to avoid the complete destruction of the Marine headquarters and heavy casualties among your soldiers, it would be prudent to release my son and my woman. Otherwise, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath. Whitebeard's authoritative gaze bore down on Marshal Zhonghua atop the execution platform. Should Zhonghua dare to refuse, he would unleash a force capable of overturning the entire battlefield. Perhaps with this strike, he would be left on the brink of collapse. Yet he would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon the Marine headquarters and create opportunities for his sons to rescue Bista and the others. Marshal Jean Guo met Whitebeard's gaze with defiance, unafraid of the threat posed by Whitebeard. I must refuse. No matter how desperately you struggle, you shall meet your end here. Whitebeard took a deep breath, his eyes igniting with fierce determination as he gathered power into his arms. With a resounding boom, his powerful fist struck the void on either side, causing the sky to tear apart. As the force of the Dungeon Fruit continued to exert its influence, the sky was increasingly riddled with fissures. The heavy tremors shook the very fabric of this world, growing ever more intense. Countless individuals began to lose their balance, swaying unsteadily, as even the blood and cells within their bodies trembled uncontrollably, rendering them nearly powerless. They were entirely affected by this terrifying tremor. The sky was relentlessly tearing apart. The ground was violently shaking, fissures splitting open one after another, stretching further, with the naval headquarters building suddenly exhibiting several cracks. The surrounding seawater began to churn tumultuously, raising waves hundreds of feet high, surging toward the naval headquarters. Tian stood firm on the ground, his body swaying with the tremors, igniting an unprecedented battle intent. He unleashed a formidable aura, concentrating all his strength into his fists. The power of the giant was unleashed, thermal energy liberated, the DemonBack reinforced, and armed Haki manifested. The terrifying energy fluctuations distorted the very fabric of space. Tian struck the ground with a powerful punch, the force radiating outward in an instant across hundreds of miles. The resulting energy waves forcibly counteracting the tremors exerted by Whitebeard. At that moment, an incredible scene unfolded. The violent vibrations began to diminish. In less than 5 breaths, the ground ceased its trembling, the tumultuous seawater lost its menace and fell harmlessly. The rift sky returned to its original state. The prominent figures present were once again astonished. What a jest! Tian was able to halt the earthquake-like force with a single punch. How powerful could he be? Qingji, initially prepared to freeze the towering waves, was utterly stunned by Tian's display of prowess. Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, couldn't help but ignite his own battle intent. Tian's fist was undeniably terrifying and invincible. He had once received Mihawk's full force strike with a single punch, and now he had once again halted Whitebeard's might with a single blow. The stage of this era seemed destined to belong solely to Fan MaDitian, overwhelming all other formidable beings. Akainu was equally taken aback, contemplating that even if he could kill Whitebeard at the cost of his own injury, he could never achieve the feat of halting Whitebeard's power with a single punch. Fan MaDitian was undoubtedly one of the most threatening individuals. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's perception was completely overturned. Previously, he had believed Whitebeard possessed the power to destroy the world, but at this moment, he realized his error. While Tian could thwart Whitebeard's strength, who could restrain Tian's might? Tian was the one truly capable of wielding world-destroying power, his danger level comparable to that of ancient devastating weaponry. Before the screens, countless spectators were utterly astounded. Yet, regaining their composure, they erupted with exhilaration akin to a tingling scalp. How formidable! Tian is simply defying the heavens. This sensation seems even more monstrous and terrifying than directly killing Whitebeard. For a fleeting moment, I felt as if a terrifying entity within Tian had awakened, sending tremors through my heart. I felt it too, as if a demon god had risen. At the Holy Land Mary Geos, is he a devil fruit user? If he is not a devil fruit user, it would be best to have him consume one, making him easier to handle. It was filled with trepidation. Moments ago, she did not feel particularly threatened by Tian's ability to eliminate a warlord of the sea, mostly due to his indirect mastery over the Sea King's power. However, witnessing him halt Whitebeard's full force with a single punch, even she fully acknowledged Tian's might as a significant threat. Report to Lord M. Information analysis from all aspects indicates he should be a devil fruit user, but we are still uncertain about the specific nature of his powers. However, he can condense certain tangible and intangible beings from a type of energy mist, and their combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. During the battle with Magellan in Impel Down, he manifested a 3-headed, 6-armed figure of Fanma, rivaling that of a giant. Upon hearing this, M's killing intent toward Tian intensified. She suddenly felt that this situation was even more perilous, as he could conjure such entities. It seemed necessary to find an opportunity to eliminate him. What an intense battle! Rayleigh remarked aboard the ship, sipping his drink. Luffy, if you're afraid now, we can still turn back. Rayleigh-senpai, as long as I can protect Ace. I am unafraid to fight anyone. No matter what, I will give it my all, Luffy declared resolutely, eager to reach the scene. The recent tremors instilling greater concern for Ace's safety. Indeed, Shanks holds you in high regard. He has a keen eye. Rayleigh chuckled appreciatively. Captain, Whitebeard has already utilized his devil fruit ability. It seems he's been pushed to his limits, Beckman stated gravely. Yes, I didn't expect to be a step too late, but it's not too late to alleviate the situation, Shanks replied soberly. Whitebeard felt a terrifying wave of energy crashing against him, forcibly suppressing his strength. At that moment, he was engulfed in excruciating pain, as if he were experiencing a dreadful backlash. Unable to contain himself, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Whitebeard appeared on the brink of collapse, his towering figure unable to maintain stability, clutching tightly to his weapon embedded in the ground. His gaze, once fierce, began to waver. Yet he struggled to focus his anger on DemonBack, ultimately managing a reluctant smile. Gwahaha, I truly wish I could have lived in the same era as you. To personally kill you. MaDitian's. DemonBack stood before Whitebeard, his arms spread wide, his muscles bulging, emanating a crimson energy wave that twisted the very space around him. Stepping forward with an imposing presence, he approached Whitebeard with unwavering confidence. At that moment, he began receiving system notifications. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the ability to halt an earthquake with a single punch, increasing your acting degree by 5%. Overall attributes increased by 5%. Acting degree reached 77%. Cell recovery rate increased to 77%. DemonBack ability unlocked to 40%. DemonBack, exuding an overwhelming aura, stood before Whitebeard, his demeanor fierce, muscles rapidly transforming to exhibit a 40% malevolent visage, raising his hand to execute his most powerful strike. Demon God Strike. Thank you to the benefactors for your gifts, and to the esteemed readers for your support. The author's income on Tomato relies entirely on readers watching advertisements, urging updates, and sending free gifts. If everyone could contribute, I could earn over 100 a day, but I understand this may take up your time, so I don't insist. Chapter 86. Luffy awakens the Conqueror's Haki. A powerful, super light speed slash cut through space, piercing Whitebeard's body. A fatal strike. It left everyone breathless. Whitebeard's life force began to dissipate wildly, his body motionless, the last flicker of life in his eyes gradually extinguishing. The members of the Whitebeard pirates widened their eyes in shock, their hearts gripped by a chilling realization. Their father was about to die. No, father. Ace, who had been struck onto a pirate ship by a Kainu, roared in anguish, a surge of heart-wrenching fury erupting throughout the scene. MaDitian's, I will make you pay. In that moment, an eruption of flames engulfed his entire being, soaring into the heavens and igniting the remnants of the ravaged pirate ship beneath him. A colossal fiery fist coalesced, exuding an overwhelming pressure as it hurtled towards DemonBack. Seeing this, Teach chuckled sinisterly to himself, relieved to find an opportunity to act as he swiftly retrieved Whitebeard's corpse. Fortune had favored him unexpectedly, truly his foolish brother. Fire Fist Ace had provided the chance he desperately sought. Immediately, Teach unleashed a tremendous surge of dark power, spiraling outward in a vortex that ascended skyward, forming a tempest of darkness that collided with Ace's immense flaming fist. The two forces clashed, erupting in a terrifying display of power, radiating endless dark energy and searing flames. The ominous aura of the dark power filled the air, eliciting a sense of revulsion among the devil fruit users present. The intense heat of the flames boiled the nearby seawater, causing it to bubble furiously. Ha ha ha! Ace, your opponent is me, Teach declared, effortlessly maintaining his assault without a shred of concern for Ace. Seizing the moment, he dispatched a portion of his dark energy to envelop Whitebeard's body, preventing the powers of the devil fruit from making a swift escape in a form akin to a soul. DemonBack's muscles coiled with tension as he strategically positioned himself, compressing his foot pads to their limits. With a sudden burst of force, he stepped into the void, each stride sending ripples through the air. Clenching his fist, he harnessed Haushiko Haki, forcefully dispelling the collision of attacks between the two adversaries. Teach, witnessing this, felt fortune smiling upon him. He chose to retract his power, focusing solely on the abilities contained within Whitebeard's body. He inwardly urged his allies, Poison Q and others, to arrive promptly. Until they did, Teach was unable to freely transfer the powers of the devil fruit from Whitebeard's body. As he scanned the surroundings, he spotted a familiar ship approaching, where his comrades were aboard. They, too, had noticed Teach's position. "Follow me, but heed this warning. The captain has instructed us not to act recklessly upon arrival, for he has significant matters to attend to," Poison Q stated solemnly. I shall see if your captain truly possesses such capabilities. If so, I will require a Logia-type fruit for my own purposes, Rangy Shilio replied with a scoff. Bages carried a bundle on his back, containing spherical fruits. A contingency plan orchestrated by Teach to facilitate the transfer of abilities in case the initial plan faltered. The powers within Whitebeard's body could potentially be transferred to the nearby fruits, creating a new devil fruit, the Gura Gura no Mi. Who was that man? Abelo Pizarro, known as the King of Evil, inquired, noticing the figure traversing the void. Fan MaDitian, an exceedingly powerful and perilous individual whom it is best not to provoke. He is a notorious criminal with a bounty of 5 billion berries, Poison Q warned gravely. No wonder I sensed a captivating aura from afar. To think his bounty rivals that of Whitebeard, Katarina Devon remarked, her heavily made-up visage betraying a flicker of intrigue upon witnessing such a formidable presence. Admiral Sengoku observed a group disembarking from a warship, among them the notorious criminals from Impel Down, most shocking of all being Rain Shilio's defection to Teach's ranks. Akainu, keep a close watch on that group, Sengoku commanded the nearby admiral. Akainu, exuding an icy demeanor, queried, shall we not apprehend the escapees from Impel Down immediately? Those individuals are no longer easy to capture, and Teach is not to be underestimated. For now, we shall monitor them. Assistance will arrive shortly, Sengoku replied. Understood. Akainu acknowledged tersely. The remaining combatants on the battlefield were fixated on the confrontation between Dition and Ace. Ace unleashed his Mera no Mi powers once more, the blazing flames igniting as he engaged in fierce combat with Dition. Dition effortlessly countered Ace's attacks, retaliating with a flurry of punches and kicks. Ace charged across the battlefield, rendered powerless against Dition's relentless assault. The Whitebeard pirates, witnessing this injustice, felt a surge of anger but found themselves unable to intervene. Dition's speed was astonishing, delivering a continuous barrage of strikes upon Ace. As the battle concluded, Dition's figure materialized, revealing a battered Ace, bloodied and on the verge of collapse, helplessly suspended by Dition's grip around his throat. With such meager strength, do you dare to threaten my life? Who do you think you are? Ace gasped, struggling for breath. Memories of his fallen father surfaced, and in a moment of fierce anger, the latent Haushiku haki surged forth, permeating the battlefield. Those with weaker wills instantly succumbed to unconsciousness under the overwhelming aura. The Whitebeard pirates were astonished. Ace had not deceived them. He indeed possessed the power of Haushiku haki, which had lain dormant for years, now erupting forth. Captains like Jozu rushed towards Dition, intent on rescuing Ace. Yet they were intercepted by the Navy forces. It seems only I can help you realize the potential of your Haushiku haki, Dition taunted, grinning maliciously. But alas, having played the role of someone else's subordinate for so long, even now that your haki has manifested, you remain pitifully weak. At that moment, a thundering noise echoed as a rubber fist launched towards Dition. Upon hearing it, Dition's excitement surged. Had Luffy finally arrived? Yet, the current Luffy was still far too weak. Dition effortlessly pivoted, dodging Luffy's long-range assault with ease. A pirate ship had entered the inner sea. Luffy retracted his rubber fist and leaped high into the air, launching a barrage of punches towards Dition from hundreds of meters above, a storm of strikes raining down. In mere moments, Luffy unleashed thousands of attacks, engulfing Dition in clouds of dust and debris. Rayleigh, this is not a place for you to meddle, Admiral Sengoku observed darkly as he regarded Rayleigh. Ha ha ha. I merely came to witness the spectacle and to allow a young one to gain some experience, Rayleigh replied nonchalantly, sipping his drink from the deck. Sengoku was at a loss for words, pondering the futility of such training. Vice Admiral Carp knew that bringing his grandson to this battleground was a perilous choice. Should anything happen to him, Carp would be driven to violence against Rayleigh. Unbeknownst to Rayleigh, Sengoku's thoughts were laden with concern, yet he believed that as long as Luffy remained unharmed, the situation would not spiral out of control. Even if they could not defeat Fan MaDitian, escaping was still an option. Rayleigh had long warned Luffy to maintain distance from Fan MaDitian, as his physical prowess was formidable. Getting too close would result in annihilation. In any case, when engaging Fan MaDitian, one must always maintain a safe distance. The number of individuals drawn into this conflict is increasing. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, you must protect me and ensure that I am not disturbed. I shall now commence the transfer of Whitebeard's powers, Teach declared, noticing that the Pirate King Rayleigh and the Straw Hat Boy had arrived. He anticipated that the meddlesome Shanks would not be far behind. The King of Evil brandished a piece of black cloth, drawing Lafitte and his companions closer to shield Teach, instantly capturing the attention of many, leaving them puzzled as to Teach's intentions. Aside from Dition, none were truly aware that Teach intended to usurp Whitebeard's powers. Had they known, they would undoubtedly have attempted to thwart him. That scoundrel Teach has taken Whitebeard's corpse. Who knows what nefarious deeds he intends to undertake? He is truly despicable, Admiral Sengoku scoffed. However, given the formidable allies surrounding Teach, he refrained from issuing orders to confront him. After Luffy unleashed a torrent of violence, he landed on Rayleigh's ship. Rayleigh, with a furrowed brow, cautioned, Luffy, be careful. You haven't landed a single blow on that man, and Ace is still in his grasp. Luffy, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had not managed to strike his opponent even once. How could he possibly rescue Ace? At that moment, Dition casually unleashed a punch that resonated with a thunderous boom, dispersing all the smoke and dust, while still gripping Ace's neck with one hand, lifting him off the ground. Ace, unable to resist, turned pale, but upon hearing Luffy's voice, he hoarsely exclaimed, Luffy, you fool, what are you doing here? You should run. Luffy, upon hearing Ace's voice, could not help but choke back tears and shouted, Ace, I won't leave. I came here to help you. Don't worry. I will rescue you from his clutches. You must hold on. Rescue him from me? Ha ha, are you jesting? Dition laughed maniacally, taunting, you remain so weak. Allow me to make you stronger before we battle again. In that instant, no one reacted. Dition delivered a devastating blow that pierced through Ace's body. Ace's pupils dilated as he witnessed Dition's fist penetrate his heart, realizing then how close death had always been. He never imagined he would truly perish here, without avenging his father or rescuing Hanji and BZT and the others. It was a complete and utter failure on his part. Luffy, run. Do not seek revenge for me. You are no match for him. Ace uttered his final words, gazing at Luffy. With that, he succumbed to silence. The Whitebeard crew was engulfed in despair. The prisoners on the execution platform, including Hanji and BZT, wept bitterly, their eyes blazing with murderous intent directed at Dition. Yet their fury proved futile. Luffy stood in shock, his mind consumed by the reality that Ace had died before his very eyes. It felt as if lightning flashed within his brain, igniting his rage. Ah, Fan MaDitian, I will kill you. Luffy roared, his bloodlust surging as he seemed to transform, his aura swelling, veins bulging on his forehead. With a thunderous crash, he awakened his Conqueror's Haki, which resonated throughout the battlefield. Its reach expanded, far surpassing the strength of Ace's Conqueror's Haki. Dition, witnessing this, felt elated. By killing Ace before Luffy, he had effectively catalyzed Luffy's perfect awakening of his Conqueror's Haki. If he could also help Luffy awaken the true powers of the Nika fruit, it would be even more amusing. The prominent figures were astonished, realizing that Straw Hat Luffy possessed the potential of a king, awakening formidable Conqueror's Haki. Should he continue to grow, he might become a monstrous entity, considering he appeared to be under 20 years of age. Meanwhile, countless spectators watched in awe. Impressive. Such a young age, and already wielding powerful Conqueror's Haki. Yet now, facing Dition, he seems to have only one path, death. It proves that hatred can indeed strengthen a person. Dition understands this better than we do. Indeed, Dition is decisive in battle. It is quite relieving to behold. It seems this Straw Hat lad may meet his end. Not necessarily. Let us not forget the Dark King Rayleigh, once the first mate of Pirate King Roger, whose strength is unfathomable. Exactly, during the incident at Sabaody, it was said that Dition and Dark King Rayleigh clashed, but the outcome remained unclear. However, to have fought against Dition and emerged unscathed, he should possess the capability to aid Straw Hat Luffy in a critical moment. In the Holy Land, Mariehua, Luffy's display captured his attention. Or rather, Luffy's fruit powers, combined with his newly awakened Conqueror's Haki and that straw hat, stirred discontent within her. Focus on the Straw Hat lad. His fruit ability was the one stolen by Shanks. Understood, Lord M. The Gorosei responded respectfully, comprehending M's intent. They recognized it was indeed that fruit. Although they were unaware of why its true power had not been unlocked, certain attributes were unmistakably similar. Meanwhile, on his ship, Luffy instantaneously entered Gear Second, his body glowing red and emanating steam, and in the blink of an eye, he propelled himself toward DTon, delivering a powerful punch. DTon effortlessly blocked it with one hand. Luffy, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of attacks, yet they were all easily parried by DTon. Suddenly, Luffy launched himself into the air, activating Gear Third, biting his thumb, and forcing air into his bones, causing his wrists and fists to expand dramatically as he struck down toward DTon with immense force. Goma Goma no Gigant Pistol. DTon, with his vibrant red hair flowing, unleashed his might, clenching his fist for a simple punch. In that moment of contact, he punctured Luffy's fist, causing it to deflate. Luffy lost control of his body, sent soaring thousands of meters into the clouds. Yet he did not descend, caught in a whirlwind. Rayleigh frowned, utilizing his Kinbunchika haki, and instantly sensed that Luffy seemed to be whisked away by a certain powerful aura. That is the presence of Monkey D, Dragon. Rayleigh thought, recalling Dragon's figure. And knowing Luffy was taken by Dragon, he felt a sense of relief. DTon also sensed someone had taken Luffy away, but it was inconsequential. Each encounter with Luffy facilitated his growth, and that objective had been achieved. Perhaps their next meeting would be 2 years hence. By then, he could help Luffy awaken the true power of the Nika fruit, allowing him to reach a level suitable for harvesting. Sengoku and the others also detected a powerful presence soaring above, yet at this stage, they ceased to ponder Luffy's fate. Just then, a shockwave erupted, drawing everyone's gaze toward Teach. Ha ha ha, I have finally succeeded. Teach's laughter echoed as the black cloth parted, revealing one hand enveloped in dark power, while the other cradled a white orb of light. Countless powerful figures were astonished, their eyes fixated on Teach, doubt clouding their expressions as they observed the white orb of light in his left hand. What was happening? Was that not Whitebeard's power? How did Teach acquire Whitebeard's tremor fruit? Have you captured General Tao too? Teki inquired calmly to his companions nearby. Indeed, while departing from the advanced city, we unfortunately encountered Magellan. We never anticipated the lethal potency of his devil fruit ability. To avoid delaying you, we opted to capture General Tao too, which enabled us to leave the advanced city seamlessly, Q explained. Teki, you aren't afraid of him, are you? He is but one man, and we are many. Even if General Tao too is his woman, we have captured her. So what can he do to us? The evil tyrant scoffed, yet with a smile, he continued. If you are afraid, perhaps I should take over as captain. Humph, do you truly think I would be intimidated? It is evident that there exists some connection between Tao 2 and DTon. But should he dare trouble me now, it would be a fine opportunity to test my newfound powers. Ha ha ha, Teki laughed heartily, revealing his hidden, perilous nature. The audience before the screen, unaware of the situation, speculated on the relationship between DTon and General Tao Tuesday. I know General Tao 2, the stunning beauty of the Navy headquarters, with an incredibly voluptuous figure that seems to exude the aroma of ripened peaches. She is likely DTon's woman. That is certainly the case. DTon is a formidable man. I witnessed him from afar during the Sabaody Archipelago incident, feeling the overwhelming aura of his terrifying hormones. The desires of such a man must be intensely formidable. Encountering a woman as voluptuous as General Tao 2, DTon would surely force his advances upon her. How could he possibly resist his own blessings? Ha ha, it sounds so thrilling. DTon is indeed impressive. It is no wonder that even the Fishman Princess of Fishman Island has become his woman. This will surely be entertaining. The newly appointed warlord Teki is bound to face calamity. Not necessarily. Although DTon is strong, Teki is quite cunning. He has managed to harness the powers of Whitebeard. Possessing 2 devil fruit abilities, that's truly abnormal. It is widely known that an individual can typically only acquire the power of 1 devil fruit, and those who have attempted to consume 2 have reportedly perished instantly, without exception. Many spectators concurred, believing Teki to be a monster. He was surrounded by formidable allies, presenting a considerable threat. DTon alone would likely prove difficult to contend with. All spectators eagerly anticipated DTon's response, holding their breath, fixated on the unfolding scene. Sengoku and others similarly observed DTon's actions. Teki, come here. DTon commanded sternly, his expression devoid of emotion. Teki ignored DTon, while several newly emerged criminals, unaware of DTon's might, merely heeded Q's warning about him being a dangerous individual. but they refused to be intimidated. The evil tyrant smiled disdainfully at Dition, retorting, "Hey, who do you think you are, demanding my captain to come over? Listen well, Teki is now the captain of my Vero Pizarro." Katerina Devon laughed mockingly. "I just emerged from the 6th level of the advanced city, and I have never encountered a man as fierce as you. Why not let me come over and experience the excitement?" Upon hearing this, countless prominent figures were left astounded. Those familiar with Dition's temperament unanimously believed that these two individuals must be mentally deranged, recklessly flirting with danger. Teki was indeed leading his companions into a perilous situation. Surely, he had not informed these newly released criminals beforehand. Sengoku quietly chuckled, anticipating the impending spectacle. Dition's strength should not necessitate concern for these newly liberated individuals. The East Blue War had proven that. Teki posed a certain danger, possessing the dark fruit that counters other abilities and now wielding the Tremor fruit's power. Rayleigh, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and Dracula Mihawk were also prepared to witness a remarkable showdown. Dition's fury erupted instantaneously. It was no longer merely about General Tao 2's abduction. This group not only disregarded him, but also mocked and provoked him. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura engulfed the arena. Teki and his companions felt a tightening in their chests. The pressure from this imposing presence was overwhelming. "Do we fear you?" The evil tyrant's expression shifted to one of ferocity, unleashing a terrifying battle intent, layers of blue energy rippling forth. Dition's rage escalated. These mere ants dared to challenge him repeatedly. His mind raced as billowing smoke enveloped him. At an observable speed, a striking figure, that of a woman, materialized. She possessed a graceful figure, long legs, clad in uniform, and adorned with a hat. The evil tyrant and his companions regarded this with indifference. "TCH, how flashy. You conjured a woman. She doesn't appear particularly formidable." Teki, seizing the opportunity, was now completely assured that Dition was indeed a devil fruit user. This, however, made things considerably more manageable. Teki suddenly erupted in laughter. "I intended to settle this later, but having come this far, let me see just how invincible you truly are." Teki grinned widely, revealing his teeth. Dark energy began to emanate from him, rapidly spreading across the battlefield, resembling an expanding miniature black hole, devouring, shattering, and compressing everything in its path. Dark hole. Teki and his companions believed they stood a chance against Dition. Yet, they could not have fathomed that the figure Dition had conjured was none other than his death, the Ice Queen, an invincible powerhouse from another realm. A single attack from her could annihilate millions. An ice general's assault could transform vast expanses into icy wastelands. A hidden ultimate move, Mokabat, could freeze the very fabric of time and space. Isteth's figure appeared lifelike, as if imbued with genuine life, descending from another world. Suddenly, Isteth moved forward, positioning her hands before her chest, converging them. A terrifying orb of freezing magical energy coalesced instantly. The blue sphere rapidly expanded outward. Mokabatimo. The entire battlefield was frozen in an instant, encompassing this realm, including the Sabeti archipelago and Mariewa. Every individual on the battlefield became motionless, their thoughts and consciousness entirely suspended. Dition appeared beside Teki in an instant, effortlessly eliminating the evil tyrant and Katerina Devon. Moments later, as the frozen time was lifted, those on the battlefield gazed at Dition with bewilderment. Prominent figures such as Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, and Mihawk were left utterly astonished. This time, they failed to grasp what had transpired. They did not perceive how Dition had approached Teki, nor did they notice how he had dispatched the evil tyrant and Katerina Devon. The audience before the screen was left in disbelief, as if in a dream. No way. Even if I cannot see Dition's speed, am I not worthy of witnessing the battle during which he eliminated those two? What about you? Did you see it? Am I the only one who is utterly useless? The crowd murmured in confusion. "Oh, we didn't see it. Neither did we." Suddenly, we noticed that the two individuals who had provoked Dition were lying dead on the ground. Is it possible that Dition used some form of mental assassination? Otherwise, how can we explain this? Or perhaps we missed a crucial part and the broadcast was edited? What? Is there such an instantaneous method of killing? What exactly transpired? Why was it not aired for us? The onlookers, mostly believing that the naval headquarters had edited out the battle, expressed their frustration, angrily cursing the Navy as truly despicable. In the Holy Land, Maligieo, Yim furrowed her brow. Even she had not been aware of what had occurred, having only seen the current outcome. However, Yim did not simply attribute it to the Navy's machinations. Something must have transpired that everyone overlooked. Yim, look at this. The 5 elders below were equally bewildered. It must be a capability of DTN. Regardless of the nature of this power, it is exceedingly dangerous. This person appears to be far more perilous than we previously imagined. Yim offered a higher assessment, fully recognizing DTN's strength. The 5 elders pondered. So, it is indeed a method of ability? Yim's certainty suggested she had discerned something, although she seemed reluctant to disclose it. But what sort of ability could have killed the Tyrant Wong and Caitlin Diame so swiftly, evading the attention of all present? Illusory abilities? Mental assassination? Or perhaps erasing the memories of all observers? Regardless, each possibility felt utterly absurd and incomprehensible. At that moment, Tiki and his companions were the most perplexed of all. Completely unaware of what had transpired, the Tyrant Wong and Caitlin Diame lay dead nearby. There were no traces of a struggle. Was it meant to be this frightening? Tiki and Du Q, drenched in sweat, gazed at Di Tian, whose expression was fierce and menacing. Yuji Shilio felt a chill of fear. This individual's methods were truly terrifying, capable of killing invisibly, eluding the eyes of all present. The drunken base psych Chiao looked on, his spirit invigorated yet drenched in cold sweat, too intimidated to breathe loudly. You have one chance to live. Kneel before me now, Di Tian stated expressionlessly, his tone domineering. Tiki and the others hesitated. While they feared Di Tian's methods, it did not compel them to kneel so easily. I will count to 3. If you do not kneel, you will meet the same fate as these 2 insects. Di Tian's voice turned cold. Tiki and the others trembled. Indeed, those 2 had perished in an instant. This method was too bizarre. One thud. Tiki suddenly knelt before Di Tian, his head bowed in utter humiliation. Yet, being a cunning man, he understood the need for endurance. As long as he could survive and fulfill his ambitions, nothing else mattered. Captain Yu, Bajiasi was astonished. Having not expected his captain to actually kneel, especially with so many witnesses around, was it not shameless? Silence. If you wish to live, kneel immediately. 2. Di Tian continued to count ominously. Bajiasi and the others clenched their fists, and faced with the threat of death. They had no choice but to abandon their dignity and kneel before Di Tian. Suddenly, Di Tian kicked Bajiasi thousands of meters away, sending him crashing into the wall of the naval headquarters, rendering him unconscious. Tiki, Du Q, Yuji Shilio, and Laffit hurriedly lowered their heads, drenched in cold sweat and filled with anxiety. A bunch of worthless scum daring to provoke me, Di Tian exclaimed, stamping his foot on Tiki's head. With a resounding crack, the ground shattered. Di Tian, however, was careful not to take Tiki's life, intending to let him grow stronger before striking again. Much like his approach with Lu Fei. I apologize, Di Tian. It was all my fault. Please calm your anger. We shall never dare again. Tiki completely abandoned his dignity, adopting a mode of supplication. When faced with death, what was dignity? Nothing was more important than survival. Begone. I shall spare you this time. I look forward to your growth. Ha! Di Tian grinned eerily, kicking Tiki hundreds of meters away. Admiral Zhang Guo regained his composure and suddenly leaped onto the battlefield, advancing towards Tiki. As he walked, he activated his devil fruit powers, transforming into the Great Buddha, preparing to capture Tiki and his companions in one fell swoop. Zhang Guo, you best not interfere with those I let go. Otherwise, I shall kill you, Di Tian warned, his gaze fierce. Zhang Guo halted, wary of Di Tian's methods, not wishing to become his enemy. Haha, Di Tian, you jest. Your failure to kill Tiki surely indicates you have important plans. How could I be unaware of that? I merely descended to swiftly conclude this battle and capture the remnants of the white group. Zhang Guo found himself a convenient rationale, saying it with a smile. Tiki and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They had no desire to fight at present, their fighting spirit crushed by Di Tian. They merely wished to depart this humiliating place swiftly. The group hastily retreated from the naval headquarters. Upon returning to the ship, they first delivered Vice Admiral Rabbit to shore, untied him, and hurriedly left. Domino, upon seeing Vice Admiral Rabbit safe and sound, felt overwhelming sorrow, her eyes swollen with tears, appearing haggard. She hurried to Vice Admiral Rabbit's side, and, due to their shared connection with Di Tian, she acted familiarly, expressing concern. Vice Admiral Rabbit, I'm so glad you are unharmed. Do you know? It It was Tien who saved you this time. Vice Admiral Taya Rabbit's spirit jolted, her hands gripping Domino's shoulders as she urgently inquired. Really? Is everything you say true? But how could Tien care for me? He despises me. He loathes me. Woo, but I truly regret it. I have realized that I cannot live without him. I cannot bear to lose him. Vice Admiral Taya Rabbit wept bitterly, tears streaming down her face. Only now understanding how deeply she loved Tien and how unwilling she was to part with him. Vice Admiral Taya Rabbit, do not worry. Everything I said is true. This is the battlefield of the naval headquarters, and many witnessed it. However, I informed Tien that they had taken you hostage, and he became instantly enraged, killing 2 of them in an instant. Everyone else knelt before Tien, pleading for mercy. You cannot imagine how formidable he was, and all of this was for you. Vice Admiral Taya Rabbit, I feel quite envious. Domino expressed her envy wholeheartedly. She understood she could not always receive Tien's tenderness, but she had been content during the 2 days and impelled down. Is that true? Vice Admiral Taya Rabbit asked once more. Yes, it is indeed true. You may inquire with others, but I would advise against asking Tien at this moment, as he is still on the battlefield. Vice Admiral Taya Rabbit nodded, unable to resist searching for Tien's figure amidst the battlefield. Upon seeing him, that formidable silhouette remained as captivating as ever. She could not help but choke back tears, feeling wronged, yet her heart swelled with happiness. Now, I yearned to rush forward, to embrace Tien tightly, and confess my deep remorse, assuring him that I shall never defy his will again, and that I will choose to heed his words henceforth. I also wish to express to Tien my desire for a child, hoping he can fulfill this aspiration of mine. Chapter 88. Confrontation with the red-haired Emperor. Tien suddenly felt a wave of mental fatigue. The ghostly mind conjured a formidable being from another world, Isides, who unleashed the power to freeze time and space. Though it lasted merely 3 seconds, in that fleeting moment, he found himself unable to summon any further manifestations. On the expansive battlefield, the members of the White Brigade fought desperately against the onslaught of the Navy, refusing to yield. Those on the execution platform, including Huajian and Baisite, understood that the fate of the White Brigade was sealed. If their comrades did not escape, they would perish here today. Marco, you all must leave at once. Do not concern yourselves with us. Listen carefully. Someone must carry away the old man's remains. He once said he wished to return to his homeland after death. Regardless of the dire circumstances we face, we must ensure someone fulfills this wish. Marco and the others knew that rescuing Huajian and Baisite was impossible. The feeling of helplessness surged within them until, gritting his teeth, Marco shouted, all members of the White Brigade, retreat immediately. However, many among the brigade were blinded by rage and disbelief, staring in shock at Marco. What are you saying, you coward? We fear no death. We must fight the Navy to the last breath. Every enemy we take down is a victory. Yes, the old man and Ace are gone, and we could not save Sister Wadeye. How can we possibly retreat? Say it again, retreat at once. Someone must take the old man and Ace's remains back for a proper burial. Marco roared with frustration. Fine, Marco. I will cover you as you take the old man and Ace's remains. Jaws stepped forward. The rest of the White Brigade fell silent, recalling the old man's words about his desire for burial in his homeland. Clenching their fists, they felt reluctant to withdraw, but given the circumstances, they had no choice but to retreat. All right, I will cover you too. Captain Marco, hurry and take the remains of the old man and Ace. We will all provide cover. An increasing number of White Brigade members gathered around the remains of Whitebeard and Ace, determined to thwart the Navy's attempts to stop them. The Navy's objective was to capture all members of the White Brigade, and they would not allow any to escape. But at that moment, a terrifying wave of conquerors' haki surged across the battlefield. Navy soldiers fell en masse, with no officer below the rank of Vice Admiral spared, and several Vice Admirals suddenly fainted under the sheer pressure. The immense conquerors' haki wreaked physical havoc. Stones shattered, and the hulls of ships splintered. Sengoku, Kizaru, Akainu, Akiji, and Doflamingo all turned their gaze towards a pirate ship on the sea. To their astonishment, it was the red-haired Shanks who had arrived with his companions at the battlefield. Sengoku's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, Shanks, what is the meaning of this? Are you intending to intervene? Shanks smiled lightly. Admiral Sengoku, would you grant me a favor? It is unnecessary to further escalate the situation and increase the number of innocent casualties, is it not? Sengoku remained speechless, knowing Shanks had a unique status that made it difficult to refuse. Moreover, Shanks's power was unfathomable, matched only by the strength of his companions. Ake me piaka, Fine. I will grant you this favor. Sengoku replied tersely. Thank you. Shanks smiled slightly. By the way, please release those on the execution platform as well. Buggy felt a whirlwind of emotions, as the last person he wanted to see was Shanks, yet he had unexpectedly become his savior. Huajian and the others were taken aback. The four emperors were usually at odds, yet Shanks now sought to save them. Shanks, do not push your luck. I have already been lenient, but those on the execution platform must face justice today. The members of the White Brigade on the battlefield can be let go. Sengoku stated coldly. This matter directly concerned the absolute authority of the Navy. To let these individuals escape after a public execution was inconceivable. In that case, we of the Red Brigade shall join the fray and accompany you to the end. Shanks's smile vanished, his gaze sharpening. Bem Beckman, Jesus Burgess, and others were filled with excitement. It's been ages since we had a good fight. Who would have thought we would dive right into the Navy headquarters? It should be quite interesting. Sengoku frowned, weighing the pros and cons. Although eliminating Whitebeard had not significantly weakened the Navy, it was due to Tien's interest in fighting him. Now, whether Tien held any interest in Shanks's crew remained uncertain. Moreover, the Red Brigade, with its mere dozen members, had attained the status of one of the four emperors, their collective strength rivaling that of the White Brigade, the Beast Pirates, and Charlotte Lean's crew, even surpassing them in some aspects. Sengoku took a deep breath and instructed someone to turn off the live broadcast. Lord Tien, I wonder if you have any interest in the Red Brigade? Sengoku inquired. If there was interest, the Admiral would not hesitate to take down Shanks's crew. Shanks and the others looked towards Tien. This was their first time witnessing him in person. Recently, they had intended to meet Tien, but instead encountered Mihawk, who revealed that Tien was immensely powerful, growing stronger with each battle, making him difficult to gauge. Now, Shanks felt somewhat taken aback. Not long ago, the world government and the Navy had aimed to eliminate Tien, yet they had now reached a compromise with him after he had slain the celestial dragons. Sengoku, be cautious and do not instruct me on my actions. Tien, though unafraid of Shanks's crew and ready for battle, did not wish to be a pawn for the Navy to exploit. Sengoku felt awkward. Tien was indeed unyielding. Frustrated, he thought, do you not enjoy battling strong foes? Am I not merely inquiring about your thoughts? Seeing this, Shanks sought to establish rapport. Lord Tien, I have long admired your reputation. I did not expect to see you at Navy headquarters, but with Whitebeard gone, there is truly no need to further escalate the loss of innocent lives. I hope, Lord Tien, you will grant me a favor and refrain from intervening in this matter. In the future, should the opportunity arise, let's share a drink together. What do you say? Shanks currently had no desire to be at odds with Tien. Rather, he was somewhat hopeful that Tien would take Whitebeard's place. This way, even with Whitebeard's demise, the balance of power in the New World would not collapse, and the chaotic era would not descend upon them too swiftly. It would provide the less mature individuals a chance and time to grow. Tien grinned broadly, exuding a fierce and commanding aura, slightly tilting his head to gaze sharply at Shanks. So, is this the reason you recklessly unleashed your Conqueror's Haki to intimidate me? If you wish for my favor, you must first prove your worthiness. Tien, unyielding before any adversary, aspires to become the most formidable being in this world, disregarding the might of the four emperors, the five elders, Emu, the Elephant Lord, and the ancient three great weapons. With a resounding roar, an overwhelming wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from within him, propelled by his indomitable will. This ferocious force clashed violently against the Conqueror's Haki of Shanks, creating a tempest of terrifying energy on the battlefield. The ground, already in ruins, was further shattered and torn apart, sending sand and stones flying. The ocean surged, the water rising to staggering heights, then forcefully subdued, only to give birth to immense whirlpools. Above, the clouds roiled, splitting the sky in two, casting an oppressive shadow over the realm, accompanied by flashes of lightning and howling winds. The scene turned apocalyptic, many present fainting under the overwhelming pressure, even the majority of rear admirals succumbing to the terrifying clash of Haki, their minds clouded with confusion. Is this the confrontation of those wielding Conqueror's Haki? Some admirals pondered in astonishment, realizing that such a display of power posed a threat to their ranks, unleashing a level of destruction that was nothing short of horrifying. The intensity of the Haki from these two was simply unfathomable. The crew of the red-haired pirates gaped in disbelief at Tien, not anticipating that his conqueror's haki could rival that of their captain, even seeming to gain the upper hand, exuding an overwhelming and explosive presence. However, had they known that Tion's haki was but recently awakened, they would surely have been struck with existential dread. The two forces continued to collide, their might escalating to an overwhelming crescendo, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone but the true elite to keep their eyes open and witness the spectacle. Sengoku observed as several admirals were unable to withstand the clash and fainted, an unsettling feeling of humiliation washing over him. The fact that even rear admirals from Marine headquarters succumbed was utterly intolerable. Fortunately, the live broadcast had been shut down beforehand. After all, the rear admirals represented the future elite of Marine headquarters and should not be underestimated. In this moment, it also served to gauge the strength of everyone present. Those still standing were at least of upper-tier rear admiral caliber. Only the captain, sub-captain, and those of similar rank from the White Pirates remained conscious, while the rest lay incapacitated on the battlefield. Among those of upper-tier strength from Marine headquarters, including admirals, Sengoku, and a few rear admirals, only about 30 remained unscathed. The red-haired pirates, numbering in the dozens, were all unharmed. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Mihawk could naturally withstand the pressure. Doflamingo, an awakened conqueror's haki user, felt a sense of collapse within as he truly comprehended the power of these sovereign-level haki users. In comparison, he realized how weak he truly was, and the once proud strength he had relied upon now felt like the folly of a jester. Yet the most surprising was Buggy. Amidst his frantic exclamations, he remained unaffected by the overwhelming clash of haki, despite being bound in sea prism stone and tightly chained to prevent his escape. At this moment, his head and feet managed to detach from his body. Onlookers, including Bista, were bewildered, questioning why he did not simply flee when he had the means to do so. With such capability, even decapitation would not spell his demise. Hey, what are you all staring at? Do you not recognize the formidable power of their haki? If this continues, we may not perish at their hands, but be severely injured by the energy arcs, Bista remarked solemnly. Even without Shanks appearing, you wouldn't truly die if executed, would you? Huh? What are you talking about? I don't understand, Buggy stammered, feeling a twinge of guilt. While he knew he would not truly die, escaping Marine headquarters was another matter entirely. His worst-case scenario was to pretend to be executed, waiting for an opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. However, upon seeing Shanks arrive, despite his reluctance, he sensed that Shanks would undoubtedly come to his aid. Thus, he felt at ease, leading him to unconsciously detach his head and feet. Stop pretending. You could easily break free from those sea prism, stone, and metal shackles, another chimed in. Right, your head is already out. Your body should follow suit without issue. Realizing he could no longer maintain a ruse, Buggy straightened up. Ah, I see. I managed to escape without even realizing it. I thought I was truly doomed. But it turns out I've become invincible without my knowledge. Well then, seizing the moment while Sengoku and others were distracted by the clash between Tion and Shanks, Buggy stealthily approached the unconscious guards, retrieving the keys and quietly unlocking the shackles around Bista and the others' necks. Bista was taken aback, not expecting Buggy to take the risk to save them, but his gratitude was evident in his eyes. The group leaped from the battlefield, braving the collision of the two powerful haki forces, racing towards the remains of Whitebeard and Ace. Sengoku and others finally noticed the miraculous escape of Bista and his companions. Yet they were utterly perplexed by how it had transpired. They could only perceive the chaotic energy from the clash of Tion and Shanks' haki, severely impairing their senses. Damn it, I'll go kill them. Akainu seethed, ready to unleash his fury on Bista and the others. Enough, let them be. At this point, Shanks and Tion's performance has surprised me. I did not anticipate them to be evenly matched, Sengoku interjected suddenly. He hadn't expected the red-haired to stand toe-to-toe with Tion, indicating a parity in their strengths, and given Shanks' unique status, a concession was warranted. However, if Tion were to overpower Shanks, Sengoku would reconsider extending any leniency. Punishment would be administered without hesitation. Akainu harbored a simmering rage, deeming Sengoku indecisive. Were it him, he would show no mercy, seizing the moment to eliminate those accursed pirates. The clash of Tion and Shanks' haki continued for over 10 minutes before finally subsiding. Not bad. To hold your ground against my recently awakened conqueror's haki, I shall spare you this time, Tion remarked, hands in his pockets, his tone casual. Yet, the stunned silence that followed enveloped the crowd. Sengoku, Shanks. Everyone. What on earth? You call this merely the recently awakened power of Conqueror's Haki? Thank you for your support. Today, the total earnings amount to 40 yuan, comprising 26 yuan from manuscript fees and 14 yuan from gifts, all thanks to the generous benefactors. Otherwise, the author would only have received 26 yuan. I hope the esteemed patrons can kindly provide some free gifts. The author produces approximately 5,000 words daily, resulting in merely a few dozen yuan in manuscript fees, which is indeed quite challenging. If you all could contribute free gifts, I could receive a modest profit of 1 jiao from each person, alleviating the concern of not breaking 100 yuan in daily earnings. Chapter 89. Kadu plans to gift his son. Big Mom decides to give birth to another race. The gathered audience regained their composure, recognizing that Tian was not jesting nor posturing, but rather delivering a genuine taunt from a true powerhouse. Shanks, unusually solemn, felt the awakening of his conqueror's haki, which could now rival his own. Truly, he was a monster among monsters. Beckmo, Jesus Bourges, and others regarded Tian with palpable trepidation. Shanks' conqueror's haki had always been the strongest they had witnessed, yet Tian's newly awakened power surpassed it. Given time, Tian's conqueror's haki would likely eclipse Shanks' prowess. Such terrifying talent and potential. Could this truly belong within the realm of humanity? Sengoku, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru exchanged complex glances towards Tian, whose displayed strength grew increasingly daunting and unfathomable, leaving them at a loss for how to confront him. Marco, Jozu, Flower Sword Bista, and Whitey Bay felt utterly despondent. Tian's might render their hopes of revenge seemingly futile. Hawkeye Mihawk experienced a moment of clarity. Mastering such formidable conqueror's haki in an instant suggested that he might not stand a chance against Tian. It seemed imperative to hasten his training in the new world to achieve the ultimate black blade power. Tian turned to Hawkeye Mihawk and boldly inquired, "Would you care to engage me in battle? Regrettably, I have yet to refine my black blade to its utmost potential and cannot hope to defeat you. I can only wait for another opportunity," Mihawk replied earnestly. Tian smiled slightly. A commendable realization. We shall defer to the next occasion. Sengoku, do not forget to arrange a battle for me in 1 week. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Sengoku responded with a knowing smile. Aware that Tian was referring to a confrontation with the formidable beings of Impel Down. As Tian departed the battlefield, Peach Rabbit cautiously followed in his wake. Take me to Sabadi Archipelago. Tian commanded the Sea Kings lurking in the waters, ignoring Peach Rabbit. The Sea Kings, recognizing the man of the king, respectfully surfaced and guided Tian toward Sabadi Archipelago. Peach Rabbit stood atop one of the Sea Kings, silently observing Tian, yearning to say something but hesitating, fearing that speaking might displease him. "Speak your mind. I am listening," Tian said calmly as they neared Sabadi. He had initially intended to discipline Peach Rabbit, but had not meant to neglect her entirely. Peach Rabbit's eyes glistened with tears, thinking Tian would no longer acknowledge her. Unexpectedly, he still held her in his heart. "Tian, I recognize my mistakes this time. Can you forgive me?" She pleaded earnestly. "I was merely sulking in our previous encounters, but from the very first moment, I found myself unable to resist my feelings for you, even as I tried to compete with you." Peach Rabbit gazed at Tian with a pitiful expression, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Do you not harbor any hatred towards me?" Tian asked with sincerity. Peach Rabbit pondered, biting her lush red lip, and with a sense of grievance replied, "Of course I do. You are the tyrant who took everything from me and personally destroyed it. Yet, despite this, my feelings have blossomed over time. I am but a woman with emotions and desires, and I cannot help but love you even more. This peculiar sentiment is utterly beyond my control. During our time apart, I often found myself reminiscing about your domineering nature towards me. Though angered, I was persistently filled with nostalgia." Peach Rabbit candidly shared the sentiments she had long concealed. Tian gazed gently at her and said, "Hearing your realizations and innermost thoughts, I accept you this time. Remember, you, Peach Rabbit, hold the position of my second woman in my heart. Whenever you abide by my will, you shall be my woman, and I shall take my responsibilities towards you seriously." Peach Rabbit sniffled, deeply moved by Tian's words, feeling comforted by the acknowledgement of her past grievances. Suddenly, she rushed into Tian's embrace, holding him tightly. "Yes, I understand. I wish to be your woman earnestly, and you must be responsible for me. I also desire to bear our child. Of course. but you must first recuperate for a while. During this time, you may remain by my side." DemonBack's lips curled into a satisfied smile, reveling in the feeling of having Peach Rabbit so obediently trained. "All right, my husband." Peach Rabbit blushed slightly, her heart swelling with gratitude, knowing that DemonBack cared for her well-being during her fragile state. However, after only 3 days of recuperation, Peach Rabbit eagerly sought more of DemonBack's tender affections. Observing her swift recovery, they shared an intimate exchange for 4 days in sobriety. During this period, the situation at the Marine headquarters unfolded. Since DemonBack's departure from the battlefield, the curtain had fallen. The world government achieved its objective, Whitebeard's demise. The Marine headquarters had completed its mission, claiming a resounding victory. With DemonBack no longer battling, Sengoku fully extended his courtesy to Shanks, allowing the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and the fleeing Flower Sword Bista to escape the gallows. This confrontation was termed the Paramount War. The news circulating the world announced that the Paramount War had concluded with Whitebeard's death. The seas were abuzz with shock, for the once mighty Whitebeard had fallen. Pirates in the New World stirred with anticipation. It became evident that even the formidable Yonko were not invincible. They could be slain. With Whitebeard gone, his position among the Yonko was now vacant, and many pirate factions eyed it greedily. The onlookers were particularly curious as to who would fill the void left by the Yonko. This time, it was the formidable DemonBack who single-handedly vanquished Whitebeard. Logically, this position should belong to him. That may be so, but DemonBack seems to be a lone wolf, not having declared himself a pirate. Thus, he likely holds no interest in the Yonko's position. Indeed, I concur, a powerhouse like DemonBack would hardly covet the Yonko title. His might and strength suggest aspirations of becoming the Pirate King or perhaps the legendary sovereign of the world. Becoming the sovereign of the world may prove exceedingly difficult. The last man who sought that title was eradicated by both Pirate King Roger and the Marines. I believe the position of one of the Yonko will likely go to Teach and his crew. How could it possibly be them? They knelt before DemonBack during the Paramount War. How could such individuals ascend to the rank of Yonko? Precisely. Before so many witnesses, they knelt. There is no way they possess the dominance to claim a position among the Yonko. You do not understand, let alone teach possession of the abilities of 2 devil fruits. His capacity for patience and willingness to kneel and plead for mercy mark him as an ambitious rogue. This type of talent is indeed the most fearsome existence. It is likely that he will be the first to become the 4th Emperor. There is some truth to that, but what about the Straw Hat Kid? Awakening the formidable conqueror's haki at such a young age, his future is boundless. Perhaps he too has a chance to become the 4th Emperor. It seems you're a bit out of the loop. Have you heard? Recently, a powerful pirate crew has emerged in the New World, known as the Thunder God Pirates. Boasting tremendous strength, they are likely to have a greater opportunity for the position of the 4th Emperor. The forces of 100 Beasts Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have already taken action to divide the territory once ruled by Whitebeard. Within Onigashima, upon receiving Jack's report, Kaido inquired Kizaru, "Akiji, do you have the confidence to lure emperors?" Sengoku casually asked, It doesn't matter to me. Since I can't win, I can always make a run for it." Kizaru replied, lazily with a smile. "Humph, then it is settled. If you do well, I shall grant you a raise and a few days off upon your return." Sengoku's cold snort commanded both respect and authority. Kizaru's eyes brightened as he said, "Oh, with your words, Fleet Admiral, I suddenly feel invigorated. Expect good news." Kizaru swiftly departed from the Navy headquarters. At the headquarters, 6 warships had gathered in the bay, each equipped with over 1,000 elite naval soldiers, fully stocked with ammunition and supplies. The elite soldiers stood at the ready, tense and focused, their sights firmly fixed on the criminals on the deck. Bonnie Wald, with his doubling fruit ability, was a notorious pirate from the same era as Whitebeard and Roger. After being imprisoned and impelled down for 30 years, he was now being released to be sent to an undisclosed location in the New World. Bartholomew Kuma, known as the Red Count, Solitary Red, and the Solitary Rider, though physically frail and resembling a withered corpse, was said to have once matched Roger and Whitebeard in strength. Such a formidable figure, even in a weakened state, should not be underestimated. Douglas Bullet, the Devil's Heir, with his combined power, fruit ability, and mastery over the 3 types of haki, was a former follower of Pirate King Roger. Even in prison, he maintained a rigorous training regimen, making him a highly dangerous pirate. Haha, bringing me out like this will be the greatest mistake your Navy headquarters has ever made. The towering figure of Bullet suddenly burst into a terrifying laugh. his eyes gleaming with a malevolent intensity as he stared down the naval soldiers on the deck, sending chills down their spines. At that moment, Kizaru descended upon the deck of the warship, draped in his justice cloak, lips pouted in a subtle provocation as he remarked, "The devil's air is truly fearsome." Wow, it's Admiral Kizaru. The soldiers on the deck, upon seeing Kizaru's presence, instantly perked up, their eyes shining with renewed confidence, no longer fearing Bullet on the deck. "Humph, this is interesting. Tell me, where are you planning to take me?" Bullet glared menacingly at Kizaru. "No rush. You will know when the time comes. However, for you, this will be a brief taste of freedom, so enjoy it, Devil's Air Bullet." With arms crossed and a faint smile, Kizaru commanded the naval soldiers to steer the warship at full speed towards the New World, with the destination being Zifa, who had defected from the Navy and established the Enyo Navy headquarters on an unnamed island. After Kizaru's departure, Admiral Akiji leisurely rode his bicycle towards the New World, freezing the sea beneath him as he pedaled. Sengoku had intended to personally inform emperors of the powerful criminals being sent from Impel Down to the New World, who were being sought for a suitable uninhabited island for deployment. However, Vice Admiral Tsuru wished to take the opportunity to visit Peach Bunny, volunteering to go to Sabaody to inform emperors. Recently, she had come to understand the nature of the relationship between Peach Bunny and emperors, realizing the hardships Peach Bunny had endured at his hands. As an older sister, she felt compelled to learn about Peach Bunny's recent circumstances. At Sabaody, emperors and Peach Bunny exited their hotel. Peach Bunny, her legs weak and lacking shame, leaned on Emperor's strong arm, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness and fulfillment. She would occasionally glance up with a smile, blissfully gazing at Emperors, her head resting affectionately on his shoulder. Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had been waiting outside for some time, cleared her throat awkwardly, taken aback by her sister's behavior, especially in public, where a Vice Admiral of the Navy was embracing a man with such unabashed affection. "Sister Tsuru, what brings you here?" Peach Bunny asked in surprise, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I came to inform you, Lord Emperors, that the powerful criminals prepared from Impel Down have been sent to the New World, and along the way, we will find a suitable deserted island for their deployment. I also wanted to see you since I've learned a few things about you. I didn't expect you to keep this from me. Do you not regard me as your sister?" Vice Admiral Tsuru looked sternly at Peach Bunny. "Of course not, Sister Tsuru. I just didn't want you to worry." Peach Bunny replied gently. "Humph, is that really the case? Why didn't you inform me of such significant events beforehand? Do you not realize that hiding things from me only makes me worry more?" Vice Admiral Tsuru huffed lightly. Peach Bunny, concerned that this might anger emperors, understood his personality more deeply after their serious conversations. She knew that she could only be bullied by him, and if anyone else dared to mistreat her, he would not take it lightly, likely resorting to violence. Even her acknowledged sister would not be spared in his eyes. "Husband, may I accompany Sister Tsuru for a moment?" Peach Bunny asked sweetly, her beautiful visage gazing up at Emperors. "Go ahead, but do not keep me waiting too long," Emperors replied gently. "Thank you, husband. I will return shortly." Overjoyed, Peach Bunny stood on her tiptoes and planted a quick kiss on Emperor's cheek before turning to pull Vice Admiral Tsuru along, dashing away. Unfortunately, after just a few steps, she nearly collapsed. "Peach Bunny, what is wrong with you? Did he hurt you again?" Tsuru quickly supported her. Peach Bunny blushed slightly and quickly shook her head in explanation. "No, Sister Tsuru, don't worry. I've just been too tired from playing these past few days. A few days of rest will do me good." Observing Peach Bunny's flustered demeanor, Vice Admiral Tsuru, though not an experienced woman, understood intuitively the reason behind her sister's blush. A solitary man and woman with passions ignited, especially with emperors, whose muscular physique and overwhelming charm made him irresistibly captivating. For a beautiful girl like Peach Bunny, facing such emotions for the first time, it was hardly surprising that she found herself in such a predicament. The past 4 days have been relentless. Otherwise, how could Taotu's body have become so weak and feeble? "Alas, I don't even know how to address your situation," said He Zhongjiang, her concern evident. "Logically speaking, I should be happy for you since you have someone you care for, but I never expected it to be him. Do you realize how dangerous he is? His temperament is unpredictable, and he possesses a violent nature, exuding an aura of aggression. He has even committed such heartless acts against you. How can you still forgive him?" Hei's disapproval grew stronger, as she remained unconvinced of Tao Tu's relationship with Di Qian, continuing to advise her earnestly. "Sister Tao Tu, heed my advice. The waters surrounding Fama Di Tian are perilous. You cannot truly comprehend him. It's not too late to turn back, otherwise. You'll be devoured without a trace, with regrets too late to remedy. Sister Hey, rest assured, my husband is very gentle with me. As long as I listen to him, I believe I will find lasting happiness. Moreover, my husband is truly remarkable. Having experienced his love, I cannot bear to lose it. Tautu expressed her heartfelt sentiments earnestly to Hey. Alas, I once thought you were a wise woman, but since meeting him, you seem to have become foolish. If it weren't for you still calling me Sister Hey, I would scarcely recognize you as the same Tautu. Hey sighed, realizing that every family has its own struggles. And now, it was her turn to face one. Sister Hey, don't call me foolish. If you were 30 years younger and encountered a man like my husband, you would certainly risk everything to be with him. In any case, my husband is the type who is domineering and wicked, yet he offers boundless tenderness and comfort. I believe even a woman with a heart as cold as ice would find it impossible to resist the warmth and charm he provides. Tautu's cheeks flushed as she giggled dreamily. All right, enough of this nonsense. I am over 70 years old. How dare you jest with me? You truly infuriate me. I might just stop caring for you entirely. Hey Zhongjiang feigned anger as she departed, but in her heart, she couldn't help but think that if only she were 30 years younger, she too could be as beautiful as a flower. However, would MaDitian dare to act so brazenly towards her? Bah, how could I even entertain such embarrassing thoughts? Alas, I am furious. It's all Tautu's fault for speaking so openly before me, uttering such lascivious words. Tautu quickly returned to Tian's side. A naval officer approached, inviting Tian to board their prepared warship. On board, Tian and Tautu engaged in profound discussions for 2 more days. Lord Tian, Major Tautu, we have arrived, a soldier announced respectfully. After witnessing Tian and Tautu's 2-day engagement, the soldiers were in awe, understanding that a man must aspire to the greatness of Lord Tian to be deemed a true paragon of masculinity. Tian's fighting spirit gradually surged as he stood on the deck, gazing at a substantial island not far away, where 6 warships had already dispersed. Lord Tian, the formidable criminals have been cast onto this island. Bong Diwa Erda, Ba Luo Li Kalai De Feirda, and Daugalasi Baleta. Admiral Huang Yuan instructed us to inform you, hoping it will amuse you. Intriguing, Tian responded, his entire body suddenly coiling with tension, particularly the muscles in his legs, as energy radiated outward, causing the deck to rip apart visibly. The soldiers, witnessing this, were filled with dread but dared not speak, choosing to retreat silently. Suddenly, Tian vanished from the deck. Moments later, the soldiers beheld him sprinting across the ocean, his speed astonishing, the water he displaced soaring hundreds of meters high. Husband, I shall wait here for your triumphant return, Tautu called out from the deck, adjusting her attire. Meanwhile, Bongdiwerda, Ba Luo Li Kalai De Feirda, and Daugalasi Baleta, stranded on the uninhabited island, exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be true that the naval headquarters had truly released them? Did they believe that being surrounded by the sea, they could not escape the naval headquarters' control? Yet they understood that the situation was far from simple. The naval headquarters must be orchestrating some kind of plot. Admiral Huang Yuan had mentioned a brief respite for them here. Just then, all 3 simultaneously sensed a terrifying presence surging from the sea towards the island at an astonishing speed. It seems the naval headquarters intends to engage in a hunt for us. Baleta scoffed, quickly grasping the naval headquarters' intentions. Shall we join forces to thwart their ambitions here? Bongdiwarda suggested earnestly. In our current weakened state, how can we contend with the prepared naval forces? Do you understand? I have been encased in ice for 30 years and need to find sustenance before I can retaliate. Baluali Kalaide Feirda, aloof and proud, turned away without uttering another word. He had no desire to team up with anyone, especially in his current weakened state. He needed to find a way to replenish his strength and seek an opportunity to escape the Navy's grasp. Baleta observed the diminutive figure, his face unchanged from 30 years ago, yet his vitality was nearly depleted. The other figure was in an even more dire condition, little more than skin and bones. Very well, let us each go our separate ways, but do not perish too quickly, Baleta decisively remarked, crossing his arms with an imposing demeanor. I can hold them off for a moment. Hee, interesting. I will remember you, Bongdiwarda chuckled, expressing a newfound admiration for Baleta before turning and sprinting deep into the island. The aloof figure had vanished without a trace. Soon, Baleta's fighting spirit ignited as he observed the overwhelming momentum charging toward him, releasing a wild and terrifying aura that soared into the sky. Just in time. Let me see who can withstand a punch from me. Baleta felt an intense confidence in his current strength. Despite being confined and impelled down for so many years, he had continuously surpassed himself daily. Now, he was uncertain just how powerful he had become. Yet, he was confident that he had surpassed Roger. Such confidence rendered him invincible, unmatched in one-on-one combat. Tien reached the shore, sensing a clash of fighting spirit and momentum opposing him, and he grinned with excitement, clenching his fists as he charged forward. The two dominant wills and immense strength collided violently, generating energy waves that erupted, causing the ground to collapse in layers, spreading outward. Yet, in less than 3 seconds, Baleta was sent flying hundreds of meters away, his feet grinding against the ground, creating sparks as he carved out deep grooves. His fists trembled from the impact, overwhelmed by the hardness of his opponent's punches. Yet, as he gazed at the figure, he had no recollection of who this person was, astonished by such formidable power. Surely, even the likes of Iron Fist Cop, who would only reach this level. Too weak. I shall grant you 3 days to regain your strength. After that, there will be no mercy. Tien suddenly appeared hundreds of meters above, standing upon the void, exuding an overwhelming aura as he gazed down at the trio, Gugao Zhihong, Bandivord, and Barrett. Gugao Zhihong and Bandivord felt a surge of fear at the formidable presence before them, quickly devising ways to restore their strength and stamina. However, Barrett scoffed in disdain, exerting force through his legs to leap up, creating a massive crater in the ground as he propelled himself towards Tien, his armed haki coiling around his fist. Overestimating oneself, Tien replied, a flicker of anger in his eyes as he activated his ghost-back technique, unleashing 40% of his armed haki and descending with a powerful punch aimed at Barrett. The two fists collided once more, and a terrifying energy rapidly coalesced into a crimson energy sphere several hundred meters in diameter. With a deafening explosion, a colossal mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, engulfing both combatants in a torrent of energy. Moments later, the ground trembled violently, and Barrett was driven deep into the earth. As the smoke cleared, Tien's form emerged unscathed from the void, only to vanish without a trace moments later. For a considerable time, the ground shook beneath them, and shattered rocks began to coalesce at a visible speed, as if forming a gigantic, amalgamated giant. However, it ultimately failed to materialize. Barrett emerged, panting heavily, his frustration palpable as he cursed, "Damn it, I'm simply too famished. What kind of monster deprives me of sustenance for years on end? Not even a meal in 10 days or a fortnight." On the other side of the island, Binzi and Shiozua learned of the Navy headquarters soldiers appearing on multiple sides of the island and promptly reported to ZFA. At that moment, a Inyo Navy soldier rushed in to inform ZFA, "Commander, reliable intelligence indicates that the Navy headquarters has deployed 3 exceedingly dangerous pirates onto our island." Upon hearing this, ZFA realized the Navy headquarters was intentionally toying with him. Regardless, he needed to eliminate these pirates first. He immediately commanded the Inyo Navy soldiers, led by Binzi and Shiozua, to swiftly search for the deployed pirates and report any sightings directly to him. Ein had something to say, but hesitated, quickly leading a group of like-minded individuals to scour the expansive island for their quarry. Chapter 91. Ein, would you be willing to be my woman? A day later, Ein led a contingent of Inyo Navy soldiers and discovered the trail of the notorious pirate Gugao Zhihong. 2 days later, Ein's group cornered Gugao Zhihong, trapping him within a cave. "Captain Ein, what should we do now? Should we take the risk and go in to capture him? After all, he is the infamous pirate burrow-like Ladefield. Even a starved camel is larger than a horse." Inyo Navy soldier nervously suggested. "No need for that. Let us remain outside. I have already dispatched someone to inform Teacher Z. As long as Teacher Z is here, dealing with such a formidable pirate will be no issue," Ein responded earnestly. Although she yearned to personally capture Gugao Zhihong and alleviate some of Teacher Z's burdens, she did not possess absolute confidence against such a pirate. For the sake of caution, she resolved to wait for Teacher Z to arrive and handle the situation. The Inyo Navy soldiers collectively sighed in relief. As dusk settled, the Inyo Navy soldiers maintained their vigil outside the cave. They had meticulously examined the surroundings and found no other exits. Within the rocky cave, barrow-like Ladefield, weakened and weary, had chosen not to engage with the pursuing navy. However, as he passed the cave, a swarm of startled bats flew out. He was so famished that even the sight of bats seemed like a delectable meal. Without hesitation, he entered the cave, intending to feast on the bats to satiate his hunger. He believed that with food, his strength would rapidly return, ensuring his readiness for the battle on the third day. Occasionally, he sensed a powerful presence lurking, tracking his movements. To escape the island, he believed he would need to seize a chance during the battle on the third day. Observing the multitude of bats roosting in the cave, he unhesitatingly snatched them up and consumed several, feeling a slight restoration of his energy. Yet, the vitality within him remained sparse, and his form appeared emaciated. Damn it, I never imagined I would be reduced to such a pitiful state. If I can survive and escape, I will certainly seek out that fabled devil fruit, said to restore youth. Barrel-like Laidfield yearned fervently. Just then, he noticed an unusual small fruit in an inconspicuous corner, visibly transforming into a purple devil fruit. It bore strange patterns resembling orderly swirling clouds. This is a devil fruit. Barrel-like Laidfield's heart raced with astonishment, pondering the improbability of such a coincidence. It was said that some powerful devil fruits possessed incredible sentience, choosing those best suited to wield them. Could this be the animal-type bat fruit that I so desperately desire? In truth, the mythical vampire form of the animal type? Filled with excitement and trepidation, Barrel-like Laidfield approached and plucked it, holding the tangible purple devil fruit in his hand. He could no longer contain his salivation and quickly devoured it entirely. In less than a minute, the initial abilities of the devil fruit manifested within him. His eyes turned a vivid crimson, and he became acutely aware of every sound and movement within a kilometer radius. Fangs sprouted from his upper and lower jaws, instilling within him an insatiable thirst for blood. Activating the fruit's ability, he reached out towards the roosting bats, effortlessly extracting their blood and absorbing it into his body, visibly revitalizing his gaunt form and skin. Ah, this feeling is exquisite. I crave more. Barrel-like Laidfield experienced an overwhelming euphoria, momentarily losing control of his desires. His eyes burning red, he gazed outside the cave, perceiving any living being as prey. Drool uncontrollably dripped from his mouth. Suddenly, he transformed into a shadowy figure, vanishing from the cave in an instant. Outside the cave, the Inyo Navy soldiers, having not lit a fire during the night, huddled together in small groups to rest. Ein and several soldiers remained vigilant at the cave entrance, guarding against a sudden counterattack from the pirate within. A gust of wind brushed past Ein, who remained unaware of the danger, but was concerned for her comrades. The night brings a chill. Do not catch cold. If it gets too cold, add some more clothing. Rest assured, Captain Ein, our bodies are not so fragile. Indeed, after all, we are soldiers trained by the esteemed Grand Marshal. The Night Watch team responded with laughter, their hearts warmed by the camaraderie. Captain Ein, not only striking in appearance, possessed a kind heart, often showing concern for them, earning their deep respect and affection. Yet, at that moment, no one noticed that the soldiers clustered together in the back had their blood siphoned away by an invisible force within mere breaths. Their bodies visibly shriveled up. As time passed, one group of soldiers after another silently succumbed, transformed into lifeless husks. However, after hundreds had become mere corpses, Ein finally sensed something amiss. The surrounding silence was unnervingly profound. Just moments ago, the rhythmic breathing of her comrades filled the air, but now, nothing remained. Captain Ein, what is it? The Night Watch soldiers observed Ein turning to the rear, their curiosity piqued. Ein remained silent, her heart racing with an inexplicable dread, observing the clustered soldiers. She sensed an unsettling anomaly. The night concealed the truth all too well. Unable to resist, she approached a heap of soldiers, her pupils dilating in horror as she was confronted by a ghastly sight, causing her face to pale and instinctively step back several paces. Captain Ein, what is wrong? A few soldiers hurried to her side, concern etched on their faces. They are dead, and the manner of their demise is horrific. Ein exclaimed in a panic. Never had she encountered such a terrifying fate. The soldiers, upon hearing her words, began to feel anxious as they moved closer to inspect. Confirming that their comrades had indeed become desiccated corpses, their eyes sunken. Captain Ein, what should we do? Is there some kind of demon here? The remaining soldiers huddled together, their hair standing on end, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, every rustle causing their hearts to leap. Ein felt fear as well, but beneath it simmered a profound rage. Hundreds had perished under her watch without her awareness. She had to uncover the culprit, or her heart would never find peace. With a resounding crash, a fierce killing intent erupted from Ein. Anger propelled her toward the cave, certain that the culprit was the notorious pirate, Baron Red. "Captain Ein, wait for us." The remaining soldiers, frightened to be left outside, gathered their courage and followed Ein into the cave. Inside, they encountered numerous desiccated bats, devoid of flesh and blood, mirroring the fate of the outside soldiers. Indeed, it is Baron Red. His methods are utterly vile. One soldier trembled as he spoke, thoroughly terrified. Yet, no sign of Baron Red was found within the cave. Unbeknownst to them, Baron Red had silently appeared behind them. Suddenly, a strange force ensnared the soldiers. Their blood uncontrollably transformed into a mist that was released into the air. Ein sensed the disturbance and quickly turned to retreat, witnessing her comrades' bodies drying up at an alarming rate. "Captain Ein, help! Save me!" A soldier gazed at Ein with despair, pleading for aid. Fueled by fury, Ein gritted her teeth, grasping her weapon tightly, and as a skilled swordswoman, she charged toward Baron Red with great speed. "Thanks to you, I have the opportunity to harness this power and reclaim a semblance of my youth." Baron Red chuckled malevolently, transforming into a gust of blood wind and vanishing within the cave. Ein's strike missed its target as she pursued Baron Red. There he floated above, flanked by bat-like wings. Yet, to Ein, they resembled the wings of a demon. He was indeed a bloodthirsty fiend. "I can smell your blood, so delicious and rich. I shall savor every drop." Baron Red grinned with insatiable greed, his eyes fixated on Ein. "You monster, I will slay you," Ein shouted, her anger boiling as she gripped the hilt of her sword, leaping into the air with all her might to strike at Baron Red. However, a single finger extended from Baron Red released a torrent of blood that ensnared her completely. Several blood tendrils bound her neck and body, rendering her breathless as she fell to the ground, unable to escape the bindings. Baron Red approached, inhaling deeply as he surveyed Ein's essence. "Truly exquisite, and the taste of maiden's blood is particularly delightful. It seems your kind will be perfect for my needs." Ein's complexion turned pale. Was this truly the end? Thoughts of not having fulfilled her promise to teacher Z filled her with regret. She feared not death, but rather the swiftness of her demise. She wished to aid teacher Z in vanquishing pirates and seek vengeance for her fallen comrades by personally slaying Baron Red. "You will meet a gruesome end, demon. Teacher Z will not spare you. You will perish at his hands." Ein glared fiercely at the approaching Baron Red. "Ah, Teacher Z? You must mean that fellow, Zifa. How amusing. Could it be that he wishes to hunt me?" Baron Red scoffed. "How unfortunate that even he cannot contend with my current strength." Baron Red, emboldened by the blood of over 100 robust men, had not only regained years of youth, but also felt an overwhelming surge of power. Should he wish to escape, Zifa would be powerless to stop him. However, given the mockery from the Navy headquarters, he had no qualms about feasting on more blood on this island before making a forceful exit. He had mastered the means. By consuming more blood, he could attain even greater strength and, in turn, restore his vitality to its peak. Suddenly, Baron Red reached out, beginning to draw upon Ein's rich blood. Ein felt a wave of discomfort as her vitality ebbed away, her blood uncontrollably escaping her body. Yet in that moment, Baron Red's shoulder was unexpectedly grasped by another, sending chills down his spine and causing cold sweat to break out. He had not sensed anyone approaching. "This woman belongs to me." DemonBack appeared before Baron Red, exuding an undeniable dominance. Baron Red hesitated, ceasing his blood drain, feeling a powerful yet familiar aura that left him in shock. "It's you, but you're not Zifa. Who are you?" DemonBack released his grip on Baron Red's shoulder, brazenly passing by him, and issued a warning. "You have one day to gather your strength. Now, you may leave. With such meager power, you do not pique my interest." Baron Red frowned, anger simmering within him, and he exuded a hint of murderous intent. Yet, he was soon overwhelmed by an intimidating presence. DemonBack's fiery red hair stood on end, radiating a force that instilled profound apprehension within Baron Red. He felt as though a terrifying demon lurked within the powerful physique before him, yielding an oppressive sensation that was nearly unbearable. Barrow-like, Leigh Clayfield clenched his fists, ultimately choosing to avoid confrontation and soared into the distance. He wished to escape the island, yet was persistently locked onto by the opponent's aura, rendering it impossible to leave easily. The only option left was to recover his strength as swiftly as possible within the last day, preparing for a fierce battle on the third day. Are you MaDitian? Ein feeling drained and pale from the pull of Gu Gao Jihong, looked unexpectedly at Ditian. In this world, Ian idolized two individuals. One was teacher Zifa, and the other was Fama Ditian, who publicly executed the Celestial Dragons and killed Whitebeard II at Marineford. Ian harbored disdain for the Celestial Dragons and loathed Whitebeard II, who had once ambushed them. Previously, teacher Zifa had defeated Whitebeard II, but he was accompanied by an old woman who feigned vulnerability to garner Zifa's sympathy. Zifa had hoped for their redemption, but not long after, amidst stormy seas, Whitebeard II had launched a surprise attack on their ship, devastating it, murdering hundreds of naval interns aboard and treacherously severing Zifa's arm. Ultimately, only Ian, Binzi, and teacher Zifa survived the ordeal aboard the ship. Indeed, it is I. Ditian, with his hands in his pockets, towered over Ian. Thank you for saving me, Lord Ditian. Ian stood, gazing at Ditian with profound admiration and respect, suddenly bowing in gratitude. Ditian turned his back to Ian and spoke gently. Ian, I am intrigued by your abilities. From this moment forth, would you be willing to be my woman? Ian's heart jolted, momentarily stunned and astonished. The esteemed patrons, dear readers, happy National Day. Thank you for your generous support. Today's total earnings amount to 39 yuan, including 23 yuan from manuscript fees and 16 yuan from gifts. This month, I shall continue to update consistently, hoping for your unwavering support for this book. Without your backing, I would struggle to continue writing. For those with time and energy, please take 30 seconds to watch a video, send a free gift, and request updates, ensuring the author receives at least 40 yuan daily to avoid starving while writing. Chapter 92. May I embrace you? Ian regained her composure, feeling quite tense as a girl suddenly confronted with such a question. She had never encountered anyone who spoke so directly. The crucial aspect was Ditian's seriousness as a formidable figure. Ian was caught off guard, gazing blankly at Ditian, her mind a whirlpool of confusion. Lord Ditian, do you require my abilities, or do you desire me? Ian mustered her courage to inquire, feeling nervous. Although she had a somewhat youthful demeanor, she was earnest in addressing the matter. Do you think he is with you? Ditian turned, his gaze piercing as he looked at Ian, asserting, whether it is your abilities or your person that I desire, they are all to be mine. You should understand this clearly now. Ian's face flushed crimson. She perceived Ditian's overwhelming dominance. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if refusing him was truly the right course of action, considering he had just saved her life and was among the two individuals she revered. I understand, Ian replied, nodding timidly, lifting her gaze to Ditian. Since you require me, I shall be your woman from this day forth. She was a person who understood gratitude. Having been saved by Ditian, she found it impossible to reject his request and resolved to reciprocate by offering herself. Splendid, follow me. Ditian exclaimed with delight, surprised by the straightforwardness of this young woman. Lord Ditian, where are we headed? Ian asked, feeling anxious and apprehensive, fearing they might be heading towards a bridal chamber. But I still have a task assigned by Teacher Z. May I have some time? She thought that even if she followed Ditian, she must first assist Teacher Z in fulfilling his dream. Z is a dying man, with only a few days left. Ditian replied nonchalantly. Ian's heart tightened as she said, I'm aware that many soldiers from the Marine headquarters have arrived, but Lord Ditian would not harm Teacher Z. Would you? If you do not take action, I believe Teacher Z will not easily succumb to them. Just then, Zifa arrived, noticing Ian and Ditian together from a distance. Currently, Zifa held a neutral stance towards Ditian, not wishing to act against him due to his notorious actions against the Celestial Dragons and his role in killing Whitebeard II. Ian, what transpired here? Zifa suppressed his anger, seeing the corpses of his subordinates, who must have met a gruesome fate. Teacher Z, I am sorry, it is my inadequacy. The ability of Gu Gao Jihong seems to manipulate the blood of living beings. I was no match for him and could not save my comrades. I nearly lost my life as well, but fortunately, Lord Ditian appeared just in time to rescue me. Ian expressed her sorrow and self-reproach. It is not your fault. Everything is arranged by the Marine headquarters, who audaciously unleashed those vile pirates upon this island. Their intentions are evident. They aim to use the pirates against us. Zifa clenched his fists, filled with rage, vowing that both the pirates and the Marine headquarters would pay dearly. By the way, I thank you, Lord Ditian, for saving my student. However, may I inquire about your purpose for coming to this island? Surely you are not here to assist the Marine headquarters in dealing with me? Zifa regarded Ditian with seriousness. Rest assured, encountering you here was unexpected for me. However, The thoughts of Admiral Sengoku do not sit well with me. Had it not been for his schemes, I would have sought to challenge you. But now, not only will I refrain from a duel, but I will also offer you a piece of advice out of respect for Ain's teacher. Given your current condition, even possessing explosive rock, you would surely perish here. Ditien earnestly warned Zifa. Zifa furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why Ditien would offer him guidance out of regard for Ain. Yet, it seemed Ditien had a way to resolve his dire predicament. So, what advice do you have for me, Lord Ditien? Zifa inquired, confused. He understood that facing the full force of the Marine headquarters in his current state, even with explosive rock, would not pose a threat to a Marine admiral. In truth, you might consider sacrificing this arm. You should be aware of Ain's abilities. At 72 years old and 60 years old, which version of you is stronger? There is no need for me to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Zifa began to contemplate seriously, while Ain listened with eager anticipation. She has always wished to utilize her abilities to assist Teacher Z, at least to rejuvenate him by 12 years. However, her powers only manifested after Zifa had installed the Hailu Stone arm. With the Hailu Stone fused to his body, her ability to reverse age could not be perfectly applied to Zifa, hence she had never succeeded in her attempts. Consider well, I can lend you a helping hand. Ditien remarked with a gentle smile, observing Zifa. The moment now rested upon Zifa's choice and his courage to take a gamble. Zifa inhaled deeply, glancing at his right arm. He indeed contemplated the removal of his right arm, as over the years, the Hailu Stone arm had become increasingly burdensome, rendering him less agile and turning it into a mere hindrance. Teacher Z, perhaps it would be best to abandon the Iron Wall Crusher. I will strive harder to develop the abilities of the Reverse Fruit, and I believe that one day I can achieve a reversal of several decades. Moreover, I trust that Lord Ditien would not jest. In her heart, Ain wagered on her identity as Ditien's woman. If he had spoken thus, he would not deceive Teacher Z in her presence. Very well, but 4 years ago, once this arm was installed by Jiapunk, I can no longer remove it without amputating my entire right arm. Yet, even if I could rejuvenate by 12 years, would I be able to withstand the powerful adversaries the Navy headquarters sends to target me? Zifa expressed his concerns. What difficulty lies therein? Ditien extended his robust palm to the point where Zifa's severed arm connected with the formidable Iron Wall Crusher. His entire strength began to coalesce within his palm. Each muscle finely honed, embodying concentrated essence. Heat surged forth as the muscles in his palm compressed to their utmost limits, emanating terrifyingly high temperatures that distorted the surrounding space. The ghost back at 40% capacity unfurled, exponentially enhancing his attributes. The application of Busashoka Haki fortified his palm's destructive power. The application of Haushika Haki enveloped his palm, further amplifying strength and destructive capacity. Zifa and Ain were astonished by Ditien's audacious and reckless actions. After all, this was a Hailu Stone arm, forged from Hailu Stone, which was virtually impervious to human destruction, let alone by mere hands. Yet, witnessing Ditien's confidence and dominance, Zifa and Ain remained silent, silently hoping for the successful destruction of the Crusher. Ditien's bone hardness had now reached 77% of the purity comparable to the renowned Banma Yangjuro, over 1,000 times that of the hardest steel. His pure grip strength could exceed 4,000 tons. Now, with the enhancement of Busashoka Haki, the augmentation of Haushika Haki, the liberation of thermal energy, and the comprehensive power of Ghostback, if combined with the supersonic explosive grip, the ultimate destructive power of his palm was beyond estimation. For he had never unleashed his full might. As the gathering of power concluded, he unleashed a supersonic grip with terrifying force and heat, instantly severing the connection between the severed arm and the Crusher. Zifa and Ain were left in sheer terror. Such formidable grip strength could indeed crush the Crusher with bare hands. The fragments of Hailu Stone and certain special metals fell to the ground, glowing red-hot, their generated thermal energy immeasurable. This was nothing short of monstrous. Next, Ditien effortlessly dismantled the connection at Zifa's shoulder. With a resounding crash, the colossal Iron Wall Crusher, weighing several tons, crashed heavily to the ground. Zifa felt an overwhelming sense of lightness, as if the shackles binding him had been released. Ain was overjoyed that Teacher Z had incurred no cost in removing the massive Crusher, while simultaneously feeling admiration and pride as she gazed at Ditien, thinking how formidable he was. Was he to be the man in her life from now on? Such strength instilled a profound sense of security within her. Unable to suppress her burgeoning feelings for Ditien, Her cheeks flushed deeply. Observing this, Zifa chuckled. Huh, Ein, could it be that you have developed feelings for Brother Dition? Caught in her thoughts, Ein turned even redder, bashfully lowering her head and murmuring, Teacher Z, I should help you reverse your age immediately. Zifa discerned Ein's feelings, finding it peculiar that she had fallen for Dition. Yet he respected her freedom in matters of the heart. In his heart, Zifa felt happiness for Ein finding someone she liked, also deeming Dition a reliable man, strong enough to protect Ein, allowing her to attain happiness. A pink flame appeared in Ein's hand, devoid of any warmth, and she gently infused it into Zifa's body. Zifa offered no resistance, and Ein's ability easily took effect. Zifa's form began to transform, his visage growing more youthful, his vitality surging exponentially beyond what had been moments prior. Now, as long as Ein remained unharmed, or not defeated, or killed, her ability would continuously affect Zifa. Thank you, Ein, you have truly aided me greatly. Zifa expressed his heartfelt gratitude. MHM, I nodded and said, Teacher Z, I will strive to train hard and aim to become stronger, enabling you to reverse your age for an even longer duration. Haha, there is no rush, take your time. Returning to the body of a 60-year-old, I am already very content and feel entirely confident to engage in a protracted battle against the Navy headquarters. Zifa brimmed with confidence for the condition of his 60-year-old body, given that they were martial artists who transcended human limits, though not quite at the peak form of his 50s, was still at 80% of his peak state. Ein, come with me. I have a day left before my battlefield arrives, and during this day, you must accompany me. Dition stated irrefutably. Ein felt a surge of anxiety. Did she have to accompany him for the entire day? The implications were clear without needing articulation. She understood what she would be accompanying Dition for. Faced with this, Zifa hesitated to speak, yet he could see Ein's nervousness, though she showed no intention of refusing Dition. In fact, from Dition's words, it was evident that Ein was worried about her teacher, which deterred her from decisively following Dition. Rest assured, Ein, since you have found someone you like, your teacher supports you in being a woman who dares to love boldly. Moreover, Dition seems to be a fine man, dependable. I have very few worries left. Your ability will continue to assist me. Ein appeared hesitant, saying, but Teacher Z, the Navy headquarters has deployed 3 legendary pirates on this island, and you will have to contend with the forces of the Navy headquarters. Yet, Dition suddenly exuded an intense aura, speaking sternly, those 3 individuals are my prey. During this time, none of you are to engage them, but after I am done, feel free to deal with them as you wish. Very well, but if Brother Dition fails to eliminate them, I will personally ensure their demise, Zifa stated earnestly, then turned to Ein. I must take my leave now. I need to summon the teams of Binzi and Shiozwa back. Otherwise, I truly cannot rest easy. MHM, please be careful. Teacher Z, I nodded in response. After Zafa departed, Ain's heart raced as she gazed at Dition, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Lord Dition. May I embrace you for a moment? Of course, Dition replied gently, his mood buoyed by her unexpected polite request, evoking a sense of first love within him. Summoning her courage, Ain stepped into Dition's embrace, feeling the firmness of his muscles and the delightful scent that enveloped him. Unable to resist, she tightly wrapped her arms around his slender waist, experiencing a profound sense of fulfillment and relaxation, as if she had found a permanent pillar of support. Being a young woman, Ain naturally desired a source of reliance if reality and life permitted. However, before long, she found herself overwhelmed. The warmth radiating from Dition ignited a fiery heat within her, causing her to swallow several times in a flustered manner, caught between shyness and embarrassment. Observing Ain's flushed cheeks, Dition possessively held her close and walked towards a nearby flat boulder. Barrett and Bondywald were gathered, enthusiastically devouring barbecued crocodile meat, with several skeletal remains piled nearby. Suddenly, Gu Gao Zhihong approached them, joining in on the feast. Barrett and Bondywald exchanged surprised glances at Gu Gao Zhihong's rapid recovery. How did you recover so swiftly? You seem to have regained a youthfulness of over a decade. Initially, Gu Gao Zhihong had not intended to seek them out, but upon realizing the formidable strength of the adversaries they would face, he deemed it necessary to make an exception and join forces with them. I have my special methods. There's no need to divulge them to you. By the way, I encountered him, and a sense of pressure he exudes is formidable. Barrett bit into the meat, grunting, that fellow is indeed a monster. yet he looks down upon us, which is exceedingly vexing. Bundy Vi chuckled dismissively. So what if he's a monster? If the three of us join forces seriously, dominating the entire world would be a trivial matter. Do you believe it? Grateful for the gifts from the benefactors, he urged everyone to support the updates and view the free videos, noting that the author's daily earnings were a mere 20-some yuan, relying heavily on the generosity of the benefactors to persist. If each person contributed a free video gift, it could increase his daily income by an additional 20 to 30 yuan. In Chapter 93, do not rush. In a few days, you too shall have children. Gu Gao Ji Hong internally scoffed, easily perceiving Bondi Wald's hidden intentions through his exceptional Kenbunchika hockey. This individual, who professed the importance of serious collaboration to dominate the world, was merely considering them as tools to exploit. Additionally, I have news. ZFA is also on this island. However, I have received information indicating that he has defected from the Marine headquarters and established the Inyo Navy here. His goal is to eradicate all pirates. He is aware that we have been deployed to this island and is arranging for people to search for our whereabouts. The Marine headquarters truly calculates meticulously. No wonder they had the audacity to cast the three of us onto the same island. Barrett snorted, seeing through the Marine's consistent treachery. Bundywald laughed heartily. Thus, let's join forces here for a grand endeavor. Once we break free, we shall procure some cannons. With my abilities, I can obliterate the entire Marine headquarters in an instant. Collaboration is acceptable, but I require your assistance first, Gu Gao Ji Hong stated earnestly, aware that Bondywald sought to use him and Barrett as tools, yet he could manage as long as he remained vigilant. Speak, what assistance do you need? Your reputation was formidable. You could stand shoulder to shoulder with figures like Roger and Whitebeard. Barrett held a high regard for Gu Gao Ji Hong's strength. My current powers have not fully returned, but if you could help me capture as many Marine soldiers as possible, I would have a way to rapidly regain my strength. Bondywald frowned, unable to restrain his curiosity. How do you plan to recover in this manner? Are you thinking of consuming them? Barrett also inquired with interest. Gu Gao Ji Hong, you cannot be a devil fruit user. Or have you become a certain type of devil fruit user capable of utilizing abilities to restore your body? Indeed, I'm a devil fruit user, having acquired the desired ability to restore my body by absorbing the blood of living beings. I see very well. Within a day, I can help you capture 100 soldiers. Barrett spoke with confidence. Soldiers are mere ants. As long as I encounter them, I can capture as many as you need. Bundywald boasted arrogantly. Thank you. We have only one day left. I must continue to venture out to restore my strength. Gu Gao Ji Hong did not place all his hopes on Barrett and Bondywald. Their assistance would merely be a bonus. This fellow's fruit ability appears intriguing. Gu Gao Ji Hong mused as he walked away. To recover strength and body by absorbing the blood of life. No wonder he has aged backward by over a decade in just 2 days. Stop the chatter. Let us first capture a batch of Marines. I remember there were 2 groups pursuing us previously. Very well. For our quest to dominate the world, mutual assistance is only fitting, Bondywald replied insincerely with a grin. The two spent the day aiding Gu Gao Ji Hong, capturing hundreds of Inyo Marines. Through the absorption of significant amounts of blood, Gu Gao Ji Hong not only restored his strength, but could also siphon the lifespan of living beings, rejuvenating his appearance to that of around 40 years within a mere day. How is your recovery progressing? Barrett inquired casually. Quite well. My martial arts, swordsmanship, and physical abilities are nearly restored to their peak, Gu Gao Ji Hong replied truthfully. Now that we are prepared, it is time for me to shine. That fellow should still be enjoying himself aboard that warship on the sea. I must take this opportunity to send a gift to greet him. Bundywald chuckled sinisterly. Yesterday, while hunting Marines, he and Barrett had seen Tion embracing a woman and had not emerged from the warship since. It was evident that they were deeply engrossed in philosophical discussions about life. Picking up a stone the size of an egg, he hurled it toward the warship, which magnified mid-flight, reaching a diameter of several hundred meters. The Marine soldiers aboard the warship quickly noticed the massive boulder soaring toward them. Lord Ditian, we are under attack. A soldier shouted in panic, considering firing cannonballs for interception, but felt it better to let Lord Ditian handle it effortlessly. Boom! The approaching boulder was suddenly pierced by an immense force, exploding mid-air and showering countless fragments into the sea. AIN, who was overwhelmed with joy, witnessed Tion effortlessly obliterate a massive object from hundreds of meters away, leaving her utterly astonished. Peach Rabbit, accustomed to the scene, gently took Ain's hand with a warm smile. Take your time. You'll get used to it. Yes, I understand, Sister Tao Tu gently nodded. Feeling a bit shy, not expecting to share a husband with Tao Tu Jia. Initially, she was troubled by the idea and felt quite wronged. But after experiencing the true power of DTon, she felt grateful for Tao Tu Jia's presence. Otherwise, she would have been unable to withstand the situation alone. With such helplessness, she could only choose to accept the existence of other women in DTon's life. You two stay on the ship from now on. No place on the island will be safe, DTon said tenderly as he finished dressing and turned to look at both Ain and Tao Tuesday. Yes, husband. Rest assured, I will take care of Ai and Mei as well, Tao Tu replied happily. Eon's fast flushed him son. Feeling a bit embarrassed to meet DTon's gaze, she stole a glance and felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, softly saying, DTon to run, please be careful. DTon nodded lightly and stepped onto the deck, leaping into the air towards the island. Ai and Mei, hurry and put on your clothes. We can still see our husband fighting from the deck, Tao Tu said, already dressed quickly. I suddenly have a question. With DTon Duren being so formidable and infinitely charming, could it be that he has other women? Well, what I mean is, there must be many beautiful girls who admire DTon Duren, right? Ai and Mei, it seems you are concerned about other women liking her husband. But all I can say is that he has many admirers, and you must adapt quickly. Of course, the most important thing is not to go against our husband's will. Otherwise, only you will suffer. Tao Tu reminded Ai and seriously, having been through similar experiences herself. Yes, I understand, Ai replied softly, already mentally prepared. Suddenly realizing, she thought, as a newcomer, if they don't mind me liking DTon to run, then I'm truly satisfied. My life was saved by DTon to run. I will undoubtedly follow all his wishes and will not act against his will. Ai and Mei, you are more open-minded than I am. If I had your mindset from the beginning, I wouldn't have missed out on so much. Let's go out together. By the way, Ai and Mei, your ability should be the reversal fruit, right? I've heard you can reverse a person's age. Would you like to try making me look younger? Tao Tu said, taking Ain's hand, feeling quite familiar. Of course, I can do that, but currently, I can only reverse up to 12 years. 12 years. That would be wonderful. Tao Tu exclaimed, as she felt excited at the prospect of becoming younger, especially with so many younger girls around DTon. Chapter 94. The Power of the Soul-Seeing Ghost. I report to Admiral Huang Yuan. Admiral Akiji and ZFA have suddenly engaged in combat. A soldier rushed in to report, responsible for monitoring the movements of the Inyo Navy headquarters. Akiji is quite proactive this time. It's rare for him to take action, Huang Yuan said with a faint smile. Continuing, you just need to keep an eye on the situation over there and provide support if necessary. Yes, Admiral Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan had no intention of confronting ZFA alongside Akiji. It would be rather despicable to gang up on him, given that he was once ZFA's student. However, ZFA was already old, and Akiji should have no problem handling him alone. Huang Yuan's main focus was on DTon. He could not let these three powerful pirates escape. They were comparable to royal-level combatants, and if they found a chance to flee, it would be troublesome. On the battlefield, DTon's muscles were solid and firm, emanating vast amounts of heat. He stepped into the void, gradually descending towards the ground, ripples spreading out as he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha! Your attacks barely warm me up. With a thunderous sound, the ground erupted in a wide area. His figure vanished from the spot, reappearing in front of Bondywald in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful slap towards his face. Bondywald's pupils constricted, his heart raced. And faced with such terrifying explosive power, he felt his scalp tingle. Instinct told him that if he could not evade this strike, his entire face would be utterly destroyed. With no reservations, he gritted his teeth and activated his fruit ability, multiplying his speed by 80 times. As he slightly retreated, his body seemed to defy space and time. Appearing 100 meters away, DTon's palm grasped at thin air, yet this only heightened his excitement. He activated Shave, instantly pursuing. Bondywald felt his scalp tingle again. What kind of monster was this? The execution of Shave had reached such an abnormal level, almost matching the speed he had just multiplied. It should be noted that a 10-fold increase in speed surpasses the speed of Shave by 5 times, and now, the effect of the 80-fold increase had far exceeded the speed of sound. In a hurry, Bondywald multiplied the bullet he held by 50 times and shot it out. The speed, power, volume, and weight were all instantly amplified. DTon clenched his fist and struck the massive bullet, causing it to explode. with energy waves sweeping through thousands of meters. Did it succeed? I can't believe he could survive such a terrifying explosion, Bondewald thought, feeling confident in his ability. The bullet he threw contained explosives, and with a 50-fold increase, its power would also rise correspondingly. However, Bondewald soon felt cold sweat trickling down as he noticed Dition had already appeared beside him, wearing a crazed and joyful expression, raising his hand to strike at his head. "Oh no, I'm going to die," Bondewald thought anxiously, hurriedly activating his fruit ability to multiply his speed by 100 times. In a split second, his figure darted away like a flash of light. Dition swung down forcefully, creating a thunderous crack that shattered the air. Bondewald, hundreds of meters away, gulped, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. He had narrowly escaped death once again. Had he not run quickly, his head would have been smashed to bits. Following this, Bondewald felt a pain in his ear and realized that his ear had been struck off by Dition. The thought of this made him even more terrified. He had come perilously close to death. "Hey, you two, you can't just sit back and watch. Come help me," Bondewald urged in frustration. "If I die, you two won't survive in the hands of this monster either." Barrett and Guhao Zhihong immediately chose to engage, rushing towards Dition at incredible speeds. With the power of ghostly energy and the three-color hockey, Barrett moved like a purple lightning bolt, instantly appearing in front of Dition and unleashing a barrage of close-range attacks. Guhao Zhihong's movement speed was akin to teleportation, but each teleportation covered only about 20 meters. Dition, punching its superluminal speed, continued his relentless assault, leaving Barrett in a defensive position. "Ah!" Barrett roared, enduring the numbing pain in his fists as he pushed his limits to trade blows with Dition. As the speed of the battle escalated beyond comprehension, after barely enduring over 50 strikes from Dition, he was subjected to a relentless barrage of punches and kicks mid-air. With a thunderous crash, Barrett was sent crashing into the ground, causing a collapse in a radius of several hundred meters. Guhao Zhihong swiftly restrained him. "For I seek to join forces with Barrett in earnest," implored Bondewald, unable to delay any longer, fearing that if he did, he might lose his life before unleashing his true power. Guhao Zhihong, aware of both Bondewald's and Barrett's capabilities, understood that their collaboration could yield monumental transformations and unimaginable enhancements. "Very well. Expedite your efforts," he responded without hesitation, suddenly appearing behind Dition to unleash his ability, striving to extract the blood from Dition's body with all his might. Dition, sensing the intrusion, tensed every muscle, his form brimming with countless hardened bulges, creating an impenetrable defense. Even the smallest capillaries sealed tight. Despite Guhao Zhihong employing his full capacity, he could not draw a single drop of blood from Dition, only enhancing his trepidation, prompting a decisive retreat. The formidable power of Kinbunchika Haki enveloped the area, enabling him to delve into Dition's thoughts, preparing for a battle of knowledge and strategy. Dition, feeling the intrusion, furrowed his brow and abruptly turned to face Guhao Zhihong. "Seeking death, how dare you pry into my innermost thoughts?" His eyes gradually turned a ghastly white, his aura surging to an unfathomable height, the terrifying power of Haushiko Haki manifesting in a dark shroud that blotted out the sky, bearing down upon Guhao Zhihong. Guhao Zhihong discerned the fury and murderous intent brewing within Dition, yet found himself with no choice but to press on, as retreating was no longer an option. If both were destined to perish, it was better to continue reading Dition's mind, gaining an upper hand in defense. Dition's aura continued to swell, the sky darkening ominously, transforming day into night. The physical assault generated by Haushiko Haki morphed into a torrent of black, pulsing energy, akin to a tempest of shadowy lightning, ruthlessly assaulting Guhao Zhihong. Unfazed, Guhao Zhihong, a seasoned combatant, though wary of Dition's power, remained composed, controlling his own blood to form a protective barrier against the onslaught of destructive energy. However, bolstered by Haushiko Haki, Dition became a streak of black lightning, effortlessly breaching Guhao Zhihong's defenses. Guhao Zhihong scarcely had time to evade as he was struck, his body pierced by a single blow, plunging him into darkness. Yet, instinctual survival instincts ignited within him, propelling him to tap into a new ability granted by the devil fruit. In the dimly lit space, Guhao Zhihong's entire being transformed into an inky shadow, seemingly dissipating or merging with the night. Dition, brow furrowed, utilized Kinbunchika Haki, but could not sense Guhao Zhihong's presence. Even if you gain a new ability, it remains inconsequential in my eyes, DTN scoffed, closing his eyes to attempt awakening the power of the demon eye. Upon activation, he would be able to perceive the very souls of all living beings, rendering any disguise ineffective. Hidden in the darkness, Gu Gao Jihong read DTN's thoughts, astonished at the prospect of directly perceiving souls. If DTN succeeded in awakening this power, his own concealment would be rendered futile. I must prevent him from awakening at all costs. At least for now, he must not succeed. Gu Gao Jihong steeled himself against the looming threat, unwilling to falter. Chapter 95. The invincible kilometric giant Gu Gao Jihong manipulated his blood to condense into a slender needle, remotely controlling it to pierce the fabric of space, hurtling toward DTN's brow at great speed. DTN suddenly opened his eyes wide, with his innate talent for cultivation, bolstered by the powers of the demon brain and DemonBack. Awakening the latent strength in his bloodline posed no challenge. His eyes emitted a piercing blue light, instantly locating Gu Gao Jihong's soul. With a resounding crack, his form vanished, dodging the incoming needle at the last moment, reappearing directly in front of Gu Gao Jihong and launching a fierce attack. Gu Gao Jihong was struck by terror. Was this the power of the demon eye? How could it be so monstrous? Though he had expertly concealed himself in darkness, impervious even to the might of Kin Bunchikahaki, he was effortlessly detected and locked onto. He had no time to evade as he was pierced once more by DTN's superluminal strike, crashing several thousand meters away and losing consciousness. Yet, Gu Gao Jihong did not succumb to death. Instead, he lingered in a state of feigned death, and in his life-threatening condition, the fruit's power catered to his survival instincts, willingly aiding him in mastering a new ability, the vampire form, embarking upon a journey toward immortality. His pierced body began to heal at an observable rate, albeit at the cost of his life force, which dwindled rapidly. His appearance, once youthful, now aged to that of an octogenarian, his complexion pale and devoid of color. What has transpired? Gu Gao Jihong's aura vanished entirely, only to suddenly reappear, though now it fluctuates between presence and absence, likely clinging to life, observed Kizaru through his telescope, employing Kin Bunchikahaki to monitor the battlefield. Admiral Kizu, DTN's Haushikahaki is formidable, darkening the skies above, rendering our view of the events below impossible, remarked a naval soldier in astonishment. No matter, Gu Gao Jihong is barely clinging to life. Having lost the capacity to continue fighting, Kizaru replied. Dispatch a naval vessel from the southern sector to the island. Advance 1,800 meters. Gu Gao Jihong is in that vicinity. Secure him for retrieval. But be wary of any interference from the Inyo Navy. Noting that DTN showed no inclination to pursue the downed Gu Gao Jihong, Kizaru surmised that Gu Gao Jihong's usefulness had reached its zenith, thus arranging for a naval ship to recover him. However, Kizaru had grossly underestimated Gu Gao Jihong, or rather, the capabilities bestowed upon him by the fruit, which granted him a near-immortal existence as long as he had access to blood. At this moment, Gu Gao Jihong was in dire need of fresh blood and vitality to heal his wounds and replenish his waning life force while evolving into his vampire form. The dispatch of a naval vessel, carrying nearly 1,000 men, might inadvertently provide Gu Gao Jihong with the very sustenance he required. Meanwhile, at the Inyo Navy's headquarters, Zephyr continued his fierce battle with Akiji, neither gaining the upper hand after exchanging over 100 blows. Akiji was taken aback by Zephyr's newfound ferocity since abandoning the Iron Wall technique, finding it increasingly challenging to gain an advantage, leading him to resort to a battle of attrition. Humph, Kazan, if you still regard me as your former mentor, heed my counsel. As long as the Marine headquarters remains under the control of the world government, any notion of justice will be hypocritical in nature. If you desire to enact true justice, you would do well to join me in forming the Inyo Navy and eradicate all nefarious pirates. If you remain obstinate, a person of your righteousness will inevitably suffer relentless harm from the world government and the Marine headquarters, and you will surely regret it when the time comes. She'efa, growing increasingly fierce, wielded his haki with formidable power, shattering Akiji's abilities with each punch, while also attempting to sway the admiral. Teacher She'efa, you have been consumed by hatred. The explosive rock is a perilous substance that must be returned to its rightful place of confinement. Yet you contemplate using it for vengeance. How does that differ from seeking the world's destruction? Akiji stated solemnly, believing that this time, Teacher Zfa had indeed erred. The immediate demand from the Marine headquarters to retrieve the explosive rock was, in fact, an act of justice. Ha ha ha, Kazan, if you possess the capability, come and seize it from my grasp. ZFA laughed heartily, revealing the vessel containing the dangerous explosive rock, deliberately allowing Akiji to see it. Akiji remained vigilant, realizing that the explosive rock was indeed in ZFA's possession. This caused him to hold back during their ensuing fight, fearing that a careless strike might inadvertently detonate the explosive rock on ZFA's person. Should that occur, the entire island would likely cease to exist, and even the warships in the nearby waters would suffer catastrophic repercussions. After striking the formidable Hong, Dition refrained from pursuing further attacks. Through his observation haki, he discerned that Hong had lost consciousness, his life force exceedingly faint and on the brink of extinction. Buried deep beneath the ground, Barrett was covered by countless stones. Yet he could not evade Dition's keen perception, which penetrated all obstructions to reveal Hong's soul. He even detected a continuous flow of energy rapidly circulating within Barrett's soul, akin to Hong's condition and that of Bondivold. Dition then turned his gaze towards the figures on the surface of the sea, noticing that those imbued with devil fruit powers possessed this unique energy within their souls. This phenomenon appeared to be a special existence that arose after consuming a devil fruit, residing not within the flesh but within the soul. It seems increasingly intriguing, the lurking true demons. Dition grinned widely. As Huang Yuan made eye contact with him from the warship, he shivered involuntarily, struck with a chilling fear. What a terrifying gaze. But why is he suddenly looking at me with such excitement? Huang Yuan's heart raced, feeling as though Dition could see through his very essence. At that moment, Barrett unleashed his powers, swiftly arranging the stones within a radius of several hundred meters, merging them with himself to form an imposing stone giant, flawlessly constructed without any visible seams. The stone giant rose from the shattered ground, exuding a sense of formidable destructive power. Merely stepping down caused the ground to collapse beneath it, sending tremors throughout the entire island. Bondivold perched upon the right shoulder of the stone giant, firmly secured in place, untroubled by the chaos of battle. Ha, it worked! Multiplying to 20 has already produced this effect. If we push it to the limit, we shall slay gods and Buddhas alike. Bondivold laughed triumphantly. Indeed, it is impressive. I can sense that with your powers enhancing the stone giant, its size, speed, might, and defenses have all received substantial augmentation. Now we must see how efficiently we can coordinate, but regardless, we must deliver a resounding blow to Fanma Dition. Barrett merged his haki with the stone giant, amplifying its explosive potential. Dition's fighting spirit ignited as he observed their preparations. This was the essence of battle. Without further ado, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, clenching his fist in a show of dominance, the terrifying energy waves distorting the air around them. He suddenly stepped forward, shattering the ground beneath him, his form transforming into a streak of black lightning, colliding with the stone giant in an instant. He, let the games begin, multiplied by 50. Bondivold, emboldened, activated his powers, causing the stone giant to soar over 300 meters in height, its speed increasing 50-fold, with corresponding enhancements to its defenses and power. Barrett, commanding the stone giant, effortlessly retreated hundreds of meters, feeling no burden whatsoever. He then clenched his enormous stone fist and struck towards Dition with unbridled force. The collision produced a thunderous roar as the two colossal powers clashed, sending shockwaves that radiated thousands of meters away, casting darkness over the land and causing the very earth to tremble. The soldiers aboard the warships gulped in awe, overwhelmed by the oppressive energy. The island's terrifying energy fluctuations felt akin to the end of days. Huang Yuan gazed in astonishment, never anticipating that Bondivold and Barrett's alliance could yield such formidable results, rivaling Dition's overwhelming strength. Just as Huang Yuan pondered this, his gaze widened in shock. Bondivold activated his powers once more, augmenting the stone giant by 60-fold. The already tremendous stone giant received a terrifying enhancement in an instant. Dition, unable to leverage the air, was propelled backward for hundreds of meters, crashing deeply into the ground. Barrett, keep attacking him. Manipulating such a massive object is immensely taxing on me. We need a swift resolution. Rest assured, I am aware. Barrett seized the advantage, raising his enormous stone fist to strike down upon the embedded Dition with all his might. The stone fist, over 60 meters in diameter, descended like an eclipse, amplified by the 60-fold increase in speed. Its attack velocity, power, and hardness, combined with the fused energies of Haki and demonic aura, had become extraordinarily formidable. The wind pressure alone sent nearby stones flying hundreds of meters away. Tion, standing within the deep pit, felt his fighting spirit surge as he unleashed all his demonic strength, his crimson hair standing on end, and he retaliated with a Haki-infused punch. When their forces met, a resounding explosion echoed as the ground within a kilometer radius crumbled, sending up plumes of dust dozens of meters high. Although Tion's feet sank 2 feet into the ground, his entire body remained upright and unyielding, maintaining his offensive stance. Sister Tao 2, how is Lord Tion? I can't see him at all. I inquired anxiously from a warship. Do not worry. My husband is unharmed. His bone density is over 1,000 times that of the hardest steel, and with his Haki armor, this level of force poses no threat to him. It is merely the ground beneath him that could not withstand such immense weight and collapsed instantaneously. Though it appears my husband is at a disadvantage in this battle, it will only serve to unleash even greater power from him. Tao 2 had unwavering faith in Tion's strength, recalling how he had single-handedly halted Whitebeard's devil fruit powers, akin to halting an earthquake with a single punch, demonstrating his sheer might. These two fellows' combined abilities are indeed terrifying. Fortunately, it is Lord Tion facing them. Had I been in his place, I would have had to resort to elementalization to evade their onslaught. Huan Yuan was struck with a profound sense of dread as he contemplated the formidable alliance between Bondiwald and Barrett. Even Akiji and Zephyr, who were embroiled in their own fierce battle, paused to observe the intense conflict unfolding around Tion. To their astonishment, the scale of the battle was monumental, sending tremors throughout the entire island. The unconscious Guga, Zhihong, was jolted awake by the quaking ground, groggily opening his eyes to find himself miraculously alive. His previously shattered body, now partially healed. Yet, he remained exceedingly weak, unable to even rise to his feet. As he gazed at his emaciated hands, Guga Zhihong realized that during his unconsciousness, he had expended a significant amount of life force. Reduced to a mere husk, he feared that even an ordinary 5- or 6-year-old child could easily end his life. At that moment, a group of naval soldiers approached in search of him. We found him. He's lying here, but it's tragic. There's a hole in his body. What did you expect? Do you think the punches of the esteemed Tion are a mere joke? He is the man who halted an earthquake with a single blow. The fact that he hasn't killed this fellow outright is a testament to his luck. Indeed, surviving such an encounter, still breathing. No wonder he was once a notorious pirate. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed across the island, the ground shaking violently as a naval soldier attempting to restrain Guga Zhihong with sea tower stone handcuffs lost his footing and fell onto him. Guga Zhihong, craving blood to restore his strength and vitality, abruptly opened his crimson eyes and, summoning all his strength, lunged forward to bite the soldier's neck. As the blood flowed into his mouth, it transformed into a source of power, awakening his spirit and strength instantaneously. The soldier felt a sudden, tingling sensation, a scream escaping his lips as he sensed his blood reversing its flow, rendering him weak and desperate for help. Help me, please. The other naval soldiers, regaining their senses, looked on in horror as they beheld their comrade withering away at a visible pace. What? What have you done to him? Their faces turned pale, their hands trembling as they gripped their weapons. I have finally returned to life, but it is still far from sufficient. In order to fully restore my health and longevity, you must all offer your blood and life force. Guga Zhihong suddenly transformed into a vampire, amplifying his blood control abilities over a wide area, causing a dozen naval soldiers to be drained of their blood before they could resist. Yet, the blood of merely a dozen individuals was insufficient. Sensing that many more naval soldiers were dispersed nearby searching for him, he decided to indulge in a full feast. Meanwhile, Bondiwald experienced a sudden surge in power, increasing his size to an astonishing diameter of over 100 meters, significantly enhancing his overall attack strength. The ground beneath Tion, unable to withstand the sudden influx of power, collapsed extensively, causing him to sink deep into the earth. However, this only fueled Tion's fury, his overwhelming aura erupting in a furious display. Awakening his demon brain, a thick fog enveloped him, coalescing into the towering figure of a giant over 1,000 meters tall. The stone giant, now augmented to an impressive height of over 600 meters, left Bondiwald and Barrett in awe. swallowing hard as they beheld the colossal figure materializing before them. All those present on the island and in the surrounding seas felt a wave of terror wash over them. Good heavens, what is that? Is it a giant? Impossible. Even the largest Or's giant is only about 100 meters tall, but this one is at least over 1,000. I can't help but think it resembles the esteemed DemonBack. Huang Yuan, utterly astonished, instinctively took several steps back. This is truly terrifying. What manner of creature are we facing? Could this be his true power? Who among us could possibly contend with such a being? At that moment, Huang Yuan finally recognized DemonBack's true strength. An insurmountable force that even the combined might of the entire naval headquarters might struggle to subdue. Akiji and Zephyr, having ceased their battles, gazed in equal trepidation. Kazan, what kind of monster have you unleashed upon this island? Zephyr inquired, suppressing his fear. I do not know, but it is likely the work of Fan MaDitian. Akiji replied, his voice grave as he confronted the reality of genuine terror for the first time. Meanwhile, Guga Jihong, in the midst of his sanguine feast, was startled by the sight, mistaking the towering figure for a manifestation of Bondi Wald and Barrett's combined abilities. I never imagined these two could unite to create such a terrifying force. They might truly have the power to devastate the world. It seems my sacrifice to delay DemonBack was not in vain. Bondi Wald and Barrett, controlling the stone giant, instinctively retreated, both recognizing the futility of their efforts. At that moment, DemonBack erupted from the deep pit with a resounding crash, landing atop the colossal figure of the giant, arms crossed. His gaze fierce and disdainful as he regarded Bondi Wald and Barrett below, stating flatly, that was quite exhilarating. Now, shall we continue our battle? Bondi Wald and Barrett could only stare in shock, their minds racing with disbelief at the monster they were up against. Thank you for your generous support, and I humbly request your continued support. This chapter consists of 5,000 words. Chapter 96. Threat? A single punch to shatter explosive rock, the 1,000-meter giant towered imperiously. An indomitable force that overshadowed all, bearing a striking resemblance to DemonBack. Clenching its immense fist, it generated a terrifying grip, causing the very fabric of space to reverberate with a thunderous boom as it descended upon the stone giant, which stood over 600 meters tall. Bondi Wald and Barrett's pupils dilated. Fleeing was not an option in the face of such a colossal assault. They could only brace themselves for impact. Barrett gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into his arms, positioning the stone giant's limbs to deflect the impending blow. Bondi Wald steeled himself, unleashing his fruit's powers with a roar. Come on, let's go all out, double the power to 100. The combined stone giant surged to an astonishing height of 800 meters. The giant's fist collided with the stone giant's arms, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated for miles, causing the ground to collapse and sending clouds of dust soaring hundreds of meters into the air. The entire island trembled violently, and the terrifying energy waves rippled across the sea, raising towering waves of over 10 meters high. Naval vessels rocked precariously on the surface, with many soldiers on deck losing their footing and tumbling overboard. Goodness, such raw power. Even from thousands of meters away, we can feel its effects. If DemonBack delivers a few more punches, the entire island may very well sink. Although we are hundreds of meters from the shore, the terrifying force generated by the island's descent will surely engulf us. The naval soldiers who managed to rise struggled to secure themselves, anxiously watching the battle unfold on the island. The relentless gusts of energy made it nearly impossible to keep their eyes open. Admiral Huang Yuan, should we increase our distance for safety? One soldier suggested anxiously. Huang Yuan, equally decisive, pondered how many of DemonBack's punches this island could withstand. Should the island truly be sunk, the surrounding area of 10,000 meters would undoubtedly experience significant repercussions. All naval vessels maintain a safety distance of 1,000 meters. If another blow descends, increase the distance by another 1,000 meters. Yes, Lord Huang Yuan. The naval soldiers responded with unwavering resolve, their will to survive vividly apparent. AI-In and Tao too exchanged astonished glances, finding it hard to believe that DemonBack possessed such terrifying capabilities. Sister Tao too, what kind of devil fruit power does Lord DemonBack possess? AI-In could not contain her curiosity, for this was a giant towering at 1,000 meters. An unprecedented sight. I am uncertain as well. Having yet to inquire about my husband's abilities, Tao Tu replied, refraining from making wild assumptions. However, She was aware that Dition possessed the abilities of Gue Bei and Gue Now, though the specifics of his powers remained elusive. Colonel Tao, too, Miss AIN, you are both women of Lord Dition. Undoubtedly, your future offspring will possess remarkable prowess. Indeed, Lord Dition is extraordinarily powerful. The naval soldiers on the deck could not help but gossip. It was no secret that Tao Tu and AI were under Dition's protection. Dition had unabashedly engaged with them on their vessel for several days without pause, leaving them in utter disarray. Naturally, my husband is indeed formidable, and his children will surely be exceptional. Tao Tu smiled, harboring anticipation for their future children and whether they might inherit some of Dition's extraordinary powers. With many women in Dition's life, it was likely that he would have numerous children, leading to a captivating dynamic among them. Meanwhile, Bondiwo Erda and Barrett, beneath the colossal fist of the giant, struggled to unleash their powers, desperately holding their ground. Yet, despite their efforts, the hardness of the combined stone giant was insufficient to withstand the onslaught, as they were gradually forced back, their massive form developing cracks. Blood began to trickle from the corners of Bondiwo Erda and Barrett's mouths, their strength and stamina rapidly depleting, yet they dared not relent. To cease their efforts would mean they could not withstand such a blow, leaving no further opportunity for resistance. After 5 breaths, the giant withdrew its colossal fist. Dition crossed his arms, grinning down at the two below with an exuberant battle spirit. Ha ha! I did not expect you to withstand the giant's casual blow. Excellent. I acknowledge your strength. Out of respect, I shall fight with my full might. Dition's aura surged once more, paralleled by the giant's overwhelming presence. Above, thick storm clouds churned ominously, the atmosphere heavy with foreboding. Bondiwo Erda and Barrett gulped nervously. Being respected was indeed a positive, yet also filled them with utter despair. If a casual blow was this potent, who could withstand the full force? However, Barrett was unwilling to concede. He had spent his life seeking battles with the strongest, aspiring to become the mightiest man. Before him stood the strongest man, far surpassing Roger and Whitebeard. Could he truly abandon his chance to fight? What do you think? Shall we make one last stand? Barrett resolved to fight on, his spirit unyielding as he looked at Bondiwo Erda with a fierce pride. After all, we are doomed either way. However, resisting to the end might yield a glimmer of hope. Bondiwo Erda wiped the blood from his lips, contemplating before responding. Agreed, but we must alter our tactics. We cannot confront him head-on. This giant surpasses our stone giant in size and surely lacks our speed. Next, I will swiftly switch to a doubling ability that will allow your combined stone giant to fly at low altitudes. We can exploit this advantage to maneuver around or behind the giant and strike fiercely. Yes, that sounds feasible. Barrett nodded in agreement, as it aligned perfectly with his battle strategy. However, just as they finalized their plan, their pupils widened in horror, questioning their very existence. The giant's aura intensified, visibly morphing into a being with 3 heads and 6 arms, exuding an overwhelming, tyrannical presence, akin to a world-destroying demon. By heavens, perhaps fleeing is the better option. This is no longer human. It is undoubtedly a monster. Bondiwo Erda snapped back to reality and hastily leaped from the combined stone giant, rapidly activating his doubling ability. He dashed through the air with explosive speed, desperately attempting to escape. Barrett was at a loss for words, cursing the situation, realizing that at such a critical moment, his ally had faltered. Thus, he too chose to flee. With the giant now sporting 3 heads and 6 arms, what strategy could possibly prevail? I never thought I would resort to fleeing. What a disgraceful moment in my life. Yet this is but a temporary retreat. Once I awaken my devil fruit powers, I shall return to seek vengeance. Barrett consoled himself in his thoughts, merging his demonic and domineering energies, outpacing Bondiwo Erda in his escape. Dition's previously joyful expression abruptly shifted, replaced by a growing fury. He felt insulted and mocked, having recognized their qualifications to face his full power, only to see them choose flight in an instant. The giant took a step forward, causing the entire island to tremble violently, the ground fracturing extensively as the surrounding waters surged. With a low bow, it struck at Bondiwo Erda, feeling the grip of death closing in. Bondiwo Erda gritted his teeth and spat blood, activating his ability to increase speed 100-fold in a desperate bid. The giant's fist missed its target, crashing into the ground, causing a third of the island to sink by 3 meters, with water continuously flooding in. Oh my heavens! Lord Huang Yuan, Save me. Quickly take me back to impel down and encase me in ice. Do not release me again. Bondiwo Urda, witnessing a single punch submerge a third of the island, was utterly terrified, realizing that living was far better than dying, and perhaps returning to impel down was preferable. Upon seeing Bondiwo Urda rushing towards him, Huang Yuan dared not accept him. These individuals had thoroughly enraged Ditian. He transformed into light, appearing instantly before Bondiwo Urda, gathering energy beneath his feet and delivering a powerful kick that sent Bondiwo Urda flying. That was close. How terrifying. Thank goodness I possessed the powers of the light fruit, or I would have been dragged down into the depths. Well done, Admiral Huang Yuan. Indeed, we were nearly frightened to death. If he had boarded our ship, we might have been dealt with by Lord Ditian in a single blow. As Bondiwo Urda was sent hurtling away, the giant's hands crashed together with a resounding boom, causing the surrounding space to fracture. Countless onlookers watched in horror, swallowing nervously. With such terrifying force, Bondiwo Urda could not possibly have survived. The giant's hands parted, and a thin, paper-like human skin fell from between them. The fleeing Barrett glanced back, inexplicably feeling a sense of utter despair, convinced that escape was impossible. If one punch could diminish a third of the island, 3 punches would surely sink the entire landmass. At that moment, the giant's fist barreled toward Barrett. Unwilling to yield, Barrett shouted defiantly, "Give me a chance. I cannot die yet. I refuse to accept this. I must awaken my devil fruit powers and return to challenge you." The giant's fist halted just before Barrett, yet the powerful wind pressure tore through his clothes and hair, leaving him in a pitiful state. Ditian over the above Barrett, disdainfully declaring, "I shall grant you 2 years to prepare for a battle with my son." Son? Barrett was momentarily taken aback, but he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he soon found himself devoid of strength and knelt on the ground. Meanwhile, the solitary and proud Hong, upon realizing that this giant was not Bondiwoer and Barrett's, but rather the giant of Ditian, and that Bondiwoer's presence had completely vanished, having been utterly annihilated, was engulfed by an unprecedented terror. Swiftly consuming the lifeblood and lifespan of 700 to 800 individuals, he regained the appearance of a man in his 50s, along with the restoration of his powers. While draining the blood of the naval soldiers, his mind-reading ability intercepted crucial information. Zephyr possessed an explosive rock, a devastating weapon capable of obliterating everything within a 10,000-meter radius with just a small vial. If he could seize the explosive rock from Zephyr, perhaps he could successfully coerce everyone present to allow him to leave. As night fell, the solitary Hong resolutely decided to snatch the explosive rock from Zephyr. His formidable Kinbunchaku Haki quickly detected Zephyr's presence, but he was unprepared for the proximity of Admiral Akiji. Though it may be somewhat perilous. In the darkness of night, I can conjure my own shadows. Even the mightiest Kinbunchaku Haki will not be able to perceive my concealed presence, he mused. Silently, he approached the battleground of Zephyr and Akiji, who had ceased their combat, their focus entirely captivated by the monstrous figure of Ditian, with its 3 heads and 6 arms. What an opportunity, Hong thought, shrouding himself in darkness and stealthily advancing towards Zephyr. Utilizing his abilities, he instantaneously created a dark haze before Zephyr's eyes. Caught off guard, Zephyr experienced a moment of dizziness. Yet, as he regained his senses, he immediately sensed something was amiss and instinctively reached into his pocket, only to discover that the explosive rock was gone. Who did this? Zephyr roared, his fury erupting like a tempest. Akiji, standing opposite him, wore a puzzled expression, questioning the situation with Zephyr. "What's the matter, Zephyr-sensei?" Akiji inquired. "The explosive rock has vanished." Upon hearing this, Akiji's pupils constricted. Someone had managed to evade both his and Zephyr's senses and snatch the explosive rock. The terrifying Kinbunchaku Haki enveloped the area within several thousand meters. Yet there was not a trace of any suspicious aura. Akiji scrutinized Zephyr, noting the authenticity of his every subtle reaction. The explosive rock was indeed missing. He promptly retrieved a sniffling den mushi, connecting it to Kizuru. "I have some bad news. Just now, the explosive rock in Zephyr's possession mysteriously disappeared, and I suspect it was the work of a devil fruit user who evaded all our senses." "Really? Someone could escape your detection?" Kizuru pondered incredulously. But soon a thought crossed his mind. Could it be Hong? Earlier, this individual had battled Ditian and had suddenly vanished, only to reappear after a while. This is troublesome. It appears Hong has stolen the explosive rock. Can you be certain? Akiji pressed. Absolutely. However, Detian should have a way to locate Hong, Kizaru replied. Then go seek Detian's assistance. That might not be wise. What if he decides to use me for training? While that is a possibility, Hong is likely Detian's prey. You merely need to inform him that he is still alive. This is quite the hassle. Why don't you approach Detian yourself? Kizaru recalled Detian's enigmatic smile directed at him moments ago, causing a twinge of anxiety within him. I didn't consume the glint fruit, all right? If this mission fails, I will have to truthfully report to Admiral Sengoku that it was all your fault, and I shall surely lose both my salary and vacation. Fine, I can see this round. Kizaru, with a sigh of resignation, swiftly made his way towards Detian, albeit maintaining a distance of over 50 meters, and greeted him politely. Detian, I hope I'm not interrupting your battle. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and Miss Ayn are on the warship. We are safeguarding them well, ensuring that even the remnants of battle do not reach them. However, Hong has just stolen the explosive rock from Zephyr and may pose a threat to you, as well as to Peach Rabbit and Miss Ayn. Kizaru watched Detian cautiously. Detian activated his demon eye, the pupils radiating a blue light. Swiftly locating Hong's spiritual form, moving rapidly towards the south, where a warship was docked. The monstrous figure of Detian hurled a fist towards Hong. Feeling the impending threat of death, Hong turned to see the colossal fist heading directly for him. In desperation, he raised the explosive rock and shouted, "You cannot kill me. Look, this is an explosive rock. Otherwise, we shall all perish together." Yet, Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend why his threat held no weight. The gigantic fist struck Hong, shattering the explosive rock he held. Upon contact with the air, the chemicals within erupted in a tremendous explosion, igniting a towering inferno that engulfed a vast portion of the island, covering an area of 10,000 meters. Detian was instantly overwhelmed by the terrifying energy. Zephyr, Akiji, and the Inyo Navy station at their headquarters were all swept into the catastrophic wave of destruction. Kizaru, witnessing Detian's attack, hastily transformed into light, narrowly escaping the calamity. The warships on the ocean had retreated several thousand meters in advance, experiencing only minimal impact, though they sustained varying degrees of damage. Barrett, who had just escaped death, fared the worst. He hurriedly activated his devil fruit ability, merging with the surrounding stones, but was obliterated by the destructive energy in the blink of an eye. Chapter 97. Chosen by 4 devil fruits simultaneously, how terrifying. Detian remains as reckless as ever, Kizaru thought as he soared high above the chaos, perspiring nervously as he gazed down. Poor Kazan, I hope he hasn't been killed in the explosion. Activating his Kinbunchika haki, he quickly scanned the island for any surviving souls. However, the chaotic energy made it exceedingly difficult to sense any lingering life forms. Several kilometers away, on the tumultuous sea, the naval soldiers aboard multiple warships stood frozen, utterly astonished, their hearts gripped by fear as they gazed at the towering flames rising 1,000 meters into the sky, engulfing the entire island. Did it explode? Has the entire island been obliterated? What on earth happened? Was it the power of the explosive rock? This is ridiculous, with Admirals Kizaru and Akiji here. How could the explosive rock have been detonated? The question is, what should we do now? Yet the naval soldiers were at a loss for how to proceed. Peach Rabbit and Ayn were also thoroughly shaken by the unexpected explosion. My husband will be fine. He must be safe, Peach Rabbit muttered anxiously. Though she knew Detian was unlikely to perish, the magnitude of this explosion far surpassing that of the East Blue battle, leaving her deeply concerned. Ayn, on the other hand, was in tears, unable to accept the unfolding chaos. Why did Zephyr-sensei unleash the explosive rock here? There are many innocent people on the island. Woo! My Lord Detian is also on the island. I mistakenly believed that the explosion of the rock was initiated by teacher Zephyr, leaving her in a state of confusion and profound sadness for Zephyr, Detian, and many comrades who perished in the cataclysmic blast. Ayn, dear sister, you need not worry too much. Your husband will not easily succumb to death. Even amidst such terrifying destruction, he remains alive. Tao Tu comforted Ayn, embracing her gently and offering a reassuring gaze. Sister Tao Tu, is what you say truly the case? Ayn inquired. Indeed. How can a man who has captured the hearts of countless women perish so easily? Let us proceed to the island together to search for your husband, Tao Tu declared, taking Ayn's delicate hand in hers. Observing the bewildered naval soldiers on the deck, she commanded, all soldiers, heed my orders. Move towards the island. Once the destructive energy subsides, everyone is to search the island thoroughly, spare no corner, and be diligent in your quest. Upon discovering anyone on the island, be it a corpse or dismembered remains, signal us immediately. Yes, Major Tau. Tuesday. Minutes passed as the destructive energy on the island gradually dissipated, and thousands entered the island to commence their search. A piece of good news emerged. Admiral Qing Ji, ZFA, and the Neo Navy stationed at the headquarters were all alive. As the chaotic force of the explosion faded, Admiral Huang Yuan sensed a chilling aura emanating from the east. Rushing to the scene, he beheld a towering wall of ice, several hundred meters high, extending for thousands of meters. Qing Ji and ZFA appeared pale, while the Neo Navy soldiers writhed uncomfortably on the ground, caught between the extremes of heat and cold. Kazan, I thought you had perished. Huang Yuan sighed in relief. His demeanor suddenly relaxed. Qing Ji, enveloped in an icy chill, struggled to withstand the destructive force of the explosion rock, depleting his energy significantly. Coughing weakly, he asked, did the solitary red initiate the explosion rock? He lacks the courage for such an act. He merely threatened Tion with it. Yet, knowing Tion's temperament, how could he accept such a threat? Without a moment's hesitation, the giant figure unleashed a punch, resulting in the current situation. How terrifying! Had I not fled swiftly, I would have been left maimed. Huang Yuan still felt a shiver of dread. ZFA, astonished by Tion's recklessness, noted his utter disregard for the lives of others on the island. Sigh. I truly wonder if Ain's choice to be with Tion was the right one. However, being at the center of the explosion, even Tion is likely facing a perilous fate. ZFA mused, casting a complex glance at Borisolino and Kazan, once the pride of his teaching. Kazan had just chosen to save everyone at their Neo Navy headquarters. Huang Yuan noted ZFA's youthful appearance and the absence of the iron wall crusher on his severed arm, quickly realizing why Kazan had battled ZFA for so long. Kazan, how do we proceed with ZFA? Huang Yuan inquired casually, eager to hear Kazan's thoughts. Regardless of Kazan's response, he had already made up his mind. Kazan harbored doubts regarding the justice of the Navy headquarters. He understood ZFA's plight and recognized the government's actions had indeed disheartened him. Yet, the Navy headquarters must be capable of self-correction. One minor error should not overshadow its significance and efficacy in upholding justice upon the seas. Our task is to recover the explosion rock. Now that it is gone, we must return to the Navy headquarters to report. That makes sense without the explosion rock. Anything beyond this task is outside my purview. Let us return to the headquarters. Huang Yuan yawned wearily and turned to leave. Teacher ZFA, we are departing, but I hope you do not let hatred cloud your judgment. Kazan spoke respectfully. However, ZFA felt a twinge of irritation at being instructed by his former student and retorted, Humph, Kazan, heed my words. If the Navy headquarters ever falters, come to my Neo Navy. Our doors shall always be open to you. Qing Ji remained silent. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as a signal fired into the sky from the Navy. Huang Yuan and Qing Ji hastened towards the signal, while Tao Tu and Ain rushed to the scene as well. Hundreds of naval soldiers surrounded the edge of a deep pit, gazing in horror at Tion lying below. Could that be the esteemed Tion? He is gravely injured, his flesh and blood devastated, save for his vital heart, which remains intact. But listen, that powerful heartbeat. He has not perished. Look, the flesh on his body is writhing violently. By the great Pooh, he is repairing his injuries. Remarkable. Truly, he is the esteemed Tion. His recovery speed is terrifying. He will be fully healed in less than half an hour. Everyone step aside. Admirals Huang Yuan and Qing Ji are arriving. Upon their arrival, Huang Yuan and Qing Ji were astonished at Tion's severe injuries, yet miraculous survival and the extraordinary speed of his self-repair, a sight beyond comprehension. However, exchanging glances, they intuitively recognized that seizing Tion now would require little effort. Yet, perceiving the gravity of the situation, they resolved to consult Fleet Admiral Sengoku first. Upon learning that Tion had fallen into a slumber but was undergoing an astonishing self-repair, Sengoku felt a chill run down his spine. He recalled that one of Karp's arms had been severed under similar circumstances, devoured by Tion in a moment of extreme hunger. Take your men and vacate this area immediately. Do not disturb him at this time, and under no circumstances should you harbor any intent to kill. Otherwise, he may awaken and enter a terrifying state of rage, and you may find yourselves in peril. Huang Yuan gulped, his unease palpable upon hearing Sengoku's tense warning. Clearly, Sengoku was well aware of similar incidents. It seemed Karp's severed arm was no mere rumor. It had indeed been consumed by DTN. Everyone, return to the warship at once and head back to the Navy headquarters. Huang Yuan decisively obeyed Sengoku's orders and issued the command. The naval soldiers, bewildered, complied swiftly, understanding the weight of the admiral's orders. Admiral Huang Yuan, what about the esteemed DTN? Though gravely injured, he will awaken in less than half an hour. One soldier could not help but ask. You need not concern yourselves with such matters. Major Tao Tu is on the island, and that is sufficient. However, we must leave a warship here for their use. Huang Yuan, concerned that departing without a trace might be viewed as dishonorable by DTN, decided to leave a warship behind, ensuring a potential avenue for the Navy headquarters retreat. It must be noted that Huang Yuan's thoughtfulness was quite remarkable, showcasing his capability in critical moments. Tao Tu and Ein arrived at the scene, only to find all the naval soldiers had retreated. Witnessing DTN in such a dire state, yet with his flesh fervently mending, they recalled a similar occurrence during the East Sea battle. Tao Tu was suddenly engulfed by fear. Ein, upon witnessing his body mangled and bloodied, with bones protruding everywhere, could not restrain his tears and was about to rush to Ness' side. Do not go. It is perilous, Tao Tu cautioned. Why? Ein inquired, perplexed. It is simply dangerous, but do not worry too much. In half an hour, my husband will awaken, and all his injuries will be healed. What we must do now is prepare ample food for him, as he will undoubtedly be extremely hungry upon awakening, requiring a substantial replenishment of energy. Leave the food to us. Juffa, accompanied by Shujua and Binzu of the Neo Navy, arrived at the scene. Thank you, but I hope you make no loud commotion. Moreover, at this moment, no one should harbor any killing intent towards him, or the consequences would be dire, Toku warned sternly. Understood. It appears he is indeed a fearsome creature, Afar remarked, glancing at D-Tan in the pit and then back at Talto. Realizing the gravity of the situation she was preventing, Jaffa instructed his subordinates to swiftly prepare a substantial quantity of food. Half an hour later, D-Tan's injuries were fully healed, but the cost was a massive depletion of energy, leaving him feeling ravenously hungry. However, this time his consciousness remained clear. Unlike during the battle in the East Sea, when he had succumbed to a berserk state, unable to distinguish friend from foe, driven by insatiable desires. Husband, is that you? Talto asked cautiously, pulling him back instead of rushing forward. Do not worry, it is I, and I will not act as I did last time. D-Tan replied with a gentle smile. Talto was overjoyed, releasing S hand and dashing into D-Tan's embrace. Was momentarily stunned, feeling unfairly treated by Otto, who had just held him back, but now rushed ahead, leaving him without a place to leap into D-Tan's arms. All he could do was walk up and, deeply moved, say to D-Tan, Lord D-Tan, seeing you safe fills my heart with immense joy. Yes, I apologize for causing you concern, D-Tan replied warmly. Talto, with a charming softness, added, Husband, we have prepared plenty of food for you, fearing you might be hungry. Well done. I am indeed very hungry, D-Tan said, quickly consuming the food prepared by Jaffa and his crew. Yet, these coarse provisions could not sufficiently replenish his energy, leaving him still feeling famished. Let us go. This amount of food is far from enough, he said gently. Wow, Lord D-Tan, that was the Neo Navy's food supply for half a month. Is it truly insufficient? Un exclaimed, astonished by his appetite. My digestive system surpasses that of any human. Regardless of the food consumed, within 3 seconds, is entirely absorbed and transformed into energy throughout my body, D-Tan explained. The food you prepared has only filled 1% of my hunger. Upon hearing this, I marveled at his extraordinary digestive capacity, but considering his formidable physique and strength, she felt it was understandable. Well then, Lord D-Tan, let us hurry to find more food elsewhere. I shall take responsibility for preparing the meals, Un cheerfully proposed, as if embarking on a honeymoon, eagerly anticipating their journey together. Husband Ong Yun and the others have departed, but they left us a warship as a backup, Tao Tu pointed out, wishing to avoid a future where D-Tan and the Navy would become irreconcilable enemies. Very well, we shall sail on the warship to an island abundant with food. Before departing, D-Tan activated his Guoyan, surveying the entire island to check if Gu Gao Zhihong and Ba Lei Tu were deceased. Ultimately, he found no trace of Gu Gao Zhihong's soul, only his spirit lingering, indicating that Gu Gao Zhihong had indeed perished. However, D-Tan was intrigued to see 4 energy orbs manifest before him, in red, white, purple, and yellow. The energies within the purple and yellow orbs felt familiar to him. Upon awakening of them, he had observed that the souls of Gugal, Drung, and Bunny harbored these energies. Could it be that these two energies correspond to the powers of the bat fruit and the duplication fruit, both of which perished here? He pondered. Now they appear before me, refusing to vanish. Could these devil fruit energies be seeking me as their next consumer? And what are the other two energies? Are they the energies of the meatball fruit and the float fruit? D10 analyzed in his mind, recalling the devil fruit users he had decisively killed, such as Bao Jinshong and Jin Shuzushuji, which corresponded perfectly. This is rather intriguing. Fortunately, these fruit abilities seem acceptable. If they later transform into devil fruits, they could serve as gifts for my sons and daughters. D10 contemplated gleefully. However, he had no intention of consuming a devil fruit himself at this moment. Should he decide in the future, he would likely opt for the meatball fruit. As a strong man, he needed to be robust, continuously training his muscles, and the meatball fruit would aptly enhance his muscular strength. A week later, in a certain sea area of the New World, the Blackbeard pirates were on the prowl, pursuing the Chao-Ai-Li Boni pirates. The ship of Jubini was damaged, and her crew was in a state of panic. Fortunately, they spotted a lush island and decisively abandoned their ship to escape to the land. Captain, should we pursue? I noticed a Navy warship docked on the other side. Fan Aoka advised. Now that I wield two powerful devil fruit abilities, why would I fear a Navy warship? Besides, you are with me. As we expand our ranks, we must also enhance our influence over the Navy to prepare for becoming the fourth emperor. Understood. I will immediately eliminate all soldiers aboard that warship. We shall leave our mark to let the Navy know it was us, declared with a smile, uttering the most ruthless words. Exactly. That is how it should be done. Let us go. Follow me to the island. Blackbeard laughed heartily, filled with vigor. Thank you to my generous patrons for their gifts. I hope those with time can watch the video and send a free gift, as my daily income has returned to over 20 yuan. How refreshing. Chapter 98. Do you want me to be your woman? Captain Bunny, it's bad. Blackbeard has reached the island. Damn it, that ugly toad wants to feast on a swan, yet he is petty enough to desire me as his woman. After I scolded him, he chased me for 3 days and nights. Boigny vented her anger. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and one of her crew members, clad in Western cowboy attire, fell dead, shot through the back of the head. Lao Lu has been killed. Those damn bastards. Captain Bunny, you must escape. We will hold them off. Indeed, we fear not death. Yet, Captain, you have more pressing matters at hand. You must not fall into the clutches of Blackbeard and his crew, for they would subject you to their vile indignities. The crew of Boney, clad in the attire of Western cowboys and adorned with dashing cowboy hats, resolutely stepped forward, ready to confront the Blackbeard pirates. Gritting her teeth, Boney bellowed, "Do not jest. How could I abandon you to flee alone? If we are to fight, we shall do so together. As your captain, I bear the responsibility of guiding you from the South Sea to the New World." "See, Captain." "Boney, Captain." The crew was instantly moved to tears, their emotions spilling forth. "In life, we are yours. In death, we shall be your ghosts. In the next life, we would gladly serve you again." Enough. A bunch of grown men, weeping like children. Isn't this merely a skirmish with another band of pirates? Have we not traversed such paths before? Boney placed her hands on her hips, displaying her impatience. Run. Keep running. Why'd you stop? Blackbeard Teach laughed heartily, leading his crew as he pursued Boney and her companions, his demeanor one of predatory confidence. "If you cannot be my ally, I suggest you become my woman. I can take you to the final sea, a grand fortune indeed. Yet you dare insult me, calling me an ugly monster? You vex me, woman. You are indeed an ugly monster, akin to a toad, dreaming of swan meat. I would rather die than grant you satisfaction." Boney spat derisively at Blackbeard Teach, a wave of disgust washing over her. Blackbeard's expression darkened, his demeanor growing ominous as he extended his right hand, unleashing the power of the dark fruit. Boney's pupils widened in shock as she sensed an invisible, terrifying force that gripped her throat, pulling her helplessly toward him. "Boney, Captain, release our captain. We shall fight you." Witnessing their captain's perilous predicament, Boney's crew seized their weapons, charging at Teach. Lafitte stepped forward, his expression twisted and foreboding as he regarded them. "A motley band of ants. It would be wise to halt your advance. How dare you presume to challenge our captain, the Commodore? You are woefully outmatched." With a flick of his wrist, a dozen ethereal white butterflies drifted past them, and in an instant, their throats were severed by invisible blades, blood spraying forth as they fell lifelessly to the ground. "You bastards! I shall fight you!" Boney cried out, feeling the grip of Blackbeard's power tighten around her neck. Her comrade's sudden demise fueling her fury as she sought to unleash her own abilities to age Blackbeard into oblivion. However, under the shadow of Blackbeard Teach's dark fruit, her powers waned to nothingness. I am Blackbeard Teach, and you dare refuse me once more? You leave me no choice but to end your life." Blackbeard clenched his other fist, activating the Tremor fruit, a glowing orb of white light enveloping his hand as he prepared to strike Boney in the abdomen. Beside him, Lafitte remarked, "Is the Commodore not inclined to relish her beauty before dispatching her? However, she could be a fine prize for that scoundrel busker Jote, who has gone to destroy that Navy vessel. That simply will not do. Any woman I desire, even if she cruelly rejects me, must not be allowed to fall into another's hands. Otherwise, I would feel as though I were wearing a green hat. But, truly, the Commodore is unparalleled." Bages could not help but laugh heartily. "You bastards! Even as a ghost, I shall not forgive you." Boney's eyes burned with fury, not expecting her life to conclude in such a manner. Though she had long accepted the possibility of death since the day her adventures began, this moment felt particularly unjust. The visage of her father, Tyrant Bear, flashed through her mind. After witnessing the war on the summit, she had yearned to ascertain certain truths. Was her father truly under that man's control, or had the terrifying figure slain the real him? "Teach, come forth. Your audacity grows ever bolder, daring to destroy even the ships I command." Just as Teach prepared to land a blow upon Boney's midsection, an undeniable voice echoed in his ears. Teach was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The voice was all too familiar. It was Vanderdecken. Gulp. He swallowed hard, feeling an unsettling chill wash over him. "What troubles you, Commodore? You seem to be drenched in cold sweat. Are you perhaps experiencing a backlash from your powers?" Lafitte observed Teach's sudden change, misinterpreting it as a consequence of wielding both the Tremor and dark powers simultaneously. "Did any of you hear the voice of Vanderdecken?" Teach asked, his face a mask of terror. "Commodore, while he is formidable, it has been quite some time. Perhaps you are overly fearful of him." "We have heard nothing. Surely you are imagining things," said Rain Shiryu with a nonchalant tone. "It's over. It seems I alone can hear him. What ill fortune! The ship Busker Jote intends to destroy belongs to Vanderdecken, and just moments ago, he used his formidable observation hockey to summon me to meet him." Teach trembled uncontrollably. "No, it cannot be. Could I truly find myself in his crosshairs once more?" Van Oka, taken aback, realized from Teach's reaction that he was not deceiving them. Blackbeard, what a stroke of misfortune you have." Rain Shiryu could not resist mocking him, even beginning to hesitate about continuing to follow Teach. Teach, feeling exasperated, glanced at Van Oka, internally cursing him for mentioning the presence of a Navy ship. Otherwise, he would not have even considered its destruction. "Commodore, you are not blaming me, are you?" Van Oka thought, suddenly irked. "Enough. There is nothing more to discuss. You all wait here. I shall go alone to investigate," Teach commanded with an air of authority. He believed that there must be a reason why Vanderdecken had spared him on multiple occasions. Though he anticipated further humiliation, he had already knelt before countless witnesses. So what more could he not endure? However, Blackbeard Teach harbored a devious thought. Did not Vanderdecken have a penchant for women? The terrifying aura he exuded could make even men shudder, and perhaps if he presented Boney to him, it might quell some of his wrath. He believed it would lessen his own suffering. The members of the Poison crew remained silent, unwilling to accompany Blackbeard Teach to meet Vanderdecken. Boney had overheard the conversation among Teach and his crew. It turned out it was Vanderdecken, and she too had intentions to inquire something of him. Blackbeard Teach tapped into his observation hockey, sensing Vanderdecken and his entourage's location on the island, and promptly led Boney there. Upon arrival, they found Vanderdecken devouring skewers of grilled meat, while Peach Rabbit and I diligently prepared more food for him. Nearby lay a corpse, grotesquely squished into a meatball. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Busker Jote, the one sent to destroy the Navy vessel. Blackbeard Teach felt a surge of anxiety and cautiously spoke up. "Your Excellency, Emperor Tion, I sincerely apologize. We were unaware that it was your warship. Had we known, even with a multitude of courage, I would never have dared to consent to its destruction." Emperor Tion gracefully set down his meal, activating his ghostly eye, which emitted a blue glow as he scrutinized the soul of Blackbeard Teach. To his astonishment, his suspicions were confirmed. This individual indeed possessed 3 souls. Blackbeard Teach felt an icy dread wash over him, suddenly acutely aware of the secrets of his body being laid bare, causing him to kneel in fear and utter hurriedly, "Lord Emperor Tion, spare me. I have no intention of opposing you. This is the woman I present to you. I hope, Your Excellency, that you can temper your anger." The bound Bonnie was pushed forward. Emperor Tion cast a casual glance at her. Her fruitability allowed her to touch living beings, rendering them either youthful or aged, and she could transform between an adult and a child at will. Emperor Tion considered how he could utilize Bonnie's ability to hasten the growth of his sons and daughters in a short span of time. "I shall accept this woman. You may leave now, but should you provoke me again, it will be your end," Emperor Tion declared unequivocally. Yes, understood, Lord Emperor Tion. You need not worry. I will not offend you again," Blackbeard hastily assured, while internally he bore the humiliation, swearing that one day he would repay Emperor Tion tenfold. "Take him away as well." "Understood." Blackbeard nodded submissively, rushing to retrieve the lifeless Busker Choate and swiftly departing. Reuniting with his crew, they boarded the ship and hastily left the area. The crew, witnessing the grotesque state of Busker Choate, fell into a profound silence. His death was truly horrific, having likely been crushed to death. "Were you saving me as a mere convenience? Or do you desire me as your woman in exchange for my rescue?" Bonnie boldly asked after Blackbeard's departure. Before Emperor Tion could respond, she continued, "Humph, had you slain Blackbeard Teach, I might have considered allowing you to share my bed for a time. That man killed all my crew." Tao Tu and Ein exchanged incredulous glances at Bonnie's audacity. What audacity did this woman possess to speak so? Yet, knowing Emperor Tion had his reasons for accepting Bonnie, they refrained from admonishing her. "Is this how you speak to your savior?" Emperor Tion suddenly interjected, his formidable presence causing Bonnie's legs to weaken, her body drenched in cold sweat. Bonnie gazed at Emperor Tion in shock, contemplating whether he was indeed a monster. The oppressive aura he exuded was utterly terrifying. "Humph, though you saved me, I will not express my gratitude, for I suspect you murdered my father," Bonnie managed to assert, battling against her fear, her anger directed at Emperor Tion. "Do not doubt. Your father, Bartholomew Kuma, perished in my hands," Emperor Tion boldly proclaimed. "What? Do you seek vengeance for your father now?" Bonnie froze, tears streaming down her face as she realized her father's death was a certainty, her last ties severed. Overcome with grief, she suddenly buried her face in the food, consuming it ravenously. "Ah, having eaten my provisions, you must repay me in kind. Dare you refuse? And I shall ensure your demise," Emperor Tion declared with a hint of amusement, finding it amusing that this was the first woman bold enough to consume his food without prior consent. "I understand. I will repay you. After all, I cannot defeat you. And you saved my life. You may request anything of me, but I will not become the woman you desire, for you are the one who killed my father." Her implication was clear. Even if Emperor Tion coveted her body, they would have no true relationship, unable to walk together in harmony. What a brazen woman she was. "Ha ha! Intriguing. I shall await your performance." Emperor Tion laughed heartily, appreciating her forthright nature, unencumbered by trivialities, even in the face of her father's killer, displaying a refreshing candor that was rather endearing. Tao Tu observed Emperor Tion's evident interest in Bonnie. Her feelings were mixed. Was it truly acceptable to harbor affection for someone who had slain her father? Bonnie would undoubtedly seek any opportunity for revenge. "Miss Bonnie, have you considered that your father was sent by the world government to assassinate my husband? Had my husband not been remarkably powerful, would he have been destined to fall at the hands of your father and his ilk? Of course, I harbor no ill will. I merely wish to enlighten you. I do not wish for my husband to suffer any injustice. He is a man of principles and great gentleness. I can also clarify the truth. Bartholomew Kuma ultimately died due to self-detonation. Vegapunk had implanted a self-destruct device within him. Fortunately, he faced my husband. Had it been anyone else, he would likely have met a far worse fate. Rest assured, General Tao Tu, I understand that the world government orchestrated his assassination of your excellency. Your previous words have made it clear that Vegapunk is the ultimate culprit. I shall seek him out for retribution." Bonnie felt a pang of sorrow. Her father had met such a grim fate, his body rigged with a self-destruct device, indicating there had never been an intention for him to return alive. With this realization, Bonnie felt even less inclined to seek vengeance against Emperor Tion. After all, he too was a victim, as the world knew he had been pursued by the 7 warlords of the sea and the Navy headquarters following the Celestial Dragon incident. Furthermore, Emperor Tion had just saved her from Blackbeard, solidifying her resolve not to repay kindness with enmity. Very well, I am glad you understand. Resuming her task of grilling food for Emperor Tion. 3 days later, Emperor Tion and Bonnie had consumed all the edible creatures on the island. Their crew sailed onward, seeking food on the next island. Bonnie took the helm, while Emperor Tion, Tao Tu, and I busied themselves with their tasks in the cabin. Bonnie felt increasingly uncomfortable outside, her face flushed with embarrassment, her mind swirling with complaints and critiques. Was this truly human behavior? Day and night, they were unabashedly displaying affection, showing no regard for their surroundings, creating such a commotion that it was as if they considered no one else present. Ultimately, unable to tolerate it any longer, Bonnie transformed into an 80-year-old woman. In this form, her bodily functions had deteriorated, alleviating her intense desires slightly. Otherwise, she would not have been able to restrain herself. During their journey, they passed 2 more islands with food, depleting their resources. After half a month, they encountered an island where a cataclysmic battle was unfolding. One side was engulfed in lava, while the other was blanketed in snow, dividing the land as if the apocalypse had descended. Standing on the deck, Emperor Tion recognized the island as Punk Hazard, the battleground of Admiral Akiji and Admiral Akainu. It was an extraordinary coincidence that he stumbled upon their fierce battle. This island is home to an artificial giant dragon. It ought to be quite delectable, Emperor Tion remarked with interest. A giant dragon? Such a rare delicacy. Suddenly, I crave it, but with such powerful warriors clashing, the island's climate may be permanently altered. It is far too formidable for us to attempt landing now. Bonnie drooled at the thought, having come to regard Emperor Tion as a kindred spirit in their shared love of food over the past month and a half. What difficulty is there in that? Once we have finished our meal, can they not continue fighting? Tion, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance, suddenly unleashed a terrifying conqueror's haki, sending countless black pulses of energy surging through Punk Hazard, momentarily stunning both Akiji and Akainu, who were locked in combat. The 2 admirals ceased their fierce struggle, recognizing the formidable presence of MaDitian. What could be his purpose for arriving at this moment? Was he perhaps tempted by their epic clash, igniting a desire to join the fray? At MaDitian's, the 5 elders were observing the live broadcast of the battle between Akiji and Akainu. They felt a familiar conqueror's haki permeating Punk Hazard, causing them to shudder. This is disastrous. How is it that he is everywhere? One remarked, Akiji and Akainu must not fall at his hands. Another exclaimed, that man is a war fanatic, relishing combat against the strong. Chapter 99. I'm Sama becomes Ditian's woman. Let us proceed. The battle on the island has come to a halt. Ditian declared, leading Peach Rabbit, Ein, and Bonnie into Punk Hazard. Approaching Akiji and Akainu, he spoke with undeniable authority. I intend to indulge in the culinary delights of this island, and I hope you will refrain from disturbing me during this time. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to unleash a massacre upon you. Akiji and Akainu regarded Tion with trepidation. However, upon realizing he was not there to engage them in battle, but rather to savor the island's delicacies, they both sighed in relief. I have no objections, Akiji promptly replied, having fought Akainu for 5 days and nights. This was the perfect opportunity for him to recuperate and stabilize his injuries. Akainu, however, was cunning, deliberately targeting Akiji's old leg wound, thus gaining the upper hand as the battle dragged on. With a stoic expression, Akainu suppressed his anger and inquired, Tion, how long do you plan to stay here? Ignoring him, Tion continued toward the lair of the fire dragon, further inflaming Akainu's rage of being so brazenly disregarded. Vowing not to let Tion escape unscathed, he redirected his frustrations toward Akiji. Kazan, if you have any sense left, you should concede and withdraw from the competition for the position of admiral. You are no match for me at this moment. Akiji remained calm, retorting, once Tion departs, we shall resume our battle. Do not mistake my old injury for a sign of weakness. The old wound on his leg was a result of a clash with Zephyr 2 weeks prior. Although it was manageable, Akainu had seized upon it during their fight, attacking it with malicious intent. Akiji found this despicable, realizing that Akainu, rather than engaging him honorably, resorted to targeting his vulnerable spot. I will be waiting and will show you no mercy. Akainu's countenance darkened. Feeling a pang of hunger, Akiji hastened to catch up with Tion and his companions. Back at MaDitian's, The five elders' fury intensified upon learning the situation. Ditian, Meridi Sikingamiad, compelled both the Navy headquarters and the world government to acquiesce to his whims. Ake Mipiaka, Ditian grows increasingly arrogant. His arrival has forced Akiji and Akainu to momentarily cease their brawl, leaving us in a state of forced inaction. He has completely disregarded us, the world government. The last incident with the celestial dragons was one thing, but what justification does he have this time? Does he truly believe that we, the world government, are afraid of him? I would welcome his intrusion into Mary Geos. I would not hesitate to teach him a lesson, reminding him that there are greater powers beyond his own. Everyone, remain calm. Once we have developed the secret weapon to replace the warlords, we will have ample time to settle accounts with him. The five elders seethed with indignation towards Ditian, in the depths of Mary Geos. It was also observing the events unfolding in Punk Hazard, her murderous intent towards Ditian intensifying. Were it not for the two capable admirals stationed on the island, she would have unleashed a devastating weapon to annihilate Punk Hazard and eliminate Fan MaDitian. However, Im remained perplexed about the true nature of Ditian's devil fruit abilities. From the capabilities displayed, including the colossal giant form, it bore semblance to the Nika fruit's powers. Yet, Im was well aware that the Nika fruit had already been consumed by Luffy. It seems I must observe a while longer. Fortunately for you, you have yet to exhibit intentions of overthrowing the world government. Should I discover such thoughts, regardless of your location, I will see to your demise. Im's murderous aura caused the flora around her to wither instantly. Yet, shortly thereafter, she quelled her anger, radiating a terrifying vitality that rejuvenated the withered plants. As the master of the life fruit, Im possessed an immortal existence, affording her ample time to discern and eliminate any threats to her power. Ditian arrived in a realm of flames, locating the colossal artificial fire dragon, its imposing figure adorned with wings. I never expected it to truly be a dragon. It appears quite delectable, Bonnie remarked, drooling. The fire dragon, sensing the provocation and threat, unleashed its dragon's might with a roar. Ditian activated his demon eye, emanating a blue glow that allowed him to perceive the dragon's soul. His proficiency in the performance had escalated from 78 to 80 after vanquishing the formidable red-haired Shanks, Barrett, and Bondi Wald, unlocking a new ability. When both the Demon Eye and Demon Brain were activated simultaneously, his soul could engage in battle independently, specifically targeting souls. With both abilities engaged, Ditian's soul detached from his body, launching itself toward the fire dragon's essence. To everyone else, the soul remained invisible. They were bewildered as the fire dragon emitted a blood-curdling scream, seemingly battling an unseen force, yet no signs of an energy attack were present. In less than 10 breaths, the fire dragon's soul was brutally torn apart by Ditian. To the onlookers, the dragon fell to the ground, lifeless in a most peculiar manner. Peach Rabbit, Ein Bonnie, and even Akiji, who had followed them, stood in stunned silence. Back at Mary Geos, the five elders were left in a state of confusion, akin to witnessing a ghost. How had the fire dragon perished? There had been no apparent attack from anyone present. No signs of murderous intent or hockey had been displayed. Im, hidden among the flowers, shared their astonishment. Yet, she was convinced that an extraordinary force had claimed the life of the fire dragon, and the perpetrator could only be Ditian. Im, recognizing the formidable and mysterious nature of Ditian's abilities, transmitted her thoughts to the five elders using her powerful observation hockey. Please analyze the recorded footage of the fire dragon's inexplicable death and present it to Vegapunk for further examination. The five elders were astounded, not expecting even Lord Im to be disturbed, and they immediately nodded cautiously in response. Yes, Lord Im, and Tao Tu, and Qing Ji were convinced in their hearts that Ditian had slain the fire dragon. However, they refrained from inquiring further, as Ditian seemed intent on concealing his methods. Bonnie, puzzled by the silence, decided not to press the matter and busied herself with cutting the dragon's meat, roasting it in the fiery realm nearby. Ein and Tao Tu wasted no time preparing dragon meat dishes for Ditian. It took them 2 days and nights to finish the dragon. Finally, Ditian felt his hunger satiated. After receiving a substantial energy boost, he emanated a formidable masculine aura that strongly affected Ein, Tao Tu, and Bonnie. Both Ein and Tao Tu could not help but feel a surge of fear at the thought of Ditian's current state, knowing he would become even more ferocious. Yet, as Ditian's women, they felt the need to share in his burdens, regardless of their fears. They exchanged glances, silently agreeing to approach Bonnie with warmth, treating her as a close sister. Bonnie, dear sister, you wouldn't plan to part ways with us now, would you? Miss Bonnie, you must be eager to repay Lord DemonBack, right? Though Bonnie sensed something was amiss with Tao 2 and 9, she dismissed her concerns and suppressed her inner turmoil, directly asking, tell me, how can I repay this debt swiftly? I, Bonnie, do not wish to remain indebted. Tao 2 quietly whispered to Bonnie. Upon hearing it, Bonnie's face flushed crimson, and looking at the imposing DemonBack made her legs weaken. Bonnie, you wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? Tao 2 looked at her sternly. Who said that? Don't underestimate my resolve. Bonnie retorted through gritted teeth. That's good. With you here, An and I can rest easy, Tao 2 said, relaxing with a smile. An also felt a sense of relief, finally finding an ally. Otherwise, facing DemonBack with just Tao 2 would have been overwhelming. Let us depart. It is time to leave. You two will certainly bear the brunt of the labor aboard the ship, DemonBack said, casting a captivating gaze at Tao 2 and 9. The implication was clear, and both understood. DemonBack had previously mentioned that his masculine hormones exceeded those of ordinary men by several multiples, especially when his energy was abundant, leading to an even more intense eruption. Fear not, my husband. We shall give our utmost effort. Tao Tu Ziplit Bats Fu Li. After departing from Punk Hazard, Qing Ji and Akainu continued their fierce battle, shaking the heavens and the earth. It would take several days and nights to determine a victor. Vegapunk had already reported the analysis results to the 5 elders regarding the fire dragon's demise. From the footage, it appeared that the fire dragon had perished due to a form of mental energy, as there were no physical injuries to its body. Moreover, the dragon had died during combat, suggesting it was not merely a mental assault, but rather involved a specific spiritual form. In summary, Vegapunk deduced it might have suffered an attack on its soul. The 5 elders, unfamiliar with this aspect, quickly relayed the information to Lord M. An attack on the soul. You say? M's expression darkened significantly. If it were indeed a soul-based attack, it would represent a dangerous existence. As a user of the fruit of life, M had long transcended life to the level of the soul, achieving not only immortality, but also eternal existence of the soul. She possessed the capability to unleash attacks stronger than mere mental assaults, soul attacks, but lacked confidence in easily slaying a massive red dragon. It seems there's a great secret surrounding DemonBack. Very well, let me observe what secrets you truly possess. M temporarily fell into a deep sleep, her soul departing to pursue the direction DemonBack had vanished. 5 days later, Ein, Tao 2, and Bonnie found themselves unwilling to move aboard the ship. DemonBack did not impose any difficulty on them, allowing them to rest well on the deck. To alleviate his discomfort, DemonBack chose to activate his demon brain and demon eye, engaging in soul projection, finally feeling somewhat at ease. However, soon DemonBack's soul discovered the presence of another soul aboard the warship, sending chills down his spine. If this soul were to launch a spiritual attack on Tao 2, Ein, or Bonnie in their current state, they would have no chance to resist and would easily perish. Who are you? DemonBack's soul moved violently toward the unfamiliar soul. Unbeknownst to him, this was M's soul. M was taken aback that DemonBack could indeed perceive her soul and even engage in soul projection like her. Who I am is not for you to know, but I'm curious about what devil fruit you have consumed to possess such abilities. How can you achieve soul detachment? As the sole ruler upon the throne of Void, even in her soul form, M exuded an undeniable authority that commanded respect. DemonBack's soul erupted with terrifying dominance, displeased with her tone, and he unleashed a punch toward M's soul. M's soul employed the power of the fruit of life, enveloping DemonBack's raging soul in a sphere of green light, frantically siphoning away his vitality. For the first time, DemonBack felt the threat of death. Not daring to hesitate, and unleashed the power of his Conqueror's Haki, dispelling the green energy that enveloped his soul. The power of Conqueror's Haki manifested as a form of mental energy. Thus, a soul detached from its physical body could wield it freely. M's soul also released the power of Conqueror's Haki, and the two forces collided, plunging the surroundings into darkness and causing the sea to churn violently. If this continues, those women aboard the warship may soon find themselves at the bottom of the sea. M's soul seemed to be at a disadvantage in this soul battle, as she appeared not to excel in such confrontations and sought to withdraw. Yet DemonBack grew more ferocious and violent. How can I cease now that I have begun? Now, I do not care who you are. If you provoke me, you shall pay the price. M's soul was sent flying. DemonBack's soul charged forward, attacking Im's soul. However, Im's soul was protected by a layer of green energy that instantly restored itself from any assault. Although I may not be adept at soul combat, you will never kill me. Im remained unperturbed, intending to infuriate DemonBack's soul and find an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. DemonBack's soul, filled with rage, manifested murderous intent and moved at astonishing speed, seizing Im's soul and resisting the energy that sought to drain his vitality. Holding on to me like this will soon lead to your demise, as my power will strip you of all your vitality, Im sneered, allowing DemonBack to grip her. However, in the next moment, DemonBack altered his course, dragging him toward the sea. Realizing this, Im panicked and intensified her fruit's output, attempting to completely consume DemonBack's soul vitality to thwart his actions. Yet, Im had miscalculated. DemonBack's soul vitality was similarly vast, far surpassing that of ordinary beings. How can there be such immense vitality? Yiwu was unable to contain her astonishment and frantically reconsidered her situation, struggling to escape the grasp of control. However, the power of DemonBack's soul was equally formidable. Apart from hastily absorbing DemonBack's life essence, she found herself without a better means of liberation. You madman, release me at once. If you persist, we shall both be buried beneath the sea. That may be your fate, but I am not some devil fruit user. A moment of surprise overcame you. Was he truly not a devil fruit user? At that instant, her soul was thrust into the ocean, leaving her feeling utterly powerless. I never imagined there existed a woman of such formidable strength, capable of achieving a three-dimensional soul. Fear not, I shall not slay you so easily. But I will ensure you understand that crossing me will render your existence worse than death. I have yet to experiment with the breaking of soul restrictions. Today, you shall serve as my subject. DemonBack's soul manifested with an overwhelming and frenzied aura. Yiwu's soul trembled, yearning to resist. Yet the power of the devil fruit entwined within her essence rendered her feeble, particularly under the influence of the sea. DemonBack, being free from the shackles of the devil fruit, remained unaffected, ultimately subjecting Yiwu to an interminable humiliation. A few days later, Yiwu regained consciousness on the deck. DemonBack's soul had returned to its corporeal form, fixating on her soul with a predatory gaze. Awakening to DemonBack's intense scrutiny, Yiwu felt as though she were trapped in a nightmare, recalling the torment she had endured, desperately wishing it were merely a dream. Yet it was all too real, igniting within her a profound rage and deeper fear towards DemonBack. In a panic, fled the ship's cabin, racing toward the horizon. DemonBack, having claimed her as his own, made no attempt to pursue her, intrigued instead by the true identity of her soul. The following day, Yiwu re-entered her body. As she opened her eyes, tears of anguish and sorrow streamed down her face, her entire being trembling. Rising from her bed, she expelled a mouthful of blood. With a thunderous force, Yiwu unleashed a terrifying aura of rage, enveloping the entirety of the Holy Land, MaDitian's, and even casting a shadow across the entire Red Line. The Gorosei sensed the familiar aura and were immediately paralyzed by fear, collapsing to their knees, afraid to look up. The intensity of Yiwu's wrath and murderous intent was utterly terrifying, as if she sought to annihilate the world. The celestial dragons residing in MaDitian's trembled in trepidation, fearing that a formidable being had arrived to unleash chaos upon them. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, many personnel observed the ominous power shrouding the skies above MaDitian's. Akainu, now the fleet admiral with a cigar in hand, witnessed the unsettling phenomenon and mistook it for an enemy assault, promptly contacting Steelbone Kong for clarification. Steelbone Kong had already discerned, through the aura's intensity, that this was not the pressure emanating from the Gorosei, but rather a far more terrifying presence lurking deep within MaDitian's. This matter was too sensitive to be disclosed casually. Thus, he conveyed to Akainu, "Do not concern yourself with this. The Gorosei have instructed you to focus solely on the future arrangements of Marine headquarters. Warring States and Garp have both retired from active duty, disinterested in affairs, and Akiji has resigned from the Marines. You must swiftly stabilize the situation regarding the shortage of high-level combatants. I understand. I have already arranged for recruitment efforts worldwide." Akainu replied solemnly, "Then all is well. If there is nothing further, do not contact me again." Steelbone Kong promptly terminated the call. In the depths of the flower garden, donned in a resplendent green gown, exuded an air of regal elegance, and after a considerable time, She finally reigned in her terrifying aura and overwhelming murderous intent. MaDitian, I shall make it my mission to end your life for daring to subject me to such indignities. At this moment, Detienne had arrived in the waters of Dressrosa, the dominion of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Husband, ahead lies a group of pirates pursuing a merchant vessel that I have chanced upon. I wish to intervene and subdue them. Calto expressed to Detienne, seeking his perspective. In matters such as these, you need not consult me. Do as you see fit. Detienne, indifferent to the pirates' pursuit of the merchant ship, would typically choose to turn a blind eye, provided they did not provoke him. The merchant vessel, beleaguered by several pirate ships, spotted a Navy warship from afar and, perceiving it as a beacon of hope, hastened toward it. Navy officer, please save us. The pirates are pursuing us with unrelenting fervor. The ship's captain implored. Rest assured, I am Vice Admiral Coutu of Marine Headquarters. With my presence, these pirates shall not act with impunity. You may proceed. I will intercept them all. Thank you, Navy officer. The captain breathed a sigh of relief, expressing gratitude before hastily steering the merchant ship onward. The two pursuing pirate ships bore the insignia of the Don Quixote family. Lord Buffalo, what shall we do now that a marine warship has appeared? A pirate aboard inquired anxiously. What is there to fear? Our master is a warlord of the sea. Our operations are beyond the meddling of the Marines, he scoffed. Enough talk, accelerate and pursue. We cannot allow that merchant ship to escape. It carries someone our master must capture. Yes, yes, Lady Baby 5. The two pirate ships from the Don Quixote family suddenly increased their speed, disregarding the marine warship in their relentless pursuit. Days prior, Kaido of the Beast had encountered a troubling situation. A few remnants of the Kazuki clan, suspected to be the offspring of Kazuki Oden, had suddenly appeared in Wano, causing a stir, and ultimately, a few managed to escape. The Doflamingo feigned deference to Kaido's might and promised to assist in the search. He took little heed of the matter. The vast ocean offered little guidance, and he could easily claim ignorance. However, much to his surprise, a few days later, individuals clad in kimono appeared in the waters of Dressrosa, as if fleeing from disaster. Doflamingo, recognizing the opportunity for a bountiful catch, ordered his subordinates to capture them at all costs. Baby 5 and Buffalo, two of his officers, pursued relentlessly for 3 days and nights, drawing ever closer, only to encounter the marine warship at the last moment. Charge through, Buffalo commanded directly. How dare you disregard me? I am Tao, to Ji Yuan. Tao to brandished her weapon, Jean Biluo, and with a powerful swing, struck at the pirate ship rushing towards them. The immense blade possessed the strength to cleave through the very surface of the sea. Baby 5, witnessing this, displayed a look of astonishment. She had not anticipated a direct assault. Not daring to be careless, she activated her ability, transforming her weapon into a missile that shot forth to intercept the incoming blade energy. With a resounding crash, the two attacks collided, resulting in a powerful explosion. Nevertheless, Baby 5's missile could not withstand the might of Tao 2's swordsmanship. A pirate ship was severed, a gaping hole torn open, allowing the relentless sea to invade its interior. Clad in a maid outfit, Baby 5 elegantly leaped back, narrowly evading the sword strike, her face betraying her anger. Damn it, we are no match for them. The two pirate ships were forced to halt. As the warship drew closer, Tao 2 stated, I am aware that you are part of the Wang Xiachi Wu Hai, but upon encountering me, you must return from whence you came. If you wish to target that merchant ship, you must first pass through me. Commodore Tao 2, you must be mistaken. We have no interest in the cargo aboard that merchant ship. Our pursuit is of several dangerous individuals on that vessel. We implore you to overlook this matter, as it is a bounty order personally issued by our young master, Doflamingo. Baby 5 adopted a firm stance in her conversation with Tao 2. On the deck, Detienne lay, his brow furrowing upon hearing Baby 5's revelation. Could it be that the targets of the pursuit were Tongji and his companions? In the original narrative, Tongji had escaped Wano alongside Kinemon and Kanjuro, seeking aid from the Mink tribe to prepare for the defeat of Kaido. However, a storm had cast them adrift into the waters of Dressrosa, where they had sought passage on a merchant ship, only to fall victim to the pursuit of the Don Quixote family. During their flight, Tongji had become separated from Kinemon, ultimately leading to his abduction and captivity on Punk Hazard as an experiment for Caesar. The unexpected encounter here seemed to be fate's design. Detienne approached the opposing pirate ship, and upon seeing him, the crew trembled in fear, their legs weak. They would not forget Doflamingo's strict warning upon his return from Marineford. Never provoke Detienne, for doing so would lead to their own demise. We have met Lord Detian. The crew of the pirate ship bowed their heads in respect. Seeing this, Tauta felt a surge of frustration. This group of individuals dared not fear her, yet they were terrified of her husband. Yet, now that he stood forth, he must surely wish to support her. A wave of joy washed over her as she gazed at Detian, her admiration deepening. Tell me truthfully, who are you pursuing? Detian inquired with undeniable authority. In response, Lord Detian, the individuals we are pursuing seem to be escaped convicts from Wano, connected to Lord Kaido. Upon hearing this, Detian was further convinced that it was indeed Tong, Ji, and Kinemon. Very well, capture them and bring them to Dressrosa. Should they escape, my wrath will be beyond your capacity to endure, and you shall face Doflamingo's wrath instead. Additionally, do not harm the others aboard that ship. Yes, Lord Detian, Baby 5 and Befaluo responded immediately, commanding their pirate ships to pursue at full speed. Does my husband seem to know who they are pursuing? Tautu attempted to inquire. Indeed, but certain individuals must be eliminated. Detian's eyes glinted with malice. Should he allow Tong Ji to escape, he might later pose a threat to Nami. After all, Nami was a woman he had once been intimate with, and he could not tolerate the existence of such a lecherous individual as Tong Ji. Yes, my husband. Tauta dared not question further. She would not risk losing Detian's affection and recognition. Let us proceed to Dressrosa. I have matters to discuss with Doflamingo. Detian commanded. Thus, Tauta piloted the warship swiftly toward Dressrosa. Baby 5 and Befaluo quickly caught up with the merchant ship and used a loudspeaker to announce. We only require a few suspects from your vessel. The rest of you will not be harmed. Should you refuse to cooperate, we will be forced to destroy your entire ship and send you to the depths of the sea. The ship's captain, feeling a surge of dread, realized that even a naval officer aboard a warship could not deter these pirates. It seemed they were in grave danger. Captain, those suspects they mentioned are not aboard our ship. They must be mistaken. Why not let them come aboard a search? We cannot resist them anyway, so we may as well gamble for our lives. Very well, it seems we have no choice. May our ancestors protect us this time. The crew of the merchant ship chose to halt. You are wise to comply. Were it not for Lord Detian's orders to spare your lives, you would have already perished in the depths of the sea. Yes, we are grateful for your mercy, esteemed sirs. Since you're searching for suspects, you may search freely. Naturally, we must search. Our men have seen 2 suspects board your merchant ship. They may have deceived you, but they cannot deceive us. Search every nook and cranny. Understood. Lady Baby 5. Soon, the pirates uncovered 2 suspicious individuals aboard the merchant ship, one tall and one small. They were indeed Kinemon and Tong Ji. The merchants, upon discovering the unfamiliar figures hiding on their ship, were immediately taken aback. They berated Kinemon and Tong Ji. You 2 dare hide on our ship, almost leading us to ruin. Bah, they spat in their faces. The tall one has a shifty gaze, and the small one has a face that screams deceit. It is clear they are no good. Esteemed sirs, we sincerely apologize. We had no idea that anyone was hiding aboard our ship. We thought you were here to rob us, which is why we did not dare stop. Enough, we will take these 2 away immediately. Baby 5, growing impatient, ordered for Kinemon and Tong Ji to board the pirate ship and return to Dressrosa. Kinemon, concerned for Tong Ji's safety, refrained from acting recklessly. Otherwise, he would have already engaged in combat with the pirates. May I inquire what business you have with me and my son? Surely we have not wronged you in any way. Kinemon asked calmly. Wah, Daddy, I want to go home. I'm scared, Tong Ji suddenly cried out, feigning the demeanor of an innocent child to elicit sympathy. Befaluo, growing impatient, stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap, causing blood to spurt from Tong Ji's nose. The boy was left stunned, too frightened to utter another sound. Scoundrels, what are you doing? How can you be so ruthless toward child? If you have the courage, come at me instead. Kinemon exploded with anger. Baby 5 suddenly reminded Befaluo, do not harm them. If they have any ties to Lord Detian, we will bear the consequences of your actions. Bato was suddenly struck by a realization, cold sweat pouring down his face. Yes, that nearly slipped my mind. 2 days later, Detian and his companions arrived at Day Les Loisa. Upon learning of Detian's arrival, Doflamingo was immediately gripped by fear, trembling at the thought of his territory being invaded. However, despite his trepidation, Doflamingo dared not show any negligence, gathering all his subordinates to welcome Detian, demonstrating his respect. Your Excellency Detian, what brings you here? Doflamingo inquired cautiously, suppressing his inner fear. I merely passed through and thought I would stop by to see you and convey a few matters. Whether you wish to comply is entirely up to you. Ditian replied indifferently. Rest assured, whatever your excellency commands, I shall undertake with utmost seriousness. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Violetta swiftly read the thoughts of both Doflamingo and Ditian. Sensing something, Ditian glanced toward the concealed spot, but Violetta, ever cautious, had already hidden herself. Your subordinates lack understanding, Ditian remarked as he delivered a sharp slap to Doflamingo's face, sending him flying several meters away. Yet, this was considered a light punishment, and Doflamingo comprehended that this was Ditian showing restraint. My lord Ditian, I apologize. It is my failure to discipline them. Please calm your anger. Doflamingo, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, understood that admitting fault was the only correct course of action. Arguing with a powerful individual was tantamount to courting death. The members of the Don Quixote family were deeply displeased by Ditian's treatment of their young master, yet none dared to voice their discontent, all bowing their heads in cold sweat, trembling with fear. This was the formidable Ditian, with a bounty of 5 billion berries. A ruthless exterminator of the 7 warlords of the sea, a man who could crush all before him, having subdued Whitebeard himself. Who would dare resist him lightly? Bring Violetta to me, Ditian commanded unequivocally. Yes, my lord Ditian, please follow me. I have prepared a sumptuous feast for you, and I will summon Violetta shortly. Doflamingo said, mistakenly believing that Ditian desired Violetta for her beauty, and promptly sent someone to fetch her. Upon finding her, he also warned Violetta to refrain from any foolish actions, or else he would not be so courteous. However, Violetta remained unfazed, having gleaned Ditian's innermost thoughts. She believed that if she became his woman, he would undoubtedly assist her. Chapter 101. Come with Rebecca within the opulent palace, Violetta cautiously entered a chamber, her heart racing. Ditian sat in the main seat, propping his head with one hand. Peach Rabbit, Ain, and Bonnie stood quietly in a row, perceiving that Ditian's interest in Violetta was likely rooted in deeper reasons. I pay my respects to you, my lord Ditian. Violetta, adorned in a flamenco dance outfit, knelt respectfully, her light brown eyes shimmering. Do you know why I summoned you? Ditian inquired expressionlessly, his presence exuding authority without anger. Violetta felt a pang of guilt, suspecting that he had discovered her earlier intrusion into his thoughts. I know, my lord Ditian, I apologize for my audacity in prying into your heart. However, I am willing to make amends. I will do anything you ask of me, even if it means becoming your woman. I only hope you will not hold my actions against me. Violetta spoke earnestly, her desperation evident. Having seen Ditian's tenderness towards women during her earlier intrusion, she believed that if she could become his woman, it would be a simple matter to deal with Doflamingo. She felt compelled to seize this lifeline, to cling tightly to this powerful ally. Do you think I am unaware of your scheming? You wish to leverage my status to confront Doflamingo, do you not? Ditian scoffed, recognizing Violetta's candor and choosing not to express his wrath. Violetta felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Ditian's displeasure might escalate, jeopardizing her chance to secure his favor. My lord Ditian, I truly regret my actions. I know you are a gentle man towards women, which is why I wish to become yours to confront Doflamingo. But I assure you, I genuinely desire to be your woman and to genuinely love you. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she spoke sincerely. What you may not know, my lord, is that Doflamingo has usurped this country, persecuting my father and countless relatives, and has even committed heinous acts against the innocent citizens. Many suffer under Doflamingo's tyranny. I was once a princess of this nation. My father, Liquidord, was its king. Violetta took some time to recount the last decade of her country's plight to Ditian and the others. Peach Rabbit's anger flared upon hearing this. Doflamingo has become far too audacious. Even as a warlord of the sea, he cannot act so recklessly. Alas, I never imagined that the people of this nation have endured such hardship for the past decade. It truly seems the system of the warlords of the sea should not exist. Ain expressed indignantly, sympathizing with the suffering of the nation. Bonnie, unable to contain her frustration, remarked, this is all the fault of the world government. They established the warlord system. Violetta felt deeply moved as she gazed at Peach Rabbit, Ain, and Bonnie, grateful for their support and camaraderie. Thank you all, she said, her eyes glistening with tears. Yet, she knew that ultimately it depended on Ditian's stance. Ditian remained silent, his eyes closed for quite a while, pondering Violetta's earlier intrusion and her attempts to utilize him. Seeing Detion's lack of response, Peach Rabbit, Ein, and Bonnie resolved to advocate for Violetta. Husband, could you consider allowing Violetta to become our sister? My Lord Detion, the citizens of this nation are innocent. Can we not lend a hand? Bonnie added, I believe she possesses a unique charm. She would be well suited as your woman, my Lord Detion. Violetta, witnessing the trio's advocacy, felt a surge of gratitude, vowing that if she truly became Detion's woman, she would repay their kindness and regard them as sisters. Detion slowly opened his eyes, addressing Peach Rabbit and the others with warmth. You should know that I despise being offended or manipulated. However, since you three have interceded on her behalf, I shall grant her a chance. Thank you, my Lord Detion. Thank you, husband. You truly are a soft-hearted man. Peach Rabbit, Ein, and Bonnie exclaimed joyfully. Violetta, hearing this, felt a rush of excitement. She could hardly believe her luck and resolved to seize the opportunity, no matter what it took. Thank you, my Lord Detion. Violetta expressed her gratitude immediately. Do not express your gratitude too soon. This opportunity may not be within your grasp, Detion said with an air of indifference. Might I implore you, esteemed Detion, to reveal what it is? Violetta inquired nervously, contemplating how, having already taken the initiative to become Detion's woman, there could be anything beyond her capabilities. Of course, should it entail sacrificing herself to save this nation, she would willingly do so. You have Rebecca. I hear she is quite the beauty. If you wish for my assistance, you must bring her along to become my woman as well. I shall grant you a maximum of 3 days to ponder this. Detion spoke earnestly, devoid of any jest at Violetta's expense. Upon hearing Detion mention Rebecca, Violetta shuddered, utterly taken aback by the fact that Detion had set his sights on Rebecca. For a moment, she was at a loss for words, and after a considerable pause, she regained her composure and replied, Esteemed Detion, I shall contemplate this seriously and provide you with an answer within 3 days. After Violetta departed, Ein, and Bonnie could not suppress their curiosity. Rebecca, you say? I wonder what sort of woman she is, that she has captured my husband's interest. Sister Tao, shall we inquire further? It is quite possible she could be our sister. After all, who could resist the gentleness of esteemed Detion? I'm proposed with keen interest. Indeed, let's go together. I'm also eager to see if there are any distinctive delicacies in the market, Bonnie added, eager for an outing. Husband, may we venture out for a while, and return later to keep you company? Tao gazed at Detion with tenderness. Very well, you may go, Detion nodded. After the three departed, Detion summoned Doflamingo to meet him. Doflamingo had intended to inquire about what Violetta had said to Detion, but there was no time. He hurried to meet Detion instead. Esteemed Detion, may I ask what you require of me? Doflamingo's heart raced with trepidation the moment Violetta exited. Detion summoned him, which was a cause for concern. As I mentioned before, I have a task for you. Whether you choose to undertake, it is entirely up to you. Yes, esteemed Detion, may I inquire what the task entails? Locate the Mera no Mi. In 2 years, use it to lure Luffy and his crew, then eliminate Luffy. Remember, there is a woman named Nami. She must not be harmed. Understood. As for the Mera no Mi, I have already dispatched my men to search for it. Doflamingo realized he was being used, yet felt he had no choice. The formidable Detion posed a greater threat than Kaido of the Beasts. You may leave, Detion instructed. Meanwhile, Ein, and Bonnie found themselves on the streets when they unexpectedly encountered Violetta. Miss Violetta, could you take us to meet Rebecca? We are quite curious about why our husband is particularly interested in her. Tao spoke directly. Of course, I was just on my way to see Rebecca. Violetta replied without hesitation, though she mused that it must be due to Rebecca's beauty. Soon, they arrived at a secluded, grassy knoll. There stood a small house, where a lovely girl with pink hair was practicing her swordsmanship, accompanied by a wooden puppet robot, who was none other than Kiyoshi, Rebecca's true father. Violetta, why did you come here unexpectedly? Rebecca exclaimed joyfully, having spotted Violetta from afar, but upon noticing the 3 sisters, she quieted down. So this is Rebecca. I never anticipated she would be so adorable. She will undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty, Tao remarked in astonishment, unable to contain her admiration. No wonder my husband has taken a particular interest in her. Sister Tao, to speak frankly, Rebecca is still quite young. However, if she is willing, it is not an issue, Violetta replied earnestly. Naturally, this decision hinges on the agreement of both Rebecca and her father. At her age, she is not too young. Do not nobles in our kingdom often marry and bear children in their teenage years? Boney chimed in with a smile. Indeed, if you truly care about these matters, I possess a means to facilitate her rapid growth, both physically and mentally. Violetta paused, surprised by this revelation. If such a method existed, it would certainly alleviate her concerns. For her greatest worry was Rebecca's tender age. Violetta, who are these individuals? Kiyoshi, the robot, suddenly approached, having overheard their discourse regarding Rebecca, and his demeanor shifted to one of alarm at the thought of anyone plotting against her. This is Major Tao II of the Navy, and Nine is also a Navy officer. As for this one, she's a friend of mine, yet they're all women of the esteemed DTon. What? The esteemed DTon has arrived in Dressrosa? Kiyoshi exclaimed, astonished, clearly aware of DTon's reputation. Rebecca, too, appeared surprised, for she had learned of DTon's exploits and admired him greatly, often dreaming of becoming as powerful as him one day, so that she might save her homeland. Indeed, I have been in contact with the esteemed DTon. However, owing to my actions, I may have inadvertently offended him, and now I seek his assistance. Albeit under certain conditions, Violetta confessed hesitantly. What conditions? Kiyoshi inquired, sensing that the price might be steep. Initially, I intended to become the esteemed DTon's woman to confront Doflamingo, but DTon saw through my intentions and was displeased with my cunning. Fortunately, these three sisters took pity on our nation's plight and interceded on my behalf before DTon, ultimately securing me an opportunity, but I must become his woman alongside Rebecca. Violetta finally articulated her predicament with sincerity. Such a thing is utterly unacceptable. You may go, but Rebecca will not. Kiyoshi would never allow his daughter to become a pawn, especially at her tender age. You are Rebecca's father, yet you are aware of our husband's prowess. If Rebecca were to align herself with him, she would undoubtedly lead a far better life. This nation could be liberated from its suffering. Moreover, nothing of value comes without a price. Although Rebecca is still young, is it not customary for the princess of a kingdom to confront such matters? Additionally, Boney's abilities can facilitate Rebecca's growth. She can choose to age to 16 or 18, whichever stage you prefer. Enough. You may leave. I will not consent to this. I will find a way to save this nation myself, Kiyoshi insisted, ushering them out. Meanwhile, Rebecca stood there in shock, realizing that the robot who had always accompanied her was her father. Witnessing his distress brought tears to her eyes. Suddenly, Rebecca spoke up. I am willing. I have grown up, and I can make my own decisions. Moreover, I hold a deep admiration for Tiandarin, and I genuinely like him. Please allow me to become his woman. Father, if you think I am too young, would 18 be acceptable? I want to give it a try. Dear elder sister, please assist me. Rebecca suddenly declared with determination. As long as it could save countless lives, her own transformation was inconsequential. Besides, the idea of becoming Tiandarin's woman seemed rather appealing, even exciting. After all, he was the one she admired and aspired to emulate in her quest for strength. Boney smiled and activated her powers, instantly aging Rebecca to 18, enhancing her figure, beauty, height, and grace to a stunningly attractive level. Jalousie snapped back to reality and immediately retorted in anger. Rebecca, what nonsense are you indulging in? Father, I have truly matured, and I wish to contribute. Moreover, I have already expressed my admiration for Tiandarin. I believe that becoming his woman would bring me great joy. Rebecca asserted earnestly, displaying an unprecedented resolve. Isn't this a significant accomplishment? Jalousie, do you wish to watch your daughter remain in danger? To allow the people of this nation to live in perpetual suffering? Or do you doubt that our husband can provide happiness for Rebecca? There's no need to worry about happiness. Our husband is a remarkably gentle man, and he is only 18, not some brutish figure. Furthermore, we will take good care of Rebecca, Taya Rabbit remarked seriously. Jalousie found himself at a loss. He felt it would be unjust to deny Rebecca, yet he was even more concerned about her living under the rule of Dufulaminck. Rebecca, speak honestly. Do you genuinely like Etienne? Jalousie inquired, pondering that if there were true affection, perhaps it wouldn't be so terrible, for love thrives on mutual admiration. Yes, I truly do. I often gaze at the bounty posters of Tiandarin, and it fuels my determination to persevere, Rebecca replied, her cheeks flushed. The wonder of a young girl's burgeoning feelings is indeed enchanting. Perhaps this was the right moment for the right person to appear. I apologize, dear readers. This chapter is once again lacking. I admit I have been careless, pouring my energy into my new book, hoping to earn some money from it. Chapter 102. Let Tazizu grow up and transform into a woman. Let us proceed, then. We shall first bathe and change into a dress more befitting a young lady before meeting Tiandarin. Violet gently patted Rebecca's head. Yes, that sounds wonderful. Rebecca nodded earnestly, though she felt a flutter of nerves in her heart. The presence of Violet eased her anxiety. Jalusi looked to Taya Rabbit and said, Admiral, I would like to request an audience with Tiandarin. Would you be so kind as to facilitate an introduction? As Rebecca's father, this is certainly no issue. My husband would be willing to meet with you. However, when you do meet, please engage with my husband amicably. Otherwise, given his temperament, you may find yourself regretting it. Thank you, I understand what is required, Jalusi replied gratefully. As Rebecca's father, he only wished to convey certain entrusted words directly to Tien, and he had no intention of chastising him for perceived overreach. It seems we must part ways for now. Sister Violet, please bring Rebecca along soon. We shall return to the palace and await your arrival. Rest assured, Sister Taya Rabbit. Violet nodded in response, taking Rebecca to prepare. Taya Rabbit, Ian, and Boney escorted Jalusi back to the palace. The cadre of Dufulangmink noted the unusual toy person being brought into the palace and felt apprehensive, promptly notifying Dufulangmink. You need not inform me. I can already feel a foreboding change in the air. It appears this nation is on the brink of transformation, likely due to a clandestine agreement between Violet and Tien. Dufulangmink's forehead pulsed with anger. He felt deeply dissatisfied, yet helpless, for the other party was Tien, a figure beyond the reach of even the world government and Navy headquarters. What could he do? Even deploying all the resources of the Don Quixote family would be futile in the face of such strength. Ultimately, it was a matter of his own inadequacy. In that moment, Dufulangmink longed to suddenly become more powerful, to dominate and control everything here. For now, regardless of what transpires, we must endure. We cannot oppose Tien, otherwise, all we have will come to an end, Dufulangmink stated solemnly. Yes, young master, the cadre members responded, witnessing for the first time such restraint from their leader. A testament to the formidable nature of Tien in Dufulangmink's mind. After Taya Rabbit returned with Jalusi, Tien met with him, who only requested that Tien treat Rebecca kindly. Ultimately, Tien summoned Dufulangmink. Tiandarin, is there anything you wish to command? Dufulangmink entered, recognizing Jalusi, the toy person he had personally transformed through Satan. He had initially intended to toy with him before disposing of him. But an unexpected development occurred when Violet expressed her willingness to join the Don Quixote family in exchange for the safety of her loved ones. Given Violet's abilities, he allowed those individuals to linger on. Violet and Rebecca shall be my women. You must relinquish your claim to the throne of this nation and restore all transformed individuals to their original forms. Within a month, you and your people must relocate to Punkhazard. Yes, Tiandarin, Dufulangmink responded readily, having anticipated this. Jalusi couldn't believe how smoothly it had gone. A single statement had compelled Dufulangmink to leave the nation without resistance. After Dufulangmink departed, he immediately contacted Kaido, one of the four emperors, and spoke with a hint of deference. Lord Kaido, I have encountered an unusual situation here, and I fear the subsequent underground transactions will be delayed. In truth, with Tien's intervention, Dufulangmink no longer felt particularly intimidated by Kaido. If Kaido were displeased, he could always confront Tien. What unusual situation. You best not be playing tricks on me, or I can destroy everything you have at any moment, Kaido replied, his tone irritable. Lord Kaido, we have engaged in trade for quite some time. I would never deceive you. The issue arises from my encounter with Tiandarin. He has suddenly intervened in the affairs of this nation, ordering my people to relocate to Punkhazard. You are aware of Tiandarin's strength. As a mere warlord of the sea, I cannot defy his will. Interesting. Hand the transponder snail to Tien. I wish to speak with him. Kaido commanded decisively. Understood. Dufulangmink's heart brimmed with anticipation. Let them fight. Let them clash. Ideally, they would both be left in ruin, for neither of them were virtuous beings. In the new world, your existence prevents those of us who are weaker from rising. However, once you're no longer here, the stage of this new world will become considerably more interesting. Lord Daitian, I have some business matters with Kaido of the 100 Beasts. He has just learned of your presence here and wishes to speak with you. Doflamingo inquired cautiously, holding the Den Mushi. Ha! Finally a proactive individual has appeared. Daitian laughed heartily, gazing at the Den Mushi in Doflamingo's hand, and declared with great authority, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, listen well. From this day forth, the title of the strongest creature across land, sea, and air belongs to me, Fanma, Daition. If you desire the title of the strongest creature, come to Wano and face me in battle. Should you defeat me, then indeed, you shall hold that title. Furthermore, I am willing to give you my son Yamato as well, Kaido retorted with a powerful scoff. Haha, as expected of you. Wait for me. I shall soon arrive in Wano. Daition cackled, his red hair dancing wildly with excitement. Doflamingo felt a chill run down his spine. The overwhelming battle intent was truly intimidating. What shocked Doflamingo even more was that Kaido had left a contingency plan, intending to offer Yamato to Daition. Was this an indication of fear of defeat? Doflamingo realized that his ambitions were rather small in comparison, and it seemed prudent to cling tightly to the powerful legs of both Kaido and Daition. After a brief conclusion to the call, Doflamingo contemplated how to expand his horizons. After some thought, he concluded that Daition certainly had an affinity for beauty, especially for stunning women. It appeared that this was the only way to broaden his perspective. Once dismissed, Doflamingo summoned the family executives. His gaze fixed upon Sugar. By the way, have Baby 5 and Buffalo not returned yet? Doflamingo suddenly recalled, realizing that Baby 5 was essential, dressed in a maid outfit. She would surely appeal to Daition. Young Master, Baby 5, and the others are already on their way back. They should arrive in Dressrosa tonight, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Excellent. I have gathered you all here for 3 matters. First, Sugar, undo your powers and restore those who have been turned into toys. Second, we must all leave Dressrosa within a month and relocate to Punk Hazard. You need to manage and hand over the underground business in this country swiftly. Third, I have decided to send Sugar and Baby 5 to serve Daition. Their sole responsibility is to attend to him properly. The executives deliberated on this for a while. Young Master, is this your own decision, or is it Lord Daition's directive? Toripole asked, his nose dripping. The first 2 are his instructions. The latter, regarding sending Sugar and Baby 5 to serve Daition, is my personal decision. Young Master, I do not understand this. We have established our presence in Dressrosa for over a decade, and now we are truly abandoning it all? In truth, if you give the order, we family executives are not afraid of death and will resist to the end. Moreover, there is no need to go so far as to please him by sending Sugar and Baby 5. What do you know? Even Kaido has left himself a backup plan by offering his daughter to Daition. With our current strength, how can we possibly oppose him? Everything I am doing is for the greater good. You need only to execute the orders. Doflamingo asserted, exuding an aura of authority. The executives fell silent, astonished by Kaido's apprehension and unwillingness to confront Daition. What confidence did they possess to challenge him? However, you can rest assured that if handled well, we will effectively possess 2 formidable backers, enabling us to thrive anywhere after leaving Dressrosa. Very well, we shall follow your lead, young master. The executives expressed their agreement. Then I shall proceed to undo the powers. Sugar said eagerly, munching on grapes. Meanwhile, Violet and Rebecca, having bathed and dressed, emerged looking splendidly beautiful, arriving at the palace room where Daition resided. Tontada, Ain, and Bonnie gazed upon them, admiring their beauty and feeling pleased for Daition. My husband. We shall take our leave now, Tontada said thoughtfully. Daition nodded, and the 3 departed, closing the door behind them. The palace was left with only Violet and Rebecca. Violet, it seems you have seized the opportunity, which is akin to securing your future. Very well, from now on, you are mine. As long as you do not defy my will, I shall take responsibility for you. Yes, Lord Daition, Violet replied nervously. And Rebecca, do you understand my intentions? Daition inquired softly, his gaze fixed upon her. Rebecca's beauty rivaled that of Princess Vivi, second only to Hancock and Shirahoshi. Yes, I understand. I will certainly heed Lord Daition's words and diligently fulfill my duties by your side. Rebecca's heart raced with excitement, determined to leave a favorable impression on the one she admired. Words are one thing, but I shall gauge your actions and true resolve. I am here. What will you do next? Daition stated, resting his chin on his hand, speaking with an air of indifference. Violet grasped Rebecca's hand gently and said, Let's approach Lord Daition. Follow my lead and learn, all right? Yes, understood. Rebecca nodded earnestly, her heart pounding rapidly. In the late hours of the night, Baby 5 and Buffalo returned to Dressrosa with Kinemon and Momonosuke. Young master, we have brought back the 2 individuals you requested, but it seems Lord Daition has also taken an interest in them. Very well, thank you for your efforts. I will hand over these individuals to Lord Daition tomorrow. Although these 2 were initially wanted by Kaido, they were now to be directly delivered to Daition. Daitian remained in the palace with Violet and Rebecca, who had not yet emerged. Doflamingo awaited patiently. On the third day, Daitian finally emerged, and Doflamingo promptly approached him. Lord Daitian, we have located the two individuals you sought. Daitian examined them, and indeed, they were Kinnaman and Momonosuke. Kinnaman immediately inquired, might I ask, what does this esteemed lord intend to do with us? We bear no enmity, do we? Momonosuke, trembling with anxiety, hid behind Kinnaman, peering cautiously at Daitian. His eyes were particularly irksome. Humph, so fond of being the dog of the Kazuki clan. You shall remain a dog for life. Summon Sugar, turn him into a toy dog, and send him to the dog factory to live among the canines. Yes, Lord Daitian. Doflamingo promptly called for Sugar. Kinnaman vehemently criticized Daitian, but Doflamingo struck him with such force that he lost several teeth. It turned out that Lord Daitian had a grudge against these two. Thus, there was no need for courtesy. This was indeed the moment to showcase their resolve. Shitang immediately transformed Gene Wayman into a toy dog and established a contract that bound him to live forever with the dog, forbidding him from harming any other dogs or any person in this nation. Wong Wong, the toy dog Gene Wayman barked twice, having already forgotten his relationship with Tazizu, and was taken to the dog park to live. Tazizu was utterly terrified, crawling frantically on the ground. Who will help? Is there anyone to rescue me? Lord Daitian, what shall we do with this little creature? Doflamingo inquired, feeling inexplicably enraged at the sight of Tazizu, wishing to slap him twice. I will make him suffer worse than death. Daitian summoned Bonnie, instructing her to enlarge Tazizu to a height of 1.60 meters. He then commanded Doflamingo, I have another task for you. Take him and within a month find Blackbeard Tiki. Have Poison Q transform him into a woman, then bring her to Wano. If you accomplish this task, 2 years from now, should you encounter a crisis, I can ensure your safety for that one time. Daitian's words undeniably granted Doflamingo a sense of renewed life, and he immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Daitian. I will ensure this matter is handled well. He promptly organized several capable subordinates to accompany Tazizu in search of Blackbeard, confident in his ability to locate him within a month. As one of the foremost figures in the underground black market, his information network spanned the globe, ample time for such a task. Days later, after Violet and Lei Baika had rested and bid farewell to their families, they both desired to remain by Daitian's side, planning to return to the kingdom later, perhaps when it was time for childbearing. Having tasted the sweetness of happiness, who would wish to part from Daitian? On the warship, Baby 5 and Shitang also followed suit, respectfully stating, Lord Daitian, please allow us to remain aboard to serve you. We can handle any chores. It had been a while since I shared my earnings with you. In fact, with gifts, I could make over 30 yuan in a day, while without gifts, I lingered around 20. Here is the genuine manuscript fee image. Chapter 103. The current Enel is not what he used to be. Violet and Lei Baika gazed discontentedly at them, clearly not fond of Baby 5 and Shitang serving Daitian. Regardless of their past transgressions against the countless citizens of Dressrosa, Violet and Lei Baika dared not interfere with Daitian's decisions, silently praying he would not allow the two aboard. Daitian had long noticed Violet and Lei Baika's reactions to Baby 5 and Shitang. Nevertheless, he needed to expand their perspectives. Then come aboard. You will be useful in navigating the warship to Wano. Yes, Lord Daitian. Baby 5 felt a surge of joy, now that she was aboard, with her beauty and charm. Surely she could capture Daitian's interest. Shitang, however, was merely executing the task assigned by Doflamingo. Violet and Lei Baika felt a pang of disappointment, not expecting Daitian to keep the two on board. They found it perplexing. Was Daitian not easily satisfied with her presence? Violet activated her ability to read Baby 5's thoughts and confirmed her suspicion. This woman yearned for Daitian's affection. How naive. Even if you were on the ship, what hope do you have with me around? Violet resolved that she would ensure Daitian's satisfaction, relegating them to mere helpers aboard the ship. Daitian, let us go inside. I wish to know more about you. Violet blushed, displaying a longing demeanor to monopolize Daitian's attention, ensuring Baby 5 and Shitang would have no opportunity. Daitian pinched Violet's cheek, grinning as he embraced her and walked inside. Wow, I didn't expect Violet to be so formidable. With that, Tazizu and the others entered the cabin. On the ship, Baby 5 and Shitang exchanged puzzled glances. Baby 5 asked Shitang, what are they doing? Shitang, munching on grapes, shook her head, I don't know. Perhaps they have important matters to discuss. By the way, what should we do now? Serve tea to Lord Daitian, or prepare a meal? But I seem to know nothing. I usually just act cute and charming. The young master has never had me do anything, so I just wait for meals to be served. Baby 5, you must take care of me. Baby 5 sighed. Don't think that just because I'm wearing a maid outfit, I'm easy to bully. Shatang immediately adopted a cute demeanor, her eyes shimmering with tears. All right, I understand. I will go pilot the warship. You stay outside and keep an eye on Lord Detian's movements. If anything arises, inform me at once, understood? Yes, received. Shatang then brought a chair to the deck, sitting down and keeping her gaze fixed on the cabin door, ever watchful of Detian. Baby 5 took the helm, needing to comprehend the nautical charts as they set sail for Wano. Days passed. Detian and Tazu finally emerged to bask in the sunlight on deck, wash up, eat, and then return to the cabin to check on one another. Baby 5 and Shatang felt exhausted from the constant commotion. The daily ruckus was difficult to endure. Sigh. It seems Lord Detian has no interest in me anymore. I never expected that Baby 5, would end up like this. I suddenly wished to find a man to marry. Shatang, nibbling on grapes, stated, I've had a thought. I want to grow up and try it, but alas, my devil fruit ability ensures I halt my growth. Isn't there a girl beside Lord Detian who possesses the ability to make any being grow? Perhaps, even under the influence of the devil fruit, it could fulfill your wish. Baby 5 said, her spirits lifting. By the way, perhaps this is a test from Lord Detian, so we must endure this solitude, diligently carry out our tasks, and eventually we will witness Lord Detian's greatness. A few days later, 3 pirate ships blocked the warship piloted by Baby 5. To her surprise, they were the star generals of the Charlotte Linlin pirate crew, led by Katakuri. Katakuri had not intended to intercept the warship, but sensed something amiss. Not only were there known Navy soldiers aboard, but it appeared to be under the control of the Don Quixote family, as evidenced by their insignia. Yet Baby 5 remained unfazed. With Lord Detian inside the cabin, she would not panic even if surrounded by Navy admirals. You have some nerve to intercept our warship, Baby 5 boldly declared. The pirate ship's Charlotte Smoothie frowned. When had the Don Quixote family become so audacious as to disregard the might of one of the 3 emperors? Humph! Pay attention when you speak, or you may unwittingly bring upon yourselves a calamity of monumental proportions, remarked Xia Luo Te Simuji with a disdainful snort. Were it not for pressing matters at hand, she would have taken it upon herself to discipline this overconfident woman. What did you say? Who are you asking to pay attention? Do you have any idea who I am working for? Baby 5 exclaimed, her emotions running high. Having sensed some unsettling occurrences aboard the ship over the past few days, she found it increasingly difficult to contain her frustrations, and any provocation easily ignited her temper. Humph! Considering the reputation of Kaido of the Beasts, I won't hold it against a minor character like you. I have an urgent matter to inquire. Have you encountered Fan MaDitian? Katakuri, aboard another pirate vessel, asked coldly. He was aware of the cooperative ties between the Don Quixote family and Kaido within the underworld, and without a doubt, he knew that some individuals from the Don Quixote family were relying on Kaido's prestige to bolster their own authority. How fortuitous! Lord Detian is indeed aboard this very warship. Baby 5 replied, a malicious grin spreading across her face as she signaled Sugar to summon Detian. Katakuri furrowed his brow in disbelief at such a coincidence. Could it truly be that Fan MaDitian was present on this warship? Would their obstruction of Detian's path incite his wrath? After all, they had intended to invite Detian to Wangua. Rumors had it that Detian was a fearsome man, with a hormonal presence far exceeding that of an ordinary human. It was said that upon arriving in Wangua, he might even agree to procreate a new race with their mother. Given such an intimidating hormonal profile, it was likely that only a woman of their mother's caliber could satisfy Detian's needs. A sudden, thunderous boom resonated through the air as a wave of Conqueror's haki erupted from the ship's cabin, plunging the surroundings into darkness as if shrouded by an oppressive force. Katakuri and his companions felt the weight of an overwhelming pressure, their breaths becoming shallow, each of them stunned by the sheer intensity of the haki. Could it be that the person within the warship was truly Fan MaDitian? Begone! I have no interest in you at this moment. If you wish to engage in something grand, return and let Charlotte Linlin come to Wangua, came the commanding voice of Detian. Though Katakuri was unsure if this was indeed Detian's voice, its domineering tone was unmistakably aligned with the man-esque character. Katakuri activated his observation haki, contemplating whether he had any chance of inviting Detian to Wangua, and sought to foresee the future. The outcome revealed that if they continued to extend their invitation, they would all be slain on the spot. Cold sweat poured down his brow as he hastily made the decision to retreat. Yes, Lord Tion. We apologize for the intrusion. We shall depart immediately, Katakuri respectfully stated, swiftly ushering his companions away from the area. After a considerable time had passed, Xiaoluo Tei Muji could no longer contain her curiosity. Brother, do we truly have no chance of inviting him? If we return empty-handed, Mother may erupt in fury, and we could provoke her insatiable hunger. There is no opportunity. Fan MaDitian is undoubtedly a genuine powerhouse. I have just conducted a brief prediction of the future, and if we attempt another invitation, we will all be killed, Katakuri replied solemnly. Upon hearing this, his companions were taken aback, drenched in cold sweat, realizing how close they had come to death had Katakuri not foreseen the imminent danger. What about Mother? Xiaoluo Tei Muji asked, her worry palpable, as they understood well her temperament. If she were to rage, it was entirely possible she might eliminate some of her own offspring. Do not fret, I will handle everything, Katakuri reassured them. Besides, we have not returned entirely empty-handed. Fan MaDitian intends to visit Hijigua. We must hurry back. Perhaps Mother can personally make the trip to Hijigua. Aboard the warship, Viola appeared as though paralyzed, her face flushed and her voice weak. Tion, I just glimpsed into their hearts and found them utterly despicable, wishing to compel you to engage in such matters. Oh, Sister Viola, you seem quite agitated. I wonder what has transpired, Peach Rabbit queried softly, curiosity piqued. Tion, would you like to hear it? Viola hesitated, seeking Tion's approval first. Feel free to share. Let us all listen, Tion encouraged gently, aware that Viola possessed the ability to peer into the thoughts of others, suggesting she had something significant to disclose. Viola nodded, but found herself unable to suppress her growing indignation as she continued. Tion, they were actually contemplating forcing you to engage in such acts with Charlotte Linlin, to create a formidable race for them in Wangua. That is utterly outrageous. They ought to realize that their mother is the one most capable of satisfying you. Interjected Peach Rabbit, Ein, and Bonnie, who were equally dumbfounded. Peach Rabbit clenched her fists in anger. How shameless! Does someone like Charlotte Linlin even deserve our husband? Indeed, while she is one of the emperors, I have heard tales of her bearing numerous children. She resembles us so, utterly revolting, Ein remarked, unable to contain her fury. Rebecca, however, was at a loss for words, having no knowledge of who Charlotte Linlin was. They truly underestimate us. Bonnie scoffed defiantly. What do they mean by saying Charlotte Linlin is the only one who can satisfy Tion? Have we not endured to this point? She continued. The next time I see her, I shall personally confront her. For me, this is indeed an affront. The next time we meet, I shall slay her. Tion declared with a murderous intent. Days later, Katakuri returned to Wangua to face Charlotte Linlin. Mother, I apologize. We were unable to bring back Fan MaDitian. His strength was overwhelming, and we stood no chance. Had we engaged, we would have met our demise, he reported. However, he issued a challenge, seeking to escalate matters, and is willing to come to Hijigua. Is that so? Did that man truly say so? Charlotte Linlin, indulging in sweets, suddenly appeared pleased. Yes, Mother. Excellent. Then we shall proceed to Hijigua. Kaido still owes me a significant favor, and this time, il will surely secure Fan MaDitian, Charlotte Linlin declared, promptly gathering a few subordinates and setting sail aboard the Queen Mama's Anthem towards Hijigua. The Navy, vigilant of the movements of the emperors, noted Charlotte Linlin's departure from Wangua and swiftly relayed the information back to the Navy headquarters. The Navy's headquarters had been relocated to an island in the New World, rapidly reconstructing its facilities to better combat the ambitions of the pirates in the region. Yellow Monkey, I need you to head to Hijigua, Admiral Akainu instructed, assessing his available personnel. Currently, only Yellow Monkey was capable of taking action, as recruitment was still underway, and the forces of the admirals had yet to be fully replenished. This may prove challenging. Charlotte Linlin's sudden journey to Hijigua might be connected to Fan MaDitian. If so, my presence would likely be of little consequence. Huang Yuan felt a sense of unease, harboring no desire to confront Tion. However, at that moment, Akainu's den mushi rang. Akainu, the 5 elders have commanded you to arrange sufficient manpower to head to Wano country. This operation is of utmost importance, seemingly aiming for a grand undertaking. Likely to capture Fan MaDitian, Steelbone Kong stated solemnly. I am already coordinating personnel, but the vacancy for a Marine Admiral has yet to be filled. Perhaps you could check with the world government for additional support? There seems to be some, but ultimately, you must manage your arrangements, Steelbone Kong replied, seemingly reluctant to divulge too much. Understood, Akainu said, hanging up the Den Mushi. He mobilized 1/3 of the Marine Headquarters combat strength, dispatching 50 warships toward Wano country. Meanwhile, on the side of the world government, I'm, having suffered humiliation, unleashed the power of the CP, Cypher Pole, to scour the globe for DTON's whereabouts. Reports indicated that Fan MaDitian had been sighted in Dressrosa and was now heading toward Wano country. Consequently, Im issued orders to one of the 5 elders, clad in Wano attire, to proceed to Wano and capture Fan MaDitian. This particular elder stealthily made his way to Wano, armed with a substantial military force arranged by the Marine Headquarters, determined to seize DTON this time. In a certain maritime region, a colossal ark bore 2 giants and several formidable pirates, among whom the leading pirate was a man with multiple taiko drums strapped to his back, intermittently releasing purple lightning. Captain Enel, if we sail any further this way, we will enter the territorial waters dominated by Kaido of the Beast and Charlotte Linlin, one giant cautioned. Yaha, are they strong? Enel chuckled, eager for action. Indeed, they're 2 of the 3 great overlords of the New World, the giant responded. What of it? I've already mastered the Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki. I am no longer the same, Enel declared. Moreover, the Arcjun Yinyu Giants helped me reconstruct has amplified my Raijin's power severalfold. What could possibly threaten us? If it comes to it, I will unleash a single Raijin to obliterate everything. In my eyes, only that man represents my ultimate challenge. The rest are beneath my notice. Therefore, let us advance at full speed. Indeed, Captain Enel possesses not only the power of Raijin, but also the might of myriad thunders, growing increasingly formidable. Reminiscent of the legendary ancient weapon, the power of the Heavenly King, a giant mused thoughtfully. Thank you to my generous patrons for their gifts. I am immensely grateful. Tomorrow, my remuneration will double. Thank you once again. In Chapter 104, the scene shifts to an area in the New World. The Blackbeard Pirates, led by Marshal D. Teach, had appeared at an underground trading point, having seized considerable wealth in preparation for building their fleet. 1 ship per captain. Yaha, I am Blackbeard. Anyone who dares to defy me, come forth and meet your demise. Utilizing the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi and Gura Gura no Mi, he instilled fear in all present, causing the denizens of the underground world to refrain from resistance. The mere presence of the Gura Gura no Mi in Blackbeard's hands rendered countless individuals paralyzed with fear. At that moment, 2 family executives sent by Don Quixote da Flamingo, Toribol and Pika, entered with Momonosuke. Blackbeard Teach immediately exuded a murderous intent, astonished that someone dared to approach him. Lord Blackbeard Teach, please remain calm. We come representing Lord Fan MaDitian, Toribol asserted, feigning composure, though ordinarily he would not possess the audacity to speak so nonchalantly to someone as dangerous as Blackbeard. Upon hearing that they represented Fan MaDitian, Blackbeard's murderous intent dissipated, and his body trembled slightly, yet he maintained a grim expression, asking, "What does he want from me?" Lord Dition has requested that your subordinate, Poison Q, transform this individual into a woman. Toribol replied with a grin, pleased to see that Blackbeard truly respected Dition, which relaxed him further. Yaha, if it is Lord Dition's wish, then it is no trouble at all. Blackbeard laughed heartily, concealing his inner displeasure. Poison Q, go ahead, he commanded. Yes, Captain, responded the sickly Poison Q, who possessed the abilities of the Shinanomi, stepping forward to unleash his powers on the pallid and terrified Momonosuke. Before the eyes of countless witnesses, Momonosuke transformed into a woman. What the hell? This method is a bit perverse, completely changing from man to a woman, someone remarked. Not to mention, she seems rather attractive, another added. Hee, look at this figure, this face, this little gaze, it's quite alluring, isn't it? Many perverts in the crowd couldn't help but express their excitement. Momonosuke's mind went blank. He couldn't believe he had truly become a woman. What a joke. Why must he endure such humiliation? He was the son of the general of Wano country, destined to become the supreme general, a person of great stature. How dare these lowly wretches insult him so? Once his reinforcements arrived, he would ensure that they faced a fate worse than death. Consumed by fear, an unprecedented hatred began to take root within Momonosuke. Hee, it seems rather satisfactory. Lord Dition will surely be pleased, Toribol said with a slovenly grin. Now, Lord Blackbeard Teach, we must take our leave. We have to deliver this person to Wano country in a timely manner. Wait a moment. Are you implying that Lord Dition has gone to Wano country? Blackbeard couldn't contain his curiosity. Indeed, Lord Dition seeks to match his strength against Kaido of the Beast, Toribol confirmed before departing the underground world with Momonosuke. Suddenly, a thought struck Blackbeard. There should be a historical text in Wano country. If he could seize this opportunity to infiltrate Wano and obtain a copy, it would be fortuitous. However, recalling Dition's previous warnings that the next time they met would be his demise, Blackbeard decided against taking the risk, preferring instead to avoid Dition and seek the Mera Nomi. Meanwhile, Dition and his entourage arrived in Wano country. Kaido of the Beast chose to personally welcome him, evidently intending to treat Dition as an ally. Orororo, fan MaDitian. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time, Kaido proclaimed, flanked by his subordinates, the Three Disasters and the Flying Six. As he extended his massive hand for a handshake, Dition grinned, descending from the ship to approach Kaido, extending his own hand. As their hands, one large and the other small, clasped together, a cataclysmic surge of energy erupted between them, distorting the surrounding space and generating swathes of heat and smoke in mere moments. The clasped hands ignited in flames. The Three Disasters and the Flying Six found themselves unable to withstand the overwhelming energy radiating from the two, yet they were primarily astonished, never expecting Fan MaDitian to stand toe-to-toe with their governor. It was common knowledge that their governor was an invincible entity, the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. Even the legendary Whitebeard would find himself outmatched in a one-on-one confrontation. Orororo, as expected of the man who defeated Whitebeard. Very well. I acknowledge you as worthy of battling me. Baiso Kaido wore a unique smile, convinced that despite Dition's formidable strength, he was not necessarily his equal. Hey, haha, you foolish creature. It seems you have misunderstood your position. Do you not realize you have yet to earn my acknowledgement? Dition grinned widely, his terrifying aura surging once more, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that compelled Sanjay and Fei Lubao to shield their eyes. The muscles in Dition's arms began to shift, compressing at the joints of his palms, resulting in an astonishing increase in muscle mass. In that instant, Baisho Kaido's pupils widened in disbelief. Such an eerie physique could alter its muscle structure at will to enhance his palms. Was this some ability bestowed by a certain fruit? Simultaneously, he felt his own palm being unnaturally crushed, the edges bulging as though it might explode at any moment. Enraged, Baisho Kaido unleashed a terrifying aura, his arm muscles swelling as he activated his haki for defense. With a resounding boom, Dition's garment shattered, revealing a bizarre sight. His muscles, previously in a normal state, began to move, differentiating and recombining into dense clusters of muscle, as though undergoing an unimaginable enhancement. The energy radiating from his skin resonated with the void, producing an oppressive force that was utterly terrifying. Is this all you are capable of, Baisho Kaido? Dition's strength intensified, yet even with Baisho Kaido's haki-enhanced palm, it continued to cave in, its edges swelling further. Furious, Baisho Kaido's eyes turned crimson, and with his other massive arm, he formed a fist and launched it towards Dition. Dition, however, remained rooted in place, effortlessly blocking the formidable attack with one hand while tightening his grip on Baisho Kaido's hand with the other. Sanjay and Fei Lubao were left in shock, overwhelmed by the fear that Baisho Kaido's other palm might indeed explode. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Baisho Kaido's palm was crushed by Dition's horrifying grip, blood splattering and injuring those nearby. The spectators were left dumbfounded, witnessing such an incredible feat, their governor's palm crushed with such ease. Baisho Kaido's expression was devoid of emotion, his pupils a dark void, on the brink of a violent transformation, humiliated by the obliteration of his palm. Dition laughed maniacally. This is the expression worthy of battle with me. Sanjay and Fei Lubao were left trembling, unnerved by Dition's sudden eruption of laughter and overwhelming presence. Is he a monster? He is truly a terrifying beast. It feels as though something dreadful within him has awakened. Yet, it appears our governor is thoroughly enraged this time. As Sanjay and Fei Lubao took cautious steps back, they understood that a great battle was about to commence. Baisho Kaido's crushed palm began to heal rapidly, and in less than a minute, all the cracks had vanished. With a resounding crash, the space erupted. Baisho Kaido suddenly slapped Dition across the face. Dition, tilting his head, perfectly timed his use of ultimate absorption, dissipating much of the attack's force. Onlookers assumed DTon had been struck, yet only Baisho Kaido understood that he had not made contact. The force merely grazed DTon's face. Unwilling to accept this, Baisho Kaido swung his other fist powerfully from the side. DTon unleashed ultimate absorption throughout his body, allowing the blow to propel him into the air. Tracing a perfect arc, Baisho Kaido's eyes widened in desperation. He had still failed to land a hit. Veins bulged on his forehead as he fumed with rage, raising both fists above his head and bringing them down towards DTon's abdomen. DTon employed ultimate absorption once more, his cervical vertebrae relaxing and bending upward toward the ground, deflecting Baisho Kaido's immense power. However, a portion of the force still impacted him, causing him to sink into the ground, cracking the earth around him. Did it work? What is happening? He appeared so formidable just moments ago. Yet now he cannot even respond to our governor's serious attack. TSK. I told you, our governor is truly impressive. Indeed, who does this MaDitian think he is? He likely hasn't even mastered observation haki. Had he done so, he might have stood a chance. The onlookers from Baisho Kaido's pirate crew, with their limited discernment, failed to grasp the intricacies of DTon's techniques. The more they ridiculed him, the more Baisho Kaido felt his face burn with humiliation. Silence. Baisho Kaido unleashed a terrifying wave of Conqueror's haki, instantly incapacitating countless subordinates. Sanjai and Fei Lu Bao thought to themselves that DTon had indeed managed to absorb their governor's attack. Had it truly landed, DTon would have likely been sent flying 1,000 meters away, let alone the previous dual fist assault, which had barely caused him to sink into the ground. It should have resulted in a catastrophic collapse, or even plummeting into molten rock below. Not bad. You possess some brute strength, but alas, you lack combat finesse. Your martial arts are far too weak. DTon rose from the earth, his bones cracking as his muscles underwent extreme compression, radiating intense heat and releasing steam. His fiery red hair danced in the swirling smoke, his eyes glowing crimson. With a single step, the ground trembled silently, the earth within 1,000-meter radius vibrating under his weight as he advanced towards Baisho Kaido. Sanjai and Fei Lu Bao were filled with trepidation at the display of such power. This was an overwhelming force, though it appeared to be a mere step. The tangible impact felt as though it bore the weight of tens of thousands of pounds crashing into the ground. They could not help but retreat further. Baisho Kaido, however, stood his ground with an imposing presence, resembling a mountain, gazing down at DTon, but internally he no longer held any contempt. This man was stronger than he had anticipated, exhibiting both a profound understanding of combat techniques and unfathomable raw power, a perfect embodiment of strength. Extending a hand, a spike club, known as Bajai Jia, soared from a distance into his grasp, enveloped in Conqueror's haki, crackling with rampant lightning. Yet, he chose to deliver a straightforward, full-force strike towards DTon. This time, DTon reacted with superluminal speed. Before Baisho Kaido's iron rod could fully descend, DTon's fist struck his abdomen, launching him backward over 500 meters before he regained his massive form. Ororo. Baisho Kaido chuckled, feeling invigorated once more, taunting DTon. Aside from your impressive techniques, your sheer strength seems rather lacking. You cannot breach my defenses. Is that so? DTon, enveloped in Conqueror's haki, with black lightning crackling around him, suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing before Baisho Kaido. Armed with the power of haki, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the abdomen of 100 Beast Kaido. In an instant, Kaido was sent flying thousands of meters, crashing into the mountain of Hanasaki, causing the entire mountain to tremble violently. The citizens of Hanasaki were terrified, mistaking it for an earthquake, and chaos ensued. Thunderous 8 trigrams. A voice resonated throughout the land of Wano, as a red lightning bolt shot forth from the mountain, arriving in front of DTon, who had activated his demon brain to successfully replicate Kaido's attack. Rather than retreat, he faced it head-on, leading to a fierce clash of energies in the air. A thunderous explosion erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that tore through the heavens and the earth, extending over tens of thousands of meters. Countless buildings and people were threatened. Ordinary citizens caught in the onslaught of the lightning-like energy were obliterated, while those struck by the more substantial energy suffered gruesome fates. Incredible. Even the governor's thunderous 8 trigrams can be withstood. It is known that even those with the foresight of Kin Bunchika Haki may not endure it, Quinn remarked in astonishment. Fortunately, It appears evenly matched otherwise. Our governor would be in grave peril. What is there to fear? Look at the governor's current state. If he were to fight while intoxicated, he would undoubtedly crush his opponent. Not to mention he is yet to transform into his dragon form. Jack sneered, believing Kaido to be the stronger of the two. The exchange of energy between Dition and Kaido's attacks persisted for more than a minute. Due to their equal strength, the resulting energy fluctuations transformed, coalescing into a pulsating sphere of black and red energy. With a resounding boom, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, enveloping the land of Wano, while the shockwaves sliced through the air, creating a visual sensation of the world being split in two. Chapter 105. Enel versus the Five Elders. Soon, the battle between the two erupted fully, escalating from the ground to the heavens, with both sides unleashing lightning-fast attacks that intertwined in a fierce collision. The resounding echoes of their clash reverberated, causing the very ground to shake. The skies over the land of Wano darkened with ominous clouds and flickering lightning. As the astonished populace gazed upward, the hidden warriors of Qi Shao Jiuxian noticed that Kaido appeared to be in combat with a formidable opponent. They momentarily believed that the anticipated reinforcements had arrived early, as prophesied, to defeat Kaido and assist in overthrowing Orochi's regime in Wano. Ashura Doji, Denjuro, and Kawamatsu swiftly mobilized, rallying their former subordinates to prepare for the impending battle against Kaido. In Hanasaki, within the general's estate, Orochi displayed signs of fear as he questioned his subordinates. Who possesses the strength to engage Kaido so fiercely? General, we are uncertain, but it seems to be an outsider, one replied. It is rumored that Kaido left Onigashima specifically for this person, suggesting a duel rather than an invasion. Is that so? Yes. We have gathered information from some members of the Beast Pirates. It seems highly plausible. By the way, it appears the opponent is named MaDitian. Upon hearing this, Orochi felt a wave of relief. It was merely a challenge to Kaido, and thus, there was no need for concern. He was well aware of Kaido's unmatched prowess in one-on-one combat. Gwahaha! It's rare to witness Kaido in such a fierce battle. I must go to Hanasaki to seek comfort from Koyuzuki, he mused. Accompanied by his subordinates, he arrived at the Hanazaka, where the renowned courtesan Koyuzuki, actually Kazuki Hiyori, the daughter of Kazuki Oden, was in hiding. In the moonlit pavilion, Orochi indulged in drink, with the courtesan Koyuzuki serving him. My dear Koyuzuki, you have become even more beautiful since we last met. It truly stirs my heart. How about you surrender to me sooner rather than later? Orochi leered greedily at her. General, as you know, I am not yet ready for marriage, and I have expressed the same to Lord Quinn. However, when I do decide to marry, I will certainly make a choice. Koyuzuki tactfully deflected his advances, often invoking Quinn's name when confronted with Orochi's lewdness. Hearing Quinn's name irked Orochi, yet he dared not pressure Koyuzuki. Quinn had also shown interest in her, but had never forced her, nor allowed anyone else to do so. Gwahaha! Worry not. Koyuzuki, I will wait for you. However, when you choose to marry, remember that I can offer you far greater happiness than Quinn. Orochi grinned broadly. Indeed, General. I will give it serious thought. By the way, General, is there someone battling in the sky? Koyuzuki shifted the topic, pondering if it were the long-awaited revenge. Although she was young at the time of the events 18 years ago, she was aware of the details. Do not fret. That is Kaido fighting someone named MaDitian. It should conclude shortly. Koyuzuki mused about who MaDitian might be. Could he be the one, as Denjuro had suggested, destined to aid in overthrowing Kaido and Orochi's reign? But didn't they say it would take at least 2 more years? Was it not happening a bit too soon? Nonetheless, if MaDitian could defeat Kaido, it would indicate that the savior of Wano's future had indeed arrived. Most likely, it was he. Koyuzuki thought to herself. Recently, she had met with Momonosuke and others who had traversed from the past. They had indicated that they would need to wait 2 years for someone to guide them in defeating Kaido and dismantling Orochi's rule. Thus, it was possible that such events could transpire within this very 2-year period. With this thought, Koyuzuki felt a renewed sense of optimism, eagerly anticipating her meeting with MaDitian. As time ticked by, the battle between Dition and Kaido raged on for 3 days and nights without respite. The skies darkened with clouds, and rain began to fall. A massive azure dragon coiled in the sky. It was Kaido in his fully transformed dragon form. Dition, standing atop the void, remained bare-chested, his fighting spirit unyielding, exuding a bloodthirsty aura and channeling the power of his demonic bloodline, becoming increasingly formidable. What monster! I never expected him to hold his ground against the governor for 3 days and nights, growing stronger with each moment. This battle may continue indefinitely. The masked Jean was utterly astonished. Kaido was the man he believed could alter everything, yet he was taken aback by how MaDitian, unarmed, matched Kaido's might. Damn, this truly throws my calculations off. I never anticipated that this man would thrive in battle, Jack swore, his face burning with embarrassment, feeling as if he had been slapped hard. 3 days ago, he confidently underestimated MaDitian, believing that after a night of revelry, or in his dragon form, the governor could easily vanquish Ditian. I suddenly pondered, could it be possible that MaDitian has been concealing his true strength? Perhaps he possesses even more formidable techniques that he has yet to reveal. Is it possible that this prolonged battle is merely to thoroughly subdue our esteemed governor? Quinn stroked the mustache beneath his nose. Surely you have noticed, that fellow appears quite exhilarated and at ease, even in the face of the governor's complete dragon transformation. He still gazes upon it with an air of invincibility. Moreover, I have heard that during the Marineford War, he wielded some peculiar method, killing without a trace, leaving all on the battlefield unaware, let alone able to resist. At this moment, the 3 calamities dared not belittle Ditian. Meanwhile, Peach Rabbit and others remained aboard a warship in the inner sea, observing the clash between Ditian and Kaido of the Beasts without setting foot on Wano Kuni. Ladies, do take heed. After each grand battle, my husband's desires tend to run quite high. Peach Rabbit expressed no concern regarding Ditian being threatened by Kaido, but rather reminded everyone of the situation they would face once the battle concluded. Thank you, Sister Peach Rabbit, for the reminder. However, I have been recovering quite well these past few days, and I assure you, I will not disappoint Lord Ditian. Violet replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. That is good to hear, but I fear that and I may not be suitable to join in, leaving the matter to you 3 to resolve. Peach Rabbit giggled, covering her mouth. Huh, why not? Violet, Bonnie, and Rebecca immediately felt a twinge of fear. The 3 of them were apprehensive about bearing such a significant responsibility. They had witnessed Ditian's prowess firsthand and knew all too well that his battle power would only intensify afterward. Well, Ayan and I are both with child now, Peach Rabbit said joyfully. Ayan's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to believe that Sister Peach Rabbit would speak so candidly about such matters. Congratulations, Sister Peach Rabbit and Sister Ayan, Violet exclaimed with delight. Bonnie then glanced at the abdomens of Peach Rabbit and Ayan, puzzled. But there doesn't seem to be any visible change. Bonnie, you simply do not understand. It has only been nearly 2 months, so it is naturally not obvious, but I am well aware. Of course, once one is with child, even if it has not been 2 months, I must be exceedingly careful to protect it. Peach Rabbit even took the time to advise Bonnie and the others. You too must be vigilant. Once it surpasses a month, caution is essential. Otherwise, engaging in several days of strenuous activity could be quite perilous. As someone who had experienced this before, Peach Rabbit recalled losing a child after just 2 months due to several days of intense exertion. Thank you for the reminder. Sister Peach Rabbit, we will certainly be cautious, but we will also make arrangements for Lord Ditian. Indeed, it seems we must prepare for our husband in advance. How about we venture into Wano Kuni now to help him find some compatible individuals? Peach Rabbit suggested generously and thoughtfully. Yes, we will follow your lead, Sister Peach Rabbit. The group then disembarked onto Wano Kuni without anyone daring to obstruct them. They began their search for beautiful young ladies with appealing figures, those who appeared overall admirable. Along the way, they heard of a courtesan in Wano Kuni, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the land. Peach Rabbit and her companions believed she would be a worthy match for Ditian and decided to see for themselves. If she proved satisfactory, they would initiate some preliminary conversations. Meanwhile, Enel piloted the enormous flying ship, the Zhenyan, into the waters where the forces of Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linland converged, fortuitously encountering 3 warships carrying a member of the Gorosei, P0. Sir, ahead lies a pirate ship. If I'm not mistaken, it belongs to the recently notorious Raijin pirates, led by one who claims to be Raijin Enel. Our investigations reveal that they, like MaDitian, seemingly appeared out of nowhere in these waters, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess, though their overall strength pales in comparison to that of MaDitian. If left unchecked, they may very well become the next MaDitian within 2 years. The leading P0 Lucci stated earnestly, Having encountered me, today marks their end. Such ambition to become the next MaDitian cannot be permitted to unfold. The bald Gorosei, wielding the original Kori, stood and approached the bow, his eyes ablaze with lethal intent. With astonishing swiftness, he drew the Kori and struck at the massive Jinyan hundreds of meters away. The terrifying white blade was exceedingly sharp with a single stroke. It cleaved the sea in two. One could hardly imagine the swordsmanship of this Gorosei was so formidable. He must have once been the world's greatest swordsman of his era, rivaling even the current champion, Mihawk. On the Jinyan, Enel's heartnet power was exceptionally potent. Sensing the Gorosei and his entourage from dozens of kilometers away, he had come to this sea to eliminate powerful beings or recruit formidable allies for his pirate crew. However, the swordsmanship of the Gorosei proved too powerful, easily slicing through his lightning dragon, ultimately striking the Jinyan. Fortunately, the Jinyan had been modified using the Atom Tree from the Land of Giants, reputed to be the mightiest tree in the world, surpassing steel in resilience. Thus, it was not cleaved in two, but merely bore a gash several meters long at the bow, allowing the Jinyan to continue its voyage unimpeded. Enel furrowed his brow, realizing that indeed, powerful entities abound in this oceanic world. Even his lightning dragon, with an upgraded attack power exceeding 100 million volts, posed no threat to true warriors. The bald Gorosei on the warship was astonished that the attack had been thwarted, clearly underestimating the Raijin pirates. He became particularly serious. A white energy began to emanate from him, resembling a form of chi, as he raised the Kori high above his head. At that moment, the white energy surged into the sword, manifesting as a colossal blade that reached into the clouds, causing them to swirl violently at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Yahaha! It seems the old fellow across has some skill. I'll leave it to you two to give him another shot. Enel, undeterred by the towering blade of light, remained disdainful. He was intensely self-assured, believing he had grown exponentially stronger since his days in Skypiea, and that this attack was no match for his current might. Rest assured, Captain, we will certainly handle this. Two giants, each towering over 20 meters, rose from the wide deck, wielding massive swords like twin mountains, bracing themselves for the impending assault. The bald Gorosei effortlessly unleashed the gathered power, unleashing a terrifying force that shook the very heavens and earth, even before the attack landed. The sea began to part in anticipation of the onslaught. In the realm of Feizhou Jinyan, two colossal giants chose to unleash their might simultaneously, executing a formidable combination technique as their gigantic swords intertwined, generating a terrifying power. Bakoku! Instantly, both sky and sea trembled in response. With a resounding bang, the clash of their assaults released an even more formidable force, engulfing the entire world in chaos. Darkness fell upon the heavens and earth, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, resembling the end of days. The sky and ocean quaked violently, presenting a threat comparable to the power wielded by the Jinjin fruit. The five elders were taken aback. The ability to perform such advanced combination techniques indicated that these giants held significant status within a race. They were undoubtedly among the strongest of the contemporary giants. The five elders did not underestimate the might of Bakoku. Indeed, the power of this technique surpassed that of the combined might of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's Bahai. Chapter 106. The Affection of Women for Momonosuke and Kaido Yaha. It seems that old fool's capabilities can only match yours, which is quite convenient. Enel laughed heartily, revealing a sinister demeanor as he turned to manipulate the massive Feizhou Jinyan, continuously unleashing storm clouds that gathered above, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters. The bald-headed elder, amidst the ongoing attacks from the two giants, sensed impending doom. The thick storm clouds above evoked a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a certain technique employed by Lord Imu. Impossible. It must be mere coincidence. Perhaps some other form of attack. However, as Enel released his lightning, stimulating the vast number of electrons within the storm clouds, the unleashed thunder became uncontrollable, with thick bolts of lightning cascading from the heavens. The bald-headed elder's eyes widened in shock. The attack bore a striking resemblance to Lord Imu's methods, albeit significantly weaker. Yet the threat was undeniable. The booming explosions reverberated as lightning struck the sea within a 1-kilometer radius. Rob Lucci, witnessing a lightning bolt descending directly above, threatening the entire warship, immediately transformed, enveloping his fists with Busashoku Haki, and leaped into the air to confront the thunder. Although he managed to withstand a wave of lightning strikes, the overwhelming destructive force left him smoking and paralyzed, his arms trembling. Lucci realized he could not continue to endure these lightning strikes. Sir, this cannot go on. The terrifying lightning attack encompasses a 1-kilometer radius, and the descending bolts are exceedingly powerful. Lucci expressed his concerns. The bald-headed elder gritted his teeth and unleashed a formidable swordsmanship force once more. The collision of the giant's combination technique, Bakoku, and the bald-headed elder's swordsmanship coalesced into an unstable energy sphere that erupted with blinding brilliance. With a deafening crash, the resulting destructive energy surged into the sky, piercing through the thick layers of storm clouds. Damn it! How dare you destroy my thundercloud layer? Enel's forehead throbbed with veins as he commanded the Feijōjinyan at full speed, generating even larger storm clouds while maximizing his fruit abilities to unleash a torrent of lightning. Invigorating the storm clouds, a colossal lightning cloud began to descend slowly, covering a radius of several kilometers. The massive Feijōjinyan ascended, detaching from the sea as it soared into the sky, attempting to escape the impending lightning onslaught. The crew aboard the 3 warships widened their eyes in terror, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if the heavens were collapsing upon them. Damn it, this guy wields such terrifying power, the bald-headed elder perspired, sensing a far greater threat. Sir, what shall we do? The enormous lightning sphere is about to strike. Sir, those ruffians are ascending. They intend to flee. They were utterly at a loss for how to neutralize such a menacing danger. Even if they attempted to retaliate, they lacked the confidence to shatter such a formidable attack. For the first time, the bald-headed elder felt cornered. Cursed be it, I've been keeping an eye on MaDitian's, only to discover such a powerful pirate emerging in the New World. If I'm not mistaken, this massive lightning sphere is destined to explode. Even if I manage to cleave it, it will unleash an endless barrage of lightning. However, there is no alternative. Prepare your strongest defenses. This is our only chance at survival. The bald-headed elder slightly raised his head, narrowing his sharp gaze, holding the original Kitetsu in a poised stance to slash upwards. The iron blocks were prepared, armed with Busashoku haki, while others who had not mastered iron blocks or Busashoku chose to leap into the sea. The 5 elders launched a full-force strike, the blade flashing as it cleaved through the several-kilometer-wide lightning sphere, releasing an overwhelming radiant light that instantly enveloped the heavens and the earth. Yaha! This is intriguing, but it seems a multitude of people are rapidly approaching. We must first avoid the onslaught. Enel chuckled with delight, yet the consecutive release of 2 major techniques had drained him considerably, leaving him somewhat pale. His heart sensed the presence of dozens of fleets rushing toward them from several kilometers away, prompting him to make a hasty retreat. Minutes later, Admiral Kizu, leading 50 warships and over 50,000 naval soldiers, arrived on the scene. The energy fluctuations that occurred here were terrifying. There must be powerful entities engaged in battle. Instruct the fleet to search for clues in the surrounding waters. Yes, Admiral Kizuru. Soon, several naval soldiers reported back. Report to Admiral Kizuru. We discovered shipwreck debris to the left. Report to Admiral Kizuru. We found some individuals in the water, one of whom appears to be AP0. Upon hearing this, Kizaru felt a wave of unease. Could the reinforcements arranged by the world government have been obliterated? He immediately ordered a recovery operation. Ultimately, of the 3 warships dispatched by the world government, only 4 individuals survived, 2 of whom were gravely wounded and unconscious. The bald-headed elder and Rob Lucci were among the 2 who remained unconscious. Sir, we are unaware of what trouble you encountered. How did it end up this dire? Kizaru respectfully inquired, surprised to see one of the 5 elders present in person. How does your Navy headquarters capture pirates? Why does a dangerous pirate crew, like the Raijin pirates, exist without your Navy suppressing them? The bald-headed elder vented his anger at Kizaru. Kizaru looked innocent, responding, Sir, please calm down. The Raijin pirates emerged suddenly, having only been active at sea for 2 months. Furthermore, our Navy has been cooperating with the world government to deal with Dishiang during this time. You are aware of this, sir. Bring me the Den Mushi. The bald-headed elder, infuriated yet injured, appeared pale as he hurriedly contacted Steelbone Kong, requesting to relay information to the 4 elders within Panga City, subtly informing them of certain matters. They would then communicate with Lord Emu. In the Void Throne, Im exuded an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, causing the 4 Gorosei beneath to tremble in fear. After a considerable amount of time, Im seemed to conceive a more advantageous plan. Very well. Cancel this mission and focus all efforts on the Raijin pirates, Im stated coldly, daring to call themselves the Thunder God. Such audacity indeed. Moreover, their powers bore resemblance to certain techniques under Im's control. Such an entity could not be allowed to grow formidable like MaDitian. They must be eradicated swiftly. Reflecting on this, Im could not help but recall the humiliating moments of pleading for mercy from MaDitian in the sea, a flush of shame creeping onto their face, yet accompanied by a more terrifying surge of murderous intent. Allowing them to die so easily would be too merciful. I must ensure they suffer a fate worse than death to quell my resentment, Im thought coldly. The Gorosei, kneeling in the Grand Hall, hastily exited to rearrange their tasks. All warships heading to Wano were redirected to confront the Raijin pirates. The bald Gorosei returned to the world government to confer with the remaining four, subsequently issuing a bounty on the Raijin pirates. Enel was offered a bounty of 4 billion berries, while the two giants were set at 5 billion berries each. Simultaneously, they urged the Navy headquarters to expedite recruitment worldwide, filling the vacant positions of the admirals and instilling fear in the myriad pirates of the New World, especially the Raijin pirates. A week later, the battle between Daiton and Kaido had reached its conclusion. Ultimately, Daiton unleashed his demon brain, manifesting a colossal figure over a kilometer tall, thoroughly subduing Kaido, who acknowledged Daiton as the strongest being across land, sea, and air, vowing to follow him and shamelessly referring to Daiton as his elder brother. Listen well, from now on, MaDitian is my elder brother. You shall all show him the same respect you would me, Kaido declared with imposing authority to his subordinates, the 3 calamities, the 6 flying fighters, and countless members of the Beast Pirates. Yes, Governor, they all responded hastily, recalling Daiton's terrifying prowess and the immense giant he had become, instilling fear and understanding of their governor's sentiments. Very well, now tell me, has Yamato been located? Today, Kaido had specially invited Daiton for a drink while planning to present Yamato as a woman for Daiton. Given Daiton's formidable strength, it would be a blessing for Yamato to be his partner. Moreover, the fusion of the Oni bloodline with Daiton's unique lineage would surely yield even stronger descendants. Rest assured, Governor, we have found Yamato. However, she is uncooperative, and we had no choice but to restrain her, Quinn replied promptly. Bring her forth. Soon, Yamato was brought into the hall, bound and secured with sea stone chains to neutralize her abilities. What do you mean, Kaido? Let me go. Why are you offering me to your newly acknowledged elder brother? Am I not your biological daughter? Why treat me this way? Haven't you harmed enough innocent people already? Now you wish to harm me too? Yamato struggled fiercely, cursing Kaido with venomous hatred. Kaido's expression darkened. This foolish offspring had truly disappointed him. Lacking the slightest bit of fortitude, naive and immature, often straying from the path. With such a golden opportunity before her, she failed to recognize the gravity of her situation. However, Yamato relished witnessing Kaido's restrained fury, continuing her tirade. You consistently harm me, disregarding my dreams, trampling on them relentlessly. One day, I will kill you with my own hands, for myself and the countless innocent people of Wano. Just then, Kaido unleashed a series of thunderbawa punches, swiftly incapacitating Yamato. He carried her towards the designated area for Daiton's drinking session. Brother, sorry to keep you waiting. Let me pour you a drink, Kaido said, tossing the unconscious Yamato aside and filling Daiton's cup with approval. Are you truly going to give your daughter to me? Daiton remarked, casting a fleeting glance at the unconscious Yamato, a stunning beauty but undeniably rebellious, capable of committing patricide. Brother, I genuinely admire your strength. I'm not trying to deceive you. If I say I'm giving you Yamato, I truly mean it. I hope you do not find her undesirable. If possible, you should take her for yourself later. Ha ha ha. I quite like your temperament. You are currently the only one I can fully acknowledge as a powerful ally. Now, calling me brother, I will ensure Yamato is well taught, lest she collude with outsiders and pose a threat to you. Daiton laughed heartily, naturally accepting such a convenient tool. Kaido, in high spirits, shared a drink with Daiton before taking his leave. Daiton picked up a jug of wine and poured it over Yamato's face to awaken her. What do you intend to do with me? Is it that scoundrel Kaido who sent me here? You are all wretched beings. You better not touch me. Let me go. Even if it means death, I will not submit to you. Yamato exclaimed angrily. Indeed a wild woman, but in my presence I hold the power. If you do not obey, you shall only serve as my tool. Both Kaido and I adhere to the philosophy of the weak serving the strong. If you choose to be a pirate or align yourself with someone like Kazuki Oden, you shall never earn the sympathy of the strong. Daiton's expression turned fierce as he raised Yamato's chin. How dare you look down on Lord Odin? Yamato spat with fierce resentment, hurling saliva onto Daiton's face. Daiton's rage ignited. Veins bulged on his forehead as he struck Yamato across the face. She felt dizzy as Daiton seized her hair, dragging her onto the bed. Ha ha! You have truly stirred my blood. Let us see how long you can keep me riled. By the way, that arrogant Fire Fist ace was killed by my own hand with a single punch. At this, Yamato's face flushed with anger, her inner fire igniting, awakening the potential of her devil fruit. Haha, yes, that's right. The more furious you become, the more I revel in it, the more I desire to conquer you. Daiton laughed maniacally, showing no regard for Yamato, believing that a woman untrained deserved to be dealt with harshly. Days later, Peach Rabbit and others invited the courtesan Xiaozi aboard the warship, awaiting Daiton's return. Kurazumi, Orochi, and Quinn were helpless. After all, she was Daiton's woman. Who would dare provoke her? Even Kaido referred to Daiton as brother. 5 days later, Daiton paid no mind to Yamato, exiting his chamber only to find Kaido waiting. He instructed, Kaido, keep a close watch on Yamato. She needs time to recover from her illness, and I shall return in a few days. Understood, brother. Kaido thought to himself, impressed and hopeful that Daiton could indeed tame Yamato. By the way, elder brother, the people from Doflamingo have arrived in Wano, and they say you instructed them to bring someone. They have finally arrived. Do you know who they brought? I do not. That is Kazuki, Odin's son. I have arranged for him to be transformed into a woman. Isn't it quite amusing? What does elder brother intend? Kaido looked bewildered. Come, let them meet me. Soon, Toribor brought Momonosuke before them. I pay my respects to Lord Imoten and Lord Kaido, Toribor said cautiously as he knelt. Momonosuke knelt on the ground, no longer crying, for his tears had dried up. He glared fiercely at Imoten and Kaido. Well done. Next, have him sent to the flower house, constantly entertaining guests until he perishes. Elder brother, this strategy is brilliant, far more interesting than when I boiled Kazuki Odin alive in my time. Kaido looked at Imoten with immense admiration. If he has an ailment, one must treat it accordingly. Imoten scoffed. To torment him this way is indeed the best approach. Soon, Momonosuke was sent to the flower house. After his transformation into a woman, he appeared quite beautiful and quickly became the new courtesan, cherished by countless admirers. Kaido's subordinate, Kaido, was exceedingly thrilled upon seeing him and visited the flower house daily in search of Momonosuke. Momonosuke, however, learned to endure, welcoming all visitors and even gritting his teeth to satisfy their various perverse demands, thinking that as long as he lived, he would eventually find an opportunity for revenge. Thank you to the generous patrons for their gifts. The author is deeply moved. Chapter 107. Charlotte Linlin confesses to Imoten. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin descended upon Wano aboard the ship. Mother Singh, one of the calamities, Ash, went to intercept her landing at Wano, resulting in a fierce battle. Although Ash could fly, he was no match for Charlotte Linlin. Ultimately, she stormed into Wano, declaring that she would make Kaido pay, showing him no respect. Kaido personally intervened, blocking Charlotte Linlin with an expressionless face. Linlin, what do you mean by this? Why have you come to my territory instead of staying in your own? Kaido, do not forget that you owe me a tremendous favor. Charlotte Linlin glared at Kaido as if he were one of her subordinates. Fine, speak. What brings you so far to my Wano? Kaido, acknowledging his debt, took a step back and inquired calmly. I have heard that the man, Imoten, has arrived in Wano. Is this true? Charlotte Linlin asked excitedly, leaning closer to Kaido. Indeed, he has come to Wano, but he is now my elder brother. So what business do you have with him? Did he provoke you? However, even if he did, I advise you to let it go. To be honest, even I am far inferior in strength compared to my elder brother. Kaido warned seriously. I didn't expect even you to be defeated. He truly is exceptional. Charlotte Linlin displayed even greater excitement. Kaido frowned, realizing that Linlin did not seem to be seeking trouble with Imoten. Upon this realization, Kaido's shock was palpable, and he confirmed. Linlin, you're not thinking of targeting him to create a new race, are you? You guessed it. I won't hide it from you. To be blunt, I want to use the tremendous favor you owe me to help me secure him, at least to bear his bloodline. From the intelligence I have gathered, it will be a powerful bloodline race. While not of giant lineage, it would surpass even the strongest of giants. You must be out of your mind, Kaido exclaimed, stunned. Linlin dared to set her sights on elder brother Imoten in such a manner. She truly had no fear of death. Do you dare call me insane? Kaido, do not forget that I am a woman. I can completely satisfy the desires of such a powerful man. Do you truly understand? Charlotte Linlin's eyes glimmered with cold fury as she glared at Kaido. Or are you now refusing to repay me that tremendous favor? Linlin, I advise you to think carefully. Aside from this matter, I am willing to help you with anything else. Besides, considering your age, do you still have the ability to conceive? Kaido couldn't help but scoff, remarking on her advanced age and her corpulence, thinking she could easily conceive as she did in her youth. But as soon as Kaido finished speaking, Charlotte Linlin exploded with rage, her eyes wide and fierce, her mouth agape as she roared, Kaido, what are you saying to me? Do you wish to die? With a thunderous roar, a terrifying conqueror's haki erupted, crashing toward Kaido, overwhelming the surroundings for miles. Drawing her emperor's sword, she enveloped it with her conqueror's haki and swung it fiercely at Kaido. Seeing this, Kaido's anger flared, his pupils dilating, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed in response. Charlotte Linlin, you have truly gone too far this time. With a resounding clash, his own conqueror's haki surged forth, countering Linlin's destructive force. Both wielders clashed, producing a thunderous sound like rolling thunder, their combined might creating a tempest. In an instant, Wano was engulfed in darkness. Following that, their weapons collided again, unleashing a cacophony of earth-shattering explosions. The terrifying power unleashed transformed into thousands of bolts of lightning, flashing across the vast expanse. Within moments, the surrounding area was leveled to the ground. The sky flickered ominously as the calamities sensed the impending chaos and quickly retreated to a safe distance. This battle was beyond their capacity to intervene, and from their previous conversation, it seemed that the governor truly owed Charlotte Linlin a significant favor. Once the battle commenced, it became a personal feud between the two, allowing no room for anyone else to interfere. Zeus and Prometheus, two clouds of elemental attributes, trembled in the sky, huddling together while desperately trying to mediate. Mommy, please don't fight. Please stop. But their voices were so faint that only they could hear. Meanwhile, Emoten sat alone in a tavern in Wano, enjoying a drink. Sensing the overwhelming battle, he unleashed his observation haki, detecting the clash between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. This is intriguing. I did not expect her to come. This is perfect for harvesting. Defeating Kaido would enhance his performance by 1%. Now, with a purity level of 83, he surmised that conquering Charlotte Linlin would similarly increase his performance. In the flower house, the black charcoal serpent, having just spent time with Momonosuke, hurriedly inquired of his subordinates, what is happening? Are Kaido and Emoten fighting again? Return, General. This time, it seems that it is not the case. I have heard that one of the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin, has arrived in Wano and has clashed with Lord Kaido of the Beasts. What business does Charlotte Linlin, one of the four emperors, have in Wano? Could it be that those remnants have summoned her to assist against us in Wano? Orochi, the black serpent, felt a twinge of anxiety, suspecting that the remnants of the Kazuki clan were behind this. Recently, a group of Kazuki retainers had appeared unexpectedly, managing to elude capture. There were even rumors that some of Kazuki Oden's retainers had traversed time from the past to the present specifically to confront him and Kaido. It was prophesied that in 2 years, someone would come to liberate Wano from his rule and kill both him and Kaido. All of this was reported to him in secret by his informant, Kanjiro. Now, Orochi had lost interest in continuing to entertain the new courtesan. He donned his attire and, accompanied by a throng of subordinates, turned his attention to the battle between Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Tama, regardless of the time or circumstance, was obliged to receive guests. As long as a guest took a liking to her, all their demands must be obeyed. The proprietress of the flower house dared not show any sympathy. It had been expressly mandated that no pity be shown, nor could anyone redeem or take her away. Even Orochi could only engage with a new courtesan within the confines of the flower house. More importantly, there were no barriers to selecting a courtesan, no fees were required, and the guests who chose Tama were already booked until next year. Once the proprietress saw that the general had finally departed, she hurried to Tama's chamber, observing her lying in bed, tears streaming down her face. Enough, what is there to cry about? You know you have offended someone you shouldn't have. But if you wish to survive, you must endure. Moreover, now that things have reached this point, you need not view it as suffering. You can see it as an experience of life. You will discover that it opens the door to a new world and allows you to live a renewed existence filled with joy each day. Tama, however, was completely unreceptive to such sentiments. What a wretched existence. Enjoy what? She was a man, and this was utterly repulsive. Yet, for the sake of revenge and survival, Tama had never relinquished her will to live. Wiping her eyes, she suddenly became resolute and enlightened. Mother, let the next one in. Hee. It's good that you've come to terms with it. The proprietress instantly brightened, as the dignitary waiting outside appeared formidable and had been insisting on the new courtesan's company. Soon, a man entered. It was none other than Sir Crocodile. Though he had only learned from Kaido that Wano harbored historical texts underground, he believed that the ship, Pluton, was also buried beneath Wano. However, retrieving Pluton seemed an impossible task. Fortunately, after much diligent investigation, he discovered the existence of Sukiyaki. Recently, upon learning of Tama's immense suffering, Sukiyaki had reached a mutual agreement with Crocodile to utilize the ancient weapon Pluton's power to eliminate Kaido and Yamato. The prerequisite was to rescue Tama and help her awaken a certain power, thereby summoning the ancient weapon to open the country, thus revealing the colossal Pluton. Otherwise, there was no alternative. Sukiyaki, being the father of Kazuki Odin and the only one capable of deciphering the historical texts, surely knew all the secrets of this nation. Witnessing his son Odin being boiled to death, and now having to endure the sight of his grandson being tormented, he could no longer remain silent. It was intolerable. Crocodile, intent on eliminating Yamato, found himself in agreement with Sukiyaki, preparing for a significant endeavor. Come on, do whatever you wish to me, Tama stated flatly, lying down with an expression devoid of emotion, as if resigned to her fate. Crocodile was taken aback, wondering what had transpired. Had this young man truly succumbed to despair? Ahem, I believe you are Tama, the son of Kazuki Odin, so listen closely. I'm the only one who can rescue you, and even provide you with a means to successfully kill Yamato. Crocodile whispered to Tama. What? What did you say? Tama abruptly sat up, his eyes fixed intently on the man before him, who was smoking a cigar, his desire for revenge surging forth. Immediately after, Tama chose to kneel, clasping Crocodile's legs with tear-filled eyes, pleading, Please, save me. I must kill him. I seek vengeance. I want to slay everyone here. Rest assured, I will help you escape by midnight, Crocodile assured him, having already prepared for the subterfuge and deception necessary. He merely awaited the opportune moment. Thank you, thank you. Tama expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, after exchanging blows, momentarily quelled their tempers, only to soon engage in another quarrel. Kaido, will you truly not assist me? Even so, surely you can at least take me to see him? Charlotte Linlin said impatiently, as Kaido firmly barred her from entering Wano, indicating she must return whence she came. Linlin, to be frank, my son Yamato is now aligned with him, so I cannot allow you to succeed. What if Yamato has become his? Are you so selfish as to only permit Yamato, and not me? I have heard that he has many women around him. Why you block my way? Charlotte Linlin's fury ignited once more as she glared at Kaido. Kaido, however, remained resolute. No means no. I am currently planning something significant, and my brother's health is of utmost importance. He considered that to ensure Yamato could inherit the pure bloodline of the celestial being, Linlin's ambitions must not come to fruition. Otherwise, her greed could overwhelm even his brother. Kaido, what do you really mean by this? Do you think I won't destroy your Wano? Charlotte Linlin was thoroughly incensed. Realizing Kaido was solely focused on his plans, disregarding her lofty aspirations, it was utterly shameless and despicable. Linlin, calm down. How about this? Let us create a powerful lineage together, given our formidable bloodlines. Yet, before Kaido could finish his sentence, Charlotte Linlin berated him. Kaido, are you toying with me? Back then, you refused to try with me because of that woman, and now, for Yamato, you are willing? But you must also recognize that your bloodline pales in comparison to his. Are you not aware of this? I have no interest in your paltry lineage. At this, Kaido's temper flared, and he lost patience, unleashing his murderous intent towards Charlotte Linlin. Just as the two were on the verge of clashing once more, Yamato suddenly appeared nearby, drawing their attention. Brother, what brings you here? How is Yamato? Do not worry. Take your time. If you die, it won't be fun. Yamato replied nonchalantly. At this moment, Charlotte Linling beheld Tion with her own eyes. Despite his diminutive stature, she could sense the ferocity of his wild nature and the terrifying energy concealed within him. Indeed, his strength far surpassed that of Kaido, the beast. Charlotte Lingling was instantly filled with immense excitement, gazing at Tion with avarice, and boldly declared, Fan MaDitian, become my man. Together, let us forge a powerful and perfect race. Tion regarded Charlotte Lingling with an impassive expression, pondering the absurdity of her words. Had she uttered such nonsense decades ago, he might have felt exhilarated. However, Now she was merely a tarnished being, tainted by countless weaklings. Daring to covet his power, what a delusion. Ha ha! Women like you are indeed favored by Oliva. But here, are you attempting to insult me? Dition suddenly erupted into a wild laugh, unleashing a terrifying combination of Conqueror's haki and fury, instantly reverberating throughout Wano country. The overwhelming aura of intimidation caused nearly 98% of the populace to faint. As a wielder of the soul fruit, Charlotte Lingling was keenly aware of Dition's formidable soul, which gazed at her with a demonic ferocity. The dread she felt was palpable. She could not help but tremble, her legs turning to jelly. Dition approached her step by step, prompting Charlotte Lingling to retreat in terror, too frightened to resist. Ultimately, she collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by the spiritual dominance and existential threat he exuded, cold sweat pouring down her face as her complexion turned ashen. Kaido the Beast did not perceive the assault on the soul, but was perplexed by Charlotte Lingling's overwhelming fear. Logically, her strength was considerable, especially in terms of spirit. And even in the face of Dition's Conqueror's haki, she should not have been so easily cowed. Did his older brother retain some formidable technique during their battle? Chapter 108, Dition and Kaido's Recklessness, the Holy Land Crisis. Activating his demon eye, Dition utilized the full manifestation of his soul power to gaze intently, rendering Charlotte Lingling utterly defenseless and instilling profound terror within her. After a considerable time, he retracted his overwhelming power. Having received a system notification, defeating Charlotte Lingling would elevate his performance level by 1, bringing his total to 83. He then relinquished his relentless pressure on her. Kaido, she's in your hands now. Understood, brother, Kaido replied respectfully, increasingly convinced of Dition's extraordinary strength, which surpassed his understanding. Indeed, dominance reigned supreme, overwhelming all who possessed devil fruit abilities. During the days of battle with Dition, he had learned that Dition was not merely a wielder of a devil fruit. All his formidable abilities stemmed from the rigorous honing of his physical form, bones, intellect, and spirit. After Dition departed, he returned to the chamber where Yamato was confined. Yamato had been subjected to 2 rounds of training, each lasting 5 days, with only a single day of rest in between. Even a girl with Yamato's robust physique felt utterly exhausted. Upon seeing Dition again, she shrank away in fear, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer. I truly cannot endure you any longer. I beg you, spare me, but even if I die, I will not heed your commands. At most, I can refrain from seeking revenge. You infuriate me. No woman has ever defied my will, and you are no exception. However, rest assured, I have plenty of time to subdue you." Dition felt no sympathy. Subduing Yamato was a challenge to his own formidable prowess. The more she resisted, the more it ignited his desire for conquest. He closed the door behind him and continued forward, confident that in time, he would utterly tame Yamato. It was noteworthy that initially, Yamato was stubborn and defiant, yet now she was pleading for mercy. This indicated some effectiveness in his methods. Although Yamato proved to be more resilient than other women, perhaps due to her Oni bloodline, which granted her a relatively formidable constitution. In the brothel, Shikuyaku, accompanied by a comatose Momonosuke, seized the opportunity to escape Wano country. Just moments prior, Dition had unleashed his overwhelming Conqueror's haki, causing over 99% of the populace to faint, providing Shikuyaku with a perfect chance to flee. After Dition's departure, Kaido approached Charlotte Lingling and said, "Now, do you comprehend why I sought to thwart you? Dition's strength has far surpassed ours. The existence he chooses to acknowledge will not extend you any courtesy. Had I chosen not to eliminate you just now, it might have been out of respect for my past connections." Kaido retrieved a gourd of sake and drank heartily, continuing, "Indeed, he is a monster, and it is precisely that monstrous nature which makes me desire the bloodline power he possesses." Charlotte Lingling, regaining her composure, expressed impatience. "You cannot still be clinging to hope. Next time, you may find that survival is beyond your grasp. Even if I intervene, I cannot save you. Do you believe me?" Kaido looked at her incredulously. Were it not for their previous relationship, he would not care for Charlotte Lingling's fate. "Kaido, do not forget that my greatest dream is this very thing. But tell me, why does Dition lack desire for me? Is it that he does not fancy my current type?" Charlotte Lingling was evidently unwilling to give up, seeking to understand why she could not capture Dition's interest. Even reflecting upon herself, Kaido shook his head. "You truly are a mad woman, but very well. If you wish to court death, I shall not hinder you. In my opinion, Dition prefers beautiful women. Look at you now. Forgive my bluntness, but you are both aged and corpulent. Do you know Dition's true age? He is merely 18 this year, still quite youthful at heart. The women around him are all stunningly beautiful, with graceful figures and gentle dispositions. Ah, I see. He simply prefers delicate and demure types. Charlotte Lingling swiftly grasped the essence of his words and turned to Kaido, saying, Kaido, you must assist me. You must help me find a way to regain my youth. I must make another attempt. How would I know such matters? If I could become younger, I would have done so long ago. Kaido rolled his eyes and advised, let it go. If all else fails, we could attempt to compromise together to fulfill your wish. But Dition is truly not someone you can covet at present. Just then, Kurizumi Orochi rushed in, exclaiming, Lord Kaido, it is bad news. The new courtesan that Lord Dition assigned has gone missing. Are you certain she is missing? Yes, we searched everywhere to no avail. But the last person she interacted with seems to be one of your subordinates. Who? Kaido released a murderous intent, easily suspecting that the individual mentioned by Orochi was the one responsible for her abduction. Shikuyaku. So was him. It seems he could not contain himself. Baso Kaido let out a cold snort, unaware of Shakyakuru's true ambitions. He only knew that upon arriving in Wano, Shakyakuru easily submitted to him, which surely concealed some sinister plot. He commanded, immediately dispatch men to search the entire city. We must not allow him to take that little brat away. After issuing the order, Basho Kaido discarded Charlotte Lingling and hurried to find Dition, eager to inform him of the situation. Upon reaching Daityin's residence, he heard commotion from within, accompanied by Daityin's pleas for mercy. Basho Kaido felt a wave of satisfaction. This rebellious child truly could only be taught a lesson by his elder brother Dition. In the past, despite Baso's physical reprimands, the child never begged for mercy, not even when threatened with an explosive collar. Yet now, the situation had become urgent, and Basho Kaido could not resist interrupting Daityin's amusement. Brother, Momonosuke is missing. He must have been taken by Shakyakuru. I have no idea what this fellow is scheming. Basho Kaido called out from outside. Upon hearing this, Daityin's mood brightened instantly. Isn't that simple? Shakyakuru seeks revenge. He must have learned that only Momonosuke can awaken the ancient weapons beneath Wano and bring forth the Neptunian warship, which he intends to use to eliminate me. Dition was indeed looking forward to Shakuru's attempts to kill him, for if he became increasingly invincible, it would be quite lonely. Perhaps the headquarters truly resorted to physical punishment for his sons to satiate his thirst for battle. However, Momonosuke must not be afforded an opportunity to act grandly. He must suffer immensely. Dition wrapped Daho in his arms, hoisting her onto his shoulder as he exited the room. I shall take Daho with me. I know where Shakyakuru intends to take Momonosuke. Brother, let me accompany you, Basho Kaido insisted, eager to learn how Dition had become so powerful, believing it to be linked to his usual adversaries, which might help him grow stronger as well. Suit yourself, Dition replied nonchalantly before swiftly returning to the warship. How to, Ion. Enboini looked on with unrestrained joy. My lord, we have long awaited your return. We missed you dearly. Yes, I apologize for the wait. But let us set sail first. I need to visit Ryugu Kingdom. Dition planned to return to the underwater kingdom, employing Baishing's abilities to summon countless sea kings to locate the moving elephant. It was imperative to eliminate the elephant before it could act. Understood. Baby 5 promptly set about preparing the ship, heading towards Sabiti Archipelago to coat the vessel for a safe return to the depths of Fishman Island. Basho Kaido followed closely behind. A week later, Basho Kaido's pirate ship anchored in the waters near Sabiti, careful to avoid attracting the attention of the world government and marines. Once the warship was coated, they proceeded to Fishman Island. Under Daikin's protection, Fishman Island had become increasingly autonomous and free, no longer threatened by any pirate forces. Look, Lord Dition has returned. As Dition disembarked, countless residents of Fishman Island cheered in reverence and awe. After all, having Dition as their prince consort was a matter of pride. Upon learning of Daityin's arrival, Neptune quickly assembled a grand welcoming party. Princess Fishing, upon hearing of Daityin's return, was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of happiness. However, she had undergone significant changes. Her bloodline powers had been activated due to her pregnancy, leading her to evolve human legs and greatly reduce in size. Now standing at only 3 meters tall, she appeared remarkably beautiful, her pregnant form gracefully supported by attentive handmaidens as she rushed to greet Dition. In the Fishman Cafe, Nicolabine and Schifrin were among the first to welcome Daitian, both sporting noticeable baby bumps, being nearly 5 months along. Daitian, you've finally returned. We all missed you, they exclaimed. Especially your women, who eagerly awaited your return, Neptune remarked with a smile. In 5 or 6 months, your bloodline will likely manifest. Daitian merely nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Princess Xing dashed forward, and Daitian, taken aback by her transformation, immediately lifted her into his arms. My dear husband, I missed you so much. You have finally returned, she exclaimed. Did you miss me too, which is why you came back to see me? Bai Xing remained as adorable and innocent as ever, her heart pure and solely devoted to Daitian. Meanwhile, Ni Kerlobin and Shali Furen gazed at Bai Xing with great envy, longing for Daitian's affection and attention. Noticing their admiration, Daitian addressed them. Yes, I missed you all and came back to see you. Ni Kerlobin, Shali, join me. Both women felt a rush of joy, as Daitian treated them fairly in front of countless witnesses, embracing them gently. Shali Furen had also evolved human legs during her pregnancy, enabling her to nurture the bloodline within her more effectively. Onlookers marveled at the sight, recognizing Daitian's prowess in attracting such beautiful companions, creating an atmosphere of harmony that all men would envy. Soon, the group returned to Ryugu Kingdom, hosting a grand feast to welcome Daitian back and pampering him with exquisite food and drink. For 3 days, Daitian stayed with Bai Xing and the others, eagerly anticipating the new life growing within them. He could not help but use his powers to gently peer into the souls of their unborn children, confirming that Bai Xing was indeed carrying a girl. This was unsurprising, given Bai's esteemed bloodline and the fact that Daitian's purity had not been fully realized at the time, allowing her Neptunian genes to prevail. As for Nivine and Shalifan, they were undoubtedly expecting boys, as they lacked any special bloodline influences. Bai Xing, you may want to think of a name for your daughter in advance. Ni Kerlobin, Shali, consider names for your sons. Additionally, Tao Tu, Ayun, Boni, Wei Ao Lai Te, and Lei Beika. You should all reside on Fishman Island. It is safer here than outside. Understood. My husband, Tao Tu, replied, feeling deeply satisfied that Daitian was concerned for their safety. Although Levika and the others felt a twinge of reluctance, they decided to endure the solitude and remain on Fishman Island until their children were born. Well then, I must take my leave, Daitian announced as he boarded the warship with baby 5, Shang. My dear husband, please return promptly, and I will ensure to give you a remarkably adorable baby, Bai Xing said cutely. Daitian responded with a gentle nod. During this visit to Ryugu Kingdom, he also took the opportunity to share some matters with Bai Xing. Command the Sea Kings to seek out the Shangju, and once any news emerges, promptly relay it to him. Additionally, Bai Xing must ensure the safety of Fishman Island. In the face of danger, she must direct the Sea Kings in battle, possessing absolute confidence in herself and harboring no fear. In the depths of the ocean, Bai Xing wields the power of the Sea Kings, rendering her an invincible entity. Particularly at depths of 10,000 meters, even the Wulaoxing admirals, or any formidable beings who dare to threaten Bai Xing and her companions will find it impossible to return alive. A day later, Di Tian met with Bai Shou Kaiduo. Are you interested in accompanying me to the Holy Land, Mali Chaoya? Di Tian suddenly inquired, reflecting on the previous encounter with the soul entity. He surmised that only the formidable Liu could possess such power. To ascertain the truth, he desired to witness it firsthand. Brother, this sounds immensely intriguing, Bai Shou Kaiduo exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Then follow me, Di Tian declared, instantly stepping into the void and soaring into the sky. Bai Shou Kaiduo transformed into a Qinglong and pursued him. Upon reaching the heights above Isha Kadora comprehended their intent and could not suppress his exhilaration, laughing heartily. Haha, brother, your approach is utterly to my liking. Di Tian planned to descend from this height into the Holy Land, intending to present a fitting greeting to the Tenungrun. Bai Shou Kaiduo reverted to his original form, and together they plummeted toward the world government below. Chapter 109. Oh, come be my woman with 2 resounding crashes. 2 adjacent massive craters appeared within Panga City, flattening buildings within a radius of several thousand meters. The Wu Laoxing rushed to the scene, unleashing their Kinbunchiko haki to sense 2 dangerously potent auras emanating from the depths of the craters, each more perilous than the last. However, there was no time for them to strategize. Within one of the craters, D10 unleashed formidable Conqueror S haki, summoning countless arcs of black electricity that coursed through the vast expanse of Bali Chaoya. The weak continued to faint, leaving only a handful of strong individuals conscious. This power, it is MaDitian. The Wu Laoxing finally recognized their assailant. Quick, enter the highest level of alert. With a command, the strong assembled into a state of heightened vigilance. Encircled by the steel bone, the black horse, and the Shinsijin, with thousands of spies forming concentric layers around the craters. Deep within the floral depths, Yiwu sensed D-Tan's presence. Unmistakable and reminiscent of their last encounter. Courting death, she hissed, her teeth clenched in irritation. This time, she intended to see if D-Can could truly oppose the entirety of the Holy Land, and it was time for him to comprehend its true power. She plotted to capture him and confine him within the depths of the Holy Land, subjecting him to relentless torment. Ah, this appears to be a splendid feast. I never anticipated so many would resist my intimidation, D-Tan proclaimed. Excellent, excellent. He leaped from the depths of the crater. With a thunderous noise, he landed on the ground, causing the entire Holy Land to tremble. Baisho Kadora followed suit, leaping from the crater to land beside Ikin, exhilarated by the sight of thousands encircling them. Could this be the reason for his brother's newfound strength? To challenge the Holy Land so boldly, seemingly unfazed. MaDitian, what do you mean by this? The Wu Laoxing stood in formation. Although they acknowledged In's formidable strength, they were unperturbed, believing that together they could easily suppress him. D-Tan appeared before the bald Wu Laoxing, his aura ferocious as he declared, "You are already surrounded by me. Do you dare to speak to me so insolently?" Those present were momentarily stunned by his audacious words. Even Bai Sol Kaido was taken aback. Surrounded? But how does it seem they're the ones encircling us? Bai Sol Kaido pondered, his admiration for his brother intensifying. He could not help but acknowledge that his brother was indeed the true powerhouse, daring to encircle everyone present with a confidence and arrogance that brooked no questioning. MaDitian, do you truly grasp the situation? You and Bai Sol Kaido are the ones encircled by us. Do you truly believe that mere strength can allow you to disregard the power of the world government? The Wu Laoxing erupted in fury, exuding a terrifying aura as they confronted D-Tan without trepidation. D-Tan activated his Guinao, conjuring the visage of Ai Su De Su. The Wu Laoxing, witnessing this, inexplicably recalled the events of the Marineford battle, suddenly engulfed in unprecedented fear. This is bad. Everyone, focus on that apparition. Countless strong individuals launched their attacks, attempting to obliterate the manifestation of Isu and vanquish Dan. Standing with his hands in his pockets, D-Tan grinned. Basak, weapon in hand and conqueror's haki enveloping him, ready to unleash his Thunder Bagua attack. Knowing that facing such a multitude of foes would be no easy feat, yet just as they all initiated their strikes, activated her time-freezing power, unleashing a terrifying icy force that halted time itself, rendering everything but her in a state of suspension. In that moment of supremacy, D-Tan reveled in his invincibility, particularly regarding the Wing, who, knowing of his might, still dared to disregard him, appeared pathetically weak. Within the 5 seconds of suspended time, he strode forth, striking with blinding speed and severing one of the Wu Laoxing's arms. As time resumed, D-Tan seized his Guinao, causing the manifestation of Ai Su De Su to dissipate. Those around stared in terror at the Wu Laoxing, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired, now collectively missing an arm. A shudder of fear coursed through many, as this bizarre technique was unfathomably horrifying. If he had intended to kill them, it would have been effortless. Indeed, he alone had encircled all present. The Wu Laoxing clutched their bleeding stumps, hastily attempting to staunch the flow, their terror palpable as they regarded it, equally mystified by the inexplicable loss of their limbs. Remember, in my eyes, you are merely prey, ready to be hunted at any moment. Baso Kadoa, you may play with these 5 old fools for a while. At that time, none of you are permitted to interfere in their battle. Whoever does shall meet their demise. D-Tan's gaze bore fiercely into the others present. The 5 elders were seething with rage, while the others were entirely dominated by D-Tan, a truly vexing situation. Nevertheless, even they dared not act recklessly, for the fear of meeting the same fate as before at D-Tan's hands loomed large. However, they all resolved to vent their frustrations upon Kaido of the Beasts. They were well aware of Kaido's capabilities and means. He was no match for the 5 of them. Their plan was to inflict significant harm, perhaps severing 2 of Kaido's arms, surely not too excessive a punishment, considering he was allied with D-Tan. Meanwhile, deep within the flower's heart, and was taken aback by DemonBack's invocation of that mysterious power, which had now cost the five elders one of their arms, inciting her profound fury. Yet, losing an arm was a trivial matter. Should she desire, she could restore their severed limbs seamlessly. This prompted the five elders to hastily retrieve the lost arm, entrusting it to their subordinates for safekeeping. Steelbone Kong, come here and take me to a certain place, DemonBack commanded, his gaze fixed upon the large simian figure. Should he refuse to cooperate, DemonBack was more than willing to engage him in combat, regardless of the consequences. However, Steelbone Kong was wise enough to recognize the gravity of the situation, noting that even the five elders dared not resist. He, a mere subordinate, had little choice but to comply. He promptly approached DemonBack. I'm not sure where Lord DemonBack wishes to go, but my knowledge of this place is limited. Although I reside in the Holy Land, there are many areas to which I lack access, Steelbone Kong replied with casual ease. The Void Throne Hall, DemonBack stated. I am well acquainted with that location. Please follow me, Lord DemonBack. Steelbone Kong guided DemonBack to the Void Throne Hall. On another front, Kaido of the Beast had engaged in battle with the five elders. Lord DemonBack, I shall take my leave, Steelbone Kong announced before hastily departing. His suspicions regarding the Void Throne suggested that the Holy Land concealed even more formidable entities. Remaining in its confines could result in an untimely demise at the hands of such hidden powers. DemonBack, unfazed, strode directly toward the Void Throne, ascending numerous steps to reach a grand seat that epitomized the pinnacle of power, status, and strength in this realm. With a casual yet commanding demeanor, he took his seat. Will you not come forth to greet me? DemonBack called out nonchalantly. Concealed within the depths of the flower, was incensed, tempted to unleash a devastating weapon to obliterate DemonBack. However, she ultimately restrained herself, recognizing that such an action could annihilate the entire Holy Land. Yet, she had no intention of revealing herself. Doing so would instantly expose her as the true essence of the soul entity, a humiliation she could not bear. Knowing DemonBack had violated her. Very well, wait and see. The moment you leave the Holy Land, I shall strike you down without mercy. Clenched her fists, standing upon a grassy knoll, suppressing her murderous intent. DemonBack sat upon the Void Throne for some time, awaiting M's emergence, surprised by her remarkable composure. Still hiding away? It seems you are indeed the true essence of the soul entity. DemonBack remarked. How intriguing. In that case, you may as well be considered my half-woman. M was taken aback. She had not anticipated that DemonBack would not only recognize her identity, but also know she was the true essence of the soul entity. She harbored grave suspicions that DemonBack might be a figure from her era, perhaps even someone reborn, fully aware of her existence. However, having been unmasked, further evasion seemed futile. It would be more prudent to face DemonBack directly. The last encounter, she had suffered due to his advantage as a non-devil fruit user, while she, a user of such powers, had been forcibly cast into the sea, stripped of her ability to resist. Moments later, a radiant green light materialized within the hall, coalescing into a tall figure clad in an opulent green robe, trailing an extravagant train. Her form was exquisite, with long legs, yet her face remained obscured, concealed by a green silk veil. The only visible feature were her extraordinary eyes. DemonBack rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head against the Void Throne, observing him with a detached gaze. Have you finally decided to show yourself? However, while I acknowledge your status as the most powerful woman in this world, your prolonged absence has made me question whether you have forgotten how I once dominated you. Or perhaps you wish to submit to my will once more, to learn that my authority is not to be defied. Am I correct? DemonBack exuded an imperial air, intimidating him from his throne. M furrowed her brow. The mere mention of this matter sent her into a fury. A terrifying aura erupted from her, surging towards DemonBack on the Void Throne. In response, DemonBack unleashed his own formidable presence, clashing evenly with M's force, neither party gaining the upper hand. The outcome would ultimately depend on their endurance. Your resistance is quite enticing. It only serves to excite me further, DemonBack remarked as he rose, stepping down the steps toward him. She frowned, taken aback by the rapid growth of his power. He had not exhibited such strength before, yet now he seemed capable of overwhelming her. Despite her calm demeanor, M dared not allow DemonBack to close the distance. Should he capture her again, the consequences would be dire. She promptly activated her devil fruit ability, enveloping the entire Void Throne Hall in her domain. Within this realm, All vitality was under her control. The closer one drew to her, the more terrifying the life force she commanded. Dityan altid, momentarily hesitating. Im's devil fruit ability was indeed formidable within a certain radius. She could strip away his life energy. He could feel the essence of vitality within him rapidly waning. Im, sensing Dityan's pause, thought to herself that this was the expected reaction. No one could disregard her power over life. Not even a being as mighty as Dityan could approach her without consequence, lest he become a mere skeleton. Simultaneously, as Im absorbed Dityan's life force, she felt invigorated, her spirits lifted. Ah, your life force is truly remarkable, brimming with vitality. If I were to absorb it entirely, my strength could reach new heights. She mused, believing she was gradually seizing control of the situation. Dityan, displeased by her words, suddenly unleashed an even more terrifying aura, his expression impassive. I offer you a single opportunity. Become my woman. Otherwise, prepare to be forcibly conquered. Im, hearing this, was filled with indignation and fury. You shameless scoundrel. You claim to be a strong man, yet you possess none of the dignity that comes with such status. Despicably resorting to these filthy tactics to humiliate me. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? I hail from 800 years ago, having traversed 8 epochs, encountering numerous self-proclaimed strongmen who ultimately met their demise in my hands. Today, I shall reveal to you what true fear entails. Dityan awakened the power of bloodline, exhibiting a terrifying regenerative ability that stood defiantly against the life-draining capabilities of Imu. However, as he drew closer to Imu, his vitality began to diminish at an alarming rate. At this juncture, he enveloped himself in Busashoka Haki, causing the rate at which his life force ebbed to slow. Imu, however, remained unfazed, calmly remarking, "No matter how you resist, the closer you come to me, the more your vitality will be stripped away. Of course, if you submit to me as my slave, I could restore your life force and even grant you eternal life alongside me." Internally, Imu was quite taken aback by the strength of Dityan, who was able to withstand for such an extended period. Yet, she calculated that the moment he ceased his resistance, she could instantly seize all of his vitality. Dityan was equally astonished by the terrifying extent of Imu's fruit abilities, akin to Hancock's petrification power, which could even bypass Busashoka Haki and Sea Stone, directly petrifying its target. Imu's abilities seemed to surpass Hancock's by several magnitudes. Taking a deep breath, Dityan resolved to activate his demon brain, manifesting an entirely new entity. Imu's pupils widened in shock as she beheld a figure identical to herself coalescing before Dityan. To her astonishment, this doppelganger could wield her own powers, even matching the strength of her abilities. Imu was momentarily dumbfounded. Could this be a manifestation of the power of all living beings that mere mortals could manipulate? Dityan must truly be a divine being, not merely a fruit user, yet capable of such extraordinary feats. Apologies, dear readers, for my lackluster writing today. I am not in the best of spirits after breaking up with my girlfriend yesterday. I only wish to share a few thoughts, hardly bothering to correct any typos. I advise against taking relationships lightly. A life of singleness can indeed bring lasting joy. Chapter 110. A stalemate in battle for 5 months, the figure of Imu that had been conjured displayed abilities indistinguishable from Imu's own. Even their strengths were evenly matched. Who exactly are you? Imu inquired, her voice grave and serious. Dityan grinned, overflowing with arrogance. I'm someone far stronger than you. Imu felt frustrated at this response, realizing it was essentially meaningless. She sought to understand his identity, the origins of this enigmatic individual. Yet, upon witnessing Dityan's blatant self-assurance, she scoffed internally and retorted, "I admit your abilities are formidable, but even if you can replicate my powers to fight me, there must be a time limit. Within that limit, you will still be unable to approach me." Dityan, dismissive, continued to disdain Imu. "Your power manipulates life. I will concede you have consumed the life fruit. However, do not forget, if you attempt to wield your abilities against me, can your power truly threaten me?" The doppelganger of Imu unleashed a torrent of life force upon Dityan. He advanced steadily towards her. Imu could manipulate life within a certain range, both bestowing and stripping it away. Her abilities had always been to drain vitality, but upon summoning a perfect replica of herself, when she attempted to bestow power upon Dityan, her draining was forcibly countered, rendering her threats utterly meaningless. As Dityan approached with fierce determination, Memories of fear once imposed by him flooded Imu's mind, compelling her to instinctively retreat a step and ask, "What do you intend to do to me?" Ditian, with a gleeful demeanor, replied, "As the most powerful woman in the world, do you not find it intriguing to become the woman of the strongest man? For instance, we could conquer each other." Ditian esse overwhelming desire surged forth, igniting Imu esse latent possessiveness. "What do you take me for?" Imu's heart raced. After all, she could not escape her gender. She was a woman. Such advances from man left her feeling utterly embarrassed. "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Ditian, growing impatient, coldly fixed his gaze upon her, his pupils suddenly flaring with crimson points, exerting a powerful aura that pressed down on Imu. "If you understand, cooperate fully. Should you resist, know that once I capture you, all your disguises will be violently stripped away." Imu felt a pang of anxiety. Would he truly tear her clothing from her? Yet, even so, how could she acquiesce without a fight? She had ruled this world for over 8 centuries and was not so easily subdued. "Humph. Should you dare to do that, beware of your women. They will meet their demise at my hands." Imu, entirely misunderstanding Ditian's character, chose to threaten him. Ditian's temper flared, crimson energy erupting from within him, powerful waves of energy radiating outward. The forceful blasts echoed continuously, forming visible waves of energy that swept across the Holy Land. The strong within Panga City were drawn to the overwhelming energy released from the Void Throne Hall. The 5 elders momentarily ceased their battle with Kaido of the 100 Beasts, boldly declaring, "Kaido, we never expected someone as arrogant as you would choose to be Ditian's subordinate. While we acknowledge Ditian's formidable strength, you should now realize that within the Holy Land, the true power does not lie with us. It resides with that esteemed individual, whose very existence instills fear across the world. She possesses the power to bring about destruction, and even the likes of Ditian cannot approach her might." Haha, I imagine Ditian is currently struggling in vain, but all is futile. Life and death lie within the whims of that esteemed individual. Kaido was blissfully unaware of the powerful existence within the Holy Land and the nature of its power, yet he believed Ditian had long surpassed the realm of mortals. As a being who did not consume a devil fruit, Ditian could manifest a colossal form, akin to an invincible deity, each movement capable of cataclysmic destruction. Unless the strong individual spoken of by the 5 elders was akin to a divine being, there was no hope of victory against Ditian. Perhaps the esteemed individual you speak of is currently enduring the unparalleled wrath of my elder brother, suffering unprecedented torment and injury. Kaido relished the thought. How ignorant. But first, let us sever your limbs. The 5 elders, fueled by a mix of old grievances and new animosities, surged forward with lightning speed, launching a combined assault against Kaido. Kaido transformed into his dragon form, exponentially enhancing his defense and attack. Yet even so, he dared not confront the fierce onslaught of 5 formidable adversaries head-on. Instead, he opted to soar into the skies to evade some of the strikes. Once at a higher altitude, Kaido retaliated, unleashing a barrage of terrifying attacks. Heat breath, bad wind, tornado, fire dragon torch, and more. Those relegated to mere spectators chose to withdraw from the battlefield, too fearful to intervene. Alas, as one ages, even a bit of running becomes exhausting. Gang Wukong, having fled from Panga City, stood at a distance, observing the fierce battle within. He felt a profound shock, particularly at the sight of the Void Throne Hall. Indeed, hidden within the sacred grounds was an extraordinarily powerful being that had yet to reveal itself. However, the strength of MaDitian was simply astonishing. It was difficult to fathom how he had achieved such prowess, giving the impression of being an entity from another dimension. He sighed, resigning himself to remain a mere spectator, wishing to witness the evolution of the era in this limited time. Naturally, should the higher-ups of the world government require his assistance, he would oblige, for it was his duty. Within the Void Throne Hall, Imu's powers posed no threat to Ditian, and as she sensed his aura surging, even she felt a twinge of fear. In haste, she transformed into countless green lights, retreating to the depths of the flowers, hoping to buy time. Questioning how long her doppelganger could persist, she believed that once it vanished, she could pose a threat to Ditian. Even if she could not kill him, at least she would not be endangered by him. How infuriating, she thought, that one's possessiveness is utterly terrifying. After nearly 1,000 years of existence, I have never encountered such a formidable male force, a walking embodiment of raw hormones. Yet, as a woman without absolute certainty in confronting Detian. She felt considerable trepidation at the prospect of being overpowered by him. Detian, on the other hand, was filled with rage. Imu's choice disappointed him. As the strongest woman in this world, it was disheartening to witness such a cowardly act, choosing to flee rather than fight. Activating his ghost eye, blue flames illuminated his pupils, rendering the world around him transparent, allowing him to perceive the souls within living beings. Imu's soul form was already etched in his mind, and he swiftly pinpointed her location. A chill ran down Imu's spine, sensing that Detian could see through her entirely, penetrating to the depths of her soul. Imu, do you believe you can escape my grasp? An invisible yet potent force of his soul struck terror into Imu's essence. A sharp pain surged through her head, compelling her to glance back. Whereupon she beheld Detian's soul form, towering and imposing, with eyes glowing red, gazing down upon her with utter disdain. Detian lunged towards Imu, a colossal hand of soul energy disregarding all barriers, descending with overwhelming force. Imu, sensing imminent danger, felt an intense fear towards Detian's soul, entirely devoid of the courage to retaliate. The terror from her previous encounter haunted her, transforming into a nightmare that stripped her of any will to resist. In a panic, she fled her soul, creating distance in an instant. However, Detian did not pursue her disembodied spirit. Last time, he had easily dealt with Imu's soul form because she was unaware he was not a devil fruit user, having experienced his previous dominance and the fear it invoked. Along with this escape, Imu was unlikely to choose to continue the fight. Yet, Detian remained unfazed, possessing myriad ways to instill fear in Imu once more. He swiftly approached the depths of the flowers, hoisting Imu over his shoulder and casting her onto a patch of lush grass, violently stripping away her layers of disguise. Imu's soul was engulfed in profound humiliation, and the reactions of her physical body transmitted directly to her spirit. Although her body and soul were separated, they maintained a connection within a certain range. Clenching her soul fists, she gritted her teeth in frustration, cursing vehemently. How despicable! I had truly underestimated your shamelessness. Imu believed that with her body devoid of a soul, Detian would refrain from attacking her. However, she underestimated his lack of moral restraint. He was nothing short of a madman, a demon. How infuriating! Imu seethed, filled with wrath and murderous intent. Yet, the stimulation of her soul compelled her to flee this place. But she realized that distancing herself would jeopardize the tenuous bond between her soul and body, risking the complete deterioration of her physical form. Afterward, she would never be able to return to this body. Imu dared not stray too far under such circumstances and could only endure the humiliation. Of course, if Detian refrained from assaulting her body, she could peacefully slumber temporarily, during which her soul could traverse any corner of the world and easily return to her body whenever she wished. However, as time passed, Imu's soul lingered away from her body for too long, losing warmth and beginning to cool. Detian prepared to destroy her physical form, for his frustration could only be quelled through annihilation. Upon witnessing this, Imu was instantly gripped by terror. If her body were destroyed, even if she found a vessel later, it would never match the perfection of her original form. How infuriating! Is this a form of coercion? Reluctantly, Imu made a difficult decision. She had no other choice. Having already endured Detian's tyranny over both her soul and body, what more could she not bear? Just as Detian snapped his fingers, conjuring flames to incinerate Imu's body, she immediately returned to her corporeal form, her face flushed with anger as she declared, "Detian, our conflict has only just begun. Everything you have done to me is etched in my memory. One day, I shall devise every means necessary to slay you." Seeing Imu's soul return, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent and newfound resolve, Detian felt a surge of excitement, his desires rekindled. Yet, Imu was not to be trifled with. Her indomitable spirit surged forth in resistance. As Detian had previously stated, the clash between the strongest entities, each seeking to conquer the other, would undoubtedly be a most intriguing affair. Unbeknownst to them, their struggle persisted. Chapter 111. The offspring of Detian, just as they were about to depart. A sea king emerged from the depths. Detian had long mastered the ability to hear the voices of all beings, and with the frequent utilization of his ghost brain, he now learned at an astonishing pace. "Lord Detian, we have located the whereabouts of the Elephant Lord," reported the Sea King respectfully. Detian pondered this, realizing he needed to head towards the Eastern Sea. He had never anticipated the battle with Imu would last 5 months. Idol. You shall accompany it to a certain location. Also, inform Charlotte Lingling to send Bryn to your side. I will come once I am finished here, Tien instructed decisively. Understood. Kaido of the 100 Beasts nodded without hesitation, leaping onto the back of a Sea King. After their departure, Baby 5 and Sugar took charge of navigating the warship towards the Eastern Sea. Kinneyman, on the deck, felt increasingly anxious. Having been aboard this vessel for nearly half a year without encountering Lord Tien, even once was indeed peculiar. He wished to be more proactive, but hesitated, fearful of approaching to entice him. Emperor Tian currently holds no interest in Guan Yu Rai, having recently engaged in a fierce battle with him 5 months prior, a period sufficient for him to attain complete satisfaction. He descends into the ship's lower cabin, where Yamato is imprisoned. The room is equipped with a restroom and a bed, and Baby 5 along with Sugar tend to the cleaning daily. Yamato, now 5 months pregnant, displays a noticeably large belly. Upon seeing Emperor Tian's entrance, a wave of fear washes over her. The terrifying deeds of this man weigh heavily on her, as she is about to become a mother. Although Emperor Tian has refrained from visiting her during this time, allowing her body and mind some recovery, the thought of motherhood leaves her feeling utterly unprepared. After all, she has never raised a child. Nevertheless, Yamato firmly vows to never emulate Kaido of the Beasts in her parenting methods. She is determined to nurture her child with love and care, showering him with affection. Yet, she understands that first, she must navigate the peril posed by Emperor Tian. Otherwise, the survival of her child is uncertain, as is her own fate. Emperor Tian casually takes a seat on a nearby chair, observing Yamato with a detached demeanor. She remains shackled by sea stone, rendering her weak and weary, especially in her condition. Approaching him timidly, she finally stammers, "I wish to keep this child. May I? You can command me to do anything afterward, as long as it doesn't harm this innocent life." "Very well. If you can personally kill Guan Yu Odin's son, I shall grant you approval," he replies coolly. What? Yamato recoils in shock. The notion of killing Guan Yu Odin's son ignites a fierce anger within her, as if she were Odin himself. How could Emperor Tian demand such an atrocity of her? It appears you have not changed at all, he remarks. However, I shall allow you sufficient time. With that, Emperor Tian coldly exits Yamato's chamber. It is laughable that Yamato still perceives herself as Guan Yu Odin, too afraid to harm Momonosuke, while expressing a desire to keep her unborn child. Even if she were to give birth, she would hardly be a competent mother, likely raising her son as a mere puppet. Should she live as Odin did, what would become of her? Yet, Emperor Tian has no intention of obstructing the arrival of Yamato's child. Kaido appears to eagerly anticipate the birth of his grandchild. He plans to raise the child himself, believing that with his guidance, the child will emerge as a formidable warrior. As for Yamato, she remains unrepentant, destined to live out her days in solitude, suffering from the pangs of loneliness. 20 days later, upon reaching the destination in the East Blue, Emperor Tian instructs the crew to remain aboard while he ventures alone to Windmill Village. The village has been rebuilt, surpassing its previous layout. As he walks through the streets, the villagers tremble in fear at the sight of him, like the arrival of a demon, hastily retreating to their homes and securing their doors and windows. At the Marihoa Tavern, operations ceased a month ago as Makino, now 9 months pregnant, can no longer manage the establishment and has devoted herself to nurturing her unborn child at home. During this time, she has endured much gossip. While the villagers acknowledge her innocence, many believe that the child she carries is the embodiment of the destruction wrought by Emperor Tian. Some suggest that she should terminate the pregnancy, while others argue that, despite the child's father's notorious reputation, the child itself is innocent, and thus, Makino could never bear to harm it. It is a pity that she suffers alone, with no one to care for her during this vulnerable time, raising concerns for her well-being. Makino pays little heed to the idle chatter around her. She understands the kindness of Emperor Tian, who, despite his absence, has gifted her with a precious new life, and she eagerly anticipates the child's arrival. Entering the tavern, she sits on a chair, sewing clothes for the baby. Suddenly, upon seeing Emperor Tian before her, the needle slips from her fingers and tears of joy begin to fall. Although she claims to be unaffected by others' opinions, her heart longs for the presence of the one she adores. She cannot fathom his early return. "Ah, my Makino, it has been too long." Emperor Tian greets her gently. Snapping back to reality, she realizes this is no dream. A blush creeps across her face as she nervously brushes a strand of hair behind her ear to conceal her shyness. Emperor Tian, she murmurs, filled with unspoken thoughts. Unsure of how to express herself. Cautiously, she rises and steps into his embrace, holding him tenderly. Emperor Tian feels a profound sense of satisfaction. Makino is indeed gentle and considerate, a woman who brings no trouble. He tenderly strokes her hair. You have worked hard. It is no trouble at all, carrying your child. Emperor Tian fills me with happiness and joy, she replies softly, enveloped in a sense of security that brings her great relaxation. Have you decided on a name for the child? He inquires, his muscles loosening as he worries about inadvertently hurting her. Yes, I have chosen the name Fanma Lingtian. Lingtian? Indeed, it is a fine name. You understand me well. You are truly my fourth woman, he praises, bringing a radiant smile to Makino's face. For receiving such recognition is of immense significance to her. Initially, she had intended to give her child a common name, allowing him to lead an ordinary life. But she soon realized that would be unfair. As the child of a true warrior, he should not settle for mediocrity. As his mother, and as one of Emperor Tian's partners, she could not be selfish. Thus, she chose a name that is both powerful and regal. During this time, I will take care of you. Rest assured and await the arrival of our child. Yes, I will follow your lead, Emperor Tian. You may now call me husband. Yes, of course, husband. Makino's heart races. She has finally become Emperor Tian's woman. Half a month later, Makino gives birth to a son, a healthy cherub weighing 10 pounds. Emperor Tian activates his demon eye, and the 4 spheres of devil fruit energy that follow him remain intact. He produces a fruit and places it beside the newborn, signaling the 4 sentient energy spheres to make their choice. Quickly, the yellow energy sphere, likely the energy of the Goma Nomi, enters the fruit, transforming it at a visible pace into a striped devil fruit. Perhaps it perceives that although it cannot possess Emperor Tian's formidable vessel, being a descendant of his bloodline, it is bound to be exceptional. Husband, what is this? Makino inquires from her bed, her complexion pale yet radiant with happiness as she observes the fruit's transformation. Reminiscent of a legendary treasure of the sea. This is a devil fruit, a gift for my child, Ling Tian, as a token of our first meeting. Just a tiny morsel will suffice for him to become a wielder of its powers. I understand now. When I nurse him, I shall attempt to feed him a little. Ma Chinua envisioned her child, destined for greatness, and felt a swell of anticipation within her heart. Subsequently, Di Tian tended to Ma Chinua for over half a month before choosing to depart. Ma Chinua felt content with this, knowing she could not keep Di Tian with her. What brought her joy, however, was Di Tian's assurance that she would properly educate Ling Tian and that he would return soon. Although she was aware of Ace's demise at Di Tian's hands, she refrained from inquiring about it, her thoughts entirely consumed by her child, Ling Tian. Presently, she faced numerous challenges, such as Ling Tian's voracious appetite, which seemed insatiable. Remarkably, within just half a month, he could walk and speak, exhibiting a strong sense of awareness and mobility. During this time, he understood that she was his mother, repeatedly calling her mama. Ma Chinua cherished this bond, mindful that one day Ling Tian would venture out to sea. Thus she resolved to shower him with maternal love and impart all her knowledge as swiftly as possible. The villagers of Fengshe, Siyuan, said little, for with the child born, Di Tian posed no further threat to their village. They chose to act as if nothing had occurred. Besides, Ma Cha was a good person, kind-hearted, and now that she had become a mother, there was no reason to speak ill of her. After Di Tian departed from the EC, he arrived in Alabasta. In the kingdom of Alabasta, Princess Weiwei had scarcely left her chamber recently. She spent her days with her baby, opening a small window to gaze into the distance, constantly thinking of Di Tian. She collected numerous accounts of his deeds, feeling an immense pride swell within her. Little did she expect that her man was truly formidable, having slain the celestial dragons, defeated Whitebeard, leaving the Navy headquarters and the world government powerless. She shared these tales with her child. King Cobra frequently visited Princess Weiwei, especially now that the child had been born, and Di Tian had yet to visit her. As a father, he worried that Weiwei might feel wronged or saddened. However, today felt surreal to Cobra. Di Tian suddenly appeared in the palace, even addressing him as father-in-law. Cobra was ecstatic and promptly led Di Tian to Weiwei's garden cottage. He reassured Di Tian, son-in-law, "Rest assured, during your absence, we have taken good care of Weiwei." He left them at the door, not wanting to intrude, and happily instructed the servants to prepare a sumptuous feast to welcome Di Tian. "Weiwei, it has been too long," Di Tian gently announced as he pushed open the door. Wei Wei's heart raced at the sight of the man who had filled her dreams night after night, finally returned to her. Di Tian, I missed you so much. You finally came back to see me. I have regretted not leaving with you back then. Wei Wei nestled into Di Tian's embrace, feeling a mix of grievance and joy, even playfully punching his chest. Di Tian affectionata li carester. After a while, Wei Wei remembered, oh, Di Tian, I almost forgot, look at her child. I have already thought of a name, Little Tian, for you are the great Tian in my heart, and our child is Little Tian. Of course, if you are not satisfied, I can choose another name, she said with a hint of shyness, yet exuding a gentle and submissive demeanor. I am quite satisfied. You have worked hard, my Wei Wei. Hee, then could you kiss me? Wei Wei blushed, closing her eyes as she asked. Di Tian lifted her into his arms, fulfilling her wish. After they had dined, Di Tian presented a fruit, allowing the remaining 3 devil fruit energies to choose. Ultimately, the Piao Piao fruit was selected for their child. Di Tian stayed with Princess Wei Wei for half a month, completing the necessary tasks before departing Alabasta. Wei Wei expressed her intention to seek out Di Tian once their child grew a bit older. A fortnight later, Di Tian arrived at the Sky Island. Cornus had also given birth to a child. This child was remarkable, having been born with the Oni back pattern, albeit incomplete, yet the subsequent training would yield extraordinary results. Di Tian allowed the remaining 2 groups of devil fruit energy to choose, and ultimately, the Nikan Niku fruit was selected. After spending half a month with Cornus, as he prepared to leave, she unexpectedly entrusted their child, Fan Ma Hai Yun, to Di Tian. Their first meeting amidst the clouds had left a lasting impression on her. Hence, she named the child Hai Yun, imbued with significant meaning. Di Tian, I cannot leave Sky Island. I must care for my father. Therefore, I cannot accompany you, and can only let little Hai Yun stay with you, all right? Cornus said reluctantly, finding it difficult to make such a decision, as no mother could easily part from her newborn. Rest assured, he will return to visit you. Di Tian replied gently, respecting her choice. Yes, my husband. You must come back to see us. I will wait for you on the beach, Cornus said, rising on her toes to kiss Di Tian. Take care of yourself. Di Tian said with satisfaction as he held little Yun Hai and left the Sky Island. Upon returning to the warship, he instructed Baby 5 and Sugar to take good care of the child, both flustered and disorganized in their new task. Next, we head to Nine Snake Island. Di Tian anticipated the daughter he would have with the Empress, a name that seemed to have been predetermined. Fan Ma Tian Tian. Chapter 112. Clues to the Superhuman Time Fruit. A few days later, they reached Nine Snake Island. Sister, Di Tian has been rather excessive this time. You carried him for 10 months, and he hasn't come to see you during that time. Indeed, little Tian Tian has been born for over 2 months. Yet Di Tian still hasn't arrived. We are all quite anxious for you. Sandersonia and Margaret paced back and forth in the Empress's chamber, filled with worry. Enough. I am not anxious at all. Why should you be? Besides, with Tian Tian here to keep me company, I can endure the loneliness for a while longer without my husband returning. The Empress, now a mother, radiated maternal love as she held Tian Tian close. Unable to part with her, Tian Tian was incredibly adorable, and despite her infantile coups, she possessed immense strength. Often waking to find her mother absent and crying loudly while pounding on the bed, causing it to splinter several times. According to Granny Jami, Tian Tian would grow up to be extraordinary, inheriting the excellent genes from both parents, the Empress's beauty and Di Tian's divine strength. Should the Empress choose to follow Di Tian one day, she would ensure that Tian Tian remained on Nine Snake Island to flourish. Suddenly, a female warrior rushed in. Empress, congratulations. It seems Di Tian has returned. Upon hearing this, the Empress trembled with joy, and unable to contain her happiness, she embraced Tian Sweet and swiftly departed. Upon arriving at the dock to welcome Di Tian, the warships anchored, and the female warriors respectfully greeted him, with the Empress standing proudly at the forefront. Husband, it has been so long. I have missed you dearly every single day, she declared. Despite her status as the Empress of a nation, she exhibited tenderness and affection in Di Tian's presence, resembling a young girl yearning for her beloved. The female warriors shared in the Empress's joy, their spirits lifted by her happiness. Di Tian enveloped the Empress in his arms. After nearly a year apart, the Empress appeared even more beautiful and graceful, which delighted him immensely. Her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment, and though many eyes were upon her, she felt a profound sense of fulfillment and pride. Di Tian was indeed her Han Kuku's man, an extraordinary individual. Suddenly, Tian Sweet, nestled in the Empress's arms, called out to Tian in a sweet, childish voice, "Daddy." Tian's eyes sparkled. This child was remarkable and possessed a certain vitality. Tian Sweet boldly gazed into Tian's eyes, reaching out as if to climb onto his shoulders. The Empress cautiously handed Tian Sweet to Tian, softly saying, "Husband, this is our child, a lovely daughter named Tian Sweet." Tian accepted her with satisfaction, cradling her in his arms, surprised by the child's remarkable strength, which suggested her bones were far sturdier than those of an ordinary child. It was no wonder she possessed such extraordinary power at such a tender age. After being held, Tian Sweet attempted to climb onto Tian's neck. The Empress was quick to intervene, believing that even Tian Sweet should not act so recklessly around her husband. However, Tian gestured for her to allow it. "Kulme, since you are my MaDitian's daughter, let me see what you can do. If you can climb onto my shoulders, you shall be my most cherished treasure." Tian Sweet seemed to understand, diligently grasping Tian's clothing, using both hands and feet. To the astonishment of those around, she swiftly climbed onto Tian's shoulders. Our little princess is truly amazing. Indeed, at just over 2 months old, she possesses the agility of a child twice her age. Moreover, our little princess is both beautiful and adorable, complete with 2 tiny tiger teeth. The female warriors adored Tian Sweet, eager to shower her with affection. "Let us return to the palace," Tian said, leading Tian Sweet back. Baby 5 and Sugar took care of little Haiyun as they entered Jiushi Island. The inhabitants of Jiushi Island now coexisted harmoniously with the Sea Kings, as Princess Baixing's decree had ensured that the Sea Kings posed no threat to the island's people while they went fishing. The islanders, in turn, ceased to harm the Sea Kings, treating the serpents on their island as sacred guardians. At that moment, many Sea Kings emerged, peering above the surface. The Empress has indeed given birth to an extraordinary daughter for Tian. Her future achievements are boundless. Moreover, our king has also welcomed a new life, naturally inheriting the king's formidable Kinbunchika haki, allowing for direct communication with us. I wonder when Tian will return to Jiushi Island. It should be soon. Once the Empress has settled here, the next destination will surely be back to Jiushi Island to see our king. The Sea Kings engaged in curious conversation. Within the palace, the Empress regarded Baby 5 and Sugar with direct inquiry. "What is your relationship with my husband?" The Empress truly did not recognize the 2 young women and wondered if they were new companions of Tian since his departure from Jiushi Island. However, it appeared that the child was already over 2 months old. Could it be that these 2 girls had taken precedence over her? "We have met the Empress. We are merely servants aboard Tian's ship. However, this young master is a son of Tian. Whose child is he?" "He is the child of Miss Cornice from Sky Island." "Ah, so it is her. Then there is no issue. What is his name?" In response to the Empress, "He is called Haiyun. I did not expect this little one to resemble Tian so closely. May I hold him?" The Empress cradled Haiyun in her arms. But the little one was hungry and sought to nurse from her. Meanwhile, Tian Sweet noticed this and suddenly unleashed a wave of Conqueror's haki, attempting to intimidate Haiyun. The message was clear. If anyone was to be fed, it would only be her mother, or perhaps her father as well. The unexpected display of power caused Haiyun to obediently reach back towards Baby 5's embrace. Baby 5 and Sugar were momentarily stunned. How could such a small child emit Conqueror's haki, nearly overwhelming them? Tian was also surprised to discover Tian Sweet possessed such strength, his affection for her deepening. Observing Tian Sweet's discontent, the Empress quickly approached to comfort her. There, everything is all right. All that belongs to mother is yours." The Empress doted on Tian Sweet, who not only was adorable, but also quite attached to her, and it was evident that Tian Sweet adored her mother in return. "However, Haiyun is your younger brother, and he is also your father's son, which makes him my son as well. So you must not be unkind to him. You must protect him. Do you understand?" "Manga. Hold me." Tian Sweet promptly extended her arms, speaking with a sweet voice. "All right, Mama can hold you." Once in her embrace, Tian Sweet immediately began to eat. The Empress sighed. This little one was undoubtedly asserting her claim over Haiyun. "Husband, I sincerely apologize. I did not expect Tian Sweet to be so domineering at such a young age." The Empress dutifully spoke before Tian. "I find it rather endearing. I'm excited to witness her growth." Hearing Tian's words filled the Empress with pride. Indeed, her daughter was remarkable, and it seemed her esteemed position among her many sisters was secure. "By the way, husband, where are Baixing and the others?" The Empress inquired, showing concern for Baixing's children with Tian. "I have not yet visited. I came directly from East Sea Maki Nua, where she gave birth to a son named Fan Ma Ling Tian, and Vivi also had a son named Fan Ma Xiao Tian. That is wonderful. I hope to visit them soon. The Empress expressed her eagerness, feeling no jealousy, instead finding joy in the fact that everyone had contributed to Di Tian's lineage. Will you spend some time with me, husband? The Empress gazed at Di Tian with longing. Yes, I shall stay for another half-month. Upon hearing this, the Empress's breath quickened with excitement. Half a month was truly wonderful. She would finally have the chance to be alone with her husband. However, time passed swiftly in the Empress's company. Standing at the dock, she reluctantly bid farewell to Di Tian as he boarded the ship. Tian sweetly called out, "Daddy, please come back soon. Both Mama and I will be waiting for you." She then turned to Haiyun and said, "Naughty little brother, you must call me sister from now on. Even if I tease you, you must not cry. Do you understand?" In the embrace of baby 5, Haiyun displayed an expression of utmost bewilderment. Over the past fortnight, he had been persistently bullied by Tian, attempting to resist, but alas, he was no match for her formidable little fists. Baby 5 chuckled softly, remarking, "It appears that the young master and the princess share a delightful bond. Surely, as they grow, they will become a splendid pair of siblings." Indeed, I share that sentiment. Haiyun tends to be quite accommodating towards Tian, and although she frequently teases him, it seems she also cares for him, Sada said earnestly. Daitian watched over Tian and the Empress with a gentle gaze. Yet he was aware that everything was meticulously orchestrated by the Empress. Once the children matured, the Empress would be free to remain by his side at her leisure. The army of the Sea Kings had been following the warship for quite some time. Daitian, when shall we return to Fishman Island? Our king has given birth to a remarkable daughter for you, one of the Sea Kings inquired. Indeed, she possesses a natural talent for the observation hockey, allowing her to communicate with us directly. Do not worry. After I visit another destination, I shall make my way to Fishman Island to see them. I see. Then please take your time, Daitian. The Sea Kings understood and watched as the warship vanished into the tranquil sea. During this period, Guangyue Rai had been living aboard the ship. Daitian found no need for her assistance, and thus had not interacted with her. However, today, he entered her quarters with an important inquiry in mind. Guangyue Rai, believing she was to be favored, felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation and nervousness. As an ordinary girl, she found it difficult to resist the powerful allure of Daitian's presence, often feeling a deep yearning in close proximity to him. Guangyue Rai, your mother, Tianyue Shi, traversed from over 830 years ago, yet tragically met her demise under the gunfire of the beast pirates. It is truly lamentable. She possessed a formidable devil fruit ability, commanding the power of time and space. I would have loved to compete with her in the same era. Daitian, can you help me avenge my mother? I must decline, but you may send your future son to seek vengeance. But I do not yet have a son. Daitian, could you assist me? Guangyue Rai implored, her heart brimming with desire. I can indeed assist you, but you must ponder whether your mother, Tianyue Shi, ever mentioned where the time fruit would be after her death. If you possess any clues, I can ensure you have an extraordinary son. I shall not hinder your quest for vengeance. What say you? Daitian contemplated acquiring the time fruit. For consuming, it would allow him to realize his envisioned future in an astonishingly brief span. Is that true? Guangyue Rai felt her heart flutter. Daitian's lineage was undeniably potent. Relying on her own son for revenge seemed far more dependable than depending on others. Do you truly believe I would deceive you? Daitian remarked nonchalantly. Yes, I understand now. My mother did mention that after her demise, the time fruit might reside with Vegapunk. Upon hearing this, Daitian experienced an epiphany. Ah, I see. Then, as you wish. I shall proceed. 10 days later, Daitian arrived in Rai's hometown, a modest little town. Guangyue Rai and the others remained aboard the ship, not accompanying him to the town. Baby 5 expressed her envy for Guangyue Rai, stating, I never imagined you would be favored by Daitian for 10 days. You must be incredibly happy. Guangyue Rai, blushing profusely, replied honestly, Indeed, I never thought we women could experience such happiness. Thankfully, I have devoted everything to Daitian, which makes me feel even more fortunate. Oh, how I envy you. But why does Daitian only need me to care for his children? I do not wish to perpetually play the role of a nanny. I am a woman as well. I too desire love in return. Baby 5 lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. It felt utterly disheartening to yearn for such a captivating man without success. Sada chimed in, I actually find caring for children rather interesting. Who knows? Perhaps one day they'll call me mother. Having cared for Haiyun for some time, Sada had developed feelings for him. yet she never contemplated becoming Daitian's woman. Her timid nature made her fearful of Daitian's imposing physique, preventing her from being alone in a room with him. Daitian unleashed his observation haki, swiftly sensing Rai's presence, and soon arrived at her quaint courtyard. Rai felt Daitian's aura from afar and hurriedly adorned herself before stepping out to find him seated in the courtyard, gazing at the baby. "Husband, our baby's name is Zhengjun, Fama Zhengjun. I hope he can grow up to become a just marine," she announced. "That sounds fine," Daitian replied, possessing no particular demands regarding the futures of his offspring. However, he did require that they not tarnish his reputation, as their strength must earn his acknowledgement. Otherwise, disappointment would ensue. "Thank you, my husband." Rai approached from behind, embracing Daitian and closing her eyes to savor his warmth, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. She had often worried that Daitian might forget her, especially with so many other beautiful women surrounding him, all of whom seemed far more delicate and appealing than she. In Chapter 113, The Appearance of Nagato, the Earth-exploding star, Daitian remained with Rai for half a month, during which she felt immensely content and joyful. During this time, the last fragment of devil fruit energy was transferred into a prepared fruit, which he entrusted to Rai, hoping she would find time for the child to consume it. After bidding Rai a temporary farewell, Daitian and his companions made their way to Fishman Island. Yamato was on the verge of giving birth and was temporarily settled in Ryugu Palace. Once she delivered, the child would be entrusted to Kaido for upbringing. Daitian forbade Yamato from meeting the child unless she agreed to kill Momonosuke. Otherwise, it was out of the question. Within Ryugu Palace, Shirahoshi, Shirley, Nico Robin, Peach Rabbit, Bonnie, Rebecca, and Violet had all embraced motherhood. Shirahoshi gave birth to a daughter, while the others welcomed sons. "Husband, is it true that the elder sister's baby is named Tian Tian?" Shirahoshi asked adorably, though she had yet to decide on a name for her own daughter. Daitian nodded gently. Upon hearing this, Shirahoshi began to ponder deeply and eventually proposed, "Husband, how about we name our child Xiaoyu? What do you think?" "That sounds wonderful," Daitian readily agreed, having no restrictions regarding the names of his children. However, he did have specific thoughts regarding the child born to Guanyue Rai, insisting that the name must be Fama Renya. At this moment, Guanyue Rai remained unaware of the necessity to eliminate Momonosuke, and even the sukiyaki must be resolved in due time. Should the day come when absolute purity of disguise was required, he could leverage Guanyue Rai's choices to his advantage. Kogitsu Haiwa, having resolved to eliminate him, was unfazed by the implementation of this plan. Nico Robin's son is named Fama Tiani, while Peach Rabbit's son is Fama Feifei. Ein's son is Fama Luan. Bonnie's son is Fama Xiaoxiong. Rebecca's son is Fama Xiangri, and Violet's son is Fama Jesse. Daitian spent a month on Fishman Island, during which he entrusted them with the task of properly educating their children for 2 years. After 2 years, he would return to bring them into a world 20 years in the future to witness the growth of their offspring. Daitian was exceedingly eager to see the results of their development. Upon hearing this, Shirahoshi and the others felt a deep reluctance regarding the time their children would spend growing up. Yet, knowing that their lord had spoken thus, they found themselves unable to change the course of events and could only devote their limited time to teaching their respective children diligently. After Daitian departed from Fishman Island, Violet, Rebecca, and Baby 5 along with Sugar were escorted back to Dressrosa Kingdom by a group of sea kings. Peach Rabbit also left Fishman Island with her child, returning to Sabaody to reside. Vice Admiral Crane felt a wave of emotion, never expecting that Peach Rabbit would indeed bear a son for Daitian, especially after the harm he had once inflicted upon her. Bonnie, under the escort of the Sea Kings, returned to the South Sea to care for her child for 2 years, after which she could only entrust the child to acquaintances while she pursued Daitian. Ein chose to take her child back to her hometown to visit her deceased parents, planning to seek out Zephas Sensei afterward. Should she have to follow Daitian for 2 years, she needed to consider a backup plan for her child and see if Zephas Sensei could assist in watching over them. Yamato and Kogitsu Haiwa remained on the warship, accompanying Daitian to Zou. 2 weeks later, Daitian beheld the colossal Zou in a certain sea area of the New World. The immense creature was so massive that even Daitian felt a sense of immovability. Its body towered thousands of meters above sea level, with its feet planted on the seabed, easily reaching similar depths. Nevertheless, Daitian was still somewhat restless. Fama Yojiro had once slain a mutated giant elephant with his bare hands. If he were to kill this Zou and consume its flesh, the purity of his transformation could potentially increase by at least 5%. However, The challenge of killing this Zoe and consuming all of its flesh was considerable. Yet, nothing was impossible. All things were within reach. Leaving the warship on the ocean's surface, Daitian propelled himself upward with a powerful kick, hurtling straight into the sky at a speed exceeding 1,000 meters per second. Within mere seconds, he landed atop Zoe. Channeling his conqueror's haki, he unleashed a force that reverberated across Zoe's back. 2/3 of the mink tribe present immediately fainted. Kaido sensed this overwhelming aura and instantly recognized Daitian's arrival, hastening toward him. "Brother, you finally arrived. The mink tribe has been subdued by me several times. They are currently evading me in all directions." However, Daitian was solely focused on the situation concerning Momonosuke, inquiring, "Has Momonosuke awakened that power?" Well, it seems not yet. If he had awakened, according to your earlier words, he would have been able to control Zoe and would have already taken action against me, Kaido pondered. It seems your methods are still too weak. You have failed to instill true terror in Momonosuke. Brother, you must understand that the mink tribe is extremely familiar with this terrain. They always find ways to evade my attacks. I even suspect they have taken refuge underground. Nonetheless, during this time, I have killed many mink tribe members, telling them that if they surrender Momonosuke, they shall be spared. Yet they have sworn to protect Momonosuke, which is likely why he has not felt the fear of death, thus delaying his awakening. Enough idle talk. If they wish to protect Momonosuke, let them experience the world's suffering, Daitian declared imperiously. Instantly, he soared into the sky, surveying the vast expanse of Zoe. Indeed, Kaido had caused significant destruction here. But many mink tribe members were still engaged in a game of hide-and-seek while sheltering Momonosuke. Additionally, Shichibukai Crocodile had become an accomplice, with numerous areas exhibiting clear signs of his sand-based abilities. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, taking to the skies, ready to join Daitian in a grand scheme to obliterate the entire land upon Zoe's back. This would undoubtedly plunge the mink tribe into dire straits. However, the next scene left Kaido stunned, as Daitian required no assistance. Activating his demon brain, Daitian summoned the vortex path. His eyes, imbued with extraordinary power, looked down upon existence with divine disdain, capable of controlling life and death with a mere thought. As the silhouette of the path appeared, feet hovering in the void, his expression remained impassive as he unleashed the Deva path from the 6 paths of pain, rapidly forming hand seals and executing the forbidden technique of the Rinnegan. Deva path, planetary devastation. A black sphere slowly ascended from his hands, emanating an enigmatic force that exerted an immense gravitational pull within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. The forest, soil, ruins, and even some mink tribe members were forcibly drawn toward the black sphere, becoming part of it, thus causing it to grow larger in the sky. Kaido was utterly astonished by this bizarre power. He nearly lost his balance as the dragon form was almost pulled away. Swallowing hard, his respect for Daitian transformed into awe. The more he understood Daitian's abilities and might, the more he felt his own insignificance and the vast chasm of power that separated them. Chapter 114. Lingshi Momonosuke. A piercing scream escaped Momonosuke's lips as one of his arms was cleanly severed at the shoulder by sand, blood splattering forth. Witnessing this, Momonosuke was so terrified that he fainted on the spot, utterly unable to awaken any power. Carrot's eyes widened, hands covering her mouth in shock. "Sandy, are you really going that far?" Inuarashi and Nekomamushi were equally taken aback, having assumed that Crocodile merely intended to frighten Momonosuke. Do you think I would joke about people's lives at a time like this? Crocodile's expression darkened. Anyone who dared to stop him would face his wrath, including Inuarashi and Nekomamushi. "You have all seen, this fool has fainted from fear. I believe I must break a leg as well. Otherwise, we would all be buried with him. But do not feel too guilty. You have protected him for so long and sacrificed many. His own lack of determination must come at a cost. Better that than for us all to die here. Besides, if one wishes to achieve great things, losing an arm or a leg is nothing unusual." Though Inuarashi and Nekomamushi felt reluctant about Momonosuke's loss of limb, they understood that without some hardship, one cannot be refined. "Very well, we understand. You handle it as you see fit, but be mindful not to go too far. We cannot allow him to die, or we would have no way to explain ourselves to Lord Odin even in death. Rest assured, a professional will handle this matter. What is there to worry about?" Shikuru spoke solemnly, suddenly seizing the unconscious Peach no Suke. With a resounding slap, he roused Peach no Suke from his stupor. The strike was quite forceful, causing 2 of his teeth to fly out and blood to spurt from his mouth and nose. Gallet could not voice a word. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi chose merely to turn their heads away, opting not to witness the scene. Both Inuarashi and Nekomamushi sighed inwardly, ultimately deciding to avert their gazes, transforming their displeasure into fury directed at Taito. If Peach no Suke were to awaken that power, and Wano Kuni were to achieve its founding, the emergence of the ancient war weapon, the Underworld King, would be a consequence solely attributable to Taito's transgressions, had it not been for his relentless pursuit of their annihilation. How could such a world-threatening weapon have been so easily provoked? Peach no Suke opened his eyes to find Shikuru's expression grotesquely twisted, staring at him with malevolence. "What do you intend to do?" he stammered. "Ah, why did you sever my arm? So much blood, it hurts. Isn't our common enemy Taito? Why do you turn your wrath upon me?" Peach no Suke's face turned pale, trembling in fear as he repeatedly questioned. If you cannot awaken the power of the Zoan, you hold no value to me, and thus, I must eliminate you. Hurry, I shall grant you one more chance. Focus your mind, unleash your potential, and control the Zoan, or else I shall sever your leg as well, Shikura declared with brutality. Peach no Suke's mind was consumed by terror. Having lost an arm, was he to lose a leg as well? He anxiously glanced at Gallet, Inuarashi, and Nekomamushi. "Hey, what are you doing? He intends to kill me. Save me. Why are you all so indifferent? Am I not your lord? Are you not the retainers of the Kazuki clan? Now your lord has had his arm severed and is about to lose his leg, and you pretend not to see? Can you live with yourselves? How can you act this way? I understand now. You must believe I am a burden, seeking to use his hand to bring about my demise, don't you?" Peach no Suke grew increasingly frantic, uttering nonsensical words. For a moment, Shikuru could not help but sneer. What a fool. This imbecile possessed such immense power hidden within. Truly, life was unfair. Much less so Gallet, Inuarashi, and Nekomamushi, who felt their hearts grow cold upon hearing Peach no Suke's words. However, they refrained from expressing anger towards him on the spot, for they did not wish to stoop to the level of a child. You speak too much. While I grant you the opportunity to awaken your latent strength, you expect others to intervene. You fool, are you truly beyond redemption? Why can you not seize your own fate? Shikudu, having little patience left, unleashed his power, severing Peach no Suke's leg. Peach no Suke screamed, the pain piercing his very soul, tears mingling with blood and snot, rendering him a pitiful sight. His neck was still in a vice grip, leaving him no chance to crawl away. He could only look once more at Gallet, Inuarashi, and Nekomamushi. "I beg you, save me. I've lost an arm and a leg. It's terrifying. I truly do not wish to die. Are your ears deaf? I am your lord. You are my retainers. Even in death, you should die before me. Why do you not save me now? Are you so fearful for your lives that you wish to betray the Kazuki clan?" Alas, no matter how much Peach no Suke pleaded, Inuarashi and the others remained resolute in their refusal to assist him. They comforted themselves, reasoning that even without a leg and an arm, he would not perish, and at worst, he could have prosthetics. Furthermore, if they could utilize Peach no Suke to establish Wano Kuni, it would aid Lord Odin in saving the entire nation. Thus, they could only continue to endure this torment. Peach no Suke recalled how the fur tribe had previously shown him warmth and concern, yet now they feigned ignorance. A sudden chill overtook him as he perceived the coldness and malice in those around him. They all deserve to die. I see it now. You are all devils. Wicked beings conspiring to murder me and deliver me to Taito. Ha ha ha. Your fur tribe truly deserves to be slaughtered. You are all fools. My life is far more precious than theirs, yet you choose to abandon me. You all deserve to die. Upon hearing Peach no Suke's words, the members of the fur tribe glared at him with intense murderous intent. Had this fool's mind been devoured by a dog? They were all suffering just as much, merely attempting to employ this harsh tactic to awaken his latent power so that he might survive. Yet, in this moment of life and death, not only was he fearful for himself, but he also scorned those who would sacrifice their lives to protect him, feeling that all their efforts had been in vain. Truly unworthy. Even Inuarashi and Nekomamushi clenched their fists, gritting their teeth. Had it not been for Kazuki Odin's profound influence on them, they would have long since crushed Peach no Suke's skull. Gallet found himself questioning everything. He had previously felt pity for Peach no Suke, only to discover how despicable he truly was. Over the past months, thousands of his kin had perished to safeguard Peach no Suke's well-being, only to be met with insult. Had I known, I would not have comforted him. I never imagined he would be such a person. Galet's disdain for Peach no Suk grew within him. Shikuroduru felt an overwhelming disappointment. This fool had yet to awaken his power and still yearned for someone to protect him. Truly, what a moron, encountering such a simpleton. With a fierce glare, he severed Peach no Suk's other leg. No one can save you. Resign yourself to your fate. If you do not awaken your hidden abilities, you are destined for death. Next, I shall sever your other arm and slowly kill you. After all, we will all die because of you. We are not so fearful of death as you are. Wow, let us begin. I shall count to 3. If you do not awaken your hidden abilities, I shall commence. Shikuroduru laughed cruelly, resembling a demon. Peach no Suk bore the pain, his heart filled with dread and urgency. Please, awaken your abilities. How does one awaken them? I do not wish to die. Oh Zoan, please save me. However, at that moment, the celestial phenomenon known as the Earth explosion star descended, no longer suspended in the void, engulfing a vast area of thousands of meters, crashing down. This is bad. Quickly, retreat into the underground passage. Inuyarashi commanded, and countless members of the Fur tribe swiftly burrowed into the depths of the earth. Damn it, we were so close, Shikuroduru thought. Sensing that Peach no Suk had displayed a hint of fierceness and seriousness just moments before, but unexpectedly, Taito's attack struck at that very moment. There was no choice. Shikuroduru could not allow Peach no Suk to perish just like that. Utilizing his powers, he transformed the ground into sand, creating a defensive fortress that buried both himself and Peach no Suk within. Boom! The Earth explosion star, with a diameter of over 2,000 meters, struck the land of Zo. In an instant, an explosion erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that swept destructively in all directions. Within moments, the landscape within a radius of several thousand meters was flattened, revealing a colossal pit before them. Even the mighty Xiongju let out a thunderous roar. Clearly pained by the impact of the blow, Kaido gazed in terror, realizing the sheer power of the strike. If Onigashima were to endure such an assault, it would likely be obliterated. Brother, will Momonosuke truly perish like this? We still intend to utilize his abilities, do we not? Kaido could not help but inquire. Previously, Tion had instructed him to summon Charlotte Lin's daughter, Bryn, who was now safely awaiting orders. Kaido had already grasped Bryn's power, which allowed her to rewrite and erase memories. It was not hard to imagine that Tion intended to employ some memory manipulation on the awakened Momonosuke, likely to gain control over Xiongju. Rest assured, I am fully aware of where Momonosuke and the others are hiding. They were not at the center of the explosion, and the residual force will not claim their lives so swiftly. Follow me. Tion led Kaido to the edge of a pit filled with sand, rendered entirely desolate. Kaido frowned, realizing it was the work of Shacklock Doll's powers, which could indeed mitigate the damage caused by the explosion. Universal Attraction. Busy de Tion. Nagato activated the power of the Rinnegan once more, utilizing the abilities of the Deva Path. A terrifying force emanated from the ground, forcibly drawing Momonosuke out and into his grasp. What? Kaido was taken aback. The strength was astonishing, able to precisely locate and seize a target from such a distance. His own kin Bunchika Haki had not yet managed to pinpoint Momonosuke. Let us move. That group of fools cannot awaken Momonosuke. I must intervene personally. Tion was well aware that Shacklock Doll aimed to compel Momonosuke to awaken his powers by severing his limbs. In this era, awakening any special power often required a sacrifice or the death of someone significant. For instance, Luffy awakened his Conqueror's Haki upon witnessing the death of his important ally, Ace. As for Momonosuke, it was doubtful that witnessing the sacrifice of Kazuki Oden would be sufficient for him to awaken. Such a cowardly and selfish individual would likely endure prolonged torment before awakening. Before long, Tion brought Momonosuke before Xiongju. The colossal pupils of Xiongju were immense and pitch black, with clouds continuously drifting past. Tion intended for Xiongju to witness the cruel torment inflicted upon Momonosuke, or to facilitate a deeper mental connection between them. Understood, brother, your reputation is indeed legendary. Kaido suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. However, he soon became bewildered as Tion took his spike club, effortlessly removing a piece of steel from it and, with merely 2 fingers, fashioned it into a thin, sharp blade. Kaido, do you know what my specialty is? Brother, are you intending to execute Momonosuke by slow slicing? Not bad, you possess some insight. Tion smirked. Kaido thought to himself that the entire world knew of the infamous method of slow slicing, and now wielding a small knife, it was obvious what was to come. At that moment, Momonosuke was already unconscious. Tion showed no concern for awakening him. Instead, at a deliberate pace, he began to slice off thin layers of flesh from Momonosuke, cutting away pieces that were precisely 1 millimeter thick. As the slices accumulated, the technique was remarkably precise and skilled, each piece being uniformly cut. Momonosuke soon felt a sharp pain, slowly opening his eyes to see Tion and Kaido before him. However, what terrified him more was witnessing them severing pieces of flesh from his body, blood streaming away with the wind. A chill ran down Momonosuke's spine as he experienced an unprecedented sense of fear. "No, please, I beg you, spare me. I will do whatever you ask. Even if it means awakening my powers, I can do it right away." Momonosuke pleaded in abject terror, noticing the immense Xiangju nearby, and cried out, "Xiangju, I am Kazuki Momonosuke. Please, connect with me. Woo-woo." Yet Xiangju continued to speak, and Momonosuke could not hear. "Umans, why do you treat a mere child in such a manner? If I do as I please. If you're unhappy, come at me." Tion possessed the ability to hear the voices of all things, capturing Xiangju's mental communication. "Human, are you certain you have made up your mind? If I take action, you shall find no place to rest. Ha ha ha, this is truly what I desire." Tion suddenly burst into laughter, his battle spirits soaring, leaving Kaido momentarily stunned. "Brother, what are you?" "Kaido, you shall carry out the slow slicing. If the flesh is not completely removed, the person will perish first. I will not let you off easily." "Yes, brother." Kaido, breaking into a cold sweat, promptly transformed back into his original form, summoning flame clouds to step upon, and began the process of slow slicing on Momonosuke. Meanwhile, Tion's battle spirit erupted as he delivered a powerful kick towards Xiangju's head. Chapter 115. Xiangju summons the warship Hades. The force behind Tion's kick surpassed the speed of light, warping and booming the very fabric of space. However, on Xiangju's colossal head, only a 3-inch deep imprint remained, failing to shake Xiangju. "Human, your strength is indeed formidable, but I advise you not to provoke me further, otherwise you shall find no sanctuary." Though Xiangju withstood the blow without significant issue, the provocation warranted yet another warning. It was evident he preferred not to act unless commanded by a previously agreed-upon individual. So you hesitate to retaliate?" Tion scoffed, wrapping his fist in Conqueror's Haki, activating 70% of his demon form, releasing thermal energy and augmenting his armament Haki, delivering a full-force strike towards Xiangju's head. With a resounding boom, blood splattered as the forceful blow created a gaping wound atop Xiangju's head. Xiangju let out a pain howl. Suddenly, within his massive black pupils, a crimson light emerged, akin to a true awakening ready to hunt. "Ha ha ha, yes, just like that. If you do not resist, how shall I ascertain the true extent of your power?" Tion reveled in joy, sensing the opportunity to engage Xiangju in earnest. However, the injury inflicted was merely akin to a needle prick for the colossal Xiangju, as he quickly began to heal at a visibly rapid rate. This demonstrated the extraordinary vitality of such a massive life form, where each heartbeat propelled an immense energy. Kaido, momentarily distracted by Tion's attack, was astonished that a single punch could inflict a wound upon such a giant. Clearly, Tion surpassed him in strength. Kaido realized that even at full strength, he could not create a wound merely with his fists, though using a weapon might leave a mark, albeit shallow. With his pupils glowing crimson, Xiangju suddenly flapped one of his enormous ears, creating a terrifying gale that surged like a mountain in motion, generating winds powerful enough to slice through bone and deliver a formidable shockwave. Upon witnessing this, Kaido swiftly evaded to a safe distance, ascending to a higher altitude to torment Peach Boy. Peach Boy continued to wail incessantly, contemplating various strategies to seize control of the Elephant Master. The sudden sweep of a colossal elephant ear from the Elephant Master generated a tempest that propelled Emperor Tion several thousand meters away before he regained his footing in the void. At that moment, Emperor Tion's muscles tensed as he summoned his strength once more, forcefully stamping down into the void, producing a thunderous explosion that transformed into a streak of black lightning, propelling him towards the Elephant Master with a fierce punch. However, the Elephant Master exhibited extraordinary prowess, wielding formidable Kenbunchika Haki, and immediately detected his combat trajectory, conjuring a massive water column to obstruct Emperor Tion's advance. The impact of Emperor Tion's punch collided with the water column, resulting in a resounding explosion. Yet the force of the ascending water column grazed his fist, revealing fragments of bone. This indicated the sheer ferocity of the Elephant Master's casual attack, befitting a creature of several thousand meters in size. Nonetheless, Emperor Tion's formidable regenerative abilities restored him entirely within 3 seconds. Intriguing. It seems I shall have quite the amusement today, Emperor Tion mused as he activated his demonic intellect, materializing a towering figure of a giant troll, albeit somewhat insubstantial due to the prior exertion in summoning Nagato, which had drained considerable mental energy. Had it not been for this, he would have aspired to manifest the hero Saitama from One Punch Man. However, Emperor Tion was not inclined to swiftly eliminate the Elephant Master. He sought merely to bide his time and enjoy the moment, while awaiting Peach Boy's awakening of abilities. The colossal troll figure raised its fist and aimed to strike at the Elephant Master's head, though the force of the attack resembled a collision between an egg and a boulder. Nevertheless, the punch carried significant power, causing the Elephant Master's head to sway, resulting in at least a few seconds of disorientation. This incited the Elephant Master's wrath, compelling it to retaliate with a powerful gust from its enormous ears. The ferocious airflow, coupled with spatial friction, produced a shrill explosion. The 1,000-meter troll figure was forcibly swept away, sent flying tens of thousands of meters by the overwhelming gale. Emperor Tion, reacting immediately, ascended into the sky to evade being swept away alongside it. Humph, indeed a formidable force, but as long as I can evade your attacks, you are nothing more than a grand feast for me, he remarked, sensing the dissipating connection to the colossal troll figure as it was blown too far away. Although his mental energy had suffered a considerable drain, resulting in a headache, he remained unfazed. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. After all, his initial intent was merely to gauge the extent of the Elephant Master's terrifying power. As a formidable being, he yearned to experience the Elephant Master's assault. Now, he had indeed felt it. Impressive, yet with his current might, confronting the Elephant Master head-on was an endeavor fraught with peril, akin to courting suffering. While the Elephant Master possessed great strength, its attacks were limited to its trunk and 2 pairs of ears. By avoiding these attack zones, the Elephant Master could merely serve as his punching bag. Subsequently, Emperor Tion descended upon the Elephant Master's ear, using his palm as a blade. He executed a rapid strike, slicing through a portion of the flesh on the ear, only to find it incredibly resilient, utterly unyielding to his attempts to bite through it. Ultimately, he had to reinforce his teeth with Busashoka Haki to barely manage to chew it into fragments. The Elephant Master, sensing the intrusion upon its ear, seethed with rage. Human, do not overstep your bounds. Provoking me further will not bode well for you. Unfazed, Emperor Tion scoffed, Humph, I will devour you entirely in due time. At that moment, an intense survival instinct awakened within Peach Boy. A sudden epiphany struck him as if a shackle had been broken, and his mental perception expanded. In this extraordinary state, he surprisingly heard the voice of the Elephant Master. Simultaneously, the Elephant Master appeared to sense the transformation within Peach Boy. I did not anticipate that the one I awaited would be this fellow, it mused. It seems you have been aware of everything, and thus, deliberately orchestrated these events. The Elephant Master seemed to comprehend the intentions of the human assaulting it. Humph, have you finally awakened? Then let us commence with serious matters. Emperor Tion's expression brightened, and he instantly vanished from beside the Elephant Master, reappearing next to Kaido. Let us bring Bryn into the fray. Kaido ceased his torment of Peach Boy, having inflicted over 100 slashes, severing a significant portion of flesh from his arm. However, upon witnessing Peach Boy's sudden transformation, coupled with Emperor Tion's words, it was evident that Peach Boy had awakened a power capable of connecting with the Elephant Master. Thus, he took the lead. Bryn had been stationed in a secure location in Zou. Peach Boy, snapping out of his astonishment, indeed heard the voice of the Elephant Master. Could this be the powerful force concealed within him? Master, you have finally awakened the power to command my mission. The Elephant Master initiated a telepathic communication with Peach Boy. Peach Boy, equally intrigued, inquired, Who are you? Are you the Elephant Master? Indeed, I stand before you, the Elephant Master replied. Excellent. Kill them all for me. Avenge me. Peach Boy's heart surged with excitement, feeling that retribution was finally within reach. However, the Elephant Master's subsequent response filled him with rage. Master, I regret to inform you that my current mission is solely to assist you in establishing a nation and to command the ancient weapon, the battleship Pluto. What do you mean? Am I not your master? You cannot kill everyone here? What good are you? Peach Boy felt frustration and discontent swell within him. Having finally awakened this bewildering power, he had hoped for immediate vengeance, only to find himself still unable to retaliate. I apologize, Master, but my mission is as such. I cannot arbitrarily utilize my power for your personal vendettas. The Elephant Master expressed its regret, evidently bound by previous commitments that even the appearance of a destined individual could not alter. Very well, I shall endure. What must I do? They wish to kill me. And if I perish, how can I lead you to fulfill your mission? Peach Boy suppressed his fury as he communicated with the Elephant Master. Master, I can only spray water onto your back. Whether I can save you depends on fate. Additionally, I do not advise you to deploy the battleship Pluto for the sake of killing. The Elephant Master's response enveloped Peach Boy in despair. What a farce. Nothing seemed feasible. He had imagined that awakening a certain power would grant him dominion over the Elephant Master. Thus, he had no choice but to place his final hope for survival in the hands of Kaido and Emperor Tion. I beg you spare me. I do not wish to die or be tormented. It is terrifying and painful. I can offer all the Mink tribe as leverage, as long as you release me. I can also assist you in obtaining the battleship Pluto. Peach Boy pleaded fervently. Kaido could not suppress a derisive laugh. Was this fellow truly the son of Kazuki Oden? It seemed that each generation was inferior to the last. At least his father had possessed a measure of spirit and fearlessness in the face of death. Unexpectedly, his son displayed a cowardly disposition, betraying all those who had genuinely aided him. Neither Tion nor Kaido responded. The mere awakening of Momonosuke's latent powers was sufficient. However, it was imperative to ensure that Momonosuke did not meet his demise too swiftly. Brother, we have arrived, Kaido announced. Brin, come fort. Soon Brin, with her 3 eyes, cautiously emerged. This endeavor was at her mother's behest. Otherwise, she would have been unable to restrain herself from assisting the Mink tribe. For many of the inhabitants of Wano hailed from that lineage. I greet Lord Tion and Lord Kaido, Brin stammered, overtaken by anxiety, or perhaps sheer terror at Tion's formidable prowess. Rewrite his memory, compel the Elephant Lord to execute the founding mission of Wano, and mobilize the battleship, Hades. The Hades battleship? Upon hearing this, Brin felt a torrent of emotions. Could it be that the legendary ancient war machine was indeed real? The mere presence of such a vessel in Wano was astonishing, and the ambitions of Lord Tion were daunting. The Hades battleship was reputed to have the power to obliterate an island effortlessly. Is there a problem? Tion inquired, furrowing his brow. And no, before coming here, my mother specifically instructed me that I must do my utmost for any demands made by Lord Tion. Indeed, I have no issue with rewriting memories, Brin hastily clarified. Casting a glance at Momonosuke, she noted his current state. He had been tortured to such an extent that even a strong individual like him possessed little power to resist. Thus, whether erasing memories or implanting new ones, it posed no difficulty. Soon, following Tion's instructions, Brin proceeded to erase and alter Momonosuke's memories. In the process, she stumbled upon many astonishing memories. It turned out that Momonosuke was someone who had traversed time from the past to the present. Administer first aid. We cannot allow him to perish, she commanded. At that moment, Momonosuke had succumbed to unconsciousness. As his memories were forcibly extracted and altered, he remained in a deep slumber, awaiting the moment when his consciousness would fully merge with the new memories. Not long after, Momonosuke awoke, transformed into a different person. He no longer harbored fear towards Tion and Kaido, devoid of hatred, only filled with reverence, perceiving himself as the most loyal servant under their command. He immediately set forth to execute his orders, commanding the Elephant Lord to advance to Wano and mobilize the Hades battleship. Faced with Momonosuke's forceful commands, the Elephant Lord ultimately chose to comply, embarking towards the boundless seas. 2 weeks later, the Elephant Lord arrived in Wano, astonishing everyone within the land. The remnants of the Akatsuki, lurking in the shadows, were initially bewildered but soon found themselves elated. Who would have thought the young master possessed such prowess? Even summoning the Elephant Lord. Indeed, if we can control the Elephant Lord, liberating Wano will be a trivial matter. However, their elation quickly turned to confusion. Upon the Elephant Lord's arrival, it began to wreak havoc in Wano, uprooting the towering mountains surrounding the land with its colossal trunk. What is happening? Is it this direct? Could this be the founding plan? The remnants of the Akatsuki were perplexed. It seemed that things had deviated from the planned course, and events were unfolding at an alarming pace. Unbeknownst to them, Momonosuke had little time left to live, which compelled Tion and Kaido to hasten their plans, instructing Momonosuke to command the Elephant Lord to bring forth the Hades battleship. Kaido, from here on, I entrust this matter to you, Tion stated. I may not be present for a considerable time. You have accompanied me for a while, so I trust you will not falter. Once the Hades battleship is summoned, safeguard it. With that, Tion departed, setting his sights on Egghead Island to seek out Vegapunk and the whereabouts of the Time Fruit. However, he contemplated avoiding such complexities, considering a visit to the world government to relay certain information to him, thereby facilitating a swift investigation into Vegapunk. Chapter 116. M.'s discomfort after pregnancy 2 weeks later. Tion arrived alone at Mariewa. It had been nearly 6 months since his last confrontation with him. I wonder if that formidable woman, Im, has also become pregnant. Tion mused as he traversed the streets of Panga City. Upon sighting Tion, the celestial dragons trembled in fear, their legs giving way, their bodies quaking. The once imposing aura they exuded had vanished entirely. After several encounters, they understood that even as celestial dragons, they were utterly powerless against Tion, forced to allow him to act as he pleased. The more they resisted, the more likely they were to face dire consequences, a fate no one wished to endure. For the price of defiance was death. In the previous battle at Panga City, hundreds of celestial dragons had perished. The 5 elders, upon learning of Tion's presence in Panga City, were drenched in cold sweat. One of them had lost an arm to Tion. They had initially intended to reach out to him for assistance, but the prolonged conflict between him and Tion rendered their severed limb irreparable. And now all 5 were left with amputated arms, unwilling to resort to prosthetics. What shall we do? That disaster has returned. What can we do? Im's temper has been quite foul lately. Even during the end of days, we must not disturb them. Alas, what shall we do? Should we confront this disaster? I believe we should. Otherwise, he may perceive our indifference as disrespect and cause more trouble. Indeed, but who shall go? The 5 elders anxiously deliberated amongst themselves, reluctant to face Tion. Let's go together. Very well. Ultimately, they had no choice but to steel themselves and proceed as a group. At that moment, Tion noticed a celestial dragon whose appearance displeased him greatly. You, come here, he commanded, narrowing his eyes, his hands buried in his pockets, exuding raw menace towards the nearby celestial dragon. The celestial dragon was startled, nearly losing control of his bladder. The other celestial dragons and uniformed bodyguards refrained from intervening. The sheer might of Tion was etched into their minds. Any act of defiance would lead to a fate worse than death. Tion employed the shave technique, instantaneously appearing before him. Are you unaware? If not you, then who else? The celestial dragon hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. My lord, I have not wronged you truly. I do not comprehend why you are targeting me. Please, spare me. I am entirely innocent. Are you certain you have not wronged me? What is the meaning of that mask on your face? Do you wish to avoid sharing the same air as me? With a swift motion, Tion placed his foot upon the celestial dragon's head, crushing the mask beneath his weight, causing blood to flow from his nostrils, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Upon witnessing the scene, several Time Longren were so terrified that cold sweat poured down their brows. They hurriedly removed the hoods from their heads, fearing that they might become targets themselves, and ended up like the unfortunate one on the ground. It hurts. You cannot treat me this way. Though you are powerful, I'm a Time Longren, a god among you. The Time Longren cried out in abject fear, realizing that pleading for mercy was futile, and resorted to threats, believing that their status might still hold some weight against Tion. Humph! You worthless beings dare to call yourselves gods, especially before me. Is that not an affront? Tion's eyes blazed with murderous intent. With a slight exertion of his foot, the Time Longren's head was crushed, transforming into a mist of blood. The surrounding Time Longren were paralyzed with fear, instinctively retreating. When Tion glanced at them, he furrowed his brows and coldly remarked, "Who allowed you to remove your hoods? Do you think you're worthy of breathing the air I exhale? Do you seek death?" Tion unleashed a terrifying wave of murderous aura, causing the area within several hundred meters to turn a ghastly crimson. The Time Longren, who had removed their hoods, hastily donned them again, but they were already so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, their faces pale as they begged for mercy. "Forgive us, Lord Tion, please spare us." At that moment, the 5 old stars arrived. Upon seeing hundreds of Tianlongren incapacitated on the street, they dared not question Dition. Instead, they cautiously approached him and inquired, "Your Excellency Dition, may we ask the purpose of your visit?" "Humph, it is none of your concern. It is best that you do not interfere, or I shall not hesitate to sever your other arm," Dition replied with a cold snort. "Try it then," the 5 old stars exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, sensing that Dition's aura had grown even more formidable, rendering them too afraid to provoke him further, unless Lord Im commanded otherwise. They truly dared not challenge Dition again. Dition then strode away, delving into the depths of the flowers, where he found Im. At that moment, Im was in her room, feeling utterly perplexed. Having been dominated by Dition for over 5 months, and with half a year having passed, she was now pregnant. Even as a woman who had lived for over 8 centuries and believed herself to be devoid of emotions, the experience of those 5 months inexplicably stirred within her a plethora of strange feelings. She found herself reluctant to harm the child within her, and even felt a peculiar anticipation to give birth. However, she had not expected Dition to return so soon. She did not wish for anyone to witness her pregnant state. What should I do? This scoundrel comes at this time, seeking to mock my plight? No, I cannot allow him to see me like this. Im appeared extremely flustered. Each encounter with Dition made her heart race more chaotically, and she understood that he would completely dominate her, leaving her with nothing but loss. Dition, stop right there. You shall not proceed any further. If you have matters to discuss, we can communicate from afar. Im was left with no choice but to activate her Kinbunchiko haki, transmitting her thoughts to Dition's ears. "Humph, I came specifically to find you, and you refuse to see me? That is unacceptable," Dition retorted coldly. Moreover, he had important matters to discuss with him. No matter what, she must not fail. She was an essential piece in his grand scheme. "What must I do for you to halt your advance and refrain from entering?" Im asked, exasperated and at a loss, merely hoping to retreat and plead. Given her current condition, she did not wish to engage in a confrontation with Dition, planning instead to focus her efforts on him after the child was born. "There is no room for negotiation," Dition declared. "If you continue in this manner, I shall become enraged, and the consequences shall be yours to bear." Im clenched her fists tightly, feeling an overwhelming desire to hide, but under Dition's formidable perception, there was no escaping. She could only busy herself with adjusting her attire. Dition soon arrived at the area where I was concealed among the flowers. "Ah, I see. It seems my bloodline has been compromised. However, I had thought a woman like you would not leave behind a bloodline." Dition's excitement was palpable, relieved that Im had not destroyed her lineage. "You, be silent. Whether I leave a bloodline is of no concern to you. It is not your body that bears this child, and I do not wish to discuss such matters with you." Im was furious, appearing quite proud despite her anger. "If you have no business, be gone quickly." "Ha, such a tone. It seems I must properly educate you next time." Dition laughed artily, thoroughly enjoying Im's flustered and proud demeanor. "You are shameless." Im's face flushed, recalling the events of the past 5 months, her legs trembling at the mere memory. Yet curiously, deep within her heart, there was no murderous intent towards Dition, which only fueled her anger further. Had she truly been influenced by him? If he continued to educate her, would she eventually comply with his every word and completely succumb to him? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Im's expression soured. Feeling utterly vexed, Dition approached her, enveloping her in his embrace, inhaling the faint fragrance of flowers emanating from her. It was indeed delightful. However, Im's beauty was striking, and her pregnant form only added to her allure. "What are you doing? Let me go." "Resist, and should you disturb the child, do not blame me for the consequences. Do not think that because you have lived for over 8 centuries, these experiences are not new to you. I am genuinely concerned about your ability to bear our child." "Humph, mind your own business. The child I bear is mine, not yours, so do not harbor any expectations." Im huffed, yet she refrained from further resistance, allowing Dition to hold her, acutely aware of his words, fearing any disturbance to her pregnancy. The child was immensely precious to her. For over 8 centuries, Im had never contemplated motherhood, for she believed no one in this world was worthy of her. Yet now that she was pregnant, everything was different. Her heart brimmed with maternal love for the child. "Do not hold your breath. After all, my bloodline extends beyond just you," Dition remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Im's heart surged with murderous intent. More than one? Very well, one day she would eliminate them all. Dition seemed to read her thoughts, and immediately adopted a serious tone. I must warn you, do not interfere with matters concerning the children, or if I become enraged, you shall bid farewell to your child within. Im trembled at his words, realizing he had seen through her thoughts. Yet, she dared not gamble on whether he would act. She understood that if he could utter such threats, he would certainly carry them out. Humph, do not worry, I will not intervene. I shall let my child take action. Im replied resentfully. That is acceptable, although they are all my bloodline, if they lack the necessary skills. It is merely a testament to the survival of the fittest in this world. If they're destined to lose from the starting line, then death is their fate. Upon hearing this, Imu was rendered speechless. Dition was indeed a formidable individual capable of uttering such words. Nevertheless, his declaration compelled Imu to eliminate Dition's other offspring through her own child. Thus, what precisely do you wish to convey to me on this occasion? Imu inhaled deeply, striving for composure. First, within the next 20 years, you must refrain from harming my sons and daughters. This period is crucial for their development. Secondly, Vegapunk is affiliated with the Revolutionary Army, and you must prepare accordingly. Lastly, do you have knowledge of the time fruit's whereabouts? Dition's overwhelming arrogance did not allow him to regard Imu as an outsider in this moment, directly inquiring about the time fruit. As a being that had dominated the world for over 8 centuries, he was undoubtedly aware of its existence. What do you intend to do with the time fruit? Imu pondered, wondering if Dition was considering consuming a devil fruit. If he were to do so, it would reveal a critical weakness. To consume it and escape the monotony of time. It appears your ambitions are quite grand, which is rather intriguing. Imu smirked. She was well acquainted with the time fruit. The individual who controls it possesses the ability to traverse into the future. However, venturing into the future could yield unexpected results. Should Dition leap forward 20 years, he may not necessarily remain the strongest entity, thus increasing her chances of eliminating him. Previously, having realized that Dition was not a devil fruit user, she contemplated ways to compel him to consume one, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Fortuitously, the time fruit is currently in Vegapunk's possession. You may seek it out, though whether you succeed depends on your luck. Imu felt a sense of anticipation. This way, she could achieve 2 objectives, compelling him to confront Vegapunk while her world government retained sufficient strength, needing only to preserve Vegapunk. Dition medis mild in response, asserting his dominance over Imu before releasing her and departing. After his exit, Imu communicated with the 5 elders, instructing them to send personnel to preemptively intercept Dition, swiftly proceeding to Winter Island to relocate crucial items. Half a month later, Dition arrived at Winter Island, a place enveloped in snow, yet surprisingly warm due to Vegapunk's research providing heating throughout the island. Your Excellency Dition, what brings you here? The world government had not informed the Science Division Sabo of his arrival. Imu had long suspected that Vegapunk was engaging in clandestine dealings with the Revolutionary Army. Although lacking direct evidence, she intended to eliminate Vegapunk once he had outlived his usefulness. The time had now come. Not only had they mastered the bloodline factor, but they had also developed a devastating weapon capable of unleashing 18 divine bolts to obliterate an entire nation with ease. Furthermore, Vegapunk's ambitions were considerable, as he was even researching the powers of time and space. Dition's desire for the time fruit presented an opportune moment for disruption. The Revolutionary Army would find it exceedingly difficult to leverage Vegapunk's technology in a manner that could threaten the world government's supremacy in the short term. Apologies, dear readers. It seems I can no longer persist with this book. I have decided to abandon it, as my heart is no longer in it. The income does not correlate with the effort. For 2 months, I have earned merely 20-some yuan a day. Truly a disheartening experience. Such practices render many books unable to progress. My focus now lies in writing a new book on an external platform. Henceforth, this book will feature daily submissions of 4,000 characters at my leisure. And I wish to inform you in advance. Chapter 117. Mastering the Time Fruit, Tearing Through the Void Jean Tao Wan. Take me to Vegapunk. Dition commanded resolutely. Your Excellency Dition, you are an exceedingly dangerous individual, and my duty is to protect Dr. Vegapunk's safety. Do you truly believe I would heed your words? Moreover, this is Winter Island, a place where technology and power converge. Even you cannot act with impunity here. Jean Tao Wan wielded a massive staff, exhibiting neither fear nor retreat in the face of Dition's overwhelming strength. Instead, he seemed eager to experience Dition's prowess firsthand. Upon hearing this, a fierce battle spirit ignited within Dition, his crimson hair billowing as energy surged around him, distorting the very fabric of space. Oomph. Do you believe such an insignificant creature can impede my progress? Whether I can or not, I must make the attempt. Peacekeepers attack. Zhang Tao issued his command defiantly, and several peacekeepers launched beams of energy from their mouths towards Tian. The ensuing explosions echoed throughout the air. Tian activated his Kinbunshiko haki. His leg muscles tensed and surged with power, enabling him to effortlessly evade the incoming attacks. Not even that yellow monkey dares to confront me directly. Do you think mere machines can threaten me? In an instant, Tian vanished, appearing directly before Zhang Tao, whose eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Despite activating his Kinbunshiko haki, he was entirely unable to track Tian's rapid movements. Meanwhile, the group of peacekeepers behind him was instantly sent flying, crackling with electricity as they collapsed, rendered utterly inoperative. Cursed fool! Zhang Tao, now armed with his staff, swung it towards Tian. Yet Tian's counterattack was swifter. Before the staff could descend, Zhang Tao was sent hurtling over 1,000 meters by a single punch, demolishing countless structures along his path. Zhang Tao felt as though his very body had disintegrated. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, losing the ability to resist. Tian, however, paid no heed to Zhang Tao's fate. Zhang Tao, feeling helpless, realized that Tian's power was indeed unfathomable, far beyond his capacity to contend with. Curse it! It seems I must leave this to you. Zhang Tao retrieved a remote control from his pocket and pressed a red alert button, activating the highest state of alarm. The island erupted with a cacophony of sirens, followed by the sound of countless footsteps, robotic units armed with rifles, mobilizing to open fire upon detecting Tian's presence. Tian's muscles tensed, radiating heat as bullets struck him with the force of iron against steel, all rebounding harmlessly away. Given the complex architecture of Winter Island, the most effective means of locating Vegapunk, or more precisely, the Time Fruit, was to activate his demon eye. A blue light illuminated his pupils, allowing him to see through obstacles, perceiving the essence of all living beings and the energy clusters of devil fruits. Found you. Tian swiftly detected the whereabouts of Dr. Vegapunk and the Time Fruit. Indeed, Vegapunk was conducting research on time and space deep underground, where 5 of his soul clones were simultaneously absorbing energy from the Time Fruit through a machine. Quite intriguing. Vegapunk is indeed a genius, having made remarkable progress in his study of the Time Fruit. Perhaps, given a little more time, he might truly achieve immortality. Vegapunk's ability to create clones bore a resemblance to the powers of Tokusaki Kurumi. It is not a matter of dividing the soul into 6 parts. Rather, it involves capturing a version of oneself from different time periods to return to the present and undergo transformation. Currently, 6 projections have been created, perhaps due to the inadequate maturity and stability in manipulating time. Hence, the establishment of stable personalities is derived from the 6 distinct emotions of goodness, evil, desire, knowledge, violence, and lust. However, one projection is missing, and it is not difficult for Tian to deduce that it has likely been taken by the world government before his arrival. With so many Beijiaopanka projections wielding the scientific prowess of Beijiaopanka, only one is necessary. The removal of the other 5 can be managed easily. Upon arriving at the underground entrance, Tian felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing he had overlooked the appearance of the Zhitian Shur. Logically, Beijiaopanka should have already conducted research on them. It seems that they have been taken away by that woman, Tian mused internally. Subsequently, he stormed into the underground research facility, retrieving the Time Fruit from a vessel and consuming it. Activating the Oni brain, he swiftly harnessed the power of the Time Fruit, continuously developing its potential. The Oni brain is capable of simulations, generating thousands of ability pathways within a second. Within moments, the power of time and space manifested around Tian, causing the surrounding void to twist under the immense energy fluctuations, as if it could be torn apart at any moment. Interesting. However, to traverse to the past and future, even I require time for simulated research, he remarked. Just then, a dark cloud enveloped the entire Dongdao, thunder clashing above, as if something terrifying was amassing power within the clouds, poised to obliterate the entire island. Stepping out from the underground research facility, Tian gazed upward at the sky, unleashing a terrifying observation haki that instantly enlightened him. This is certainly not the ancient weapon, the Heavenly King. It seems Beijao Panka had already devised a formidable weapon before his corporeal demise. With a resounding boom, 16 colossal columns of lightning descended from the sky, imbued with boundless destructive force, annihilating the entirety of Dongdao in mere moments. Tian remained unfazed, possessing the time fruit. He had already developed the ability to tear through the void through his Oni brain simulations. A rift appeared before him, and he stepped directly into the chasm of emptiness, releasing his observation haki to penetrate the void and sense the external world. After several minutes, Tian tore through the void and emerged amidst the flowers of Im. Did you truly intend to kill me? His sudden appearance startled her. She had been contemplating whether it would be a pity to eliminate Tian, considering he was to be the father of her child. Unexpectedly hearing his voice sent chills down her spine. Anxiously, she thought, how could Tian have arrived here? Logically, he should have still been on Dongdao a mere half an hour ago. However, at that moment, Im understood the necessity of maintaining her composure. I apologize for not killing you. It appears I have disappointed you. But rest assured, I shall find a way to eliminate you. Otherwise, your overwhelming power would render you lonely and bored. Haha, your concern for me is quite heartening. Tian chuckled, casually taking a seat. Im, being astute, poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. Tian drank it in one gulp and continued. However, it is crucial that you do not defy my will. I now possess control over the power of time, and it will not be long before I can traverse time and space at will. Im was astonished. This man was indeed a monster. How could one develop such mastery over the devil fruit in such a short time? So, how did you manage to appear so suddenly? She inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Watch closely. Tian demonstrated before him, tearing through the void, revealing a kaleidoscope of colors within. The air was thick with destructive energy, a domain only someone of Tian's strength could endure. Im gasped, her heart racing, rendered speechless. Take good care of the baby, Tian remarked before entering the rift and vanishing. Im was left trembling. Tian was becoming increasingly invincible, making it increasingly unrealistic to eliminate him. However, at least it was evident that he did not desire to dominate the world, thus temporarily posing no threat to the world government's rule. Moreover, she reminded herself that she was, after all, his woman. In light of this, Im felt a sense of fairness, recognizing that such strength was fitting for her. After Tian's departure, he meditated in the void for over 2 months. During this time, he continuously activated his Oni brain, relentlessly simulating and developing the power of the time fruit and the 3-color haki. The time fruit had been developed to the point of awakening, reaching 3 layers of temporal power, one for the future, one for the present, and one for the past. The 3-color haki had also evolved to an extraordinary level, especially the observation haki, which could now encompass the entirety of the planet. Thus, as long as his stamina permitted, he could wield the power of time and space to reach any location in a short span of time. On Weather Island, Nami held a baby in her arms, standing on a lush, grassy hill, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered above, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Nami sensed an unusual change in the weather, as if influenced by some strange force. Otherwise, based on her previous judgment, the sky should have been cloudless. What is happening? She thought, clutching the child tightly and beginning to retreat. Just then, the void above was forcefully torn open, and a towering figure, resembling a deity, stepped forth. Upon seeing this, Nami's eyes widened in shock, but upon recognizing Tian, she involuntarily exclaimed, Fan MaDitian's, it has been a long time. I didn't expect you to have given birth to our child, he stated, standing upon the void, the power of time and space radiating from him, with the rift behind him remaining unhealed, creating a truly wondrous sight. Nami felt a flush of embarrassment. She bore no significant animosity towards Tian after all this time. The child had been born, yet she held no romantic feelings for him. Nevertheless, in that moment, a hint of fluster invaded her heart. Perhaps it was simply outrageous for Tian to unabashedly refer to the child as ours. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Nami insisted, attempting to maintain her composure while pretending to deny that the child was theirs. Perhaps this was her way of more easily accepting the reality of the situation. At that moment, the residents of Weather Island emerged, a group of elderly men who, upon witnessing Tian standing upon the void with the rift behind him, mistakenly believed him to be a celestial being, filled with an inexplicable sense of reverence, though none dared to speak. If that is the case, we shall meet again in 20 years. Emperor Tian, with an imposing demeanor, initially contemplated whether Nami would be willing to accompany him. But it appeared that such consideration was unnecessary. He subsequently entered the rift in the fabric of space and vanished. After witnessing Emperor Tion's departure, Nami collapsed onto the ground, her legs rendered weak, as her heart remained turbulent for an extended period. The prowess of MaDitian was truly astonishing, bordering on the divine. Madame Nami, who was that just now? Is he a deity? Could it be that the celestial being we just encountered is the father of this child? Their hair color seems similar. However, Nami chose not to respond. Meanwhile, the group of elders gathered to converse, soon broaching the topic of the Void Rift. Emperor Tion continued to traverse the void, until he finally locked onto a secluded island, where Rayleigh was training Luffy. Master, I feel I've made some progress with my Conqueror's Haki. I just intimidated a mammoth, Luffy said, fatigued from training, as he returned to the camp to feast on the grilled game prepared by Rayleigh. Not bad. At this rate, it seems that in another year, you will be ready to leave this place, Rayleigh remarked, satisfied with Luffy's steady improvement in his 3 types of Haki, which were solidifying, alongside his physical training. Another year? Will I then be able to defeat MaDitian? I wish to avenge Ace and slay him. That's hard to say, but as long as you can cultivate your Haki to a high level or awaken your devil fruit, it should be feasible, Rayleigh pondered, taking a sip of his drink. All right, I will train twice as hard. I must become the Pirate King. I know that without strength, I can accomplish nothing, Luffy declared, clenching his fists with unwavering resolve. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky. Emperor Tion tore through the void, emerging with an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki that enveloped both Luffy and Rayleigh. What? Rayleigh gazed upward in terror, incredulity etched across his face. Such unimaginable power emerged from the rift in the void. The might of this Conqueror's Haki was so formidable that even he felt utterly powerless. Luffy succumbed to unconsciousness within mere seconds, frothing at the mouth. So weak. Tell him I shall grant him another 20 years to grow. Do not let me down again, Emperor Tion proclaimed with an air of authority, his words resonating deeply within Rayleigh's mind. Cold sweat dripped from Rayleigh. What kind of monster was this? After just a year, had he grown so terrifyingly powerful? Was this growth akin to light speed? Looking at Luffy, who had barely improved his Haki in the year of training, it was clear that he was not even on the same level as Emperor Tion. How could he possibly contend with him? After a considerable time, Luffy finally regained consciousness from his faint. Master, was that person MaDitian? Luffy asked, suppressing his murderous intent, excitement bubbling within him. Indeed, it was Rayleigh's side. To be honest, he had little faith in Luffy's ability to defeat such a monster. The power at play was in a different realm altogether. The void itself was unfathomable. Not only could he tear it asunder, but he could also traverse it effortlessly, an incredible feat it truly was him. How infuriating. Luffy clenched his fists in frustration, fully aware of Emperor Tion's strength. He also realized the stark disparity in their powers. He could not even withstand the force of Emperor Tion's Conqueror's Haki and had fainted outright. The gulf between their abilities was insurmountable. Yet could he simply concede? Master, I want to grow stronger, exponentially stronger. Please tell me how I can achieve that. Luffy's determination to avenge Ace only intensified, his gaze fixed earnestly upon Rayleigh. Luffy, such matters cannot be rushed. Take your time, Rayleigh advised. He is not the only one who can attain such strength. Perhaps you could be the one. Remember, among your peers, you are already among the most exceptional. Rayleigh contemplated before speaking. Master, you're mistaken. I am far from the most exceptional. I must strive even harder. You know, Emperor Tion is only 20 this year, and I am about to turn 20 myself, Luffy stated resolutely, showing no signs of feeling daunted by Emperor Tion. This. Rayleigh was a loss for words, astonished that Emperor Tion was merely 20 years old. Ahem, from an age perspective, that's indeed impressive. However, being this formidable likely means he has been training since birth. Even if not, he must have started rigorous training from a young age. Well, never mind that. If you wish to grow stronger, you must build a solid foundation over time. Moreover, he left you with a message. He would grant you 20 years. 20 years? The next time I encounter him, I will undoubtedly defeat him and avenge Ace. Luffy retorted defiantly, his spirit unyielding. All right, I believe in you, kid. Perhaps, just perhaps, you might truly defeat that monster. Now, return to your training, Rayleigh concluded, having come to terms with Luffy's fearless confidence in the face of Emperor Tion's might. In another part of the New World, 2 pirate ships crossed paths, one large and one small. Aboard the smaller vessel was the crew of the red-haired Shanks, while the larger ship belonged to Enel, the Thunder God. Captain Enel, these foes are not to be trifled with. Perhaps we should avoid them, one crew member advised cautiously. Nonsense. Who could possibly intimidate me? Aside from that man, I regard no one else with any concern. Since fate has brought us here, they have but two choices before them, Enel declared. One is to submit, the other is to meet their demise at my hands. Precisely. Let us act without hesitation. We set sail to conquer the seas, so what is there to fear? Boasted a giant crew member, completely undeterred. But Captain Enel, they are one of the current emperors of the sea, and rumored to be the strongest among the 3 pirate crews. Despite their small numbers, their crew's strength is not to be underestimated. Are they more formidable than me? Enel asked, his expression turning icy. Captain Enel, you are indeed the mightiest. But we should still exercise caution, a tense crew member replied, secretly thinking that while Enel was powerful, the red-haired pirates were no ordinary foes. Friends aboard the ship, are you the infamous Thunder God pirate crew that has gained notoriety over the past year? Shanks inquired, gripping the hilt of his sword, his expression serious. For they had overheard Enel's bold proclamation. Moreover, the Thunder God pirate crew had recently made considerable waves in the New World, and if this continued, it could jeopardize his own plans. MaDitian's was already an unpredictable variable, and now this new threat could complicate matters further. Yaha, you truly know us. You should know what choice to make. Will you submit, or will we eradicate you? Ainu laughed arrogantly, seemingly dismissing the group, led by Hong Fa. Shanks's expression instantly turned icy, a hint of murderous intent radiating from him. No one had dared to act so brazenly in his presence upon these seas. My friend, you are overstepping your bounds. There is no need for our 2 factions to engage in conflict here, is there? Shanks had no desire to battle at sea, as the opposing pirate ship appeared overwhelmingly large, likely to pose a disadvantage to his red-haired crew. How about granting me a favor? Let us pass without hindrance today. What did you say? Why should the Thunder God grant you a favor? Who do you think you are? The expression on Ainulu's face darkened as he snapped his fingers, summoning a bolt of lightning from the heavens. Divine judgment. Shanks swiftly evaded. The lightning struck the deck where he had just stood, creating a significant charred hole. Beckman and the others observed closely, confirming that Ainulu possessed the powers of the Rumble fruit and had developed them to a commendable extent, wielding them at will within a certain range. Yahahaha. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. You are merely intimidated by me, the Thunder God. Thus, how could I let you go? Ainulu's ability to sense thoughts had significantly improved during his 1.5 years of training in the New World, bolstering his confidence to suppress the red-haired crew. Captain, allow me to teach him a lesson, lest they truly underestimate us, Beckman said earnestly, already contemplating action, as this group had practically climbed onto their necks. Indeed, I would love to test whether the wielder of the Rumble fruit can evade my bullets. Yasu also expressed interest. Shanks chuckled. No, let me handle this. After all, their numbers are somewhat overwhelming, which would be unfair. With a furrowed brow, his gaze turned chillingly cold, releasing a terrifying conqueror's haki. Red arcs of energy surged violently, casting a crimson hue over the sky and sea. On the massive ship of the Thunder God, countless pirates collapsed on deck. Impudent! Ainulu roared in fury, unleashing his formidable observation haki, manifesting as a wave of purple, transforming into countless bolts of purple lightning aimed at forcing Shanks's conqueror's haki back. Yet, Ainulu soon frowned. He did not expect Shanks's observation haki to be so formidable that it could not be repelled. My dear sir, the New World is not ruled solely by you. If you wish to be one of the 4 emperors, I have no objections. But if you aspire to conquer the entire New World and become the Pirate King, then first, let me see if you are worthy. With sudden murderous intent, Shanks's released conqueror's haki intensified, shaking the very void with a deafening roar, causing even more pirates aboard Ainulu's ship to faint. Within mere moments, only a few dozen pirates remained standing on Ainulu's vessel, the rest having succumbed to unconsciousness on the deck, with several areas of the deck cracking under the pressure. The pirates aboard, witnessing this, were profoundly shocked. The ship was crafted from the finest wood in the world, harder than steel. Yet, under the crushing might of Shanks's conqueror's haki, it sustained damage. Indeed, Shanks was not one to provoke lightly. Even the Thunder God captain could not compare in this regard. Generally speaking, a powerhouse like Shanks, whose haki surpassed that of the Thunder God captain, was already superior in strength. It seemed the Thunder God captain could not best Shanks. However, Ainalu did not relent. While continuing to exert his conqueror's haki, he activated his abilities, summoning an endless storm of lightning within a radius of several thousand meters, creating a lightning net in an attempt to ensnare the red-haired crew. This move was a new ability developed by Ainalu, utilizing his potent observation haki. Yet, Shanks regarded it with disdain. The overwhelming force of his conqueror's haki resembled a divine punishment, relentlessly dismantling Ainalu's ship. Suddenly, a rift tore through the sky. What? Pirates on both ships gasped in astonishment. Are you joking? Has the power of Conqueror's haki truly torn apart the void? This is impossible. Many pirates found it hard to believe. When had a clash of Conqueror's haki possessed such power? In truth, both Shanks and Ainalu felt perplexed. As masters of Conqueror's haki, they were acutely aware of its limits. Thus, they both sensed that this was unequivocally not a result of their own abilities. Could it be an enemy? The power of observation haki surged toward the rift, seeking to discern if an adversary lay concealed within. If so, that individual would undoubtedly be perilously dangerous. To Ainalu, the rift was something even his mightiest lightning could not conjure. In Shanks's view, only the powers of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit could rend space. Could it be Blackbeard Teach has arrived? How has that fellow grown so powerful? Shanks thought with unease. Ha! You two seem to be having a splendid time. May I join the fun? The voice of Emperor Tion reverberated through the realm before his arrival. Ainalu's heart raced. He recognized that voice. The unmistakable tone of Fanma Emperor Tion. He never anticipated encountering him again so soon, and for reasons he could not fathom. He felt an overwhelming sense of panic and fear, contemplating whether to flee. Shanks and his companions were equally astonished. They had encountered Emperor Tion on the battlefield before. His captivating voice, imbued with an aura of supremacy, was unforgettable. This has become troublesome, Shanks and his crew thought simultaneously. This figure presented a significant threat. After all, even if all members of the red-haired crew united, they lacked confidence in overcoming Emperor Tion, not to mention the madman, thunder god, Ainalu. But at that moment, both Ainalu and Shanks felt an even more terrifying conqueror's haki press down upon them, enveloping the area in visible black pulsing lightning. This is bad. Ainalu and Shanks hurriedly redirected their conqueror's haki to counter this overwhelming pressure. Despite their efforts, they both struggled against the force, feeling as though they were carrying a mountain. Drenched in sweat, only two massive pirates remained standing beside Ainalu, while the rest had succumbed, foaming at the mouth. On Shanks's side, only Beckman stood, drenched in sweat, while the others had collapsed to the ground. Ha 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 ha, this is amusing. You can withstand this for so long, but the gap between us is vast. Your continued resistance is quite irksome. With a thunderous roar, Emperor Tion unleashed an even more domineering conqueror's haki, which surged forth from the rift, instantly plunging the realm into darkness. Ainalu coughed blood, his head throbbing painfully as he was overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, collapsing to his knees. On the deck, two colossal giants lay prostrate, struggling to rise, but utterly unable to do so. Xiang Kusi and Bei Kuman were similarly affected, both kneeling, though Xiang Kusi resisted with one knee. The Haoshiku haki of Ainalu and Xiang Kusi was completely overwhelmed and dissipated by the Haoshiku haki of Tion, filling the entire realm with his formidable presence. At that moment, Tion emerged from the rift. Listen well, you insignificant insects. I grant you a mere 20 years. Should your strength fail to earn my recognition by then, I shall unleash a massacre upon you. With that proclamation, Tion retracted his Haoshiku haki, and the desolate surroundings returned to normalcy. Do any of you dare to defy me? Tion looked down upon those aboard the two ships with disdain. Only then did Ainalu and Xiang Kusi feel the terrifying pressure that had descended upon them dissipate entirely. Ainalu raised his gaze towards Tion, feeling an intense frustration. Despite his newfound strength, he found himself unable to defeat Tion. Was the disparity in power truly so vast? Xiang Kusi was equally displeased. Never before having been forced to kneel, yet he dared not act recklessly, though confusion lingered in his mind. What did Tion mean by 20 years? They were far from being his match now, and even with 2 decades, they would still be no match for him. Lord Tion, may I inquire what you mean by this 20 years? Xiang Kusi asked, forcing himself to remain composed. Do not worry, I understand your concerns. I tell you, I have mastered the power of time and space, traversing freely between the future, present, and past. Enelu and the others were left bewildered. If anyone else had uttered such words, they would surely be deemed a fool. Yet coming from DTon, though incomprehensible, they needed to gradually digest this information. After a silence of several seconds, they were struck with astonishment. Could he truly traverse time at will, moving to 20 years in the future or beyond? Ha ha, struggle well. Insects. DTon laughed heartily as he stepped into the rift, which slowly closed, vanishing from the realm. Xiang Kisi, Enelu? Chapter 119, 20 years later. The 10 sovereigns of the New World, Captain Raijin. That man is incredibly powerful. Could he truly be the one you spoke of? The two giants sat on the deck of the Zhan Yin flying ship, still shaken after DTon had departed. Indeed, that is him. This man is MaDitian's, the one who once decisively defeated me. I never anticipated he would grow even stronger. Enelu swallowed hard, feeling a sense of despair. Despite his own considerable enhancement in strength, the gap between them had only widened. He was the true monster. Sigh, let's leave this place. Enelu sighed, feeling no desire to fight anyone today. He needed to return and calm the tumult within his heart. Captain, are you all right? Bai Command asked, glancing at Xiang Kasi, who was still laughing. Ha ha, I never expected that Haushika Haki could reach even greater heights. Xiang Kasi laughed with excitement. A sudden epiphany illuminating his understanding of the power of Haushika Haki, as if he had shattered a bottleneck. Soon enough, Xiang Kasi regained his composure and commanded, let us depart as well. We must find a suitable place to train diligently. That man has wagered 20 years against us. We cannot allow ourselves to be crushed by him again. I share that sentiment. Bai Kai-man felt relieved. He had feared Xiang Kasi would be demoralized after suffering several defeats at DTon's hands, yet it seemed to have ignited the captain's fighting spirit. This was a fortunate turn of events. After all, Xiang Kasi possessed immense talent, though he often squandered it in idleness. Shortly thereafter, DTon arrived at the Isle of Giants, Urba. Activating his demonic brain, he manifested a colossal figure of Fan Ma, towering 1,000 meters high. With each step he took, the ground trembled and roared beneath him. What kind of giant is this? The giants, standing only a few dozen meters tall, were struck with shock and fear as they beheld the gigantic figure rising from their island. They themselves were merely dozens of meters tall, and none reached 100 meters. Who dares to receive my punch? DTon, with arms crossed, stood atop the giant's head, gazing down imperiously, his voice resonating across the cosmos, awakening every slumbering giant who looked up in awe at the seemingly endless giant, feeling an unprecedented sense of terror and helplessness. Compared to this 1,000-meter giant, they appeared as insignificant as mere humans. Elder, look quickly. What is happening? Where did this colossal giant come from? Is this the true form of a giant? Or perhaps our race's awakening form? Awakening form? There has been no record of such a thing in our lineage. What manner of monster is this? Do not panic. It may be a power user. Look, atop the giant's head, there appears to be a human. Yet, even if he is a power user, his size is terrifying. Is no one willing to take my punch? Where is Loki? DTon's commanding voice echoed again. At that moment, the king of the giants, Loki, was compelled to step forward. I shall take your punch. Blessed with innate strength, the king of giants had once bested even Whitebeard, obliterating the power of his devil fruit with a single blow. Even after many years, Whitebeard could not forget the pain of that strike. Very well. DTon looked down at Loki and declared, remember my name. The one who strikes you is MaDitian's. As the colossal figure clenched a fist the size of a small mountain, it came crashing down toward Loki. Loki braced himself, his feet sinking deeply into the ground as he stabilized his stance, summoning his own right fist, glowing with intense heat, indicating the tremendous power he had gathered. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying raw power that radiated outward, shattering the earth for miles around. Loki let out an anguished cry as his arm was rendered useless, creating a vast pit hundreds of meters wide at the site of impact. Countless giants were left in shock, although they had mentally prepared themselves. Knowing that even the godlike Loki was no match for this monster, they had not anticipated such a thorough obliteration. It was well known that the inherently powerful Loki could shatter even a mountain with a full-force punch, yet he had just lost an arm. The disparity in strength was evident and insurmountable. As they beheld their Loki grievously injured, the battle spirit and enmity of countless giants surged, fists clenched, yearning to charge forth and engage the colossal foe. Ha! Though rather juvenile, this power is somewhat acceptable. I shall return in 20 years, DTon laughed maniacally. His hatred already sown, awaiting the harvest 2 decades hence. After all, he was far too formidable at present, merely able to glimpse the future to see who might transcend their own might and grow even stronger. The immense power he displayed revealed to countless onlookers the true pinnacle of strength, igniting a desire to pursue him, rendering any satisfaction with the likes of Roger or Rox utterly obsolete. In the next 20 years, DTon would undoubtedly become synonymous with strength in this world, where attaining the might of the 4 emperors or admirals would merely signify the beginning of the path to true power. Having torn through the void and shaken the very foundations of Elbaf with a single punch, DTon departed entirely. The giants stood in awe, their scalps tingling at the sheer might of his existence. I never imagined he was the one who killed Whitebeard, the very DTon, and yet he is so outrageously powerful. Indeed, at first I was skeptical, thinking Whitebeard's defeat stemmed from physical limitations, but seems even in his prime, he might not have bested such a monster. King Loki, are you all right? A giant rushed to assist Loki from the deep pit. I'm fine, merely a lost arm. It's gone, and so be it. What excites me is witnessing an even mightier giant, Loki replied, feeling weak yet filled with unyielding resolve, his warrior spirit boiling over. This was the essence of true strength. In 20 years, we shall fight again. With that, King Loki slipped into a deep slumber. The other giants stood outside the vast pit, which spanned hundreds of meters and bore the unmistakable imprint of fist, plunging deep into the earth. Their king was indeed remarkable, not reduced to mere pulp. 6 months later, DTon gathered together Makino, Vivi, Hancock, Shirahoshi, Nico Robin, Chopper, Rebecca, Violet, Bonnie Jinbei, and Peach Rabbit, traversing time to 20 years hence. He took them along primarily to prevent them from aging. Upon arriving 2 decades later, they remained unchanged. However, Conies from Sky Island chose not to accompany DTon, unwilling to part from her aging father, fearing he would have no one to care for him. 20 years later, DTon and his companions appeared in Sabaody. Look, is that not Lord DTon from 20 years ago? No way. He still looks as youthful as ever. And those women beside him have not aged at all. They seem even more youthful and beautiful. Indeed, could they all be Lord DTon's women? How fierce. I heard that Lord DTon and the Empress vanished for 2 decades. Yet here they are in Sabaody, unchanged. This is absurd. The Empress, following DTon, overheard the astonished murmurs around her. Could it be that she had truly traversed time with her husband to the present day? How absurd. Yet why did it feel like just yesterday? The Empress activated her powers, a cold smile captivating many present. As a wielder of a paramecia fruit, her abilities now encompassed area attacks, and her alluring powers were even more formidable, with her petrifying abilities reaching new heights. I inquire, what year is it in the Sea Circle calendar? To answer, Your Majesty, it is the year 1541. So, indeed, 20 years have passed. The Empress pondered, her heart racing with astonishment. She had previously doubted her husband's capabilities, yet it was all true. Is there a pirate king presently? She asked again, Your Majesty, while Lord DTon exists, no one dares to claim the title of Pirate King. Correct, though there are 10 emperors. Upon hearing this, DTon grinned. Changes had indeed occurred, and it sounded promising. Who are these 10 emperors? Please elaborate. The Empress, noticing DTon's keen interest, pressed the surrounding individuals for details. Your Majesty, these 10 emperors are extraordinary, each possessing earth-shattering abilities. Oh, in what manner are they earth-shattering? To put it simply, if Roger was the Pirate King, any of the current 10 emperors could easily defeat 10 foes. Indeed, they are immensely powerful. Even Lord DTon might not necessarily be their match. Ha! It seems they have all grown stronger. DTon suddenly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, which instantly enveloped all of Sabaody in an oppressive darkness. Within mere seconds, only a few hundred could withstand the weight of his overwhelming presence, including several admirals and formidable pirates. This aura, what is it? Rayleigh, present in Sabaody, felt DTon's energy and his heart tightened. DTon had indeed returned. He had disappeared for a full 20 years, leaving no trace for anyone to find. Sensing Rayleigh's presence, DTon made his way to Island 13. Greetings, Lord DTon, Rayleigh said, astonished at the sight of him and his entourage, who appeared unchanged from 20 years prior, clearly having traversed time alongside DTon. Fascinating, you old coot are still alive. But I wonder, how have you trained Luffy? DTon casually entered Shacky's bar and took a seat, while Shacky hurriedly brought him a drink. Rayleigh smiled faintly. To be honest, thanks to you. The former strong have become even stronger during these 20 years, realizing that no power is unattainable. Among the rising stars, Luffy has certainly not fallen short. He faced the power of the ancient weapon Pluton head-on a few years ago. Rayleigh believed that Luffy now posed a real threat to DT-on. After all, Luffy had grown for over 20 years, while DT-on had lost 2 decades of training. The gap between them was narrowing and could even be surpassed. Interesting. Able to withstand the Pluton. You have not disappointed me. DT-on's fighting spirit soared, influencing even the world outside, as if time itself were shifting. As a wielder of the time fruit, he had developed his powers to manipulate time itself, able to change environmental conditions within a certain range at will. However, upon hearing that Straw Hat Luffy could confront the ancient weapon, Peach Rabbit and the others were astounded, realizing how formidable these individuals had become over 2 decades. Just how much pressure had her husband instilled in them 20 years prior? I have heard of the 10 emperors. I wonder who they are? Ditian inquired, genuinely intrigued. Lily did not intend to conceal anything. Such matters could easily be inquired about by asking anyone in Shanghua. He stated, Your Excellency, DT-on, the powerful individuals I have brought to your attention are not ranked by strength, but represent the 10 most formidable forces established in the New World. They include Luffy, Enel, Hawkeye Mihawk, Buggy, the Giant Loki, Barrett, Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Lingling, Blackbeard Teach, and Law. Quite intriguing, Ditian remarked. It seems I must find an opportunity to meet them. However, before that, let me see the extent of your strength, Rayleigh. DT-on suddenly struck at lightning speed, grasping Rayleigh's shoulder and teleporting several hundred meters away to an open area, forcefully pressing him down to the ground. Rayleigh was filled with astonishment. DT-on was still as powerful as ever, and he barely managed to react in time. As he quickly regained his composure, he enveloped himself in haki, forming a visible layer of black armor that significantly bolstered his defenses. With a resounding explosion, the ground within a radius of several hundred meters was devastated as Rayleigh was pinned down by DT-on's might. Wow! Rayleigh spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet he was not mortally wounded and could withstand the assault with ease. Suddenly, he seized DT-on's arm with both hands and, harnessing a terrifying force, threw DT-on away. DT-on, utilizing his momentum, performed several flips in midair before landing 10 meters away. You old man, you have indeed grown stronger, DT-on acknowledged. But what is that armor you possess? Your Excellency, DT-on, thanks to your past strength, we have been able to continually develop our armed haki, resulting in the creation of the armed haki armor. The armed haki armor is more than 10 times more formidable than the ordinary armed haki, enhancing both attack and defense. As Rayleigh spoke, he underwent a rejuvenation process, appearing a decade younger, ready to face DT-on with full force. I see. Armed haki armor is indeed a brilliant concept. DT-on replied, extending his hand to apply armed haki armor to his fist, forming a layer of black armor instantly. What? You? Rayleigh exclaimed in shock. Did he learn it on the spot, or had he known all along? This is armed haki armor. It seems quite remarkable. DT-on smiled broadly. With his extraordinary talent and sharp intellect, he could grasp complex techniques with minimal exposure. However, for now, DT-on could only partially apply armed haki armor and was unable to achieve the full body transformation like Rayleigh. The surrounding spectators were bewildered. What is happening? It seems Lord DT-on is unaware of armed haki armor. How is this possible? Lord DT-on was already the strongest existence 20 years ago, unmatched in capability. Could it be that Lord DT-on has been in seclusion for 20 years and has not kept up with the outside world? It is indeed possible he has been hidden away. After all, he has not appeared for 20 years. Regardless, Lord DT-on's talent is terrifying. It seems he just learned the armed haki armor with a mere glance. Soon, the multitude of spectators became fervent, eagerly anticipating the clash between DT-on and the current powerful figures. By his side, the Empress, Peach Rabbit, and others gazed at DT-on with pride. Their man was truly impressive. Just a glance was enough to master such a skill. Simultaneously, they were filled with curiosity about the present era, as it seemed there were numerous formidable individuals, perhaps even stronger than DT-on. I wonder how my dear sweet Swede is doing. I wish to see her immediately. The Empress thought eagerly. I also long to meet my little fish, but I have already contacted the Sea Kings. And they said she is currently in the New World, Shirahoshi thought, blushing, realizing her daughter was now 20 years old. The thought of their reunion made her feel nervous. Peach Rabbit, Violet, Bonnie, and others contemplated their sons as well, wondering how they fared in this world. Yet they all understood that before seeking their children, they must first see what arrangements DemonBack had made. At that moment, DemonBack launched a powerful punch towards Rayleigh. The terrifying energy fluctuations, enhanced by the armed hockey armor, significantly amplified the explosive force. Rayleigh, although astonished by DemonBack's mastery of armed hockey armor, pondered how a single armored fist could possibly compare to his full-body transformation. The full-body armed hockey armor not only amplified attack and defense, but also enhanced mobility speed tenfold. In the critical moment, Rayleigh transformed into a shadowy blur. DemonBack furrowed his brow, feeling no contact. Had Rayleigh's speed increased to such an extent? The phantom Rayleigh reappeared behind DemonBack, launching a surprise attack with all his might. What incredible speed! Truly impressive, Rayleigh-senpai. Who would have thought that after fully transforming into armed hockey armor, his speed could reach such terrifying levels? Yet, I can only manage to enhance my legs with armed hockey armor, achieving merely a 3 to 5-fold increase. Indeed, at this speed, even Lord DemonBack might struggle to react. The spectators gasped as they witnessed Rayleigh vanish in an instant. However, Rayleigh's pupils dilated as if the attack suddenly slowed down. What was happening? Unbeknownst to him, DemonBack had activated his fruit ability, causing time to slow within a certain range. In that fleeting moment, DemonBack countered Rayleigh's attack, turning to meet his fist with his own. With a thunderous crash, their pure, terrifying powers collided, and both were sent staggering back several dozen meters before regaining their footing. DemonBack examined his fist, surprised to feel a slight numbness. Clearly, the full-body armed hockey armor provided a significantly greater power boost than the localized version. Although DemonBack had not activated the power of his devil fruit for amplification, his attack, augmented by the partial armed hockey armor, had reached 60% of his full strength. The Empress and the others were astonished to see that Rayleigh could force DemonBack back several meters. These individuals had indeed grown stronger. The surrounding spectators watched with bated breath. Impressive, as expected of Lord DemonBack, just by applying armed hockey armor to his fist. He can match Rayleigh-senpai, who is fully transformed. If he were to fully apply armed hockey armor, wouldn't he easily overpower Rayleigh-senpai, who lacks a devil fruit ability? However, the speed of Lord DemonBack's counterattack was truly astonishing. After missing a punch, he was still able to retaliate against his opponent, Senior Rayleigh. I am utterly perplexed by how this is possible. Could it be that the legend is indeed true? Are you implying that he is a wielder of the time fruit? Who can say? After all, 20 years ago, Lord DemonBack explicitly stated that he was not a user of any devil fruit. Upon hearing the discussions around him, Rayleigh pondered how DemonBack could not be a devil fruit user, especially since he had already developed the powers of the time fruit to an absurd extent. Just moments ago, he had sensed the infinite stillness of time. Otherwise, even if DemonBack had an instinctive quick reflex, he would undoubtedly have been struck by that punch, leaving him with a severe blow to his back. Nevertheless, DemonBack's strength was indeed overwhelming, with merely a single punch infused with hockey. He was able to match Rayleigh's might, indicating that DemonBack had already reached his current level of power 2 decades ago. Moreover, this merely represented one facet of DemonBack's abilities. Enduring the numbing sensation in his arm, Rayleigh sighed. Alas, time is unrelenting. Even after utilizing the return of life technique, I still feel a deficiency in my vitality, unable to unleash the full force of my hockey. Therefore, Lord DemonBack, I must sincerely apologize. It seems I shall disappoint you once again. However, my current strength is merely at the top tier of this era, inferior to those monstrous beings of the Emperor and even King ranks. Rayleigh was not being modest. His words were very sincere. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, while Senior Rayleigh is formidable, he is ultimately advanced in age, surpassing 90 years. He undoubtedly does not possess the combat prowess of the 10 Emperors. Yes, the battle strength of the 10 Emperors is truly terrifying. The last time I ventured into the New World, I fled in fear after barely making any progress. Furthermore, Senior Rayleigh is not a devil fruit user. In this era, it is the devil fruit users who reign supreme. To become one of the 10 Emperors in the New World, such power is likely essential. Indeed, not everyone is like the renowned Mihawk from Blade Domain or Shanks from Red Domain. Aside from these two titans, figures such as Enel from Thunder Domain, Buggy from the Fragmented Domain, and Luffy from the Freedom Domain, as well as Blackbeard Teach from the Dark Domain and Law from the Void Domain, are all users of devil fruits. Hearing such discussions, DemonBack grew even more exhilarated and eager. However, he first needed to defeat Rayleigh, who clearly had not yet exerted his full strength and still possessed the capability to fight. Clenching his fists tightly, Tion's muscles tensed, causing his upper garment to explode. He unleashed the full might of his demonic power, showcasing muscles that seemed indomitable and exuding an overwhelming sense of explosive energy. A layer of red energy enveloped his body, distorting the surrounding space, while his fiery red hair heightened his intimidating presence. Rayleigh, regardless of your age, I proclaimed 20 years ago that I would unleash a massacre upon you. No one can stand apart unless I am thoroughly satisfied. With a powerful punch, Tion struck the ground beneath him, resulting in a resounding explosion, causing devastation within a radius of several hundred meters, shaking the entire island number 13. Witnessing this, Rayleigh felt helpless. His opponent was indeed still a madman. Yet today, he was determined. In addition to his hockey armor, he possessed Conqueror's Haki, enabling him to engage in localized Haki binding. With a thunderous roar, an even more terrifying aura erupted from Rayleigh, as his formidable Conqueror's Haki reached a level of divine punishment. What does divine punishment entail? It encompasses a fearsome physical attack, generating a pulsing electric current capable of summoning true lightning. Goodness, everyone, retreat far away. This technique of divine punishment binding unleashes a terrifying explosive force, essentially disregarding many defenses. Those with weaker physiques will be left bloodied and mangled upon impact. The onlookers, startled, quickly retreated 1,000 meters, unwilling to remain in close proximity to the battle. The Empress and her companions, sensing the impending danger, also withdrew. The ground surrounding Rayleigh began to crumble as he engaged in extensive Haki binding. Tion, witnessing this, felt even more exhilarated. Rayleigh had indeed concealed his power. With a resounding blast, the ground erupted. Tion transformed into a streak of black lightning, launching an attack towards Rayleigh, who countered with a flash of red lightning. The two collided instantaneously. Their battle was fiercely intense and rapid, revealing only two intertwined flashes of lightning as they fought, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Even tree trunks with diameters of 5 or 6 meters were shattered into countless fragments in an instant. Incredible. Such power. It is likely that before long, the entire island number 13 will be reduced to ruins. The spectators, now positioned at the periphery, activated their observation Haki, barely managing to capture the movements of the two combatants. In this era, mastery of both observation Haki and armament Haki has become commonplace. Without mastering either, one is unqualified to be a pirate. For example, soldiers of the Marine headquarters must awaken at least one type of Haki. Otherwise, they lack the right to serve there, given the formidable strength of contemporary pirates. Moreover, all Marines capable of operating in the New World must possess Haki at an intermediate level. Otherwise, they can only patrol the 4 seas to apprehend pirates. Additionally, one standing within the Marine headquarters is determined by the extent of their armament Haki, the proficiency of their observation Haki, and their ability to bind with Haki. The 12 admirals of the Marine headquarters have essentially reached a level of complete armament Haki and possess high proficiency in observation Haki. Within the Holy Land of Mariehua, the former warlords of the sea, the Celestial Angels, have been upgraded to the 10th generation series, each stronger than the last, patrolling the skies or stationed throughout the city, guarding the Holy Land with an air of solemnity. Moreover, within Panga City, the figures of the current 10 emperors, the Celestial Angels, can be observed. These beings possess high bloodline factors, and their combat prowess surpasses that of the 10th generation warlords. Nevertheless, despite such strength, the world government remains threatened by the Revolutionary Army. Currently, half of the world is under the control of the Revolutionary Army, which wields considerable advanced technology, particularly through the use of bloodline factors to create artificial devil fruits. The world government initially believed they had failed in this endeavor, but later discovered it was successful, yet Vegapunk had concealed this information, having early on provided this dangerous technology to the Revolutionary Army. As a result, the power of the Revolutionary Army has grown increasingly formidable over the years. Furthermore, with the existence of the 10 emperors, the New World has become an unmanageable sea, beyond the reach of the Marine headquarters. Essentially, the world government is not only faced with the turmoil caused by the 10 emperors, but also the might of the Revolutionary Army. At this very moment, the battle in Sabaody has drawn the attention of the world government. A celestial angel, resembling the Empress, with white wings and a form strikingly similar to that of the Empress, descended into Pangu City, entering the Chamber of Authority. I have heard that the battle in Sabaody is causing significant repercussions. Have we identified who is fighting? One of the 5 Elder Stars inquired solemnly. Their once severed arms now replaced with black sea stone prosthetics, signifying a rare and superior grade of sea stone. Only beneath the depths of 10,000 meters in the ocean can one hope to uncover such veins. However, the essence of Hailu stone exerts a tremendous suppression on those endowed with the powers of fruits. Ordinary Hailu stone has ceased to pose any threat to formidable beings like the 10 emperors, for each has mastered the full extent of their armed hockey armor. Report, my lord. In the waters of Xiangbadi, on island number 13, Rayleigh and MaDitian are engaged in battle. What? MaDitian? Upon hearing this, the 5 elders were instantly taken aback, instinctively gripped by fear as shadows of the past resurfaced. They hurriedly contacted him deep within the Flower Kingdom, for they found themselves at a loss regarding their next course of action. Not only did they lack confidence in subduing Daition, but it seemed that Im's daughter was somehow intertwined with him. Though Im had not spoken of it, they were not fools. The implications of such a connection left them utterly bewildered. Im, residing within the Flower Kingdom, had long sensed Daikin's presence and found herself somewhat disoriented by this realization. After 20 years, she had not forgotten their 5 months of conflict. For now, let us remain still, Im commanded from afar. She sat quietly before her vanity, gazing into the mirror at her reflection, unable to resist the urge to tidy her appearance, eagerly anticipating Daikin's arrival. The 20 years since the birth of her daughter felt interminably long, yet her previous 8 centuries had passed swiftly. He will undoubtedly come see me, but I shall not allow him to meet you easily, thought to herself, her pride swelling. Chapter 121. Daitian's sons and daughters. The earth shook violently, and after more than 100 exchanges, Rayleigh was abruptly struck down by Daitian. With a resounding crash, the immense force caused the very tectonic plates of Island No. 13 to sway upon the ocean's surface. Rayleigh coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body rendered nearly lifeless, overwhelmed by pain that robbed him of consciousness. Strangely, despite being fortified by armed hockey armor, he found himself at the mercy of Daitian's peculiar attack, which, though seemingly ordinary strikes, managed to partially bypass the absolute defenses of his armor. It must be noted that Daitian was not clad entirely in armed hockey armor. Under such conditions, one would expect that defeating him would require days and nights of struggle. Those nearby were utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that such a top-tier powerhouse as Rayleigh could be defeated within mere minutes, even while fully armored. Indeed, Daitian-sama is truly formidable. But how did he accomplish that? Clearly, merely enhancing his fists with hockey armor shouldn't be sufficient to inflict such severe injuries on Rayleigh, who is renowned for his resilience. Not necessarily. Daitian-sama was already a monstrous existence 20 years ago. Perhaps armed hockey armor does not constitute absolute offense and defense in his eyes. Yet they were unaware that Daitian felt pity upon hearing their misguided discussions. What is absolute defense? Does such a thing truly exist? While armed hockey armor indeed offers terrifying enhancements in offense and defense, this power is not absolute. Engaging Rayleigh in direct confrontation would undoubtedly be challenging. But once the truth of the fist is grasped, even the most formidable armor cannot shield one from genuine harm. To compel me to use my true strength. You have at least provided me with satisfaction. In honor of your prowess, I shall unleash my full might to end your life. Daitian looked down from pit, scornfully observing Rayleigh, who lay face up on the ground. In the preceding battle, not only had he lost an eye, but one of his arms was rendered useless, compounded by the impact from the fall, leaving him temporarily incapacitated. Nevertheless, Rayleigh displayed no fear of death. Rather, he was perplexed by Daitian's concept of true strength and asked, "Before you kill me, please enlighten me. What is true strength?" Rayleigh inquired weakly. Daitian grinned and mockingly replied, "It seems your talent is rather lacking. However, true strength is merely a name I whimsically assigned. Each punch is rooted in a higher level of technique in combat." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh felt no shame. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter, suddenly enlightened. "I see now. I certainly cannot compare to you. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. What surprises me is that a brute of your caliber, capable of showcasing ultimate violence, also possesses such elevated techniques. It is truly astonishing." Daitian was unable to respond to this conundrum. He could only assert that he was not the true Fama Yojiro, but merely playing the part to inherit his strength, talent, muscles, bloodline, and indomitable will. Yet, true strength is the embodiment of Guahaihuang's truth in martial arts, representing a higher technique. When executing an attack, it may appear ordinary, Yet the lethality it carries is profoundly terrifying. Even Fan Yojiro, when confronted with such ultimate violence, instinctively felt fear and hesitated to engage directly. In his youth, Guahai Wang, much like Fan Yojiro, had pursued the path of muscular violence and reached a terrifying height. However, one day he was bested by a frail old man. Upon understanding the reason, he resolutely chose to abandon the pursuit of muscular brute force in favor of seeking the supreme truth of technique. Had it not been for his advanced age, he might not have been defeated by Fan Yojiro's ultimate violence. However, his ultimate release and ultimate true strength are undoubtedly exquisite techniques of truth. The ultimate release can effortlessly defend against most attacks, while the ultimate true strength can easily disregard the majority of defenses. As he prepared to deliver the final blow to Rayleigh, Hancock interjected, "Husband, please show mercy." Simultaneously, Shaki arrived on the scene. Daitian understood the implications of this. Strictly speaking, Hancock, Shaki, and Rayleigh shared a certain connection. Hancock had once been enslaved by the celestial dragons and, fleeing from Merigios, found refuge in Xiangbidi, where she received care from both Shaki and Rayleigh. Furthermore, Shaki was likely the next empress of Nine Snake Island. Seeing Daitian relent in his intention to kill Rayleigh, Hancock felt a wave of relief wash over her. Filled with happiness that Daitian had chosen to overlook her defiance of his wishes for her sake. "Thank you, my husband," Hancock said, nestling against Daitian's arm. Her demeanor sweet and gentle. Onlookers were moved by Hancock's affectionate display, noting how Daitian's prowess in nurturing women was evident, as even the once cold empress now radiated warmth. "It matters not. You are my woman, and I will take your feelings into account," Daitian replied tenderly. Hancock's cheeks flushed with joy, feeling overwhelmed by happiness. Shaki assisted Rayleigh to his feet, casting a grateful glance at Hancock before leading him away. "Stay here in Xiangbidi. I must attend to some matters," Daitian instructed, preparing to visit the world government for further investigation. "Husband, we wish to find our children. Would that be permissible?" Kaoto gently held onto Daitian's other arm, playfully shaking it as she said, "You need not worry. I will accompany you. If you venture forth alone, I cannot help but fret for your safety." Daitian replied earnestly. Given the current strength of the Empress and her companions, venturing into the new world posed considerable danger. While Rayleigh was a first-rate powerhouse, the Empress could only be regarded as a top-tier, second-rate warrior. As for Bonnie, Violet, and Rebecca, they were even weaker. Concerned about being a burden to Daitian, Rebecca promptly suggested, "My lord, perhaps I and Violet should return to Dressrosa. I can also go back to Alabasta." Vivi chimed in with a gentle smile. "Do not rush. You shall stay at Sabaody for a few days, and I will make arrangements later." Daitian had no intention of sending them back to their respective homes. He planned to find a suitable place in the new world for them to reside together, ensuring they would not feel adrift without a sense of home. "Very well. We shall heed your wishes, my lord," Nico Robin quietly replied. Subsequently, Daitian tore through the fabric of space and stepped inside. The onlookers were left astonished, their jaws agape for quite some time. "Did you see that? One astonishing technique. It feels as though he has torn the very space apart." Indeed, this is an extraordinary skill, rivaling the abilities of powerful fruit users. The Empress and her companions paid little heed to the crowd. Upon Daitian's departure, they chose to leave in search of a temporary dwelling, although each harbored curiosity about their respective children. Thus, they entered a bar to gather information. Some reckless individuals, emboldened by the beauty of the Empress and her companions, attempted to cause trouble, yet a few were aware that these were Daitian's women. "I say, brother, do you wish for your family to perish? Those are all women of Lord Fan MaDitian. If you dare to lay a finger on them, you may find yourself facing a gruesome fate." Upon hearing the name Fan MaDitian, those unaware of the situation felt a wave of fear wash over them, relieved to be dissuaded. The Empress, however, did not allow those who sought to harass them to escape unscathed. She unleashed her powers, an invisible energy filling the bar, and began her targeted assault. Dozens of individuals were suddenly petrified. "I am as beautiful as a celestial being. I am forgiven for any transgression, am I not?" The Empress coldly inquired, surveying the stunned crowd. "Indeed, long live the Empress." "Fear not, Empress. These ruffians deserved to be petrified for their lack of decorum, even daring to offend you." The Empress smiled serenely, satisfied, then shifted the topic to inquire, "Do you know of Fan MaDitian?" "Oh, Fan MaDitian. Could she be the daughter of Lord Daitian and the Empress?" "Naturally, it appears you are familiar with my sweet Tiantian. Now, Share with me all that you know. The Empress was eager to learn of Tiantian's life over the past 20 years. Certainly, Empress, your daughter Tian is remarkable, having ruled the windless sea and is now its queen. Even the Navy and the world government dare not confront her. Just recently, she single-handedly defeated a giant admiral at Sabaody. However, it seems your daughter faced some difficulties in the New World, having been bested by Kaido's grandson, Tian in the Ghost Domain. Kaido's grandson, Tian The Empress emitted a menacing aura, incensed that anyone would dare to bully her daughter. Sister, if it is Kaido's grandson, I may know who Tian is. Who is it? The Empress inquired. Bonnie leaned in and whispered to the Empress. Upon hearing, the Empress calmed, realizing it was another son of Tian, born to Yamato. Soon after, Bonnie and the others began to question the bar patrons to learn about their respective children. Machino's son, Fanma Ling Tian, had indeed joined the Navy, possessing the power of the double fruit and remarkable training talent. He was now one of the 12 top admirals of the Navy headquarters. Vivi's son, Fanma Xiao Tian, wielded the power of the float fruit, boasting immense strength and claiming the title of King of the Skies. He possessed a colossal mobile castle that soared across the heavens. Gina's son, Fanma Zhongjun, had also joined the Navy, bearing the ability of the mythical Zoan vampire fruit, and was among the 12 top admirals, immensely powerful. Gina's wish for her son to join the Navy was thus fulfilled. Shirahoshi's daughter, Fanma Xiaoyu, was a Sea King-level being, commanding all Sea Kings across the oceans, and held a highly esteemed position in the New World. Furthermore, her kind-hearted nature meant she never used Sea Kings to target vessels at sea and often rescued those who fell overboard, whether pirates or others. Consequently, many of her kin resided on an island, undisturbed, even protected by several of the 10 Emperor's forces. Nico Hoban's son, Fanma Tianyi, and Shirahoshi's son shared a close bond, forming a trio with Xiaoyu. As for Rebecca's son, Fanma Xiangri, and Violet's son, Fanma Jieshi, little was known about them. They likely remained in Dressrosa without venturing out to sea. There was also no information on Tao Tu's son, Fanma Fei. Tao Tu speculated that perhaps her sister, Admiral Crane, had not allowed her son to join the Navy, wishing for him to lead a simple life. Aneson, Fanma Luo En, was said to have followed Admiral Zephyr in his youth, traversing the seas, but eventually, Zephyr was killed by the Revolutionary Army and Luffy's forces, leading to the dissolution of the Inyo Navy. Akiji, who had once joined the Inyo Navy, subsequently aligned himself with Blackbeard's forces in the Dark Domain. I felt a deep sorrow upon hearing of Zephyr's demise. Confusion reigned, as the Inyo Navy had not been destroyed by the world government and the Navy headquarters, but had instead been eliminated by the combined efforts of the Revolutionary Army and Luffy's Straw Hat crew. I inquired about the Free Domain led by Straw Hat Luffy, learning that it was immensely powerful. 20 years prior, all members of Whitebeard's White Team had ultimately joined Luffy's Free Domain. Moreover, the Free Domain had established alliances with red-haired Shanks' Red Domain, Law's Empty Domain, and Blackbeard's Dark Domain. Mihawk's Sword Domain was less populated but remained neutral, refraining from alliances with any forces. Similarly, Enel's Lightning Domain and Buggy's Fragmented Domain followed suit. However, Buggy's territory was the largest, with the most inhabitants, rivaling that of a kingdom. Speaking of Buggy, many regarded him as deceptive in appearance. Once, many powerful figures looked down upon him, deeming him a mere insignificant character. Yet who would have thought that years later, his fruit would awaken, seemingly granting him enlightenment. His strength surged rapidly. Even Blackbeard could not defeat Buggy. Currently, the notorious Joker Baki is regarded as an exceedingly formidable presence. Any vessel that ventures into the realm of the Siphonbuli may find itself utterly shattered, an outcome entirely unavoidable. No one knows about the son of Boni, Fama Xiaoxiong, situated amidst the sacred land and the flowers. You truly have succeeded in traversing through, Imu remarked, observing that Tian had not undergone any changes. Her heart fluttered with a hint of anxiety, yet she instinctively poured him a cup of meticulously brewed red tea. Tian sipped the tea and stated, naturally, but for me, it feels as though it was just yesterday, while for you, it has truly been 20 years. What are your intentions upon your return? If possible, I hope you can assist me. Imu was uncertain why, but she felt an inclination to rely on this man, Tian. After all, the world had transformed drastically over the past 2 decades, with formidable beings emerging like mushrooms after rain. Even the world government and the marine headquarters under her command are now precariously positioned. The Revolutionary Army has long since made its presence known to the world. dominating half of the territories, a clear provocation. You must announce to the world that I, MaDitian, am the sole emperor of the seas from this day forth. Upon hearing this, Imu was taken aback. The situation had escalated to that of one emperor ruling over 10 monarchs, her status elevated above that of the 10 monarchs. With a beaming smile, Imu felt as though Ditian was aiding her in suppressing the 10 monarchs of the New World. No problem. However, you must exercise caution. The realms of freedom, red, black, and void possess a nature of alliance. Their sole objective is to eradicate you. Imu could not help but express her concern. That only makes it more interesting. After 20 years, I have finally witnessed their desperate resistance, Ditian declared, rising to depart. He was eager to confront the so-called 10 monarchs. Yet, Imu, feeling a tinge of reluctance, bashfully implored, Ditian, since you are here, won't you stay with me for the night? Chapter 122. The world in shock and awe. It is indeed rare for you to make such a request. But since you are my woman, I shall indulge you. However, my time is limited. I can only satisfy you for one night. Ditian turned gently to Imu, who, in both figure and demeanor, surpassed the empress by considerable margin. Her request stirred within him an undeniable desire. She felt a wave of embarrassment. She had inadvertently uttered such words, despite having lived over 800 years. How could she, after merely 20 years, be so unable to withstand her loneliness for Ditian? Lost in thought, she soon found herself laid upon the bed by Ditian. As Imu awoke groggily, she discovered that Ditian was no longer by her side. It really was just one night. I knew it was insufficient. Yimu gurumlet, had fave feast kudenchet. Her cheeks flushed. After all, their last encounter had spanned 5 months, and now he had only granted her a single night, which felt wholly irresponsible. Unbeknownst to her, Imu had already succumbed to Ditian's allure. The animosity she once harbored had seemingly dissipated over the 2 decades of separation. Indeed, after 5 months of blissful companionship, even 2 stones could foster affection, let alone beings of flesh and desire. Very well, I shall endure for now, but next time, you must accompany me for several months. Imu took a deep breath, calming herself as she dressed and proceeded to issue commands to the 5 elders. Announcing Ditian's ascendance as the sole emperor of the New World, she intended to disseminate this information to the entire world in the form of a poster. The 5 elders, upon receiving this mission, were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Imu would take such a step for Ditian. Could it be that Imu and Ditian had united on the same front? They speculated that, at the very least, their shared daughter might have fostered a bond between them, leading to this unexpected alliance. This will surely be an entertaining spectacle. The 10 monarchs of the New World are bound to face a thorough cleansing. That may not necessarily be the case. The powers of the 10 monarchs are extraordinarily formidable. However, if one were to consider the weakest, it would indeed be Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin. Yet, these 2 have maintained a close relationship with Ditian since 20 years ago. They are unlikely to be targeted by him. Let's simply observe this unfolding drama. The 5 elders promptly communicated with the Marine headquarters, where the current fleet admiral was still Akainu. Upon receiving the directive from the 5 elders, Akainu was engulfed in a torrent of volcanic fury at the mere mention of Ditian's name. That mere MaDitian, what of his emergence? I shall never acquiesce to your demands. Akainu stated bluntly, exhibiting no restraint before the 5 elders on the other end of the line. Akainu, mind your tone with us. You must understand that even as the fleet admiral, you hold little significance in our eyes. Moreover, this directive has been personally issued by that esteemed individual. The 5 elders retorted sharply, treating Akainu as nothing more than a dog they had raised for their own purposes. Akainu seethed with indignation. Yet he realized the gravity of the situation, recognizing that the order had come directly from a distinguished figure. Thus, even if he wished to challenge the 5 elders, he had no choice but to temper his response. Very well, since it is the will of that esteemed individual, the Marine headquarters shall naturally comply. After disconnecting the call, Akainu unleashed a fearsome wave of conqueror's haki, permeating the volcanic region for miles around. The Marine headquarters was established upon this vast island, which, under the influence of Akinu's devil fruit powers, flowed with molten lava, as did the surrounding sea. The structures and the soldiers' quarters were situated upon this island. What is happening? Who has provoked the fleet admiral? Shu, lower your voices. It may be due to recent difficulties in dealing with the 10 monarchs. The soldiers on the island engaged in hushed conversations, though they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Shortly thereafter, Akainu summoned the top generals of the island for a brief meeting. All present were of the highest rank, possessing immense power, including Admiral Fujitora, Admiral Green Bull, Admiral Kazuru, Admiral Ling Tian, Rear Admiral Smoker, and Admiral Kobe. However, 4 other admirals were currently absent, attending to other missions. Akainu informed them of MaDitian's impending rise as the Emperor of the New World, hoping to alert his subordinates to the formidable return of one who had vanished for 2 decades. Upon hearing of Tian's return, Kizuru shuddered, unable to contain his apprehension. This is indeed alarming news. With his return, the New World will descend into further chaos, and our lives will become increasingly difficult. After all, I dread facing him. Akainu cast a cold glance at Kizuru, tempted to reprimand him for his defeatist attitude before they had even set out to confront Tian. I care not how you perceive this, but my command is clear. Whether Emperor or one of the 10 monarchs, seize every opportunity to apprehend them all. General Ling Tian. The esteemed commander, I have heard that Tian is your father. Surely, you would not shield him due to this familial bond and refrain from confronting him, would you? The imposing figure of Chi Quan scrutinized the 2 muscular men, seeking to gauge their sentiments. Rest assured, Marshal, regardless of who it may be, should anyone commit heinous acts that disrupt the world's order, we shall rise to defend justice without hesitation, General Ling Tian declared with resolute conviction. In his recollection, he had encountered his father only once, before he had even learned to walk, and had not seen the man since. This very man had taken his mother away, leaving him an orphan before he reached the age of 1. Reflecting on this, he felt a surge of anger. Were it not for Tian, he would not have faced such a fate. In his childhood, at Fengshe village, he had endured isolation from countless others, solely because Tian had once laid waste to the village. Ultimately, at the age of 10, he was taken by Carp to the Navy headquarters for training, evolving into a formidable naval admiral. General Zheng Jun echoed similar sentiments. He had heard from his adoptive parents in his hometown that when his mother left with his father, she entrusted him to their care, and it was she who had given him his name, with the hope that he would grow to be a just Navy man. Though he had not seen his parents for 20 years, he bore no resentment towards them. He believed that they must have had significant reasons for their departure. His focus remained on fulfilling his mother's wish to become a righteous Navy officer. Therefore, if his father were to commit any atrocious deeds, he would not hesitate to apprehend him in the name of justice, even if he were not a match for his father. He could not stand idly by while his father acted recklessly and would strive to intervene. Nevertheless, Zheng Jun found his father quite admirable, having accomplished many feats that ordinary people would not dare attempt, and he felt an eagerness to meet him. This is splendid news. Coincidentally, I have a task for you both. You are to monitor Tian's every move. Is that agreeable? Rest assured, Marshal, we can handle this matter without any issues. Ling Tian and Zheng Jun replied in unison. Their prowess among the admirals was considerable, as both were capable users of devil fruit powers. Subsequently, the Navy headquarters publicly announced Tian's identity as the Emperor of the New World. Within a mere 3 days, the people of the 4 seas and the New World were thrown into a frenzy of astonishment. The legendary, invincible man had returned. Chapter 123, Yalida's curiosity about Tian's might in the New World within the free domain. Luffy and his companions fell into a momentary silence upon receiving the poster dropped by the seagull. After waiting 20 years, I suppose it's permissible for me to kill him, right? Luffy suddenly turned to Nami. Why do you ask? His affairs are not mine, and his life or death bears no significance to me. Nami replied, rising and moving away, continuing, in any case, just be careful. That scoundrel's strength should not be underestimated. After 20 years, he may be even more formidable. Observing Nami's demeanor, Luffy chuckled. Fear not. As long as you have no objections, we shall ensure his demise this time. They all understood that Nami had borne a son. Yet with Tian's lineage involved, they deemed it necessary to inquire about Nami's stance, as they were all good comrades. If she suggested sparing Tian, they would certainly consider it. Nami's child had been sent to Kokoshia village at a young age, entrusted to Nokigao for upbringing. Over the past 20 years, Nami had only returned twice, concealing her identity as the child's biological mother. Finally, the day has arrived. I shall avenge my father, and also seek vengeance for Ace. Jaws clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with a fierce killing intent. Marco, sipping on his drink nearby, interjected before we act. We need to ascertain his current strength and find an opportunity to strike. No need to worry too much about that. Even if we do not seek him out, He will inevitably come after us. Luffy recalled the words his master Rayleigh had left behind when he departed after their training in hockey 2 decades ago. In the Dark Domain, ha ha ha, that man has indeed returned. What an intriguing era this is. I knew he could not resist. His reappearance suggests he could no longer contain himself. However, we are no longer the same. Even DTon cannot pose a threat to us. Should he dare to come, I shall ensure his demise here. Blackbeard Teach observed the poster while indulging in a cherry pie. Akiji, sipping tea nearby, remained unfazed. Ein's son Ron was practicing with beggars, the two exchanging blows, showcasing their might and strength. Akiji, to be frank, I can see glimpses of DTon in that lad Ron. How much do you truly know about his real identity? Blackbeard Teach suddenly inquired with a casual smile at Akiji. Captain, you have asked me this before, but I shall reiterate. He grew up in the Marine under Zephyr's care. It has been 12 years since Zephyr's passing and my bringing him to your side. What is there to be concerned about? Ha ha ha, I was merely asking. But even if he is DTon's son, I shall not treat him differently. In this era, whether it be you or me or others, we have all been shaped by that man to reach our current stature. If we were to say who bears his shadow, it seems we all embody aspects of him. Blackbeard Teach harbored conjectures but dared not assert them as fact. In the fragmented domain, Buggy sat within his palace, surrounded by a throng of followers. They spent their days in laughter and merriment. However, upon witnessing the news of the poster, those familiar with DTon fell into silence. Especially Buggy, who, despite his formidable strength, remained rather timid. What are we to do? DTon has returned. Could he come to eliminate us? Buggy exclaimed in a panic. No need to fret, Boss Buggy. That DTon is a thing of the past. Indeed, he was merely a formidable foe from 20 years ago. He has been absent for 2 decades. Perhaps he suffered setback somewhere and has only just emerged. But what he does not realize is that the times have changed. Should he dare to set foot on our territory, we shall tear him apart. Upon hearing this, Buggy felt that the young crew members had a point. Nevertheless, he remained apprehensive, having witnessed DTon's overwhelming power during the events of Impel Down and the Marineford War. Regardless, we must remain vigilant. You all should lay low for a while and refrain from causing trouble. We cannot afford to be the first to draw attention. Buggy cautioned with a serious expression. The pirates below, witnessing Buggy's demeanor, understood that he was not jesting. Failure to heed his warning could result in abandonment or worse. Understood. Boss Buggy, as long as we stay put, he cannot enter the fragmented domain. We are truly clever. As the silent Shacklock doll emerged from the terrifying shadows, he steadied his thoughts and spoke. I fear the situation is not as simple as you all believe. We must seek opportunities to take the initiative, otherwise, we will be faced with unpredictable crises. Once pursued by Kaido, Shacklock Doll had fortuitously joined forces with Buggy, now serving as the second spokesperson for the Buggy crew. What do you mean? Buggy asked, holding his breath. After all, we have had dealings with DTon 20 years ago. Are we still unaware of his intentions? He is a man who delights in challenging the powerful, and you, among the 10 emperors, are now one of the strongest. Do you think if you do not provoke him, he will refrain from causing you trouble? What if his strength has surpassed ours over these 20 years? If we wait for him to come to us, it may spell danger. I believe we cannot afford to be passive. We must seize the opportunity to strike. A glint of malice flickered in Shacklock Doll's eyes. The humiliation inflicted by DTon had faded over the years, yet now, with his sudden return, the past indignities felt as fresh as yesterday. Thus, it became imperative to eliminate DTon. Buggy, upon hearing this, thought it held some merit. Back in Impel Down, DTon had recklessly sought combat with the strong. At that moment, Yalata, intrigue, interjected, if that is the case, why not let me investigate his current abilities? Speaking of which, I have yet to encounter this legendary man, but from what you all say, he is quite formidable. I am genuinely curious to see just how formidable he is. Big sister, you mustn't entertain such thoughts. I have heard that man is very domineering towards women. Even the Empress Hancock and Princess Shirahoshi of Fishman Island have been captured. Indeed, he is nothing short of a superlative predator, a walking embodiment of virility. In his eyes, there is no distinction between men and women. All are merely females. Big sister, look at your flawless, delicate skin and alluring figure. If you go, you will likely walk into the jaws of tiger. If that creature were to mistreat you, it would not be worth it. Many pirates below, enamored with Yalata, hurriedly voiced their concerns for her safety. You underestimate me far too much. Do you not realize what kind of devil fruit powers I possess? In this world, there is no one who can capture me. Do you think I could be caught by him? If he wishes to play with me, he must first have my consent. Otherwise, he can only watch. Yalata brimmed with confidence in her abilities, having developed the swimsuit fruit to an unparalleled level of frictionless movement. No attack could easily harm her. The pirates under her command thought to themselves that she was indeed right. Yalata was incredibly slippery, and her abilities could be applied to her targets, meaning neither side could easily prevail over the other. Buggy, resting his chin on his hands, pondered deeply before suddenly breaking into a vicious grin. Haha, let Yalata go. I want you to witness his strength firsthand and see if we can conquer him. By the way, how many people would you like to take with you? As soon as he spoke, pirates below eagerly volunteered. Lady Yalata, pick me. I fear nothing. I am willing to be your loyal companion. Please take me with you. Yalata, accustomed to such attention, merely smiled. After all, she was renowned as the most beautiful woman on the seas, though this title was self-bestowed. Years ago, before the emergence of Empress Hancock and Princess Shirahoshi, she might have been considered the most beautiful. However, with the advent of Fan Ma Tian and Fan Ma Xiaoyu, no woman's beauty could compare to theirs. Even Yalata found herself in awe of the existence of such enchanting maidens. Suddenly, Shacklock Doll called for silence, addressing Yalata. If you wish to gather intelligence on him, you might as well head to Wano country. I suspect you will likely visit Wano first. After all, he has 2 women there, and Kaido is still his subordinate. Very well, I shall test my luck. Yalata rose, her allure still present. Bring 100 men, prepare the pirate ship, and let us set sail for Wano. Do you think this woman might betray us? I trust her abilities, but I worry she might allow herself to be captured. After all, being single for decades. Who knows how desperate she might be? Buggy couldn't help but voice his suspicions. Do not worry, Captain. Yalata is a fiercely competitive woman, and Tion is equally strong. If they truly meet, it will only lead to a fierce confrontation. All right, then we shall await her promising news. Buggy crossed his arms, his eyes darting, pondering what else lingered in his mind. Yet, he would never entrust his safety to anyone, always ensuring he had several escape plans. In the Red Domain, Shanks and his companions sat together, drinking and examining posters. Captain, Tion has resurfaced. I fear Luffy will not remain idle. Jezeb remarked, there is no need for concern. Our alliance of the 4 domains watches over each other. Should he dare to step into our territory, he will face the combined might of our forces. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Shanks' brow. Individuals like Tion must be eliminated, lest the world face dire consequences because of him. Beckman, with a cigar in his mouth, spoke earnestly. Now that Tion has returned, it is essential to keep Yuta close for protection. If he discovers such a beautiful woman, I fear for her safety. Before Beckman could finish, Shanks unleashed a tremendous aura of menace, his conqueror's haki manifesting with destructive force, causing the Red Domain to tremble and the skies to turn a dark crimson, with fissures appearing in the very fabric of reality. If he dares to lay a finger on Yuta, I swear I will annihilate his entire family. Shanks would not tolerate Tion's insult to his daughter. He was also aware that Fan Ma Tian and Fan Ma Xiaoyu, along with 2 admirals from the Navy headquarters, were all children of Tion. That is only natural, but we must prepare for contingencies. Beckman understood that Tion would not care whose daughter Yuta was. He acted without restraint. Moreover, although Yuta possessed extraordinary abilities, she remained too innocent and inexperienced when facing true power. Very well, let us retrieve Yuta. Shanks rose, his gaze fierce. He recalled the gentle and kind girl from East Blue, Makino, and the reports from the village about the day she was brutally assaulted by Tion. The thought infuriated him, fueling an unwavering resolve to never let Tion escape justice. In the Blade Domain, Dracula Mihawk reclined on a soft sofa, legs crossed, sipping tea as he perused the posters. Nearby, Perona floated, her eyes widening in shock and fear at the information presented. What should we do? Why has Fan Ma Tion, who vanished for 2 decades, suddenly returned? Am I going to be targeted? It is said that whenever she encounters a beautiful woman, she feels compelled to bully others. 20 years ago, after Tion and the Empress traversed time and space, the country of Haji was established under the power of the Elephant Lord. Dahi, consumed with fury over not being able to see his son, frequently slandered Tion, portraying him as a despicable beast. In the newly founded Haji, the samurai were free to leave, which allowed Dahi's words to spread widely. Coupled with Tion's status as a focal figure, the world soon learned of his supposedly vile nature. It was easy to believe, given the overwhelming aura of desire that perpetually radiated from DTon. Thus, most accepted these claims as truth. Hawkeye Mihawk, however, paid no heed to Perona. His sole focus was on the art of the sword. DTon's formidable strength had once seemed unassailable to him, prompting 2 decades of relentless training. Perona, by a twist of fate, had followed him. Yet, to his eyes, this woman often appeared somewhat unhinged, foolishly aspiring to become his partner. Hawkeye, you will protect me, won't you? If you do not safeguard my well-being, perhaps you could allow me to be your woman. I would offer you my most treasured possessions, so that if one day DTon takes an interest in me, I would remain unperturbed. For over a decade, Perona had coexisted with Hawkeye on this island. Aside from her interactions with a group of sword-wielding zombies, her only companionship was with him. Over time, she could not suppress her affection for Hawkeye Mihawk. Yet no matter how forward she was, he never acknowledged her feelings. Ultimately, this charming young girl had been transformed into a woman of considerable age. Nevertheless, even in her 30s, Perona appeared as youthful and beautiful as a woman in her 20s. Hawkeye remained oblivious to Perona's words. He glanced at the black sword on the tea table, contemplating whether its current power could vanquish DTon. With the black sword slung across his back, he rose and made his way outside. DTon had returned, and he sought to challenge him. The memory of having once failed to confront DTon lingered in his mind, an inescapable torment. 20 years prior, during their encounter in the East Sea, he had struck with all his might, yet failed to sever DTon's bones. He had vowed to challenge him again when he had fully mastered the Black Sword's power. However, he did not anticipate meeting him again so soon on the battlefield. At that time, Hawkeye had yet to refine the Black Sword to its utmost potential. Aware of his inability to triumph over DTon, he refrained from initiating a challenge, thus failing to fulfill his promise. Chapter 124. The Devil's Warfare against Kaido in the Realm of Thunder. Communication was severely restricted. Even the messenger birds could not penetrate it, being instantly incinerated by the dense lightning in the skies. After departing from the Holy Land, Mariehua, DTon, accompanied by the Empress and others, tore through the void and arrived in Haji. However, at that very moment, a cataclysmic battle raged on the island of ghosts nearby, shrouding the land in an atmosphere of despair, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. DTon unleashed a torrent of observation haki, sensing the turmoil on the island, where Kaido seemed to be engaged in a fierce struggle against a formidable foe. Interesting, DTon mused, his gaze fixed on the island. I did not expect such a powerful adversary to put Kaido at a disadvantage. Sir, it appears quite chaotic here, with battles erupting everywhere, Shirahoshi observed, watching the samurai fight and flee amid cries of agony and bloodied corpses. Do not fear, Shirahoshi. Your sisters will protect you, the Empress reassured, stroking Shirahoshi's head. She then turned to DTon, stating, Husband, it seems there has been an upheaval in Haji. Otherwise, Kaido and the others would have come see you by now. I shall inquire about the situation, Momonosuke declared as he stepped outside and spotted an injured samurai lying on the ground. He approached and asked, What has happened in Haji? Who dares to provoke Kaido's territory? Cough, my lord, you may not be aware, but a civil war erupted in Haji last night. A civil war? Is it a rebellion against Kaido's rule? Momonosuke questioned, perplexed. It seemed that Kaido's domination over Haji was already a settled matter. How could there be internal strife? Was it possible that Kaido's subordinates had betrayed him in a bid to overthrow his reign? Not quite. It seems to involve Kaido's grandson, the Devil's Warlord, who aims to usurp Kaido's position and demand submission, intending to rule Haji and mobilize the underworld battleships and the Elephant Lord's power to conquer the entire New World. Kaido, it appears, did not acquiesce, leading to a conflict between 2 factions in Haji. The Devil's Warlord? Momonosuke thought, realizing that this grandson was the child of DTon and Ahi. What a bold name he had chosen. And which faction do you align with? Momonosuke inquired. I am neutral, yet I have been caught in the crossfire. In any case, Haji is on the brink of upheaval, regardless of our choices. We can only drift along with the current. Excuse me, my lord, might I ask if that man over there is DTon? The injured samurai regarded DTon from a distance, feeling a strange familiarity, though it had been over 20 years since their last encounter. Indeed, that is DTon. My husband. Is there something you wish to discuss? That is splendid. I implore Lord DTon to save Haji. Although I am of the neutral faction, I still wish for Kaido to continue ruling over Haji. The ambition of the Devil's Warlord is perilous. Should he succeed, Haji is bound to face annihilation. Therefore, I beseech you, for the sake of Kaido being a subordinate of Lord Tion, please assist us in Haji. This matter is beyond my authority. It depends on my husband's decision. Momonosuke replied before returning to Tion's side. Husband, did you hear that? Tion nodded. So, it is my son who seeks to eliminate Kaido. Do you not find the situation intriguing? Subsequently, Tion arranged for the women to find a place to settle within the city before he tore through the fabric of space and ventured alone to the island of ghosts. However, before Tion had been gone long, a man suddenly appeared, blocking the path of the Empress and her companions. Madams, please accompany me. My mother wishes to meet you. Who are you? The Empress inquired coldly, standing at the forefront. Though Shirahoshi possessed the power of the Sea King and was the strongest being at sea, on land, among these women, the Empress, as the awakened wielder of the sweet fruit, was undoubtedly the most formidable presence. Fanma Renya, the man declared, his gaze resolute, exuding an aura of tremendous power that even the Empress instinctively sensed was beyond her capabilities. However, he claimed to be Fanma Renya, bearing the surname of Tion. Could he be another son of Tion, of whom she was unaware? Bonnie, Violet, and Rebecca exchanged astonished glances, realizing that the man before them was indeed Fanma Renya. They were well aware of some matters concerning Tion and Kazuki Oden. Tion once requested that Rihi give birth to a child, whom he named Fanma Renya. Your mother is Kogetsu Rihi, is she not? Did she send you to reminisce with us, or to capture us? Asked Bonnie, stepping forward to inquire directly. Such matters need not concern you, ladies. Just follow me. Fanma Renya replied, with a complete lack of emotion. What if we refuse to accompany you? Bonnie queried tentatively, wondering if this young rascal intended to resort to violence against them. Among the present sisters, who was not an elder to Fanma Renya. You are welcome to try and refuse. Fanma Renya's gaze turned cold as he stomped his foot, causing a powerful fissure several hundred meters long to appear, roughly a foot wide. Impudence! How dare you threaten us? Even if your mother were here, she would not dare to treat us in such a manner. The Empress rebuked angrily, feeling quite displeased at being threatened by a younger generation. My mother is my mother, and I am myself. I hope you do not confuse the two. I know your man is Fanma Tion, but what of it? He is not present now, and you're no match for me. Fanma Renya spoke with extreme arrogance, disregarding the Empress and others entirely. You seek death. The Empress furiously activated her powers, and under her control, everything within a radius of several hundred meters, except for her own people, was petrified in an instant. However, as Fanma Renya's body radiated the armament haki, he easily ignored her abilities. Seeing the situation, Bonnie and the others realized the gravity of the matter. This Fanma Renya truly possessed the bloodline of Tion, with formidable talent and strength. Sister, let us just follow him for now. Speaking of which, I am curious to see what Rihi has planned for us after 20 years apart. Very well. The Empress retracted her power, deciding to endure for the time being. Although she herself was unafraid, she had to consider the weaker sisters beside her. On Onigashima, the battle was incredibly fierce. The entire island seemed to be on the verge of collapse, potentially ceasing to exist at any moment. The three calamities lay on the ground, bloodied and without any fighting strength left. Kaido, transformed into a blue dragon, now stretched several hundred meters long, his body covered in wounds, with both horns broken and bleeding profusely. In front of Kaido stood a peculiar man with black wings sprouting from his back, adorned in a narrow, demonic garment. His eyes dark and hollow. Grandfather, the times have long since changed, yet you continue to grow older. You should gracefully abdicate. Why do you still pit yourself against me? You should understand that if this continues, I will truly kill you, starting by removing your dragon tendons. This man was Fanma Tion. However, he never referred to himself as Fanma, but instead identified as the Devil Tion, regardless of his form or appearance. He undeniably resembled a fusion of devil and demon, thus the title aptly suited him. His remarkable bloodline advantage stemmed entirely from the giant bloodline of Tion and the Oni bloodline of Yamato. The black wings behind him were formed by his mastery of the Conqueror's Haki, a feat achievable by no more than 4 individuals in the world. Shanks, the Devil Tion, Fanma Tion, the natural wielder of Conqueror's Haki, and Im's daughter Yu. Kaido glared at the Devil Tion in fury. He had not anticipated that this day would come so swiftly. This grandson had become a rebellious child like Yamato. Was he unable to escape the curse? Truly like mother, like son. Tion, do you realize what you are doing? I am your grandfather, and I raised and taught you since childhood. How could you act against me in such a manner? Kaido roared in rage, feeling profound sorrow. He had devoted all his energy to nurturing Jean Tian, only to find that upon growing up, Jean Tian had become defiant, seeking to kill him just as his mother had. Enough with the nonsense. Anyone who stands against my will, regardless of who they are, must pay the price. And if you still wish to obstruct me, then you may die. A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the devil Jean Tian as he lightly shook his black wings, enveloped in Conqueror's haki, causing the air to tremble. In an instant, Jean Tian vanished, reappearing atop Kaido's dragon form. With his hand poised as a blade, he aimed to completely shatter Kaido's defenses, tearing away the armament haki armor piece by piece, forcibly stripping the dragon scales from Kaido's body. A scream escaped Kaido as his massive dragon form thrashed in agony. Kaito-sama. Young Master Jean Tian, you cannot do this. Kaido-sama is only looking out for your well-being. The current 9 emperors are formidable opponents, and you will meet defeat if you confront them. Quinn, struggling against his weakness, urgently exclaimed. Silence. Do you underestimate my power? The devil Jean Tian retorted coldly, clearly displeased at being belittled. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a blade of haki that sliced through the air with blinding speed, severing Quinn's arm on the spot. Quinn screamed in horror, realizing how ruthless the young master had become. No one in Wano could stand against him now. If only Tian were here. Just then, the sky split apart, and Tian emerged from within. The commotion drew the attention of countless individuals on Onigashima. Kaido, it has been a long time. Your island is quite lively, Tian remarked, casting a disdainful glance at both Kaido and the devil Jean Tian. The power of the devil Jean Tian excited him greatly. Big brother, is it really you? Kaido asked, struggling to endure the pain of his scales being torn away, both astonished and incredulous. Tian-sama, please save Kaido-sama. The young master is planning a rebellion, and even intends to kill Kaido-sama. Quinn immediately cried out, recalling the pain of having his arm severed and harboring deep resentment towards the young master. Big brother, I am sorry for failing to raise Jean Tian properly. I fear I have disappointed you. Kaido felt a wave of guilt wash over him, believing that if Jean Tian could slay his grandfather, he would similarly attempt to kill Tian, his father. What a disloyal son, mirroring Yamato's rebellious nature. Tian, however, merely smiled broadly. No, I believe you have raised him quite well. Kaido was taken aback by the response. What did Tian mean? Why was he so exuberant? As if Jean Tian were a prize prey? Humph, so you're fan MaDitian? I have heard much of your prowess, the devil Jean Tian said, kicking Kaido away and gazing at Tian with keen interest. Jean Tian, do not be rude. This is your father. Speak to him properly. Kaido steadied himself and admonished. You are truly tiresome. The devil Jean Tian abruptly waved his hand, sending multiple blades of haki slicing towards Kaido. Already gravely injured, Kaido could not withstand the assault, and the fragmented armament haki armor provided little defense. Deep gashes, measuring over 10 meters long, marred his colossal dragon body, and torrents of blood gushed forth. Tian watched calmly, feeling a profound aversion towards this child. He had undoubtedly inherited the repugnant traits of Yamato. However, this could work to his advantage, as he could utilize this child to enhance his own narrative value. After all, his daughter had many suitors. If this one perished, so be it. A glimmer of murderous intent ignited in Tian's eyes, and his aura surged dramatically. The outer garments, burdened beyond measure, suddenly tore apart, revealing a physique of formidable strength. Hey, are you deaf? I am inquiring if you're a fan MaDitian. The gaze of Imogue Jean Tian turned icy, exuding a murderous intent that surged forth, his aura clashing violently with that of Tian. Upon hearing this, Tian erupted in fury, his jaw clenched tightly, veins bulging, and his mane of red hair dancing wildly. With a thunderous stomp, he shattered the void beneath him, waves of energy rippling outward, causing the entire sky to tremble. You dare to be so audacious before me? Do you wish for death? Tian vanished from his position, reappearing instantaneously before Imogue Jean Tian, his fist, as large as a sandbag, aimed to strike him squarely in the face. Is that all you've got? Hardly impressive. Imogue Jean Tian retorted with a mocking grin, deftly evading Tian's assault with a slight flutter of the wings on his back, which sent shockwaves through the air. It appears I have long surpassed you, and like by Shokai Duo, you have become nothing but a fragile weakling. How laughable that you still presume to be my elder. Mo Gue Jean declared arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Kai Duo spat out a mouthful of blood, lamenting the misfortune of having such a rebellious offspring. Tian, however, felt no excess emotion. He had never even laid eyes on this son before leaving, and the boy's disobedience only fueled his disdain. Yet, he couldn't help but be surprised at the boy's speed. For the wings upon his back seemed far from ordinary, infused with the overbearing might of Haoshiku. As Tian's muscles tensed, and he unleashed his thermal energy, smoke began to billow from his body, activating his ghost brain mode for hyperspeed simulation. Yet, to his astonishment, after a brief span of several seconds, even with simulations reaching hundreds of thousands, he could not subdue this youth. Interesting. Is this your alliance? It indeed enhances your speed of flight and allows for instantaneous bursts, far exceeding the speed of light. Tian, with each passing moment, harnessed his own Haoshiku to forcibly coalesce a pair of black lightning wings behind him. Mo Gue Jean, witnessing this, furrowed his brow in disbelief. It seems you're slightly more useful than by Shokai Duo, but even so, you old relics cannot contend with me. This era belongs to Mo Gue Jean. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Coalesce for me. With a roar, a colossal phantom materialized behind Mo Gue Jean, towering over 1,000 meters, adorned with twin horns and wielding a massive blade, resembling a great demon. Kai Duo and the others were taken aback, astonished that Jean could summon such a terrifying giant akin to Tian. However, this giant bore an uncanny resemblance to the massive skull creature on Ghost Island. I must admit, your ghost brain is indeed of formidable power, and I am fortunate to have awakened it. Unfortunately, I have never witnessed the giant you conjured, so this one is a product of my years of contemplation of Ghost Island. I wonder who among you can challenge me. Montak Gui Tsan Xian Belot, casting a disdainful gaze at Tian and the others. Is it true that only 300 people watch daily? Chapter 125, a punch piercing through Yamato's body. Kai Duo. I'm quite pleased that you have trained him to be so powerful, yet he dares to be so arrogant before me. It seems you are only fit to be a competent teacher, not suited for raising children, Tian remarked, dissipating the black lightning wings woven from his Haoshiku. Alas, my brother speaks wisely, Kai Duo sighed, feeling unable to refute, as if Tian had struck a chord within him. Upon reflection, he realized it was indeed the case. The Yamato he raised sought to kill him, and now his grandson wished to do the same. Those whom he had trained, with no blood ties, had grown increasingly formidable. He recalled over a decade ago when the Straw Hat crew invaded Wano country, particularly Monkey D. Luffy, who, under his crude tutelage, astonishingly mastered the advanced techniques of Haoshiku with just a few strikes. Tian activated his fruit ability upon Kai Duo. Reversal of time. Before their eyes, Kai Duo's numerous visible injuries healed at an astonishing rate, blood flowing back into his body from the wounds. Kai Duo, both shocked and moved, couldn't help but utter, "Thank you, brother. Step aside and clear the area," Tian said calmly. Kai Duo swiftly led the severely injured calamities away. "TCH, you chattering fools. Yet you choose to ignore me? How infuriating." Jean sneered at Tian and the others, visibly displeased, commanding the massive demon behind him to swing its blade towards Tian. The enormous blade descended from the heavens, its might overshadowing the entirety of Ghost Island, capable of cleaving the island in two with a single strike. The pirates on Ghost Island felt an unprecedented sense of impending doom, praying fervently for Tian to withstand this attack. Many in Wano country were also monitoring the events unfolding on Ghost Island. Upon witnessing the colossal figure, akin to a divine being, they were left in a state of shock. Heavens, if I am not mistaken, the ability to manipulate such a gigantic form must belong to the legendary Tian. What? Are you suggesting that Lord Tian has returned? It is possible. And if this truly is an attack from Lord Tian, Ghost Island may very well cease to exist. Meanwhile, atop a hillside, Rinya watched the scene unfold on Ghost Island, clenching his fists in anticipation. I never expected to force Brother Jean to reveal his hidden abilities so soon. Tian's strength exceeds my imagination, and I am nowhere near his match. However, perhaps Brother Jean might actually defeat him this time. Just as Rinya thought this, his pupils widened in shock. He noticed the giant figure on Ghost Island, the colossal weapon poised to strike, suddenly moving in slow motion, as if it could not descend. Unbeknownst to him, this was the effect of Tian's fruit ability, slowing time within a radius of 1,000 meters. In that moment, Jean Tian and the giant became frozen in the void, their movements rendered agonizingly slow. Even the expressions on their faces were caught in an endless delay. The onlookers on Ghost Island marveled at Tian's singular ability to act. He approached Jean Tian step by step, grinning menacingly. "My foolish son, to think you wish to slay me. You are far from capable. Though you have awakened my ghost brain power, you have never encountered me, nor do you truly comprehend my strength. Hence, you have yet to find the opportunity to engage me in simulated combat, correct?" In Tian's view, Jean Tian had underestimated him due to a lack of knowledge about his true prowess. Jean Tian attempted to speak, but each word seemed to stretch on for minutes. Tian clenched his fist, channeling his fruit ability. Reversal of time. With a single punch, he effortlessly obliterated the giant that Jean Tian had summoned, leaving him to experience the daunting threat of death for the first time. Amidst the cold sweat, the urge to retaliate surged within. Yet every action seemed ensnared in an unyielding delay. Observing the intent to counterattack from Jean Tian, Tian casually waved his hand, severing one of Jean Tian's arms. From a distance of 1,000 meters, Kaido, unable to bear the sight of Jean Tian's impending demise, let out a heavy sigh and pleaded aloud, "Brother, please do not kill him. Grant him another chance. He is, after all, a child I have nurtured since childhood. His current state is in truth my fault." Thus, Tian resolved to offer Jean Tian a chance, lifting his abilities and speaking with a detached tone. "From now on, take care of yourself." With that, he turned to depart. However, Jean Tian, refusing to accept defeat, narrowed his eyes coldly and abruptly launched a sneak attack against Tian. In an instant, he appeared behind Tian, conjuring the blade of domination, which pierced into Tian's back. Tian had anticipated this child's nature and had never regarded him as a true son. Therefore, as Jean Tian's attack found its mark, the muscles in Tian's back shifted, forming a formidable barrier that nullified Jean Tian's strike. Kaido and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, utterly astonished that Jean Tian would dare to ambush Tian. This individual had truly become irredeemable. Enraged beyond measure, Tian's eyes turned crimson, and his murderous intent erupted forth, releasing a crimson aura that blazed like a fire fueled by wrath. With a swift motion, he struck with his palm, causing the air to shatter, sending Jean Tian flying into the skies above Wano. Tian's bloodlust intensified, transforming into a streak of red lightning. He pursued relentlessly, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. After several hundred strikes, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Jean Tian hurtling once more. The collision carved a straight path of destruction, obliterating numerous structures, and the previously repaired Tozen was shattered anew, ultimately crashing into the figure of the elephant god, bringing the chaos to a halt. Tian shadowed Jean Tian, who was gasping for breath, and tightened his grip around his throat. Jean Tian, however, let out a grim laugh, filled with deep resentment towards Tian. "Ha! Kaido, Tian, both are nothing but repugnant trash in my eyes. Each of you wishes for me to live as you do, utterly oblivious to what I truly desire. Only my mother, Yamato, understands me. Only in her presence do I feel genuine concern." Upon hearing this, Tian's gaze remained fiercely crimson, his murderous intent palpable, and his grip tightened further. Jean Tian's complexion turned pale, and his eyes lost their luster. Just then, a flash of red lightning surged towards Tian. The force behind it, akin to the thunderous 8 trigrams, shimmered with a power that could rend the very fabric of space. "Tian, release my son." The voice was unmistakably that of Yamato, filled with maddening fury. In response to Yamato's onslaught, Tian extended his hand to meet it, sparks flying as the two forces clashed. Their battle erupted like two intertwined bolts of lightning, causing the earth to tremble and the city of Wano to suffer tremendous devastation once more. Yet, after countless exchanges, Yamato ultimately chose to abandon the fight. Having found herself wholly unable to contend with Tian, she fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded. "Tian, I beg you, Tian. All of this is my fault. I will kneel before you, I will bow my head, whatever it takes. If you wish to kill, then take my life in exchange for his." Yamato, consumed by worry for Jean Tian's safety, knelt amidst the ruins, weeping as she repeatedly bowed to Tian. The survivors on the battlefield trembled at the sight, too fearful to breathe. Kaido and the others dared not utter a word. Tian, engulfed in murderous intent, posed a perilous threat to anyone who approached. "Lord Tian, I too beseech you to spare Jean Tian. He surely recognizes his transgressions. Kogitsu Hiyori suddenly emerged, kneeling amidst the ruins to assist Yamato in her plea. In a protective stance beside his mother, Jinbei clenched his fists tightly, yearning to aid Jean Tian. Mother, do not beg him. Rise. You understand me best. And as for the victors and the vanquished, I have no words to say. But regretfully, I failed to eliminate them this time, failing to meet your expectations. Witnessing his mother Yamato kneeling and pleading before Tian, Jean Tian felt a tumult of pain and anger. Yet the more he witnessed, the deeper his hatred for Tian grew, vowing never to show submission before him. Hearing her son's voice intensified Yamato's desperation to save Jean Tian. Yet Tian remained unmoved, and it seemed Jean Tian was on the verge of losing his breath. In a frantic moment, Yamato noticed the Empress and Toho nearby and rushed to kneel before them. Sisters, I implore you, help me. I acknowledge my errors. I have lost everything. He is my only son, and I cannot bear to watch him perish. If it were you, I believe Tian would surely listen. Sister, shall we assist in persuading Lord Tian? Shirahoshi, touched by Yamato's sorrowful plight, felt her eyes welling with tears, perhaps because they both shared the bond of motherhood. However, the Empress, with far more resolve than Shirahoshi, coldly replied, Assist her? Not long ago, she had someone lead us to meet her, and even threatened us. Have you forgotten so quickly? Moreover, the most unforgivable act is that her son, aware of Sweet and Little Fish being our daughters with Tian, sought to kill them. No wonder during the events at Sabaody, it was said that Sweet and Little Fish suffered grave injuries in Wano. Had it not been for their formidable strength, they would have long since fallen to her son. Hearing the Empress's words, Shirahoshi's determination solidified, though her spirits dampened as she remarked, Very well, I understand. Yamato, upon hearing the Empress's reference to past grievances, continued to plead, Empress, I apologize. It is all my fault. I led Jean Tian to act this way. He bears no responsibility. You may do as you wish with me, but I beg you, help me just this once. I truly cannot bear to see my son die. The Empress remained unmoved, even scoffing. Had you foreseen this, why act so recklessly? Your son is in this predicament due to your own actions. Who else can be blamed? Yamato, however, could not absorb these words, consumed by the fear that Jean Tian was on the brink of death in Tian's grasp. In that moment, her aura shifted dramatically as she transformed into the great deity, manifesting her form. With lightning speed, she seized Shirahoshi's neck, threatening, Tian, release my son at once, or I shall take her life. Do not force my hand. I will count to 3, and if you do not comply, I will ensure her head falls. Caught off guard, Shirahoshi and the others could not react in time. Yamato had grown far stronger than the Empress and was now equal to Kaido. Yamato, you dare. Release Shirahoshi this instant. The Empress seethed with rage, yet refrained from acting recklessly. Toho sighed internally, as someone who had witnessed similar circumstances, realizing that Yamato still did not fully comprehend Tian. This man, after all, responded only to gentleness, and, at such a moment, threatening Tian was akin to hastening Jean Tian's demise. Moreover, in this tumultuous situation, Day was also doomed. Bai Xing felt a tight grip around her neck, causing her immense pain and making it difficult to breathe. For the first time, she confronted the tangible threat of death, which frightened her to tears. She feared that if she perished, she would never see her beloved husband and cherished daughter, Xiaoyu, again. Oh, husband, I do not wish to die. I have yet to meet Xiaoyu. Sister Day, please let me go. Do not treat me this way. Bai Xing's youthful and innocent voice was filled with sorrow and terror. Despite the murderous intent emanating from Tian, a flicker of rationality remained. Otherwise, Jean Tian would have already been choked to death. In that moment, he chose to release his grip, causing Jean Tian to cough and fall to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Day immediately released Bai Xing, transforming into a flash of lightning in an attempt to catch Jean Tian. However, Tian swiftly positioned himself before Day and delivered a devastating punch that pierced her heart. Day looked at Tian in anguish, tears of blood streaming down her face. Thinking of her son, Jean Tian, even in her dying moments. Tian, I have truly recognized my mistakes this time. I beg you to spare Jean Tian. After all, he is our child. Ultimately, Day embraced Tian, dying in his arms. Jean Tian, who had fallen to the ground, witnessed his mother being pierced by Tian and dying before his eyes. Jean Tian roared, rage erupting within him, his eyes turning crimson. The terrifying aura of the Conqueror's Haki was instantly unleashed, permeating the entire He Kingdom. The sky and earth turned pitch black, with black lightning incessantly striking the He Kingdom. Countless lives and homes were obliterated. The severed arm that Tion had cut off began to grow back at a visible rate, exuding a horrific aura of a giant. Tion furrowed his brow, not expecting that this child would awaken the bloodline of a giant as a result. "Ah, you have killed my mother. I will ensure that all of you accompany her in death." The darkened Jean Tion transformed into a shadowy entity, his eyes void of life. This terrifying form had only been witnessed once before by the Empress Day and by Xing in the East Sea, and it was exceedingly dangerous. However, in the next moment, a colossal beam of energy descended from the sky, striking Jean Tion directly. As it illuminated the surroundings, a massive crater was created on the battlefield. At that moment, many noticed that, somehow, a group of people resembling Tion appeared in the sky. Among them was a strikingly beautiful girl who suddenly exclaimed with joy, "Daddy, I am so happy. You are indeed here. We have finally met." But to arrive and see Daddy about to eliminate his own bloodline, that cannot be allowed. After all, it would contradict ethical principles. Therefore, your precious daughter will take action to eliminate him. "Hee, Daddy, do you see how much I love you?" The crowd was astounded. This mysterious and beautiful girl referred to Tion as her father. But whose daughter could she be? Even the Empress, Tao Tu, and others were filled with confusion, eager to discern the identity of this girl's mother. The fact that she could bear a daughter for Tion indicated that her identity and bloodline were exceptional. The Empress and Bai Xing could give birth to Tion's daughter due to their unique qualities. Bai Xing was a Sea King Awakener, possessing the bloodline of an ancient royal family. "Look, the person standing beside that girl resembles our husband, Tao Tu Ponda." Although she had once been a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, she had not been privy to the world government's dealings, including the black technology developed by Vegapunk, such as the Seraphim. "How dare they invade my husband's image so brazenly? What are those beings?" The Empress seethed with rage, her teeth clenched in fury. They were unaware that the world government also had Im, making it difficult for them to know that the girl above was indeed Tion and Im's daughter. Named Iyu, Kaido, noticing that the Empress and others seemed oblivious, explained, "Sisters, you are unaware that is one of the world government's formidable weapons, the Seraphim, modeled after Tion. According to our extensive investigations, the Seraphim are black technology developed by Vegapunk using the bloodline factors of relevant individuals. Moreover, there are not only Seraphim like my brother, numerous powerful figures, including former warlords, the 4 emperors, Pirate King Roger, and Rox have also been replicated. What? That damned Vegapunk has even created a Seraphim resembling me? Indeed, several years ago, the world government engaged in a massive conflict with the Revolutionary Army, deploying a plethora of Seraphim. How infuriating! Without my consent, they not only created a fake version of me, but also a counterfeit of Tion. They are courting death. The Empress could hardly contain her fury, wishing to obliterate the world government immediately. However, dear sister, you may not realize that in the current era, the greatest threat is actually the Revolutionary Army and the other sovereign forces in the New World. Among them, the Science Division of the Revolutionary Army has mastered the ability to create artificial devil fruits using the bloodline factors of ability users, achieving a remarkably high success rate. For instance, my Azure Dragon fruit has been extensively cloned by them. I suspect many other abilities have also undergone similar replication. Among the other 10 emperors, the Straw Hat Luffy has allied with the 3 major sovereign forces of the Free Domain, all of which stand firmly against the world government. Of course, I mention all this primarily to convey that Tion and the world governments share a profound connection. Should be Tion's partner, and the girl above, who can command powerful Seraphim like him, is likely the daughter bore for Tion. Upon hearing this, the Empress and others were taken aback, unable to resist gazing at the girl Iyu in the sky. Upon closer inspection, she indeed bore resemblance to Tion. But who is this Im? When did the world government come to possess such a figure? The Empress inquired calmly. Im is the true ruler behind the world government, the king upon the empty throne, wielding power and might surpassing the 5 elders, the supreme authority over all celestial dragons. The Empress and others were astonished to learn of such an existence within the world government, which they had previously been entirely unaware of. No wonder their husband had ventured to the world government upon his return and only returned the following day. It must have been to meet that woman Im. Tion ascended into the sky, approaching Iyu with a tender gesture, lovingly ruffling her hair. Iyu showed no resistance. her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Dition. From a young age, she had idolized her unseen father, for the entire world spoke of his greatness. Having privately learned about Dition's numerous feats, she grew increasingly proud, filled with admiration and affection for him. She constantly longed to meet her father, Dition. Simultaneously, her possessiveness was strong. Ever since the seraphim had been developed, she forbade anyone from utilizing them. Coupled with Im's indulgence, the seraphim became EU's personal possession, inseparable from her side. Zhongwenwang, Yu believes that the true Dition is not by his daughter's side. So allowing the seraph of Dition to protect EU as she grows peacefully is also a fine choice. You must be my daughter, EU, am I correct? Yesterday, I visited your mother, Imu, and she shared many things about you with me. I am quite pleased with you and have taken a liking to you. Upon hearing this, EU, with her petite and delicate frame, leapt into Dition's embrace, joyfully exclaiming, "Hee, but Daddy has 2 other daughters besides me. I wonder if you like me more or the more." Dition was momentarily taken aback by such an adorable question from his daughter, realizing that this little girl certainly knows how to evoke jealousy. Ahem, you are all my precious daughters, and naturally, I love you all equally. However, Eve seemed dissatisfied with this response, yet she did not display any unhappiness. Instead, she released Dition and gazed at him with sparkling eyes, saying, "Daddy, I know everything about you. I understand you better than my 2 older sisters, so I will definitely make you like me more." Dition was left bewildered, pondering what this precious daughter was implying. Before he could grasp her intentions, EU beamed sweetly, suddenly standing on tiptoe to plant a kiss on Dition's cheek. "All right, Daddy, I am so happy to see you this time, but I won't disturb you while you are busy. I will take my leave now. Don't worry, we will meet again soon." With her wings imbued with the power of the conqueror's haki, EU vanished into the sky in an instant. The 4 seraphs of Dition flapped their white wings, following her into the distance. Dition, recovering from the surprise of being kissed by the little girl, couldn't help but chuckle as he watched her disappear, feeling unexpectedly pleased by the presence of a daughter. In fact, he found it even more endearing than having a son, and he felt an overwhelming urge to cherish and protect her. Unlike Jean Tian and Renya, who were rather vexing and lacked even basic respect. However, Jean Tian had already been eliminated by EU. Could it be that this little girl truly cares for me as her father? But her approach is quite decisive. The Empress and others below observe the exchange between Dition and EU, hearing much of their conversation, leaving them speechless. This girl was also vying for Dition's affection. Yet, something felt odd. The last statement she made kept leading their thoughts back to Tian and Xiaoyu. Dition returned to solid ground. After having slain a he and taught Jean Tian a lesson, his role-playing proficiency had increased by 10%. Now, it stood at 95%, still 5% short of achieving a perfect score. This remaining 5% could be attained by devouring the Elephant King. Once, the valiant Fama Yongji had slain a colossal mutated elephant, one so enormous that it consumed 2,000 tons of food daily. After delivering a few powerful kicks, he had consumed all the meat from the beast. A truly remarkable feat, husband. Was that girl truly your daughter? The Empress approached, gently wrapping her arms around one of Dition's, her voice laced with curiosity. "Indeed, she is my daughter with Imu, named EU." Dition replied with a nod, a hint of joy in his expression. Observing this, the Empress expressed her concern. "Husband, do not show favoritism. You have yet to meet Tian and Xiaoyu. Rest assured, my love for all my daughters is equal. I will not favor one over another." Dition assured the Empress and the others. "Husband, you have said it." The Empress and the others smiled in relief. However, the Empress continued to voice her worries. "By the way, I am always concerned that EU might cause trouble for Tian and Xiaoyu." "What makes you think so?" Dition inquired calmly, harboring his own speculations, yet believing that Tian and Xiaoyu together should be able to handle it. "Husband, you may not understand, but this is the intuition of women when it comes to jealousy. Your daughter EU is the type who wants to possess you entirely. Perhaps she wishes to monopolize all your affection for us. Of course, I do not mean that in a romantic sense. Rather, she simply desires your attention solely for herself." The Empress feigned a pitiful expression, though she couldn't help but blush. "Fear not. She claims to understand me, and I am eager to see just how well she does. If she truly understands me, she should know her boundaries. Moreover, I am quite curious about the performance of Tian and Xiaoyu." Dition stated unequivocally. "Very well." The Empress and the others chose not to pursue the matter further. By the way, husband, the Seraphs have dared to use my bloodline and your bloodline to create clones of us as powerful weapons. Furthermore, my father has undoubtedly been cloned into a Seraph weapon as well. Bonnie could not suppress her sadness. Her father, after all, had fallen victim to the machinations of Vegapunk. It was unbearable to think that even in death, he would be turned into a weapon. Dition approached Bonnie, gently patting her head, and said, Vegapunk has been dead for quite some time. Your father, Bear, was actually a part of the Revolutionary Army. From now on, you will command the Bear Seraph. I will not allow anyone else to wield him. Bonnie was deeply moved, her eyes glistening as she threw herself into Dition's embrace, weeping like a child. Thank you, husband. She contemplated questioning the Revolutionary Army about why her father was a part of it, even going so far as to become a double agent for the world government, willingly undergoing transformation. Was he coerced, or did he choose this path? Until she could seek clarity, her heart would remain unsettled. All right, so now I'll take you all out for a grand feast. Dition planned to consume the Elephant King, fulfilling the final 5% of his role-playing requirement. He was curious whether completing this role would lead to the opportunity to embody another character. Yes, I want to eat a lot. You can't steal my food. Bonnie wiped her tears and playfully pouted. Kaido, overhearing this, immediately instructed his people to prepare a lavish banquet. However, he was interrupted by Dition. Kaido, there is no need for such extravagance. My target this time is the Elephant King. Do you have any objections? Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Had they misheard? Dition actually intended to consume the Elephant King? Was he serious? Given the immense size of the Elephant King, how could he possibly finish it? Moreover, it would not be easy to slay it. After a long pause, Kaido cautiously asked Dition, Brother, are you serious? Do you truly intend to eat the Elephant King? What? Are you reluctant? Dition inquired nonchalantly. Of course not. The Elephant King is here in Wano because of your past achievements. If you wish to eat it, then so be it, Kaido replied. Rest assured, the Hades battleship can have sea kings dragging it around, and it won't be any less than the Elephant King. Thank you, brother. Kaido expressed his gratitude, though initially he felt it was a pity that the Elephant King would be consumed, as it would likely hinder the deployment of the Hades battleship. Lord Dition, could you please refrain from consuming the Elephant King? Suddenly, Kazuki Oden mustered his courage and approached Dition, cautiously pleading. Beside her, Rinya felt a surge of anxiety as he vigilantly guarded Hiyori, determined to prevent Emperor Tion from taking any action against his mother. Although he sensed that he was no match for the formidable opponent, fear did not deter him. No, everything I do is with a purpose, and no one can hinder me. Emperor Tion scrutinized Hiyori before shifting his gaze to the man beside her. You must be Famar Rinya, right? Since you are my son as acquaintance, feel free to seek me out whenever you wish to avenge your mother as family. Hiyori's heart sank at his words, fear gripping her as she worried for her son Rinya. She did not want her child to follow in the tragic footsteps of Jean Tion, and hastily interjected, Rest assured, my Lord Emperor Tion, I will not allow Rinya to seek vengeance. All I desire is for him to live a peaceful life, truly. Seeing his mother's palpable fear of Emperor Tion, Rinya felt a pang of anguish. It was clear that the Emperor had instilled terrible shadows in her past, and he clenched his fists, unable to contain his emotions. While I may not seek revenge against you, I will certainly grow stronger. One day, I will defeat you and demand an apology from my mother. Furthermore, I will insist that you love her. What others possess, she must have as well. Emperor Tion's interest peaked at Renya's declaration, his crimson hair billowing as anticipation began to stir within him. Humph, very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Hiyori nearly lost her breath in fear, terrified that Emperor Tion might suddenly strike Rinya down. However, to her surprise, he remained calm, alleviating her worries somewhat, and her heart swelled with gratitude at her son's concern for her. Mother, let us depart. With that affirmation, Rinya took Hiyori away from the scene. Unable to resist, Hiyori cast a lingering glance back at Emperor Tion, her emotions swirling within her. She longed to return to his side, pondering that perhaps Rinya would then have a powerful father to care for and protect him. Yet, recalling Emperor Tion's actions towards Momonosuke, she found herself unable to accept this notion. These years had been riddled with torment. She often contemplated how much better it would have been had Momonosuke never existed, for then she might have had her own place among the women standing before Emperor Tion. Rinya had long recognized how much his mother cherished Emperor Tion, and thus, his words had been intended to aid her. Chapter 127. The convergence of Saitama, annihilating the Elephant Lord brother. The Elephant Lord is colossal. Any conventional means of attack will likely provoke it, posing a catastrophic threat to our country. Kaido expressed his concerns while following Emperor Tion. And what of Momonosuke? You are unaware, brother. Shortly after we harnessed the power of the Elephant Lord to establish our nation, that brat met his demise due to lingering injuries. Yet, before his death, we managed to rewrite his memories, compelling him to issue commands to the Elephant Lord, swearing fealty to me, Kaido, as his new master, to protect our nation with his very life. It is precisely for this reason that, even after 20 years, the Elephant Lord remains a guardian of our land, never departing. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tion chuckled with intrigue. Then, this is simpler than anticipated. Now you are the master of the Elephant Lord. Simply command it not to resist, and I can easily eliminate it. Having previously feasted on the Elephant Lord's ear 2 decades ago, Emperor Tion was confident in his ability to vanquish it now. Very well. It seems we shall proceed with this plan. Kaido nodded in agreement. Before long, the group arrived atop the Elephant Lord's back. Presently, remnants of the Fur tribe resided there, though they had all submitted to Kaido's dominion. Order the Fur tribe residing here to quickly vacate the Elephant Lord and settle in our country. Kaido issued his absolute command. He then directed the Elephant Lord. Listen closely, Elephant Lord. Regardless of what transpires, you are not permitted to resist, or our nation shall cease to exist because of you. The Elephant Lord was a stubborn creature, deeply loyal to the commands of its master from centuries past. Thus, upon recognizing the awaited figure, which was Momonosuke, it obediently followed his orders. After Momonosuke's death, it had been commanded to obey Kaido's every directive, which it had continued to uphold. Now, with Kaido's command to refrain from resistance, it would comply. Emperor Tion stepped into the void, approaching one of the Elephant Lord's dark, hollow eyes. Utilizing his observation abilities, he connected with the creature. Your mission is to protect our nation. I wonder, in your final moments, will you collapse and bring about the extinction of our land? I find this prospect rather enticing. Emperor Tion grinned with excitement, activating his powers to conjure a figure resembling Saitama from the world of One Punch Man. His gleaming bald head captivating attention. I expected you to summon a giant 1,000 meters tall to defeat the Elephant Lord. Why resort to a bald man instead? Kaido, transformed into an azure dragon, hovered nearby, perplexed. Is it possible that this bald figure is more powerful than a colossal giant? As Kaido pondered, Emperor Tion commanded the conjured Saitama to unleash a full-force strike upon the Elephant Lord's vast, hollow eye. What appeared to be an ordinary punch unleashed cataclysmic power upon the Elephant Lord, instantly penetrating through to the other side of its pupil. The terrifying force manifested as a visible energy burst, cleaving the sky and clouds in its wake. Kaido's eyes widened in shock, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of fear and astonishment. What extraordinary power was this? A mere punch had split the very heavens asunder. Countless warriors of the nation beheld the sky, witnessing the thick, boundless clouds suddenly torn apart, utterly unaware of the source of this phenomenon. In the New World, members of the other 9 imperial factions simultaneously observed the celestial spectacle. A wave of destructive energy swiftly divided the sky and clouds, leading many to believe it was merely a meteor streaking across the heavens. However, the interstellar pirates on the moon and Tion, journeying through lunar realms, discerned that the planet of Wano had been bisected by an unfathomable force, their astonished gazes fixed upon spectacle. What is happening? Is our home planet undergoing some cataclysmic transformation? I must return to the home planet at once. My grandfather remains in Alabasta. Tion, son of Vivi, hastily gathered his motley crew of interstellar pirates and set off for their homeward journey. Meanwhile, formidable entities also took note of the planet's transformation. Within the side chamber of the Void Throne Hall, several celestial bodies orbited a vibrant blue planet. Not as physical entities, but as projections rendered through some arcane technology from the cosmos. In the projection of the blue planet, an extraordinary sight emerged, seemingly cleaved by an immeasurable force. At that moment, 5 elder stars observed the scene from their observation chamber, meticulously studying a specific geographical location on the blue planet. Due to Lord Imu's intention to unleash the power of the Heavenly King, an unprecedented blow to the revolutionary army is imminent. With the return of Emperor Tion, Imu believes that wielding the Heavenly King's power, even at a significant cost, will bear no consequences, as Emperor Tian will undoubtedly aid her. The Heavenly King refers to several celestial bodies surrounding their azure planet, one of which, known to the world as the moon, is well understood by the five elders. However, unbeknownst to the five elders, the moon can no longer strike their azure planet due to certain malfunctions. Only Imu is aware that after the last use of the Heavenly King's power to obliterate the Valley of Gods, a malfunction occurred on the moon, rendering it incapable of continuing the so-called bombardment. Nevertheless, there are other celestial bodies that can still unleash destructive energies, albeit at a considerable distance from the azure planet, resulting in a diminished impact, though still formidable. Upon witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, the five elders rushed outside to observe the sky, where it appeared to be split by a mysterious force, prompting an immediate report to Lord Imu. Upon learning of this occurrence, Imu was naturally taken aback. What could be the source of such power? Could it be man-made? If so, who could it be? Could it be Emperor Tian? Yet, there's a lingering suspicion that it might also be the current 10 sovereigns, or perhaps the Revolutionary Army, which has gained possession of some formidable technological prowess. This thought stirred concern within Imu. The Revolutionary Army had long been in collusion with Vegapunk, secretly mastering numerous powerful technologies unearthed from the ancient giant kingdom. Contemplating this, Imu returned to the space between flowers, approaching a large green snail, which was, in fact, a highly enigmatic multicolored telephone worm. This creature, a remnant from the ancient giant kingdom brought forth by her 800 years ago, had been preserved by her life fruit abilities, remaining immortal. Immediately contact all the Shin's troops hidden around the world and ascertain who is responsible for this celestial anomaly. The multicolored telephone worm emitted a radiant glow, akin to satellite power, sending forth a massive signal to connect with the Shin's troops scattered across the globe. In an instant, the latest directives appeared in the minds of the Shin's troops worldwide. Upon receiving the orders, they began to gather intelligence regarding the celestial disturbance. Shortly thereafter, the multicolored telephone worm, like a switchboard, relayed the reports from various Shin's troops to Imu. When the report from the Shin's troops hidden in Wano reached Imu, she was left in a state of shock and disbelief. How could this be possible? Even if Emperor Tian is formidable, could he truly be capable of such feats? Could such power genuinely be unleashed by Emperor Tian? Does this imply that a single individual could obliterate this world with merely one punch? Imu found it unfathomable and felt compelled to confirm the information. Get me in touch with 007. The Shin's troop 007 hidden in Wano was quickly connected. How confident are you that this is the work of Emperor Tian? Reporting to the king. I am 100% certain that it is indeed the doing of Lord Tian. I also possess video footage of Lord Tian's recent battle, which I recorded at the earliest opportunity, though the visuals are somewhat unclear as he was engaged in combat at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Send it over immediately. Yes. The Shin's troop 007 promptly transmitted the recorded footage. In the space between flowers, the multicolored telephone worm's antenna-like appendages received the data and projected a screen that displayed the footage recorded by the Shin's troop 007 in Wano. Imu watched it multiple times, scrutinizing each frame until she was entirely convinced that it was indeed the work of Emperor Tian. It seems my understanding of you is still insufficient. I truly wish to delve deeper into your many secrets. However, since it is your doing, I need not worry any further. Imu sighed with relief, initially fearing that the Revolutionary Army had developed something alarming. Since that was not the case, she felt at ease. She then inquired of the five elders, "Have you accurately locked down the specific geographical location?" Replying to Lord Imu, "We have nearly pinpointed a location associated with the Revolutionary Army, known as the Kingdom of Relucia. However, to accurately identify this geographical location, we will require a bit more time. Make it swift. If there is even a slight deviation, you know the consequences." "Yes. Lord Imu, please rest assured, we will undoubtedly execute the task flawlessly." The five elders, although not in the presence of Lord Imu, were drenched in cold sweat within the hall. In Wano, the Zoan Master was struck down by a punch from Emperor Tian, yet his body remained standing, lifeless. Emperor Tian was quite pleased with this outcome. Had the Zoan Master fallen, the entire Wano would have been devastated. Thus, it was essential to remind the Zoan Master of his duty to protect Wano before delivering the fatal blow. As the conjured power dissipated, the toll on Emperor Tian was immense, leaving him drained and devoid of vitality. Moments ago, he had been a robust figure, but now he appeared as a withered old man, his life force nearly extinguished. That Zoan fellow, unsurprisingly, harbors a deity within him. Utilizing such a punch nearly drained my essence entirely. Emperor Tian scoffed, acknowledging the Zoan's strength. Yet he believed that one day he would surpass and master this power at will. Brother, are you alright? Kaido, having returned to his senses after the earlier punch, noticed the changes in Emperor Tian and was taken aback. The transformation was indeed alarming. He now resembled a frail, desiccated elder, devoid of any vigor. I am fine. Although that technique exacted a hefty price, it has not claimed my life. Following this, Emperor Tian took a deep breath, initiating the process of life restoration, forcibly reclaiming the life force of all beings within a radius of several tens of thousands of meters. Kaido, standing nearby, felt his own vitality being drawn away by Emperor Tian. Startled, Kaido instinctively retreated several thousand meters, fearing he might be drained entirely. Yet, he was also astonished. His brother was truly formidable. With such a grand display of life restoration, something a mere human could achieve, Kaido could only absorb the life force within a 1-kilometer radius to a certain extent, restoring some energy and vitality, which paled in comparison to Emperor Tian's exaggerated capability. After a few minutes, it seemed that Emperor Tian had reached the limits of his recovery through life restoration and had to cease the process. Kaido rushed forward, observing that Emperor Tian appeared hardly changed, leaving him in a state of confusion. Such a monumental life restoration should have revived even 10 of his own selves from such a state. Yet, why had his brother not recovered? Brother, is something wrong with your body? Kaido could not help but voice his concern. While there is no actual issue, the return of life only allows me to recover a mere 10%. The remaining vitality and energy must be replenished through adequate nourishment. Oh, I see. That's good to know, Kaido said, suddenly enlightened. However, he was taken aback as he continued. What? The recent return of life only restored 1/10 of my brother's vitality and energy? Otherwise, what do you expect? Tian cast a disdainful glance at Kaido, finding his reaction somewhat embarrassing, as if he had never encountered such grandeur before. Kaido swallowed hard, his mind racing. The grand return of life had the potential to instantly rejuvenate 10 feeble versions of himself, yet it had merely restored a fraction of his brother's strength. Did this mean that to attain his brother's current level of power, he would require the combined strength of 100 of himself? What's wrong? Are you so startled that you're questioning your existence? Tian continued to regard Kaido with disdain. Indeed, I must admit, I feel a bit despondent. The gap in strength between my brother and myself seems to widen with every passing moment, leaving me feeling utterly hopeless and unable to catch up to you. Kaido responded awkwardly with a chuckle. Kaido, if you think this way, then you truly are hopeless, Tian replied. You must understand that the path of martial arts is an eternal journey without bounds. For instance, though I may be the strongest in this world, in the grand scheme of cosmic civilizations, my might is but a triviality. I have encountered many formidable beings. Some can slice through stars with a single strike. Others can obliterate planets with a mere punch, and there are those who can create worlds. Of course, you may find it difficult to grasp this now. But take your time. As long as you continue to grow stronger, that is what truly matters. Upon hearing this, Kaido felt his understanding being profoundly challenged. The notion of cleaving stars, shattering planets, or even creating worlds was astonishingly powerful. Yet, in his current state, he could only destroy a nation at best, barely attaining a national-level caliber. Given that one world consists of numerous nations, the terror of those capable of annihilating planets was unimaginable. As for stars and planets, although Kaido once struggled to comprehend their significance, he had transformed into a Qinglong and ventured beyond this world. Realizing the vastness of the planet he inhabited, he discovered that it existed within an infinite expanse, filled with countless other planets, many of which were far larger than his own. After a considerable while, Kaido regained his focus and gazed at Tian with renewed admiration, feeling fortunate to be aligned with him. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "Thank you, brother. I believe I have had an epiphany." Returning to the back of the Elephant Lord, the Empress and others noticed Tian's fatigued appearance, causing them great concern. Bai Xing, Rebecca, and Machinu could not help but tear up, their eyes glistening as they rushed to embrace Tian, expressing their deep concern. "My lord, are you all right? Seeing you like this makes me so upset," Bai Xing lamented. "My husband, my heart aches for you. I truly wish to share your burdens," Machinu said, gently pressing her face against Tian's chest. Rebecca, with tears in her eyes, looked up at Tian on the verge of sobbing. "Ha! I truly have no way to deal with you all. DemonBack chuckled softly, extending his arms to embrace the three of them. Rest assured, this is merely a brief moment of weakness. Once I consume the flesh of the Elephant Lord, I shall fully recover, replenishing my strength and vitality. You will soon see that there is nothing to worry about. Upon hearing DemonBack's words, Rebecca and the others felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment, acutely aware of Kaido's presence nearby. Nevertheless, they joyfully responded, "That's great, my lord. We hope you recover quickly. We are not afraid of you at all. Indeed, we have nothing to fear. Hee, my husband can take as long as he needs." DemonBack felt a surge of desire ignited by the Empress and the others. Kaido, feeling as though he had overheard something he shouldn't, politely coughed and took his leave to attend to matters in the Land of Harmony. Yamato and the battle-weary Tian had met their end due to their own folly, and after some contemplation, Kaido decided they should be given a proper burial. Tian and the Empress, alongside the others, feasted on the flesh of the Elephant Lord, grilling and consuming it, thankful for Tian's exceptional dental strength. The energy derived from the Elephant Lord's flesh surpassed that of ordinary beasts and even eclipsed the vitality of the Sea Kings. A week later, through this consumption, Tian had restored 50% of his vitality and energy. Pony, having feasted to her heart's content, lay contentedly beside Tian, resting. The Empress and the others, tirelessly preparing grilled meat for Tian, eagerly anticipated his full recovery, dreaming of the joyful times they could share together afterward. News of Yamato's demise, Tian's weakened state, and the death of the Elephant Lord were disseminated by some spies embedded within the Land of Harmony. The inhabitants of the Black Domain, upon receiving reports from their spies in the Land of Harmony, were utterly shocked. "Captain, you won't believe it. The Elephant Lord has been slain." "Ha ha ha." Beiji's laughed boisterously, continuing, "Without the Elephant Lord's deterrence, I wonder how they will maintain control over the underworld battleship." Rain Shiryu, puffing on a cigar, chimed in seriously, "Captain, this could be a significant opportunity for us. The Land of Harmony has lost 3 major forces. Yamato, the Demon War God, and the Elephant Lord are all dead. And Tian is still in a weakened state. His strength has yet to fully recover. We can take advantage of this weakness. Poison Q, do you have any suggestions?" Blackbeard Titch turned to the ailing Poison Q, who served as their strategist. "Captain, this is indeed an opportune moment to strike while they are vulnerable. Even if we do not provoke Tian, he will not let us off the hook. However, we don't need to deploy all our forces this time. We can collaborate with allied factions and send a contingent to the Land of Harmony." "Ha ha ha, that is an excellent suggestion. We shall adopt it." Blackbeard Titch laughed heartily, his intentions aligning with the proposal. He would not foolishly mobilize all his strength to eliminate Tian while he was weak. What if they were overpowered? They would be thoroughly defeated. Moreover, the Land of Harmony still possessed the underworld battleship. Should Kaido unleash a single shot, it would result in catastrophic losses. Blackbeard Titch then contacted their allied forces. The 3 sovereign powers, Luffy from the Free Domain, Shanks from the Red Domain, and Law from the Sky Domain, upon hearing Titch's proposal, unanimously agreed and arranged for a portion of their forces to head to the Land of Harmony to eliminate Tian. In the Free Domain, Jozu, Nami, and Marco boarded 3 pirate ships, swiftly making their way to the Land of Harmony. Nami had actively requested to go to the Land of Harmony to settle matters with Tian once and for all. During their time on Weather Island, she had been unable to resist due to her lack of strength, but now Nami felt empowered, no longer the frail girl she once was. Zeus accompanied Nami on her journey. "Nami, if you encounter a situation where you cannot prevail, return immediately." Luffy, suppressing his fury over Yamato's death, spoke earnestly. "Rest assured, Captain, I shall," Nami replied, feeling reassured. Now she could effortlessly command the winds, rain, thunder, and clouds, believing no one could easily impede her departure. In the Red Domain, Beckman stepped forward, saying, "Captain, allow me and Jesus Burgess to make the trip." "Very well," Shanks concurred. "After all, our adversary is the formidable Emperors, and even in a weakened state, there's still a force to be reckoned with. I feel more at ease with you going than with anyone else." In the Sky Domain, many of Law's crew were present, comprising numerous powerful individuals. Kid and Barrett found themselves in Law's territory. Years ago, Kid's strength was on par with Luffy, Law, Zoro, and Sanji. However, during the struggle for maritime supremacy, misfortune befell him, and he was nearly eliminated by the 3 admirals. At a critical moment, Law utilized his spatial abilities to rescue Kid. Grateful, Kid joined Law's crew and became his right-hand man in the Sky Domain. "Captain, I wish to venture to Wano, Kid declared, his gaze filled with a murderous intent towards Kaido for having severed his arm in the past. Agreed, but exercise caution. The Emperor's strength is unfathomable, and even in a weakened state, he may prove challenging. Law warned, shifting his gaze to Doflamingo and the members of the Don Quixote family below. Doflamingo, you shall accompany them. Hila, you dare oppose the Emperors? Your demise is imminent. Doflamingo sneered, relishing the prospect of Law's downfall after so many years of subjugation. Law regarded Doflamingo with disdain, lightly gesturing, causing a pulsating heart to manifest from the void, which he crushed in his hand, deforming it grotesquely. Oof. I will keep a close watch on your actions in Wano. Should you betray me, I will ensure your suffering is profound, even extending to your companions. Doflamingo's heart ached painfully, yet he remained silent, gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, cold sweat pouring down, veins bulging as he glared at Law. The former members of the Don Quixote family, though worried for him, dared not plead for his mercy, knowing it would only invite harsher punishment from Law. Enduring the humiliation, Doflamingo turned to leave. Since being defeated by Luffy and Fujitora on Punk Hazard, he had sworn vengeance against Law, having lost his heart to him. Captain, this man clearly seeks an opportunity to kill you. Why do you keep him around? He could become a menace, Barrett remarked, perplexed. No matter. My spatial abilities can withstand even the Emperors, let alone him, Doflamingo, Law replied. I control him because I know that tormenting him brings him greater humiliation than simply ending his life. The sight of his rage and helplessness brings me great satisfaction. By the way, why haven't you considered visiting Wano? Did you not express a desire to slay the Emperor? Law inquired, curious, having known Barrett to be competitive, fighting alongside him for over a decade. Indeed, I wish to kill him, but in his current weakened state, it would be devoid of any significance. I seek to battle him in his prime, Barrett declared with confidence. His strength now far surpassed that of years past. He felt assured he could contend evenly with the current Luffy, and he was eager to face the Emperor in full strength once more. Very well, but it seems you have your sights set on him. I too shall watch with keen interest, Law said nonchalantly, waving his hand to reveal a spatial portal through which he stepped. In the shattered sea, a pirate rushed into the hall, exclaiming, Captain Trouble! We have received reports that powerful figures from the Free Domain, Sky Domain, Red Domain, and Black Domain are mobilizing, purportedly heading to Wano to eliminate the Emperor, Fanma. Why the panic? Their mission to kill Fanma is of no concern to us. In fact, it may work to our advantage. We can simply sit back and observe. The captain replied. But Captain, Lord Crocodile has already taken his former subordinates and is on his way. What madness is he indulging in? Does he seek to place me in peril? No. We must urgently announce to the world that we have severed ties with Crocodile. Barrett sensed that the Emperor would not fall easily and feared the repercussions of Crocodile's actions. The pirates in the hall exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why their captain was so anxious. Captain, we feel no need to worry. After all, you are formidable. Who among the other emperors would dare challenge you? Even if it is the Emperor, he cannot possibly be your equal. Indeed, Crocodile's assault may be an attempt to claim wealth for the Shattered Domain, they rationalized. Word has it that the Elephant Lord is dead, and with Yamato and the Devil fighting the heavens also perished, the Emperor is currently vulnerable. Furthermore, with so many joining forces against him, he is surely doomed. We may then be eligible to contend for the underworld battleship in Wano. The pirates discussed animatedly, their intentions clear as they coveted the underworld battleship. Fortunately, Barrett remained level-headed, alarmed by his subordinate's words. What? The Elephant Lord has been killed? Surely, that is beyond human capability. Even I could not dismantle the Elephant Lord. Do you comprehend the implications? No, we must immediately announce to the world that Lord Crocodile has betrayed the Shattered Domain, and his actions are solely his own. Captain, surely it cannot be that dire? A pirate questioned, bewildered, struggling to reconcile this with the invincible Captain Barrett of old. Barrett's icy gaze fell upon the unresponsive subordinate, and with just a glance, he caused the pirate to disintegrate. The other pirates recoiled in fear, immediately silenced, hastening to execute their orders. Meanwhile, the major imperial powers in the New World began to stir, triggering the Navy headquarters alertness. Admiral Akainu, after receiving reports from several admirals, promptly contacted the two admirals tracking the Emperor's movements to ascertain if there had been any disturbances caused by him. Generals Fanma Jinjun and Fanma Lingtian reported the situation in Wano accurately. Upon hearing their account, Akainu's anger flared as he reprimanded them for not informing the Navy headquarters sooner. For a moment, there was a palpable distrust towards General Fanma Jingjun and General Fanma Lingtian, as it was evident they were attempting to shield DTon. However, Akainu refrained from direct confrontation and solemnly commanded, from now on, regardless of the circumstances, Wano Kuni will once again be embroiled in a great war, and I expect you to handle the aftermath. Seize any opportunity to capture DTon, Kaido, or any other figures from the emperors. Remember the promises you made to me before your departure. Yes, Marshal. The two generals, Zhong Jun and Ling Tian, responded. The reason for their failure to promptly report the disturbances in Wano was primarily due to their encounter with Ijetsu, who had instructed them to feign ignorance and refrain from actively reporting to the Navy headquarters. Ijetsu held a high position within the world government, even surpassing the 5 elders in authority, leaving them no choice but to comply. After concluding the call with the transponder snail, Akainu immediately contacted Admiral Fujitora and Admiral Greenbull, commanding them to hasten to Wano and, if necessary, manage the aftermath. Each of them led 10 warships and 20,000 elite troops towards Wano. Both were eager for action, having heard tales of DTon's reckless nature, and regrettably, they had never encountered him in the past. Now, an opportunity presented itself to gauge his true capabilities. On Fishman Island in the New World, a Sea King reported to Fanma Xiaoyu, "Little Master, we sense that the king has returned, and so has Lord DTon, your father." "Wow, is that true? Where are my mom and dad?" Xiaoyu exclaimed with excitement. Over the years, she, Tian, and Jiafei had been searching for their parents, but alas, there had been no news. "Little Master, we sense the king is in Wano, and your father may also be there." "That's wonderful. Tian, we have found dad. And your mother might also be in Wano. By the way, brother, your mother might be there too." Xiaoyu gazed excitedly at Tian and Jiafei, the latter being the son of Lady Charlin and DTon. "What are we waiting for? Let's hurry to Wano." Tian, equally thrilled, grabbed Xiaoyu's hand and ran. However, at that moment, Ijetsu appeared on Fishman Island, accompanied by 4 of DTon's seraphim, materializing before Tian and Xiaoyu with a charming smile and a slender finger raised, saying, "Shall I call you sisters or younger sisters? How about we have a little spar? If you lose, you must call me sister." Chapter 129. The Extraordinary Strength of Beijis, the User of the Strength Fruit. Ijetsu, I truly admire your audacity to come here and provoke us. Do you really think that with the seraphim clones, you can act with impunity here? Be wise and leave, or I shall not be so courteous. Indeed, we have no time to waste on idle chatter with you. The two stunningly beautiful women, Fanma Tian and Fanma Xiaoyu, cast icy, disdainful gazes at Ijetsu. Setting aside the fact that she had come to trouble them, the seraphim accompanying Ijetsu were combat bodies cloned from their father's genetic material. "Ladies, please do not be hasty. Allow me to reintroduce myself." Ijetsu chuckled lightly. "Like you, I share a father. His name is Fanma DTon. Technically, you two would be considered my sisters, but I shall not easily concede. Since we are all daughters of DTon, it is strength that will determine who is the elder and who is the younger. Not mere birth order, wouldn't you agree?" Tian, Xiaoyu, and Jiafei were momentarily taken aback. What did you just say? You are another daughter of my father? You are talking nonsense. Do not claim my father as yours. He would never associate with anyone from your world government. Indeed, father once slaughtered your celestial dragons. And later the world government organized the 7 warlords of the sea to hunt him down, so such connections could never exist. Xiaoyu and Tian exclaimed, their faces flushed with indignation. Whether you believe it or not is your concern, but I am here to prove my strength, so that father will love me a little more. In his eyes, it is the strong who earn his recognition and affection. Come, both of you can attack together. I will prove my strength surpasses yours. Rest assured, I will not use the seraphim. Ijetsu, clad in a red dress, unleashed a terrifying wave of Conqueror's haki, instantly saturating the entire Fishman Island with its influence, turning the landscape a deep crimson. Many fishmen living on the island collapsed in response. How dare you? You seek death. Tian, more combative, gritted her teeth in fury, unable to endure any longer. With a tremendous roar, her own Conqueror's haki erupted, colliding with Ijetsu's. The residual energy sent buildings and soil within a 1,000-meter radius soaring, all reduced to ruins. Xiaoyu, being somewhat timid and akin to Shirahoshi, disliked fighting, yet her kind heart ached at witnessing their home transformed into a wasteland, tears welling in her eyes. Why do the wicked always seek to destroy their beautiful home? Jiafei, Why are you standing there? Protect Xiaoyu. If she gets even a scratch, I will make you pay dearly. Tian admonished Jiafei as she clashed with Aijetsu's Conqueror's Haki. Understood. Jiafei promptly took Xiaoyu's hand and dashed towards the edge of the island, knowing that safety lay in the sea. The fishmen on the island also fled into the water, peeking their heads out to observe the battle between Tian and Aijetsu, their hearts filled with concern for Tian. I hear that Aijetsu possesses immense strength, having once hunted down Revolutionary Army officer Sabo and several users of artificial devil fruits, nearly slaying them. Indeed, but she has the Seraphim to assist her. Exactly. Those Seraphim are cloned from the genetic material of Lord D. Tian and are extraordinarily powerful. Without their aid, our Miss Tian could surely defeat her. Yes, let us defeat her. Go, Miss Tian, go. Suddenly, the clash of Conqueror's Haki between the two had generated a third force, manifesting a tempest of thunder that relentlessly struck Fishman Island and the surrounding seas. In an instant, the fishmen hiding in the waters began to feel insecure. Aijetsu, if you wish to court death, I shall gladly oblige. Tian, a natural wielder of Conqueror's Haki, matched Aijetsu's power, even able to clench her fists, armor her Haki, and unleash a powerful attack towards Aijetsu. The energy released took the form of a visible crimson fist, distorting and scorching the very air it traversed. Aijetsu, witnessing this, dared not recklessly confront Tian's assault. Tian had inherited her father's divine strength since childhood. Despite her slender and delicate appearance, her seemingly ordinary punches carried terrifying power. Moreover, at this moment, the armed Haki armor and the enhancement of the Haki flow of Sakura were also in effect. Oomph. You and T want a new Fishman Island to be destroyed, would you? Then come and fight me in the sky. Ius snorted lightly, her back unfurling with substantial wings entwined in Conqueror's Haki. With a gentle shake, the void trembled, and her figure instantly soared to a height of several hundred meters above. If you want to fight, then let us do it. Do you think I fear you? Is it just Conqueror's Haki wings? I am a natural awakener of Conqueror's Haki, and my mastery over its powers is no less than yours. A thunderous sound echoed as the void convulsed. Tian also manifested a pair of blood-red wings entwined with Haki, soaring into the sky, engaging in a lightning-fast clash with Iue. The heavens and earth shook violently. In no time, the two battled up to the cloud layer at 10,000 meters. At this moment, both had not only gathered their Haki wings, but were also fully clad in Haki armor, significantly enhancing their defense, attack power, and speed to terrifying levels. A casual clash could disperse the clouds within a radius of thousands of meters. You forced my hand. As a girl, I didn't want to use this technique casually, but you've truly provoked me. DemonBack, activate. Tian roared, her entire being ablaze with a surge of furious energy. Concealed beneath her clothing, a malevolent visage began to take shape on her back, though incomplete, reaching only 50% of its potential. Moreover, the hidden muscles across her body now bulged, causing her physique to expand significantly. Thermal energy release, activate. The sound of an explosive force reverberated as terrifying thermal energy surged forth, filling the air with an overwhelming presence. At this moment, under the enhancement of DemonBack, muscle manifestation, and thermal release, Tian entered a true combat mode, radiating an energy so powerful that it distorted the very void. With a single step, she landed upon the clouds, and with a resounding boom, the void erupted, sending forth a wave of energy sweeping towards Iue. Yu's face contorted with intense jealousy, her displeasure evident as she remarked, "Damn it, I didn't expect you to inherit Father-S abilities as well." In response to the unstoppable wave of energy, she crossed her arms in a defensive posture, manifesting a layer of Haki shield before her. However, at that moment, Tian transformed into a blazing meteor, darting forth and delivering a powerful punch against Yu's Haki shield. Iue was taken aback. The force of this punch was terrifying, akin to being struck by a mountain, propelling her backwards, and for a moment, she could not regain control of her flight. The Haki shield cracked with a visible sound, tearing apart at an alarming rate. On the verge of shattering, Tian, exuding a murderous intent, declared, "Humph, seeing me in this form, don't think you can return alive today." As Iue continued to be pushed back, feeling increasingly humiliated, she became genuinely angry upon hearing Tian's words. Tian's intent to kill was evident, which surprised Iue. She had initially only wanted to compete with her as a sister, not to end her life. Let us see what you've got." Iue scoffed, her eyes suddenly igniting with blue flames. Demon Eye activate. What? You? Tian instinctively felt a surge of danger and fear. Retracting her fist and retreating several hundred meters, staring in shock at Yu's eyes. At that moment, Tian felt as though everything about her was laid bare before Aiwei. Devoid of any secrets, even her very soul seemingly affected. What do you mean by what? Don't think that only you inherited Father-S power. Aiwei, am Father-S most exceptional daughter, having inherited the power of the Demon Eye. The power of the Demon Eye not only allowed for soul projection in battle, but also enabled the instant perception of all weaknesses in an opponent, providing a distinct advantage in countering foes. So, you truly are Father-S daughter? Tian paused, initially skeptical of Aiwei's identity, but now recognizing the Demon Eye as a unique ability belonging solely to their father. Isn't that obvious? I've already stated that I am. Yu's expression turned icy, her irritation palpable. Fine, I acknowledge that you are also Father-S daughter, and naturally, I will not entertain thoughts of killing you. However, your presence in my territory, acting as you please, is unacceptable. I must teach you a lesson on behalf of Father. Moreover, your desire to be my sister indicates that you are indeed a younger sister. Since you're a younger sister, you must listen to your elder sister. If you refuse to comply, I shall beat you until you do. With this revelation, Tian felt a sense of liberation, readying herself for battle, believing that as sisters, they would not go to extremes, so there was no need for fear. The two resumed their fierce battle. In a short span, it was exceedingly difficult to determine a victor. Only if one truly wished to kill the other would the conflict reach a swift conclusion. Aiwei was eager to teach Tian a lesson, utilizing her Demon Eye to see through Tian's attacks and counter them effectively. Though she had no intention of truly harming Tian, Aiwei understood that should she kill Tian, their father would undoubtedly be furious. And she was not foolish enough to dig her own grave and lose her father's love. Furthermore, Tian, at that moment, exhibited no murderous intent, seemingly only wishing to engage in a friendly rivalry, which perfectly aligned with Aiwei's desires. Days later, the realm of Wano found itself in turmoil. The Sky Domain, Free Domain, Black Domain, and Red Domain dispatched their first wave of formidable warriors to assault the Black Kingdom. Beckman unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, which had already reached the level of divine punishment, instantly saturating the area with a crimson hue, with lightning flashing continuously, obliterating countless structures in Wano. Simultaneously, Kid also released his Conqueror's Haki, and under Kid's insistence, Doflamingo was compelled to do the same. The three waves of Haki forcefully pressed down upon the entirety of Wano. Kaido immediately unleashed his divine punishment-level Conqueror's Haki to resist, but it was no match for the overwhelming might of the three formidable warriors, leading to a continuous retreat. Just as Kaido was on the verge of being utterly crushed, Fanmaria, determined to protect his mother, Hiyori, from the intimidation of the enemy's Conqueror's Haki, unleashed his own divine punishment-level Conqueror's Haki, joining forces with Kaido in resistance. Instantly, two waves of divine punishment-level Conqueror's Haki stood resolutely against Beckman and the others. I didn't expect Wano to have hidden masters. It must be him, Beckman realized immediately, knowing it was Fanmaria, the son of Emperor Tian, whose innate talent was undoubtedly formidable, and cultivating divine punishment-level Conqueror's Haki was not uncommon. Kid and Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki had not yet reached the divine punishment level, at best achieving a top-tier standard. At this moment, the confrontation was divine punishment level plus 2 top-tier Conqueror's Haki versus 2 divine punishment level Haki, failing to gain the upper hand. And if this continued, there was a risk of being pushed back. Ha, you've shown your hand. It's time for me to take action. Fama Emperor Tian has yet to make a move. It seems he is gravely injured, but I will force him out and kill him directly. Bages cackled malevolently. As a user of the strength fruit, his raw power was immensely formidable, and over the years, everyone had been relentlessly developing the limits of their fruit-esque capabilities. Naturally, he had also uncovered even more extraordinary abilities from the strength fruit. As he activated his powers, waves of energy radiated from his feet, resonating beneath the ground of Wano. What splendid luck. It appears there is still magma beneath us, which allows me to draw forth an ample amount of power. Bages laughed heartily, utilizing the capabilities of the Li fruit to extract the thermal energy from the magma located thousands of meters underground, accumulating it within his being. In mere seconds, Bages radiated intense heat, filled with an unprecedented wave of terrifying energy. As he clenched his fists, he struck the ground with tremendous force. With a resounding bang, the area within a 1,000-meter radius shattered into pieces. One fissure was particularly deep, reaching the magma flow layer several kilometers below, with a width exceeding 2 meters. Beckman and the others could not help but furrow their brows, cursing internally. This fool nearly put them all in peril. Had they not reacted swiftly, they would have fallen into the chasm. Nevertheless, Beijing's power was indeed formidable. A single punch had caused such destruction. It was hard to determine how he compared to Dition, although they knew that Xiang Zhu was killed by Dition without witnessing it firsthand. It was difficult to ascertain the true extent of Dition's current power. Conversely, Beijing's strength had already surpassed that of Dition's pure power from 20 years ago. Ha ha! Let the slaughter commence. Beijing grew increasingly frenzied, gripping a segment of the chasm and forcefully shaking it, lifting a massive layer of earth, 1 kilometer long and several hundred meters thick, onto his shoulder. Damn, are you a brainless beast? Kid could not help but shout. As Beijing showed no regard for their safety, it was utterly infuriating. Ha ha ha! Let everything be destroyed. Ignoring the protests, Beijing continued to laugh maniacally, hoisting the colossal earth layer above his head before hurling it several kilometers away. Below, countless buildings and unconscious individuals were about to be obliterated. At a critical moment, Kaido transformed into a 300-meter-long azure dragon, charging in with lightning speed to support the massive earth layer beneath him. He swiftly conjured flame clouds to lift the earth layer, controlling it as he directed it towards Beijing and the others. Chapter 130. Performance Index reaches 100. Beijing grinned widely, activating his fruit ability, continuously drawing power from the earth, his entire being glowing crimson with energy. When he stomped the ground, a deafening crack resonated as the earth shattered extensively. His form shot upwards like a rocket. However, upon entering the attack range, he struck the enormous earth layer descending from the flame clouds with a powerful punch. The immense force fractured the mountain-sized layer into countless pieces that plummeted downwards. Beijing, you seek death. Kaido roared in anger, exhaling flames towards Beijing. Ha! What of your dragon flames? They shall be extinguished in the face of absolute power. Moreover, you, Kaido, are the weakest among the 10 monarchs. Had it not been for your early control over Xiang Zhu and the underworld battleship, you would have long been erased from this era. Beijing laughed uproariously, completely disregarding Kaido, as he unleashed a powerful punch, erupting with an overwhelming force that shattered Kaido's dragon flames. Following this, Beijing charged excitedly toward Kaido, eager to engage in close combat. As a user of the Li fruit, melee combat was his greatest advantage. Master, I have located Fan MaDitian's. He is on Xiang Zhu's back. Currently, Xiang Zhu is indeed dead, and he is feasting on Xiang Zhu's flesh with a group of women. Zeus reported to Nami as he flew down from the sky. Zeus, take me up there. Nami's eyes turned sharp. Although the past had long faded, with Dition's reappearance, all the memories resurfaced, and she found it hard to forgive this man. Just because of his overwhelming strength, he had treated her so tyrannically on Sky Island. Now, with her own formidable powers capable of summoning storms and lightning, it was time to settle the score with Dition. Otherwise, she would forever hold a grudge. Zeus then carried Nami towards Xiang Zhu's back. Beckman, noticing this, immediately instructed Brother Kid, you remain here to deal with Kaido, alongside Beijing, while the rest of us shall confront Fan MaDitian. That suits me perfectly. My primary intention here is to eliminate Kaido, Kid replied decisively. He had no grievances with Dition, but Kaido was different. This scoundrel had imprisoned him as a slave in the quarry and had even maimed one of his arms. It was a matter of honor to kill Kaido. All right, Brother Shaw, would you be so kind as to escort us? Beckman smiled gently at the distant Shikaku. Although Shikaku was from the Shattered Domain and not allied with them, his presence here indicated his intent to kill Fan MaDitian. Beckman was aware of the deep-seated animosity between Shikaku and Dition, as Shikaku seemed perpetually intent on eliminating Dition. No problem, Shikaku waved his hand, turning a patch of land into fine sand that formed a sandbed, lifting them towards Xiang Zhu's back. Beckman, Jesus Bourges, and the others stepped onto the wind and sand as their means of travel. A bunch of delusional fools. Do you think you are worthy opponents for my elder brother? Even in his weakened state, he could effortlessly eliminate you all. Kaido snorted dismissively, unconcerned that these individuals would band together against Dition. After all, Even a mere 10% of his recovery equated to 100 of himself, revealing the immense vigor and vitality possessed by DemonBack. Surely, Beckman and his ragtag group could not possibly defeat 100 of him. If they could not win, they would merely fall prey to DemonBack's effortless slaughter. Kaido, you old dragon, where are you looking? Prepare to face me. Take my punch. Beijing suddenly closed in on Kaido, delivering a fierce blow to his face. The colossal dragon Kaido was sent flying hundreds of meters away, stabilizing himself only to discover a tooth had been knocked out. You bastard, I must admit, your raw strength is formidable, but do you truly think I, Kaido, have made no progress over the years? Kaido immediately donned his full body armor, a layer of dark red plating emerging across his dragon form, his aura surging to unprecedented heights as he dashed toward Beijing like a bolt of lightning. However, Beijing was unable to don full armor, empowered by the lily fruit. He possessed terrifying brute strength, confident that he could withstand any attack that came his way. He was even audacious enough to believe he could teach DemonBack a lesson. Yet, when Kaido attacked, his hardened dragon claws gripped Beijing tightly, lifting him skyward. Beijing remained unfazed, gripping one of Kaido's claws with one hand, exerting all his might in an attempt to crush it through sheer grip. However, Kaido was entirely clad in armor, with defenses beyond imagination. Beijing resorted to using his other fist to strike relentlessly at Kaido's claw. The tremendous explosive force began to numb Kaido's claw, and if he continued, even the armored defenses might shatter. Consequently, he dove downwards, heading straight toward the sea. At this moment, Beijing realized the precariousness of his situation and hastily removed Kaido's claw that had gripped him, falling to the ground and continuing to draw strength from the earth. Despicable. Trying to drag me into the sea, he scoffed. If you didn't possess the powers of the UU fruit, even if you took me into the ocean, I would still choose to confront you head-on. Beijing felt a twinge of irritation. However, Kaido immediately transformed, recognizing that while his dragon form bestowed immense strength, it rendered him an easy target for Beijing, who excelled in close combat. In his transformed state, Kaido's speed and attacks became swifter and more fluid. He reached out and summoned a wolf fang club from an unknown location, enveloping it in his conqueror's haki. Heavenly punishment, thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido swung fiercely, channeling the power of heaven and earth, conjuring countless bolts of lightning that surged towards Beijing as his figure vanished. Boom! Beijing unleashed a punch, but the entire body was engulfed in a storm of lightning, propelling him thousands of meters away, where he finally regained his footing on the surface of the sea. Gathering his strength, he charged towards the land. Kaido, not wishing to grant Beijing any opportunity, prepared to launch another attack. Just then, Kid finally made his move, roaring, Kaido, prepare to meet your end. Seeking death, you defeated underling. Do not be so arrogant. Kaido's eyes glowed crimson as he unleashed his heavenly punishment, thunderous 8 trigrams against Kid, launching a barrage of lightning towards him. I have awaited this day for over a decade, Kid retorted, activating his fruit ability. He slammed his palms into the ground, manipulating the geomagnetic forces to compress the area within a radius of several kilometers. With a thunderous sound, the ground began to collapse under the immense pressure, visible rubble and stones disintegrating into dust. At that moment, an overwhelming gravitational magnetic field enveloped the region. An ordinary person stepping into it would instantly perish, their bones likely shattered. As Kaido approached within 100 meters of Kid, he felt the gravity intensify, rendering even him unable to advance swiftly. Kid took deliberate steps towards Kaido, and as he drew near, the terrifying gravitational force multiplied. Kaido, standing, was bent at the waist from the pressure. Kaido, do you now comprehend my strength? I have long surpassed you. Now kneel before me. Kid's gaze sharpened as he amplified his powers, compressing the gravitational magnetic field to an even more terrifying density, magnifying its effects within a smaller radius. Kaido was forced to kneel, the cracking of his bones echoing painfully. Shocked, Kaido pondered whether he truly lacked the strength to contend with these younger opponents. The extent of his defeat was staggering. Damn it, each of you has developed your fruit abilities to such extraordinary levels. I never anticipated that fruit abilities could be honed to this extent. However, as the possessor of the illusion beast type Qinglong fruit, it seems you have not cultivated any remarkable abilities, still relying on those mundane attacks. But do unleash any means of resistance you possess. Otherwise, you shall soon find yourself out of opportunities. After losing an arm, Kid had installed a mechanical prosthetic and began to manipulate the magnetic forces of the world, coalescing them into a formidable magnetic blade, enhanced by his conqueror's haki, which transformed into a tangible black blade that slashed down towards Kaido's arm. Kaido, on one knee, used his Wolfang Club for support, but he would not remain idle. He transformed into his dragon form, striving to break free from the mire, soaring into the sky. Although his dragon transformation significantly augmented his strength, the effects of Kid's gravitational magnetic field slowed his flight, preventing him from fully evading the strike of Kid's magnetic blade. Struck by the blade, cracks appeared in his armed armor, and if this continued, his defenses would ultimately collapse, leaving his massive body vulnerable to grievous wounds. Meanwhile, Beiji's charged back on a land from the sea. This is outrageous. Kaido is my prey and must be slain by my hand. Beiji sprinted within Kid's gravitational magnetic field. Though his speed was diminished, he pressed forward with determination. At that moment, Fanma Rinya appeared, clad in haki armor, radiating the overwhelming power of a heavenly punishment grade conqueror's haki, showcasing a physique of terrifying muscle. He approached Kaido and shattered the magnetic blade with a single punch. Rinya, I did not expect you to choose to assist me, Kaido remarked, surprised, recalling the past when he had slain Su Xiong, Rinya's grandfather. I simply cannot allow my mother to be threatened, but I am unable to stop both of them alone. Thus, I must fight alongside you for now. So do not overthink it. TSK, a master of physical arts, has arrived. Your physical strength is impressive. No wonder you are a descendant of Fan MaDitian. Beiji exclaimed, filled with a desire to battle this new prey, coupled with a desire to torment Rinya. After all, Ditian had often suppressed them. Every encounter had ended with him being soundly defeated. If we are to fight, let us do so without further ado, Rinya replied expressionlessly. Though he lacked the strength of his ghostly back, he possessed formidable skills and was confident in his ability to defeat Beiji's. Kid, I leave Kaido to you. I will handle this fellow. Let us make quick work of it, so we might witness the spectacle of Ditian's demise at their hands. In an instant, the battles commenced. Kaido against Kid, Beiji's against Rinya. On the back of the elephant, Ditian and the Empress, along with others, leisurely barbecued and feasted. When Nami, Beckman, Jesus Burgess, Crocodile, Diamond Jozu, and Marco arrived, Vivi, Makino, Hinata, Violetta, Rebecca, and Princess Shirahoshi felt a sense of unease. After all, the approaching enemies were formidable, and the pressure they exuded was palpable, leaving them breathless. Lord Husband, I feel so uncomfortable. I can hardly breathe, Shirahoshi lamented to Ditian. Ditian turned to the group that had arrived, warning, you may come for me, but should you target them, do not blame me for the consequences. Once I have dealt with you, I will certainly turn to annihilate all those associated with you. Ditian spoke with imposing authority, entirely dismissing this motley crew. The main adversary did not appear, yet these insignificant fish dared to insult him. Even in his weakened state, he would not allow himself to be so underestimated. Beckman cautioned, as long as they leave now and do not interfere, we will not trouble them. Thus, everything hinges on their attitude, does it not? I have no intention of letting them go. Our white team suffered great losses at his hands. Now, I shall make him feel the pain of losing loved ones. Jozu scoffed coldly, indicating he had no plans to spare the women near Ditian. And what of you? Ditian did not immediately respond with anger, but instead inquired of the others, primarily addressing Nami, for she was a woman he had once claimed. He could afford to offer her a chance. Nami stated, rest assured, they are merely victims, and I will not harm them. My sole intention this time is to teach you a severe lesson. If you cannot withstand it, death would be a preferable outcome. Marco then added earnestly, one who brings ruin upon themselves cannot expect to survive, but should you choose to cease your resistance now, we might consider sparing them. Otherwise, in your current weakened state, engaging us in battle will undoubtedly leave you at a disadvantage, jeopardizing their safety. Upon hearing this, Ditian could not help but laugh. Ha ha, a group of ignorant ants. 20 years ago, I told Rayleigh and Luffy that upon my return, it would be your time to perish. Allowing you to live for 2 more decades was merely my benevolence, a chance for your growth. You have always been my planned prey, and now is the time for reaping. However, to confront me directly, I must ascertain whether you possess the qualifications. Ditian activated his ghost brain, having consumed a considerable amount of the Zhongzhu's flesh, achieving a full value of 100 in his performance. His cerebral domain became even more formidable, allowing him to instantly conjure Nami and the others. Go, sever their heads. The summoned Nami, Jaws, Beckman, Jesus Burgess, Crocodile, Marco, and others charged forward, engaging in combat according to their respective identities. I felt quite disheartened while writing this. Mistakes lingered in my mood until I revised it. I truly cannot fathom why my book has flopped so terribly. Who have I offended? It seems some wish to have my book taken down, claiming there is a group conspiring to report me. I am utterly perplexed. Whom have I insulted? All I seek is to make a living. If you enjoy it, read. If not, quietly withdraw. Is it truly necessary to target me? Accumulate some virtue. As depicted, my earnings from this book are meager. Have I severed your livelihood? Why pursue me further? Chapter 131. Slaying the Masses, the Threats of Fujitora and Ryakujuhumph. What can these illusory forms of ourselves do to us? Do you truly believe we are still the same as we were 20 years ago? Diamond Jaws scoffed, dismissing the phantoms conjured by DemonBack. He clenched his fist, covered in diamond, and struck towards the illusory Diamond Jaws. Watch closely. I alone can obliterate you all. However, as he moved, the phantom Diamond Jaws mirrored his actions and charged towards Jaws. Boom! When their strikes collided, the resulting energy was evenly matched, causing both to stagger several meters before regaining their footing. Beckman frowned, quickly analyzing the situation, and warned, do not underestimate them. Although these forms appear to be mere illusions, the damage they inflict is very real. Thus, to battle DemonBack, we must first conquer our own selves. Yet, I truly cannot comprehend what fruit power he possesses. Could he not be a user of the time fruit? Jesus Burgess found it hard to believe. Even though they had reached unimaginable heights of strength, they still fell short compared to DemonBack's capabilities. Do not worry. While it is somewhat challenging, these conjured versions of ourselves likely stem from a specific moment in time. Beckman analyzed DemonBack's time fruit abilities and concluded this was the most plausible explanation. This notion aligned with the operations of Tokisaki Kurumi, who also created clones. Unfortunately, DemonBack did not conjure these figures through time manipulation, but rather through his ghost brain's imaginative prowess. Though illusory, each attack was imbued with genuine harm. In essence, these individuals were continuously battling against DemonBack's consciousness. Let us commence the battle. We must swiftly eliminate our respective doppelgangers. Beckman instructed. In an instant, all those facing DemonBack began to engage with the phantoms conjured by his ghost brain. Nami wielded her weather stick, commanding winds, rain, thunder, and lightning. As dark clouds gathered above, swirling ominously, the phantom Nami similarly manipulated the elements, creating an equally grand spectacle. The scene was one of mutual destruction, with their attack patterns mirroring each other flawlessly. Jesus Burgess prepared for a long-range shot and activated Kenbunchiko Haki to lock onto his phantom self. At that moment, his bullets, not only entwined with armed Haki, entered black bullet mode, significantly amplifying their destructive power. Jesus Burgess was renowned as the foremost black bullet user. For instance, Mihawk possessed the mightiest black blade, Yuru, while Jesus Burgess owned the most formidable black gun. As Jesus Burgess fired a shot at the phantom, the illusionary Jesus Burgess returned fire. However, he was taken aback to discover that even this attack was identical. It seemed that defeating oneself was a formidable challenge. The two black bullets chased and collided, their force nearly equal, leaving the outcome uncertain for the time being. Jesus Burgess chose to retreat deeper into the jungle, creating distance and using the foliage as cover, continuously firing at the phantom. The illusionary Jesus Burgess mirrored his every move, even predicting several of Jesus Burgess's strategies. For a moment, Jesus Burgess nearly found himself in a precarious situation, but fortunately, he only sustained minor injuries as the opponent's bullet grazed his skin. Nevertheless, this served as a valuable lesson, imparting the understanding that to swiftly defeat oneself here, one must grow stronger and surpass the conjured version. Marco transformed into the phoenix, engulfed in indomitable azure flames, soaring into the sky to engage in battle. In an instant, it resembled two azure fire wheels colliding, scattering thousands of azure flames that ignited the flora upon the Zhongzhu's back, quickly transforming the vast ground below into an inferno. Crocodile engaged in combat on another front, with their battle range expanding to several kilometers. Under the influence of his abilities, the green vegetation withered and cracked, and even the ground turned to sand. DemonBack savored the battle while relishing roasted meat. Days passed, and at last Beckman and the others managed to defeat the phantoms conjured by DemonBack. However, they were utterly exhausted, never having anticipated that such mere illusions could restrain them to this extent. Moreover, considering that the adversary was in a weakened state, They pondered what might have happened had he been at full strength. Reflecting on these thoughts, many felt a surge of trepidation. They found themselves hesitant to act, contemplating retreat. Yet, they realized they had no path for withdrawal. Beckman, what do you think? Should we join forces to confront DTon? However, if we choose to retreat now, it will not be so simple. The Navy headquarters has arrived, and they are accompanied by 4 admirals and thousands of elite soldiers. Diamond Jaws sought Beckman's opinion, acknowledging his intelligence. Attempting to withdraw will likely be quite problematic. The 4 admirals are among the most formidable individuals. Indeed, they are powerful users of devil fruit, and 2 of them are DTon subordinates, possessing formidable abilities. In my opinion, this is the optimal moment to eliminate DTon. We have been battling his conjured phantoms for days, and his consumption of energy has likely exceeded our own. Shakeloctor would not willingly make a futile journey. If Emperor Tion were to fully recover, it would pose the greatest challenge. Indeed, we have specifically come to eliminate him. To allow him to escape would be a considerable embarrassment, Marco continued. If anyone has sustained injuries, I can treat you immediately. Nami, having suffered minor wounds, requested Marco's assistance and soon regained her strength. In that case, let's strike him together, Beckman stated seriously. Now that we are engaged in battle, he will not easily permit our departure. Therefore, I urge everyone to hold nothing back and to focus all efforts on vanquishing him. With that, the group immediately focused their attention on Emperor Tion, who had remained in the same location. Upon sensing their intent, Emperor Tion smiled with satisfaction, wiped his mouth, stood up, and took a deep breath, his fighting spirits surging. Once again, he utilized his ghostly intellect to summon the essence left by Estes in this place. He instructed the Empress and her companions, "Stay here and do not wander. She can protect you." After saying this, Emperor Tion stepped into a rift in time and space, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, it was behind Jaws, delivering a powerful punch that sent Jaws flying several thousand meters. Despite his momentary defensive reaction with diamond armor and armed hockey. Observing this, Beckman and the others swiftly surrounded Emperor Tion, preparing for battle. What a useless bunch of fools. You have been fighting among yourselves for 3 days and nights, and yet you dare to encircle me? Emperor Tion derided. When did I, Emperor Tion, become so weak? He pondered, perhaps I should find an opportunity for your captain to witness my strength firsthand. How about I deliver your heads to them first? Emperor Tion looked disdainfully at the surrounding adversaries, regarding them as inconsequential, easily within his grasp to eliminate. Fama Emperor Tion, you should cease your arrogance, Jaws retorted, swiftly returning with a diamond shield and a massive diamond blade, striking at Emperor Tion with lightning speed. Beckman ordered everyone attack together. Thus, all unleashed their most powerful assaults. Yasubuhai black bullets, Nami summoned lightning, and Shakeloctor, the desert giant, brought down a mighty palm. Marco launched the indomitable sun sphere toward Emperor Tion, while Beckman, wielding a firearm, executed a precise observation-based attack. Faced with this barrage, Emperor Tion remained completely still. Yet at the critical moment, he declared, "Time stands still." Instantly, everything in that realm froze. Seizing the opportunity, Emperor Tion swiftly extracted the hearts of all but Nami, completing the act in barely 3 seconds before the time stop ability dissipated. Beckman and the others felt their lives slipping away, gazing in disbelief at their chests, realizing their hearts had been hollowed out without their notice. An unprecedented terror enveloped them as they grasped the grim reality. Emperor Tion had developed the time fruit to an invincible degree. Initially, they had been wary of him summoning the chilling female apparition, knowing that once it appeared, they would face a time stop. Little did they know that even without controlling that specter, Emperor Tion could still wield the power of time stop directly. As Beckman and the others collapsed, bloodied and gasping for breath, they faced imminent death, with no hope of rescue unless Luo were present. Nami, meanwhile, found herself grasped by the throat and lifted by Emperor Tion. Witnessing her companions fall, their hearts extracted and their lives extinguished. A wave of fear and despair washed over her anew. "You may kill or maim as you wish, but I shall never forgive you for the wrongs you have done to me." She glared at Emperor Tion with resentment. At that moment, unexpected visitors arrived. Countless vines adorned with trumpet flowers burst forth from the ground, entwining around Emperor Tion and relentlessly siphoning his life force. "Fama Emperor Tion, release her at once, or do not blame me for my actions." Green Bull and Fujitora approached, with Green Bull initiating his ability. transforming his hand into a primary vine that penetrated the earth. Within a radius of several thousand meters, his vines served as symbiotic weapons, ready to threaten Emperor Tion's companions should he choose to act against them. Green Bull, what do you think you are? Do you truly believe your abilities can intimidate me? Emperor Tion regarded Green Bull with an impassive expression, surprised that this individual dared to intervene on Nami's behalf. Emperor Tion, it is time to put an end to this. You have taken enough lives. Should you persist in your reckless ways, I too shall take action, Fujitora declared, his blind eyes closed. Hands poised to draw his staff should conflict arise, ready to summon meteorites from the outer cosmos. Interesting. From your demeanor, it seems you are affiliated with the Revolutionary Army. I never imagined the Navy headquarters of the world government had been reduced to such a state. Emperor Tion remarked with a faint smile directed at Green Bull and Fujitora. Given that Nami hailed from the Free Domain, allied with the Revolutionary Army, and opposed to the world government, his refusal to release her was laden with implications. I do not know what you speak of, but since you refuse to release her, do not blame me for using them as leverage against you. Green Bull brazenly manipulated the encroaching vines, launching an assault on the Empress and her allies from several thousand meters away. However, Green Bull soon frowned, realizing his attacks were swiftly dismantled. I did not expect that woman to be so powerful. Her explosive freezing ability instantly froze the ground, immobilizing even the vines under my control. Observing Green Bull's nonchalant demeanor, Emperor Tion's expression darkened. Harnessing his time manipulation powers, he accelerated time upon Nami, instantly aging her into a frail old woman of 120 years. Stop it, you bastard! Green Bull roared in outrage. Thousands of vines erupted from the earth, surging toward Emperor Tion in a bid to engulf him completely. In an instant, they ensnared him in a cage of intertwining vines, voraciously draining his life force. Emperor Tion, channeling the power of time, ascended to the force of time itself, radiating a brilliant white light that obliterated all. Green Bull's eyes widened in alarm as he realized his controlling vines were being systematically annihilated. He immediately increased his output, drawing upon the life energy of the surrounding vegetation within a radius of several thousand meters to counteract Emperor Tion's relentless consumption. Act now. I cannot contain him any longer. Green Bull urged Fujitora. Nami is still in his grasp. Fujitora hesitated, concerned that the meteorites he summoned might harm her. She is beyond saving. If you do not act now, our identities will be exposed, Green Bull insisted urgently. He and Tunghu had secretly chosen to join the Revolutionary Army many years ago. They were aware that Huang Yuan was also a member of the Revolutionary Army. Thus they had been collaborating to gradually erode the Navy headquarters or take control of it, in order to assist the Revolutionary Army in their struggle against the world government. As the situation demanded, Tunghu decided to take action, knowing they could not reveal their identities too soon. He drew a segment of his staff sword, and a surge of gravitational potential energy manifested in the cosmos, instantly dragging down a meteorite several kilometers in diameter, engulfed in intense flames and hurtling towards Xiangzhu's back with terrifying pressure. The Empress and the others began to worry for Detian, feeling as if the heavens were about to collapse. Naturally, Detian sensed Tunghu's move and immediately went berserk. Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. Activating his demon brain mode, he condensed his power into Chiyu and surged forth at superluminal speed, shattering the meteorite with a single punch. Tunghu and Levine were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. Was that punch serious? Moreover, who was this bald-headed individual? How could he be so powerful? In the same instant, as the two were astonished, Detian managed to slip away through a rift in time and space, appearing behind them with arms outstretched, enveloping them tightly in an embrace while grinning broadly to unleash his ability. Time acceleration. Chapter 132. Nami fails to understand why everyone likes him. Tunghu and Levine screamed in agony, their bodies convulsing violently in immense pain, their vitality and blood essence rapidly depleting, their faces visibly withering, and their hair turning white in an instant. They struggled frantically to escape Detian's grip, but his arms possessed boundless strength. Anything held tightly in his embrace found it nearly impossible to break free. Half a minute later, their resistance was nearly non-existent. They had aged dramatically, their hair completely gone, their forms resembling that of defeated dogs, hunched and powerless. Detian released them casually, tossing the two so-called generals onto the ground. You overestimate yourselves. You dare to threaten me without even understanding my abilities? Is this the level of arrogance among the Revolutionary Army nowadays? And you, having hidden for so long, it's time for you to reveal yourself. DemonBack glanced towards a rock a kilometer away. Yalata's heart raced. Despite her excellent concealment and the suppression of her aura, she had been discovered. This is terrifying. It truly has nothing to do with me. I am merely passing by. Do you believe me? Or perhaps I admire you greatly and wish to see the true strength of DemonBack. Yalata was filled with trepidation. Even though her ability was the Suna no Mi with infinite zero friction, she had no confidence in escaping DemonBack's grasp. DemonBack single-handedly faced so many adversaries, effortlessly crushing them, showcasing the sheer magnitude of his strength and tactics. And then, DemonBack fixed his gaze on Yalata, not out of interest in her beauty, but contemplating whether to kill her. Lord DemonBack, please do not act rashly. I can assist you with anything. By the way, do you not seek their heads? Allow me to handle that for you. The desire to survive surged within Yalata. Very well, I shall spare your life this time. Bring me their heads to present to their respective captains. DemonBack commanded unyieldingly. Understood, I will do so immediately. Yalata cautiously passed by DemonBack and decisively decapitated Beckman, Yesub, Jaws, and Shaki. However, just as she was about to strike Marco, he suddenly erupted into flames, transforming into a phoenix and escaping in an instant. Lord DemonBack, Marco has fled. But this does not concern me. I was about to behead him. Yalata distanced herself from the situation, secretly marveling at Marco's resilience, having lost his heart yet still alive, while the others had perished long ago. No matter, he is merely a defeated foe. If he managed to escape this time, it is merely his luck. I cannot be bothered to chase after a fool who has repeatedly lost to me. DemonBack said indifferently. Oh, and what of this one? Shall we behead her as well? Yalata approached Nami, who was now an elderly woman, though not as severely affected as Tunghu and Levian. DemonBack observed Nami, inhaled deeply, and approached her, activating his ability to reverse time and restore her to her former self. Why do you not kill me? Nami, unwilling to accept her fate, pondered why she was still alive when death seemed preferable. I rarely kill my own women, but if you wish for death, you may take your own life. DemonBack remained expressionless, sparing her only due to her past as his lover and her lack of attempts to threaten him like the others. Lord DemonBack, what about these two? Shall we proceed with their execution? Yalata inquired cautiously. Execute them. DemonBack held no affection for Levian and Tunghu, nor for the Revolutionary Army, especially since the leader of the world government, was his woman. Furthermore, they had dared to threaten him so audaciously moments before. Father, please show mercy and allow us to return them to the Navy headquarters. At that moment, two robust figures cloaked in justice hurriedly approached. They were Fanma Jinjun and Fanma Lingtian, one the son of Inai, the other the son of Makino. If it is you, then you may take them. DemonBack did not refuse his son's request. Thank you, father. The two responded respectfully, holding a degree of reverence for DemonBack. By the way, father, may we meet mother? Zhengjun and Lingtian asked eagerly. They had vivid memories of their mothers, having been nurtured in their arms for several months, while they had little recollection of their father, learning about him only through legends. Yes, go ahead, they're just behind. DemonBack displayed a surprising tenderness toward his sons. Thank you, father. Zhengjun and Lingtian instructed their soldiers to keep watch over Tunghu and Levian before eagerly rushing towards DemonBack's rear. Nami, observing from the side, felt a complex wave of emotions. Their children all had fathers, yet her own child remained in Orange's town, unaware of their true parentage. Suddenly, she felt that she had failed as a mother. Meanwhile, DemonBack's unusual tenderness towards his sons revealed a glimpse of paternal love. On the other side, Zhengjun and Lingtian quickly recognized their respective mothers among the Empress and the others. Hinai and Makino instantly stood up and rushed to embrace their sons. The Empress and the others looked on with envy, yearning for their own children. Half an hour later, Zhengjun and Lingtian bid a reluctant farewell to their mothers. The recent events concerning Wano Kuni are of great significance. It is unexpected that Fujitora and Green Bull are indeed members of the Revolutionary Army. This matter must be reported promptly, and we must ensure their swift return. Mother, we shall take our leave now. Please take good care of yourselves, said Hinai as she and Makino escorted them for quite a distance. Father, we are heading back to the Navy headquarters. Thank you for taking care of our mother all these years. Knowing she is well brings us peace. Zheng Jun and Ling Tian expressed their sincere gratitude. They had always heard that Emperor Tian was a fierce and volatile individual, worrying that their mother might be harmed in his presence. Yet, it appears that she is quite joyful and content, which alleviates their concerns. They have also developed a new perspective on Emperor Tian. Should anyone dare to speak ill of their father in the future, they would not hesitate to take action against them. Let's return for now. When I have the time, I shall come to witness your abilities. Do not disappoint me, he remarked. Understood, Zheng Jun and Ling Tian replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, as their father's strength implied high expectations for their own prowess. After their departure, the Empress and the others expressed their concern for Emperor Tian. My husband, are you all right? Battling so many, while also exerting your spirit to protect us, I truly worry for your health, the Empress said, nestling in Emperor Tian's embrace, radiating beauty and pride. My lord, Hoshigaki is also quite worried about you, Hoshigaki added, leaning against Emperor Tian. Hinai, feeling particularly joyful, tiptoed to plant a kiss on Emperor Tian's cheek. Her face slightly flushed as she expressed, "Thank you, my husband, for allowing me to see our son so soon. He appears to be quite exceptional." Emperor Tian, I too am filled with joy, Makino said, wanting to match her sister's expressions of happiness. Thank you for granting me such a wonderful son. I feel that being your woman is a blessing I have earned over 8 lifetimes, and I wish to be with you forever. Upon hearing this, the Empress and others looked at Makino, acknowledging her bravery in professing such feelings in front of everyone. Makino blushed and quickly changed the subject. By the way, once we find a place to settle down, I will brew all kinds of delightful wines for you. Ha ha, it's a promise. Emperor Tian laughed heartily, filled with satisfaction. In the pirate world, he had become an undeniable victor, happier than anyone else. At that moment, Bonnie tugged at Emperor Tian's arm. My lord, Hinai and Makino have seen their sons, yet we have not seen ours. When shall we visit them? I am eager to know what our sons and daughters have become as adults, Hoshigaki and Rebecca said, gazing at Emperor Tian with longing anticipation. How can I refuse you? Since I love you all dearly, I shall take you to meet our children, he replied, unable to resist their requests. Nami, who was nearby, wished to ignore the conversation but could not help but overhear. She felt a mixture of discomfort and confusion. Why did so many women adore Emperor Tian? She knew that Makino, Toru, and Hinai had been coerced, yet now it seemed they were genuinely in love. As for her own feelings, she found herself devoid of affection, only experiencing complex emotions tied to him being the father of her son. However, before we depart, you must spend 10 to 15 days with me, Emperor Tian insisted. Upon hearing this, the Empress and her companions blushed, feeling embarrassed since there were 2 outsiders present. Yet, despite their shyness, they were also excited and eager. Yes, my husband. Then let's be off. I have a feeling we will find immense happiness soon. Emperor Tian tore open a rift and led the Empress and others directly to Sky Island, a truly romantic locale. Nami began to understand why the Empress and others were so enamored with Emperor Tian. Such a man was undoubtedly impressive. However, her own disinterest stemmed from a lack of memories during her unconsciousness, leaving her devoid of any sense of happiness, let alone affection. What are you dazed about? You can take these heads and bodies back for burial. Arlita suddenly interrupted Nami. Looking at the severed heads of Jozu and others, Nami felt an overwhelming sadness. After living alongside them in the free domain for over a decade, they had shared a strong bond, yet now they lay lifeless. Surely, Luffy would be furious and heartbroken upon learning of this. By the way, from what you just said, you are indeed Emperor Tian's woman, Arlita said curiously. If it's not too much trouble, could you share how you became his woman? Arlita was intrigued, having assumed that Nami, like herself, was still single, only to realize that Nami was indeed a true woman, possibly with children of a similar age to the 2 who had just claimed to be Emperor Tian's sons. Do you wish to become his woman? I truly do not understand why you would think that. However, I can tell you with certainty that your chances are slim. If he were interested in you, he would have acted upon it earlier. Nami replied somewhat irritably. Arlita was being quite inappropriate, asking such questions at a time like this, especially when she was feeling extremely angry. That shouldn't be the case. Although I may be a bit older, my skin is well cared for and youthful, just like a 20-year-old maiden. Therefore, do you have any secrets to share? Please enlighten me. Arlita's interest in Emperor Tian was growing, and she increasingly wished to be his woman. Leave me alone, Nami exclaimed, summoning Zeus and taking the severed heads with her as she departed from the back of the elephant, heading back to the free domain. She intended to inform Luffy of Emperor Tion's newfound strength and the terrifying abilities he now possessed. This attempt to ambush Emperor Tion had been far too careless and underestimated his capabilities. How stingy. Sharing Woon tea cost you a thing, Arlita sighed, wishing that people could be more generous. However, was Nami's statement sincere? Did she truly have no chance? That couldn't be possible. She was one of the most beautiful women on the seas. As she pondered, she packed several heads and departed from the elephant's back. In Wano Kuni, Kaido and Yamato were still engaged in an ongoing battle with Baji and Kid. The strength of both sides had yet to yield a clear victor. However, Zheng Jun and Ling Tian, the two admirals, suddenly joined the fray, aiming to capture the notorious pirates Baji and Kid. Soon, Baji and Kid found themselves at a disadvantage. However, just as they were about to capture Kid and Bajis, unexpectedly, Luo appeared in the void, directly activating his ability to teleport the two away in an instant. There is no need to pursue. This person wishes to flee. No one among us can capture him. It is likely that only Father can apprehend him in such a fleeting moment. Fama Ling Tian halted his soldiers. Luo had come to rescue them, having learned through Doflamingo that their forces had been annihilated and that Kid was caught in a prolonged battle, placing the situation in considerable jeopardy. Fortunately, his ability was spatial, and he had traveled directly over the course of a day. Captain, what brings you here? Upon arriving on an island, Kid, unaware of the circumstances regarding their leader, immediately inquired with curiosity. The people you sent have all been slain by Emperor Tion. If I had not come, both of you would have perished. Luo stated solemnly. What? They're all dead? No, a few managed to escape. Nami, Doflamingo, Marco, and Yalata, but indeed, the others have perished. Upon hearing this, Kid and Bajis were momentarily stunned, unable to accept or comprehend how they had nearly faced total annihilation without having slain Emperor Tion. Chapter 133. Im unleashes the wrath of the Celestial King. After Luo brought Kid and Doflamingo back to the void, Doflamingo cackled ominously, saying, I have long foretold that your days of fortune are over. From the moment you chose to oppose Emperor Tion, you sealed your own fate. What exactly are you trying to convey? Luo regarded Doflamingo with indifference. I possess an opportunity for you to preserve your lives. Simply return my heart and pledge allegiance to Emperor Tion. I once assisted him, promising I would be aided in return. If I utilize this opportunity for our mutual benefit, it would be inconsequential to Emperor Tion, would it not? Luo coldly scoffed at the suggestion. To think I would let you go is utterly impossible. Even in death, I shall take you with me. Moreover, your entire Don Quixote family will accompany you to the grave. Doflamingo's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Very well, pray that you do not fall into my hands, for I shall make your existence a living hell. The torment I endure will be doubled upon you. Doflamingo, have you lost your mind, afflicted with delusions? I could end your life with but a thought. Luo mocked, showing no concern as he reached into the void and retrieved Doflamingo's heart, gripping it tighter, the pressure increasing to the point where it could burst at any moment. Doflamingo, enduring the agony, remained silent, gritting his teeth, beads of cold sweat trickling down his pallid face. Their gazes were locked, unwavering. Ultimately, after about 2 minutes of resistance, Doflamingo could no longer withstand the torment inflicted upon his heart and succumbed to unconsciousness. Kid and Barrett paid no heed to the unconscious Doflamingo and instead remarked, Captain, it seems we must make some preparations. Emperor Tion may arrive in our domain at any moment. If the information Doflamingo brought back is accurate, even your physical form could be materialized at will. Your fruit ability presents a significant challenge for us, not to mention that Emperor Tion possesses numerous formidable time-related techniques. Initially, Barrett had considered confronting Emperor Tion head-on, but now he felt that victory was beyond his reach. Luo did not underestimate Emperor Tion and took the situation seriously, stating, while Emperor Tion is indeed powerful, there is no need for excessive worry. For over a decade, Luffy and the other factions have united to prepare for this day. However, I must consult our allies for their opinions. Luo immediately picked up a Den Mushi to contact Luffy in the free domain. In the free domain, Marco and Nami had returned one after the other. Luffy, Zoro, and the others gazed at the severed heads of Jozu and others laid before them. Upon hearing the news of the devastating losses, including the deaths of Beckman, Jozu, and Jesus Burgess, Luffy could not contain his fury. His conqueror's haki, potent as divine retribution, resonated across the land as thunder rumbled ominously, reminiscent of the apocalypse. while the sea surged violently. Usopp could no longer hold back his tears, lamenting the loss of his father, Jesus Burgess, at the hands of Emperor Tion. Nami, tell me this is not true. My father was formidable. How could he have died? I am sorry, I could not save anyone. Emperor Tion wields immensely powerful time abilities. In that realm, everything was frozen except for him. We were powerless. Nami's eyes were red, tears welling as she expressed her profound guilt. Sanji comforted her, saying, Miss Nami, this is not your fault. It is all Emperor Tion's doing. Rest assured, we will surely kill him next time. Just then, Luo's communication came through. Luffy, it is Emperor Luo from the Void seeking you. Frankie silently handed the Din Din Mushi to Luffy. On the Din Din Mushi, Luo inquired about Luffy's next plans and suggested that the four emperors convene to discuss a battle strategy. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately responded, all right, let us meet 3 days later on the island where our domains intersect. The others, observing the hidden wrath in Luffy's demeanor, understood that he was taking this matter with utmost seriousness. Subsequently, Luffy contacted Blackbeard Teach from the Black Domain and Shanks from the Red Domain to inform them of the meeting time. In the Black Domain, Blackbeard Teach felt uneasy. I never imagined even Beckman would fall to Emperor Tion. However, their deaths were not in vain. At least we have learned that Emperor Tion's strength exceeds that of 20 years ago. Shiryu of the Rain, puffing on a cigar, advised Captain, he is now a devil fruit user. If you have the opportunity, you must suppress his time-stopping ability with your dark fruit. Hey, with the strength of our Black Domain, we have over 30 devil fruit users. Coupled with the Alliance's power, Emperor Tion is surely doomed. I am well aware, but we will wait for the Alliance meeting to finalize our strategy. Thankfully, our Black Domain has not suffered significant losses. We will act as the situation demands. As for the Red Domain, losing both Beckman and Jesus Burgess, Shanks will undoubtedly be restless. No one will be able to outpace him when he leads the next charge. In the Red Domain, Shanks was not present. He was on an island in the New World, having just picked up Yuta to return to the Red Domain. Unexpectedly, he received the dire news that both Beckman and Jesus Burgess had been slain, with their heads sent to the Red Domain by Yalta. Shanks nearly fainted. Beckman and Jesus Burgess were like brothers to him, having spent decades together. Shanks, are you all right? Yuta observed Shanks, who was suddenly overwhelmed with an immense murderous intent, realizing that something terrible had transpired. Prior to this, Shanks had warned her about the monstrous man who had vanished 20 years ago and the necessity of her protection upon returning to the Red Domain. Beekman and Yusubu, the two uncles, ventured forth to test the current prowess of the Emperor Tion. It appears that something must have happened to Beekman and Yusubu. Shanks coughed up blood, struggling to contain his fury, his anger surging within him. Yuta, witnessing Shanks spitting blood, was immediately terrified and cried out in concern, Shanks, what is wrong? Speak to me. Do not keep everything bottled up inside. If something is troubling you, sharing it may ease the burden. The crew members aboard the ship were enveloped in a profound sadness, unable to accept the reality of Beekman and Yusubu's demise. They had believed that with so many heading to encircle a weakened Emperor Tion, even if they could not vanquish him, Beekman and Yusubu's strength would surely allow them to escape without issue. Yuta wept anxiously for a considerable time before Shanks, his eyes bloodshot, gazed at her and declared, Yuta, I am sorry. I must avenge this grievance. I will pay any price, even if it means employing your abilities against Emperor Tion. Rest assured, your concerns are my concerns. Yuta nodded fervently, her heart brimming with murderous intent towards Emperor Tion. Anyone who dared to harm her cherished ones would face her wrath, and she would not hesitate to bring about the world's destruction if necessary. In the fragmented domain, Captain Buggy could no longer remain seated upon his throne. The severed head of Crocodile had been presented before him. The surrounding pirates were gripped by a palpable anxiety. They had not anticipated that even Lord Crocodile could be decapitated. This Emperor Tion was indeed formidable. Yalta, how could you bring back his head? Buggy questioned, his heart racing with agitation. Captain, I found myself without options. The command from Lord Tion was such that I felt resistance was futile, and I was instructed to return the head to its respective captain. So I did as ordered, Yalta replied helplessly. Yalta, you have been exceedingly careless. Do you not realize he is no longer one of us in the fragmented domain? You should have clarified the situation with Emperor Tion at that moment. Buggy exclaimed, agitated. Is that so? I was completely unaware. Had I known, I would have certainly explained, Yalta retorted, bewildered, as she had indeed been in the dark regarding Buggy's subsequent actions. Alas, forget it. By the way, Did Emperor Tion mention anything else? Buggy asked suspiciously, eager for more information. Oh, he did mention that he would find time to meet with us, so-called Imperial forces. Upon hearing this, Buggy felt a wave of despair wash over him. It seemed he had caught the attention of Emperor Tion, and he pondered what would come next. At the Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Ling Tion escorted the stooped elders Fujitora and Green Bull back to the Marine headquarters, revealing their ties to the Revolutionary Army, which sent shockwaves throughout the entire Marine headquarters. Akainu, filled with rage, began interrogating the two, who surprisingly admitted their affiliations without hesitation. I can't believe how deeply this was hidden. Were we playing a game of deception within the Marine headquarters? Incredible. These two admirals have been part of the Marine headquarters for 19 years. The Marines, stunned, were left in disbelief. Akainu commanded his soldiers to transport the two to the lowest levels of Impel Down. Currently, Impel Down housed not only Warden Magellan, but also Warden Isaac, with each fulfilling their respective duties. One guarded the 7th level, while the other maintained order on the 6th, both possessing strengths comparable to the top admirals of the Marine headquarters and were seasoned warriors. Akainu promptly summoned the admirals and vice admirals for a meeting. I never anticipated that our Marine headquarters could conceal such deep-seated infiltrators, he declared. If any of you present are still agents of the Revolutionary Army, pray that you remain undiscovered, for I shall personally ensure your annihilation. Akainu glared at the hundreds present, his words laced with menace. These were the elite forces of the Marine headquarters. Rest assured, Admiral Akainu, the Revolutionary Army is merely a band of criminals opposing our world, willing to ally with pirates to further their cause, all while hypocritically proclaiming to liberate the countless suffering souls. Indeed, there shall be no more agents of the Revolutionary Army among us. Numerous officers expressed their disdain for the Revolutionary Army. Kizaru, feeling uneasy, joined in the chorus. This is terrifying. Fujitora and Green Bull have worked alongside me for 19 years, and I never suspected they were with the Revolutionary Army. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Many vice admirals nodded in agreement, chuckling. Admiral Kizaru, you are fortunate indeed. It is a blessing they did not betray you from behind, or you have been caught unawares. Indeed, I must thank them for sparing my life. Kizaru feigned a shiver, pretending to tremble. Yet, others like Admiral Dasky and Admiral KB remained silent, grappling with the thought that at least Fujitora was a good person. Why would he betray the Marine headquarters? It was a difficult notion to accept. At the Holy Land, Mariewa, upon informing Imsama of Fujitora and Green Bull's affiliations with the Revolutionary Army, the truth dawned upon him. He finally understood why the Revolutionary Army had ascended so smoothly over the years, while the Marine headquarters consistently struggled to capture pirates. It was because of these two admirals acting as insiders, even personally engaging in operations. Otherwise, how could there be 10 emperors in the pirate world today? They would have been apprehended long ago. As the situation evolved, even without the interference of Fujitora and Green Bull, capturing these pirates would have posed an insurmountable challenge for the Marines. Now, they could only manage to hold their ground against the pirate forces in the New World. Particularly, the Marines faced immense difficulties navigating many regions of the New World, with some factions even placing bounties on the Marines themselves. It is time to deliver a devastating counterattack against the Revolutionary Army. The Kingdom of Lelucia, which harbors a substantial number of Revolutionary Army members, must cease to exist. Not long after, unleashed the power of the Celestial King, calling upon energies from celestial bodies beyond the universe, precisely targeting coordinates to initiate a devastating assault with 16 beams of divine wrath. With a resounding boom, the Kingdom of Lelucia vanished in an instant amidst the 16 pillars of destruction, the vast kingdom erased from existence. Ultimately, every inhabitant, save for Sabo, was obliterated. Sabo, reacting swiftly, transformed into elemental form, enveloping himself in a raging inferno, narrowly evading disaster, though he still sustained severe injuries and coughed up blood upon regaining his corporeal form. Seething with rage, he clenched his fists so tightly that blood oozed from his palms, his teeth grinding together until several cracked under the pressure. He could not accept this outcome. The Kingdom of Lelucia had been his home for over a decade, his wife and children residing there. And now it was all gone in an instant. Sabo roared, flames erupting into the sky, igniting the heavens. I will slay every last one of you from the Holy Land, and you shall pay for your blood debts. Shortly thereafter, Dragon learned of the instantaneous destruction of the Kingdom of Lelucia and, based on Sabo's account, quickly deduced that it was Im who wielded the power of the Celestial King. Sabo, rest assured, the world government will soon be completely overthrown by us. The fact that Im has gone so far as to wield the power of the Celestial Dragons indicates that it is indeed time for our comprehensive offensive. Next, you shall rally the various armies. I will lead my people to the world government and capture Im and the Gorosei. However, it must have some means of support to act so boldly. Though Sabo yearned to obliterate the Holy Land immediately, he struggled to maintain his composure, voicing his concerns. I suspect it may be related to Emperor Tian. After all, it is rather coincidental that she dares to unleash the power of the Celestial Dragons shortly after his return. But fear not, we stand united with those 4 Emperor-level forces, and we owe a debt of gratitude to Emperor Tian. Had he not returned, these Emperor-level powers would not be so fully committed to our cause. Luffy and the other Emperor-level forces convened on the Allied Island to discuss their strategies. Dragon then appeared, proposing a grand plan to launch a direct assault on the Holy Land of Marie-Joyce. Chapter 134. Enel's revenge upon hearing that the kingdom of Reluca had been annihilated in an instant, leaving only one survivor among its 1,000,000 inhabitants. Luffy, Shanks, Blackbeard Teach, and Law were consumed by rage, with the exception of Blackbeard Teach, who remained contemplative. They suddenly realized that rather than eliminating Emperor Tian first, their most pressing concern was to eradicate Im from the Holy Land. How dare the shadowy puppet master of the Holy Land carry out such a heinous act right under our noses? Shanks clenched his fists, knowing that despite the unpredictable nature of this era, their presence as the 10 emperors should deter him from recklessly employing the power of the Celestial Dragons in battle. For once unleashed, it would drastically escalate the war's intensity. Wasabo. I recall he had spent over a decade developing in the kingdom of Reluca, even marrying and starting a family. Luffy felt a surge of anxiety, fearing for Sabo's safety. The sole survivor is Sabo, and his family perished along with the kingdom in an instant, Dragon solemnly stated. Damn it, this is infuriating. The denizens of the Holy Land and Emperor Tian deserve to die. My loved ones fall one by one at their hands, and they have just murdered over 100,000 people in an instant. Luffy's fists were tightly clenched, his expression dark. Blackbeard Teach remarked, Mr. Dragon, the difficulty of unexpectedly penetrating Marie-Joyce is considerable, but I trust you have devised a solid plan, correct? Indeed, Dragon replied, clapping his hands. Suddenly, dozens of serpentine dragons roared down from the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. What is this? Blackbeard Teach was taken aback, recognizing the nature of the creatures, but astonished at the sheer number. The Revolutionary Army's advancements in creating artificial devil fruits from bloodline factors over the years were remarkable. After all, the Revolutionary Army had gained control over half of the world's nations in the past decade, amassing sufficient resources to develop such artificial devil fruits. Indeed, these are artificial devil fruits, specifically the Azure Dragon fruit created from Kaido's bloodline factor. Though their powers pale in comparison to Kaido's dragon transformation, they will prove quite advantageous for our assault on the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard Teach and the others considered the feasibility of the attack, though they remained wary of the numerous seraphim present. Not only were there the 7 warlords, but also former emperors, including the likes of Pirate King Roger and Rox. Additionally, there was the seraphim under Emperor Tian. Dragon addressed the concerns raised by the group candidly. To be frank, our scientists have deciphered the secrets of the seraphim, allowing us to alter their directives, making them target the inhabitants of the Holy Land instead of us. The revelation shocked Blackbeard Teach. The Revolutionary Army had truly defied the odds, making the overthrow of the Celestial Dragons seem increasingly certain. Law interjected, if Mr. Dragon states this, it is unlikely he is deceiving us, which further boosts our chances of victory. Excellent. If there are no objections, let's set forth now. Im is surely vulnerable and must not be allowed to recover. Wait, we must also consider the whereabouts of Emperor Tian. Is he still in Wano? We need to arrange for someone to delay him. His presence in the Holy Land would spell disaster. Blackbeard Teach advised cautiously. In that case, let me disclose this. Emperor Tian is neither at sea nor in the Holy Land, but rather has gone to the Sky Island. How can you be so sure? Do you have evidence? Blackbeard Teach inquired skeptically. Dragon had anticipated this moment before arriving and produced a den mushi, saying, we have operatives on the Sky Island. I communicated with one prior to our arrival, confirming that Emperor Tian is indeed there. Impressive. I did not expect the Revolutionary Army to have such deep-rooted connections, even on the Sky Island. It seems the overthrow of the Celestial Dragons is now inevitable. However, I still do not comprehend why Emperor Tion suddenly traveled to the Sky Island. Blackbeard Teach remained cautious. He has his woman and son there. Why else would he go to the Sky Island? Ah, I see. This Emperor Tion truly seems to have women everywhere. Although Blackbeard Teach could not provide evidence, he believed Dragon's information to be credible. Now, do any of you have further questions? Dragon surveyed the four emperors, Luffy, Shanks, Blackbeard Teach, Law, and their respective subordinates. Numbering around several dozen, all nodded in agreement, indicating their readiness. Thus, the group mounted the serpentine dragons, ascending into the clouds at 10,000 meters. Prepare to storm the Holy Land and decisively overthrow the celestial dragons. Naturally, Dragon would ensure that the forces of the Marine headquarters were restrained. This task was entrusted to Sabo, while the abilities of the artificial devil fruit users would be fully unleashed to confront the Marine headquarters might. In the Holy Land of Marie Joys, having invoked the divine wrath of the celestial dragons, was now drained of spiritual energy and trapped in slumber. Yet before succumbing to sleep, she commanded the Gorosei to heighten the vigilance of the Holy Land. The Gorosei, fearing negligence, understood that after the annihilation of the kingdom of Reluca, they could not guarantee that the revolutionary army would not unleash a full-scale assault upon them. Moreover, they might be gambling on the notion that the power of the celestial dragons could not be wielded consecutively in a short span of time. Within the Holy Land, hundreds of seraphim flew overhead, conducting reconnaissance, while the ground was patrolled by seraphim of the caliber of the Seven Warlords. Thousands had matured into formidable fighters over the years. On the Sky Island, Emperor Tan, accompanied by the Empress and others, had settled on a drifting cloud island, intending to enjoy a period of happiness with them. However, a tempest of thunder and lightning heralded a monumental battle. Husband, do you not find the rampant lightning power somewhat familiar? The Empress, Nika, and Shirahoshi, who had once visited the Sky Island with Emperor Tion, expressed their sentiments. Husband, could it possibly be that rascal Enel? Has he returned once more? Nika had a strong hunch regarding Enel's involvement. Emperor Tion unleashed his Kin Bunshiko Haki, instantly radiating across kilometers, enveloping the entire area in his perception. With the conclusion of Tion's performance, reaching a full 100%, his cerebral domain has expanded exponentially, enhancing his perception of the mental and spiritual realms by several magnitudes. Naturally, his innate talents have also seen significant improvement. Clad in a formidable, armored manifestation of his will, he now wields the power of the three-colored Haki. Having comprehended several potent techniques, you have guessed correctly. It is indeed that fellow, Enel, who has returned, remarked the Empress, Rinai, and Hoshi, immediately filled with concern. My husband, is there any danger to Konis? It has been 20 years since we last saw her, and I worry about her well-being, she continued. Moreover, she entrusted her child to you back then. I wonder how her offspring is faring now. In response to her worries, Tion offered a gentle smile and reassured her. Do not fret. Konis is safe at present. As for that lad, Hai Yun, he is currently engaged in battle with Enel. His strength is commendable. He should be able to hold out for a while longer. Hearing this, the Empress and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, yet she insisted. Since we have arrived at the Sky Island, we cannot allow Konis to worry excessively about her son. Let us hasten to assist her. We can postpone our games for now and resume them later, shall we? The Empress nestled against Tion, her voice tender. As the elder sister among many, she demonstrated a commendable sense of responsibility in critical moments. Indeed, it should be so, Tion replied, feeling gratified by the Empress's thoughtfulness. He led her and the others towards the battlefield in the Sky Island. On the battlefield, Enel descended upon the Island of Gods aboard his massive flying vessel, the Ark Maxim. His motives were singular: vengeance. After waiting 2 decades, having felt as though Tion had evaporated from existence, he sought a rematch to settle the scores of the past. Unfortunately, opportunities had eluded him. He had frequently scoured the Sky Island in search of Tion's whereabouts, only to stumble upon an intriguing revelation. Tion had a woman named Konis on the Sky Island, who had birthed a son rumored to possess Tion's formidable powers and the ability of a devil fruit. Enel pondered. Given his inability to exact revenge on Tion directly, perhaps it would suffice to exact retribution upon his progeny. Yahahaha, your resistance is commendable, but your strength pales in comparison to your father's prowess in his prime. Thus, it is wholly insufficient. You must unleash more power. Otherwise, I shall annihilate everyone on this Sky Island, including that woman your mother, if I recall correctly. Her name is Konis, the very one who led DTon to invade my sacred domain. Enel, enveloped in crackling bolts of lightning, stood suspended in the air like a god of destruction. His presence amplified by a tempest of thunderclouds swirling above, ready to unleash untold devastation at his command. Before him stood a colossal figure, a manifestation of thunder. Towering 1,000 meters high, its power augmented by the haki of conquerors, with wings of haki coalescing behind it. The thunder god's fist collided with that of a muscular man below, resulting in a violent clash. Despite their equal strength, the overwhelming might of the lightning proved insurmountable, weakening the man's resolve and power. This muscular figure was Haiyun, the son of DTon and the angelic Konis, named in honor of the extraordinary moment on the sandy shores of the Cloud Sea when DTon boldly declared his affection. From birth, Haiyun had inherited significant power from DTon, bearing the distinctive patterns of the DemonBack, which, although not fully awakened, granted him innate strength. Accompanied by devil fruit energy manifestation, the Machi no Mi willingly chose Haiyun as its bearer. Scoundrel, do not harm my mother. Haiyun gritted his teeth, holding his ground. Although he was aware from birth, he lacked the formidable consciousness of his mother. Yet as a natural wielder of Conqueror's haki, his presence was undeniably powerful. He understood well the magnitude of his father's strength. Since being taken to the kingdom of Dressrosa by Aunt Sugar and Aunt Baby, he began seeking ways to grow stronger from a mere few months old, determined to follow in the footsteps of those he admired and one day reunite with his mother on the Sky Island. Now, he had awakened 60% of the DemonBack's power and developed the Machi no Mi to a significant degree, believing himself formidable. However, facing the former subordinates of his father, he found himself overmatched and subjected to threats that endangered his mother. Yet, Haiyun refused to surrender. In his father's absence, he vowed to protect his mother at all costs and thwart Enel's nefarious plans. With a fierce determination and simmering rage, Haiyun unleashed a thunderous roar, his spirit surging as the abilities of the Machi no Mi began to counteract Enel's terrifying lightning. His physique transformed, muscles gleaming, and he experienced a profound surge in power. The patterns on his DemonBack escalated from 60 to 70%, his eyes turning white, and his crimson hair standing on end, embodying the ferocity of DTon in battle mode. The Thunder God's fist was momentarily matched by the re-energized Haiyun, restoring equilibrium to the clash. Yahaha, just like him so very much. Seeing you like this finally makes me feel that you are indeed the son of Fan MaDitian. However, you still require improvement. You are not yet sufficient. If you can embody your father completely, only then will I feel the satisfaction of defeating you, the essence of vengeance. Divine judgment. With that, Enel unleashed his judgment, striking down upon several angels with bolts of lightning that obliterated them instantly. Yahaha, if you do not expedite your growth, soon it will be your mother Konis' turn. Enel chuckled cruelly, akin to a devil. Enel, you seek death. Haiyun's mind was consumed by rage, fixated solely on the desire to eliminate Enel. With a resounding crash, he shattered one of the colossal arms of the Thunder God with a single punch. Seizing the moment, he activated his devil fruit abilities, compressing the air within a designated radius and detonating the Thunder God's form. Enel's expression turned icy as he radiated intense, murderous intent. Recalling how DTon had once obliterated his Thunder God form with a single blow, he could not allow history to repeat itself. Thunderfall. Forge. Enel, resembling a deity, intoned with authority. A lightning pillar descended from the ominous clouds. Enel grasped the pillar, infusing it with Conqueror's haki and armament haki, refining it into a slender lightning spear, its violent power and compressed electrical energy radiating ferocity, capable of devastating destruction. Fan MaDitian, prepare to face the wrath of this Thunder God. Bring forth endless annihilation with the mightiest Thunder God spear. Chapter 135. The cataclysmic black thunder with a diameter of thousands of meters, the most formidable spear of the Thunder God, shimmering with ghostly light and swift as lightning, surged towards Haiyun with an unstoppable force. In an instant, Haiyun utilized the abilities of the Niku no Mi to compress the air within a kilometer radius to its utmost limit, forming a transparent sphere of air, no larger than an apple. Following this, he enveloped the air sphere with the might of his Conqueror's haki, transforming its hue to a dark crimson, rendering the sphere tangible. Gripping it in one hand, clad in his full body armor, he concentrated all his strength into a fierce explosion, hurling the air sphere towards the mightiest spear of the Thunder God. The forces of both attacks, separated by mere meters, began to unleash terrifying power, resulting in a violent collision that sent ripples through the void. Soon, the heavens darkened, resembling the end of the world, and the sense of oppression was profoundly palpable. Far away on Angel Island, the angels, along with the Sandians on the artificial island, felt their hearts race with anxiety. What should we do? Will Hyun be all right? I never anticipated that God Enel would become so formidable. He seems to surpass Lord Emperoro from years past by a wide margin. How infuriating! Had we known, we should have resolutely begged Lord Emperoro to eliminate him back then, preventing future calamities. If only Lord Emperoro were here, Enel would not dare to be so audacious. Aisha, you must sense what is happening with Lord Hyun. If he is unable to contend with Enel, we may truly face annihilation. The chief of the Sandians anxiously looked at the young woman beside him, who, in her 20s, possessed a striking beauty imbued with a wild allure. This was Aisha. Back when Emperora was on Sky Island, Aisha was but a child of fewer than 10 years, but she had now blossomed into adulthood. Even as a child, she had wielded formidable observation hockey, capable of enveloping the entire island of gods and easily sensing others' auras. Now, her observation hockey had become even more potent. Aisha harbored a secret identity, being a member of the Revolutionary Army. Chief, the situation is dire. Lord Hyun is in imminent danger, Aisha promptly responded. Oh heavens, what shall we do? The chief of the Sandians felt a wave of despair wash over him. Yet, Aisha exhibited no signs of worry. Instead, she appeared remarkably composed. Observing the fear etched on her kin's faces, Aisha reassured them. Chief, there is no need for concern. Even if Lord Hyun cannot prevail, Enel cannot do anything to us, and it is likely that Enel is doomed this time. Aisha, what do you mean by that? The warriors of the Sandians regarded Aisha with puzzled expressions, wondering if she was merely trying to comfort them. Just trust my words, Aisha did not elaborate directly. She had already sensed Lord Emperoro's aura on Sky Island, so how could she be unaware of the battle's circumstances? Would she stand idly by while her beloved and child were at the mercy of Enel? Meanwhile, on Angel Island, God Gonfor anxiously watched the battle between Hyun and Enel from atop a bird-like steed. Beside him, Cornus fretted incessantly. Lord Gonfor, how's my child Hyun? Will he be all right? Alas, my lady, to be candid, Hyun may not withstand much longer. Enel's attacks are relentlessly overwhelming his power. If this continues, Hyun may be pierced through by Enel's mightiest spear of the Thunder God. Gonfor sighed deeply, feeling utterly helpless. He yearned to rush in and save him, but as weaklings, they could not even approach the heart of the battlefield without being instantly obliterated by the chaotic forces at play. Upon hearing this, Cornus turned pale. Her mind flooded with visions of Hyun being pierced through, a wound that could prove fatal. I cannot stand by. I must save my child, even if it costs me my life to shield him from harm. The surrounding angels hastily restrained Cornus, urging her. My lady, the endless thunder of the island of gods is flashing, and the energy from the collision of both sides is sweeping outward in waves. Should you approach the battlefield's edge, you will surely perish in an instant. Indeed, if Hyun is fighting desperately, even a fleeting distraction could lead to his demise at Enel's hands. We must trust in Hyun and pray for his safety, for we cannot afford to complicate matters. Cornus felt anguish at their words, torn between her desire to help Hyun and the fear that her presence might inadvertently distract him in battle. Thus, with tears streaming down her face, she silently prayed for Hyun's safety, hoping with all her heart that he would survive. Simultaneously, thoughts of Emperoro flooded her mind, praying for him to come to their child's rescue. In her heart, Emperoro was an omnipotent being. By his side, she felt a profound sense of security, believing that if he were present, Hyun would undoubtedly be safe. Yahahaha, this time truly is impressive to withstand one of my Thunder God's most powerful attacks for so long. But this is where it ends. Do you think I care for my dignity? Go. Enel's expression turned frigid as he waved his hand, summoning boundless thunder, which flickered upon the mightiest spear of the Thunder God. The spear became even more solidified, brimming with lethal intent. Hyun, overwhelmed, felt the air sphere in his grasp tear apart, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. With a deafening roar, a terrifying energy storm swept across the entire island of gods, obliterating all flora and fauna in an instant. The mightiest spear of the Thunder God, still crackling with endless lightning, plunged through Haiyun's formidable physique, swiftly ravaging and penetrating the defense of his armed haki. The sheer force of the penetration was immensely powerful and domineering. Instantly, Haiyun gripped the spear's tip with both hands, desperately attempting to halt the onslaught, yet he was still propelled backwards by the overwhelming force. His feet dug into ground, carving 2 deep trenches a foot in depth. Yet he could not maintain his footing. Yahaha! Useless. The attack of the mightiest spear of the Thunder God is imbued with my will to kill. It embodies my indomitable spirit. This attack will not cease until it pierces your body, unless you possess absolute strength to forcibly halt it. Otherwise, just then, Enel's ruthless laughter was abruptly cut off, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. As it stopped, "This is impossible. No, this is not your power." Enel suddenly snapped back to reality, his formidable observation haki allowing him to sense an incomprehensibly powerful presence behind Haiyun. This aura was all too familiar to him. "Fama Emperoro, it is you once more," Enel exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. A mighty force surged from behind Haiyun, aiding him in resisting the thrust of Enel's spear. Otherwise, he would have already been impaled beyond the island of gods, plummeting into the vast sea below. Upon hearing Ainul's roar proclaiming it to be Empress Tian, Haiyun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the person behind him was truly his esteemed father? On Angel Island, the angels and the Sandia people atop the artificial cloud island recognized that Empress Tian had arrived. Instantly, they were taken aback, but quickly surged with excitement and exhilaration. The Sandia chief, nearly overwhelmed with emotion, gasped and inquired, "Aisha, quickly, verify if it is indeed Lord Empress Tian." Aisha smiled gently and replied, "Yes, it is true. Lord Empress Tian has appeared." Upon hearing this, the warriors became even more animated. "This is miraculous. I had just prayed for Lord Empress Tian to come and save us. And here he is. Ha ha, now we are saved. Ainulu is surely doomed. Miss Aisha, you are truly remarkable. I never imagined you would know this ahead of time." Meanwhile, Ganfor also sensed the presence of Empress Tian. "Madam Cornus, splendid news. Lord Empress Tian has indeed returned." The angels were filled with enthusiasm. Hearing this, Cornus's eyes brimmed with tears. "My husband, he has always been by my side. I knew he would not abandon us." At this moment, the Empress and her companions arrived at Angel Island. "Sister Cornus, it has been far too long." The Empress and her companions greeted her with affection. Upon seeing the Empress, Bai Xing, and Rinai, Cornus was utterly convinced of Empress Tian's return. Unable to contain her emotions, she burst into tears and rushed forward to embrace the Empress tightly. "Sister, it is so wonderful to see you." The Empress carried the scent of Empress Tian, which Cornus could distinctly perceive, causing her to greedily inhale it multiple times. Remarkably, the delightful fragrance of Empress Tian instilled in Cornus an overwhelming sense of security, dispelling her fears of Ainulu. Fret not, Cornus, your husband has returned, and he has missed you dearly," Bai Xing said joyfully. Yes, thank you, Bai Xing," Cornus replied, wiping away her tears and feeling warmth within her heart. On the island of gods, Empress Tian emerged from behind Haiyun, casually grasping the Thunder Goddess spear with a single hand. His battle spirit surged instantly as he disdainfully gazed at Ainulu, exerting force in front of him. The so-called mightiest Thunder Goddess spear was instantly crushed into fragments. The boundless thunder raged around Empress Tian, yet he felt not a thing, imperiously questioning, "It has been 20 years. Is this all the power you possess?" Observing his father's ferocity and strength, Haiyun could not help but swallow hard in awe. "Is this truly my father? He is indeed formidable." Just standing beside him evokes a profound sense of security, as if he could withstand the very heavens collapsing. "Father," Haiyun reverently called out, but as he attempted to continue, he found himself at a loss for words, appearing hesitant. "Haiyun, your strength is adequate, but regrettably, your combat skills are lacking. Your muscles are decent, yet your bones lack resilience. Do not let me down next time," Empress Tian gently remarked. Hearing this, Haiyun's heart swelled with joy, and he promptly expressed, "Thank you for your guidance, Father. I shall strive to improve." Empress Tian then vanished from his position, reappearing before Ainulu, standing firm upon the void, exuding an aura of supremacy and casually extending his arms. His robust form resembled an immovable mountain, blocking Ainulu's path. Despite being mere inches apart from Empress Tian, Ainulu felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if he could not prevail against him. What is happening? Yet, outwardly, Ainalu maintained a stoic demeanor, coldly scoffing after 20 years. You have finally shown yourself. I thought perhaps you had hidden away, fearing your many enemies. Upon hearing this, Empress Tion's expression hardened as he swiftly unleashed a punch towards Ainalu at superluminal speed. Ainalu's pupils dilated. Empress Tion's attack was as fast and domineering as ever, making it nearly impossible to evade entirely at such close quarters. However, Ainalu had grown significantly stronger and did not feel incapable of countering it. As he absorbed the impact of Empress Tion's punch, he transformed into endless thunder, vanishing into the cosmos with a resounding explosion. Empress Tion glanced up at the thick layer of dark clouds above. The once vast expanse of thousands of meters rapidly expanded to tens of thousands of meters. The island of gods and Angel Island were enveloped in the dark clouds, transforming the realm into night, with countless lightning bolts flickering in the darkness. Empress Tion, I acknowledge your might, but to defeat or perhaps eliminate you, I have spent 20 years honing this technique, the Annihilation Thunder Strike, empowered by my conqueror as Haki and Armament Haki. You may regard it as one of the mightiest weapons, the Annihilation Black Thunder. Yet, it is said that even the strongest black blade of Eagle Eye Mihawk, not honed to perfection, could breach your defenses. Now I, the Thunder God, am eager to see if you will vanish entirely in the face of the Annihilation Black Thunder. Ha, indeed, the life within a radius of 10,000 miles shall vanish with a single thunderous bang. This time, not only will you perish, but all those on Sky Island shall accompany you to the grave. Amidst Ainalu's frenzied laughter, from the vast expanse of dark clouds, a black thunder sphere, measuring thousands of meters in diameter, descended, casting an oppressive weight that made all the Sandia people and angels, including the Empress and her companions, struggle to breathe. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The weaker individuals could no longer retain their composure, their legs buckling under the pressure, and their consciousness slipping away as they fainted. However, Empress Tion remained unaffected. The more formidable the enemy, the more exhilarated he felt, his battle spirit igniting. Suddenly, Empress Tion burst into a wide grin, laughing heartily. Ha, Ainalu, sparing you 20 years ago has proven to be quite significant. Do you realize that your strike has surpassed the strength I possessed 2 decades ago? Now, I acknowledge that you have finally earned the right to engage me in a true battle. I shall respect you and unleash my full power against you, ensuring your demise in my hands. With that, Empress Tion's aura soared into the heavens. The release of heat, the surge of killing intent, the awakening of the giant bloodline, the manifestation of the three-colored Haki, and the transformation of his fruit abilities erupted from him. Empress Tion radiated an unparalleled brilliance, illuminating the entirety of the Island of Gods. With a sudden, forceful punch, he struck towards the massive Annihilation Black Thunder Sphere. Ultimate technique. Time acceleration armed Haki collapse. As the entirety of Tion's offensive power was absorbed by the Annihilation Black Thunder Sphere, many were left in a state of bewilderment. However, only Ainalu's frenzied expression momentarily transformed into one of shock. What is happening? What method have you employed? Why does it feel as if my attack has been sealed? Ainalu activated his mind network, directly inquiring Tion, who was positioned beneath the Annihilation Black Thunder Sphere. As Tion's fist made contact with the sphere, his armament Haki instantly entwined and hardened around it. Simultaneously, his conqueror's Haki initiated a destructive force. This maneuver demanded an exceptional level of mastery over both Haki types. Yet Tion's mental capacity was formidable enough to release a sufficient combination of the two. Wait, I understand now. This is armament Haki. How infuriating. You actually used your armament Haki to envelop and cover my attack. Ainalu quickly grasped the underlying principle, feeling utterly astounded and incredulous. The strength of Tion's armament Haki was astonishing, capable of instantly overshadowing his Annihilation Black Thunder Sphere, which had a diameter of several thousand meters. To unleash his attack, he would need to break through Tion's layer of armament Haki. Nonetheless, Ainalu remained confident that by manipulating the electric protons within, he could accelerate the explosion, ensuring that devastation would still be wrought over a vast expanse. Within the endless black clouds, he once again commanded the lightning. Come forth, Tion. I shall make you taste despair. No one shall impede my attack. 10,000 thunders. Ainalu's arrogant voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. With a resounding roar, endless bolts of lightning descended, each as thick as a bowl. relentlessly striking the annihilation black thunder sphere. Soon, numerous cracks began to appear upon its surface. Yahaha, Ditian, I concede that your armament haki is indeed formidable, so powerful that even I, the Thunder God, fail to comprehend it. But what of it? Do you see? The annihilation black thunder sphere is already cracking, accelerating towards detonation. Your armament haki cannot forcibly prevent its explosion. Enlil laughed triumphantly, convinced that regardless of the outcome, Ditian was doomed to perish, reduced to nothingness. Even if he had the toughest bones, the sheer volume of thunder contained within the annihilation black thunder sphere was vast. One explosion would reduce it to liquid. Upon hearing Enlil's implications, Ditian could not help but disdain, wondering if this fellow was deluded enough to think he could kill him. After all, it was his own attack that was causing the annihilation black thunder sphere to disintegrate layer by layer. Ditian merely replied with a cold smile. Is that so? Your attack is about to accelerate towards detonation? But who truly holds the power to decide that? Watch closely, crumble, and annihilate. Ditian's conqueror's haki enveloped the annihilation black thunder sphere, which was already wrapped in his armament haki. At that moment, the sphere, with a diameter of several thousand meters, accelerated the emergence of cracks, with chunks of black matter, resembling stone, continuously falling away from it. Enlil was left dumbfounded upon sensing this development. He could not comprehend why there was no explosion. Instead, the sphere was disintegrating. What madness was this? The annihilation black thunder sphere was composed of infinite thunder. How could it be transforming into black stone? Was it all being materialized by Ditian's armament haki? If so, what a monstrous manifestation of haki that was. While many powerful individuals could apply armament haki to enhance the offensive and defensive capabilities of certain objects, to apply to a sphere of several thousand meters in diameter, seemingly solidifying it, was simply absurd. Enlil, you have already lost. If you have any remaining tricks, now is the time to reveal them. If not, you may embrace death. With that, Ditian unleashed a powerful punch upon the disintegrating annihilation black thunder sphere, hastening its collapse. The materialized black thunderbolts, falling from thousands of meters high, plunged into the ocean, where they transformed back into endless lightning, flashing and wreaking havoc upon the water. Enlil, filled with frustration, his eyes burning crimson, exclaimed, "Why are you so strong? Why must you always surpass me? Why can't you be weaker than I? No, even if you're strong, what does it matter? Even if I cannot kill you, can I not annihilate those around you? You are so powerful, are you? Come then, go save them. But how many can you truly save? 1, 2, perhaps a dozen? Yet there are thousands present. Yet I, the Thunder God, can obliterate them all in an instant." The final thunder. Enlil sacrificed his soul to the sound thunder fruit, equivalent to unleashing a more formidable thunderstorm at the cost of his own life. With a resounding boom, the sky within several thousand meters erupted with densely packed columns of lightning, plunging downwards. Everyone succumbed to utter despair. Yet, Ditian remained impeccably calm as he instantaneously activated his fruit's ability. Time froze. At that moment, everything in this world, apart from him, came to a standstill. The multitude of descending lightning bolts hung in the air, suspended just above countless heads. In the next instant, Ditian took a deep breath, activating his thunder summon. He then released the time-stopping ability. Countless bolts of lightning seemed to be forcibly redirected by an unfathomable force, converging upon Ditian. Many were left bewildered, expecting their demise, only to witness the lightning curiously altering its course. What is happening? Why aren't these bolts striking down? This is beyond comprehension. It is as though the lightning possesses a consciousness, changing its target. It must be Lord Ditian who has saved us. Indeed, it is certainly Lord Ditian. But will Lord Ditian be in danger? Those thousands of bolts should be aimed at him. However, Aisha spoke in utter shock. You are mistaken. This is not directed at Lord Ditian. Rather, his body is drawing in the surrounding lightning, continuously absorbing it. Upon hearing this, many could not suppress their gasps of disbelief. What kind of body was this that could exert such strength? Cornus and the others were deeply concerned for Ditian. Sister Empress, will my husband be all right? The Empress appeared composed, offering a slight smile. Fear not. My husband's physique is robust. Though his flesh is being relentlessly torn apart, it will swiftly regenerate. Indeed, the energy within my husband should be ample. We have consumed a considerable amount of the Elephant Lord's flesh together. Pony affirmed confidently. Cornus, observing her sister's calm demeanor, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Meanwhile, Hyun was astounded by the sheer strength of her father's body. These bolts of lightning were violet, intertwined with the overwhelming Conqueror's haki and potent armament haki. Each bolt possessed a force that likely exceeded billions of volts, especially when combined. Minutes later, Detion had absorbed all the lightning into his body. The formidable regenerative ability restored the body entirely within mere moments. Simultaneously, it seemed as though some peculiar substance was absorbed into the very soul. Detion activated his ghostly eye to peer within his soul. To his astonishment, two energy entities resembling the powers of the devil fruits emerged, colliding with one another as they vied for dominance over his soul. As the struggle intensified, Detion merely felt a slight pain in his head, akin to the sensation of an ant biting tender flesh. Interesting, it appears that as my cerebral capacity expands, my soul can accommodate a greater quantity of devil fruit energy. Otherwise, given my current state, with my body essentially housing two devil fruits, I should have perished long ago. Yet, I merely feel as if an ant has nibbled at me. Contemplating this, Detion felt a sense of relief, his worries dissipating, replaced instead by burgeoning ambition. The strength of his soul, capable of harboring devil fruit energy, had clearly not reached its limit, indicating that further absorption was possible. Hey, you two, quiet down. Do you truly believe you are worthy of perfectly residing within my soul? Listen closely, more devil fruits will soon be welcomed into my soul, but since you arrived first, you may find a favorable position. The two energy entities within Detion's soul were, of course, the time fruit and the sound fruit, and they could feel an enormous pair of eyes gazing down upon them, imbued with a powerful will that rendered them incapable of resistance. Thus, the two energies ceased their struggle, each seeking an appropriate spot. The time fruit settled in the right hemisphere of Detion's soul, while the sound fruit occupied the left. Seizing this opportunity, Detion activated his ghostly eye to scan the vicinity for miles, yet he found no trace of Enel's soul. It seemed that Enel was truly dead. After all, how could the sound fruit energy entity have departed from Enel's body to enter his own? Detion closed his ghostly eye and, with a mere thought, summoned the powers of time in one hand and lightning in the other. With a resounding crack of thunder, Detion descended before the Empress and her companions. Enel is dead. I trust you all are unharmed? Detion inquired with genuine concern. The Empress and the others shook their heads in unison, replying, "We are unscathed. All thanks to your protection, my lord." Cornus could not restrain herself and leaped into Detion's embrace, holding him tightly as tears streamed down her face. Though they were tears of joy, Detion gently stroked Cornus's head, opting for silence. In the following days, Detion reveled in blissful moments on Sky Island with the lovely ladies. Unbeknownst to them, a war had erupted below on the ocean. The Revolutionary Army was forcefully toppling the numerous nations under the dominion of the Celestial Dragons, with battles raging both on land and at sea. The Holy Land of Mariewa was plunged into a dire crisis. Countless Celestial Dragons were slaughtered by Luffy, Shanks, Blackbeard Teach, Law, Dragon, and the traitorous Seraphim. The Five Elders, members of the Goddess Army, and the guards were steadily retreating, forced to take refuge within the inner city of Pangu, desperately holding their ground. Five Elders, surrender yourselves. If you cease your resistance and reveal to us where him is hiding, we may spare your lives, Shanks said earnestly. The Five Elders did not respond, but instead darkly inquired, "How did you manage to gain control over these Seraphim?" Shanks could not answer that question, as it was Dragon who orchestrated the entire affair. However, Dragon directly stated, "Evil cannot triumph over righteousness." The Celestial Dragons have long lost the support of the people. Do you remember the original Shichibukai Kuma? What does that have to do with him? One of the Five Elders scoffed. Dragon replied coolly, "Kuma's ability can repel human fatigue and injury, and it can also expel a person's consciousness. Before Kuma became the original Seraphim, he had already expelled his own consciousness, which we, the Revolutionary Army, have preserved. His consciousness retains absolute control over all the Seraphim. Now, we merely facilitated the return of Kuma's consciousness to one of his clone bodies. Even if his original body has perished, he can be resurrected through his own consciousness. Thus, the Kuma Seraphim by your side is no longer a mere Seraphim, but the consciousness revived Bartholomew Kuma? Exactly. Upon hearing this, the Five Elders directed a fierce killing intent toward Bartholomew Kuma beside Dragon. If they could eliminate him, the traitorous Seraphim might very well break free from the Revolutionary Army's grasp and return under the control of the world government. One of the Five Elders, wielding the original sword of the Ghostly Blade, suddenly charged at Bartholomew Kuma, only to be forcefully intercepted by Shanks drawing his sword. Old man, do you truly believe our bond from decades past still holds weight? Shanks' eyes flared with murderous intent. Ha ha ha, Shanks. I leave this one to you while I deal with the other 5 elders, Blackbeard declared, unleashing the powers of the dark fruit in one hand and the tremor fruit in the other, addressing a bald-headed 5 elder. You are my opponent. Step forward and face me. The bald-headed 5 elder clenched his fists, wary of Blackbeard Teach's dual devil fruit abilities. Yet all 5 elders were equipped with black sea prism stone prosthetics. Even someone as powerful as Blackbeard Teach would not dare to disregard the constraints posed by the black sea prism stone. Law, Luffy, and the others each confronted a 5 elder. Once the 5 elders were defeated and Im was eliminated, only DTon would remain. However, by then, they would have consolidated the strength of the entire world, making the task of vanquishing DTon a mere trifle. As tension mounted and battle loomed, the 5 elders could no longer guarantee the safety of the Holy Land and could not afford to concern themselves with the potential devastation of the entire Holy Land. They committed themselves fully to the battle. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, Akainu led Kizuru and others, breaking through the Revolutionary Army's blockade to head for the Holy Land in support. Ultimately, they were halted by Garp and Sengoku. Sengoku, Garp, what is the meaning of this? Shouldn't you be enjoying your retirement? Are you truly going to stop me from going to the Holy Land to bring justice upon those lawless pirates? Do not think I am unaware. Blackbeard Teach, Straw Hat Luffy, Law, Red-Haired Shanks, and the Revolutionary Army are currently wreaking havoc in the Holy Land. Akainu glared at the 2 old men with fury. Garp and Sengoku, now both in their 90s, had maintained their vigor due to the remarkable quality of their lives, appearing strong and robust. However, prolonged combat would naturally take its toll on individuals of their age. Enough of your nonsense. We aim to stop you. If you wish to reach the Holy Land, you must first overcome us, Garp bellowed, still exuding an air of authority. How obstinate. You 2 old fools seem intent on courting death. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. Akainu, confident in his overwhelming strength, believed that after 2 decades since the previous era, his power far surpassed that of Sengoku and Garp. Gathering his magma-infused haki armor, he leaped into the air, launching a powerful punch toward Garp and Sengoku. Kapu, similarly Dirchu, Bachi Kaija, leapt into the air and threw a powerful punch at Tachan. With a resounding clash, the 2 formidable energies collided spectacularly. For a moment, neither combatant gained the upper hand as their assaults continued unabated in the sky. Below, Jangwa activated his fruit powers, transforming into a colossal Buddha, radiating golden light across the heavens. His towering form stood over 500 meters tall as he struck down toward Tachan. Unfazed, Churchan met this challenge with a massive molten fist encased in Ba Chi Kaija, forcefully countering the descending golden palm. However, in that fleeting instant, Churchan was pushed back several meters into the air. Very well, you all deserve to perish. Churchan roared in fury yet did not summon Da Jiang, Huang Yan for assistance. Huang Yan, watching helplessly, showed no inclination to intervene, instead commenting, how terrifying. Both Angoy and Kao are over 90 years old, yet remain so formidable. The naval soldiers aboard the warship inquired, Han Dajang, will you not assist? There is no need. Churchan Yan Sa's strength is unparalleled, Wang Yan replied, fully aware of Churchan's prowess. Despite his alignment with the revolutionary forces, he never contemplated ambushing his longtime friend. Generally, in such scenarios, he preferred to remain neutral, refraining from aiding either side. With a thunderous roar, Churchan unleashed the Ibachit, an overwhelming force permeating the atmosphere, dyeing the sky and sea crimson, akin to searing magma. As the admiral of the Navy headquarters, his ambitions were vast, aspiring to eradicate all pirates from the seas, a hubris that naturally granted him the potential to awaken his Bachit. As the Tenfadi Bachi swiftly manifested behind him as a pair of wings known as Bachan Ji, a gentle flap secured his position as he effortlessly withstood the combined assaults of Avu and Tavo. With a sudden, powerful flap of his wings, he propelled himself forward, launching an assault that Senku and Jungle flying hundreds of meters away. The 2 regained their composure midair with the Navy's 6-style Abu. Yet Churchan had already ascended, delivering a punch downward with a molten fist spanning hundreds of meters, exuding an immense pressure. In response, Jungle and Kapu simultaneously unleashed their Bung, their fists colliding with the molten mass, shattering it into countless fragments that splattered across the nearby sea. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Descending from the heavens, Churching unleashed hundreds of molten fist attacks within mere seconds. To Zhangguo and Kao's eyes, a relentless barrage of fiery molten fists descended like a dark cloud. They continuously retaliated, but as the molten fragments rained down into the ocean, they released a vast amount of steam, instantly vaporizing the surrounding air. Huang Dajeng, you stay here to hold them off. The rest, set sail towards the Holy Land. We must hurry. Zheng Jun Dajiang and Ling Tian Dajiang, follow me. At Reich's command, Zheng and Ling Tian swiftly activated their Bishan, Ji, and soared towards the Holy Land. Half a minute later, Ko and Zheng finally broke free from the steam's grasp, intent on pursuing, only to find an elementalized before them. You too should stay put. I will not permit you to assist. Aongyin, do you intend to assist these tyrants? The downfall of the world government is inevitable. If you truly wish to uphold justice, join me in taking down Kerchan and his ilk. Kapu bellowed. Lao Yezu, you should remain here, Huang Yan replied nonchalantly. Just wait. Once the war is over, I will deal with you properly, Kapu retorted. Faced with obstruction, both he and Zhang Guo conceded to abandon the pursuit of Ficheng, as long as speed was more than sufficient to restrain them. They contemplated that perhaps restraining Yun was also a viable option. On Xin Yu Rendao, the battle between Qintan and Yurt concluded abruptly with the sudden departure of Di Tanshi. Confused, Yit could not fathom why the celestial being disregarded her commands and flew towards the Holy Land. Just then, her telephone bug received a report from the incident. Yi Daren. The Holy Land is under sudden attack by the revolutionary forces and numerous royal factions from the seas, and all Sri Kinshur have turned traitor, wreaking havoc upon the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Yi was consumed by rage and concern for her mother. She recalled her mother's recent use of Finwang Zhili, anticipating that the toll on her soul energy would likely render her in a deep slumber. This is bad. My mother may be in danger. I must return swiftly. With resolve, Yi activated her Bachan Zhiyi and soared towards the Holy Land, simultaneously employing Sung Mingyuan to recover her drained energy. What's happening? Why did she leave so suddenly? Wasn't she supposed to have us call her sister? Did she give up without defeating us? Tantan pondered, bewildered by the abrupt turn of events. After days of combat, they had forged a bond, and she felt a sense of kinship, having inherited her father's bloodline. Upon landing, Xiaoyu and Jiafei rushed to Iness's side, expressing their concern. Tantan, are you hurt? We were worried about you. I'm fine. Although it is powerful, I am not weak either. After all, I am my father's daughter. And my mother is near Di, Boya, Han Ku, a formidable empress, Tantan declared proudly. Yes, indeed, Tantan is the strongest. Xiaoyu chimed in adorably, unable to suppress her admiration for Tan. But she seems to have left for a reason. It's strange that Di Tanshu departed so suddenly. Forget it. Let's find our parents. I just wonder if they are still in He Zhiguo. Rest assured, I have already instructed the Longlei to search for our parents' whereabouts. Moreover, my mother has returned, and the Longlei are quite adept at sensing her. Then go ask. All right. As Xiaoyu inquired with the returning Hai Longlei, Seva responded, Xiao Zhuren, Wang and Di Tandaran have already left He Zhiguo. However, we can still track Wang's aura. He seems to be on a distant canal. Also, Xiao Zhuren. There's another matter. The revolutionary forces and the world government have engaged in full-scale war, with battlefields spanning both land and sea. However, Xin Yu Rendao remains safe, as few dare to confront us, and many Longlei are rushing here to protect our islands. Upon learning this, Xiaoyu relayed the news to Kan and Jiafei. Now I understand why you're left so abruptly. Kankat, shall we offer our assistance? No matter how one puts it, Yu is indeed our younger sister. Although she wishes for us to call her elder sister, she is still the daughter of our esteemed father. Moreover, it seems that Yu has already met our father, who appears to hold her in high regard. Thus, we should go and see her. We must ensure that our sister, Yu, remains unharmed. How delightful! By assisting her this time, she will surely be touched, and might even be inclined to address us as sisters. Xiaoyu chuckled softly. However, Jia Fei sighed in disbelief, remarking on the complexities of a woman's heart, especially one as assertive as her. Nonetheless, we must protect this sister. If that is the case, let us proceed. Wait. Tian, war inevitably brings about many casualties. If we encounter anyone who has fallen into the sea, we must rescue them all. Therefore, I have decided to bring forth the Noah's Ark to temporarily shelter those individuals, Xiaoyu said, exhibiting her kind-hearted nature. Since we are bringing it out, We should take everyone from Fishman Island along. During the chaos of war, how about we seize control of the island of Sabaody? Suggested Tion Tion. Is that truly feasible? Why not? Such upheavals often give rise to new powers, and at this moment, if we bring all the inhabitants of Fishman Island out, the various forces at sea will lack the capacity to thwart us. Very well, I shall discuss this with grandfather. Xiao Yu, Tion Tion. And Jia Fei swiftly boarded the Sea King and returned to the depths of Fishman Island. Grandfather, I intend to bring Noah's Ark to the surface. Will you gather all the merfolk? Tion Tion inquired. The outside world is embroiled in a world war. We should take this opportunity to occupy Sabaody. By the time they realize it, we will have firmly established our presence there. Do we have confidence in this plan? Neptune was naturally intrigued, as this was the dream of Princess Odoheim, yet he worried about the potential dangers it might pose to Xiao Yu and the others. Do not fret, grandfather. Our father and mother have returned. Tion Tion exclaimed joyfully, addressing Neptune as well. What? Is that truly the case? Have Tion and the others come back? Neptune gasped in surprise, quickly inquiring. Yes, they have returned. Xiao Yu, Tion Tion, and Jia Fei replied earnestly. Splendid. Since Tion has returned, what is there to fear? Come, grandfather will lead you to achieve something great. Neptune promptly instructed the people of Fishman Island to gather their belongings and board Noah's Ark. The Ark had long been enveloped in bubbles and was already impeccably clean and ready for use. Indeed, the people of Fishman Island had awaited this day. In just a few hours, over 1 million of the island's inhabitants had entered Noah's Ark. The vessel was quite vast, and even with over 1 million individuals aboard, they occupied only a fraction of its space. Grandfather, are they all prepared? Xiao Yu asked. Yes, they are ready to board. Excellent, then let us set sail. Xiao Yu had already summoned thousands of sea kings, each a colossal creature measuring over 5,000 meters, hailing from the depths of the ocean. With a command from Xiao Yu, the enormous Noah's Ark was set in motion, steadily ascending towards the surface, rising above 10,000 meters. In Mary Geos, the 5 elders were managing the CP organization. The elder with golden hair was in charge of military affairs, while the elder with white hair and a beard handled historical matters. The round-faced elder oversaw diplomatic relations, and the elder in a black hat managed legal statutes. After several hours of intense battle with red-haired Shanks and others, they found themselves utterly restrained, with a section of the Holy Land devastated. At this moment, the operations directed by the 5 elders had been severely disrupted. CP personnel faced a brutal massacre at the hands of the traitorous Seraphim. Historical documents left in the Void Throne Hall were being continuously relocated by the Revolutionary Army. Communication systems were completely obliterated, rendering many commands impossible to send out. For instance, certain kingdoms engaged in combat with the Revolutionary Army could not issue further directives, nor could they establish contact with forces on Judicial Island, the Navy headquarters, or impel down. Admiral Akinu, Vice Admiral Fujitora, and Admiral Raikuju had arrived at the Holy Land first, but were ensnared by hundreds of thousands of Seraphim. Particularly after the appearance of Tion, the 3 found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. EU also swiftly returned to the Holy Land. But instead of joining the battle, she stealthily made her way into the depths of the flower-filled areas to find her mother Im. As she had suspected, her mother was in a deep slumber. This was the cost of activating the Celestial Kings, requiring months to years for recovery. Only EU was privy to this secret, as her mother Im had once confided in her. Seeing her mother in good condition, EU promptly exited the flower-filled area. Greetings, Lady EU. The 5 elders respectfully addressed her. We must prevent them from advancing any further. Indeed, Lady EU, they affirmed. Hey, you're Im's daughter, correct? Now tell me, is Tion your father? Luffy's expression darkened as he recalled how Tion had slain so many of his significant allies. Now he wished to eliminate someone important to Tion. Whether EU was indeed Tion's daughter was merely speculation among Luffy and his companions, as the source of this information was uncertain. So what if I am? EU coldly acknowledged, taking pride in being Tion's daughter, thus feeling no need to conceal it. Very well, since you are Tion's daughter, let's engage in a fair battle. I shall kill you. Luffy's murderous intent surged forth, unable to forgive Tion for his past actions. Consumed by hatred, he seemed to be on the verge of succumbing to darkness. You wish to kill me? Do you truly think you can? While others may perceive you as formidable, I see nothing but fatal weaknesses in you. I cannot fathom how someone as foolish as you has survived until now. EU activated her demon eye, Perceiving Luffy's soul and anticipating the many lethal vulnerabilities that would manifest during their confrontation. Now, Luffy sought to kill EU, and she too harbored the desire to eliminate him. Moreover, EU would not permit anyone to harbor hatred towards her father. Chapter 138. Luffy's sixth gear, gigantification power in an instant. Luffy entered the awakened state of his fifth gear, unleashing the drum of liberation. His hair and clothing turned white, resembling flames ablaze, with vapor-like streamers wrapping around his shoulders and his heartbeat resonating with great vigor. EU, witnessing this, remained unperturbed and disdainfully remarked, "You think you can kill me with just fifth gear? You must have an inflated sense of self-worth. Are you truly not going to unleash your sixth gear, infinite gigantification?" Luffy did not respond verbally, but his body swiftly vanished from his original position, reappearing behind EU, attempting to strangle her neck with the intent to deliver a lethal blow. However, EU, in her demonized state, had already discerned all of Luffy's tactics. When Luffy grasped her neck, he found only an afterimage. EU instead materialized beside him, unleashing a torrent of black flames that burned with unparalleled intensity, distorting the very fabric of the void. Shanks and the others were taken aback by this sight. What terrifying, destructive flames! It feels as if they hail from the depths of hell, threatening even the soul with their searing heat. To their astonishment, this woman was indeed a devil fruit user. Law furrowed his brows. However, for the time being, there are no plans to intervene in Luffy's battle. Of course, when the situation becomes critical, assistance will be rendered to subdue EU. It is quite unexpected that it is the mythical Zoan type, the Hades Phoenix. This is an extraordinary devil fruit, a force that is truly difficult to extinguish. Even Marco's Phoenix fruit does not possess the bizarre capabilities of the Hades Phoenix. After the initial shock, Blackbeard Teach bursts into laughter, his eyes brimming with fervor. If given the chance, he would very much like to claim this devil fruit for himself. However, under the influence of my secret fruit's abilities, this power will still face restrictions. How infuriating! You're no match for us. The Gorosei choose to continue the fight, determined not to allow Blackbeard Teach and his crew any respite. Otherwise, they could unite against Lord EU, resulting in the worst-case scenario. Luffy's gaze sharpens. In Gear 5th, he unleashes the Gum Gum Black Mamba, capable of delivering hundreds of punches in a mere second, relentlessly pummeling. The areas ravaged by his fists are assimilated into rubber-like material by the awakened form of Nika's powers. EU's black eternal flames are not easily extinguished by Luffy. Even if they are momentarily dispersed, the flames that fall ignite the surroundings. The rubberized areas continue to burn. Luffy's fists are tainted with black flames, yet a fierce glare from him extinguishes them on the spot. EU begins to get serious, emanating terrifying black flames. Soon, her form ignites, transforming into a black flame phoenix soaring into the sky, unleashing torrents of fire below. With a resounding roar, the ground thousands of meters beneath turns into a sea of black flames. Yet, within a certain radius around Luffy, a powerful haki and white liquid flames forcibly repel the black flames. Law is enveloped in a spatial shield, effectively isolating the dark flames. Dragon is caught in a swirling tempest, keeping the black flames at bay. Blackbeard Teach releases his dark powers, voraciously consuming EU's flames. Shanks is surrounded by a whirlwind of haki, sharp like myriad sword energies. Naturally, the Gorosei do not become targets of attack. However, they are profoundly astonished by Lord EU's strength. They had never known she was a devil fruit user, let alone that she had become this formidable. EU continues to spew black, eternal flames, intensifying the fire below. Nonetheless, this does not deter their ongoing battle. The others remain focused on the Gorosei, while Luffy persistently employs the Gum Gum Black Mamba, unleashing a barrage of punches against the flames that erupt. Although he can disperse the black flames, extinguishing them proves exceedingly difficult, causing the indomitable flames to engulf the heavens above, pressing down toward the earth. Suddenly, Luffy shifts his attack, and with a thunderous boom, he summons an enormous fist, gathering immense power to strike the sky-blanketing black flames. Seeing this, EU charges downward, colliding with Luffy's colossal fist. The tremendous force of their clash scatters the Black Phoenix into an even more terrifying torrent of flames, spiraling around Luffy's massive arm. Luffy condenses his armed haki into armor, yet he still feels threatened. In terms of haki, he is nearly equal to EU, but the indomitable flames somewhat restrain Luffy's Nika form. Soon, Luffy's enormous fist is ignited by the black, eternal flames. He loses an arm, sacrificing it, but with a heartbeat resonating like the drums of the universe, he explosively recovers, regrowing the severed limb. EU reveals her true form, the endless flames of the sky behind her, looking down upon Luffy. In Gear 5th awakened form. Do you think you can kill me? Are you not going to unleash your Gear 6th, the Titan form? Or perhaps, you cannot kill me because your important ones have not died enough? Or do you secretly not wish to avenge them? EU is eager to discern whether Luffy's Gear 6th poses a threat to her father. If it does, she intends to eliminate Luffy at all costs. Provoked by EU's taunts, Luffy is instantly enraged, and the white liquid flames surrounding him transform into black flames. I will kill you. Luffy's murderous intent surges. Unforgiving and intolerant, he activates Gear 6th, the supreme form, the Titan transformation. His form expands to a towering height of 1,000 meters, resembling a true demon god awakening. His eyes hollow, steam billowing from his shoulders, and black flames gradually engulfing his head like a dark sun. An overwhelming pressure radiates. All eyes turn toward the Titan form of Luffy. Indeed, it is formidable. Blackbeard is filled with excitement, finally witnessing Luffy's ultimate trump card. Perhaps, even when facing Luffy, he could find a critical weakness from today's battle. However, far outside Panga City, Luffy's companions, engaged in battle with the Seraphim, immediately grow anxious, covering their ears with their hands. Then, in an instant, a sound reminiscent of a heartbeat emanates from within Luffy's body, resonating with terrifying shockwaves that reverberate through the void. Upon hearing it, not only are their minds unsettled, but even their ears briefly go deaf. Buzzing for several seconds without perceiving any other sounds, their eardrums painfully assaulted. Particularly, those with weaker mental resistance find their heads exploding from the force. Before anyone can react, Luffy clenches his massive fist, enveloped in flames akin to a sun, and strikes toward EU with unstoppable force. With a thunderous roar, the devastating power causes the entire Holy Land structures to collapse, the ground trembling violently, countless fissures tearing through it. Thousands of meters below, the sea of the Red Earth continent is stirred by the overwhelming energy, generating towering tsunamis. This punch, intertwined with the power of 3 colors of haki, even overwhelms EU, inflicting her with dreadful, tangible damage. After a while, the dissipating black eternal flames on the ground suddenly reignite, though not as fiercely as before. EU materializes, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her expression grim. In Titan form, your power is indeed formidable. I feel you pose a threat to my beloved father. Thus, I must eliminate you here, even at the cost of mutual destruction. EU Suden is semi-zvikidli, appearing somewhat deranged, yet undeniably becoming dangerously formidable. Blackbeard Teach and the others feel a chill run down their spines, realizing that this woman is undoubtedly a madwoman. However, they remain unaware of what other means EU possesses. Yet, they do not pay too much heed. If her ultimate powers were unleashed, they each possess strength comparable to Luffy's. Therefore, how could one EU pose a threat? EU instantaneously teleports into the sky, transforming into a black sun, growing larger, seemingly intent on annihilating the entire Holy Land. Luffy, witnessing this, remains utterly disdainful, condensing power in his fist, preparing to strike upward. However, unbeknownst to all, EU momentarily succumbed to death under Luffy's recent blow, yet during this fleeting encounter with the afterlife, she was instantaneously resurrected. Not merely revived, but each resurrection resulted in her division. Presently, within the Holy Land, there exist 2 incarnations of EU. The one consolidating power in the skies is her secondary form, while her primary self has silently departed the battlefield, delving deep into the flowers, invoking the Tianwang power. Indeed, as the daughter of M, EU possesses the ability to wield the Tianwang power. Having consumed the mythical Zoan type, the underworld fire phoenix, she is indestructible, akin to M's life fruit. Even when using the Tianwang power at a cost, she will not truly perish. At most, she will suffer severe injuries and require time for recovery. Furthermore, EU possesses the Ghost Eye, enabling her to channel soul energy and connect with celestial bodies beyond this world, targeting any location within it. Naturally, she is well aware of the coordinates of the Holy Land. Mother, I am sorry, but to eliminate the threats against my beloved father, I must kill them at all costs. EU cradles the slumbering him, Enveloped in a sphere of green light, which embodies life energy, the life fruit possesses its own consciousness, ensuring that even in slumber, Im's body is perpetually nurtured and remains unyielding. Iyue unleashes the Tianwang power to strike the entire Holy Land, as if her soul energy were instantly drained before she collapses, clutching her mother Im. Iyue's devil fruit, too, possesses consciousness. Flames of unquenchable black engulf her, enveloping both Im and herself, as though preparing for a rebirth. Shortly thereafter, the scene transforms into a colossal black egg, adorned with intricate patterns of green and black light. Swirling in a marvelous dance, the green luminescence brims with the essence of life, evidently the manifestation of Im's fruit capabilities. The black luminescence, presumably representing Iyue's fruit ability, embodies both destructive and regenerative forces. Above the battlefield, Iyue's secondary form is merely a feint, for its power pales in comparison to her primary form, only reaching about 60 to 70% of her true strength. When Luffy unleashed a powerful punch, he effortlessly dispersed Iyue's ruse. The tremendous burst of energy shot skyward, piercing through the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters, nearly transcending the world itself. On the Sky Island, Emperor Tian was drawn to the ascendant energy. "My husband, what is that?" The Empress and her companions were gathered on a sandy beach, clad in light attire, happily nestled in Emperor Tian's embrace. The sisters were in harmonious spirits, filled with laughter and carefree joy. It must be a battle. Emperor Tian's eyes ignited with martial fervor. Such terrifying power could only be wielded by one of the 10 monarchs, unless it was from the battleship, the Underworld King. The Empress and her companions exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that the formidable warriors of this era had indeed matured over the past 2 decades. The power ascending toward the heavens was utterly terrifying. Just then, from beyond the world, celestial bodies converged their forces, unleashing a cataclysmic energy directed toward the Holy Land, exponentially more fearsome than the previous beam of light. Emperor Tian immediately stood, exclaiming, "That is the Tianwang power." A great battle is underway below. Concern for Im and Iyue welled within him. Recently, there had been sightings of a destructive beam descending from the sky. Upon learning this, he recognized it as the power of the Tianwang. He never anticipated that so soon the Tianwang power would be invoked again. Could Im withstand such immense exertion? Undoubtedly. She was in peril and had no choice but to risk invoking the Tianwang power once more. Rising, Emperor Tian declared, "You all remain on the Sky Island. I shall descend." "Very well, husband, return swiftly. We shall await your return here." The Empress and her companions replied obediently, choosing not to accompany him, believing their presence would be a burden. Within the Holy Land, the terrifying energy beam enveloped a significant portion of its expanse. Blackbeard Teach and his cohorts were taken aback. All were stunned, gripped by despair. Yet, they swiftly retaliated with all their might. With a tremendous roar, the Holy Land was violently ruptured, creating an immense pit. Beneath this pit, several unique regions emerged. One flowed with molten lava, another erupted with dark energy like a gushing spring, and yet another brimmed with a white, rubbery liquid. Simultaneously, a colossal black egg appeared, its surface marred by fissures. Nearby, numerous soldiers and revolutionaries were startled by the sudden cataclysm, halting their battles to gaze toward the Holy Land. Kizaru wore a grim expression. Sengoku and Garp exchanged alarmed glances, exclaiming, "This is bad." No one had anticipated that it would unleash such a devastating assault on the Holy Land. It was tantamount to mutual destruction. Consequently, they hastened toward the Holy Land. Kizaru did not intervene and swiftly followed suit. Key figures from the Revolutionary Army, including Sabo, also made their way toward the Holy Land. On Sabaody, aboard the Noah, Sweet swiftly arranged for the little fish to remain there before hastening toward the Holy Land. Emperor Tian soon descended upon the Holy Land, surveying the vast pit below. Were it not for the considerable size of the Holy Land, rising thousands of meters above sea level, it might have vanished beneath the waves like the kingdom of Lalicia. Activating his ghost eye, he scanned the pit, discovering many souls lying deep within, unconscious but evidently not obliterated by the explosion. However, numerous souls were dissipating, indicating that many had perished in the wake of that strike. Chapter 139. Defeating Luffy in a most humiliating manner. He discerned that 2 of the life forces belonged to Zheng Jun and Ling Tian. To his surprise, they were gravely injured. If Hinai and Makino were to learn of this, it would surely break their hearts. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that their father had the power to rescue them effortlessly and would grant them another chance at life. Emperor Tian then employed reverse time, rapidly healing their grievously shattered bodies at a visible pace. Within minutes, Zheng Jun and Ling Tian's injuries were notably ameliorated. We have seen our father. Thank you, father, for your timely rescue. They both expressed respectfully. Now, find a place to recover, Emperor Tian replied with a nod, offering little further acknowledgement as he strode toward the colossal black egg. Yes, father. Zheng Jun and Ling Tian complied, moving a short distance away to activate life restoration, recuperating their strength and injuries. Approaching the giant egg, Emperor Tian, through his ghost eye, discerned two weak souls within, Im and both in a state of fragility. He utilized reverse time within the vicinity, successfully repairing the egg, yet he could not effectively restore their weakened souls. It appeared that the temporal abilities he had developed were not yet sufficient to heal souls directly. Nonetheless, this matters little. Di Tian contemplated the moment when he would eliminate Xia Luo Te Ling Ling and seize her soul fruit, thus healing the souls of Yu and Emu. At that moment, within a rubbery expanse, a pulsating sound reverberated, resonating with an astonishing vitality. Di Tian's spirit was stirred. He furrowed his brow, taken aback by how far Luffy had developed the Nika fruit to such an extraordinary degree. Just a single heartbeat released an unprecedented life force, one that could even affect specific individuals. Witnessing this, Blackbeard Teach, Law, Shanks Dragon, and most of the Straw Hat crew were astonished to find themselves rejuvenated from their grievous wounds. This was intriguing. Di Tian grinned broadly, reflecting that the growth of these individuals over 20 years had not disappointed him. Yet, could this fool truly outsmart Luffy? He immediately activated his ghostly intellect, swiftly materializing the Rinnegan. Lord Rinnegan descended from the heavens, imperious and awe-inspiring, as Di Tian commanded the Outer Path technique. Through the Outer Path, samsara of heavenly life, he swiftly formed seals, summoning a colossal King Yama to absorb the souls dissipating in this realm and then expel them. Di Tian manipulated the flow of time, reconstructing the bodies of those who had perished without even leaving a corpse behind. As these bodies received the souls expelled by King Yama, they began to awaken. What? How am I not dead? Me too. I distinctly remember being reduced to ashes. What the hell? Weren't you cleaved in two by me? What exactly are you? And where is this place? Some members of the Shun Tzu army, initially slain by the Revolutionary Army, found themselves in utter bewilderment. Many of the four Emperor's officers had also met their demise. Yet, at this moment, they too were revived. Ignoring these minor characters, they gazed in shock at Di Tian in the sky. How is this possible? Has he truly resurrected us? The voice of Doku Q was hoarse, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment at such terrifying power. I thought it was Luffy who had revived you. Just moments ago, Luffy's heartbeat restored me. It turns out he resurrected all who had fallen. Vegas was equally astounded, compelled to acknowledge Di Tian's divine prowess. Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, and the others looked up, spellbound. They pondered if such celestial abilities, capable of controlling life and death, were truly within their reach to vanquish. Not only did ordinary people perceive Di Tian's prowess as that of a genuine deity, but even they, the formidable ones, could not help but feel that Di Tian had ascended to the realm of omnipotence. Zheng Jun and Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement and pride. This is our father. He is truly magnificent. Yet, why do I feel as if we exist in entirely different dimensions? Could it be that our father is a true god? The five elders, having regained their strength, felt an inexplicable surge of excitement upon witnessing Di Tian's arrival, although they bore a grudge against him from 20 years prior. The knowledge that Yu was the daughter of both Im and Di Tian dulled their animosity, rendering him someone to whom they felt compelled to yield. On another front, Luffy, Shanks, Blackbeard Teach, Law, and Dragon wore grim expressions, gazing at Di Tian as if facing an imminent threat. This marked their first encounter in 2 decades. To their shock, they witnessed Di Tian's extraordinary capabilities. He could instantly revive the deceased. They could not help but question whether Di Tian was even killable. Di Tian, surrender my daughter, suddenly declared Bartholomew Kuma, soaring through the skies with countless seraphim, confronting Di Tian. Upon regaining his consciousness, he had heard Nami mention that Bonnie was with Di Tian. Kuma felt certain that Di Tian had forcibly retained Bonnie against her will. She had undoubtedly been deprived of freedom for years, likely awaiting his rescue. DemonBack's expression darkened with anger. As a defeated foe, your presence here is unwarranted. It would be wise to remain on the sidelines. DemonBack, I shall repeat myself. Hand over my daughter Bonnie. Kuma's eyes blazed crimson, refusing to heed the warnings. He had distanced himself from Bonnie to shield her from danger, as he was engaged in perilous endeavors alongside Dragon and others. How could he now allow DemonBack to harm her? You overestimate your abilities. Do you truly believe that commanding these seraphim gives you the power to threaten me? As a vanquished opponent, you must accept your fate. Moreover, your daughter Bonnie is quite content now. DemonBack's eyes glinted ominously. Hearing this last statement, Kuma's pupils dilated, believing Bonnie was still suffering under DemonBack's torment. I will kill you. Kuma's eyes were ablaze, consumed by fury. With a mental command, thousands of seraphim unleashed their lasers in an assault on DemonBack. Foolhardy. Had it not been for your daughter, I would have turned you to dust for your insolence. With a cold snort, DemonBack snapped his fingers, summoning dark clouds that enveloped the area within a mile. As thousands of bolts of lightning descended, each carrying the immense force of 2 billion volts, striking the seraphim. Although this was Enel's signature move, DemonBack's astonishing training talent, combined with the inherent energy of the Raijin fruit, willingly sought residence within DemonBack's soul. It could be said that the full capabilities of the Raijin fruit were now at DemonBack's disposal. Thus, this formidable attack could be unleashed with but a thought. In an instant, countless seraphim were obliterated, leaving all present in shock. Blackbeard's expression turned fearful. Was this not Enel's signature attack, 10,000 Thunder? When had DemonBack mastered such a technique? Or was Enel hidden above, collaborating with DemonBack in the spectacle? Yet, that seemed implausible. DemonBack, with his overwhelming confidence, would never ally with Enel. Even if Enel offered assistance, DemonBack would likely perceive it as an affront. Consequently, the only conclusion was that DemonBack had probably slain Enel and absorbed the Raijin fruit. Realizing this, Blackbeard's heart raced, cold sweat breaking out along his back. Enel's strength was unmatched among the 10 emperors, rivaling his own, Luffy's, and Buggy's. To think that Enel could have perished so easily. DemonBack, ignoring Kuma, burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ladies and gentlemen, I have resurrected you all to serve as spectators, to witness the battle between myself and them. Should any of you dare to flee, I shall eliminate you. As he gazed at Luffy and the others, he continued, Now, will you come to me one by one, or all together? But do not entertain thoughts of escape. None of you shall leave here alive. Luffy suddenly entered Gear 5th, soaring into the air to meet DemonBack at eye level, his expression devoid of emotion. Is the lives of others merely a jest in your hands? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to control the lives of others? Luffy questioned with a palpable murderous intent. Is it merely to strengthen us for the sake of battle that you so casually eliminate our significant companions to provoke our growth? You question my qualifications for control? Straw Hat, you are indeed foolish and naive. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. From the moment you chose to become a marine or a pirate, you are bound by its rules. The strong naturally dominate the weak, and the weak are discarded or slain. Does this not seem entirely normal? So, must I carry a burden of guilt for taking your important people? I'm simply stronger than you. Had I been weaker, would I not have been vanquished by you long ago? Of course, I admit that my intention in eliminating your significant ones is to spur you to greater strength. But who can blame you for being so utterly inept? Your pace of growth resembles that of a sluggish snail, yet you dare aspire to be the pirate king and save the world. Are you not all a bunch of simpletons? Observe closely. I have granted you 20 years to grow, waiting in place for your arrival. Only now do you barely qualify to pique my interest in your demise. Do you not realize how woefully weak you are? If you cannot withstand this minor setback, what right do you have to venture into the perilous world of piracy and seek to rescue it? DemonBack trampled upon the dreams and dignity of Luffy and his companions. In an instant, Luffy was engulfed by fury. Flames ignited upon his form, radiating like a blazing sun, causing the very air around to rise in temperature. No matter your strength, I shall slay you here today, regardless of the cost. The murderous intent in Luffy's eyes became palpable, his pupils turning dark and hollow. In a flash, he vanished from his spot, launching a ferocious assault on DemonBack. Countless spectators below gazed up at the aerial battle. Though DemonBack stood invincible like a deity, one could not deny the explosive might of Straw Hat Luffy, his form barely visible amidst a flurry of lightning-fast strikes. Indeed, it seemed as if he struck Tion thousands, if not tens of thousands of times within a mere second. Yet, why did Tion not retaliate? Was he truly suppressed, deprived of the opportunity to counter? The ranks of the Shun Su army were riveted, unwilling to miss a single moment. What they did not realize was that Tion stood motionless in the void intentionally, his overwhelming arrogance allowing Luffy to unleash his attacks unabated. However, as he felt the force behind Luffy's strikes, it was as if he were merely warming up his muscles, honing his physique. Suddenly, Tion's countenance darkened, his eyes widening with fury, and his power surged forth. He moved at superluminal speed, seizing the flamboyant Luffy and slapping him across the face. With a resounding crash, Luffy plummeted from the sky, crashing into the depths below. A cry of agony escaped Luffy's lips as he felt the full force of Tion's explosive strength. Even in Gear 5th, he could not withstand it. His head throbbing with pain, Tion, enraged, followed swiftly, landing a brutal stomp on Luffy's abdomen. The sound echoed like an explosion, as if he had crushed rubber, the ground beneath shattering for thousands of meters. Luffy gritted his teeth, losing several in the process, yet he stifled any cries of pain. Outside the battlefield, many were observing the clash, each a master of observation hockey. Did you notice? It seems Tion has even crushed the very essence of Straw Hat Luffy. Indeed, I sensed it too. I thought it was merely my imagination, but since you all say so, it must be true. However, given the sheer force behind Tion's stomp, it is remarkable that Luffy's body did not explode. Only a few remnants were expelled from him. The Shunsu soldiers murmured among themselves. Meanwhile, Luffy's companions wore expressions of deep concern. Sanji and Frankie attempted to intervene, but Zoro restrained them. Do not meddle lightly. This is a battle between Luffy and Tion. If any of us interfere, Luffy will be furious. Moreover, this is a duel of the strong, not to be sullied by a third party. Nevertheless, should the need arise, we must protect Luffy's life and ensure Tion does not truly kill our captain. Zoro fought to suppress his urge to join the fray, issuing a warning. Nami, feeling the intensity of the battle between Tion and Luffy, clenched her fists, deeply worried for Luffy, fearing he could not prevail against Tion. She resolved that regardless of the outcome, she would save Luffy and prevent Tion from taking his life. Tion stood over Luffy, his fury palpable. I have waited 20 years, and this is how you choose to fight me? Facing me, you fail to give your all. Do you underestimate me? Or are you insulting me? Luffy, enduring the pain, transformed his body into a white liquid, breaking free from Tion's grip. Simultaneously, the power of his devil fruit had turned the entire battlefield into a liquid rubber realm, becoming his domain of ability. Within this realm, Luffy could seamlessly merge into it, appearing instantaneously at any location. In the next moment, thousands of Luffys emerged on the battlefield, all launching an assault on Tion. Among them, only one was the true Luffy. The others were manifestations of his ability, yet each possessed 70 to 80% of his strength. Tion, witnessing this, erupted with rage. This was not the battle he desired. Luffy was still indulging in his fanciful tricks. You have thoroughly provoked my ire. Tion activated his time-stopping ability, opening his cursed eye, instantly locking onto Luffy's true form, appearing before him and compressing him into a mere meatball until only the size of a bouncy ball remained. With a sudden surge of power, he crushed it, the resulting explosive energy forming a massive mushroom cloud that ascended into the sky. Upon the cessation of time, Tion stood triumphantly in the void, surveying the likes of Long and others below. Indeed, the weak shall forever remain weak. To engage me without revealing your full strength, I should have ended you 20 years ago. At this moment, all gathered around the battlefield were astonished and bewildered. Though they were unclear about the specifics of what had just transpired, they could envision that Tion had unleashed formidable powers. Most likely, it was the widely recognized time-stopping ability that had effortlessly eliminated Straw Hat Luffy. However, unlike the reactions of others, the likes of Luo and others remained somber yet unperturbed, as if they had long anticipated this outcome. Tion furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Moreover, he noticed the absence of the Nika fruit energy presence nearby and remarked coldly, "So, it is, you have not perished completely, but have returned to continue the fight." Long glanced at Luo beside him and said earnestly, "I leave Luffy in your hands. I shall go confront him." Luo nodded, activating his fruit ability, which was not the Op no Mi, but rather his true power revealed upon awakening. It was the space fruit. The designation of surgery fruit arose from a certain individual endowed with the powers of a spatial fruit, who was also a remarkably skilled healer. This unique combination of spatial abilities and medical expertise elevated the practice of surgery to unprecedented heights, particularly in its intricate aspects. Gradually, the so-called spatial fruit faded from memory, supplanted by the firm belief that it was indeed a surgery fruit. Suddenly, the dragon transformed into a tempest, sweeping towards Detion. In an instant, it conjured a tremendous force. The hurricane seemed to connect heaven and earth, unleashing a devastating power that rent the very fabric of reality, accompanied by thunder and torrential rain. Under a shroud of dark, ominous clouds. Dragon, are you certain this is your ultimate attack? Detion's expression turned icy as he harnessed the celestial thunder and lightning produced by the dragon's hurricane, conjuring a storm of electricity to collide with the dragon's tempest. The two forces of destruction clashed thunderously, and the energy of the world became wildly chaotic. At that moment, the dragon's voice resonated within the swirling winds. This battle cannot be fought here. Let us ascend to 10,000 meters above. You are rather overestimating yourself. Detion felt belittled, and his aura erupted violently, transforming into a streak of lightning that shot skyward. On the battlefield, Luo saw that the dragon had successfully drawn Detion away and immediately activated his spatial ability. To his astonishment, a golden heart manifested from the void. What? Whose heart is this? Could it be Luffy's? The five elders widened their eyes in realization. Recalling Detion's earlier words, they understood the implication. This was likely Luffy's heart. Judging by Luo's demeanor, as long as Luffy's heart remained intact, he could potentially revive even if his body perished. We must send a few to stop this. We must destroy Luffy's heart, exclaimed the golden-haired elder. Two stayed behind to guard the colossal egg, while the other three rushed forward to launch an all-out assault. However, at that moment, Luo suddenly exuded an unprecedented killing intent. Do you really think you stand a chance against me? In this domain of spatial mastery, I am invincible. Instantly, 3 circles enclosed the 3 approaching 5 elders. Though the 3 were not overly concerned about Luo's abilities, as they were masters of armed hockey, fully clad in armor of their power. And even their prosthetics were infused with exquisite black Halawa stones, which greatly countered the powers of the devil fruits. They were nonetheless buying time for Luo. With a resounding thud, as the 3 elders relentlessly attacked the spatial circles, the golden heart Luo had retrieved suddenly emitted a resonant sound, shaking the very essence of the world. This is bad. As long as the heart remains, Luffy cannot die. The 5 elders observed as the golden heart throbbed with a transcendental vitality. Luffy's body began to reconstitute at a visible speed. Remarkable. These formidable power users are truly extraordinary. Indeed, he hasn't perished. Moreover, given that Luo's ability is spatial, if he continues to conceal Luffy's heart, can we really claim that Luffy is invulnerable? The members of the Shinja army felt a sense of numbness. Under Detion's influence, these individuals had developed their devil fruit powers to an astonishing degree. For a fleeting moment, they even managed to deceive Detion's perception. Not necessarily. It seems that if we eliminate Luo first, we can then eliminate Luffy, since other power users may not possess Luffy's formidable regenerative capabilities. Exactly. Even if other fruit users had concealed their hearts, if their bodies are destroyed, they cannot hope to resurrect. Yet, there lingered uncertainty. Could Detion's temporal powers overpower spatial abilities? Indeed, spatial capabilities are notoriously difficult to counter. Killing him seems almost insurmountable. The members of the world government continued to debate, convinced that Luo was the enemy's pivotal force. Eliminate him, and the others would fall easily. With a resounding thud, Luffy's heart resonated with the world once more, and his vitality surged to its zenith. Luo, thank you for this. Luffy expressed his gratitude with a glance at Luo. What need is there for such pleasantries? We are allies, after all. Our common objective is to join forces to eliminate Detion. However, Luffy, I believe it would be prudent for you to fight alongside us. Facing him alone will prove arduous. Although I can protect your heart, it is not a foolproof strategy in the long run. Moreover, while Detion is a master of time, he excels in spatial manipulation as well. He may soon discover the heart I conceal within the spatial realm. Luo reasoned earnestly. Yet Luffy remained resolute, declaring, No, this time I shall not hide my heart. I intend to engage him in a true battle. utilizing my heart to replenish my strength and maintain my peak combat capacity. That seems unwise. Did you not experience firsthand how DTon can freeze this realm? Do you possess a method to shatter his temporal stasis? Luo expressed concern. Rest assured, even if time is halted, I shall break through it, Luffy replied with unwavering determination, as immovable as a mountain. Luo understood that once Luffy was resolved, no amount of persuasion would sway him. Very well, we shall refrain from intervening in your confrontation with him. Luo exhaled deeply, still harboring concern for Luffy in his heart. In the next moment, Luffy ascended into the sky. Blackbeard Teach observed this and turned to Luo, saying, I believe we should prepare an escape route. Of course, I have no intention of retreating. Even if I wish to flee, DTon would not allow it. He seeks my demise, having spared me 20 years ago for this very purpose. Thus, I propose we capture DTon's significant others and leverage their lives as a bargaining chip. Luo shook his head, replying, that would be challenging. You have witnessed that individuals like DTon are impervious to threats. Moreover, he has just resurrected all the deceased. With such capabilities, he is unafraid of us eliminating his important people. Ah, no. What Islandia. Now that you have developed your spatial abilities to such a high level, surely you can execute spatial banishment? Luffy's heart just emerged from the void. If we seize them and employ your powers to exorcise them into the abyss, how could he resurrect them? While it is a potential strategy, we both understand that DTon did not merely hide for 20 years. He traversed directly from 20 years ago to 20 years later. So do you believe that if he wishes to ensure someone's survival and rescue them, he would not travel back in time to save them? Luo sighed, fully aware of the situation, and continued, I comprehend the might of spatial manipulation, and he wields the power of time. I empathize with that. Even I have no confidence in escaping his grasp. You may have heard the saying, time reigns supreme, while space is king, even as a master of space. I cannot act with impunity before him. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard Teach pondered rapidly, realizing that Luo had thoroughly analyzed the battle. As the formidable Blackbeard, Tiki emanated an unprecedented aura of murderous intent. He uttered a cold snort, recognizing that a fierce battle was unavoidable. He was determined to eradicate us, and thus, I too would unleash my wrath upon all those who allied with him. With a chilling sneer, Blackbeard unleashed his terrifying dark powers, enveloping an area of tens of thousands of meters in a consuming force, intent on devouring all who stood with the Emperor Tion into the dark void. Countless members of the Shen's army and CP personnel fell victim to this black hole-like strength, unable to withstand its overwhelming pull. You seek death. The three elders, under Luo's control, shouted in outrage as they launched a desperate counterattack, managing to create numerous fissures in Luo's confinement. Huh, you think you can challenge me? Blackbeard laughed heartily, activating the powers of the Tremor fruit. With a deafening boom, he directed the assault towards the three controlled elders, who screamed in agony as they suffered devastating injuries. The other two elders immediately retaliated against Blackbeard, yet at that moment his crew member, Van Oka, activated his teleportation ability, appearing before the colossal egg and using it as a shield. What? You scoundrel, release that giant egg at once. The two attacking elders halted their assault, fearing the egg's destruction. You're no match for us now. Under the King's barrage, you are already severely injured, although we share the same fate. Thanks to Luffy's abilities, we have been rejuvenated. What do you have to contend with me? Blackbeard utilized his dark powers to completely consume the three elders trapped in space, while the other two dared not make a move. Within the egg, it was presumed that Lord M and Lord Yue were present, and it seemed Emperor Tion held significant concern for them. Tiki, you are courting death. If Lord Tion finds out, your demise will be excruciating. Should you return the egg now, perhaps your death would be merciful, rather than being executed by Lord Tion. One of the elders warned ominously. Since this is a battle to the death, why harbor such concerns? Shanks stepped forward, drawing his supreme blade, Griffin, and thrusting it into the egg. Black flames and vibrant life energy erupted from the damage, continuously dissipating. Shanks, I never imagined you would resort to such treachery. I thought you were above such actions. Yet here you are, revealing your true colors. You dare not engage in a fair fight, instead choosing to strike down those unable to resist. Is this the dignity of a so-called strongman? It is no wonder that Lord Tion has looked down upon you from the very beginning. The two elders' expressions darkened. Unwaveringly loyal to Lord M, they were filled with fury at Shanks' assault on the defenseless Lord M. Ridiculous. To To deal with those who threaten the world like you, one must be ruthless. Should I engage you in reasoned discourse? Shanks replied coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Do not forget, Lord Tion killed my brother Beckman, and Jesus Burgess. Now, I will annihilate everyone around him. What of it? Shanks's anger surged, his eyes turning crimson as painful memories flooded his mind. With a swift motion, he drew Griffin, gripping the hilt with both hands, infusing it with Conqueror's Haki, and swung it down toward the giant egg, intending to obliterate it entirely. However, at a critical moment, Tion suddenly appeared, transforming into a shadow and delivering a lightning-fast kick to Shanks' side, sending him sprawling. Get lost. My sister is not someone you can bully. Tion erupted with fury, her power surging to 80%, her entire being enveloped in a formidable armor of Haki, her black. Heavenly punishment grade, Conqueror's Haki radiating an overwhelming aura, akin to an explosion. Her icy gaze bore into Shanks. Stabilizing himself, Shanks drove Griffin into the ground, skidding for hundreds of meters, but even with the timely defense of Haki, he still felt a grievous wound in his side. You insufferable brat. How dare you ambush me like that? Yet it mattered little. You are Lord Tion's daughter, and today I shall eliminate you along with the others. Shanks unleashed his full fury, his body crackling with black lightning, his eyes glowing white. Remarkably, a ferocious energy began to emanate from within him, coalescing at the sight of his severed arm, forming a fiery, demonic hand that exuded a perilous aura. Observing this, Blackbeard felt a chill run down his spine, aware that in this world, some individuals, even without devil fruit powers, could awaken strange abilities within their bodies, some of which were referred to as taboo curses. It seemed Shanks was one of them, harboring some forbidden entity within him. Chapter 141. Akiji's betrayal, stabbing Blackbeard in the back of such a potent, malevolent intent. You truly are no good. Tion scoffed disdainfully, vanishing in an instant and launching a punch toward Shanks. With a resounding crash, Shanks stood firm, effortlessly blocking Tiantian's powerful strike using his Shura demon hand. At that moment, patterns ignited upon the Shura demon hand, clearly utilizing the hidden power within his body. Observers noted that a monstrous shadow flickered in and out of existence around Shanks, reminiscent of a demon emerging from hell, adorned with horns and fangs, radiating an aura of wicked intent. This is alarming. What was that shadow? It is utterly spine-chilling. If I am not mistaken, Shanks is indeed an extraordinary being. Are you suggesting? Indeed. Remember the Navy headquarters, where there were soldiers with anomalous bodies that awakened monstrous powers? Of course, but if that is the case, it is not merely monstrous power. Lordum has hinted at ancient kingdoms researching the souls of the deceased, merging them with living bodies to enhance their strength. However, the success rate is exceedingly low, typically requiring only the most powerful souls to merge. I never expected such entities to still exist after all these years. The two elders conversed, their hearts swirling with astonishment. They had thought it mere legend, but witnessing Shanks's displayed power made it clear that this was no mere myth, but an astonishing reality. What shall we do now? That girl is another daughter of Lord Tion. If she is slain before our eyes, Lord Tion will surely hold us accountable. Do not worry. We are well aware of Lord Tion's capabilities. If we perish trying to save his daughter, he will undoubtedly resurrect us. Indeed, you make a valid point. Now that Lord Tion stands with us, we need not fear death. Surely, he will revive us. The Wu Laoxing suddenly came to a realization and urgently called out. All personnel in the Holy Land, heed my command, regardless of the cost. We must annihilate these pirates and revolutionaries. Even if we fall in battle, let us not forget that Di Tian can resurrect us. Upon hearing these words, countless members of the Shen Sijuan, CP agents and law enforcement officials understood. Indeed, with Di Tian on our side, what do we have to fear? As long as we fight valiantly, even in death, Di Tian, being the man of Emu, will surely stand with us and will resurrect us when the time comes. A sense of fervor ignited within them. Kill. The people of the Holy Land fearlessly charged towards the revolutionaries, towards the officers under the four emperors, even towards Blackbeard, Ti-Chi, and others. Foolish ants. Do you think you stand a chance against us? Blackbeard, Ti-Chi unleashed the power of darkness, an endless void engulfing everything. However, at that moment, Marshal Akainu stepped forward, his body flowing with scorching magma, overwhelming and crushing towards Blackbeard Ti-Chi. Blackbeard Ti-Chi, you shall not act so arrogantly in my presence. At this moment, Akainu felt that although Tien acted with impunity, his disdain for these pirates and revolutionaries aligned perfectly with his own sentiments. After all, both pirates and revolutionaries were scourges that disrupted the world's order and endangered the lives of countless people. They were all agents of chaos that deserved to perish. Moreover, our forces, including the Zheng Juan and Ling Tian, had almost fully recovered and stood ready. Just you few? With only 2 Wu Laoxing left. Even with your 3 admirals, what can you do? Do not forget, we still have considerable fighting strength on our side. Blackbeard Tichi feared only Tien. The rest of the Holy Land's forces were of no concern to him. Furthermore, without the Seraphim under their control, lacking the power of the Celestial Kings and the Mastermind Amu, Blackbeard believed his powers from the Dark Domain alone could restrain and eliminate them all. Not to mention the presence of Law, the Seraphim under the control of Da Xiong, and the officers under Luffy and Shanks. Suddenly, a colossal azure dragon, carrying the Onigashima, appeared in the skies above the Holy Land. Following this, a myriad of figures leapt down from Onigashima. 3 disasters, Flying 6, Rinya, Kaido, and hundreds more. Another group come to meet their demise? Even if you Kaido have arrived, you lack the qualifications to be our enemy. These Seraphim can restrain all of you. Blackbeard Tichi scoffed. Upon hearing this, Kaido laughed heartily, dismissing the threat. It seems you underestimate us. Rinya, go deal with him and show him your power. You have inherited one of your father's strongest bloodline abilities. Rinya coldly replied, Kaido, you have no right to command me. If it weren't for my mother sending me, I would not have come. But since I am here, I know what I must do. With that, Rinya stepped into the void, activated the demon brain, and materialized a giant demon of 800 meters, gazing down at Blackbeard. Though I do not possess my brother Jean Tien's formidable demon brain talent, I have observed Onigashima over the years and can barely manifest an 800-meter demon body. I wonder if I am now worthy to battle you? Blackbeard Tichi's eyes widened in surprise. This is Tien's ability. I did not expect you to inherit such powerful strength. It seems you can indeed contend with me. Just as both sides were on edge, Carp and Sengoku arrived on the scene, followed closely by Admiral Kizaru. Kaido, the disasters, your opponents are me, declared Sengoku and Carp, who had already activated their observation haki to assess the battlefield. I did not expect you 2 old geezers to involve yourselves in this, Kaido remarked coldly, feeling the complication of Carp and Sengoku's presence. These 2 old men, despite their age, could unleash tremendous power for extended periods, capable of fighting for 3 days and nights without faltering. There was no choice. The future world's new order was at stake, and it was time to completely overthrow the decayed order of the Holy Land, Sengoku stated calmly. Admiral Kizaru, did I not command you to stop those 2? Akainu glared at Kizaru. But, did you not see the earth-shattering explosions occurring in the Holy Land? And not only us, but the Navy, revolutionaries, and other pirates are also rushing towards the Holy Land. I cannot stop them, Kizaru replied helplessly. However, Marshal, what is the current situation? This question reflected what the others arriving wanted to know as well. What situation? Anyone opposing the Holy Land and the Navy headquarters will be buried here today. Tien's strength has far exceeded all of their expectations. As long as Tien exists, our side will not perish and will remain undefeated, Akainu confidently asserted. Upon hearing this, Kizaru felt puzzled. What sort of mysterious confidence was this? What did it mean that they would not die? Could it be that Tien could resurrect the deceased? If so, where should he ultimately stand? Should he persuade Dragon and Luffy to surrender and serve the Holy Land? After all, the celestial dragons were all but extinct. It was impossible for Imu to control every matter. The decisions would still rest with the likes of him. It seems quite lively. I hope I am not interrupting your duel. Suddenly, Akiji and a young man with wings of haki descended onto the battlefield. Upon seeing Akiji, Akainu's expression darkened. Akiji, you traitor to the Navy and justice. How dare you show your face in the Holy Land? You do not even deserve to participate in this holy war, Akainu angrily declared. Akiji responded calmly. Justice? I believe you have no right to judge me. Blackbeard Tichi chuckled. Akiji, you arrived just in time. I thought you would not come to assist me. Rest assured, Captain. I have been with the Black Organization for over a decade. When the Holy War was initiated, I immediately brought law here, Akiji said respectfully as he moved to Blackbeard Tichi's side. Excellent. I am pleased you have come. Now we can wreak havoc together. Blackbeard Tichi declared with renewed confidence. Akiji's power was not inferior to Akainu's, and Law's abilities should be sufficient to restrain one of the Navy headquarters admirals. However, just as Blackbeard T-Chi finished speaking, Aokiji suddenly struck, thrusting his hand into Blackbeard T-Chi's heart, unleashing terrifying, absolute freezing powers that began to encase Blackbeard's body in ice. This unexpected turn left everyone astonished. Law, Akainu, Kizuru, Sengoku, Carp, and the Wulaoxing all widened their eyes in disbelief. Beijis, Dukyu, Yuji Shiliu, and other veteran members under Blackbeard Ichi were equally stunned. What audacity! What madness! How could he ambush Captain Blackbeard? What ambitions does he harbor? Or was he a traitor from the very beginning? Blackbeard Tiki let out a heart-wrenching scream as his heart was incessantly frozen. He immediately activated the powers of the Yami Yami no Mi to protect his heart, preventing it from being instantly encased in ice. At the same time, he unleashed the powers of the Gura no Mi, sending Aokiji flying dozens of meters away. It hurts immensely. Aokiji, how dare you ambush me? You treacherous traitor. Blackbeard Tiki clutched his hollow chest, realizing that his ability to use the Gura no Mi had significantly diminished, to the point where he feared using it further, lest his heart shatter. Gentlemen, Blackbeard Tiki has had more than half of his heart completely encased in my ice. Even if he uses his dark powers to devour my absolute freeze, it will take him several hours. During this time, he cannot utilize his Gura powers, or will only hasten his demise. So, gentlemen, what are you waiting for? Kill him, Aokiji suddenly declared. Damn it, Aokiji, you dare betray us? I will kill you. Beijis roared in fury. Blackbeard Tiki was their pillar of support, and no one was permitted to harm him or betray him as he charged forward. Ron stepped forward, swiftly passing by Beijis and cleaving him in two. This move was so overwhelming that Beijis had no time to react. By the time he registered what had happened, his upper and lower halves were separated. My body. Has it really been split apart? Beijis's eyes widened in terror. The first time he felt the fear of death, more horrifying than when emperors had crushed him. With a thud, Beijis's upper body rolled on the ground. Even he found it hard to believe. How could it be? I was killed without even realizing it? His eyes strained to look back at Ron. Blackbeard Tiki and the Gorosei Eye were equally bewildered. Everything had unfolded too abruptly. Ron, have you also betrayed me? Ron coldly replied. Blackbeard Tiki, this era has changed. However, if you wish to assign blame, you should blame yourselves for being enemies of my father, the Great One. Blackbeard Tiki was taken aback, suddenly enlightened. So it is true, you are indeed the son of the Great One. I should have realized it long ago. But Aokiji always concealed it. At this moment, Ron prepared to use his powers to rejoin Beijis's body. Aokiji was quick to confront Ron. Ron, give it up. I want to allow you to save him. Otherwise, you'll have to face me. Your power may be related to space, but under my absolute freeze. I am curious to see if you can still control it. Of course, I will show no mercy. Blame your alliance with Luffy and the Revolutionary Army. That is your most grievous mistake. Ron, displeased, responded, So, you seek revenge against Luffy and the others? Indeed, over a decade ago, Luffy, alongside the Revolutionary Army, obliterated the entire Marine headquarters, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands. Do you truly believe I would forgive him? Akiji's expression darkened. He had once regarded the Marine forces founded by Teacher Zephyr as a bastion of true justice. Yet, he never imagined that in their pursuit of Luffy and the others, they would be annihilated by those who claimed to harm no innocents. Do you think Luffy and the Revolutionary Army deserve to live? Aokiji now understood clearly that the chaos in this world stemmed from the existence of pirates. Battleship Sengoku, Captain Garp, what do you have to say now? Look at yourselves. You've upheld justice for most of your lives, yet you find yourselves in this pitiful state in old age. Now, in order to protect your grandson Luffy and Sun Dragon, have you forgotten the tens of thousands lost by the Marines? Back then, we merely judged the pirates of the seas. You Marines failed to do your duty, yet here you are, standing resolutely with the Revolutionary Army and the pirate Luffy. You ought to be ashamed. Ron glared at Sengoku and Garp, continuing, Now I want to bully you. You two can come at me together. After all, I am the son of Fama Daitan, and I have the right to take you both on. Ron, the son of Daitian and Ian, had consumed the / fruit and possessed immense strength. Even mastering a single move made him a match for Aokiji. Over the years, Ron had remained low-key, awaiting the day he could avenge all those who perished under the Marines' watch. He sought vengeance for Grandpa Zephyr. When Ian sent Ron to Zephyr, he left with Daitian. Zephyr, knowing Ron was Ian and Daitian's son, took great care of him, treating him like a grandson despite his sternness. Even at the time of his death, Zephyr sacrificed himself for Ron. At that moment, Luffy, unaware of the circumstances, felt an overwhelming urge to kill the 8-year-old Ron. Zephyr arrived just in time to block the fatal blow, allowing Ron to escape. Over the years, Ron had come to understand that Luffy's sudden desire to kill him likely stemmed from seeing a reflection of his father within him. Chapter 142. The terrifying ability hidden by Blackbeard. Upon hearing Ron's words, Sengoku and Garp were taken aback. How could a mere junior dare to belittle them? However, they chose not to dwell on the matter of a junior and instead entered a combat stance. Very well, let us see just how strong the son of Daiteon truly is. But at that moment, Fan-Ao Ka suddenly launched a silent, instantaneous attack against Ron. Even Sengoku and Garp, who were prepared to battle Ron, did not immediately perceive the attack. Yet Ron, at the critical moment, widened his eyes. An invisible blade had just obliterated a pitch-black bullet that was mere inches away. Fan-Ao Ka, in my eyes, your strength is utterly insignificant. If not for your sneak attack, you would be nothing more than a mediocre presence. Moreover, I am fully aware of each of your abilities. What right do you have to threaten me? Ron's gaze was icy, his demeanor imperious. I have trained only one technique throughout my life. Yet 90% of those present would be severely injured or killed by it. And you, Fan-Ao Ka, Shiryu of the Rain, Poison Q, and your cohorts, would not withstand even a single strike from me. The members of Blackbeard's crew could not tolerate this. Not only could Shiryu and the others not hold back, but even Blackbeard Tiki was furious, exclaiming, "Kill him! Damn it, you underestimate the strength of my crew. They are the formidable warriors I have meticulously forged over 20 years. You are merely a brat who has devoured the // fruit. Do you really believe you can attain invincibility like your monstrous father? Humph. Even if Blackbeard cannot defeat your father, killing you is as easy as slaying a dog." Seeing Blackbeard Tiki in such a rage, the crew wasted no time. Shiryu vanished from sight in an instant. He had consumed the Suk Suk no Mi, and after 20 years of development, he achieved absolute invisibility. Even releasing Kinbunchika Haki would not allow one to sense his presence. Ahahaha, do you really think you stand a chance against us? Did you not perceive that my Zhan domain has long since enveloped you? Furthermore, who among you can strike faster than I? In an instant, Du-Q and Fan-Ao Ka found themselves each impaled by a sharp blade at their foreheads. Even the invisible Yuji Shilio, feeling an intense prickling at the scalp, had no choice but to reveal his true form, bewildered by how he had been detected despite his absolute invisibility. He hesitated to act, instinctively retreating. Yet, with each step back, the hovering blades followed closely, locking onto him with unwavering precision. Yuji Shilio and his companions felt an inescapable dread, resigning themselves to a defensive stance, fortifying their bodies with armed haki for protection. Onlookers were transfixed by this spectacle, recognizing the formidable prowess of Daiteon's son. The blades resembled dimensional blades, their unleashed power warping the very fabric of space. What was even more perplexing was that, upon their appearance, no one had been aware, leaving them with no time to evade. Blackbeard Tiki, let me tell you, within your dark domain, only your abilities can slightly counter Ron's powers. As for the others, they stand no chance against him. Of course, my absolute freezing ability can resist, but at a tremendous cost. Suddenly, Akiji expressed keen interest, eager to witness Blackbeard Tiki's despair. You ungrateful scoundrels, Akiji and Ron. After all these years of looking after you, when the One Navy was annihilated, you two were relentlessly hunted by the Revolutionary Army and Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates. Yet I bore the brunt of it all for you. I never anticipated that you would thrive under my watch and now turn against me. You're truly something else. Tiki, one cannot speak so lightly. The chances of survival I have offered you alongside Ron have been genuine, but if you choose to court death, even I would not wish to kill you. Yet Ron will not spare you, Akiji remarked, his tone devoid of warmth. Humph, is it only because I intend to kill Daiteon? Yet he seeks my life regardless. Blackbeard Tiki scoffed, feeling utterly constrained. No, you ought to comprehend why we have resolved to eliminate you, Akiji hinted. Blackbeard Tiki was well aware. It was precisely as he had just stated, to eliminate all of Daiteon's significant allies. Very well, then we shall first dispose of the two of you. Ro, you restrain Akiji. I shall personally deal with Ron. Sengoku, Garp, Kuma, you must hold off the others. Blackbeard Tiki summoned his dark powers, erupting with overwhelming energy. Even if half of my heart is bound by absolute freezing, do you think I rely solely on the power of one devil fruit? Do not forget, I possess the power of 2 devil fruits. The nature of the second devil fruit remained a mystery to all present. Blackbeard Tiki was exceedingly cautious, treating it as a trump card. Even the deceased Bayas was unaware of its capabilities. This was the very information Akiji and Roan had long sought, yet they had never seen Blackbeard utilize it. Roan, do not hesitate to kill. I will hold him back. With matters at this juncture, Akiji and Roan had no choice but to press on. Leave them to me, Roan declared, vanishing from sight, his form suddenly appearing before Sengoku and Garp. The 2 men were taken aback, retreating in haste, sensing something amiss with Roan. How could he seem like the blade itself? It was all too sudden. Meanwhile, Yuji Shilio, Du-Kyu, and Fan Ao Ka were utterly powerless, falling prey to Roan's strange onslaught. Their bodies were cleaved open from within by countless blades. Absurdly, they had regarded the hovering blades at their foreheads as the greatest threat. Yet, in their final moments, they understood the blades were merely a ruse to distract them, while the true murderous intent lay concealed within them, an enigma they could not fathom. Witnessing this, Garp and Sengoku were struck with trepidation. The deaths of the 3 were inexplicably eerie. They braced themselves for battle. Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form, towering over 500 meters, while Garp's black sea prism stone arm and fully armored haki surged forward toward Roan. Roan, however, remained stationary, uttering a single word, slash. In an instant, Sengoku and Garp were assaulted by a multitude of blades. Yet, their armored haki managed to absorb the onslaught. Sengoku, summoning all his might, aimed a palm strike at Roan. Roan lifted his head, repeating slash. The ground beneath them transformed into a sea of blades, rising to strike. Sengoku, enveloped in golden light, exerted every effort to bring his palm down, yet it remained futile. Blackbeard Tiki, witnessing this, activated the power of his dark fruit, attempting to suppress Roan's blade domain and halt the relentless blade generation. However, Roan smirked coldly, sensing it was time to conclude this. I have stated through all these years that mastering this single technique would suffice to vanquish you. With that, Roan bellowed, drenched in perspiration, slash. Suddenly, within the bodies of Blackbeard Tiki, Sengoku, and Garp, the internal devastation was profound, leaving them riddled with wounds. Sengoku and Garp coughed up blood, retracting their attacks, clutching their hearts as they invoked life return for rapid recovery. At their age, their formidable fighting spirit was sustained solely by sheer will. Now, having been strangely pierced by Roan's attack, they felt as if their vigor had deflated, aging significantly in an instant. Yet, Roan's expression shifted. He glanced sharply at Blackbeard Tiki. His eyes widened as he realized Akiji had been grievously injured instead. What have you done to Uncle Akiji? Roan reached out, condensing the air into thousands of razor-like blades surrounding Blackbeard Tiki. Arun, I have finally discerned your reliance. Not only can you transform the matter on the ground into blades, but you can also convert every element in the air into blades. Correct? No wonder both Yuji Shilio and Sengoku and Garp fell victim to your internal onslaught. You truly are a sinister genius, but I must concede. You are indeed the son of Tion, your talents surpassing all others. We must breathe air, and thus cannot escape being slain from within by you. However, even so, do you dare to kill me now? This ability was meant for Tion, yet you have forced my hand prematurely. Blackbeard Tiki proclaimed with brazen arrogance, exhibiting terrifying prowess, leaving everyone present bewildered. Despite being the one initially struck, it was Akiji who bore the brunt of the attack. At this moment, Akiji gasped, blood spilling forth as he collapsed to one knee, utterly weakened, unable to continue fighting Roan. In a moment of dire necessity, I was compelled to employ my abilities to encase my injuries in absolute ice, preventing my immediate demise. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Luo activated his spatial powers, first subduing Akiji, and then performing a spatial surgery on Sengoku and Garp, nearly perfectly mending their wounds. However, individuals such as Poison Q and Reina Shiryu had already bled out, their bodies cold and lifeless. Even if Luo wished to save them, it would be futile. Blackbeard Teach taunted Luo, laughing heartily. Come on, Luo, continue your attacks. But I can assure you, Akiji will meet his end by your own hand. Teach, what devil fruit power do you possess? Luo asked, suppressing his murderous intent. When you're foolish. Why would I disclose that? It's my trump card against the Emperor. Blackbeard Teach remained enigmatic. And it was precisely this aura of mystery that escalated his threat level to an alarming degree, even causing Luo to harbor suspicions against him. This man could inflict his own injuries upon Akiji. Thus, he could potentially do the same to anyone present. Yet, the specifics of how this occurred remained a mystery to all. Luo, relinquish your resistance and surrender, or I shall eliminate Akiji first, Luo stated expressionlessly. Luo, don't mind me. Remember, you still seek vengeance for Zephyr and the Marines. Akiji responded earnestly, undeterred by the specter of death. However, Luo found himself unable to comply. Among the Marines, only he and Akiji remained. For Luo, Akiji was not merely an uncle, but a cherished family member. How could he forsake Akiji's life? Thus, Luo dissipated all his powers, rendering the blades of air into formlessness. Luo then utilized his abilities to seal Luo, simultaneously seizing control of Akiji and Luo's hearts, concealing them within the void. He imprisoned both Akiji and Luo within the spatial abyss. Ha ha ha, now only a few fellows remain. Blackbeard Teach cast a sinister glance at Sweet Zheng Jun, Ling Tian, and Akainu, who were all engaged in their respective battles. Blackbeard Teach first utilized the powers of the Yami no Mi to devour the deceased, including Bajez, into his dark void. Just then, a figure descended from the heavens, dragon, lacking both arms, drenched in blood, with one eye missing, and his face torn apart, a sight most gruesome. Witnessing this, Blackbeard Teach and others could not help but gasp. A being as formidable as Dragon had been so utterly ravaged. It was evident how fierce the battle above had been and how brutal the Emperor's methods were. However, Blackbeard Teach immediately expelled Bajez from the black hole, commanding Luo, use his hands and skin to restore Dragon's body. Luo severed Bajez's arms and affixed them to Dragon's severed limbs while meticulously applying the intact skin to Dragon's face. Dragon, what is the true extent of the Emperor's power? Moreover, how did he engage you? Blackbeard Teach inquired. He is overwhelmingly powerful. In a fight where I risked mutual destruction, I could only damage his flesh, unable to shatter his bones. His regenerative abilities are even more terrifying than I imagined. The more he is wounded, the stronger he becomes. Dragon clenched his fists, recalling the previous battle. Realizing he was not merely contending with a man, but a genuine monster, a being that transcended human limitations. Thus, it seems the Emperor only exerted an equivalent force against us. Luo contemplated. Blackbeard Teach snorted in response. The Emperor is indeed quite arrogant, but who among you can sever his bones? It appears that destroying his flesh does not equate to breaching his invincible defense. However, if we can shatter his bones, he will no longer be invulnerable and can be slain. In terms of slashing, I would consider myself comparable to Shanks. But in reality, I believe the stronger contenders in this regard would be Dracule, Mihawk, and Buggy. Luo continued, it's a pity that Mihawk and Buggy will not side with us. Yet, it is certain that Mihawk will challenge the Emperor. If he were to arrive now, we might still hope for him to strike first. As if summoned by fate, Dracule Mihawk appeared, carrying the strongest black blade, Yuru, while at his feet was a pitch-black sword of Haki, soaring through the air, arriving above the Holy Land in an instant. Blackbeard Teach and the others felt an uncanny sense of coincidence. They suddenly wondered if the swordsman had overheard something that prompted his immediate arrival. Chapter 143, 50,000 Fists in a Second. Rampaging against Luffy, Dracule Mihawk cast a fleeting glance at those below, dismissing them entirely, and ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters. He discerned the flickering thunder above. Realizing that such a cataclysmic battle could only be wrought by the Emperor, Blackbeard Teach, feeling slighted, thought to himself that Mihawk truly looked down upon them, not even deigning to acknowledge their presence. Were it not for the need to conserve his strength against the Emperor's slaughter over the years, he would have long since been tempted to teach Mihawk a lesson. Of course, had he done so, he might have already dominated the world and had no need to ally with other powerful beings. This is your responsibility. I must ascend and observe. Luo suddenly vanished from his spot. At 10,000 meters above, the Emperor materialized an enormous figure of a giant demon, clashing with Luffy's Gear 6 form in a battle of titanic fists. Ha ha ha, this is quite impressive. I knew you had more tricks up your sleeve. It seems that my actions in eliminating Ace bore fruit. Yet, you are rather foolish. Having suffered once already, why do you not confront me with your full strength? Are you truly unconcerned about the possibility of losing your important comrades? Or is it your intention to allow them to fall to me with ease? The Emperor laughed heartily, acknowledging Luffy's current strength, but still underestimating him, confident that once he had enough fun, he would extinguish Luffy's life. Upon hearing those words, Luffy felt a surge of rage within him. In his giant form, his once pitch-black, lifeless pupils ignited with a burning crimson flame. Simultaneously, the white flames consuming his body intensified. It was these very flames that seemed to grant Luffy the ability to fly, negating the need to conjure hockey wings for flight. "Emperor, you bastard, I will tear you limb from limb," Luffy roared, a visceral fury evident as he unleashed a powerful punch toward the Emperor. The Emperor stood in the void, arms crossed, grinning broadly. Quite good, quite good. There's still room for more pressure. This attack indeed possesses slightly greater strength than the last." As he spoke, the Emperor merely needed to maintain his demon brain mode, allowing the colossal demon figure behind him to retaliate. With a thunderous explosion, the surrounding space erupted. The terrifying energy waves swept across a vast expanse, causing thick clouds to swirl with lightning, alternating between torrential rain and clear skies. Subsequently, Luffy, determined to vanquish the Emperor's giant demon form, incessantly activated the powers of the Nika fruit, liberating a heartbeat that resonated with violent intensity. Like a colossal bell in the heavens, struck with relentless force, the drum of liberation resonates powerfully. This extraordinary ability grants Luffy an infinite restoration of vitality and energy, enabling him to perpetually maintain his peak combat prowess, bestowing upon him a formidable strength that withstands any form of demise. It is intriguing. I am eager to ascertain whether your drum of liberation is mightier, or if my own depth of power prevails. DemonBack promptly activated his giant demon bloodline, causing his blood to surge with a furious intensity throughout his body, the crimson energy erupting outward like a battle aura. His stamina began to recover at an astonishing rate, equivalent to consuming no energy at all, allowing for limitless rejuvenation. The titanic fists of the two giants clashed continuously, unleashing waves of energy that swept across a vast expanse of 100,000 meters, transforming it into a perilous zone of energy cutting. Those of lesser strength entering this realm would likely be severely injured or even obliterated by the overwhelming residual force. Gritting his teeth, Luffy continued to harness the power of the drum of liberation, his heart pounding with increasing frequency to sustain his utmost state of readiness. Moments ticked away. It had seemed nearly impossible for either combatant to claim victory in such a short span. During this time, DemonBack sensed the approach of a formidable presence. Upon closer inspection, it was the familiar aura of Hawkeye Mihawk. To his surprise, this individual appeared to have grown stronger, radiating an even sharper energy than Luffy. This development piqued DemonBack's interest further. However, he found himself growing impatient with Luffy, having engaged in combat before and recognizing that Luffy posed little threat to his life. Given this realization, he decided to accelerate the pace of their encounter. With a sudden flourish, DemonBack spread his arms, invoking the power of his fruit to hasten time. The invisible force accelerated the time flow within a radius of several kilometers, doubling the speed at which they fought. At this juncture, Luffy's heart raced even faster, the rhythm escalating from steady thump to a rapid cadence. DemonBack's recovery rate remained largely unchanged, as the energy expenditure from the acceleration was negligible compared to his vast reserves. The pace intensified to five-fold acceleration, causing their unleashed powers to become even more ferocious, generating energy fluctuations that darkened the very fabric of reality. During this further acceleration, while DemonBack's bloodline recovery maintained 100%, he could only restore 70% of his energy at that moment. Meanwhile, Luffy's drum of liberation quickened his heart's tempo to over 500 beats per second, creating a tremendous strain that enveloped him in searing heat, as if the very air around him was melting. As Luffy's body began to emit white vapor, resembling a ticking time bomb poised for catastrophic explosion, DemonBack let out a cold snort. Luffy's endurance was impressive, a testament to the drum of liberation's remarkable protagonist aura. With a fierce resolve, DemonBack declared a 50-fold acceleration, transforming their battleground into a realm of stark contrasts, where shades of black, white, and gray prevailed. Their forms became indistinct, mere silhouettes of raging energy, yet within the realm of 50-fold acceleration, DemonBack's recovery rate dwindled, allowing him to replenish only 20% of his energy. He then activated his lightning healing technique, raising his recovery rate to 50%, still insufficient. Though his physical form brimmed with stored power, he refrained from tapping into it, instead harnessing the force of life restoration, boosting his stamina to 80%. But this was merely the beginning. DemonBack initiated a time reversal at 50 times the normal rate. With a thunderous roar, his aura surged, propelling him beyond the confines of the world. At this moment, his recovery rate soared to an astounding 200%, outpacing the energy expenditure of the 50-fold acceleration. On the opposing side, Luffy, under the influence of 50-fold accelerated time, found his heart racing to an alarming 500 beats per second. The resulting strain rendering his body unbearably hot, as if the very space around him was dissolving. Luffy's entire being was continuously inundated with a white liquid, as the rising heat threatened to engulf him entirely. Yet, despite the 50-fold increase in energy consumption, Luffy remained invigorated, a testament to the extraordinary nature of his fruit's power. The only burden he bore was the rapid beating of his heart and the escalating temperature that gradually threatened to consume him. This melting sensation was beyond Luffy's control, as he sensed that should he succumb to it entirely, true death would follow. In a desperate attempt to dissipate the overwhelming heat, Luffy unleashed a flurry of attacks with his other hand, employing the Nika rubber barrage, striking thousands of times each second, coupled with the 50-fold acceleration. This amounted to over 50,000 strikes per second. DemonBack, however, remained unimpressed. With a formidable intellect, he reveled in the challenge. If you desire chaos, I shall show you what true chaos entails. He quickly summoned the thousand-handed mode of his giant demon form, effortlessly unleashing 10,000 strikes per second, which, under the 50-fold acceleration, culminated in a staggering 500,000 strikes per second. Luffy's 50,000 strikes per second were utterly overwhelmed by DemonBack's onslaught. Moments later, Luffy was reduced to nothingness, obliterated from existence. The energy of a Nika devil fruit materialized beside DemonBack, merging into his very soul. At that moment, within DemonBack's soul, 3 devil fruit energies clashed, each vying for dominance. Ultimately, the time fruit and thunder fruit energies united to confront the Nika fruit energy, which was compelled to occupy a small space at the forefront of DemonBack's consciousness. Ah, so this is the energy of the Nika fruit? It indeed exudes formidable strength. In hindsight, bestowing it upon Luffy seems a gross misuse of its potential. If I were to fully harness it, I could obliterate an entire moon with a single punch. As DemonBack summoned its power, his entire being radiated the white liquid of Nika, igniting like flame, while also invoking the strength of the drum of liberation. The formidable heart power of DemonBack erupted instantaneously, amplifying his strength several-fold, evidently surpassing Luffy's enhancement attributes by multiples. Under the liberation of the drum, Luffy could at most elevate his combat prowess by a little over double, whereas DemonBack's power surged approximately tenfold. In such a comparison, it truly seemed wasteful for Luffy to utilize the Nika fruit. Come forth. DemonBack suddenly glanced toward a specific location below. Dracula Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, had been present for quite some time, yet refrained from seizing the opportunity to ambush DemonBack during his battle with Luffy. Naturally, Mihawk had no intention of ambushing DemonBack. He sought only to challenge him, aiming to affirm his status as the world's strongest swordsman by proving he could sever anything within this realm. Unlike in the past, when he was hailed as the world's greatest swordsman, yet found himself unable to cleave through DemonBack's fist, merely slicing through flesh, a bitter irony that struck deeply. Mihawk flew to a position not far opposite DemonBack, on the same level, displaying no hint of underestimation. Moments ago, he had experienced firsthand how DemonBack had dispatched Luffy. Strictly speaking, he was still not DemonBack's equal, but regardless, he chose to confront DemonBack, even harboring an unwavering confidence that he could defeat him with a single strike. DemonBack, it has been 20 years. I have relentlessly worked to qualify myself for this duel against you. I have honed a single blade for 2 decades. Dare you engage me in a decisive clash? Mihawk wasted no words, drawing forth his strongest black blade, Yuru, gripping the hilt with both hands as his indomitable will and formidable haki surged into it. With a resounding roar, the black blade unleashed an overwhelming blade aura, soaring skyward, shattering the boundaries of the world. The might of this strike seemed capable of cleaving the world in half, a somewhat exaggerated assertion, yet the prospect of bisecting the entire red line was undeniably tantalizing. Hawkeye, my hawk, you are commendable, a worthy adversary, deserving of my earnest effort. I accept your challenge. In honor of you, I shall employ the power of the sword to vanquish you. Tien, embodying the essence of Fanma Yojiro, had mastered a vast array of martial arts, excelling in all forms of weaponry, though he favored hand-to-hand combat. His overwhelming confidence convinced him that the human body itself was the ultimate weapon, requiring no external aid. However, out of respect for his opponent, Tien conjured a blade of lightning. This initial blade was yet to be refined by him. As he infused it with haki, much like my hawk, the lightning blade materialized into a tangible, jet-black sword. Before making his move, Tien deemed it necessary to impart wisdom to my hawk. You ought to understand that wielding a weapon necessitates swiftness in every attack, especially for those who wield swords. I have recently grasped some profound principles of swordsmanship. I possess the strongest slash, known as the time slash. Dare you receive it? Tien proclaimed with an air of supremacy. Come forth. What is there to fear? I eagerly await this encounter. My hawk's combat spirit surged to the skies. Typically, an individual unacquainted with swords would feel insulted and furious when challenged to a duel. Yet, in the face of Tien's approach, my hawk felt neither belittled nor disdained, but rather exhilarated and grateful that Tien would showcase his unparalleled sword power for him. Upon reflection, how glorious was this moment. With that, my hawk unleashed his full strength in a strike, neither too fast nor too slow. Yet the terrifying force of his blade began to reshape the very fabric of reality. From beyond the world, an immense blade shadow appeared, seemingly cleaving through the planet. As the vast clouds instantaneously parted to either side, preparing to bisect the globe. Upon witnessing this, Tien executed a casual slash. This strike encapsulated 10 years of time, erupting in an instant, aging my hawk by a decade. The black blade was shattered into fragments, all power obliterated. However, the might of Tien's strike extended far beyond that. The time slash descended, cleaving the entirety of the red line, and the surrounding sea was thoroughly severed. At the Holy Land, everyone stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. They observed the Holy Land suddenly divide into two, an endless rift emerging, widening into a chasm of several hundred meters. Those on either side of the rift were utterly astonished, some even suspecting it was the handiwork of Buggy, for such a forceful division seemed beyond the capabilities of anyone else. Yet they could hardly be blamed. Tien's time slash, unleashing 10 years of time in under a second, rendered any attempt to perceive the attack futile. Chapter 144. The fusion of time and space's power I have lost. Yet again, Tien, I implore you, did you truly unleash your full power just now? My hawk murmured, gazing at Tien with eager anticipation. Full power? What nonsense are you spouting? If I had wielded my full strength, you would have been reduced to ashes on the spot. However, we are acquainted enough that I could never allow a swordsman of your caliber to perish. If not for the constraints of this world upon your growth, I would eagerly await the day you surpass me. Tien, with a fierce glint in his eyes, jestingly chastised my hawk. What did you say? I could become even stronger? My hawk was momentarily taken aback. Having just suffered a complete defeat at Tien's hands, despair had begun to envelop him, leading him to believe he was unworthy of further pursuit of the sword. Yet, Tien's words ignited a spark of hope within him, rekindling his resolve to pursue the path of the sword with renewed vigor. If anyone else had spoken such words, they would have held no weight for my hawk. However, coming from Tien, they carried undeniable significance. What? Are you truly considering surrendering? If I were to claim I had only utilized 30% of my strength against you, would you not feel a surge of discontent within? Tien remarked with a cold smirk, regarding my hawk as a true swordsman capable of reaching such heights. Despite not possessing a devil fruit ability, my hawk pondered deeply, realizing that Tien's power transcended his comprehension, far exceeding the limits of this world. He had once thought that as fellow inhabitants of this realm, if Tien could achieve such strength, so too could he, perhaps even surpass it. Yet, he now recognized the naivety of that belief. Tien was likely not of this world at all. For 2 decades, as countless formidable beings had pushed their limits, they had uncovered the existence of numerous worlds beyond this one, revealing secrets from 800 years ago that were no longer concealed. 8 centuries prior, beings from other celestial realms had arrived in this world. In their current understanding, within the great kingdom of Ur, There existed at least a dozen life forms hailing from various worlds. Haha, am I truly that strong? Indeed, you have yet to traverse the vast expanse of the outside world, and you have not encountered true power. However, should the opportunity arise, I will take you to witness it. Yet, I must say, you currently lack a certain ferocity. Your swordsmanship no longer possesses the will to vanquish all that stands before you as it once did. Nevertheless, I can illuminate a path for you. If you manage to slay Zyankasi with your own hands, you will undoubtedly grow stronger. Should you falter in this endeavor, your swordsmanship, in my eyes, will remain forever stagnant. Ditiana certe unequivocally. Hawkeye my hawk, upon hearing these words, felt a momentary shock. To kill Zyankasi? Such a notion had never crossed his mind, considering their long-standing friendship. Observing the hesitation in Hawkeye my hawk's demeanor, Dition reiterated, in the realm of swordsmanship, speed is of the essence in attack, yet true power demands a ruthless killing intent. If you can transform that ruthlessness into the strength of your blade, you'll have the right to pursue me. Otherwise, you will remain forever out of reach, and the chasm between us will only widen. With a deep breath, Hawkeye my hawk contemplated the weight of Dition's words. The impact of Dition on him was immense, and he was naturally unwilling to remain idle. Do not underestimate me. Even if I do not kill Zyankasi, he will eventually fall to you. It would be better for me to achieve strength through this act and one day challenge you anew. A slight huff escaped Hawkeye my hawk, as his bond with Zyankasi had stemmed from their equivalent mastery of swordsmanship, making the thought of killing him seem utterly regrettable. Yet now, a new ambition had taken root within him, Dition and his mesmerizing prowess in swordsmanship. As Hawkeye my hawk descended into the void, his target was Zyankasi. Dition observed with a satisfied grin, Haha, now this is more like it. The individuals I wish to elevate cannot afford to be soft-hearted. First, let you slay Zyankasi, forging a path of ruthlessness. At that moment, in the void, Luo was secretly observing Dition, his heart racing with cold sweat. Dition was nothing short of a demon, an insurmountable force. He had witnessed the demise of Luffy firsthand, and despite his desire to intervene, he found himself powerless, forced to watch as Luffy was obliterated. Are you too afraid to face me in battle? Dition queried, directing his gaze toward the point in the void. With a degree of mastery over time and space, Luo's spatial abilities were not without flaws, making it possible for those with even a slight understanding of spatial power to detect his presence. Luo's heart sank. He had indeed been discovered, yet he anticipated this outcome. Cautiously materializing from a void, he admitted, I must concede, you are truly formidable. Even I dare not oppose you. However, your slaying of Luffy, particularly your past dealings with Doflamingo, have filled me with a desire for vengeance. And what of it? What gave you the right to harbor such murderous intent towards me? Dition scolded. Your mere spatial fruit is trivial. With your lackluster talent, what more could you possibly develop? Even if you were to beg for mercy, I would still eliminate you, for I covet your spatial fruit. With my extraordinary gifts, if I could simultaneously master the powers of time and space, I would unlock the true essence of time and space. Do you comprehend what true time and space represent? It transcends this world, the realms of life within the universe. Powerful civilizations and superior beings are beyond your wildest imagination. The so-called ability to shatter a star is merely the domain of a star-level powerhouse. Above that, even greater existences loom. Tell me, what qualifications do you, a mere weakling, possess to harbor murderous thoughts against me? In my eyes, you are but an insignificant insect. Engaging you in battle is merely a fleeting amusement for me. However, should I ever feel displeasure, I shall swiftly bring you to your demise. Dition activated his time-stopping ability, halting the rotation of the entire planet. Even with Luo's proficiency in spatial abilities, he could no longer evade into the void, as the entire planet was rendered immobile. It was laughable that Luo, in his naivety, thought to use Ling Tian, Zheng Jun, and Ron to threaten Dition. Such arrogance was utterly misplaced. Dition approached, striking Luo with a single blow, effortlessly obliterating his head. The energy body of the spatial fruit was astute enough to recognize its circumstances. After all, possessing consciousness, they sought containers that suited them. Dition was the perfect vessel for their devil fruit. His physical strength, talent, soul, and spirit were all formidable, and his very nature was devilish, enabling him to bear the true power of their devil fruits. The energy body of the spatial fruit entered Dition's soul. Yet the most optimal location was already occupied by 3 other energy bodies of devil fruits. Upon merely probing, it was met with intimidating warnings from the other 3. The spatial fruit, left with no choice, sought alternative positions, ultimately settling within the heart of the soul. The fusion of time and space constituted the genuine power of time and space, unbound by any rules. DemonBack wielded time in one hand and space in the other, merging them to instantaneously create a portal of time and space, a feat that brought him immense satisfaction. With the powers of time and space at his disposal, he required no system to dictate his path. He would forge his own. With a mere gesture, he released Ling, Tian, Zhengjun, and Ron from their hiding place in the void, retrieving their hearts from the empty expanse and returning them to their respective bodies. "Thank you, Father, for your timely intervention," expressed Zhengjun and Ling Tian, who had encountered Tian before and were not surprised by his prowess. Everything seemed entirely natural to them. They had long regarded their father as an omnipotent being. Anything less would have been abnormal. Meanwhile, Ron, who had not met Tian since childhood, felt a vague recollection from long ago. I have met Father," he stammered nervously. "Indeed, well done. To develop the Zhan fruit to such a degree is commendable. You are indeed my son, albeit barely inheriting my talent. Yet, this is far from sufficient. You bear my bloodline, and your achievements should be far greater than this." "Yes, Father, we shall strive diligently," the 3 sons exclaimed, their spirits ignited by their father's faith in them. They had thought their current strength was the pinnacle. Yet according to their father's words, they felt they had barely earned the right to embark on a true path of growth. "Ron, you shall now go to Sky Island to meet your mother," Tian said gently. Ron was the son of Tian and Ain, and he had yet to meet Ain. He must have been eager to see her. "Thank you, Father," Ron exclaimed, filled with excitement. With a wave of Tian's hand, Ron vanished from his spot, transcending time and space, and soon found himself on Sky Island. Upon sensing the presence of a powerful being, Haiyun immediately made his appearance. Ron, not acting rashly, recognized that his father had brought him here for a reason, indicating that these individuals were aligned with Tian. Upon hearing this, Haiyun was momentarily taken aback, but his heart soon swelled with joy. "So, you are the son of Father. To be honest, I am also one of Father's sons. You have come to seek your mother, Haven you?" "Yes. My mother is called Ian," Luan friendly said. "Ha ha. Then you must call me brother, but with a touch of formality, it should be Baga." "Huh? Am I really at the end of the line?" Luan was taken aback, not expecting to have so many brothers. "Truly, one can see the influence of our father." "Haha, naturally. There are 2 beautiful sisters ahead of you, and I have heard whispers of another lovely younger sister, so you are not the very last," Haiyun said cheerfully. However, if a Yue were to find out, Haiyun would be in for a beating, for Yue does not see herself as a younger sister, but rather as the elder sister to all her siblings. As Haiyun led Luo and to meet Ayin, the 2 were filled with joy upon their reunion. On the other side, the Holy Land had been split in 2, with the Red Earth continent cleaved in half. Numerous powerful figures had gathered at this moment. All the admirals from the Marine headquarters, every officer from the Revolutionary Army, and many users of devil fruit abilities had come to witness this unparalleled battle. "Kaido, what has happened? How could the Holy Land be torn open hundreds of meters wide?" The arriving Shalom to Lin Ling asked in alarm, unable to suppress her fear. She wondered if it was because of Tian. Yet, this was too overwhelming, wasn't it? "Ahem, I'm not entirely sure. But if I had to attribute it to someone, it would certainly be my elder brother." "That makes sense. I never imagined Tian would grow stronger. I wonder if I still have a chance. By the way, I heard he has mastered the power of the time fruit. Do you think he would allow me to return to my 20s? And would there be a possibility for us to have a son?" Over the years, Shalom to Lin Ling had never abandoned her desire for Tian. Even after 20 years, her dream had yet to be realized, leading her to the brink of depression. There were times when her obsession drove her to the edge, nearly causing her to take an interest in Tian's sons. Regardless, if she could not have Tian, she could still pursue his lineage through his offspring. "Ahem, Lin Ling, your thoughts are becoming rather ridiculous. I'm not trying to discourage you, but you are akin to a train at sea. Does my elder brother even have eyes for you? It's been over 20 years, and I thought you would have come to terms with it. Yet here you are, still yearning for my elder brother. It truly disgusts me." Kaido glared at Shalom to Lin Ling with evident displeasure. Shalom to Lin Ling, feeling irked, began to invoke past grievances to morally bind Kaido. "Kaido, the fish fruit you consume was given to you by me, Otherwise, would you be where you are today? Would you possess such a formidable elder brother like Ditien? Now, I merely ask for a little assistance, and instead of helping, you insult me so? However, before Shala to Linling could finish her words, a fist suddenly pierced through her heart from behind. With a pop, her heart was crushed. Shala to Linling struggled to turn around, only to find Ditien standing behind her, and an immense pain washed over her, even though her heart was no longer there. Kaido was right. You are like a train at sea, unworthy of desiring my body. Since your treachery persists, I shall take your life, Ditien declared coldly. The energy of Shala to Linling's soul fruit was drawn into Ditien's soul, occupying the eye of his soul. In an instant, Ditien was able to wield the powers of the soul fruit. With his inherent ghost eye ability combined with the soul fruit powers, it formed a perfect synergy. Kaido, if I kill her, you won't hold it against me, will you? Ditien casually glanced at Kaido. Brother, I have no such thoughts. If she were to insult you any further, I would personally take her life. Kaido immediately clarified. You're a good lad. I have high hopes for you. There will be ample rewards for your efforts. Ditien prepared to lead a group of strong warriors as they traversed the myriad realms, conquering all in their path. Thank you, brother, Kaido replied with excitement. Ditien then unleashed his soul power, directing it into the black egg, restoring the soul energy of Yue and Imu. Before long, the black egg cracked, and as if reborn from flames, Yue and Imu regained their vitality. Yue immediately spotted Ditien and joyfully leaped into his embrace, her boldness surpassing that of his other children. Hee, Daddy, I knew you loved me most. You would definitely come to save me. At that moment, Imu could not hold back her joy and approached Ditien, but upon seeing her daughter, Yue, monopolizing him, she became instantly displeased, feeling a pang of jealousy. Ditien is my man. You are merely my daughter. Quickly step aside. It is my turn to be with him. You are so unfilial. Father, please let my mother step aside for a moment, Yue said in a coy manner. Hearing this, Imu felt a sudden headache. This was undoubtedly her biological daughter, yet she was competing for Ditien's affection. Fortunately, Yue was Ditien's daughter and not a lover. Otherwise, Imu felt she would truly be at a disadvantage. Ditien affectionately patted Yue's head, genuinely fond of this daughter. All right, I will hold you again later. For now, I must unleash my wrath. It is time to put an end to everything. Ditien surveyed the gathered crowd, intending to eliminate any who piqued his interest and seize their devil fruit abilities. All right, Daddy, you must keep your word. Once this is over, let me hug you longer. I love you the most. Yue gazed at Ditien with adoration, eagerly obeying his commands. Imu could no longer bear to watch. Her daughter was acting too much like a little lover. She forcibly pulled Yue's hands away. Hurry, let go of Ditien. How long will this continue? Had I known you would act this way, I would have never given birth to you. Imu exclaimed in frustration. Yue, feeling discontent, began to chastise Imu. Mother, how dare you say that? You claim to be the greatest boss in this world, yet you're not even the first woman in Father S' life. Now, because you weren't his first, your daughter, ranks so low among his children. Do you even realize that? Besides, you are undeniably powerful. Even if you weren't his first, you should have given birth to me earlier. Then I would be the eldest, the sister. But look at me now. Mother, you have never considered my feelings, and you keep saying how much you love me. In my opinion, you only love Father. Yue complained about Imu. Imu, caught between anger and amusement, found herself at a loss for words. She thought to herself, could I have decided to give birth earlier? Besides, Ditien didn't come looking for me any sooner. Had it not been for my soul pursuing him, I would not have been absent for several days, and, subsequently, I would not have been taken by Ditien's domineering nature. Otherwise, whether or not I gave birth, it would have made no difference. Now, being blamed entirely for it, what a good daughter she is. Upon seeing her mother Imu speechless, Yue gleefully wrapped her arms around Mues, playfully pulling her aside. Mother, please do not be angry. In fact, I can assist you. Look at Father. He has so many women. Have you never considered becoming the leading lady among them? In many countries, there is often one primary consort, while the others are secondary. Therefore, if you were to become Father's only legitimate wife, your daughter, could also find an opportunity to be the elder sister among those children. Iu truly embodies the spirit of Imu, already strategizing for her mother. Upon hearing this, Imu recognized the merit in her daughter's suggestion. Indeed, her daughter had not been raised in vain. Good daughter, you have made an excellent point. However, rest assured, Dition favors strong women. With my capabilities, I am destined to become the primary consort. I possess absolute confidence that all those women will respect me as an elder sister. Imu mused that even if Hancock and her companions did not wish to compete in terms of strength, they would inevitably have to match her in terms of capability. A contest she was sure to win. Despite having not seen DTon for 20 years, Imu had diligently gathered much information about him over the years, including the number of women he had and the duration of his past relationships. This knowledge provided her with the confidence that her allure surpassed that of Hancock and the others. After all, Imu had shared an intimate connection with DTon for over 5 months, while Hancock and her companions had only managed to endure for a mere 10 days to half a month before surrendering. Such a stark comparison highlighted Imu's undeniable prowess. She felt assured that the position of primary consort was rightfully hers, impervious to any challengers. Observing her mother's unwavering confidence, Iu immediately became more obedient. Hee mother. I like you very much too. The people around occasionally cast glances towards Imu, surprised that a woman of her stature willingly submitted to DTon. They had assumed she was resistant and coerced, but now it appeared they had misjudged. The true fools were themselves. As Imu seemed to genuinely relish her affection for DTon, Kaido, on the other hand, was privy to greater truths. Years ago, he and DTon had wreaked havoc in the Holy Land, during which DTon had vanished for 5 months. One must wonder, with a man as formidable as DTon, which woman could endure 5 months of his tutelage without developing deep affections for him? Those who did not likely perished. Those who survived certainly found themselves enamored with DTon. Meanwhile, DTon turned his gaze towards Long, Blackbeard Teach, and the others. During this time, numerous devil fruit users had perished, leaving many energy manifestations of devil fruits lingering nearby, hesitating to dissipate. They hovered around DTon, seeking to inhabit his soul. However, DTon's soul already housed 4 powerful devil fruit energy manifestations. With these 4 present, the lingering energy forms dared not intrude recklessly. Among them were the powers of Bagis's strength fruit, Rain's invisibility fruit, Van Oka's teleportation fruit, and Poison Q's disease fruit, among others. Ultimately, it was only with DTon's consent that these wandering manifestations were allowed to find a place within his soul. Where Luffy in law, Long clenched his fists. Though fear of DTon loomed over him, the man's strength was constantly escalating, bordering on monstrous. Of course, they were unaware that DTon's formidable soul could accommodate countless devil fruits. As such, with each new manifestation, DTon's power grew. Oof. I have already annihilated Luffy and Law. No, that is impossible. With Law around, not even you could eliminate them so swiftly, Long retorted, unable to believe it. After all, Law's spatial abilities and Luffy's powers would pose a challenge, even for DTon. In response, DTon extended his hand, activating the powers of the Nika rubber fruit, elongating his arm towards Long's neck. Startled, Long's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart ablaze with fury. This was Luffy's devil fruit ability, now wielded by DTon, confirming that Luffy had indeed been slain. How could this be? Had Law failed to rescue him? As he quickly processed this, Long attempted to evade and retaliate. But DTon offered no opportunity. With a mere finger, he sealed off a portion of Long's spatial area, trapping him within a spatial barrier. Long felt despair wash over him. This technique was Law's ability, and he realized with dread that Law must also be dead. Unable to move, Long found himself ensnared by DTon's rubber hand, gripping his neck tightly. Kapu, I shall collect your son's life. DTon sneered at the now teary-eyed Kapu. Damn you. DTon, cease this at once. Kapu erupted in fury, unleashing a devastating punch fueled by the remnants of his life force towards DTon, generating a force that sent many strong individuals flying. Yet, DTon remained as steadfast as a mountain at the epicenter, casually snapping Long's neck before pivoting and delivering a punch enhanced by the strength fruit. With a thunderous crash, a blinding light erupted, manifesting as a colossal energy column that, after several seconds, detonated in the distant sky, creating a massive mushroom cloud visible for miles. However, the more terrifying sight was witnessing Kapu unable to withstand even a single blow from DTon, losing his upper body instantly. Nearby, Sengoku instinctively hesitated to retaliate, his body betraying him, refusing to respond. Blackbeard Teach, in a state of sheer terror, broke into a cold sweat and, realizing the odds, turned to flee. Yet, after only a few meters, he stumbled repeatedly. DTon teleported before Sengoku, launching a brutal double-handed strike that shattered Sengoku's head before he could even react. The onlookers failed to grasp the speed of D-Tion's assault. It was a stark demonstration of his overwhelming power. With the energy manifestations of Long Storm Fruit and Sengoku's Buddha Fruit absorbed into his soul, they became a part of D-Tion's strength. D-Tion then directed his attention toward the fleeing Blackbeard Teach. To be honest, Teach had greatly disappointed him. He held him in utter disdain. How could he lack the courage to resist and still aspire to dominate the world and become its king? It was utterly laughable. D-Tion activated the powers of time and space around Blackbeard Teach. In that moment, everyone watched as Blackbeard appeared to be running in place. Blackbeard quickly realized he'd been ensnared by D-Tion's control, failing to notice it initially. He immediately attempted to employ the powers of the dark fruit to devour the strange ability affecting him, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not consume it. D-Tan extended his hand, gripping tightly, as Haihutiki felt an invisible force compressing his body, making it impossible for him to breathe, as if he were on the verge of exploding. Soon, Haihutiki screamed in agony, blood gushing from his 7 orifices like streams. Emperor Tion, you cannot kill me, or you will surely regret it. I possess the ability of the substitute fruit. If you take my life, someone around you will undoubtedly die in my place. And it may very well be someone dear to you, Haihutiki said in terror. However, unbeknownst to him, Emperor Tion was one who would not tolerate any threats. Even from those close to him, he would administer punishment without hesitation. What more could be said of a coward like Haihutiki? With a sudden surge of power, Emperor Tion caused Haihutiki's body to erupt in a fountain of blood. But as the blood mist dissipated, Haihutiki was found slumped on the ground, gasping for air. Many onlookers were instantly filled with horror. Haihu had not died. Could it be true that he had substituted another person in his moment of death? Emperor Tion found this quite amusing. Within Haihutiki's body resided 3 powers of devil fruits: the Jinjin fruit, the Inen fruit, and presumably the substitute fruit. It seemed that Haihutiki was truly afraid of death and had resorted to this ability. Are you threatening me? Just how many times can you substitute? Emperor Tion coldly inquired, his aura intensifying as he became more serious. At that moment, a soldier among the Navy shouted in terror, "This is bad. General Kabi has been substituted." He was just beside me and suddenly vanished. My goodness, Haihutiki actually made General Kabi die in his place. Following this, countless individuals broke into a cold sweat. Haihutiki's ability was indeed monstrous, causing many present to worry for their own safety, fearing they might be suddenly replaced and die in his stead. However, Emperor Tion paid no heed and took another strike at Haihutiki. Yet again, Haihutiki did not perish. Instead, someone else in the crowd took his place in death. Subsequently, another voice cried out in panic, "I saw it. Just moments ago. The Revolutionary Army Sabo was right in front of me, and he suddenly disappeared. He must have died in Haihutiki's place. My goodness, I saw it too. It's true. How terrifying. Lord Emperor Tion, please stop. We do not wish to die. Instead, why not torment Haihutiki until he dies of old age? Otherwise, we will not know who will perish next." Countless individuals, gripped by fear, implored Emperor Tion to cease his actions. Seeking death, are you instructing me on how to act? You are merely a group of weaklings. If you were strong, you would not be randomly selected by Haihutiki's ability from such a close range. Emperor Tion's gaze hardened, and with a sweep of his eyes, he unleashed a soul shockwave, instantly slaying the hundreds who had pleaded for mercy. This act incited tremendous fury among the generals present. In their eyes, it was a senseless slaughter of the innocent. Even though the war at the Holy Land was instigated by the Revolutionary Army and certain pirates, with the primary culprits mostly dead, what was the need to massacre those who could no longer resist? Nevertheless, although these self-proclaimed champions of justice felt immense displeasure, they dared not act rashly, for no one was a match for Emperor Tion. The exertion of Haihutiki's substitution ability severely drained his stamina, necessitating a rapid restoration of his life force. Seeing this, Emperor Tion was still unsatisfied and refrained from killing Tiki, which further aggravated him. "You, Tiki, I shall see whether your substitutions can keep pace with my attempts to slay you." Enraged, Emperor Tion unleashed the power of time, accelerating his strikes against Haihutiki again and again. During this interval, Emperor Tion sensed that Haihutiki was continuously substituting. Soon, he comprehended the truth. Good heavens! Haihutiki's devil fruit is entirely a passive skill. Upon death, It automatically selects a person within range to substitute for him. Moreover, it appears the range is quite extensive. As the substitutions continued, it became evident that each replacement was weaker than the last. If this continued, once Hyhutiki was drained of his ability to passively substitute, he could be utterly vanquished. Ultimately, after the deaths of hundreds, Emperor Tion succeeded in completely eliminating Hyhutiki. The energy of the substitute fruit then became Emperor Tion's passive ability, providing immense satisfaction. Chapter 146. The conclusion of the Pirate King. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Xianx and Mihawk continued unabated. Xianx, with a grim expression, gazed at Mihawk and said, "I do not understand your intentions in confronting me. Are you also here to stop me, Mihawk?" However, Mihawk remained silent. To become stronger, he had resolved to eliminate Xianx, and there was nothing more to discuss. No words? In that case, do not blame me if I strike first. Xianx scoffed, his murderous intent palpable. Your black blade has already been severed. Even if your swordsmanship surpasses mine now, without a good blade, you will ultimately fall to my blade. Yet, just as Xianx finished speaking, Mihawk utilized his Conqueror's Haki to reconnect the severed part of his black blade. Having fought against Emperor Tion, Mihawk had witnessed firsthand how a weaponless individual could conjure a formidable weapon through sheer ability. Such mastery surpassed that of any black blade. Thus, Mihawk was confident in his ability to defeat Xianx. After all, following his duel with Emperor Tion, he had gained insights into the way of the sword. And coupled with his intent to eliminate Xianx, the bottleneck in his swordsmanship began to loosen. Once the black blade was reformed, Mihawk's aura became subdued. With this strike, I shall slay you. Farewell, my former rival. As he unleashed his attack, he recalled the principles imparted by Emperor Tion. The essence of a swordsman's strike lies in its swiftness and ruthless intent. The blade that followed his strike bore the shadow of Emperor Tion's earlier cut. Although its potency was a mere fraction, it was far beyond what Xianx could withstand. With a flash of black light, the strike surpassed the speed of light. Although Xianx unleashed his full strength, Mihawk cleaved through his weapon, and Xianx's body was cleaved in two. Witnessing this outcome, Mihawk took a deep breath, feeling even more convinced of Emperor Tion's words. Indeed, this approach would enhance his swordsmanship. Those around them gasped in astonishment. No one expected Xianx to be so swiftly dispatched by Mihawk, a true demonstration of overwhelming swordsmanship. However, many were perplexed. Xianx and Mihawk had always shared a close relationship. Could it truly be so? Ha, splendid. I can see your swordsmanship has reached a new level. Very impressive. Emperor Tion teleported to Mihawk's side, patting him on the shoulder. Kaido, upon witnessing this, instantly grasped the situation. Ha, Mihawk, I never expected you to be like me. Have you become Emperor Tion's little brother too? If that is indeed the case, then I shall be your second brother, and you, my friend, must henceforth address me as such with the utmost respect, exclaimed Kaido with enthusiasm as he approached. After spending over 20 years in solitude as a subordinate, devoid of any junior companions, he now found solace in the alliance with his like-minded counterpart, Yen Mihawk. However, I must commend your astuteness. You recognized the futility of opposition and wisely chose to join forces. In any case, aligning yourself with my elder brother will yield you greater advantages. Kaido recalled the implications of DTN's earlier words, which hinted at a departure from this world towards a more exhilarating realm. For those of their caliber, this world had long lost its allure, having been thoroughly explored, resulting in a significant stagnation in their growth. Yen Mihawk, with a piercing gaze, addressed Kaido. I do not consider myself a match for DTN. To be acknowledged as a subordinate is indeed an honor I do not dispute. However, should you wish for me to call you my second brother, you may not yet possess the requisite qualifications. Strength reigns supreme, and I currently surpass you by a considerable margin. Kaido was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by the revelation. It was clear that Mihawk's swordsmanship had been honed under DTN's guidance, and he knew he was far from a rival. DTN, uninterested in their debate, swiftly teleported before Fujitora. The admirals, including Fujitora, Green Bull, Doseki, and Smoker, immediately tensed. What are your intentions? We are here to support the Holy Land. You wouldn't dare to kill us all, would you? Doseki spoke nervously, feeling apprehensive in the presence of the enigmatic DTN. She recalled her escape in the East Blue, realizing that had it not been for Smoker's insistence, she might have become DTN's woman by now. Naturally, she feared being singled out once again. DTN, however, did not cast a glance at Doseki. He had long been aware of her presence during his time in the East Blue. Her choice to flee marked her greatest missed opportunity. In any case, DTN would not entertain past regrets. Instead, he focused his attention on Fujitora, stating, "Admiral Fujitora, I find your gravity fruit to be of great interest. You must choose. Will you take your own life, or shall I end it for you?" His words sent a wave of tension through the surrounding Navy personnel, who felt an overwhelming sense of dread for Fujitora. Green Bull, a close friend of Fujitora, attempted to suppress his displeasure and interjected, "My Lord DTN, we have remained loyal to the world government all these years. Why treat Admiral Fujitora in such a manner? Your loyalty to the Holy Land is of no concern to me. Do you believe I am aligned with any faction? How absurd. I act solely based on my interests and desires, unbound by any constraints. What give you the right to question or instruct me?" DTN's murderous intent enveloped them, instilling an unprecedented sense of oppression that caused them to tremble. Moments later, Fujitora spoke. "Since you are interested in the gravity fruit, I willingly offer it to you." You are quite forthright. Let us proceed." Fujitora drew his staff sword, preparing to take his own life, but Green Bull intervened. "My Lord DTN, allow me to exchange my life for Fujitora's." Green Bull pleaded desperately. "Your fruit's abilities are utterly useless to me. I have no interest," DTN coldly rejected. Green Bull was left dumbfounded. "Is my fruit truly that worthless?" Fujitora reassured him. "Brother, do not despair. I have lived enough, and possessing the gravity fruit only limits my potential. It is indeed a waste on me. If DTN desires it, let it return to its rightful owner. Furthermore, I trust that this will spare our Navy from further hardship." With that, Fujitora plunged the staff sword into his heart, committing suicide. DTN, facing this act, appeared unfazed as he absorbed the powers of the gravity fruit. However, as he departed, DTN chose to employ the ability of time reversal, bringing Fujitora back to life. Green Bull and the others felt a sense of relief wash over them. In the crowd, Kizaru was drenched in cold sweat, relieved that DTN had not turned his attention towards him. "That was close. Thank goodness my light fruit is rather mediocre. Otherwise I too might have had to take my own life." Just then, a melodious song echoed through the air. Those who heard it were instantly plunged into an absolute illusion. As the world around them morphed unpredictably, many were left bewildered. Yet, some recognized the nature of this ability. This is bad. It is Yuta's power, possessing the song fruit, which had manifested over a decade ago. In the next moment, individuals who had been cognizant began to forget everything, compelled by Yuta's will to commit suicide. Yuta, the creator of this illusionary realm, appeared above in the virtual space, declaring, "Shanks is dead, Luffy is dead, all my important people, my loved ones are gone. I want everyone here to join them in death. Everyone commits suicide." Yuta, now more formidable than ever, could not only trap this world, but also control the consciousness of all within it, rendering her virtually invincible. Akin to Kagaya Otsutsuki's infinite Tsukuyomi in the Naruto universe. Only those with a powerful spirit could resist her influence. At this moment, within the virtual space, everyone except DTN was compelled to take their own lives. However, DTN activated Time Stop, quickly locating Yuta. Those who stood against him would meet their demise, especially those associated with Shanks and Luffy. It was better to leave no witnesses, even if she was strikingly beautiful. Yet, knowing he would soon venture to other worlds, where beauty was abundant, rendered her fate inconsequential. Upon slaying Yuta, the virtual realm collapsed entirely. Everyone regained clarity, retaining memories of their recent actions. That was close. It must have been DTN who saved us. Indeed, I never anticipated Yuta's abilities had grown to such terrifying heights. Yuta is truly deranged, attempting to murder us all. It is outrageous. While DTN showed no intent to eradicate us entirely, this wretched woman was willing to sacrifice us all for the sake of Shanks and Luffy. A true devil. However, it appears that Yuta has perished, for DTN will not tolerate such transgressions. Having fully absorbed the powers of the song fruit, DTN declared, "From this day forth, the world government, the Navy, and the pirates may continue to exist, but I will not allow any rebels or celestial dragons to remain." Thus, apart from Emu and the 5 elders, all the other celestial dragons were to be exterminated. As for everything else, let each act according to their own abilities. Upon uttering these words, all present suddenly began to admire DTN. They believed that, ultimately, everything stemmed from the celestial dragons exploiting the power of the world government to commit heinous acts. If the detestable celestial dragons were to be eliminated, everything would improve, and there would be no need for revolutionary forces. After speaking, DTN stepped into the fabric of time and space, heading towards the rupture domain, intrigued by Baggy's rupture fruit. At this moment, Baggy was long gone, having hidden himself away. Honorable DTon, what brings you here? Yalta cautiously inquired. Where's Baggy? To be honest, I haven't seen him for several hours. He has likely fled. Yalta, having spent over a decade in the rupture domain, understood Baggy well. Despite his formidable strength, he was excessively cautious and highly sensitive to danger, often choosing to hide at the first sign of uncontrollable situations, ensuring no one was aware of his whereabouts. Upon hearing this, DTon utilized the power of time reversal to replay the events that had transpired on Ruptured Isle, eventually confirming that Baggy had indeed fled alone. DTon pursued him relentlessly and intercepted him on a deserted island. Feeling the overwhelming aura, Baggy was immediately on high alert and attempted to hide, but it was evident he had already been discovered. Ah, Honorable DTon, what brings you here? Have those who went to the Holy Land already perished? Humph, you seem quite well informed. It appears you've been keeping a close watch, DTon remarked coldly, finding Baggy excessively timid. Upon hearing DTon's disdainful snort, Baggy promptly fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Honorable DTon, spare me. I could never defeat you, nor have I ever opposed you. I have never bullied your children either. Enough of your nonsense. I have come for the devil fruit within you. Will you take your own life, or shall I do it for you? DTon asked with undeniable authority. Horrified, Baggy begged for mercy. DTon, exasperated, proposed. How about this? Fight me with all you might. If I am satisfied, I will bring you back to life. You can truly revive me? Although Baggy believed in DTon's capabilities, he could not help but seek confirmation. What do you think? DTon replied, Ichiri. Baggy shivered. Yes, I understand. Then, Honorable DTon, forgive my transgressions. Baggy unleashed his full power, instantly splitting the entire island apart. DTon remained stationary, but swiftly appeared before Baggy, delivering a powerful punch. Baggy, in a rush, attempted to rupture himself to counter DTon's attack. DTon unleashed a torrent of lightning, dark clouds enveloping the sky as thousands of bolts rained down. Baggy, terrified, ruptured the ominous clouds above, altering the zone of the lightning strike. Quite impressive. Yet, is this truly your full strength? DTon chuckled. Baggy, trembling, confessed, though not entirely, it is nearly my full strength. Is that so? DTon exerted gravitational force, causing Baggy's fragmented body to plummet toward the ocean. This is bad, Honorable DTon. There is nothing but seawater below. I will perish. Though he lamented, he activated his abilities to split the ocean below, creating massive fissures thousands of meters deep. DTon plunged downward. Anticipating this, Baggy prepared for a counterattack, swinging his arm towards DTon, landing a blow. Immediately, DTon's body began to fragment. Baggy, unable to contain his excitement, witnessed this. DTon, however, activated time reversal to forcibly halt the fragmentation. Baggy was left dumbfounded, pondering the extent of DTon's abilities. Realizing he could not win, he pleaded, Honorable DTon, I have given it my all. I choose to take my own life. You must revive me. I have not yet lived enough. With that, he decisively crushed his own heart. Having watched the broadcast of the battle at the Holy Land, he knew DTon indeed possessed the power to resurrect the deceased. Hence his resolute decision to end his own life. Subsequently, DTon acquired Baggy's rupture fruit and revived him. Without the rupture powers, Baggy resembled a deflated balloon, utterly drained. Upon leaving, DTon cast Baggy back into the rupture domain. Thereafter, DTon began preparations to venture into other worlds. The pirate world has hastily concluded. The subsequent events have truly unraveled. There is no remedy. Next world. I shall first journey to the Akame Ga Kill universe. Although it is a niche anime, I have a great fondness for its death, a tall, powerful woman with sadistic tendencies. I shall embody a tyrannical emperor. Chapter 147. The Tyrant's Onslaught against General Bud. Congratulations, host. The role-playing task in the pirate world has been thoroughly completed. Ding. The system detects that the host has no further martial interest in this world. Ding. The system has undergone an upgrade, transitioning from a role-playing system to a cross-dimensional role-playing system. Please select the next world to traverse. The destination will be random. Having arranged the various matters of the pirate world, the system's voice resonated in DTon's mind, prompting him to initiate a random selection. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Akame Ga Kill universe. Your task is to portray a competent tyrant. Portray a tyrant, you say? TSK. There is not a single formidable opponent in that world, though this death certainly warrants my visit. However, I wish to bring some key figures from the pirate world along. Is there a way for them to accompany me? Ding. Given that the host has flawlessly completed the role-playing task on their first attempt and in a remarkably short time. The system is configured to fulfill one request from the host, although the maximum number is 4 individuals. That works. The system is quite accommodating. DemonBack felt quite pleased with this arrangement. After some deliberation, he ultimately decided to take along the Empress, Emu, Kaido, and Mihawk from the pirate world. Rest assured, in 2 or 3 years, I shall return to take you to witness the new world, DemonBack assured the other women and his children. My husband, we will heed your words. Honorable husband, I will await your return and think of you every day. Daddy, you are my favorite. You must come back and take me with you. DemonBack affectionately patted Eu's head. While she exhibited a somewhat yander disposition, she was quite obedient to him as a father, which pleased DemonBack greatly. With determination, DemonBack took his leave. The system indicated that as long as he successfully completed the role-playing task in a particular world, he would be able to connect to the previous world. This meant that if he successfully portrayed a tyrant in the Akame Kill universe, the system would facilitate a spatial passage between the pirate world and the Akame Kill universe. In time, individuals from both worlds would be able to traverse freely. Effectively, this would render all these worlds as DemonBack's dominion under his command. Not long after, DemonBack, Kaido, Mihawk, Hancock, and him descended into the world of Zhan Qihong. Brother, where are we? Have we arrived in another realm? Kaido gazed around at the unfamiliar surroundings, sensing no trace of the pirate world. To put it plainly, there was absolutely no scent of the sea. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully arrived in the Zhan Qihong world. Your task is to assume the role of a tyrant, and you need not play a designated character this time. Upon hearing the voice of the system in his mind, DemonBack understood that they were indeed in the Zhan Qihong world. Indeed, we have entered a new world. Brother, this is remarkable. It seems to have happened in the blink of an eye. But what is the name of this place? How many strong individuals reside here? Kaido expressed great curiosity. For instance, how powerful are we in this world? Who knows? To maintain an air of anticipation, DemonBack refrained from answering directly. Just then, embracing DemonBack's arm, remarked, Husband, it appears there are armies engaged in battle over there. Should we go take a look? Yes, that aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Soon, DemonBack and his companions arrived at a vast battlefield, where it was evident that the opposing forces were the Imperial soldiers and the Revolutionary Army. However, upon DemonBack's arrival, numerous Imperial soldiers stared in shock. Then, a general rushed over with a contingent of soldiers, kneeling respectfully before DemonBack and exclaiming, Your Majesty. Why have you come personally? DemonBack was taken aback. Why am I addressed as Your Majesty? Is this part of the system's design? He had initially thought he would need to overthrow a young emperor, but it seemed unnecessary now. Kaido and the others were equally astonished. How had DemonBack become Your Majesty? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? However, Hancock and Mihawk sensed that it was not a case of misidentification. DemonBack's appearance in the pirate world was already shrouded in mystery. Perhaps he truly hailed from this world. Otherwise, how could these soldiers, seemingly blind, have recognized him as Your Majesty? DemonBack, with an air of authority, declared, I merely passed through this place and did not expect you to have failed to subdue these traitors. Your Majesty, forgive us. These traitors possess several formidable Imperial artifacts that enable them to control magical beasts, which is why we have been unable to prevail. Where is Generalist Death? Your Majesty, Generalist Death is still in the south, suppressing the traitors. It seems that aside from Generalist Death, you are all a bunch of inept fools. Kaido, go and eliminate all the traitors in this area. Yes, Your Majesty. Kaido immediately fell into character. He could not afford to embarrass DemonBack by suddenly referring to him as brother. The general kneeling on the ground dared not raise his head, but was filled with confusion. Who is Kaido? Could he be a master summoned by His Majesty? Your Majesty, is that individual alone? Should I organize some troops to assist? No need. He alone is worth 100,000 lions. Upon hearing this, the Imperial general was left astounded. One man is worth 100,000 troops? Is he another Generalist Death? Kaido transformed into an azure dragon, soaring into the sky, exhaling flames that obliterated over 300,000 traitors in an instant. The Imperial army stood in shock. Good heavens, that person is transformed into a dragon. No, it's not that simple. That is a legendary super dangerous species. Could it be the cross-tailed dragon from the Eastern Cloud Sea? Impossible. That creature has existed for 1,000 years. It seems unlikely. Countless soldiers gasped in awe, engaging in fervent discussions. Yet, when they realized that this super dangerous species belonged to their empire, excitement and exhilaration surged within them. After vanquishing the traitors, DemonBack issued the command to return to the imperial capital, contemplating the tyrannical life that was only just beginning. Having become an emperor, he intended to start with a harem of 3,000 beauties. Surely, him and the empress alone would not suffice. 3 days and nights later, DemonBack and his companions triumphantly returned to the imperial capital. Husband, your nation is truly impressive. The empress, being a ruler herself, was awestruck by the grandeur of the imperial capital. It's not bad. The capital is home to over 10 million residents, with urban development sprawling for miles. DemonBack cradled the empress in one arm and him in the other. Soon, they arrived at the resplendent palace. Sitting upon the throne, he engaged affectionately with both the empress and him while attending to court matters. Congratulations, your majesty, on slaying over 300,000 traitors. The ministers and military officials below knelt respectfully. Rise. Furthermore, these two shall henceforth serve as the national guardians of the empire, General Kaido and General Mihawk. Just as DemonBack finished speaking, General Bude interjected, Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. My family has served as national guardians for 3 generations. Is it not somewhat hasty to appoint 2 individuals of unknown origin as guardians? Haha, how amusing. Bude, you dare question me? Today, I shall have your life. Mihawk, execute him. Sighing inwardly, Mihawk decided to heed DemonBack's command for the time being. Your Majesty, do you truly intend to kill me? My family has been loyal to the Empire for 3 generations, safeguarding the imperial capital and the royal lineage. Now, you would rather appoint unknown individuals over me? Preposterous. You persistently defy my will, and I decree your entire family must die. Mihawk, why do you hesitate? Yes, your Majesty. Mihawk promptly unsheathed his broken black sword. Bude was taken aback by the current emperor's folly. He realized he should have supported the young prince to assume the throne. Now, with a mere disagreement, he was to be executed along with his family. Despite Bude's loyalty, he contemplated the imperial family's decline. If the emperor was indeed so foolish, he would kill him and support the young prince to ascend, ensuring the empire's continued prosperity. As the emperor insisted on executing him and his family, Bude activated the imperial artifact, Thunder God's Fury, unleashing a tempest of lightning. Above the palace, dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. In the imperial capital, countless people stared at the unusual phenomenon in the sky, feeling an overwhelming pressure. What is happening? This strange occurrence seems to stem from General Bude's imperial artifact ability. Indeed, I have witnessed his battles several times. However, this time the thunder clouds hover above the palace. Could someone be attempting to assassinate the emperor? It's possible. I heard the emperor was traveling incognito and annihilated over 300,000 traitors. It appears the traitors are desperate, having lost so many at once. Yet, amidst the discussions, a terrifying sword aura suddenly sliced through the air. Wherever it passed, buildings were cleaved in two, and the ground was deeply scarred. In the shadows of the city, the night raid organization, led by Chi Tong, happened to witness the passing sword aura, drenched in cold sweat and unable to move for several seconds. As a top-tier swordsman, Chi Tong could distinctly feel the immense strength of the sword intent. How could it be possible for such a formidable swordsmanship to exist in this world? Moreover, it originated from the imperial palace of the capital. Could it be that someone has attempted to assassinate the emperor of the empire? If that were truly the case, it would be quite remarkable. However, as Chiong contemplated this positively, a notification emanated from the direction of the imperial palace. General Bude of the empire questioned His Majesty's will and was subsequently executed by His Majesty, along with his entire family, as a warning to the citizens of the empire. Upon the release of this announcement, countless individuals within the capital were left in shock. What? His Majesty has killed General Bude? How could this be? General Bude was the strongest in the capital, standing alongside General Isides as the foremost authority. Furthermore, General Bude's family had been loyal to the empire for 3 generations. How could they have acted against His Majesty? Could it be that the recent thunderous phenomenon in the sky was indeed General Bude launching an attack against His Majesty? At that moment, multitudes found themselves perplexed. Even those hidden rebels within the capital were left bewildered. What is this emperor plotting? This extraordinary maneuver has left even the rebels utterly confounded. After all, General Bude possessed immense strength and commanded all the imperial guards, safeguarding the royal family of the capital. It was precisely due to General Bude's presence that the capital remained impenetrable, not easily overtaken by the rebels. Qihong was equally filled with doubts. Was this a trap set by the tyrant emperor? Did he intend to lure the revolutionary forces into the capital and then eradicate them all? With such uncertainties, Qihong hastened to the opulent residence of the Bude family to investigate. Upon arrival, she beheld the decimation of the entire Bude lineage, leaving no survivors. Qihong was rendered speechless. Has this tyrant emperor truly severed his own arm, descending into such madness? Yet this was splendid news. Without General Bude, the capital no longer posed a significant threat. I must swiftly relay this information to the boss. Half an hour later, within the grand hall of the palace, a soldier reported, "Your Majesty, the entire Bude family has been eradicated, not a single one spared." The emperor proclaimed, "This is the fate that befalls those who defy my will. I do not wish for such occurrences to repeat. Otherwise, Bude's fate shall be yours." The ministers, both civil and military, trembled in cold sweat as they knelt, unable to raise their heads. Even the nefarious minister Wanister, who coveted the throne, was thoroughly intimidated. No one anticipated the emperor's sudden ferocity. They were unaware from where he had summoned such powerful individuals. One could transform into a super dangerous dragon, annihilating over 300,000 rebels in an instant. The other, with merely a broken blade, had slain a powerhouse like General Bude. Is this the source of His Majesty's newfound confidence? Moreover, I intend to expand the harem with additional concubines. Find these women for me, and ensure they are brought in alive and unharmed. The emperor inscribed the names of Qihong, Haido, Sierra, Leona, and Maine, discarding the list. Oh, and summon Isides back. I desire her company. The emperor commanded with authority, though he felt a flicker of anticipation. Isides, indeed, was a woman of remarkable caliber. Yes, Your Majesty. The ministers were utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend that the emperor had his sights set on General Isides as well. Should General Isides choose to betray the empire, it would spell disaster for the realm. Yet, despite their understanding, no one dared to oppose the emperor's will. It was the first time they felt that the court had transformed into a hellish place, and they would think twice before attending court again. After the court session concluded, Kaido remarked, "Brother, it seems the number of strong individuals in this world is rather limited. The one who was just killed by Eagle Eye appears to be only of ordinary mid-admiral caliber in our pirate world." Indeed, quite true. However, my return primarily revolves around a few women of interest. Soon, I shall venture into the realm of true strength. The emperor mused, believing that worlds such as One Punch Man, Dragon Ball, and Food Wars represented the realm of true power. In those worlds, should Kaido and Eagle Eye fail to grow more powerful, they might merely become background characters, facing their demise before long. I see now. I have my suspicions. Kaido and Eagle Eye, I entrust you with a mission to unify this world for me as swiftly as possible. Show no mercy. Those who do not surrender shall be exterminated, the emperor commanded resolutely. Peace. Apologies, I seem to be somewhat out of sorts today, not writing well. I shall capture Isides within a few chapters. Perhaps I should explore the One Punch Man world. Chapter 148. The Decapitation of the Crimson Isides. Under the leadership of Kaido and Eagle Eye, armies clashed with neighboring nations and minority groups surrounding the empire, allowing the emperor to focus solely on matters within the empire. My husband, you seem particularly intrigued by this woman, Isides. I wonder what kind of person she is in the chamber and the empress nestled close to the emperor, unable to restrain their curiosity. You shall see for yourselves. The emperor summoned an apparition of Isides using his supernatural abilities. Oh, it is her, the empress, and were momentarily taken aback. During their time in the pirate world, the emperor had conjured this female figure multiple times, and they were astonished to discover that this woman was indeed Isides. Instantly, and the empress sensed the immense pressure Isides exuded. While they displayed gentleness and submission before the emperor, they were fiercely proud and imperious towards anyone else. Merely witnessing Isides' illusion conjured by the emperor, they felt the powerful aura she radiated. What is it? I sense you both becoming quite vigilant, the emperor observed with a gentle smile directed at him and the empress. My husband, to speak candidly, we both feel that Isides is not someone to be trifled with. Ha ha, that is only natural. You may find yourselves in frequent contention with one another, but that is a matter between you women. The emperor expressed his anticipation. Having several formidable women vie for his affection was undoubtedly a delightful prospect. Hancock interjected immediately. Regardless, I acknowledge that I am no match for eyesides. That technique must be the power to freeze time and space. It is far too formidable. Therefore, I shall seize more of my husband's time now. I implore you. My husband, do not leave me. Observing Hancock's coy demeanor, the Emperor found immense joy. Yet, asserted forcefully, Hancock, you have held the position of the main consort for some time. Why, even before confronting eyesides, are you already retreating? If it comes to that, you will lose your position as well, and I shall acknowledge her as the second sister. Originally, Hancock had been the leading figure among the group of sisters, the primary consort. However, after I intervened and proved her superiority, Hancock had reluctantly ceded her position and became the primary consort, with the Empress ranked second. Sister M, since you say so, you will surely help me maintain this position, correct? Look at us, apart from our husband. We have only each other to rely on in this world. What do you say? Besides, we hail from the same realm. The Empress, in pursuit of her status and position, boldly played the emotional card. Ahem, rest assured, who would allow you to relinquish your throne so readily and call me sister? For this reason, when we inevitably confront the formidable eyesides, should we join forces, we should encounter no insurmountable obstacles. Ultimately, eyesides would become our third sister. Yes, as Sister Emu has stated. The Empress contemplated this and agreed. With the combined strength of herself and Emu, even eyesides, despite her unparalleled ability to freeze time and space, might be forcibly defeated. Upon hearing the discussion of the two women, DemonBack felt that the alliance of Emu and Hancock would likely not be enough to vanquish eyesides. According to the manga's power scale, eyesides has ascended to the true pinnacle of power in this world. Rumors in the imperial capital suggest that General Bud is on par with eyesides, which is utterly laughable. Bud, a mere shadow of strength, will be effortlessly overwhelmed if he were to truly measure himself against eyeside's might. In the manga, eyesides manifests her imperial artifact, the demon essence, with wavelengths perfectly attuned to her being. She wields this power with unparalleled mastery, unlike other artifact users who struggle to harness their artifacts fully due to mismatched wavelengths. Excessive use of an artifact's power can lead to dire consequences, yet eyesides is immune. As a sadistic queen, the ferocious energy within her bloodline suppresses the chaotic elements inherent in the artifact, such as slaughter, rage, and destruction. The Ice General, as one of her hidden trump cards, can endlessly absorb freezing magic to store it, unleashing it to create legions of ice knights capable of independent combat, boasting immense power and indomitable strength. These ice knights, once released by eyesides, can transform vast expanses of the Empire, equivalent to a third of the world's landmass, into thick sheets of ice that linger for months without melting. Furthermore, she possesses another hidden ability, the power to freeze time and space, rendering an entire realm immobile for 5 seconds, even halting thoughts and consciousness in absolute stillness. Lastly, Eyeside's innate talent is extraordinarily formidable. The ability to freeze time and space was not originally hers. It was a sudden inspiration conceived to prevent the protagonist, Tasmi, from escaping too easily, which she then swiftly mastered. In DTN's view, Eyeside's demise in the manga was purely a narrative contrivance. In reality, no one in this world could possibly defeat her. Even a power comparable to a demigod supreme artifact would likely yield a 50-50 chance against her. And this balance would require the artifact to be wielded at its full potential. Given the original context, a weak individual like the Little Emperor would probably only be able to utilize 50% of a supreme artifact's capabilities. At this juncture, the protagonist Tasmi has yet to leave his village to pursue his dreams, thus avoiding the tragic fate of 2 deaths before even departing. This is because Eyesides is currently subduing the rebel forces in the south. Only after pacifying the south will she proceed to annihilate the minority tribes in the north. A few days later, Eyesides, undefeated in battle, has driven the southern rebels into hiding, with none daring to challenge her army. Inside her tent, a report arrives. "My lord, the sovereign in the imperial capital has sent a decree. One of Eyeside's 3 beast warriors, Liwa, formerly a general of the empire, had been imprisoned by the nefarious Minister Onist due to his refusal to engage in corruption. Before his impending execution, he was taken as a slave by Eyesides. Liwa, deeply impressed by Eyeside's unparalleled martial prowess and her kindness towards her subordinates, has sworn unwavering loyalty to her, willing to die for her without hesitation. To him, Isides has granted him a true rebirth. Why has the sovereign summoned me back? Isides inquired, seated upon her exclusive throne, one hand resting against her temple. My lord, it would be best for you to see for yourself. Liwa hesitated to speak, for the content of the decree would incite a desire to slay the current sovereign. No worries, read it aloud. I shall listen. Isides, feeling increasingly disinterested, found the southern enemies too feeble, knowing that the battle would soon conclude and boredom would return swiftly. Yes, my lord. The decree stated that the sovereign demands Isides to return to the imperial capital within 3 days to serve him. Liwa could not suppress his cold sweat, understanding that even the sovereign's request for Isides to perform such a task was a clear affront. However, Isides, intrigued by the news, reacted with interest. What did you say? That incompetent sovereign wishes for me to return and serve him? My lord, that is indeed what the decree states, Liwa replied, handing the document to Isides. Upon reading it, Isides was filled with excitement and joy. Has the sovereign's courage grown? How intriguing. But if he desires me to serve him, he must conquer me by force first. Liwa, the remaining territories in the south that have yet to be subdued will be entrusted to you. I shall return to the capital overnight, and am eager to see what the sovereign has in mind. Yes, my lord, but please exercise caution. There is also news from the capital that the sovereign, in a fit of anger, executed General Bud and put to death his entire family. Upon hearing this, Isides became even more exhilarated, her expression brimming with delight. Ah, it seems our sovereign has been hiding his strength. Although Bud was merely a mediocre character in my eyes, the fact that the sovereign could slay him indicates he is indeed stronger than Bud. With that, Isides boarded her specially designated carriage and swiftly returned to the imperial capital. The next morning, Isides arrived outside the city gates of the capital. Quickly, open the gates. General Isides has returned. Although Isides held the esteemed title of general, she adhered to the order of the capital, never allowing her status to supersede the laws of the empire. Meanwhile, the populace buzzed with speculation. Surely, the sovereign does not intend to execute General Isides? Many believe this was a scheme orchestrated by Minister Onest. Yes, it must be. Onest aims to utilize the sovereign's supreme power to eliminate any threats to his position. With General Bud now dead, only the formidable General Isides remains. Are you all fabricating rumors? I heard the sovereign summoned General Isides to serve him. What? Serve him? Has the sovereign lost his mind to dare make such a demand of General Isides? Shoo, keep your voice down. If someone hears you, they may kill your entire family. As Isides returned post-haste, many in the capital were filled with anticipation for what was to come. Who among them did not know that General Isides was a war fanatic? To conquer a woman like Isides, known for her sadistic tendencies, would not be an easy feat, even for the current emperor. In the imperial harem, a nervous maid rushed in to report, Your Majesty, General Isides has returned and is currently in the Grand Hall. In the midst of his duties, DemonBack, upon hearing the return of Isides, promptly concluded his current affairs. After donning the majestic black dragon emperor robe, he led Imu and the empress to the court. The attending maidens observed the emperor's vigorous demeanor and marveled at his remarkable resilience, having not left his quarters for 4 days and nights, yet appearing unfazed. Moreover, the 2 imperial consorts by his side seemed equally formidable. It was evident that if Etienne could indeed win the favor of Isides, the imperial harem would become quite lively. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Isides exclaimed, immediately kneeling with one knee on the ground in a gesture of respect upon seeing Etienne. Had she truly rushed back overnight? Etienne inquired with authority. Given the efficiency of communication within the imperial capital, it would typically take at least 3 days for messages to reach the southern territories. Yet here it was only the 4th day, and Isides had already returned. Indeed, Your Majesty, she replied with enthusiasm. It seems that General Isides is quite intrigued by my request. So what are your thoughts? Are you willing to serve me? Etienne emanated an overwhelming aura, filled with potent hormones that filled the Grand Hall. To others, this presence was akin to the majestic might of a dragon, instilling fear. However, for Isides, it felt like a beast challenging her, igniting an exhilarating flame within her blood, compelling her to engage in a contest of strength. Your Majesty, you indeed conceal your true power, and I find myself quite intrigued by you. Should you conquer me with your might, I shall serve you. However, should you fail to subdue me, you may very well meet your demise in battle. Have you considered this? Isides spoke with keen delight. Impudent. General Isides, How dare you speak so? Imu reproached loudly, thinking that this woman had far too little regard for Ditian. If she were to become Ditian's woman, it would be troublesome, given her domineering demeanor, which could easily dismiss both her and Hankuka. After all, she currently showed little respect for Ditian. Huh? Your Majesty, who are these two? One minister remarked, recalling that when he had departed to the south to quell the insurrection, such powerful women had not been in Ditian's retinue. However, Your Majesty's summons back has indeed surprised me greatly. I see Day cease battle intent flickered, clearly eager for a grand clash, not immediately with Ditian, but rather with the two women beside him. After sensing Imu's overwhelming presence, she immediately recognized the strength emanating from her. Ditian, perceiving I see Day cease anticipation, responded, I see Day see, you shall first battle my two consorts. Defeat them, and you may earn the right to contend with me. Should you fail, you will return to clean yourself and serve me tonight. As you command, I see Day see acquiesced readily. Thus, they proceeded to the grand training arena. Ladies, shall you fight together or take turns? I see Day see inquired eagerly, sensing the formidable prowess of both women, far surpassing that of the weak Boudet. No wonder Ditian had shown no hesitation in eliminating him. Indeed, useless individuals deserved such fates. I see Day see increasingly felt that Ditian was quite to her liking, her battle spirit surging as she glanced eagerly at him, seemingly impatient to engage in combat. I have heard that General Day is quite powerful, so I shall team up with Han Kuka to face you. You wouldn't dare to back out now, would you? Imu retorted, her demeanor commanding. Fear not, both of you. I have never been more exhilarated. Day declared. However, let us establish a condition. Should you lose to us sisters, you shall henceforth refer to me as sister with due respect. The two empresses are quite confident, but I doubt that Ditian can subdue this general, let alone the two of you, Day proclaimed, and with a mighty stomp, the vast training ground was instantaneously encased in ice. Countless mantle spikes erupted from the ground, launching a relentless assault towards Imu and Hankuka. Is it the power of freezing? Both Imu and the Empress were taken aback, for such abilities were typically wielded by the likes of Akiji within the world of pirates, and they were well aware of the might of freezing powers. Sister Imu, allow me to handle this, the Empress stated, activating the awakened powers of her sweet fruit, releasing a wave of pink energy that swiftly engulfed the surroundings. The ice and the rising mantle spikes were all petrified. Day was astonished by this display. She mused that the two women who had unexpectedly appeared by the Emperor's side were indeed extraordinary. Moreover, they appeared to be users of Imperial artifacts. This was intriguing. It seemed that this general would finally have the opportunity for a thrilling battle. Her battle intent surged to a frenzied level, as she unleashed her freezing magic to counter Han Kuka's petrification ability. The Empress had not anticipated that Day would be so resistant to her stone casting, which was somewhat expected, as Day was a woman of great interest to Ditian, and her strength was not to be underestimated. Han Kuka assumed that even without mastery over the power to freeze time, Day should be stronger than herself. However, unbeknownst to her, Day had not yet mastered any power to freeze time. Seeing that Han Kuka had failed to threaten Day, Imu seized the moment to strike, unleashing her life-absorbing aura. This move had once intimidated Ditian over 20 years ago. Thus, the force of life absorption surged inexorably toward Day. Day remained highly vigilant, her instincts honed by countless battles, immediately sensing the impending danger. She unleashed even more of her magical power to resist, exuding a potent aura that threatened to overpower. Black markings, resembling a swarm of tadpoles, spread across her body. With a thunderous crash, Day unleashed an even more terrifying freezing magic, thickening the layers of ice in the previously frozen areas. The sheer ferocity of her freezing ability was astonishing. Even Akiji could scarcely compare. It was akin to the might of a prehistoric behemoth. The blizzard it conjured was overwhelming. Imu could not help but be astonished. Her intuition was indeed sharp. The power of Day's imperial artifacts stemmed from the most northern reaches, derived from the blood of a colossal and perilous creature. The freezing aura released by such an enormous ice beast was not to be equated with mere human capabilities. Ditian observed from his throne outside the arena, contemplating how Day was indeed a woman of profound depth. He yearned to delve deeper into her capabilities, certain that she would not disappoint. Imu, Han-ku-ka, give it your all. I find myself impatient to witness this spectacle. Ditan opened his mouth and commanded, indeed, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, both Emu and Hancock exchanged knowing glances, instinctively unleashing their conqueror's haki. Emu's conqueror's haki was of a caliber that could only be described as heavenly punishment. As it was released, the very fabric of the world transformed into a dark crimson hue, with countless thunderbolts wreaking havoc across the battlefield and even in the skies above. The oppressive aura surged dramatically, causing many officials present to collapse to the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. If the former General Bud's control over the Imperial artifact, the Thunder God, could summon ominous clouds and thunder, then the current manifestation of thunder was akin to an apocalyptic force, a divine power that compelled individuals to reflect upon their own sins, instilling a sense of dread within them. What tremendous power was this, capable of saturating the sky with an overwhelming force of destruction? It was unfathomable where the Emperor had found these two formidable beings. If this continued, even General Isteth might not stand a chance against them. This was indeed the strength of deities. If Isteth's power existed in a different dimension compared to that of ordinary people, then what was unfolding now represented a battle between the divine and forces from yet another dimension. Particularly, Minister Onest was so terrified that he broke into a cold sweat, paralyzed on the ground for an extended period. He had been contemplating supporting the young prince to become the emperor of this nation, hoping to control the entire empire through him. However, it now appeared that the current emperor had become a formidable force, seemingly intent on revealing his true intentions. It was a bitter pill to swallow. He wondered if he could win over these two women, perhaps like his death. On the battlefield, the Empress also released her conqueror's haki. Though slightly weaker, the combined display of their haki created a more terrifying oppressive force, making the very air feel thick and viscous. Isteth was naturally astonished. She had never encountered such a fearsome pressure before, feeling it surpassed any previous enemy, even the most dangerous of species. It was a delightful surprise. Had she known the Emperor had such powerful allies, she would not have needed to wage war across the lands. However, their powers were indeed peculiar, provoking a desire to dissect and study their bodies. After all, they were not mere Imperial artifact users, but wielders of strength surpassing most artifacts. Isteth quickly discerned that Emu and the Empress possessed extraordinary powers. If they were indeed artifact users, it would be impossible for them to exhibit identical powers. Your insight is remarkable. No wonder the Emperor values you so highly. However, due to our respective identities, we shall not show you any mercy going forward, Emu declared, vanishing in an instant to appear beside Isteth. A terrifying life domain enveloped Isteth, siphoning her life force. Within mere seconds, Isteth felt her vitality, spirit, and strength rapidly depleting. Seeing this, Hancock delivered a kick empowered by haki towards Isteth. Isteth managed to resist their attacks, with a barrier of ice formed from her magical energy. However, the barrier soon displayed spiderweb-like cracks after taking the brunt of Hancock's powerful kick. Isteth realized that if this continued, she would eventually be drained of all her strength and face inevitable defeat. The thought of losing was unacceptable to her. Enraged, her eyes glimmered with murderous intent, and a strange red light flickered within her pupils. In that moment, Isteth unleashed a significant portion of her magical seals, releasing a terrifying surge of power. The Ice General unleashed a colossal wave of icy energy, enveloping the battlefield and the skies above. Even the Empress and Emu were nearly frozen. Had it not been for their haki defenses, they were forced back. Amidst the blinding snowstorm, the sound of thundering hooves echoed, heralding the arrival of numerous ice knights wielding icy spears, charging towards the Empress and Emu with unstoppable ferocity. The two women activated their observation haki, employing their formidable martial arts to dismantle the ice knights. Yet, they continued to pour in relentlessly, and after battling for nearly half an hour, the fight showed no signs of conclusion. At this rate, they would be unable to approach Isteth. Additionally, they needed to guard against her ability to freeze time. A careless mistake would spell their doom. Emu transmitted her thoughts to the Empress through their observation haki. Indeed, it seems we must eliminate these ice knights in one fell swoop. Otherwise, we will be at a significant disadvantage. The Empress pondered for a moment before speaking. Sister Emu, your ability is the life fruit, correct? I will now employ my most potent powers, but I fear my stamina may not suffice. That is simple. I will sustain your vitality and spirit, keeping you at your peak. Very well. As Emu and the Empress united their strengths, Emu continuously transmitted life energy to the Empress, maintaining her vitality and spirit. The Empress felt invigorated, and she activated her fruit's ability. Cradling a pink orb before her chest, it began to absorb pink energy, growing larger and denser. Once sufficiently charged, she hurled the basketball-sized pink orb into the midst of the Ice Knights. With a mere thought, the orb erupted into a cascade of pink light, petrifying everything in its path. Emu and the Emperor were able to resist the petrification, showing no signs of being turned to stone. However, the myriad of Ice Knights on the battlefield were transformed into stone sculptures. Even Death found herself unable to defend against this power, showing signs of petrification on her surface. Faced with such instantaneous suppression, Death was extremely displeased and unleashed all her magical seals, accessing forbidden powers. Countless black symbols, like curses, crawled across her body, heralding an even more terrifying icy magic. Yet, she refrained from releasing it, causing temperatures to plummet across half the imperial capital, freezing everything in its wake. Emperor Tiantian observed with a detached gaze as his Death's inner power surged forth, akin to a super dangerous creature awakened, yet entirely subjugated by her, now merely cooperating to unleash an even more formidable magical force. It appeared that true combat was necessary to extract more of his Death's latent strength. In the original narrative, the pressure exerted by Qitong had never truly compelled his Death to reveal her genuine power. Perhaps at that moment, his Death had witnessed Tasmi's demise and wished to escape to another world with him. Reflecting on this now, it seemed his Death was indeed a romantic at heart, a sadistic war fanatic who could not escape the grip of love. Indeed, a paradigmatic textbook has been created. Love truly has the power to render one foolish, thought Etienne to himself. At this moment, the battlefield was starkly divided between two formidable forces. The terrifying ice magic of Icy Day stood resolutely against the combined might of the Empress and Emu. In the short term, it seemed nearly impossible for either side to achieve a decisive victory. Instead, the relentless release of their powers resulted in countless lives being drained, petrified, or frozen to death within the imperial city. Mere minutes had passed, and already hundreds of thousands had perished. Even Etienne was compelled to intervene. Such a staggering loss of life was beyond his capacity to resurrect entirely. Moreover, if this continued, the entire imperial city was on the brink of annihilation. You may cease your efforts, Etienne commanded with an air of authority. Yet, at that moment, Icy Day was utterly oblivious, reveling in the unprecedented thrill of battle. Furthermore, she was a prodigy. Her strength rapidly escalated with each engagement. Your Majesty, Icy Day shows no intention of relenting. We cannot halt, the Empress lamented. Very well, allow me to take charge, Etienne declared, abruptly activating his time-stopping ability. He seized Icy Day and, manipulating the fabric of time and space, they were instantaneously transported beyond the world, arriving on a vividly colored celestial body. As Icy Day regained her senses, astonishment washed over her. She had no idea what had transpired. Nevertheless, it was evident that during the battle, when commanded to cease, she had chosen to ignore the directive. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Icy Day inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. You lack the ability to freeze time. Continuing this battle would not be wise against their combined strength, Etienne replied decisively. Upon hearing this, Icy Day bristled with defiance. Your Majesty, you underestimate me. I have yet to face defeat. From what I discerned in our recent clash, I was merely beginning to take things seriously. Your confidence is refreshing, and I admire it greatly. However, Emu possesses the power of immortality, having lived for over 1,000 years, while the Empress's petrifying abilities, particularly in her Medusa form, rival those of deities. Even should the soul of the ice beast within you emerge, you would struggle against her. Furthermore, with Emu's life force continuously replenishing her, neither of you would weaken, even after a month of fighting. Now, do you believe you can endure such a duration, or do you doubt my words? Etienne stated calmly. In that moment, Icy Day realized that her concealed strength had been fully perceived by Etienne. Nevertheless, her spirit remained unyielding. If your Majesty wishes to earn my complete trust, you must engage me in battle. Though I am uncertain of this place, it is vast enough to allow us to fight freely. With her fighting spirit ignited, Etienne burst into laughter, exuding dominance as he gazed at Icy Day. No, You are not yet worthy to contend with me. No one in this world can match my strength. Yet, to ensure your conviction, I shall reveal a fraction of my immense power." With a resounding clap of his hands, Tien unleashed the force of fragmentation, and as he slowly separated his palms, it felt as if they were resisting an immense weight. The celestial body beneath them began to shatter, revealing a terrifying scene of destruction. Day's pupils dilated in shock as she felt her own power diminish to that of an ant in comparison. "Come, follow me," Tien suddenly beckoned, elevating Day to a vantage point where they could witness the disintegration of the world below. As Day comprehended the magnitude of the devastation, she recognized not only the vastness of the universe, but the sheer size of the celestial body that had been obliterated by Tien's single action. Realizing the depth of his power, a wave of anxiety washed over her. She had been conquered by Tien. Consequently, she understood that she would soon find herself in a position of servitude to him, a thrill coursing through her veins. This was certainly a novel experience for her. "How do you feel now? Have you begun to appreciate my strength?" Tien asked, his hand gripping Day's chin, inhaling her intoxicating scent. It was true. Every woman carried a unique fragrance, yet they shared a common allure. Day's cheeks flushed crimson. Tien's might not only excited her, but also stirred her heart. In her eyes, only a man of such formidable power, one who was invincible, was worthy of her admiration, possessing an irresistible charm. At that moment, as Day's thoughts aligned with this revelation, she found herself succumbing to the magnetic pull of Tien's overwhelming presence, her anticipation surging for the first time. "Naturally, I admire your Majesty's formidable strength," she confessed, her demeanor shifting to one of bashful femininity. Tien's hearty laughter resonated in response. "Ah, my beloved, not only am I powerful, but I excel in all aspects. One day, I wish to hear you plead for mercy." He swept Day into his arms, opening a portal through time and space, swiftly returning them to the Imperial Palace. However, as he prepared to toss Day onto the bed, she unexpectedly launched a surprise attack, driving an ice spear through Tien's heart. He stood frozen, his eyes narrowing with cold intensity. "My beloved, what is the meaning of this? You dare to ambush me?" Descending from Tien's embrace, Day perched herself on the bed, her long, elegant legs crossed. "Beloved? You should address me as your Majesty instead. While I concede your strength, I prefer to conquer rather than be conquered. It is unfortunate that during our first close encounter, you let your guard down so easily, underestimating my resolve. Had you evaded my ambush, perhaps I would have genuinely submitted to you. But now, you are on the brink of death, which is truly regrettable. Rest assured, after your demise, I shall care for your two women. Their strength will provide me with a worthy challenge." Day remarked with intrigue. Tien laughed heartily. "I never imagined Day would possess such a nature. Is it because I lack the protagonist's aura that you dare to defy me?" Yet, internally, he felt a twinge of discontent towards Tatsumi in the original tale, questioning why he, a seemingly feeble character, could claim Day's true affection. In truth, Day's character struck him as somewhat amusing, despite being a fervent warrior with blood on her hands. She secretly harbored an affinity for the innocence of an unblemished smile. However, Day soon sensed something amiss. Warily, she sat upright on the bed. Addressing Tien, "Your Majesty, your heart has been pierced. How is it that you still live?" Upon witnessing a flicker of unease in Day's, Tien could not help but chuckle heartily. "Disobedient beloved, you are referring to this heart of mine, aren't you?" With a flourish of his spatial fruit abilities, Tien extracted his heart, presenting it before Day's. "Your Majesty, you." Day's gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening as her mind struggled to comprehend the sight before her. A sudden thought struck her. Perhaps the Emperor was indeed a monster. How could he remove his heart without any harm? She had aimed directly at the heart's location, and it should have been pierced through. "Tien, you have greatly underestimated me. The reason I do not guard against you is simply because no matter how you attempt to ambush me, you cannot threaten my life," Tien asserted, effortlessly withdrawing the icy spike from where his heart had been and watching as the wound healed instantaneously. He then returned his heart to its rightful place. For the first time, Day's found herself stepping back, overwhelmed by the events of the day that had shattered her understanding. The Emperor was no longer merely powerful. He was an invincible creature. Tien approached her and decisively pushed her onto the bed. This time, ICDC offered no resistance, abandoning her previous notions of preferring to conquer rather than be conquered. Half a month later, ICDC truly experienced Tian's might, her heart swelling with awe and infatuation. After all, no woman could resist the emperor's charm and his enduring, domineering gentleness. Initially, one might refuse or recoil, but as time passed, affection blossomed, and she found herself deeply enamored with Tian. "Your Majesty, you are truly terrifying," she confessed. "The first encounter left me utterly defenseless. I fear it may take several days before I can leave this room in peace." As she helped Tian adjust his attire, she felt a profound weakness, her body still soft and pliable from their recent encounters. Tian smiled gently, inquiring, "So, do you prefer a man of formidable strength like myself, or one with an innocent, radiant smile?" ICDC looked puzzled, unsure of the emperor's insinuation. "Your Majesty, who possesses an innocent smile? I now find myself drawn to a man of your unmatched power. You have truly conquered my heart. It is filled solely with your image." Nestled in Tian's embrace, ICDC spoke softly, appearing to have attained a happiness she never possessed before, genuinely falling for Tian. Indeed, even the most assertive woman can be swayed by a man of greater strength. "Very well, if you feel weak and powerless, rest well for a few days. I have matters to attend to," he said. "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall rest." At that moment, ICDC spoke through beads of sweat, revealing how much she had endured over the past fortnight. Although her strength could rival that of Imu or the Empress in combat, she lacked the ability to return from death, and thus, in that regard, she fell short of Imu. As Tian exited the royal chamber, Imu and the Empress eagerly approached. "Husband, you have not shown us any affection for half a month." The Empress feigned a pout. "Please, allow me some time. I have matters to attend to," Tian replied gently. "Very well, I shall continue to wait." The Empress blushed, her request tinged with a hint of desperation. Imu chimed in, "You too, right? Once I have ample time, I will tend to both of you." "Understood. However, what are you so busy with, dear husband? Now that ICDC has captured your interest, is there anyone else who piques your curiosity?" "You will find out in due time," Tian responded, opening a portal through time and space, preparing to visit the headquarters of the Night Raid organization. According to the Empire's intelligence, without assembling a hunting group, it would be impossible to locate the Night Raid in such a short span, and thus he could not retrieve those assassins. As soon as Tian departed, Imu and the Empress rushed into the room. ICDC was about to lie down when she faced the two of them. "Ahem, ICDC, are you preparing to rest?" Imu began. "I have some chicken soup and ginseng broth prepared for you. Would you care for some?" "Thank you. But you both have entered for another reason, haven't you?" ICDC asked coolly. As a strong woman, even after becoming the Emperor's consort, her fierce spirit compelled her to claim Tian for herself, unwilling to share him with others. "Indeed, half a month ago, we battled together. Though there was no clear victor, we might as well consider it a draw. We have no intention of taking advantage of you. After all, we are all Tian's women. We are sisters now, and we must serve him well together," Imu explained. "We decided that since I am the second sister, I shall relinquish that position to you, ICDC. As for myself, I shall remain the eldest sister. What do you think?" ICDC coldly replied. "I am sorry, but I do not require sisters. Tian will belong solely to me. You should return whence you came." Imu and the Empress exchanged frowns, their expressions turning icy. "How presumptuous of you, ICDC. What gives you the right to monopolize Tian? Besides, even in a one-on-one fight, you are no match for either of us," the Empress confidently asserted. Over the past 2 weeks, both Imu and the Empress had gathered ample information about ICDC. While she was undoubtedly strong, it was evident that she lacked the ability to freeze time. The power to do so seemed to be a future ability ICDC would possess. "What gave me the right? I have spent half a month with Tian. To be honest, we have been quite active without rest. Shouldn't you acknowledge my strength? Do you have such accomplishments?" ICDC declared, pride swelling within her. The Empress found herself at a loss for words, realizing that she did not possess such achievements. The most formidable instance she could recall was a 10-day standoff, after which she surrendered, clenching her fists in frustration. She found it difficult to counter ICDC's claims. Meanwhile, Imu burst into laughter. "ICDC, how amusing. What I'm about to say is quite fair. Your half-month with Tian indeed showcases some prowess, surpassing Hankuka. However, in the presence of my strength, you are utterly insignificant." Imu reveled in her triumph, recalling her 6-month-long remarkable endeavors, realizing that even 10 IC could not compare. Victory was assured. "Oh, what is your battle record, Aimu?" asked Ice Disu with a cold demeanor, pondering whether Aimu could surpass her own achievements after merely half a month. After all, they were both women, and the disparity in their capabilities could not be that vast. She was not particularly concerned about the possibility of Aimu lying. She could simply inquire with His Majesty for confirmation later. "Ahem, to be frank, I have endured for 6 months without a single pause. If you don't believe me, you can ask my husband," Aimu replied with a sense of satisfaction. Reflecting on that period brought a wave of nostalgia for the joy she had experienced. Upon hearing this, Ice Disu was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say? 6 months? Why not? Do you think Aimu, your elder sister, is weak? Aimu has the power of eternal life and has lived for over 1,000 years. How could someone in their 20s, like you, possibly triumph?" Hancock interjected, crossing her arms with an air of indifference. Ice Disu recalled that Emperor Tian had mentioned something about Aimu and Hancock's abilities existing beyond the world. She had completely forgotten in the haze of happiness over the past half-month. Emperor Tian had stated that Aimu possessed infinite life force, having lived for over a millennium, while Hancock, despite her petrification abilities, had the power of life restoration. Therefore, if she continued to confront both Aimu and the Empress, she would ultimately be at a disadvantage due to insufficient magical energy. Well, 6 months is indeed an astronomical figure, though I am reluctant to concede. I must acknowledge your prowess. So, I trust you have no objections to my position as the leader? "Well, I suppose so," Ice Disu replied, resignedly recognizing that she could not backtrack now. She simply could not afford to lose face. However, she was genuinely curious about how exhilarating it must have been to endure for 6 months. "All right then, from now on, I shall refer to you as my sister. As for Hancock, she shall call you elder sister, since she only has a record of 10 days, Aimu said with a playful smile. Hancock, feeling awkward, retorted, "This is merely temporary. Next time, I will last much longer. Just wait and see." All right. No need to be upset. Ice Disu came after us. And we both have daughters of Emperor Tian now. Let us not be too harsh on Ice Disu. Aimu consoled Hancock as she pulled her outside. Subsequently, the two brought Ice Disu a plethora of nourishing soups to restore her strength. "Sister, drink more of this to nourish your body. We cannot allow the fetus to suffer from malnutrition." At this remark, Ice Disu nearly spat out the rich broth she had just sipped. "This is just the beginning. It cannot be that exaggerated. Moreover, children, I'm not mentally prepared for that yet." The thought of having a child made Ice Disu anxious and flustered, as she had never contemplated the day she might bear a child. "Not exaggerated at all. Your husband is so formidable. It is impossible for you not to conceive. Both Hancock and I have daughters who are already 20 years old. 20 already? Indeed. However, it was due to my husband's abilities that once the children were born, we traversed 20 years into the future. For us, it was merely a fleeting moment, but our daughters have grown for 2 decades. Is that so? My husband's capabilities are indeed astonishing." Ice Disu was left astounded. Time travel was utterly inconceivable. Clearly, she did not know enough about Emperor Tian and resolved to gain a deeper understanding in the future. Meanwhile, Emperor Tian emerged from the fabric of time and space, appearing at the base of the night raid. "Who goes there?" Akatsuki detected Emperor Tian immediately. As Emperor Tian turned, Akatsuki instinctively retreated in fear. "The Emperor of the Empire, how did you find us?" she exclaimed, brimming with suspicion, convinced that the area was likely crawling with the Emperor's spies. "Tomorrow will bring an end to it all. The sister-slaying arc. This has been hastily written, so please do not take it too seriously." Chapter 151. This book reaches its grand conclusion. We shall meet again in the world of Jianghu. Akatsuki, it is time for you to make a choice. Either become my woman, or I shall have your companion slain, Emperor Tian proclaimed, turning to gaze down at Akatsuki with an air of superiority. That contemptuous gaze instilled in Akatsuki, a formidable assassin, an unprecedented sense of oppression, akin to staring into an unfathomable abyss. However, she quickly furrowed her brow, questioning whether she had misheard. Was this tyrant truly suggesting she become his woman? "Are you serious? I am merely an assassin. What qualifications do I have to become a woman of someone so exalted? Besides, even as a mortal assassin, I aspire to be a true woman, not a mere plaything," she asserted. In her view, the emperor was not a virtuous leader. Whether in governing the populace or treating the women of the palace, he likely viewed them as fleeting whims rather than human beings. "Is this your choice?" Emperor Roshan's gaze hardened. his mood souring as he unleashed the power of the thunder fruit. Dark storm clouds gathered above, crackling with thunder. Upon witnessing this, Akatsuki's legs weakened. Was this the true might of the Empire's emperor? Was this the wrath of the Thunder God? She had heard that merely half a month prior, General Bud had been slain by this emperor, whose powers could command lightning itself. Soon, the members of Night Raid, alarmed by the commotion, hastened to the scene. Najinda, Brand, Hill, Mine, Leon, and Lubbock. Akatsuki, what is happening? Najinda inquired immediately, fearing that Akatsuki's presence had revealed their location to the tyrannical emperor. Boss, I do not know. This emperor just suddenly appeared here. Akatsuki replied cautiously, keeping her guard up against Emperor Tian. Have you fought him? Najinda observed the tense atmosphere and the sharp tensions, suspecting that the two had already clashed. Not at all. I am not his match. My instincts are quite strong. If I were to engage, I will be slain on the spot. Although I do not fear death, I do not wish to die without having done anything, Akatsuki stated earnestly. This was the first time Najinda felt the gravity of the situation. If even Akatsuki had no confidence, it was likely that none of them, even in unison, could pose a threat to this emperor. Yet, Najinda was perplexed. How had this emperor grown so powerful? Was that terrifying aura truly from the same emperor of your boss? This emperor offered me a choice to become his woman in exchange for sparing us. What should I do? Akatsuki reported, contemplating the reluctant sacrifice she might have to make if her leader consented. Upon hearing this, Najinda was momentarily stunned. This emperor was still so consumed by carnal desires that he would personally come to the Night Raid's base, driven by a mere infatuation? Your Majesty, it has been long since we last met. I did not expect you to have grown so formidable. Or have you been concealing your strength all along? Najinda forced herself to remain calm. As the leader of Night Raid, she cannot show fear or panic, lest the morale of her troops crumble. At this very moment, Maiter, Linai, and Lebuc, even Brand, who had transformed into a true man, could not help but break into a cold sweat, their bodies trembling slightly. However, one cannot blame their timidity. The ominous storm clouds above were utterly terrifying, as if the lightning within them responded to the command of the Emperor before them, ready to unleash countless horrific thunderblades at a mere thought. Boom! Tian, with no intention of conversing with Nagiata, immediately summoned a bolt of lightning that struck her directly. Nagiata was engulfed in flames, unable to evade the blow, as it was all too sudden. Chitong, Sheer, and I gasped in shock, their pupils dilating. Ah, boss! They cried out in unison, utterly at a loss, their hearts sinking as they realized their boss had been slain right before their eyes. See, Chitong, this is the price of a wrong choice. However, I shall grant you all another opportunity. I demand Linai, Sure, Mai, and Chitong to come and appease me, and I shall revive your boss. Otherwise, you shall face annihilation, Tian declared with an imposing presence. In that moment, he seemed like a god, exuding an aura of absolute authority. Although Chitong and the others doubted Tian's ability to resurrect their boss, they inexplicably felt that he was not deceiving them, as if he could truly achieve it. Without hesitation, I stepped forward. I promise to become your woman. Please save her, she cried, tears streaming down her face. She could not bear to see Nagiata perish. Years ago, when she was alone and destitute, it was Nagiata who had taken her in, allowing her to survive to this day. You alone cannot represent everything. I want them all, Tian replied coolly. Sheer then stepped forward as well. As long as it means resurrecting our boss, I will do anything. The normally naive Sheer was surprisingly composed at this moment, entirely in the mindset of a born killer. Leonai sighed. It seems fate has brought us here. We have revolted for so long, only to discover how powerful His Majesty truly is. To call him godlike is no exaggeration. I, recognizing the times, choose to become your woman, she stated boldly, accepting her fate with grace. Chitong discarded her weapon, the deadly Muramesa, and asked, Is it enough now? Are you satisfied? Ha ha, splendid. It appears you are all wise, Tian laughed arrogantly. With a wave of his hand, he channeled the power of time reversal, instantly resurrecting the burning Nagiata as if nothing had ever happened. As Nagiata regained her senses, she felt a strange confusion, as though she had just awakened from a horrific dream where she had been struck down by the tyrant's lightning and burned to death. Upon witnessing their boss Nagiata truly resurrected and unharmed, Chitong, Mai, and Sheer erupted with joyous tears. Yet their hearts were filled with even greater shock at the Emperor's unfathomable power. What kind of ability was this? Could he truly be a divine being? Boss, we have chosen to become his women. Also, please do not serve the Revolutionary Army anymore. It is impossible to oppose the Empire with him in power. It will never be overthrown, Chi Tong said earnestly. Nagieta hesitated, but Mai quickly implored, Boss, please do not be his enemy. You were just killed by him, and it was only because of our choice that you were resurrected. Nagieta was taken aback, realizing that she had indeed been killed, not just dreaming. Yes, boss. We cannot win, Leonai affirmed seriously. Enough with the talk. You are all mine now. Address me as husband, and if I am pleased, you might soon experience happiness. Only then will you truly become my women, treated with gentleness. He added, and Nagieta, I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next time, I will annihilate your revolutionary army completely. Sighing inwardly, Nagieta recognized that in the face of absolute power, all schemes were futile. This visit from the emperor, showcasing such strength, had instilled an unprecedented sense of despair within them. The revolutionary army's ambition was laughably futile. With such a terrifying emperor, they would only invite their own demise. Understood. Thank you for your reminder, Your Majesty. However, they're good girls, and I hope you will treat them well, Nagieta said earnestly. Their treatment depends on their choices. I have always been gentle with my women. As long as they obey, I will fulfill their every wish, Di Tian proclaimed with authority. Upon hearing this, Nagieta thought to herself that the emperor's words were not mere rhetoric. Perhaps she could trust him this once. Chi Tong, you all must obey. Quickly call him husband. With you in the empire, things will surely improve. Nagieta reasoned that if Chi Tong and the others became the emperor's women, they could gain his trust through their favor and perhaps manage the empire effectively. Chi Tong nodded, her expression devoid of emotion as she addressed Di Tian, husband. Mai pouted and followed suit, calling out husband. Leonai, more alluring than before, seductively uttered, husband. Naively, Sheer, for reasons unknown, became nervous and stuttered, husband. Di Tian shook his head, stating this won't do. Your voices evoke no excitement in me. Instead, they incite my anger. Do you still harbor the illusion that I am taking advantage of you? In a fit of rage, Di Tian conjured a colossal giant, towering 1,000 meters, looking down upon Chi Tong and the others. In this world, I am an invincible presence. In your hearts, I should be akin to a god. Yet here you are, under my very gaze, attempting to overthrow my millennium-old empire. That I have not killed you all in a fit of rage is my mercy. His voice reverberated throughout the empire, a declaration of his unparalleled supremacy. Chi Tong and the others were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling beneath them, suffocated by despair. They could scarcely believe that the empire they had resisted was represented by such a terrifying being. How could they have dared to oppose him? Furthermore, this emperor possessed such immense power, yet had not personally intervened. It truly was an act of mercy. Otherwise, should he unleash his wrath, rivers of blood would flow. Brand and Lebuc began to question the sanity of the revolutionary army. Were they truly mad enough to awaken such a terrifying monarch? Thankfully, the emperor seemed to hold a sense of restraint, likely to avoid a massacre. Di Tian observed the pallor on the faces of Chi Tong and the others before withdrawing his colossal visage. Approaching Chi Tong, he commanded, Rise, gaze into my eyes, and address me as your beloved husband. Filled with reverence for Di Tian, Chi Tong dared not disobey, cautiously uttering, Dear beloved husband, you all as well. Stand and approach me. Calling me your beloved husband, he insisted. Leona, forcing himself to remain composed, mustered the courage to link her arm with Di Tian's and sweetly exclaimed, Beloved husband. Ma-in stepped forward, her eyes reddened, feeling overwhelmed yet tremblingly calling out, Beloved husband. Xier, locking eyes with Di Tian, seemed to glimpse a genuine place for them in his heart, causing her cheeks to flush as she shyly declared, Beloved husband. Well, it is refreshing not to see the desire to slay me reflected in your expressions this time, although it is reverence, is far preferable to hatred. Gulme, let us return to the imperial capital. With a wave of his hand, Di Tian opened a portal before them and stepped through. Chi Tong and the others, utterly astonished, found themselves at a loss for words. Is this ability a manifestation of the imperial tool? Its power is undeniably terrifying. Nonetheless, they quickly entered the spatial gateway. Branda and La Bo watched as Chi Tong and the others departed with the emperor, finally exhaling in relief. However, they were utterly exhausted and collapsed onto the ground. Boss, all our actions have been misguided, haven't they? Thankfully, the emperor of the empire is merciful, not only saving us, but also countless innocents from perishing. Hearing this, Nagieta remarked nonchalantly, perhaps, but I must swiftly relay this matter back to the Revolutionary Army headquarters, urging them to cease their resistance against the Empire. It is utterly impossible to overthrow it. Boss, they might not believe us, La Boque replied. Hence, I believe it would be wiser for us to take our leave. La Boque had long harbored feelings for Nagieta, dreaming of a day when the war would end, allowing them to share a blissful life together. Half a year later, Qitong and the others had thoroughly grown fond of Ditian. As they delved deeper into understanding him, they discovered that he was indeed a commendable man and an exceptional emperor. True to his earlier claims, he genuinely cared for them and treated them well, which led them to assist the empire in rectifying numerous decaying systems, revitalizing the realm. Simultaneously, Kaido and Eagle Eye Mihawk had united the entire continent under Ditian's rule. 2 years later, the empire, under Ditian's governance, embarked on grand constructions of palaces, the Great Wall, and engaged in warfare with other continents. Gradually, they approached the archetype of a tyrant. Through the power of the system, they succeeded in establishing a connection with the world of pirates, creating a spatial passage that allowed people from both realms to traverse between them. Thus, Ditian's family enjoyed a grand reunion, living a life of unparalleled happiness.